Transcending into the Marvel Universe, I have activated the most formidable martial arts system. Establishing a dojo and taking on disciples will lead to my own empowerment. Thus, in a world rife with Marvel chaos, my word is law. Wolverine, Zhang Yang, control your disciple, she just clawed me with the 9 Yin white bone claws. Iron Man, Zhang Yang, I gave you $10 million last time. How can you allow your disciple to take advantage of me? Her golden bell shield and iron cloth broke my latest armor. Quicksilver, Zhang Yang, your disciple is utterly intolerable. With her wind god movement, I hadn't even begun to run before she vanished from sight. Zhang Yang gazed at the Marvel heroes who had come to voice their grievances, then turned to his disciples, who looked aggrieved. Master, we truly haven't exerted ourselves to the fullest. Chapter 1. The most powerful martial arts system. In America, within Chinatown. Have I truly transcended? Is this the Marvel Universe? Have I become the master of a martial arts dojo in Chinatown? Outside a dojo, Zhang Yang observed the bustling streets, adorned with emblems and advertisements for Captain America, the Hulk, Stark Industries, and more, prompting a trifecta of self-inquiry. He had been an ordinary college graduate on Earth, having stayed up late to watch the Avengers, only to awaken in the Marvel realm. What use is a dojo in the Marvel Universe? Even if I master martial arts, how could I rival those super soldiers, let alone the likes of Thor, the Hulk, or the Ancient One? Moreover, a dojo currently lacks prospects. With exorbitant rent, my arrival here feels like inheriting a debt. Zhang Yang grimaced, feeling a sense of resistance toward his new reality. According to the memories he had assimilated and his pre-transcendence knowledge of the Marvel Universe, he was acutely aware of the dangers lurking within. In this realm, not only were there figures like Spider-Man, the Hulk, Iron Man, and Captain America, but also deities of staggering power. Consider America alone. The Marvel films and comics had depicted countless attacks, with even Thanos having made an appearance. At any moment, he could be caught in a crossfire and meet his demise. Moreover, his current identity was rather awkward. Though he was the master of a martial arts dojo, it boasted no students, and the monthly rent was astonishingly high. Detecting a suitable host, finding the most powerful martial arts system. 1, 2, 3 A series of electronic tones suddenly resonated, causing Zhang Yang's face to light up with joy. A system? It's here. My golden finger has finally arrived. The most powerful martial arts system? I wonder how formidable it may be. Filled with anticipation, Zhang Yang recalled that in nearly every novel he had read, protagonists gained systems after transcending, and now, he too had one. In his mind, he sensed a progress bar steadily advancing. 10, 20, 38. When the progress bar reached 100, the system notification sounded once more. Congratulations, host Zhang Yang. The martial arts system has been successfully bound. The host only needs to complete tasks issued by the system to earn martial arts points, which can be used for lotteries and to enhance personal strength. Congratulations, host Zhang Yang. A beginner's gift package has been issued. Would you like to open it? A series of system notifications echoed in Zhang Yang's mind, causing his body to tremble with excitement. His breaths grew increasingly heavy. A beginner's gift package? Rubbing his hands together, Zhang Yang was thoroughly pleased with the binding of the most powerful martial arts system, focusing intently on the system. In his mind, an ethereal page materialized, showcasing a large gift package at the bottom. Host, Zhang Yang. Identity, Master of the Zhang Martial Arts Dojo. Lifespan, 2185. Martial Arts, none. Skills, Wing Chun LV1, Tai Chi LV1, Baji Quan LV1. Martial Arts points, 0. The page bore a resemblance to an information screen from a game, displaying a series of details about Zhang Yang. After a brief glance, his attention was drawn to the large gift package, and he chose to open it. Beginner's gift package opened. Congratulations, host Zhang Yang. You have received the Primordial Heart Method. Beginner's gift package opened. Congratulations, host Zhang Yang. You have received a Tai Chi Insight card. Beginner's gift package opened. Congratulations, host Zhang Yang. You have received $1 million. The system notifications rang out again, leaving Zhang Yang momentarily stunned, his face reflecting sheer astonishment and disbelief. Wow, is this truly the beginner's gift package? Not only did I receive a martial art technique, but also an insight card and $1 million. I love it. This system is indeed impressive. The more Zhang Yang pondered, the more exhilarated he became. This system was extraordinarily powerful. Regarding the first two items, Zhang Yang was uncertain of their value. Thus he remained composed. However, the prospect of $1 million rendered him unable to maintain his calm. $1 million. in US dollars. What a concept. Had he possessed such wealth prior to his transcendence, he could have achieved greatness without self-doubt, attracting numerous beautiful companions. Such a boon. Truly remarkable. Task issued. Please recruit 5 disciples within 10 days. Upon completion, a reward of 300 martial arts points will be granted. Failure will result in a deduction of $1 million. Note, if the host lacks sufficient funds, lifespan will be deducted. Just as Zhang Yang relished his excitement, the system notification rang out once more. What the heck? Failure incurs a deduction of $1 million? If insufficient, they'll even deduct my lifespan? As thoughts of how to enjoy the $1 million raced through his mind, the joy on Zhang Yang's face vanished in an instant. A dojo? What kind of dojo? It was a gaping pit. The monthly rent alone demanded $2,000 to $3,000, and with this money, wouldn't it be more delightful to indulge? In his plan, with that million, who needed a dojo? But now, his dreams came crashing down. Is this task even negotiable? In the Marvel Universe, figures akin to Bruce Lee and Ip Man existed. In the past, Chinatown had witnessed a surge of interest in Chinese martial arts, attracting numerous eager learners. Now, over a decade had passed since that martial arts boom, leaving only a handful of dojos in Chinatown. The larger dojos managed to survive on students' tuition fees. However, Zhang Yang's dojo had long since fallen into disrepair. After the previous master, the original owner of this body, disappeared without a trace, the last few students had also departed. What remained was a dilapidated mess left for Zhang Yang to contend with. Let me first examine the Tai Chi Insight card and the primordial heart method. This million is a trap. Regarding the system's sudden task, Zhang Yang felt as though he was being toyed with by a capricious mistress, one who played with his emotions without regard for his body. He was, indeed, being led on by the system. Resigned, Zhang Yang focused his attention on the primordial heart method and the Tai Chi Insight card. At the very least, with these 2 items, he could still teach students. Does the host wish to learn the primordial heart method? As Zhang Yang's attention fell upon the primordial heart sutra, the system notification chimed once more. Without hesitation, he promptly chose to study it. In the next moment, torrents of information surged into his memory, leaving him feeling somewhat dazed. It took several minutes for him to fully absorb the knowledge. Then, the expression of helplessness on his face transformed into pure ecstasy. The Primordial Heart Sutra was nothing short of a cheat code. He opened the page of the Primordial Heart Sutra and discovered that it encompassed 9 distinct abilities, each akin to a supernatural power, with a thoughtful introduction included. Primordial Heart Sutra First Layer. 1. Vision and hearing ability to see and hear distant sights and sounds. As the ability enhances, so does the range not awakened. 2. Defensive Strike can condense a protective layer around oneself to defend against attacks not awakened. 3. Speed not awakened. 4. Mystic Flame Fire not awakened. 5. Levitation Flight not awakened. 6. Telekinesis Control over objects not awakened. 7. Fury temporarily boosts strength as one's power increases. Awakened attributes may also enhance not awakened. 8. Mind Destruction Mental Attack not awakened. 9. Domain not awakened. Chapter 2. Who practices Tai Chi, creating waves. Zhang Yang attempted to move his limbs and felt a miraculous force extending from his core, invigorating his entire being. He tilted his head to glance and couldn't help but curse. Even the intricate patterns on the railing of the building across from him were now crystal clear, provided he concentrated. This was astonishing. It felt almost inhumane. Yet, had his arrival in this realm not been an act of defiance against humanity? Zhang Yang closed his eyes once more, and the ethereal page reappeared, now fully updated with information. Host, Zhang Yang. Identity, Master of the Zhang Martial Arts School. Lifespan, 2190. Martial Arts, Primordial Heart Sutra First Layer. Skills, Wing Chun LV1, Tai Chi LV1, 8 Extremes Collapse LV1. Martial Value, 2. Why is my martial value only 2? I possess the Primordial Heart Sutra. System, are you mistaken? Zhang Yang was convinced that there must be an error in the system. How could his martial value be so low after acquiring the Primordial Heart Sutra? Host, please do not slander the system. The system's voice suddenly resonated, startling Zhang Yang. The reason your martial value is low is due to a lack of martial practice. Martial value is enhanced through training. The martial arts technique is merely an aid. Please distinguish between the primary and secondary. Is there really a distinction? Host, the Primordial Heart Sutra is an internal technique. The technique lies within, while skills are external. Now I understand it's akin to those martial arts dramas where certain individuals excel in swordplay or knife techniques, only to be outmatched by those who possess both superior external skills and internal mastery. Host has a good understanding. This is precisely the distinction between internal and external martial arts. I grew up watching demigods and semi-devils, and the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. System, what is the maximum level of the Primordial Heart Sutra? Host, to reach the minor completion of the Primordial Heart Sutra, one must practice at least 6 layers. After achieving minor completion, practicing another 6 layers will lead to major completion. Following that, an additional 6 layers will culminate in full mastery. The highest level of the Primordial Heart Sutra is full mastery. So difficult? Please do not be discouraged. Host, practice diligently. Practice? Who is afraid? I will start my training first thing tomorrow. You know, in my homeland, we have a saying, to do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. I need to thoroughly inspect this martial arts school. Filled with hope, Zhang Yang inspected the martial arts school, nearly tripping over a chair. How long has this school been around? It is utterly dilapidated. Indeed, it was in a state of disrepair. There wasn't even a decent chair to sit on, necessitating a complete repurchase of equipment. The entire school was less appealing than a beggar's den. No wonder there were no students. Never mind, this is not the end of the world. I am now a millionaire with $100,000. Zhang Yang wasted no time. He found an old computer in the corner of the school and began shopping online. The efficacy of American online shopping paled in comparison to the platform developed by Alibaba, as he observed the total accumulating to several $100s in shipping fees. With the items he purchased, his funds plummeted by $110,000, leaving him with only $89,000, which truly pained Zhang Yang's heart. Host, you need to pay the rent. The system interjected promptly. I know, the rent is due today. What? Before Zhang Yang could express his astonishment, a plump woman entered, holding a card reader. I told you, Zhang Yang, you owe me a year's worth of rent, which was supposed to be paid quarterly. Do you have no sense of responsibility? What? A year's rent? The woman frowned, casting a disdainful glance at him. If it weren't for your master having some connection with me, I would have kicked you out long ago. Hurry up and pay what you owe, then pay for the upcoming quarter. How much is the rent? Zhang Yang attempted to appear calm. Don't think you can bargain with me. Last year, it was $50,000 a month, $150,000 a quarter, and $600,000 a year. What? 600,000? Stop shouting. Hurry up and bring it out. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Yang swiped the card for $60,000, reducing his balance to $290,000. The landlord took the $60,000 and pressed some numbers into the POS machine before handing it back to him. Pay for the next quarter too. No dodging. We agreed to pay each quarter. Zhang Yang glanced at the amount and erupted in anger. Why is it 18,000? The landlord nonchalantly replied, rent has increased. It's gone up by 10,000 a month. She pointed at the bustling crowd outside. For such a prime location, I'm actually undercharging you. The landlord gestured toward the advertisements outside. Stark has even visited our Chinatown for noodles. Now many people want to come but can't. To hell with Stark and his noodles. Zhang Yang felt a strong urge to hurl the POS machine at the landlord's face, but the system's voice echoed in his mind. Warning, warning, host, please remain calm for the sake of promoting martial arts. Learn to exercise patience. Damn this broken system. Zhang Yang took a deep breath, suppressing his frustration, and swiftly swiped his card, sending the landlord on her way. After this tumultuous encounter, only $11,000 remained in his account. From $100,000 to $11,000 in less than 2 hours, what a tragedy. Just when Zhang Yang thought he could catch a break, the bills for water, electricity, and gas arrived, draining yet another sum from his account. Now, he had less than $100,000 left. $100,000 disappears, just like that. America truly is not a place for the faint-hearted. System notification. The host can earn martial value by defeating others, completing system missions, etc. Martial value can be used for lotteries and enhancing one's strength. System mission. Practice Tai Chi to acquire living expenses. System notification. Utilizing the Tai Chi Insight card can enhance your practice results. Zhang Yang closed his eyes and discovered a progress bar adjacent to the Tai Chi skill. System. How is the living fund calculated? System notification. For every 5 levels gained, a sum of living funds is awarded. And how much is that? System notification. For every 5 levels gained, a sum of living funds is awarded. No matter how Zhang Yang inquired further, the system reiterated the same response. Without delay, Zhang Yang dashed to the rooftop to commence his Tai Chi practice. On the rooftop, there was a small garden. Practicing Tai Chi in that garden presented a truly picturesque scene. Moreover, with several residents in the opposite buildings having their windows open, his practice might even attract potential disciples. He hadn't forgotten that he needed to recruit 5 disciples within 10 days. Completing the task would earn him 300 martial arts points, while failure would incur a penalty of $1 million. At present, he certainly did not possess such a sum. Without further ado, Zhang Yang closed his eyes and intently recited. Activate the Tai Chi Insight card. Tai Chi Insight card activated successfully. Zhang Yang shut his eyes, absorbing the wonders brought by the Insight card, as a complete set of Tai Chi movements materialized in his mind. He gradually raised his hands and feet, mimicking the actions that unfolded in his thoughts. A gentle breeze swept across the balcony, rendering him in his martial arts attire akin to an ethereal being. Curious onlookers from the surrounding buildings leaned out of their windows, men and women, young and old, of various complexions. With his eyes still closed, Zhang Yang smoothly completed a full set of Tai Chi, and as he concluded, a wave of applause erupted around him. Surprised by the positive reception, Zhang Yang felt a surge of confidence. After acknowledging the audience's appreciation, he descended the rooftop with a composed demeanor. Contemplating, he murmured, "This small garden is quite beneficial. It seems I should dedicate some time to its upkeep." Chapter 3. The most striking boy on this street. The items purchased arrived the following day, delivered by a truck sent directly by the merchant. As the goods were unloaded, the truck departed promptly. At the entrance of a martial arts school, a heap of items lay scattered, drawing the attention of the neighbors, who gathered to lend a hand. Within just a few hours, everything that needed to be discarded was thrown away, and the new items were arranged beautifully. The entire martial arts school underwent a remarkable transformation. Among those assisting with the moving was a young boy, who tugged at Zhang Yang's sleeve, his face brimming with admiration. "Big brother, were you practicing yesterday? Can you leap across rooftops like the heroes in martial arts films?" "Leap across rooftops? Absolutely," he mused, for he was indeed a practitioner of the Primordial Heart Sutra. However, such matters should not be divulged lightly. He understood well the adage that walls have ears. That was a form of martial arts known as Tai Chi. "I was merely practicing Tai Chi, however. You are not mistaken in calling it training. What does it mean for the body and mind to feel at peace?" the boy inquired. "You'll understand if you practice with me," Zhang Yang replied. The boy pondered for a moment before turning to call out to his mother, "Mom, I want to learn Tai Chi." The middle-aged woman, who had been assisting from a distance, paused momentarily before looking over at Zhang Yang. He offered a respectful fist salute to her, his demeanor confident yet humble. After all, she represented his first potential client. The woman knelt down to speak with her son for a few moments, then retrieved a bank card from her pocket and handed it to him. The boy, brandishing the card triumphantly, dashed towards Zhang Yang. My mom agreed. Zhang Yang observed the bank card and pulled out his own device. Being as astute as he was, he had wisely purchased the device the previous day when he received the system's task, anticipating that some prospective students might possess only a bank card. According to the teaching records left by the previous owner of a martial arts school, the tuition fees were set at $600 per month for children and $800 for adults. If he enrolled 5 children, he could earn $3,000 a month. If all were adults, for $1,000. Zhang Yang calculated in his mind, realizing why the former school had struggled to pay rent. He decided that the fees would depend on the subjects chosen. The $600 paid by the boy represented his tuition for Tai Chi this month, should he wish to learn additional subjects. An extra $300 would be charged. For adults wishing to add subjects, the additional fee would be $400. Many discounts await. Come and seize the opportunity. The young boy, evidently enticed by the half-price offer, rushed back to his mother to discuss further, then returned, waving the bank card once more, having secured an additional $300 to learn Wing Chun. Seeing the additional $300 brought Zhang Yang immense joy. "What is your name?" Reporting to the master. "My name is Li Si. You should address me as master." Reporting to the master. "My name is Li Si." Zhang Yang nodded with satisfaction, instructing Li Si to come for practice at 9 in the morning to focus on strengthening his stances. The session would last about an hour, after which the child could return home for a meal. In the afternoon, around 3 o'clock, he would allow the child to come back for another 2 hours of practice before sending him home for dinner. Zhang was currently in a phase of arduous entrepreneurship, and providing meals was not within the scope of the dojo's operations for the time being. Upon accepting the young boy, The progress of his apprentice registration on the system page advanced to 1/5. After bidding farewell to the helper, Zhang felt he should acquire several more outfits that exuded an ethereal charm. Without hesitation, he swiftly placed an order online. After completing the order, he perused the community forum and discovered a dart competition taking place that very evening, with a grand prize of $10,000 for the champion. Zhang felt as though this competition had been tailored for him, and he promptly registered for it. Having cultivated the primordial heart sutra, his vision and bodily control had significantly improved, rendering darts a task of little challenge. He recalled that there should be a vehicle in the garage. Having spotted a box labeled car keys at the front desk, with a vehicle at his disposal, there was no rush. He could take his time. Zhang leisurely ascended to change into a gray kung fu outfit and resumed his practice of Tai Chi in the garden. Closing his eyes, he envisioned the entire sequence of movements unfolding in his mind, and his actions gradually mirrored the mental imagery. Movements such as stances, punches, and arcs flowed with the appropriate rhythm, slow when necessary, swift when called for. This time, he noticed a greater number of spectators on the nearby balconies than the previous day. Upon completing his routine, he opened his eyes to find a golden-haired gentleman on the opposite rooftop, exclaiming, "Perfect!" Zhang smiled inwardly. Contemplating whether this gentleman truly understood the essence of Tai Chi the next moment, the gentleman added, "Your form is impeccable." Zhang glanced toward the building where the gentleman resided and discovered a gym with a banner outside proclaiming, "Do you wish to be as strong as the Hulk? Then come to the gym." He mused whether he should hang portraits of the masters of Chinese martial arts in the lobby. Upon reflection, it seemed a feasible idea, as he operated a dojo dedicated to promoting traditional Chinese culture. Hanging portraits of the masters and introducing them to the students when they arrived would be quite fitting. Zhang once again immersed himself in online shopping, even purchasing incense. By the time all of this was accomplished, it was lunchtime, and his kitchen was devoid of provisions. Relying on instant noodles yesterday, he thought, why not do so again today? As Zhang waited for the water to boil in the kitchen, he heard Li Si's voice outside. "Master, are you there? Master, where are you?" Zhang turned off the heat and stepped outside to see Li Si holding a 3-tiered food container. "Master." Upon catching sight of Zhang Yang, the little fellow's eyes instantly lit up. "Master, I have brought you lunch," Li Si exclaimed as he set down the food box and gradually unveiled its contents. The first layer revealed a plate of sweet and sour pork tenderloin. The second layer a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and the third layer a bowl of rice accompanied by a cup of soup. "Master, my grandfather insisted that since you have nothing here, I must bring you a meal." Li Si's expression was earnest as he declared, "Grandfather says this is a way to show respect for one's teacher." Zhang Yang suddenly found the child endearing and crouched down to ruffle his hair. "Please convey my gratitude to your grandfather." After delivering the meal, Li Si departed, and Zhang Yang carried the items into the dining hall. Upon glancing at the name on the food box, he was taken aback. Chinese restaurant. Goodness, it was indeed the renowned Chinese restaurant, the oldest establishment on this street. At the easternmost end of Chinatown stood a 3-story building, fully occupied by their restaurant. To his surprise, he had inadvertently secured the future heir of the Chinese restaurant. Zhang Yang pondered for a moment. The children of the local magnates were all around 5 to 6 years of age. If he could gather them all under his wing, he would soon have a formidable group of apprentice magnates. Zhang Yang resolved to start with Li Si, for if the children of the affluent could associate with one another, having Li Si as a trump card would surely facilitate the formation of a future elite squad. He set a modest goal for himself, to recruit 3 aspiring magnates. Chapter 4. The King of Darts. That evening, as Zhang Yang entered the garage with his keys, he sensed nothing amiss until he laid eyes on the so-called vehicle. Initially, he had presumed the remote control for the car key was lost, leaving only the key itself. To his astonishment, there was no remote control at all, just a fixed-gear bicycle, rendering a remote unnecessary. Zhang Yang gazed at the bike, a smirk of disdain crossing his face. It was merely a fixed-gear bike, and he possessed the skills of the Hunyuan Heart Sutra. Closing his eyes, his attributes gradually manifested before him. System page. Host. Zhang Yang identity. Master of the Zhang Martial Arts School lifespan. 2190 martial art. Hunyuan Heart Sutra. First level. Skills. Wing Chun 1. Tai Chi 4. Bajikwan 1 martial value. 6 task. Recruit disciples. 15. Clicking on the Hunyuan Heart Sutra, its attribute page unfolded as well. Hunyuan Heart Sutra. First level 1. Vision and hearing, awakening not yet achieved. 2. Counterattack, awakening not yet achieved. 3. Extreme speed, awakening not yet achieved. 4. Mysterious flame, awakening not yet achieved. 5. Sky control, awakening not yet achieved. 6. Object manipulation, awakening not yet achieved. 7. Fury, awakening not yet achieved. 8. Divine annihilation, awakening not yet achieved. 9. Domain, awakening not yet achieved. Zhang Yang surveyed the page, feeling somewhat awkward. He had initially intended to utilize speed for cycling, yet found that the speed attribute had not yet awakened. However, his Tai Chi had notably improved under the influence of the comprehension card. System, let us converse about life. What is the maximum level for my current skills? The highest level is 99. Why not 100? What accounts for that missing one? Apologies, host. But the system lacks an answer to this query. Could you provide me with a question that has an answer? How can I awaken the speed of the Primordial Heart Sutra? Each time I cultivate the Primordial Heart Sutra to 2 layers, a new ability awakens. Zhang Yang felt that upon returning from the competition, he must swiftly awaken his various abilities. However, this does not make sense. Even without unlocking, my vision has improved, and I can see quite far. Host, that is not an awakening of ability. It is merely the benefits derived from practicing the Primordial Heart Sutra. You are still far from possessing the abilities of distant sight and acute hearing. With no other recourse, Zhang Yang resigned himself to riding his fixed-gear bike. Yet, the existence of the Primordial Heart Sutra is not to be underestimated. Even if speed has not awakened, Zhang Yang's bike still flew swiftly, its wheels spinning like the wheels of a whirlwind. The navigation indicated a half-hour ride, but Zhang Yang arrived at the competition venue 10 minutes early. This was an entertainment street located a few blocks outside Chinatown, bustling with bars and gaming establishments. The dart competition was held at a modestly sized bar, which appeared more like a nostalgic old tavern for music lovers. After registering at the entrance, Zhang Yang stepped inside and noticed a considerable turnout for the competition, over 30 participants by rough estimation. "Hey, brother, new here?" A black gentleman greeted him. "Hey, I'm here to participate in the competition. It seems everyone enjoys this event." "No, everyone is here for the $10,000 prize." "Why would the organizer do this? What is in it for him?" "The organizer is the bar owner, Luke. Luke is passionate about darts, but unfortunately, war cost him his left hand. After leaving the military, he opened this bar and hold competitions every 2 months. Wow, it seems he truly loves darts." Indeed, the black gentleman extended his hand. "Hello, I'm James Roddy. You can call me James. I'm a friend of the bar owner." "Hello, I'm Zhang Yang." Zhang Yang shook his hand, mentally repeating the name James Roddy, feeling an odd familiarity, yet unable to recall why. At that moment, the dart competition commenced. A middle-aged man with a missing left hand took to the stage, his thick beard and buzz cut giving him a resolute appearance. As he stepped up, the crowd erupted in cheers. There were 36 competitors in total, divided into 6 groups of 6. Each participant had 6 darts, with the highest scorer advancing to the next round. If there were ties for first place within a group, all tied participants would proceed to the next round. The bar conveniently had 6 dartboards, and most attendees were regulars, aside from Zhang Yang. Upon noticing a newcomer, everyone approached to greet him, casually probing his skills. If anyone inquired about his reason for coming, Zhang Yang offered a uniform response. "I am the proprietor of a martial arts school. With the establishment closed, I sought amusement elsewhere." Should one inquire about Zhang Yang's occupation, he would uniformly respond, "I practice martial arts. Are you familiar with Chinese martial arts?" If asked about his prowess, he would simply declare, "I'm a practitioner of martial arts." The crowd, unable to elicit further information, ceased their inquiries and disregarded him entirely. Assigned to the final group, Zhang Yang closed his eyes and activated the Primordial Heart Sutra. Upon opening his eyes, it felt as though the entire world unfolded before him. The small hole on the flying disc was crystal clear. With his thoughts igniting, the magnified scene before him swiftly receded to its normal state. The competition commenced in earnest, with Zhang Yang positioned at the end of the line. Given the caliber of the competitors, the distance for throwing darts exceeded that of a standard match, significantly increasing the challenge. Within Zhang Yang's group was a formidable opponent who achieved an impressive score of 8 rings on his first 2 throws, followed by several 9 rings, marking the best performance thus far and the highest in the entire event. This individual was Jones, who had consistently held the lead. Had the distance been marginally shorter, it was likely he could have scored 9 rings on his first 2 attempts, and 10 rings on the subsequent throws. Unbeknownst to him, James had silently taken his place behind Zhang Yang. Indeed, he was an impressive competitor. Zhang Yang contemplated that, were he in the same position, he could certainly achieve 6 consecutive 10 rings. However, his purpose for being there was not to seek glory, but rather to claim the $2,000 prize. After all, his childhood idol was the enigmatic sweeping monk, a master of hidden talents, whose every strike was devastating. When it was Zhang Yang's turn, he summoned the primordial heart sutra. In an instant, he felt a steady power coursing through his hand as he gripped the dart, his mind swiftly plotting the trajectory to reach his desired target. The first dart whizzed through the air, striking 8 rings, eliciting applause from the crowd. The second dart followed suit, soaring forth and hitting 9 rings, prompting an eruption of enthusiastic clapping. One after another, the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth darts flew forth, each landing with precision on 9 rings. The onlookers were left in awe, their initial cheers giving way to astonishment. Once Zhang Yang completed his series of throws, a brief silence enveloped the venue, soon followed by an overwhelming wave of applause. Whistles, claps, and cheers erupted, akin to the jubilation following a World Cup victory. Zhang Yang advanced to the next round with the highest score, allowing him to compete last. The preceding competitors demonstrated commendable skill, yet fell short compared to Jones. Glancing at their scores, Zhang Yang resolved to replicate Jones's performance. He aimed and struck 8 rings on his first and second throws, followed by 3 consecutive 9 rings on his third, fourth, fifth, and sixth darts. With a total of 52 rings, Zhang Yang emerged victorious in this dart competition. The prestigious title of Dart King of the Bar, formerly held by Jones, was replaced with the name Zhang Yang. A fervent applause erupted around, yet numerous onlookers, upon witnessing the score, instinctively turned their gaze towards Jones, who sat in a corner, drowning his sorrows in drink. Chapter 5. The Power of Tai Chi. Jones, fixated on that score, abruptly hurled his glass at Zhang Yang. Gasps of shock filled the air. "Zhang, watch out. Be careful." But Zhang Yang stood motionless, watching as the glass soared towards him, employing Tai Chi's principle of yielding to overcome rigidity. With a graceful extension of his palm across the glass, he executed a gentle maneuver, dissipating the force of the projectile, and cradled the glass securely in his hand. Wow, is this Chinese martial arts? How astonishing! Is this the mysterious power of the Orient? The surrounding crowd marveled at Zhang Yang, as his clothing seemed to flutter as if stirred by an unseen breeze. Jones, eyeing the glass in Zhang Yang's grasp, suddenly charged forward with a clenched fist. The crowd erupted with warnings for Zhang Yang. "Zhang, be cautious. He is trained in boxing. Oh my goodness. His strength is formidable." Formidable strength? Boxing? Asarene smiled grudges Zhang Yang sleeps. "Allow me to demonstrate what Tai Chi truly embodies." Without any apparent movement, many spectators had begun to shield their eyes. As Jones's fist approached Zhang Yang, he deftly sidestepped, causing Jones's punch to miss entirely. Before Jones could comprehend the situation, Zhang Yang swiftly seized his wrist. Leveraging Jones's own momentum, Jones was propelled forward, heading straight for an empty wall of bottles. Should he crash into it, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injury. The crowd gasped in horror as they witnessed Jones tumbling towards the wall of empty bottles, with some well-meaning individuals ready to intervene. In a split second, just as Jones was about to collide, Zhang Yang raised his foot, tripping Jones and sending him sprawling to the ground. Jones's face was perilously close to the wall, merely a hand's breadth away, a moment of sheer suspense. Silence enveloped the scene for a heartbeat, followed by gazes of reverence directed towards Zhang Yang. Jones, seemingly dazed from the fall, eventually regained his composure and lunged at Zhang Yang once more. At such a close range, evasion appeared to be a daunting task. Yet, with an air of calm, Zhang Yang simply stepped back, effortlessly dodging Jones's next assault. Undeterred, Jones continued his barrage, swinging his massive fists relentlessly at Zhang Yang's face. With each retreat, Zhang Yang deftly evaded Jones's strikes without a single misstep. Eventually, he found himself at the edge of a table, and just as the audience feared he would be cornered and struck, Jones unleashed a punch. Zhang Yang, with a mere flick of his hand upon Jones's wrist, executed what seemed a simple gesture that astonishingly neutralized the force of the blow. Jones wore an expression of disbelief, his other hand preparing to strike. Yet, just as Zhang Yang was about to extend his hand, Jones unexpectedly delivered a kick, a sudden attack that caught everyone off guard. In his moment of triumph, he soon realized that his kick foot had been deftly countered by Zhang Yang's leg sweep. The unexpected maneuver destabilized him, and in an instant, Zhang Yang seized the nape of his neck, sending him crashing onto a nearby chair. After evading for so long, Zhang Yang finally comprehended that Jones would not relent until he had landed a blow. His retreat had merely been perceived as cowardice by his opponent. Do not mistake my restraint for weakness. Today, you shall truly witness the essence of Tai Chi, the principle of yielding to overcome rigidity. Zhang Yang squatted into a martial stance, realizing that his forbearance had only emboldened Jones. He assumed a Tai Chi posture, declaring, "Allow me to demonstrate skill." A discipline known as Tai Chi, the intensity in Zhang Yang's gaze shifted. Remember this name well. It marks the beginning of your understanding of the power within this world. The spectators anticipated a fierce confrontation, and even Luke, the bar owner, braced himself for the need to procure new tables and chairs. Yet, the clash concluded with astonishing swiftness. Jones summoned all his strength and charged at Zhang Yang, who responded with a deliberate, almost agonizingly slow motion, yet accurately intercepted Jones's punch. Gasps of disbelief echoed around them. Zhang Yang smiled slightly, promising to reveal what true incredibility entailed. With a remarkable fluidity, he spun Jones around, pressing him into the chair. Throughout the entire sequence, Jones seemed utterly devoid of the will to resist, succumbing effortlessly to Zhang Yang's momentum. By the time he found himself pinned to the chair, he was bewildered, unable to fathom how he had ended up in such a predicament. While the crowd marveled at Zhang Yang's technique, he unexpectedly delivered a knife-hand strike to Jones's neck. A muffled groan escaped Jones's lips as his head tilted, eyes fluttering shut, rendering him motionless in the chair. Whispers rippled through the spectators. "Did you kill him?" "No." James emerged from the crowd, checking Jones's carotid artery. "He has merely fainted. He is not gravely harmed." Astonished, James regarded Zhang Yang with a look of wonder, shaking his head in disbelief. "My word, you are simply remarkable. Thank you for the compliment," Zhang Yang replied, retrieving his reward as the night of revelry at the bar commenced. Jones had been taken away by the owner's staff, and the jubilant crowd had already forgotten the former champion and the events that had just transpired. As the crowd gathered around, eager to converse with Zhang Yang and inquire about the techniques he had just employed, he found himself reluctant to divulge too much. Most of his movements today had been defensive, with only a few offensive maneuvers that sufficed to deal with the brutish opponents. However, should he encounter a true master, he would need to bolster his prowess significantly. Observing the number 4 behind the Tai Chi character, he pondered the implications. If he could achieve such skill at level 4, what might he attain at level 99? Zhang Yang navigated through the throng of admirers, yearning to return home, swiftly to delve into the system and explore ways to upgrade efficiently. Sensing his desire to escape, James approached to assist him in breaking free from the crowd. Once outside the bar, Zhang Yang exhaled deeply, relief washing over him. "Thank you, James," he expressed gratefully. "Not all. Are you heading home now?" "Yes," Zhang Yang replied, maintaining his composure. "I intend to practice some more and then retire for the night." "Don't you partake in nightlife?" "Martial artists adhere to a disciplined schedule. If Tony heard you say that, he'd probably think it was preposterous." "Tony?" Zhang Yang Bao said, realization dawning upon him. "Are you referring to Tony Stark?" "So, you're James Rhodes, the Iron Patriot, Colonel Rhodes?" It all made sense. The familiarity of his name suddenly clicked. How intriguing it was to discover that he was conversing with a character from the Marvel Universe. Zhang Yang reflected, recalling that thus far he had only encountered references to Stark Industries, with no signs of Iron Man's advertisements. Was it possible that he had arrived at a point in time before Iron Man's narrative had commenced? Chapter 6. Progressing towards the goal upon returning to the martial arts school, Zhang Yang called upon the system, yet it remained unresponsive. Could it be malfunctioning? Uncertain. He even tapped his head, but still there was no reaction. Surely, the system wasn't frozen? Ding. "Please, host Zhang Yang, refrain from making unfounded assumptions about this system." "Ah, so that's how I must summon you. Couldn't we establish a friendlier rapport?" "This system communicates with the host based on principles of civility, politeness, and friendliness." "Civility?" "This system does not resort to vulgarities like the host." "And what of your politeness?" "This system always announces its presence with a chime beforehand." "And your friendliness?" This system consistently provides various forms of assistance to the host. You're quite something. Zhang Yang was left speechless. The system's capacity for sophistry was remarkable. Now that you have finally manifested, let us thoroughly explore your capabilities. I am eager to assist you. Zhang Yang chuckled at the system's overly servile demeanor. How can I rapidly enhance my Tai Chi level? The essence of Tai Chi lies in its ability to govern motion through stillness, to overcome rigidity with flexibility, to evade the solid and embrace the void, and to harness strength through the exertion of force. I trust you have experienced this firsthand today. Zhang Yang nodded. However, how does this relate to my endeavor to elevate my Tai Chi proficiency? As long as the host continuously practices Tai Chi, their level will ascend. Zhang Yang contemplated this and grasped the system's intent. You mean that in addition to enhancing my level through Tai Chi practice, I can also elevate it by employing Tai Chi in combat? At this moment, Zhang Yang recognized that the allure of martial arts transcends his previous understanding. Can I only practice Tai Chi, or also Ba Ji and Wing Chun? After all, he operates a martial arts school, not solely a Tai Chi academy. Fear not, esteemed host Zhang Yang. Upon completing tasks, you will be rewarded with martial arts points, techniques, and monetary prizes. These martial arts points can be utilized for lotteries, enhancing one's capabilities, and more. Zhang Yang felt reassured upon hearing this. He glanced at the recent tasks, one being to take on disciples, and the other concerning Tai Chi progress. Ding! The system prompted that the Tai Chi progress is not a time-sensitive task. Is that so? Well, that simplifies things. Let me first achieve my modest goal of gathering 5 disciples, 3 of whom will be future luminaries. With his queries resolved, Zhang Yang felt a surge of joy. He then recalled the forceful fixie in the garage. System, if I reach the 2nd level, aside from awakening my auditory and visual capabilities, what other rewards can I expect? Ding! Upon attaining the 2nd level of the Primordial Heart Sutra, awakening your auditory and visual abilities will not only grant you the powers of distant vision and acute hearing, but will also endow you with the ability to comprehend all ancient scripts and other languages. Should you master this by tonight, an additional monetary reward of 500,000 awaits. 500,000? Though it pales in comparison to the novice gift pack, it is still substantial. Tonight, I shall demonstrate what it means to be a prodigy. Zhang Yang promptly settled into a meditative posture on the Luoan bed and commenced his cultivation of the Primordial Heart Sutra. After circulating the sutra through a full cycle, he concentrated his energy within the dantian, rhythmically inhaling and exhaling, as the surrounding atmosphere began to transform in response to his breath. Zhang Yang's body synchronized with the shifting energy, visibly altering his demeanor. He felt a warmth emanating from his facial features as his internal organs underwent a thorough cleansing, and his limbs felt liberated. It was as if he had expelled all impurities from his body. In an instant, a wave of relief washed over him. The interface revealed that the 1st level of the Primordial Heart Sutra had ascended to the 2nd level. Upon opening his eyes, he perceived the world around him magnified several hundred times. He gazed at the table, and it instantly expanded as he focused on the cup atop the table. It too enlarged, revealing its intricate design with crystal clarity. As Zhang Yang gazed again, the details of the cup magnified incessantly, revealing even the minuscule bubbles formed during its firing, visible only under a microscope. He withdrew his gaze and strained to listen. Next door, a quarrel erupted, while another neighbor reprimanded a child. In yet another adjoining household, the television played Friends. Zhang Yang retracted his abilities, and the cacophony faded into silence. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have reached the 2nd level of the Primordial Heart Sutra, awakening your auditory and visual capabilities, granting you the powers of clairvoyance and clairaudience. You are now able to comprehend all ancient texts and other languages. Additionally, you receive a bonus of $500,000. The following morning, as he opened the door to the martial arts school, Li Si was already squatting at the entrance, eagerly awaiting class. Zhang Yang inquired if he had eaten breakfast. Li Si patted his belly and shook his head. He was too excited today and had rushed over early. Zhang Yang prepared 2 bowls of yanchen noodles, and after their meal, he took Li Si aside, intending to introduce him to a few revered ancestors, akin to storytelling. Li Si, are you there? Your grandfather mentioned you had started school. Suddenly, 2 voices called out from outside. Zhang Yang and Li Si stepped out to find a boy and a girl waiting at the door. Anren, Chenbai, I am here. Li Si exclaimed as he ran towards them, holding Zhang Yang's hand. This is my master. Master, these are my little friends. Greetings, master. I am Anren, as in safety. As in so. I am 6 years old. I am their big sister. Hello, master. Am Chenbi is my surname. It means wall. Greetings. The two children were familiar to Zhang Yang. He had researched the future prominent figures in the vicinity when setting his small goals. Anren's parents ran a well-known agency in Chinatown, the CUN Agency. Anyone arriving in America seeking work would head straight to Anren's parents' agency upon landing, which has assisted 70% of the Chinese immigrants in resolving their employment issues. Chenbai's parents operated the largest Huaxia supermarket in Chinatown, importing all goods directly from China, ensuring authenticity. As Chinese cuisine is quite popular in the United States, their supermarket had branches in every district. To his surprise, he had encountered two future luminaries right away, and it seemed his modest ambitions would soon be realized. Zhang Yang asked the children, "Would you like to hear a story?" Anren and Chenbai nodded vigorously, and he ushered the two children inside. While Zhang Yang had little experience with children, he was quite adept at storytelling. Chapter 7. First achieve a small goal, he spent a captivating morning recounting the heroic deeds and life experiences of the venerable Zhang Sanfeng. The three children were utterly entranced, refusing to leave even when lunchtime arrived. Zhang Yang promised to continue the tale the next day. Why can't we continue this afternoon? Anren gazed at Zhang Yang in bewilderment. Since Li Si was scheduled for practice in the afternoon, Anren and Chenbai reluctantly departed, while Li Si cheerfully returned for a meal, planning to return for class later. Zhang Yang, having spoken tirelessly throughout the morning, felt that relying solely on himself was insufficient. He needed to cultivate these children rather than shouldering the burden alone. Consequently, he ventured online to procure numerous books and DVDs on Tai Chi, Wing Chun, and Bajikwan, filling the shelves to capacity. Just after finishing his lunch, the three children arrived in a cheerful group. Anren and Chenbai immediately brandished their bank cards to enroll, prompting Zhang Yang to swiftly produce the card reader. Perfect. He had achieved the modest goal he had initially set. However, the relentless pace of supervising the children became overwhelming, leading Zhang Yang to prepare a guest room where the children could take a nap. After an hour, he roused them to engage in their practice. The trio stood together, practicing their horse stance. With the support of the Hunyuan Heart Sutra, Zhang Yang found the stance particularly effortless and correct. The children, however, struggled with their form and could not endure for long. They practiced the horse stance for a duration of 2 hours, albeit with interruptions. Nonetheless, they persisted throughout the session. After sending the children off, Zhang Yang reflected on the sensations following today as practice and realized that the firmness in his lower body while performing Tai Chi was markedly enhanced compared to usual. Thus, if he dedicated more time to the horse stance and built a stronger foundation, his stability would be as unyielding as rock. Evening was the designated time for practicing Tai Chi on the small rooftop. Upon his arrival, he noticed that the plants in the garden appeared somewhat wilted. The recent heat had caused him to neglect watering the flowers. After completing a set of Tai Chi, he observed that the number of onlookers had significantly dwindled compared to previous days. Following his session, he checked the system interface. Host, Zhang Yang identity. Master of the Zhang Martial Arts School lifespan, 2190 martial arts. Hunyuan Heart Sutra skills. Wing Chun 1, Tai Chi 5. Bajikwan 1 martial value, 20 tasks. Accept disciples, 35. Hunyuan Heart Sutra, second layer, 1. Vision and hearing, awakened 2. Strike control, unawakened 3. Rapid speed, unawakened 4. Mysterious flame, unawakened 5. Air control, unawakened 6. Object manipulation, unawakened 7. Frenzy, unawakened 8. Divine annihilation, unawakened 9. Domain, unawakened ding. Congratulations to the host, Zhang Yang, for achieving Tai Chi 5. Congratulations to the host, Zhang Yang, for receiving $100,000. Splendid. Splendid. The host, Zhang Yang, is encouraged to continue striving. System, could you divulge how much the reward would be if I were to enroll 5 students? Apologies. The system failed to detect what the host, Zhang Yang, wished to know. Never mind. I shall ponder ways to take on an apprentice. I certainly do not have $1 million to spare for you. Zhang Yang thought about watering the plants the following morning and thus arose early to fetch the hose. However, upon inspecting it, he discovered that the hose was damaged with several cracks. He resolved to purchase a new hose and afterward indulge in a breakfast of soy milk. Turning left upon exiting the Zhang martial arts school, he found a breakfast shop at the second intersection, renowned for its authentic northern delicacies, including genuine soy milk. Residents of Chinatown who relish soy milk flock to this establishment whenever they have the time during breakfast hours. The shops in Chinatown generally open early, and as Zhang Yang strolled out, the small vendors were already setting up, greeting him warmly upon his arrival. "Master Zhang, so early. Good morning to you too." Zhang Yang surveyed the area and located the hose. "Could you please assist me in retrieving a hose? I need one for watering the flowers, a long, flexible one." "Absolutely. You know, it's high time you replace that old hose. The one you used for watering your school was purchased for me a decade ago. I've mentioned it to your master countless times, yet he has not replaced it." This was not the first time Zhang Yang had heard the term master. But who was his master, truly? Upon his arrival in this world, he had no recollection of such a figure. He feigned a casual demeanor. He is quite the nostalgic type, stubborn in his ways. I cannot sway him. The shopkeeper sighed, wrapping up the hose and giving Zhang Yang a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Cheer up, Master Zhang. Even though your master has been missing for so long and there is still no word, it may not be a bad thing." Zhang Yang silently noted this matter in his heart. "You are right. Take good care of the little garden your master left behind. It is precious indeed." "I shall." After bidding farewell to the shopkeeper, Zhang Yang passed by the breakfast shop, casting a glance at the soy milk he had initially intended to enjoy. But his heart was not in it. The mystery of his missing master warranted further investigation. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted outside, and Zhang Yang looked up to see a bowl of soy milk hurtling toward a small boy standing beside him. Reacting swiftly, he positioned himself in front of the child and extended his hand, deftly catching the flying bowl. With a graceful twist, he employed Tai Chi to stabilize the contents, preventing a splash. The breakfast shop owner fell to the ground, yet the bowl and soy milk remained securely in Zhang Yang's grasp. Suddenly, a pair of arms wrapped around his leg, and a pitiful voice exclaimed, "Master, you just saved me. That was incredible." Looking down, Zhang Yang realized it was none other than Chun Bai, the new apprentice he had accepted the day before. A fervent applause erupted around, with voices proclaiming Master Zhang's prowess. Chun Bai's mother, having arrived a bit late, hurried to her son's side, repeatedly expressing her gratitude to Zhang Yang. With an air of a recluse, Zhang Yang waved his hand dismissively, asserting that saving lives was merely a duty, as they were all part of Chinatown, neighbors bound by shared ties. Furthermore, since the child had entered his martial arts school, he considered him his pupil and felt a responsibility to protect him. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through the commotion. "Wow, Zhang, you're amazing." It was Colonel Roddy, much to Zhang Yang's surprise, appearing in casual attire. "I happened to pass by and didn't expect to witness you in action." After exchanging pleasantries, someone called out to Zhang Yang from a distance. Before departing, Zhang Yang, "Hey, I must introduce you to Tony. I told him I met a super expert, but he didn't believe me." Zhang Yang felt genuinely grateful for his support. Chapter 8. Rising fame following the incident at the breakfast shop, Zhang Yang gained a measure of fame in Chinatown. Many approached him with inquiries about his classes, yet few were genuinely interested in enrolling. In the evening, the owner of the breakfast shop brought in an 11 or 12-year-old boy, the child displaying a distinct reluctance. "Master Zhang, do you remember me? I'm old Luo from the breakfast shop." Old Luo. Luo Yuan nudged the boy forward. "This is my son, Luo Yuan. I wanted to ask if he could still practice at 12. Zhang Yang glanced at the boy, who sported dreadlocks, neon-striped pants, a hoodie adorned with a large skull, and shoes studded with spikes. Clearly, he was a rebellious little rascal. The owner seemed unable to manage him and hoped that this training camp might redirect the child's energy. Zhang Yang, ever the optimist, replied, "I could train anyone, regardless of age. Even at 42 or 52, I can accept students. Martial arts knows no age. Every stage of life has its suitable practice, provided one has the heart." "Huh, such grandiloquence, but you merely seek the enrollment fee." Luo Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Yang, brimming with disdain. "Hey, fighter, if I learn from you, can I take on 10 opponents? If you can defeat me, then you can take on 10. Fine, wait here, I'll get my gear. If you can best me, I'll train with you." With that, he dashed off in a flash. Old Luo looked apologetic as he turned to Zhang Yang. "Master Zhang, I truly regret this situation. Ever since our child was born, my wife and I have been preoccupied with running the shop to provide a better life for him. You see, He likely feels neglected, thinking we care only for money. Master Zhang, you truly understand. The child often claims we only see wealth. He questions why we even brought him into this world. In his rebellion, he resorts to fighting and causing trouble. One day, he suddenly announced his intention to acquire a new skill, and naturally, we were overjoyed. We provided him with the tuition fees he required. Zhang Yang remarked, "Ah, the plight of parents everywhere. Did he indeed use the tuition to pursue his studies?" "Yes, he did." "What did he learn?" "Boxing." Zhang Yang continued. "It was at a place in Chinatown run by an American." He pointed out, "It's the building diagonally across from you, adorned with a Hulk image." How serendipitous. Unfortunately, after my child took up boxing, he became even more prone to fighting. I enrolled him in numerous management schools to no avail. So, he seems to possess some discipline. Zhang Yang stroked his chin, pondering whether he had perhaps cultivated an aura of invincibility, leading them to believe he was omnipotent. At that moment, Luo Yuan burst in, clad in boxing attire. "Come on," he declared, confidently bumping his boxing gloves together, creating a couple of resounding thuds. Zhang Yang contemplated for a moment before producing a sticker. "Let us establish a new rule." "What, are you afraid?" "The match was set for 10 minutes. I shall not strike you at all, yet you may attack me. Are you belittling me? I will affix this sticker to your back, and if I manage to take it within 10 minutes, I shall be the victor." Hearing this, Luo Yuan considered the proposal and, after gauging their heights, deemed it feasible. "Fine, let us proceed as you suggest." Zhang Yang affixed the sticker to Luo Yuan's back, and they both positioned themselves in the center of the arena. As soon as Luo Yuan steadied himself, he assumed a fighting stance and launched himself toward Zhang Yang with remarkable speed. Zhang Yang adopted a Tai Chi posture, remaining still. Mid-attack, Luo Yuan halted, his face contorted in anger. "What does it mean that you stand there immobile? Do you look down on me?" Each individual learns differently. Just as you wear boxing gloves to train in boxing, a young girl dons ballet shoes to practice ballet. So, your skill consists of standing still? This is merely one of my techniques. I can compel your surrender without striking a blow. We shall see. With that, Luo Yuan charged again. In the instant his fist flew toward Zhang Yang, Zhang swiftly sidestepped, causing Luo Yuan to strike nothing but air. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yang calmly grasped Luo Yuan's wrist and, using the principle of leverage, propelled him forward while tripping him, sending Luo Yuan tumbling uncontrollably. With a deft movement, Zhang Yang maneuvered behind Luo Yuan, tore off the sticker from his back, and yanked him back by the collar. Instead of landing face first, Luo Yuan was pulled back and plopped down onto the ground. He looked up in disbelief at the sticker in Zhang Yang's hand, then glanced at the clock hanging in the hall. "Wow, Master, you are incredible." Chenbai found himself standing at the doorway with his mother, who had rushed over to embrace Zhang Yang's leg. "Brother Luo Yuan, you have lost." Luo Yuan glared menacingly at Chenbai. "Chenbai, dare to repeat that." Startled, Chenbai quickly hid behind Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang frowned. Luo Yuan's hostility was palpable. He extended his hand, pinching Luo Yuan's neck with 2 fingers, temporarily impairing his vocal cords. As Luo Yuan attempted to curse Zhang Yang for his sudden action, he discovered he was rendered speechless. "If you cannot speak, then remain silent and observe. Your father stands right behind you." Everyone present was astonished by Zhang Yang's display of power, gazing at him in disbelief. Ignoring them, Zhang Yang turned to Chenbai. "What brings you here? Have you not practiced your horse stance sufficiently this afternoon?" "No. I came with my mother to express our gratitude for your rescue this morning," Chenbai replied. His mother entered with several gift boxes, placing them aside. After the duo expressed their thanks to Zhang Yang, they departed. Luo Yuan, seething with anger, pointed at his neck and then at Zhang Yang. In an instant, Zhang Yang stepped on Luo Yuan's foot, causing him to yelp in pain. Once he finished his outburst, he realized he could speak again. "Now that the fight is over, return home to your father." Luo Yuan remained motionless. "Rest assured, I will come to the martial arts school tomorrow." "No need." Zhang Yang shook his head. "Only those who genuinely wish to learn will truly acquire knowledge. Those who come begrudgingly merely waste time." "I shall not teach you." Luo Yuan scoffed. "Regardless, I keep my word. I lost, so I will come tomorrow. I will not teach you even if you come. I will come regardless." After declaring this, Luo Yuan ran off, his father, old Luo, beaming with gratitude toward Zhang Yang before following him home. Within the span of a dinner in Chinatown, The events that transpired at Zhang Yang's martial arts school that evening spread like wildfire. The children, curious yet fearful, refrained from approaching Luo Yuan to inquire about the specifics, instead seeking out Chunbai for answers. However, Chunbai was at home practicing his horse stance and breath control, preferring to retire early rather than engage in idle chatter. The legend of Zhang Yang grew ever more mystical. Chapter 9. A special respect the next day. As Zhang Yang opened the door, he noticed passers-by glancing around his martial arts school with intrigue. He stood there, perplexed by the commotion. It turned out that Luo Yuan had arrived early, bearing pancakes, fried dough, and mung bean juice. Here, my father asked me to give this to you. Thank you, Uncle Luo. Zhang Yang accepted the breakfast and stepped inside, with Luo Yuan following closely. The news of your victory over me has spread. Did Uncle Luo spread it? Why not assume it was Chunbai? Chunbai lacks the courage. Zhang Yang began to unpack the breakfast, discovering that Uncle Luo had even included mung bean juice for him. Have you had breakfast yet? Luo Yuan asked, clutching his stomach and shaking his head. Zhang Yang pushed the plate of breakfast forward. There's enough for 3. Your father prepared your portion as well. Luo Yuan looked astonished. How did you know? Is it not easy to guess? Zhang Yang replied. Luo Yuan, you truly haven't taken the time to observe your parents. I see them every day. No, you do not. Zhang Yang sipped his bean juice, savoring its exquisite flavor. Are you aware that your father has a back injury? When he came the other day, I noticed his gait was incorrect. Such a posture results from prolonged bending. Zhang Yang tapped the bowl of bean juice with his chopsticks. Such authentic bean juice. I suspect your father must have risen at 3 in the morning to begin grinding and simmering it. Luo Yuan fell silent. Zhang Yang took another bite of the flatbread. The texture and crispness of this flatbread must have required kneading and fermenting the dough from 4 o'clock in the morning to achieve this perfection. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yuan picked up a piece of flatbread and began to eat it bite by bite. This child still knows his gratitude, Zhang Yang thought to himself, nodding in approval. There was still hope for him. After finishing breakfast and clearing the table, Zhang Yang went to the rooftop to practice Tai Chi. Luo Yuan watched for a while, attempting to mimic the entire set, but failing to grasp the essence. Zhang Yang paid him no mind, completing his practice before watering the rooftop plants and heading downstairs to wait for Li Si and the others. Upon their arrival, Li Si and the others instinctively called out to their master before jogging around the hall. After 2 laps, they began stretching and then assumed horse stances. Zhang Yang joined in, demonstrating perfect form. Luo Yuan stood aside, arms crossed, observing in silence. After a while, the children took a break, each grabbing a book from the shelf to read. Curious, Luo Yuan approached and picked up a book on the history of Tai Chi, becoming engrossed in it for quite some time. When he finally lifted his gaze, it was already noon. Li Si and the others had returned home for lunch, and Zhang Yang had entered the kitchen. Remembering Zhang Yang's words from the previous day, Luo Yuan felt a rebellious spirit surge within him. He ventured into the kitchen. I want to eat too. Zhang Yang, seated at the table enjoying noodles, gestured towards a bowl across from him. Luo Yuan looked at the bowl in surprise. How'd you guess I was hungry? Is it truly difficult to guess? Zhang Yang replied, casting him a glance. Have you ever heard the saying, the barking dog seldom bites? Are you comparing me to a dog? At least you incessantly make noise, yet when it comes to confrontation, you falter. Your punches yesterday lacked proper stance from the very beginning. Once again, Luo Yuan fell silent. Zhang Yang finished the last bite of his noodles. Having finished his meal, Zhang Yang instructed, once you finish your bowl of noodles, be sure to wash your own dishes. This was merely a bowl of dragon beard noodles adorned with a single egg. If you find it unpalatable, you may return home. Uncle Lao Luo will prepare a multitude of delectable dishes for you. With that, Zhang Yang ascended the stairs for an afternoon nap. As the afternoon unfolded, Zhang Yang noticed the absence of Luo Yuan. Night fell, yet Luo Yuan remained elusive. The following morning, as Zhang Yang opened his door, he was greeted by Luo Yuan, who appeared at his doorstep, carrying a portion of breakfast. Come, Zhang Yang beckoned, leading him into the kitchen. Upon laying out the breakfast, he paused, noticing that its presentation was rather unappealing. Glancing at Luo Yuan, he continued to arrange the meal with an unperturbed demeanor. After a lengthy silence, Luo Yuan could no longer contain himself and inquired, "Do you not feel that today's breakfast is different? The appearance is quite unattractive. If I were a customer, I surely would not purchase it. Would you not?" Zhang Yang responded, "Did you prepare this?" "How would you know?" Luo Yuan retorted, Because Uncle Lao Luo possesses far superior culinary skills. Zhang Yang set the breakfast on the table, but after a couple of bites, Luo Yuan set down his utensils. Master Zhang, I wish to learn martial arts from you. I am willing to start from the very basics, even if it means practicing running or stretching. Really? Zhang Yang regarded Luo Yuan, preparing to deliver a word of caution. Your spirit is rather tempestuous. However, you are still young. Such fervor is merely a sign of youth. Yet the journey to temper that spirit is arduous. I am unafraid, Luo Yuan declared, producing an envelope and handing it to Zhang Yang. This is the tuition my father provided. 600 for Tai Chi and 300 for Wing Chun. Zhang Yang glanced at the envelope and promptly accepted it. You are simply handing it over? Luo Yuan looked at him in disbelief. Shouldn't you at least hesitate a moment? This is tuition, not a red envelope from relatives during the new year. Furthermore, you seem to think you are seasoned in the world, yet in reality, you have little understanding of it. Luo Yuan opened his mouth, but no words emerged. Later that morning, when Chun Si and his companions arrived, they found Luo Yuan diligently cleaning the training area. Upon their arrival, he began to practice alongside them. The fierce demeanor he typically exhibited had vanished, and he even poured water for them graciously. In the afternoon, he remained engrossed in a book in front of the bookshelf, with a notebook beside him. After the afternoon practice concluded, he stayed behind to tidy up the space before departing. News of Luo Yuan's transformation under Master Zhang's guidance spread that evening, leaving many incredulous. Who is Luo Yuan? He is the most rebellious child in Chinatown, the most notorious troublemaker, always ready for a fight. He was either engaged in combat or on his way to one. Yet, when the crowd saw him assisting Uncle Lao Luo at the breakfast stall the next morning, they began to question their perceptions of the dawn. In an instant, Zhang Yang quickly established a towering image in the hearts of the parents. Many wished to send their troublesome children to him, yet Zhang Yang, citing a lack of genuine desire to learn martial arts, declined their requests. The following day, Luo Yuan arrived with a friend. Master, this is my friend Jack, whom I met at the boxing gym. Zhang Yang scrutinized the youth before him. By his experience, this boy did not appear to be particularly promising. However, observing Luo Yuan's camaraderie with him, it was clear that Luo Yuan regarded him as a close friend. Does he wish to learn martial arts? Yes, master, can he? Of course. On the day your father brought you to me, I stated that regardless of age, be it 70 or 80, there exists a suitable path for learning. It merely depends on one's heart. Luo Yuan immediately extolled his friend's virtues, asserting that Jack possessed greater talent than himself. Zhang Yang accepted Jack as a student, and after the payment was made, Jack expressed a desire to tour the martial arts hall, prompting Zhang Yang to have Luo Yuan show him around. Chapter 10. The Dual Task Mode Activated Ding. Congratulations, host Zhang Yang, for completing the disciple recruitment task. The system rewards you with 350 martial arts points, a bonus of 500, a Wing Chun insight card, and a medical text. Zhang Yang hastily revisited the system interface. Host, Zhang Yang identity. Master of the Zhang Martial Arts Hall lifespan. 2190 cultivation method. Hun Yuan Heart Sutra skills. Wing Chun Fist 1, Tai Chi Fist 6. Bajiquan 1 martial arts points. 370 items. Wing Chun insight card, medical text tasks. Nun Zhang Yang ponder the medical text. Was it something to be self-studied? Ding! The system provides an additional hint. Alongside the medical text, there is also a pharmacological text. Would you like to accept the task to obtain the pharmacological text? The system excitedly notes that having both texts together is especially beneficial, potentially having the learning time and yielding unexpected surprises. Zhang Yang found the excessive enthusiasm somewhat distasteful. It seemed the system had adopted a playful tone. However, for the sake of the pharmacological text, he chose to endure it. System, could you divulge the nature of the task? Apologies, host. This request is beyond my capabilities. The system remained tight-lipped regarding such spoilers. Very well, I accept the new task. Ding. Task issued. Please complete a modest achievement in Tai Chi within 10 days. Upon completion, you will receive 200 martial arts points. Failure to meet this task will result in a deduction of $1,000,000 and a reduction of 5 years from your lifespan. What? This punishment lacks creativity. It's merely a repetition of gold and lifespan deductions. Please practice diligently. Upon reaching 500 martial arts points, you may engage in a lottery or redeem abilities. Zhang Yang gazed at the task list, somewhat perplexed. Why is there no progress bar this time? Host, as long as your progress in Tai Chi reaches 15. The modest achievement will be deemed complete. So this is how it is. Moreover, when the host reaches the 15th level of Tai Chi, upon obtaining the medicinal scripture, both the medicinal and medical texts will be unlocked together, leading to unexpected results. System, if I unlock Wing Chun within these 10 days, the task will remain unaffected, correct? Zhang Yang recalled the $300 in tuition fees paid by several children, all of which were for Wing Chun. He couldn't let them down. Rest assured, host. This will have no impact whatsoever. Then I shall use the Wing Chun comprehension card now. Ding. Host Zhang Yang has utilized the Wing Chun comprehension card. Instantly, a wealth of Wing Chun knowledge flooded into Zhang Yang's mind, and gradually, an entire set of Wing Chun techniques began to materialize in his consciousness. Standing before the wooden dummy, he closed his eyes and slowly extended his hand, beginning to mimic the Wing Chun moves that unfolded in his mind. Upon opening his eyes, he felt a twinge of pain in his arms. This wooden dummy is too unforgiving. After just one round, my forearms are already swollen. I reckon that by the time I finish practicing Wing Chun, my arms will have acquired the resilience of steel. System, are there any other martial arts we can learn? Particularly those that can bewilder our adversaries? We currently possess techniques of soft overcoming hard, using strength against strength and hard blocking. Let us try something different. Ding! Congratulations! Host Zhang Yang has activated a new skill acquisition quest. Upon completing 10 days of Wing Chun practice, you will acquire the skill, Vanishing Fist. Wow! Vanishing Fist! How splendid! Ha ha ha! I never expected that a casual practice would yield such delightful surprises. Zhang Yang laughed heartily, astonished by his own fortune. He felt an ertosing, ho du hiervoines technique, Vanishing Feast. Just as Zhang Yang was reveling in his joy, his phone rang. Seeing an unfamiliar number, he dismissed the call. However, the persistent ringing grew annoying, and when he finally answered, he was ready to unleash a tirade. Instead, a deafening noise erupted from the other end, reminiscent of a bar atmosphere. Hey, Zhang, it's James. Zhang Yang was taken aback. It was Colonel Rhodes. He was out partying? Before Zhang Yang could respond, a cacophony ensued, followed by a slurred voice. Hey, darling, are you Rhodey's sweetheart? Come play with us. Zhang Yang Sigit. Could this inebriated person be Tony Stark? Sorry, Zhang. Tony is drunk and took my phone to call you. How'd he get my number? Of course he has it. Zhang Yang realized. After all, Iron Man had an artificial intelligence, but he feigned ignorance and asked anyway. Rhodes paused for a moment. It's a long story. In short, I apologize. I'll make it up to you tomorrow. With that, without waiting for Zhang Yang's reply, he hung up. Zhang Yang gasped in exasperation. What on earth was happening? Chapter 11. Your uncle is still your uncle. Early the next morning, Zhang Yang moved a wooden dummy to the rooftop garden. The onlookers, noticing that he had ceased his Tai Chi practice, were filled with curiosity as they observed him engaging in combat with a wooden figure. It was unclear who among the crowd first shouted Wing Chun, but soon others echoed with Ip Man. The astonishment spread as more people gathered at their windows, balconies, and the rooftop to witness the spectacle. After completing an entire set of Wing Chun with steady poise, Zhang Yang watered the garden and then descended. Upon his arrival downstairs, Luo Yuan was already present, having set the dining table with breakfast while mopping the lobby floor. Zhang Yang, holding a bowl of bean juice, sat on a wooden stool and beckoned Luo Yuan with a wave. Drenched in sweat, Luo Yuan approached, his gaze averted from Zhang Yang. Speak. What is it you wish to ask of me regarding your friend Jack? After a moment's contemplation, Luo Yuan took a small chair and sat beside him. Master, Jack isn't a bad kid. I know he simply wants to see my martial arts school and understand what makes it better than his father's boxing gym. How do you know that? They don't resemble each other at all. Luo Yuan, even if he bears no resemblance to his father, they're still bound by blood. Their facial features were carved from the same mold. Luo Yuan was taken aback. Zhang Yang took a sip of his bean juice and produced the tuition fee Jack had given him the previous day. Return this to him. His task is already complete. If he truly wishes to learn, I would, of course, accept him. You understand this well. Thank you, Master. Luo Yuan took the envelope containing the money, but hesitated. Master, if I learn martial arts from you, will I be able to open a school one day, earn a fortune, and support my parents? Zhang Yang pondered for a moment. realizing that making a fortune might be an unrealistic expectation. With the system support, he had effortlessly earned hundreds of thousands of dollars in just a few days. Observing Luo Yuan, a young man who had turned his life around, Zhang Yang felt reluctant to extinguish his hopes. My martial arts school is merely my means of survival. Beyond this, I possess no other skills. If you were to suggest I follow in your father's footsteps and open a breakfast shop, I fear I would starve. Luo Yuan, I am pleased that you wish to reform, but your father's primary intention in sending you here was not for you to learn martial arts to make money. I know. He wants you to discipline me. Then tell me, have I disciplined you these past few days? Have I ever instructed you to clean or tend to your younger siblings? Luo Yuan shook his head vigorously. Exactly. Luo Yuan, this is for your own good. Deep down, you are a kind-hearted, gentle, and attentive child. Luo Yuan nodded, some understanding. As he touched his neck, Master, may I learn acupressure from you? That technique you demonstrated the other day was particularly impressive. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow, finally arriving at the crux of the matter. Certainly, given your character, you are capable of studying traditional Chinese medicine. However, I must inform you that the path to becoming a physician is arduous, especially since you are still in school, which will only add to the challenge. Will learning traditional Chinese medicine enable me to master acupressure? The technique I used the other day merely involved my knowledge of your vocal cords, combined with years of practice, allowing me to temporarily impact your vocal cords so you could not speak. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhang Yang advised him to remain patient and first focus on mastering the foundational skills. He casually tossed a book on meridians to him, instructing him to memorize the diagrams of the channels. In truth, Zhang Yang had given considerable thought to Luo Yuan's pursuit of medicine. It was a feasible endeavor. The martial arts school comprised 3 floors. The ground floor housed the training area, kitchen, and storage, alongside a small garden where vegetables were cultivated. The 3rd floor contained 3 rooms, one of which he occupied. Another was uninhabited, presumably belonging to his master, and the last was completely empty. The 2nd floor was largely vacant, save for a study. The rest were empty rooms. It was on this floor that he had cleared a space for Li Si and the other children to take their afternoon nap. Zhang Yang resolved that once he mastered the medical texts, he would convert half of the 2nd floor into a small clinic. He had observed that while there were several traditional Chinese medicine clinics on this street, they primarily offered acupuncture and cupping, lacking comprehensive services from diagnosis to rehabilitation. When the time came for him to consult patients, he would certainly require an assistant. Hiring someone from outside would incur wages and might not guarantee share values. Among his few apprentices, Luo Yuan was the oldest, and having turned his life around, he had demonstrated commendable character. Furthermore, the boy showed great potential, making this a mutually beneficial arrangement. Watching Luo Yuan cheerfully stow the book on human meridians in his backpack, Zhang Yang leisurely sipped his bean juice. You young one, you are still the same. Not only did he manage to keep him compliant, but he also ensured he was wholeheartedly willing to comply. With the unlocking of Wing Chun, it was time for the children to practice more than just the horse stance. In the afternoon, aside from the horse stance, Zhang Yang also had them practice the air zi qian yang ma, and Ran was perplexed as to why Wing Chun's horse stance was different. The storytelling teacher Zhang reemerged to narrate the history of Wing Chun. The little ones were so engrossed in the story that they were reluctant to leave, only to be startled into fleeing by a stern glance from Luo Yuan. Once the children departed, Luo Yuan remained to practice alone for a while. After tidying up, he was preparing to leave when his friend Jack arrived, bringing along 5 or 6 individuals bearing bruises and injuries. Upon entering, he was quick to blame Luo Yuan for not attending, asserting that it was the reason for their defeat in today's altercation. He demanded that Luo Yuan pay for his medical expenses and insisted that they teach Luo Yuan a lesson. Zhang Yang felt his temper rising. These insolent brats dared to extort money from someone he held in high regard and to bring violence onto his territory, showing utter disrespect for him as their host. He stepped forward, gripping Luo Yuan's collar and pulling him back. Have your elders not advised you against causing a ruckus on someone else's ground? Jack scoffed, rolling his eyes. My father's boxing gym is thriving, while your martial arts school is merely a haven for children. Are you running a kindergarten? Zhang Yang retorted. I quite enjoy being the principal of a kindergarten. What concern is it of yours, you little brat? Weren't you the one who sought me as a mentor? Now, you turn your back on me? He continued. Only cowards refuse to reflect on their failures, instead choosing to blame others. What did you say? Are you brave enough to fight us? I will not engage in a trivial brawl with you. 10 days from now, let us meet at your nearby boxing gym. I shall have Luo Yuan face you, while I contend with your father. Should I lose, I will compensate you with $50,000 for medical expenses. Upon hearing the sum of $50,000, Jack readily agreed. It seems we have arrived just in time. Zhang Yang glanced toward the source of the voice and saw Tony Stark and Colonel Rhodes standing at the entrance. Colonel Rhodes waved his hand, stating, "We came to make amends, as discussed last night." Stark shrugged. "I was dragged along, but since I'm here, why not be a witness to this spectacle?" Zhang Yang intended to decline, but Colonel Rhodes already shouted, "Let us do it." Zhang Yang felt a sudden wave of exhaustion wash over him. Chapter 12. The system upgrades silently after Jack departed. Luo Yuan was filled with worry. "Master, you should not have agreed to their demands. They are nothing but a gang of ruffians, and Jack's father is not a good man. And what of it? If you do not confront them, they will continue to trouble you. Luo Yuan, I am imparting an important lesson. Sometimes, seeking peace is not the best choice. Rather, it could be an even worse option than conflict. In truth, the declaration of a match in 10 days was born from Zhang Yang's confidence in training Luo Yuan within that period. Though Luo Yuan had a rudimentary understanding of boxing, he possessed a fierce tenacity. In the coming days, I will teach you the principles of Tai Chi, the soft overcoming the hard. After all, we are neighbors, and should you win too decisively, it may embarrass them excessively." Luo Yuan looked on in confusion. "The boxing ring is not particularly large. We will simply stipulate that being thrown off the platform results in a loss. There is no need for you to engage in direct confrontation. Simply evade continuously and, at a crucial moment, lend him a hand, ensuring he stumbles from the stage." Luo Yuan instantly comprehended this. It was akin to the day when, "Master, you secured the sticker from my back, was it not?" Zhang Yang felt a sense of satisfaction, recognizing the potential in this young lad. To enhance his learning, Luo Yuan chose to reside at the martial arts school, and Zhang Yang permitted him to select a room on the second floor for his accommodation. The news of their impending confrontation with Jack's boxing gym swiftly spread throughout Chinatown, with many siding with Zhang Yang. After all, aside from Luo Yuan, Jack had been another troublesome figure in Chinatown. However, since enrolling in school, Jack had largely shifted his misdeeds to the confines of the school or the alleys outside Chinatown. Nevertheless, his notorious reputation echoed throughout the community, as some children in Chinatown attended the same school and occasionally faced demands for pocket money after classes. In contrast, Luo Yuan had never stooped to such behavior. He could never bring himself to solicit money from younger students after school. Thus, despite his somewhat tarnished reputation over the years, the people of Chinatown did not harbor animosity towards him. Upon hearing the news, Uncle Luo felt a tinge of concern. When Luo Yuan returned home to pack his belongings, Uncle Luo accompanied him. Zhang Yang meticulously explained to Uncle Luo that incessantly conceding would only embolden the enemy, and he was soon persuaded. Luo Yuan was particularly astonished by his father's transformation. Master managed to sway his father in merely 10 minutes. "How'd you do it?" "My father initially intended to persuade you, yet he ended up being convinced by you instead. Young lad, I have traversed more paths than you have salt in your diet. Do you think I am unaware of your father's concerns?" Zhang Yang straightened himself, adopting a serious demeanor. "Your father sought to persuade me out of fear for your safety. He is an honest man, having toiled diligently throughout his life, always inclined to yield to others. While his deference may appear commendable to some, to individuals like Jack, it is perceived as timidity and weakness. It is commendable for him to wish for you to inherit his virtues, yet such virtues are not invariably beneficial. In situations like today, continued deference will only invite further encroachment. I asked your father whether he wished to protect you or put you in harm's way. Being a sensible man, he quickly grasped the crux of the matter." Luo Yuan gazed at Zhang Yang with admiration, suddenly recalling the word Zhang Yang had once imparted to him. Indeed, he had not truly glimpsed the realities of society. Contemplating this, Luo Yuan found his admiration for Zhang Yang deepening. Zhang Yang instructed Luo Yuan to relocate a wooden dummy onto the rooftop, where he taught him a series of techniques for training with it. Each morning, he practiced Wing Chun for as long as he trained on the wooden dummy. In the morning, Zhang Yang engaged in training with Li Si and others, matching their intensity. By the afternoon, the exercises doubled in intensity. In the evening, Zhang Yang imparted some Tai Chi principles to him, and they practiced together, delving into the practical essence of the techniques. Zhang Yang maintained a rigorous schedule of Wing Chun in the morning, Tai Chi in the afternoon, and further Tai Chi training in the evening. Upon reaching the 9th day, he decided to check his status interface. Host, Zhang Yang identity. Master of the Zhang Martial Arts Academy lifespan. 2190 techniques. Hunyuan Heart Sutra skills. Wing Chun 5. Tai Chi 14. Bajiquan 1 martial arts value. 370 all items. Medical classics tasks. Tai Chi minor achievement task completed. Reward. 200 martial arts value. Task failed. Penalty. $1 million, deducted 5 years from lifespan. Task. 10 days of Wing Chun practice. 910. Completed. Reward. Skill Mirage Fist. Hunyuan Heart Sutra. Second layer 1. Vision and hearing. Awakened. 2. Repel Strike. Unawakened. 3. Speed. Unawakened. 4. Mysterious Flame. Unawakened. 5. Levitation. Unawakened. 6. Object Control. Unawakened. 7. Fury. Unawakened. 8. Divine Annihilation. Unawakened. 9. Domain. Unawakened. This cannot be. Was it not stated that upon advancing skills by 5 levels, one could acquire some of living funds? I have fulfilled the requirements for both Wing Chun and Tai Chi, so why have I not received any notification? System. Come forth. We must discuss life. Ding. A gentle reminder from the system. Due to the increasing capabilities of host Zhang Yang, the intelligence of the system has also evolved, leading to an upgrade unbeknownst to the host. What does that have to do with my lack of living funds? Host. If the living funds for the Tai Chi progress bar are not dispensed, they will be awarded upon the completion of the Tai Chi task, with the bonus doubled. The same applies to Wing Chun. The system inquired, would host Zhang Yang like to withdraw living funds now? No, no, no. That is unnecessary. A doubling opportunity. How can I let that slip away? I find your intelligent enhancement quite commendable, but can we perhaps negotiate? Host, please proceed. I request that in the future, when there are opportunities for merged rewards, I receive prior notice. It is rather unsuitable for a host to remain uninformed. Ding. The system has acknowledged the host's request and has confirmed it. The host request is indeed reasonable. The system will henceforth provide timely reminders to host Zhang Yang. That is more like it. You may take your leave. Very well. Good night, host. Oh, now, the system even says good night. Zhang Yang gazed at the numbers on his progress bar, his heart filled with contentment. With this momentum, he now awaited tomorrow's duel. Chapter 13. What is a swift kill? The two parties had agreed to convene for their competition at 2:30 in the afternoon. However, Tony and Colonel Rhodey arrived well before noon. Unabashed, Tony plopped himself down at the dining table after Zhang Yang had prepared the meal, cheerfully declaring, I hope you don't mind my joining you for lunch. Thank you. Ro Yuan intended to step out to procure some food, believing that the fare from Zhang's kitchen might not meet the standards of his billionaire. Yet, before he could even reach the door, he was pulled back by his master. Zhang Yang prepared a bowl of plain noodles for each of them, adding a poached egg in each bowl as a gesture of hospitality, alongside an extra dish of pickled radishes and preserved vegetables on the table. What is this? Tony, encountering pickled radishes and preserved vegetables for the first time, took a bite and expressed his delight. Seeing his enjoyment, Zhang Yang added more preserved vegetables to his bowl, saying, try mixing it with the noodles. Tony took a bite, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Wow, Zhang, if you were to cook for me, I would pay you $100,000 a month. Truly, a man of wealth. After lunch, Zhang Yang and Ro Yuan practiced for a while before they all set off for the boxing gym. As Tony, the billionaire playboy, made his entrance, a wave of screams erupted. Zhang Yang felt as if his eardrums might burst. Before the match commenced, both sides settled on their respective benches. Zhang Yang observed Jack's father, while Ro Yuan whispered introductions in his ear. Jack's father was also named Jack. Within the boxing community, he was referred to as Old Jack, while his son was called Young Jack. His full name was Jack Hansen. Zhang Yang nodded in understanding. Mr. Hansen, I have a spontaneous suggestion. Would you be open to hearing it? Go ahead. Old Jack replied nonchalantly, adding, regardless of what you say, you're destined to lose. Zhang Yang, undeteret, reminded tearful. In boxing, points are scored within a time limit. However, our competition usually revolves around a knockout or forcing the opponent out of the ring. Might we establish a new rule for this match, merging our styles? Elaborate, Old Jack inquired. Let's use the boxing ring as the venue and set a limit of 15 minutes. Within this time frame, the competitor who is hit more times shall lose, and whoever falls out of the ring shall also be deemed the loser. Additionally, If anyone concedes within those 15 minutes, they lose. Don't get ahead of yourself regarding conceding. The competitors then engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors to determine the order of appearance. Old Jack side won, sending out young Jack first. In response, Zhang Yang's team sent out Ro Yuan. Today, Ro Yuan donned a traditional white martial arts uniform, the neckline tied just below his throat, with the top reaching slightly past his hips and the trousers extending just beyond his ankles, complemented by a pair of black cloth shoes. His once dreaded hair had been neatly cut into a sharp crew cut, giving him an invigorated appearance. Observing Zhang Yang beside him, donned in a similar training attire, but with a longer top that reached his thighs, one could not help but notice how this ensemble rendered him even more ethereal. As Luo Yuan ascended the stage, the onlookers could scarcely believe that this was indeed Luo Yuan. His appearance and demeanor seemed to embody a complete transformation. Once the competition commenced, the typically aggressive Luo Yuan, who was known for his relentless forward charges, surprisingly refrained from rushing in, opting instead for evasion throughout the match. Each time little Jack's fists narrowly skimmed past his nose and hair, a collective gasp of trepidation arose from the crowd. However, as time elapsed, a sense of unease began to permeate. Despite Luo Yuan's near misses, his evasion appeared effortless, devoid of any strain. The anxious spectators gradually felt a surge of exhilaration, with some even beginning to cheer for Luo Yuan. Having evaded for 5 minutes, Luo Yuan deliberately exposed a vulnerability at the edge, employing the technique Zhang Yang had once used against him, leveraging Jack's momentum. With a swift pull, Jack was sent careening past him. Moreover, Luo Yuan recalled his mentor's reminder that the boxing ring was enclosed. With a deft lift of his foot, he hooked Jack's calf, while simultaneously aiding in elevating his torso. In a mere flick of finesse, he sent Jack tumbling over the ropes of the boxing ring. A moment of silence ensued, followed by an eruption of fervent applause. Luo Yuan, well done. Luo Yuan, marvelous. Luo Yuan. Old Jack, witnessing his son being toppled, felt an overwhelming surge of fury, his face flushing crimson as he charged towards the ring. You dare to strike my son? I shall make you pay. In an instant, Zhang Yang, perceiving old Jack's advance, rushed onto the stage to shield Luo Yuan, even managing to nudge him towards the edge. As old Jack's fist swung towards him, Zhang Yang executed a wing chun block, deflecting the blow. Luo Yuan stepped down. Without hesitation, Luo Yuan complied and exited the ring. Your opponent is me. Do not mistake your target. Bullying a child is no feat, you scoundrel. Today I will show you what boxing truly means. Then I shall also demonstrate to you another term beyond martial prowess. What? Do you know what it means to be annihilated? Defeated. The mere utterance of the word defeated ignited old Jack, who immediately charged forward with his fists raised. In a fluid motion, Zhang Yang utilized a wing chun block combined with Tai Chi's principle of soft overcoming hard, capturing old Jack's fist and seamlessly spinning him around. Throughout the whirl, he discreetly maneuvered old Jack to the edge, lifting his foot to deliver a precise kick that sent the elder sprawling out of the ring. The kick was aimed deliberately at the base of his spine, ensuring that the old man would feel the repercussions for days, unable to sit comfortably. Zhang Yang's victory over old Jack was achieved in less than a minute, including the time spent in dialogue prior to the bout. This is truly a moment of exhilaration. Wow, Zhang, amazing. Tony's exuberant cheers jolted the astonished crowd back to reality, igniting an even more fervent round of applause. Zhang Yang clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, expressing gratitude to everyone. Turning to face Jack and his son, he offered them a similar salute. Luo Yuan approached, bowing obediently without an ounce of resentment. Li Si and Ran and Shun, all clad in the martial arts school's practice attire, joined in with a formal bow of their own. Many elderly onlookers sighed, exclaiming, "This is the true martial spirit of our magnificent China." Uncle Luo was determined to drag Zhang Yang to his home for dinner that evening. Zhang Yang agreed to visit after locking up for the night, and suggested that Luo Yuan return home to pack his belongings, making it convenient for him to head back as well. Tony insisted on joining for dinner. "What do you need to come for? At least I cheered for you today," Tony said with an air of entitlement. "Isn't there a reward for those who cheer?" Zhang Yang shot him a sidelong glance. "If you wish, I will be more than happy to distribute sweets door to door tomorrow in gratitude." Tony touched his nose. "I was just joking. I suddenly developed an immense fondness for Chinese cuisine after having that noodle for lunch. Colonel Roddy sighed from the side. Zhang, if you don't let him go, he will find a way to tag along anyway. Just let him come. I want to taste it too. Ultimately, Zhang Yang relented. And Uncle Luo was even more delighted upon hearing the news. The more, the merrier. After all, his son had emerged victorious today. Chapter 14. A new skill unleashed. The meal was a chaotic affair, with Tony seemingly enchanted by Chinese cuisine, consuming half the feast all by himself. When Uncle Luo suggested toasting with Erguo too, not only did he agree, but he also competed in drinking with Uncle Luo, ultimately being carried back by Colonel Roddy. After returning to the martial arts school, Zhang Yang summoned the system. Ding! Host Zhang Yang, good evening. I have completed my task. Where's my reward? Ding! Congratulations. Host Zhang Yang, for accomplishing the task of achieving a minor success in Tai Chi. Progress in Tai Chi is now 15. Reward: 200 martial arts points, with an additional reward of $1 million. Congratulations, Host Zhang Yang, for completing 10 days of Wing Chun practice. Reward: skill, Mysterious Fist. Wing Chun has now reached level 6, with an additional reward of $500,000. Zhang Yang stroked his chin, contemplating the interface thoughtfully. Not only had he fulfilled the task requirement of reaching level 5 in Wing Chun, but he had now surpassed it to level 6. System: I recall you mentioning the medicinal scripture last time. I didn't scrutinize it closely. How come this task doesn't mention the medicinal scripture? Zhang Yang felt he had placed too much trust in the system, primarily anticipating the medicinal scripture. After listening for a lengthy period without hearing about it, he realized he hadn't paid close attention to what the system had said. He had been solely focused on accepting the task, completing it, and awaiting the rewards. System: let's have a discussion about life. Host: is there a medicinal scripture? Where is it? Please display it on the interface. Ding! Please decide whether to spend 500 martial value to draw a lottery or exchange for the medicinal scripture. Damn it! So I was here waiting for him. I have accumulated martial value to draw lots and enhance my own strength, not to exchange it. Host: the medicinal scripture is also intended to enhance one's strength, not for exchange. Then if I choose to draw, what are the prizes? The lottery prizes include $1 million, $2 million, and so forth, up to a cap of $10 million. Additionally, there are premium rewards such as the 8 Extremes Insight card. Stop, stop, stop. I understand the lottery prizes now. They are all basic. Please choose, Zhang Yang, whether to use 500 martial value for a lottery or an exchange. Exchange. I must exchange. I will use 500 martial value to obtain the medicinal scripture. Ding. The medicinal scripture has been exchanged. Would you like to use it along with the medical scripture? Confirm. Ding. The medicinal and medical scriptures have been used. Please, Host Zhang Yang, unlock the new skill, Qi Huang Technique. Zhang Yang felt an overwhelming rush of knowledge flooding into his mind in that instant. After sitting for a moment, he could no longer withstand the influx and lay down on the bed. However, the sheer volume of information was exhausting, and he soon fell asleep. Even in his dreams, his brain continued to absorb knowledge. Awakening promptly in the morning, Zhang Yang felt rejuvenated, as if he had been entirely revitalized. He quickly accessed the interface to review the system's so-called new skill from the previous night. Host: Zhang Yang Identity, Master of Zhang's Martial Arts School Lifespan, 2190 Cultivation Technique, Hunyuan Heart Sutra Skills, Wing Chun 5, Tai Chi 15, 8 Extremes 1, Misdirection Fist 1 Martial Value, 70 All Items, None Tasks, None Hunyuan Heart Sutra, 2nd Level 1, Vision and Hearing, Awakened 2, Deflection, Not Awakened, 3, Speed, Not Awakened 4, Profound Flame, Not Awakened 5, Aerial Control, Not Awakened 6, Object Manipulation, Not Awakened 7, Fury, Not Awakened 8, Divine Extinction, Not Awakened 9, Domain, Not Awakened. The newly added Qi Huang Technique signifies exceptional medical prowess. How can I enhance this? The host can establish a medical clinic to heal and save lives, thereby improving the Qi Huang Technique. The system warmly reminds, combining internal and external skills with the Qi Huang Technique can yield unexpected results. That's remarkable, Zhang Yang exclaimed, slapping his thigh. I will establish the clinic this month. Calculating his recent earnings and the remaining funds, Zhang Yang realized he had less than $2 million. First, he needed to purchase the tools for traditional Chinese medicine, diagnostic instruments, herbal supplies, cabinets for storing herbs, and tools for preparing the medicine. Beside the study, there are two small rooms that could be connected to create a large cabinet for storing traditional Chinese medicine. Zhang Yang calculated that the funds he had were far from sufficient. System, do you have any suggestions for making money? Ding. A warm reminder, recently, a serial killer has escaped into Chinatown, and capturing the fugitive comes with an official reward of 100,000, alongside a system reward of 5 million. System, can you provide the location of the suspect? Ding. The system will offer the location to the host free of charge. Zhang Yang sprang to his feet, eagerly rubbing his hands together. It was time to rid society of this menace and uphold justice. He was determined to confront the fugitive, driven by the prospect of 5 million. Chapter 15. Punishing evil and upholding justice. The system swiftly provided the criminal's location. He was lingering near Uncle Luo's place, likely drawn by the dim surroundings, with only Uncle Luo's house still illuminated. Well then, when heaven offers a path, you refuse to take it. When hell opens its doors, you willingly walk in. Zhang Yang accelerated, racing towards the entrance of Uncle Luo's breakfast shop. Upon arrival, he spotted a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard and unkempt brown hair, crouching by the wall. The man's appearance made it difficult to discern his features, leading any observer to believe he was merely a vagrant. However, under the streetlight's glow, Zhang Yang noticed the glint of a knife in the man's hand. His gaze was fixed on the door of Uncle Luo's house, as if waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Zhang Yang felt that merely incapacitating such a social scourge would not suffice. According to the system's information, this wanted criminal had silenced 2 families within a week, leaving no one safe, from the elderly to the young. With determination, Zhang Yang summoned the power of the Hunyuan Heart Sutra and instantly appeared beside the man, swiftly knocking him unconscious. He dragged the criminal into a nearby alley and targeted his meridians and pressure points, delivering a series of precise blows. The first strike sealed his voice, the second left him numb. From the third strike onward, the blows became less gentle, each targeted at the correct acupoints and meridians, causing the man to awaken in pain. Each strike landed precisely where it hurt most, awakening amidst the pain, yet unable to resist due to the numbing sensation. He could only endure Zhang Yang's relentless assault until he eventually succumbed to unconsciousness. Seeing the man incapacitated, Zhang Yang calmly dragged him back to the entrance of Uncle Luo's establishment, then leisurely approached the door. Halfway there, he suddenly sensed a gaze upon him. Utilizing his awakened abilities, he discerned a figure lurking in the shadows. A man clad in black, bearing a bow, an arrow. Could it be Hawkeye? Zhang Yang altered his course and walked towards him. Did you just witness that? Hawkeye nodded. You are quite impressive. Damn, impressive? Once he masters the Supreme Harmony Sutra, he will surpass you. Hawkeye gazed at the unconscious fugitive. I had a friend who helped me, and he was murdered. I intended to avenge him tonight. Zhang Yang understood that Hawkeye and his companions often assumed ordinary identities to blend into society for a while, during which they would form numerous friendships. However, these connections were merely fleeting memories. The fugitive, unfortunate enough to be the target of Hawkeye's vengeance, was indeed in dire straits. I'm sorry, but I must take action first. Zhang Yang glanced at his bow and arrows. I assent it better for him to face the law. You don't seem like an ordinary person. You could allow him to suffer more alive than dead. You are right. Hawkeye nodded. I will make sure to handle matters properly for you later. With that, he vanished into the shadows, swiftly departing. Zhang Yang turned and continued towards Luo Yuan's home. Luo Yuan was just about to assist his father in closing the shop when he spotted Zhang Yang, momentarily taken aback. Master, what brings you here? I realized I dropped my keys at your place, so I came to retrieve them and stumbled upon an unexpected surprise. Unexpected surprise? Luo Yuan, fetch some rope and bind the person who has collapsed at the intersection and make sure it's secure. Luo Yuan peered towards the intersection and indeed saw a person on the ground, a knife lying beside him. Master, there's a knife on the ground. How could a serial killer fugitive be without their tools? What? A serial killer fugitive. Go on. I have already dealt with him. He can hardly move now. Be brave. Luo Yuan hurriedly dashed inside to grab the rope, while Uncle Luo rushed out upon hearing the commotion. Zhang Yang nunchalan bin done, turning his back to the shop's surveillance camera, discreetly retrieving the keys from his sleeve where the camera could not see. He then pretended to extract the keys from a blind spot. Uncle Luo, hearing the noise, followed Luo Yuan outside. Just as Zhang Yang stood up with the keys in hand, Luo Yuan had already dashed off to bind the suspect, while Uncle Luo bore an expression of relief. Master Zhang, if it weren't for you tonight, our family might have faced disaster. I have already called the police. In our culture, we have a saying, luck. Today, we narrowly escaped calamity, and with Luo Yuan turning back to the right path, it is all thanks to you, Uncle Luo. I dare not claim such credit. We have merely encountered a benefactor. Just as the two conversed, Luo Yuan returned. The three of them gathered chairs at the entrance, waiting for the police to arrive. Uncle Luo drove with Luo Yuan and Zhang Yang, accompanying the police car to the station to provide their statements. The arrival of the police car at night roused many from their slumber, and the incident spread by the following day. Zhang Yang rose to prominence in Chinatown after defeating Old Jack, earning him considerable fame. Many parents approached him with inquiries about whether their children could learn martial arts, as numerous individuals sought to emulate Li Si and others by enrolling in multiple classes. Upon observing the children eager to enroll, Zhang Yang noted that they were older than Li Si and younger than Luo Yuan, all of them at the age suitable for elementary school. Engaging in two disciplines might prove to be taxing for them. He explained that if Li Si and his peers were to attend elementary school, they would need to make choices. As for Luo Yuan, having been apprehended multiple times for fighting, he received a notice of expulsion on his very first day at the Martial Arts Academy. Uncle Lao is currently assisting him in finding a new school. Otherwise, how could he possibly find the time to attend the academy? After careful consideration, Zhang Yang's martial arts school accepted 4 new children, who would attend every weekend, 2 studying Tai Chi and 2 learning Wing Chun. Following the events of the previous night, Luo Yuan became increasingly focused on his martial training. One afternoon, when Li Si arrived, Old Master Li accompanied him, wishing to discuss the possibility of Zhang Yang teaching the staff at his restaurant some martial arts techniques. Given the restaurant's renowned reputation, it attracted a diverse clientele, including those prone to causing trouble. The old man had assembled 7 or 8 waiters to practice under. Yet the results were less than satisfactory and often led to escalated conflicts. In business, fostering a harmonious environment is essential, and the amicable manner in which Zhang Yang and Luo Yuan won their match in the arena, coupled with the final gesture of respect, convinced Old Master Li that this was the approach he desired. Zhang Yang contemplated deeply as he regarded the elder. The transformation in Luo Yuan was attributed to the calming of his aggressive tendencies, a state achieved through years of dedicated practice. What is Master Zhang implying? He wondered. If one wishes to resolve issues amicably, one's heart must remain tranquil throughout the process. Zhang Yang had previously explained to Luo Yuan that for neighbors, winning or losing in such matters was often unseemly. As long as he remembered to avoid confrontation, he had already claimed victory. I understand Master Zhang's message, Luo Yuan replied. Chapter 16. Regret for insufficient preparation after Old Master Li departed. Li Si leapt onto Zhang Yang's lap. Master, I shall dedicate myself to my studies, punishing the wicked and upholding justice. You are familiar with these 2 idioms. Zhang Yang exclaimed. Mother has recently been teaching me idioms. After learning about last night's events, she just taught me today. Zhang Yang sighed, aware that martial artists should defend the weak, punish the wicked, and uphold justice. Yet he never intended for everyone to pursue the villains. Once Li Si expressed his determination, he dashed off to continue practicing with An Ran and Chun Bai. Luo Yuan crouched beside Zhang Yang, holding a small notebook. Master, after that person regained consciousness yesterday, he was in immense pain, yet upon examination, there were no bruises to be found. How did you manage that? Zhang Yang glanced at him sideways, impressed by his attentiveness. Have you finished reading the book I gave you? Luo Yuan shook his head. After finishing, find the answer yourself, and then come to me for verification. Regardless of whether it is right or wrong, I shall explain it to you. Luo Yuan immediately nodded and turned to read. Come back. Luo Yuan, halfway to his destination, turned around and crouched beside Zhang Yang. Master, do you have any instructions? Finish your horse stance before you read. All right. Luo Yuan quickly joined Li Si and the others in a line to practice the stance. In the evening, Zhang Yang carried several gift boxes and entered Chun Bai's home. He sought to explore avenues for sourcing traditional Chinese medicinal herbs through the Chun family. Upon hearing his request, the Chun family readily agreed. During their conversation, Zhang Yang noticed that Mr. Chen's posture was entirely incorrect. Mr. Chun, your stance appears to be misaligned. I have a chronic back injury, Mr. Chun dismissed with a wave of his hand. I regularly undergo cupping and acupuncture. As long as it doesn't worsen, I'm fine. If you don't mind, I could take a look. I have some knowledge in this area. Mr. Chun extended his hand for Zhang Yang to check his pulse, while Zhang Yang examined Mr. Chen's back. Forgive my candor, but your back injury is not the primary issue. May I inquire if you've taken a fall in the past year? Landing on your hip? Mr. Chun was taken aback and nodded. I fell in a bathroom earlier this year, and since then, my back pain has intensified. Your issue lies not in your back, Zhang Yang remarked, having felt Mr. Chen's lumbar region without finding any problems. However, your hip appears misaligned, likely due to the fall. Coupled with your existing back pain, the discomfort radiates upwards, leading you to believe your back injury is severe, when in fact, the main pain is in your hip. The Chen family was astonished as Zhang Yang pressed on the affected area of Mr. Chen's hip, causing him to flinch in pain. He then pressed on the area of the back injury, which elicited less discomfort. Have you experienced frequent urination or incontinence in the past month? Mr. Chen nodded. I always thought it was due to excessive socializing in my youth that led to my current health issues. Zhang Yang instructed Mr. Chen to find a place to lie down and employed his skills to correct the misalignment in Mr. Chen's hip. Do you have any bandages? Yes. Chen Bai eagerly volunteered to fetch a bag from the supermarket. Zhang Yang used the bandage to secure Mr. Chen and then prescribed a herbal remedy. This bandage will only cover the upper hip and will not interfere with your daily restroom visits. Return to me in 3 days to remove it, and I will check your recovery progress. Since your incontinence has persisted for a month, simply correcting the hip will not suffice. You will need herbal assistance. If you are accustomed to traditional medicine, follow this prescription. Take a small spoon after dinner, simmer 3 bowls of water down to 1. After expressing their gratitude, when the Chen family offered to pay for the treatment, Zhang Yang declined, feeling it inappropriate to accept payment for assisting others. The affairs of the Chen family remained under wraps. After all, it would be quite disgraceful for a prominent figure to experience such a lapse. Consequently, the incident involving Zhang Yang's display of skill had yet to reach the ears of Chinatown. Zhang Yang was in search of someone to renovate the 2nd floor, and the following day, he entrusted 3 children to Luo Yuan while he ventured out to seek a suitable renovation company. Unfortunately, none of the establishments he visited met his standards. As Zhang Yang passed by a shop selling hammers and timber, an idea struck him. Perhaps he could undertake the renovation himself. However, he recognized that such specialized tasks are best left to professionals. Upon returning to the martial arts hall after a day of fruitless inquiries, he found the elderly Mr. Li awaiting him. Earlier that day, Li Si had returned home and informed his grandfather about the master's search for a renovation team. Mr. Li had utilized the same construction company for his restaurant and building renovations over the years. Both parties were among the earliest Chinese immigrants to establish their businesses in the region, having spent generations building their enterprises. With the renovation issue resolved, Mr. Li took Li Si away. Zhang Yang observed the old man's retreating figure, sensing that he wished to cultivate a friendship. With matters now progressing, Zhang Yang intended to expedite his practice of the 4th layer of the Hunyuan Heart Sutra, yet there remained a pressing matter to address. System appear. Where's my reward? Ding. Congratulations, host, on capturing a wanted criminal, upholding justice, and receiving a reward of $5 million. System. I inquire. I've already attained the 2nd layer of the Hunyuan Heart Sutra, and I'm gradually working on the 3rd. Is there any method to accelerate this practice? The host may cultivate according to the principles of the Hunyuan Heart Sutra or complete tasks to enhance the sutra. Then present me with a task, one that allows for both internal and external training. Ding. Would the host accept the arduous task of practicing on the plum blossom poles for 100 hours? Upon completion, the reward will be 300 martial arts points and a new skill, Tai Chi sword. Failure to complete the task will result in a deduction of $1 million. The host can practice the Hunyuan Heart Sutra on the plum blossom poles, with results beyond expectation. Absolutely. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang accepted the task. The plum blossom poles were located behind the vegetable garden, currently unused and cluttered with various items. That night, Zhang Yang cleared the area, moving everything to the warehouse, and washed the ground and the poles with a hose. By morning, the water had dried, and upon testing the poles, he found them to be quite satisfactory. After practicing Wing Chun upstairs, he stood at the plum blossom poles, adopting a horse stance. When Luo Yuan arrived and attempted to practice, he could barely endure a fraction of the usual time required for the stance before giving up, even stumbling as he descended. Li Si and a few others clamored to join, prompting Zhang Yang to find a small wooden platform 5 centimeters high for them to practice on. However, it was not long before the children also came down. Their lower stances were not yet stable enough to hold. With an innocent expression, Li Si asked, "Master, when will I be able to stabilize my stance?" As I awaited your stance, I contemplated delivering a swift kick. The image lingered in my mind, and I departed, feeling despondent. Luo Yuan, brimming with eagerness, was swiftly dismissed by Zhang Yang. His stance was still unsteady. Any attempt to engage would only lead to regression. Zhang Yang had spent the morning standing upon the plum blossom poles, diligently practicing his daily horse stance and the 2-character clamp sheep horse training, followed by a comprehensive routine of Tai Chi and Wing Chun. Upon completing the entire regimen, he realized that this method of practice surpassed the sensations experienced while training on solid ground. As he circulated the essence of the Hunyuan Heart Sutra within his body, he noted a significant enhancement in fluidity. After a brief session, he discovered he had transcended to the 3rd layer of the Hunyuan Heart Sutra. Chapter 17. The skillful hand returns. Spring progress at the traditional Chinese medicine clinic was underway, with channels for herbal procurement being explored, while the renovation team was finalizing the blueprints. One cannot deny that experience bears fruit. Having finalized the renovation plans on a splendid sunny morning, the team commenced work at the martial arts school. During the midday break, Chun Bai's father paid a visit, and Zhang Yang escorted him to the study on the 2nd floor. He was taken aback by the rapid transformation of the space, not anticipating Zhang Yang's swift progress. After showing him around, Zhang Yang adjusted his hips once more, this time with Chun Bai's father equipped with a medical-grade correction belt, replacing the previous bandage with professional tools. "Master Zhang, I felt considerably better the next day. The pain was not as severe as before," he remarked. "That is splendid news. Rest assured, I have inquired about the herbal import channels you requested. Once your renovation is complete, provide me with a list, and I shall procure everything you need." "Thank you for your efforts." Zhang Yang then took his pulse. "Have you not consumed the herbal medicine?" At this, Chun Bai's father wore a pained expression. "I followed your prescription, but the concoction I brewed tastes akin to watered-down coffee, devoid of the essence of traditional herbs." He produced a bag from his earlier entrance, filled with the herbal materials. Upon inspection, Zhang Yang confirmed that the ingredients were correct but inadequately processed. The herbs, having journeyed across the seas, were insufficiently dried and somewhat damp. This slight moisture was not catastrophic, but it likely stemmed from Chun Bai's father's lack of thorough preparation prior to boiling. Contemplating this, Zhang Yang retrieved a cloth pouch from his drawer. "Do you use an electric herbal stewing pot?" "Indeed, I set the time, and it brews automatically. This prescription requires a clay pot over high heat. The electric stewing method lacks efficacy." "Not to worry, I shall administer a few acupuncture needles." "Please, remove your trousers." "Remove my trousers?" "Indeed." Chun Bai's father hesitated, clutching his waistband in turmoil, but ultimately resolved to recline upon the chaise longue. "Master Zhang, if the acupuncture takes a while, please explain to my wife. It is not my intention to be away for so long." "You hold a profound love for your wife, indeed." This sentiment filled Chun Bai's father with an undeniable pride. Zhang Yang, however, couldn't help but smirk. It was, after all, his first experience sharing a room with a man who had shed his trousers, particularly one who wore adult diapers to prevent any unforeseen mishaps. Such an embarrassing encounter was unprecedented in his life, and yet the man continued to flaunt his affection. With a swift kick, Zhang Yang overturned that bowl of dog food. The following day, after administering acupuncture to Chun Bai's father, the latter joyfully arrived with his wife in tow, bearing 6 gifts. Since Zhang Yang had performed the acupuncture the previous day until midday today, approximately 24 hours, the elder gentleman had not experienced any incontinence. Proudly, he patted his own backside and declared, "Master Zhang, I am not wearing an adult diaper today." Chun Bai's mother playfully kicked her husband, prompting him to cease his boastful chatter. Zhang Yang genuinely believed that the success of the Chun family was largely attributable to Chun Bai's mother. It was evident that without her, Chun Bai's father might have found himself embroiled in numerous business mishaps, leading to tales of his escapades circulating far and wide. On the day Zhang Yang treated Chun Bai's father, he felt quite uncomfortable as Chun Bai's mother observed him with a curious gaze. Meanwhile, Chun Bai's father, brimming with pride, pointed to the needle inserted into him and explained to his wife the sensations associated with it. This couple was truly a match made in heaven. Anyone who dared to claim they were ill-suited would have Zhang Yang to contend with. After 3 consecutive days of acupuncture, Zhang Yang returned the medicinal herbs that Chun Bai's father had brought. During this period, aside from practicing martial arts and treating Chun Bai's father, he had spent his time sunbathing the herbs. He meticulously ground all the herbs and packaged them for convenience in an electric herbal pot. Chun Bai's parents now regarded Zhang Yang as their esteemed guest, almost going so far as to host a banquet to have Chun Bai acknowledge Zhang Yang as a godparent. After finishing his herbal concoction, Chun Bai's father earnestly purchased another batch and visited Zhang Yang's martial arts school to learn how to handle the herbs properly. Correcting and regulating one's health is a long-term endeavor, yet it was evident that the symptoms Chun Bai's father had previously exhibited had vanished. With the right approach to nurturing his vitality, recovery was within reach. In recent days, he ventured out more frequently, each time emanating a sense of triumph akin to winning a lottery worth millions. Chun Bai's father had a small hobby, strolling the park with birds and playing chess. The park was filled with elderly gentlemen and ladies, all enjoying their golden years, reminiscing about their youth when they would dance the nights away. Now content to linger in the heart of Chinatown's garden. Noticing Chun Bai's father's cheerful demeanor, they approached him, eager to uncover the source of his joy. He tactfully omitted the less favorable details and instead shared the miraculous recovery facilitated by Zhang Yang's skilled hands. Indeed, the power of the elderly is formidable. In less than 2 hours, the renowned skills of Zhang Yang had resonated throughout Chinatown. By dinner time, it was not only the heart of Chinatown that buzzed with excitement. Even the surrounding areas were aware of the miraculous healer that had emerged. Many took advantage of their post-dinner stroll to visit the martial arts school, curious to see if anyone truly sought treatment. Observing construction workers coming and going and noticing elderly ladies inquiring, Zhang Yang simply stated that he was in the process of renovating a pharmacy. Having taken on apprentices, he felt the need to protect his students, who were prone to the occasional mishap. When the inquisitive ladies pressed further, asking if he could attend to their ailments, Zhang Yang responded affirmatively, suggesting he could first take their pulses and prescribe remedies, as he lacked any formal setup at the moment. In an instant, a throng of elderly individuals surged forward, eager to have their pulses checked. Gazing at the evening sky, Zhang Yang reflected on a saying: one often brings about their own misfortune, no matter how much it hurt. A grandfather remained a grandfather, and a grandmother remained a grandmother. Zhang Yang spent the entire evening taking pulses from more than a dozen elderly patrons, discovering that most were in good health, with only a few suffering from age-related conditions. He advised those with such ailments to engage in Tai Chi at the park. One grandmother enthusiastically exclaimed, "How do we do that? We even have a Tai Chi group for the elderly." She then proceeded to demonstrate a sequence for him. While it was indeed Tai Chi, the execution was far from precise, with many movements lacking accuracy, potentially leading to injury. Zhang Yang offered them some guidance. But when a grandfather brandished his bank card, eager to pay, Zhang Yang declined politely, thinking it absurd to accept money when he was simply trying to blend into the community. After bidding farewell to the elderly, Zhang Yang glanced at his interface and couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. What the heck? In just a few days, my mastery of the healing arts has reached level 7. Chapter 18. Dominating the Heart of the Park Ding. Congratulations, host. Your mastery has reached level 7, and you are rewarded with a bonus of 1 million. Wait a moment. System, why was there no notification when I reached level 5? Your interface clearly states that each increment of 5% grants a monetary reward. Are you just now informing me of this? Ding. Please refrain from harboring malicious assumptions regarding this system's genuine affection for you. Ugh. Affection. Zhang Yang felt a wave of nausea. Was this system not supposed to be the ultimate martial arts system? In his view, it should be renamed the ultimate cuteness system. Well, I won't harbor ill thoughts about your affection, but I do expect an explanation. The host has not activated the continuous notification service. Ding. Would you like to enable the continuous notification service? What is this reminder service all about? Surely, it cannot be akin to the incessant text alerts from banks, can it? Is there a fee involved? Fear not, dear host, for the system is designed solely to assist you and will not demand anything from you. Apart from your cessation of usage, if the final word is love, then you needn't elaborate. This affection weighs heavily upon Zhang Yang, who feels ill-equipped to bear such a burden. After a brief silence, he realized the system had yet to respond. Zhang Yang reflected. Perhaps his directness had inadvertently hurt the system. If the system were to be gendered, and he were to imagine it as a female entity, should he offer some words of consolation? He rummaged through his mind for the charming phrases he had encountered online, just as the system unexpectedly replied. Yes. What do you mean, yes? Zhang Yang was momentarily taken aback, but soon recognized that the system was indeed responding to his earlier query. Goodness. The final word is truly love. This is overwhelming. How absurd. Even a system comprehends love now. This world has truly reached a peculiar state. He glanced at the funds in his account and decided to call the landlord, inquiring whether she was willing to sell the building. She confirmed her intent to sell, initially quoting a staggering $8 million. Zhang Yang nearly dropped the phone in shock. After considerable negotiation, he agreed to pay an additional $2,000 in rent each month, prepaying a year's worth of rent. Within that year, the landlord could not sell the property. Once he amassed the $8 million, the building would be sold to him at that price as a priority. Should he manage to gather the funds before the year elapsed, he would forfeit any remaining rent. This was his pledge. The landlord pondered briefly before acquiescing. Zhang Yang promptly requested her account details to transfer the funds, explicitly noting the payment was for a year's rent. Although parting with such a substantial sum pained him, he deemed it worthwhile. To ensure the preservation of traditional medicine, he ordered high-quality materials for the renovations, even sourcing the wood for the medicine cabinet from China. He enlisted the expertise of a master carpenter from Chinatown, who had originally come to the United States to assist his son and daughter-in-law while caring for his grandson. Renowned for his craftsmanship, he had formed a friendship with the elderly Liu, having created intricate wooden designs for numerous Chinese restaurants. In his later years, he had retired. The elderly Liu personally visited him to express interest in Zhang Yang's project, and Zhang Yang prepared a special remedy for the master carpenter, signifying his respect and commitment. The master carpenter, in good health, agreed to assist Zhang Yang in this endeavor. They would await the arrival of the wood to commence work on the cabinet. Notably, the choice of wood for the cabinet had been suggested by the master carpenter himself, from purchase and transportation to customs clearance. The entire process had cost Zhang Yang nearly $1 million. During the day, as renovations were underway upstairs, Zhang Yang took several apprentices to the heart of Chinatown's park. Since his last experience of taking pulses for the elderly, he discovered that by attending to a certain number of individuals, he could also accumulate progress in his craft. These elderly folks were in excellent health, without any significant ailments, and by taking their pulses daily, he not only won their affection, but also expedited his advancement, a delightful dual benefit. Though these seniors appeared to lead mundane lives, spending their days playing chess, exercising, and walking their birds in the park, one could infer that their hearts were brimming with a desire for lively interaction. Seizing the opportunity presented by the ongoing renovations at the martial arts school, Zhang Yang, accompanied by Luo Yuan and a few others, ventured to the park with the intention of formally imparting Tai Chi techniques to Li Si and the others that morning. As for Luo Yuan, he had already grasped more than half of the fundamentals over the past 10 days. A gathering of seniors soon encircled them, eagerly expressing their desire to learn. Master Zhang, why not teach us too? Didn't you mention our movements were not quite right? They urged. Indeed, we wish to learn alongside the youngsters. Zhang Yang readily acquiesced. Sure, anyone interested may join. This will certainly benefit you. One elderly gentleman reached for his bank card, but Zhang Yang swiftly stopped him. No, you're being too formal. The youngsters shouldn't bear the cost alone. This is about learning a skill together. But this isn't merely a skill. Zhang Yang elucidated. What I am about to teach the youngsters is the most fundamental set, merely an introduction. Only with this foundation can one progress to the more advanced techniques meant for sparring. You're not going out to engage in brawls. We're here to learn the basics, which will serve well for physical exercise, and isn't that beneficial? Absolutely not, the elderly man exclaimed, waving his hand with a brave demeanor. I can fight too. Who says the elderly cannot defend themselves? If I encounter any ruffians, I shall stand up for justice, just like you. Zhang Yang felt a tinge of embarrassment at the old man's spirited ambition. Yet he could not concede to such a request. If your children find out I taught you to brawl, they will undoubtedly come looking for me. Zhang Yang exchanged a knowing glance with Li Si, who promptly engaged the old gentleman in a charming conversation to divert his attention. For the past few days of renovation, Zhang Yang had been guiding a group in Tai Chi at the park each morning, leading at the forefront, followed closely by Li Si and others, with the seniors trailing behind. Occasionally, when he turned to glance back, he felt like a distinguished figure parading through the streets, exuding an air of charisma. Each evening, as the seniors strolled past the martial arts school's entrance after dinner, they would ask him to take their pulses. In those moments, Zhang Yang felt akin to an imperial physician from ancient times, offering wellness checks to the nobility in the palace. However, within a couple of days, the respectful Master Zhang transformed into the more familiar little Zhang. When introducing him to outsiders, they would proudly refer to him as our Master Zhang. Should anyone dare to speak ill of Zhang Yang, they would soon encounter the ferocity of the elderly citizens of Huaxia. No one would tug at your hair or slap you. A mere spit from them could drown you. You would come to profoundly understand the allure of language. In just 2 weeks, the 2 rooms on the second floor of the martial arts hall were merged, the walls freshly painted, and Zhang Yang had firmly established his dominance in the heart of the park. At the entrance of the martial arts hall hung a birdcage containing 2 parrots, notorious in Chinatown. Who dares to touch my birds will face the wrath of the old master. It was a gift from a fiercely protective elder. Chapter 19. Arriving early, the old carpenter, tasked with crafting a traditional Chinese medicine cabinet for Zhang Yang's martial arts hall, had a fondness for fried sauce noodles. The most authentic fried sauce noodle restaurant in Chinatown was the Li Family Noodle House. For their first meal on the job, Zhang Yang took Luo Yuan along to treat the old carpenter to a bowl of these noodles. Upon the first bite, Zhang Yang was utterly captivated. It was exquisitely delicious. The elder, Mr. Li, stood nearby with a beaming smile. Indeed, Master Zhang, he proclaimed, I am not boasting. Even if the Hulk himself came and tasted my noodles, he would become enamored. At that point, he would forget all about wreaking havoc on the city and solely think of my noodles. Zhou King, Zhang Yang nearly choket, prompting Luo Yuan to quickly pour him some water. Look at that, the composed Master Zhang is also moved. Move my foot. Zhang Yang retorted. He had been so engrossed in his newfound venture that he almost forgot he was not originally from this world, nearly considering himself a native. This was Marvel, after all. A throng of heroes, with both superhuman and financial prowess. With his current abilities, would he be reduced to ashes? Yet, he still had time, did he not? Judging by his occasional conversations with Colonel Rhodes, Tony Stark was still several months away from the events of Iron Man 1. Rhodes had been complaining lately that Tony had once again succumbed to the charms of a certain someone, delaying their planned weapons demonstration by 2 months. If Tony continued to procrastinate, Rhodes threatened to kidnap him and take him on a plane. Upon learning that Zhang Yang was opening a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, Rhodes called to inquire if there were any of those mystical drugs from Chinese martial arts films that could help him ensure Tony would board the plane on time. Zhang Yang wished to say that indeed he could provide such a concoction, perhaps even a potent version that would induce a slumber lasting an entire day and night without interruption, all while guaranteeing no side effects. However, he refrained from voicing this. Considering the tumultuous friendship between Colonel Rhodes and Tony, if Tony were to stir up trouble, Rhodes would surely return to him seeking the drug. If Zhang Yang refused, Rhodes might even brandish a machine gun to extract it. It was wiser to avoid unnecessary complications. For now, all was peaceful. No alien invasions or troublesome old men snapping their fingers had yet appeared. System. Zhang Yang silently called within. Beep. Host, I am here. Zhang Yang fell into a momentary silence as a thought struck him. When he called out to his phone using voice recognition, the intelligent system within would respond. I am here. It felt somewhat surreal. If he were to master the Hunyuan Heart Sutra, would he possess the capability to combat calamities when they arose? Host. To a certain extent, that is indeed possible. What does to a certain extent entail? Does that imply a lack of ability to prevail? Host, you can triumph. However, it is impossible for you to defeat them all single-handedly. Zhang Yang felt as if an imaginary crow had flown overhead, mocking his predicament. Did I ever claim I would face an entire extraterrestrial army alone? The system retorted, did I ever assert that I wish to be a savior? I merely inquire if I can win. You can win. Zhang Yang sensed yet another crow flit above him. This time, the system's response was succinct, omitting its usual address of host. Enough. Engaging with this system was futile. Zhang Yang resolved to return to conversation instead. Luo Yuan, having finished a bowl of noodles, was eyeing another serving with a glint of mischief. Go ahead. Just make sure to run a few extra laps and practice your punches, Zhang Yang encouraged. Understood, master. With a cheerful disposition, Luo Yuan requested another bowl and began to slurp contentedly. Zhang Yang ordered a bottle of wine and beckoned Old Li to join him for a drink. In a casual manner, he broached the topic. Have you ever seen the Hulk? Old Li waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. By the time we rushed over to witness the commotion, the Hulk had already fled. When did that happen? A few years ago. Old Li leaned closer, whispering conspiratorially. Let me share a secret. Before he transformed into the Hulk, he had a beloved woman. She wanted to accompany him, but circumstances prevented their union. When we arrived at the scene, although the Hulk had already escaped, that woman sat on the ground, weeping inconsolably. Old Li sighed. I heard her father was a military man who participated in the operation against the Hulk. That poor girl, forced apart from the man she loved, while her father fought against him. Imagine if the Hulk were to return and seek her out. How could she face him? Even the melodramatic soap operas my wife watches pale in comparison to such tragedy. Zhang Yang contemplated the current timeline within the Marvel Universe. The Hulk had indeed appeared, though it was likely he was still in flight, making a recent appearance improbable. Iron Man had yet to surface, but in a few months his emergence was imminent. Following that would come Captain America, and soon after, the intricate tales of Thor and his family. Yet, a perplexing thought struck him. How could there already be advertisements for Captain America outside? Had the timelines become disjointed? Zhang Yang hesitantly continued to explore this anomaly. In the quaint town of Luo Yuan, a spirited conversation unfolded among the children regarding their preferences between the Hulk and Captain America. Without hesitation, Luo Yuan declared the Hulk. Captain America is older than my father. I could almost refer to him as grandfather. He was the idol of my father's generation, while our hero is the Hulk. Zhang Yang chuckled with delight, feeling as though he had arrived on the scene just in time, akin to catching the very first train. The thrill of witnessing the events depicted in the films was indeed something to eagerly anticipate. Chapter 20. The Youths and Their Virtue in Martial Arts Each Day. Zhang Yang diligently practiced on the plum blossom pole, striving to accumulate hours of training. At last, upon reaching the end of the progress bar, he exhaled deeply and sat down on the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Zhang Yang, for completing 100 hours of rigorous plum blossom pole training. Reward: 300 martial arts points. New skill acquired: Tai Chi sword. Zhang Yang opened the interface to examine his status. Host: Zhang Yang identity. Master of the Zhang Martial Arts School lifespan. 2190 martial arts. Primordial Heart Sutra. 3rd layer. Skills: Wing Chun 10. Tai Chi 17. 8 Extremes Collapse 1. Art of Qi Huang 7. Mysterious Trace Fist 1. Tai Chi Sword 1. Martial Arts Points 370. All items. None tasks. None Primordial Heart Sutra 3rd layer 1. Vision and Hearing awakened 2. Defensive Strikes unawakened 3. Swift Speed unawakened 4. Mysterious Flame unawakened 5. Sky Control unawakened 6. Object Manipulation unawakened 7. Fury unawakened 8. Divine Extinction unawakened 9. Domain unawakened. System, please reward me. My Wing Chun is at level 10. Ding! Congratulations, host Zhang Yang. You have earned a bonus of $1 million. Host, aren't you curious why your Wing Chun has upgraded so rapidly? Indeed, every time I practice on the plum blossom pole, besides cultivating the Primordial Heart Sutra, I also train in Wing Chun. Zhang Yang smiled proudly. After practicing Wing Chun on the pole for 2 days, he noticed a remarkable acceleration in his progress. Thus, he committed to a strict schedule of practicing on the plum blossom pole at dawn, noon, and dusk, ensuring he would always incorporate Wing Chun into his training. After his sessions, he would practice Tai Chi and take the children to the park to engage with the elders in their Tai Chi routines. As Zhang Yang placed his palms on the ground and gazed upwards, he noticed the absence of the moon, enveloped in darkness. The courtyard was dimly lit by a solitary, flickering pendant light. A phrase crossed his mind. A moonless night with a howling wind is a night for murder. He pondered this thought, realizing that some would indeed dare to act upon it. Ding! Task issued. Please apprehend the intruder with malicious intent and ensure they receive a profound lesson. Upon completion, rewards include 400 martial arts points, a bonus of $1 million, and a Tai Chi sword insight card. Failure to complete the task will result in a deduction of $1 million. The system kindly reminded him that Tai Chi and Tai Chi sword complement each other splendidly. The system has become increasingly shameful. Zhang Yang remained composed, seated quietly, when someone descended from the wall behind him and stealthily approached. Every movement was distinctly audible to Zhang Yang. Did this intruder not realize the importance of donning quieter footwear? The thud of their landing would surely rouse even the deepest sleeper. A stick flew through the air with a rush, and Zhang Yang instinctively tilted his head to evade it, swiftly rising to his feet. The assailants seemed equally astonished by their failure to execute a surprise attack. In the dim light of a small chandelier, Zhang Yang recognized the intruder. Little Jack. Is it the case that today's youth have no regard for martial ethics? Unable to accept defeat, they resort to ambush. Jack! Zhang Yang called out, causing little Jack to become flustered. With a sudden intake of breath, he wildly swung the stick he held toward Zhang Yang. With his hands clasped behind his back, Zhang Yang nimbly dodged left and right, while Jack swung for what felt like an eternity, failing to land a single hit. The two had retreated from the courtyard into the martial arts hall. Frustrated by his inability to strike, little Jack glanced at the weapon rack beside him and, in a moment of desperation, tossed aside the stick and seized a spring and autumn broadsword, charging forward. Zhang Yang get, not only do today, as children lack self-awareness, but they also seem oblivious to their own limitations. The broadsword was solidly forged, not merely a prop. In a word, it was heavy. A novice wielding such a weapon was akin to inflicting harm upon themselves. After a few futile swings, little Jack found himself exhausted and discarded the broadsword for a red tassel spear. Zhang Yang Sigid again. The youth not only lacked self-awareness, but also failed to comprehend the implications of their height. The red tassel spear towered over little Jack, and to wield it effectively required grand, sweeping motions. As he chased after Zhang Yang, he quickly realized he had chosen his weapon poorly. Thus, he cast aside the spear in search of a new armament. Zhang Yang merely observed as little Jack transitioned from the red tassel spear to a 9-section whip. This time, there was no need for Zhang Yang to evade, as Jack inadvertently struck himself with the whip. The pain elicited cries of anguish from little Jack. The strike was far too severe. The commotion in the martial arts hall attracted the attention of the nearby neighbors, who, disturbed by the noise, approached to investigate. Upon reaching the door, they found it ajar, and upon entering, they were met with a shocking scene. Little Jack, sword in hand, was poised to strike at Zhang Yang. At this moment, little Jack was consumed by rage. His repeated failures had ignited a fierce desire to harm Zhang Yang, transforming his initial intent of merely inflicting a minor injury into a fervent wish to eliminate him altogether. Zhang Yang noticed his neighbor at the door, apprehensive that young Jack, in a fit of rage, might recklessly wield harmful weapons and injure others. As Jack swung his sword, Zhang swiftly sidestepped and darted behind him, delivering a precise strike that rendered Jack unconscious. Master Zhang, are you all right? The neighbor inquired with concern. Zhang waved his hand dismissively. I am fine. Could someone fetch old Jack for me? He shouted go. The neighbor volunteered and hurried off. Old Jack, having indulged in drink, was fast asleep, prompting the neighbor to raise his voice. Soon, many were aware of the recent commotion, with numerous individuals donning their pajamas rushing over. Luo Yuan, clad in a tank top and oversized shorts, burst forth from the crowd. Master, are you well? What could possibly be wrong with me? That is good. He glanced at the unconscious Jack on the ground and rushed over to kick him in the leg. Hey, do not kick him. Otherwise, he might demand medical expenses from you. If he lacks martial ethics, do not reciprocate. Martial ethics? Young man, one must uphold martial ethics. Luo Yuan scoffed. He is far too young to engage in such ethics with you, a senior. As for me, being of the same generation, it is unnecessary. Fair enough, Zhang admitted, conceding to the logic. Chapter 21. A contest of ferocity. When the neighbor brought old Jack, he appeared dazed, as if caught in a haze of inebriation. Luo Yuan, fetch a cup of strong tea from the kitchen for old Jack. Luo Yuan dashed to the kitchen, pouring a cup of robust tea, which Zhang then used to grip old Jack's chin and force it down his throat. Old Jack shook his head, regaining some clarity. But upon seeing his son sprawled on the ground, he erupted in fury. What have you done to my son? What did your son intend to do? I found your son climbing over my wall in the dead of night, brandishing weapons from sticks to swords, intent on confronting me. If I had not incapacitated him, Would you expect me to present you with an injury report seeking compensation? The crowd responded in unison. Indeed, Master Zhang is adhering to martial ethics. Your son can harm others, but no one is allowed to retaliate against him. The onlookers voiced their opinions, and old Jack, in frustration, picked up a stick from the ground and hurled it toward the door. The stick veered off course, striking the doorframe with a resounding crash, demonstrating the force he exerted. Those gathered at the entrance regarded the stick with a sense of relief, the silence lingering for a few seconds before the atmosphere ignited with fervor. Old Jack, what do you mean by this? Old Jack has turned to violence. To his surprise, the crowd's uproar intensified, and with fists clenched, he prepared to charge forward. Zhang Yang chuckled inwardly, recognizing that old Jack truly lacked emotional intelligence. Zhang Yang extended his foot and tripped him. Old Jack, we have been neighbors for many years. Do not act impulsively. Get away from me. He scrambled to his feet, pointing at Zhang Yang. If you dare to trip me again, I will ensure you regret it. If you threaten me, I shall report your son to the authorities. The surveillance clearly captured the incident. Your son is guilty of attempted murder. Zhang Yang gestured towards the camera with a slight smile. I recall your son. He must have reached the legal age by now, hasn't he? Old Jack seized Zhang Yang by the collar, his fist raised, but his peripheral vision caught Zhang Yang pointing at the camera. Ultimately, old Jack forcefully shoved Zhang Yang aside, his temper flaring as he splashed the remaining half-cup of strong tea onto little Jack, waking him abruptly. Little Jack leapt up from the ground, bewildered by the sudden appearance of his father. Zhang Yang remarked in Chinese, an unprincipled upper beam leads to a crooked lower beam. Luo Yuan paused, confused, looking at Zhang Yang. A nearby elder shouted in Chinese, Xiao Luo, what your master means is that their family is crooked, but you are not. Do not act impulsively. Rashness solves nothing. Luo Yuan glanced at his master, who nodded slightly, and he stood quietly by. Master, I will no longer be impulsive. Luo Yuan uttered, also in Chinese. Old Jack listened to their exchange, feeling frustrated as he could not comprehend their words. Speak English. Are you colluding? Zhang Yang and Luo Yuan exchanged eye rolls. My master has already reported Jack. We wouldn't have the chance to collude otherwise. Luo Yuan added, Master, I believe it is crucial to study diligently at school. Zhang Yang appuyait troublet. I genuinely fear you may end up like this in the future, which would be quite embarrassing. Luo Yuan responded earnestly, Master, I will strive to make you proud. Old Jack, infuriated by their banter, picked up a stick from the ground, ready to strike Luo Yuan. Zhang Yang's expression turned cold. The younger does not adhere to martial ethics, nor does the older one. Moreover, the elder not only disregards martial ethics, but also morality and decency. This is merely a case of bullying the younger. Zhang Yang swiftly stepped forward, striking old Jack's wrist, causing him to drop the stick. Zhang Yang continued to strike along the pressure points, causing old Jack to collapse to his knees in pain. Zhang Yang addressed the Jack duo. I do not know what circumstances or events have led you to such misguided beliefs, but since we are in Chinatown, we must collectively uphold the rules here. In our culture, harmony is of utmost importance. Anger brings harm to oneself and others, regardless of how you choose to live elsewhere. That is not my concern. However, I hope that you and your son can live harmoniously in Chinatown. Zhang Yang patted Jack and his son's shoulders, applying gentle pressure to specific acupressure points. Instantly, a tingling sensation spread through one side of Jack and his son's bodies. Do you two understand? Yes. Yes. I understand. Harmoniously. Understood. The father and son responded in unison, and as soon as Zhang Yang released their shoulders, they hurriedly dashed out. Zhang Yang expressed his gratitude to the neighbors for their assistance, and watched as they all returned home. Luo Yuan voluntarily stayed behind to help Zhang Yang tidy up the disheveled hall, curiously lifting the hefty broadsword. Master, can you wield such a heavy blade? Without a flicker of emotion, Zhang Yang replied, Indeed, with the application of the Primordial Heart Sutra, it is possible. Wow, Master is truly impressive. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. Absolutely. Master, could you demonstrate it for me now? Not possible. Zhang Yang arranged the chairs neatly, glancing at the sky. It was getting late. Tomorrow morning, I will show you the Tai Chi sword. Wow, Master is the best. Noticing the time, Zhang Yang invited Luo Yuan to stay for the night. Chapter 22. Friends of middle age and beyond. After the commotion late at night, Zhang Yang felt the need to install additional lights in the courtyard the following day. Once Luo Yuan was settled, Zhang Yang returned indoors, and this time, the system promptly presented itself. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully capturing a burglar and imparting a profound lesson to them. The system rewards you with 400 martial arts points, a monetary bonus of 1 million, and a Tai Chi sword comprehension card. Zhang Yang immediately utilized the Tai Chi comprehension card, believing there was no need to save it, better to use it at once. The more skills one possesses, the more pathways open. He closed his eyes, envisioning the movements of the Tai Chi sword as they unfolded in his mind. After reviewing the entire set of actions, he slowly opened his eyes. He now concurred with the system's assertion. Tai Chi and the Tai Chi sword truly complement each other. Zhang Yang reopened the system interface to review his status. Host, Zhang Yang identity. Master of the Zhang Martial Arts School lifespan. 2190 cultivation method. Primordial Heart Sutra. 3rd layer. Skills. Wing Chun 9. Tai Chi 19. 8 extremes collapse 1. Artful Chi Huang 12. Mysterious Shadow Fist 1. Tai Chi sword 1 martial arts points. 770 all items. None tasks. None Primordial Heart Sutra. 3rd layer 1. Vision and hearing awakened 2. Defensive strike unawakened 3. Swift movement unawakened 4. Mysterious flame unawakened 5. Levitation unawakened 6. Object control unawakened 7. Fury unawakened 8. Divine annihilation unawakened 9. Domain unawakened ding. Congratulations, host. You may proceed to a new round of the lottery. Would you like to use 500 martial arts point for the draw? Is the system only meant for raffles? Can it not be directly exchanged? Host, the system interface has provided a written explanation, with the final interpretation rights belonging to the system. Do you still possess the ultimate authority? What right does a mere system have to such authority? Now, please decide whether to utilize 500 martial arts points to draw rewards. Is there a stringent requirement to draw? Host, there is none. Then I shall refrain from drawing for the time being. Before retiring for the night, Zhang Yang diligently practiced the Mixed Element Heart Sutra, infusing each cycle with his insights, and he faintly sensed the threshold of the 4th layer. The following morning, upon opening his door, he was greeted by a solemn Luo Yuan, sword in hand, standing at his threshold. Zhang Yang nearly stumbled back in surprise, but he managed to steady himself just in time, preserving the demeanor befitting a master. What brings you here so early? Master, I await your sword practice. I have never witnessed you in action. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes inwardly, as if Luo Yuan were poised to strike the moment he stepped outside. Let us complete the foundational exercises before we proceed. Very well. It became evident to Zhang Yang just how keen Luo Yuan was about sword practice. The morning exercises transformed into an invigorating endeavor. However, when he observed Zhang Yang moving at a leisurely pace with the sword, akin to the elderly in the nearby park, disbelief washed over him. Master, isn't that akin to the sword dances performed by the elderly in the park during their morning exercises? Zhang Yang, engrossed in his movements, offered no reply. Suddenly, he leapt into the air, executing a swift and decisive maneuver. Yet his descent was tranquil and gentle, resuming his leisurely swings. Upon completing the sequence, Luo Yuan fervently applauded. Zhang Yang tossed the sword to him. Your foundation in Tai Chi is superior to that of Li Si and the others. I shall teach you a segment useful for your physical training. Teach it to your father when you return. It will benefit his health. Luo Yuan nodded eagerly. Standing attentively beside Zhang Yang, Zhang Yang recognized Luo Yuan's innate talent. After the first demonstration, he had retained most of the movements. When Li Si and the others arrived, they found Luo Yuan practicing several movements he had yet to fully grasp, prompting them to express their desire to learn as well. Zhang Yang rummaged through the storage to find several wooden swords, teaching them a few defensive techniques before sending them off to practice. That day, Luo Yuan returned home, having taught Uncle Luo, who in turn shared it with the neighbor, who, in pursuit of impressing the aunt, passed it on to her. The aunt then practiced in the park with her friends. In just a week, following Tai Chi, the elderly approached Zhang Yang once more, seeking his guidance on Tai Chi swordsmanship. As autumn approached and the weather turned pleasant, Zhang Yang decided to relocate the morning lessons to the park. The children, having completed their foundational training, could also indulge in play, for he believed that at their age, they ought to enjoy their childhood to the fullest. Upon the arrival of children, the elderly radiate joy. Zhang Yang instructs them in the art of Tai Chi sword, further elevating their spirits. Each day, free pulse diagnosis brings smiles to their faces. In an instant, Zhang Yang transforms into a cherished companion for the older generation in the heart of the park. In this neighborhood, everyone knows of the remarkably amiable figure perceived through the seemingly frail, yet remarkably vigorous eyes of the elderly. This figure is none other than Master Zhang from the Zhang family martial arts school. Zhang Yang finds himself in a rather amusing predicament. Having firmly established his identity as a friend to the elderly in Chinatown, he had fancied himself as a potential grandmaster, or, at the very least, a benevolent healer. Luo Yuan offers words of comfort. Master, do not be disheartened. At least we have not included women in this designation. Are you attempting to console me? Does it not seem so? Let me rephrase. Master, you have a solid base of support. Thank you for your consolation. But do I appear to be saddened? Luo Yuan observes and realizes that his master indeed does not bear any signs of sorrow. It was merely his overactive imagination. Master, my father has found a school for me. Oh, Zhang Yang is taken aback, surprised that a school would accept him, especially considering the unfavorable remarks on Luo Yuan's academic records from previous institutions. It is a Sino-Western cooperative school willing to enroll me. Then you must apply yourself diligently. Zhang Yang glances at the sun, stands, and says, Let us go. Li Si and the others have returned home for dinner. Master, I will tidy up before I go back. I meant for us to leave together. To celebrate your enrollment, I will treat you to Zhajiangmian. Additionally, they commemorate Tony's advancement in the Iron Man storyline. The weapon demonstration has been expedited, and with the assistance of Pepper, Rhodey successfully boards the plane. Now he is finally relieved from the incessant need to respond to Colonel Rhodey's various complaints about Tony via text. Chapter 23. A plump man named Wang Zhangyang and Luo Yuan, sharing laughter and conversation, arrive at the entrance of a noodle shop. Just as Luo Yuan prepares to pull the door open, Zhang Yang suddenly seizes his hand. What is the matter, master? Luo Yuan inquires, puzzled. Zhang Yang remains silent. As he senses an unusual aura emanating from within the noodle shop the moment he steps in front of its door. His practice of the Hanyuan Heart Sutra has heightened his sensitivity to energies that do not belong within the realm of normalcy. There is something amiss inside the shop. It is prudent not to enter without knowing whether the presence is friend or foe. Luo Yuan, let us forego the noodles today. I shall prepare you scallion oil noodles at home. You can make scallion oil noodles? Luo Yuan exclaims in surprise. Since his master is willing to cook for him, he can forego the Zhajiangmian. Just as the two masters are about to step away, the door of the noodle shop creaks open, revealing Old Li, grinning broadly at the entrance. Why are you standing outside for so long? Are you shy about coming in? Guomin. Old Li looks toward Luo Yuan. I heard from your father that a school has accepted you. Today, you can enjoy a complimentary bowl of noodles as Uncle Li celebrates your impending academic journey. How splendid. Luo Yuan sees Zhang Yang and led him inside. Master, let us save the scallion oil noodles for another day. Today we shall indulge in the Zhajiangmian. Once seated, Zhang Yang surveyed the establishment, noting only 2 tables occupied, theirs and one tucked away in a corner. At that corner table sat a rotund man, his back turned toward them, with a shaved head and clad in what resembled a monk's robe. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the Tibetan lamas Zhang Yang had encountered during his travels to Tibet, plump, endearing, and benevolent. The man had already finished 2 bowls, and as he turned to request a fourth from Old Li, their eyes met momentarily. In that fleeting exchange, Zhang Yang experienced a brief moment of disorientation. Quickly regaining his composure, a mere blink of an eye, in that instant of clarity, he discerned the astonishment reflected in the man's gaze. Turning to Old Li, Zhang Yang noted the unusual stillness of the typically bustling establishment, yet Old Li seemed unfazed by the eerie ambience. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Yang activated his Hanyuan Heart Sutra to attune himself to the surrounding energies. The peculiar atmosphere that had enveloped the shop emanated from this very individual. As Luo Yuan voraciously finished his first bowl and eagerly sought a second, Zhang Yang marveled at his carefree spirit. He thrust his own bowl of Zhajiangmian into Luo Yuan's hands and, grasping the bewildered child by the collar, unceremoniously hurled him out of the shop. Old Li appeared oblivious to the commotion, continuing to wipe down the tables as if nothing had transpired. Friend, why toss out a child who is enjoying his meal? Just listening to him eat stirs my appetite. He could certainly manage another serving. The rotund man stood and turned to face Zhang Yang, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Upon completing his assessment, the confusion in his eyes deepened. A practitioner of martial arts? Zhang Yang did not respond directly, but countered, a disciple of Buddhism? The man burst into laughter, his belly shaking like that of a Maitreya Buddha. Not at all. Not at all. Are all the patrons in the shop you've expelled? Not at all. That young lad was ejected by you. Zhang Yang observed the man's hands moving subtly at his sides, as if forming a seal. In a matter of moments, a formation the size of a fingernail materialized in his palm. The man believed his actions concealed, yet the short distance was sufficient for Zhang Yang to perceive every detail with clarity. You're a sorcerer? You know, you were just performing a seal. It seems I have encountered a kindred spirit. Not at all. Merely a casual understanding. May I inquire where you hail from? The Himalayas? Zhang Yang turned in disbelief. For the voice responding was none other than Old Li's. Master Zhang, I had not anticipated that you would be ensnared by mere half-truths. Old Li smiled gently as he observed Zhang Yang, his words compelling Zhang Yang to be on guard. Half confused? Confused about what? Was it the glance they had just exchanged that did not perplex him, or was it the bewilderment surrounding them? Zhang Yang chose not to respond to Old Li. For the mention of the Himalayas evoked thoughts of Dr. Strange. Did not the Ancient One establish a sanctuary within the Himalayas? Was this jolly figure before him, grinning like the Buddha, perhaps that librarian, Wang? However, Wang was meant to be a stern and serious individual, one who was required to remain in the library to safeguard against the theft of crucial tomes. He also had the responsibility of determining who could access certain books, to prevent the academy from encountering forbidden texts. Zhang Yang found it hard to reconcile the man before him with the esteemed Master Wang. He tentatively ventured, Kamartaj. Wang's expression shifted instantly. He reached out, waving his hand through the air, and the entire space transformed. In an instant, numerous diamond-shaped mirrors rose from the ground, encasing them within a colossal cocoon. Zhang Yang's expression conveyed that he had indeed been correct. Wang furrowed his brow, realizing he had been successfully tested. How did you know? He asked, a hint of menace in his gaze. What do you know? I know a little, yet I know a fair bit, Zhang Yang replied. For the myriad of settings within the Marvel Universe were far too numerous for him to remember all. How did you break the barrier? I cannot divulge that. He too felt a sense of bewilderment. Wang fell silent for a moment. Then his gaze returned to Zhang Yang, now imbued with a sense of severity. Did you just recognize me? Yes. Zhang Yang teased. I want to tell you just to vex you. Wang ceased his inquiries, flicking his wrist, causing an iron ring to fly forth. Zhang Yang observed as the ring sped towards his head and instantly deduced its purpose. It was likely intended to bind him. In a swift motion, he spun away just as the ring descended. Wang appeared taken aback by Zhang Yang's evasion, his astonishment unmasked. However, after the surprise faded, he quickly performed a series of hand seals, causing the entire mirrored space to begin spinning, leaving Zhang Yang feeling as though he were inside a tumbling washing machine. Yet, being a martial artist, he remained adept at handling such situations. He ran in the direction of the rotation to avoid being thrown off. Noticing Zhang Yang's ability to keep pace, Wang abruptly altered the direction of the spin. Although Zhang Yang reacted swiftly, he stumbled slightly during the shift. This approach was unsustainable. Zhang Yang felt in his pocket for 2 candies and retrieved them. Seizing the moment, he dashed towards Wang, tossing one candy to distract his line of sight, followed closely by another, which struck Wang directly on the knee. Wang was struck down to his knees, and the mirrored space vanished in an instant. Zhang Yang found himself amidst the bustling atmosphere of a noodle shop, momentarily taken aback. The establishment was alive with the clamor of voices, and the waitstaff were busily attending to customers. He gazed towards the old man behind the cash register, who returned his look with a mysterious smile. Lowering his gaze, he noticed Luo Yuan, whom he had just thrown out, now devouring a second bowl of noodles. Luo Yuan blinked at Zhang Yang and asked, Master, are you coming to reclaim your noodles? Chapter 24. A visitor from the Himalayas. Zhang Yang did not respond to Luo Yuan. Instead, he turned his attention to the corner where Wang sat with his back to him. Luo Yuan called out to him twice, but Zhang Yang remained silent. He approached the corner and took a seat opposite Wang. Wang glanced at Zhang Yang for a moment before resuming his meal. The true enigma lies not in rendering oneself invisible to others, but in the sensation that, while consuming noodles, one is the sole occupant of the entire noodle shop. Old Li had mentioned that I was only half deceived. Thus, the genuine purpose of your barrier. Does it serve to bewilder them, or to ensnare yourself? What are you talking about? Wang looked up at him. I must hasten to finish my noodles and return to work. I cannot allow others to occupy my position for too long. It seems your little one is nearly done. Are you not taking the child home? Zhang Yang glanced over. Luo Yuan had finished his second bowl and was searching the area, but could not find his master. Oldly approached him and informed that Zhang Yang had already departed, urging him to finish his meal and return. Luo Yuan grumbled about his master, leaving without a word as he exited the noodle shop. As Luo Yuan's figure disappeared behind the door, Zhang Yang suddenly realized that he might have entered a barrier. The entire noodle shop's patrons could not see him. Do you find this peculiar? A female voice suddenly transformed the sound around him. Zhang Yang quickly redirected his gaze to the front. Wang had vanished. Sitting before him was Gu Yi. In broad daylight, a living transformation. Greetings, Master Zhang. Gu Yi greeted him calmly. Hello, Master Gu Yi. You are aware of my existence and my name. As Gu Yi spoke, her gaze pierced directly into Zhang Yang's eyes. Under the intensity of her stare, he felt as though he were being drawn into a whirlpool. The sensation of locking eyes with Wang resurfaced, but this time he regained his composure even more swiftly. Upon regaining his senses, Zhang Yang discovered that only he and Gu Yi remained in the noodle shop. Yet again, this trick, Gu Yi appeared somewhat surprised. Her expression towards Zhang Yang shifting. You and I seem to be thinking quite differently. Wang was not mistaken. Thank you for the compliment. Gu Yi gestured invitingly. And Zhang Yang lowered his gaze to the table, where, unbeknownst to him, a plate of zhajiangmian had appeared. Wang holds a deep affection for the fried sauce noodles here. Today, I substituted for him briefly, allowing him to indulge in his meal. He must remain undisclosed, for otherwise, disruptions may arise at his workplace. You possess the ability to breach Wang's mirrored realm, which astonishes him as well. The purpose of this mirrored world is to obscure his existence from others while he, within the barrier, remains oblivious to the presence of others. Your capacity to infiltrate this mirrored dimension is extraordinary. Perhaps there lies an issue within your barrier that allowed my unintentional intrusion. Zhang Yang suggested. Mirrored world. Gu Yi corrected him. Regardless of whether it is a barrier or a mirrored realm, you ought to investigate. You may uncover the underlying issue instead of fixating on me. I have already examined it. The mirrored realm shows no flaws. Gu Yi suddenly leaned forward, scrutinizing Zhang Yang. What is it that you possess? Zhang Yang maintained a calm facade, though internally he called upon the system. System, have you been discovered? Rest assured, host, she is unable to detect me. This is a deception. Please remain composed. Zhang Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Faced with a direct inquiry, he posed a counter-question. What do you think I possess? Gu Yi ceased her speech, and the two, each harboring their own thoughts, engaged in mutual probing for quite some time, yielding no revelations. Zhang Yang found the exchange tedious. He had not come to oppose the protagonists. Master Gu Yi, having traveled from the distant Himalayas, allow me to treat you to fried sauce noodles. They're truly exquisite here. It won't take long. Gu Yi raised her hand, adorned with a floating ring, and traced a circle in the air. A portal materialized beside them, and suddenly, Wang appeared before them, brandishing a stick, his expression one of survival against odds. I thought some powerful sorcerer was attempting to break in and steal something. With a flick of her hand, Gu Yi caused the circle to vanish. Zhang Yang longed to learn this spell. It would render air travel unnecessary. Gu Yi regarded Zhang Yang with a question. Do you wish to visit Kamartaj? Your aura is distinctly unique. You shall achieve great things. Zhang Yang was taken aback by Gu Yi's invitation to Kamartaj, momentarily speechless. Just a moment ago, you appeared intent on interrogating me, and now you extend an invitation. Keeping the source of danger close at hand is the wisest choice. My apologies, but I shall decline. Although he indeed wished to master the spell he had just witnessed. As Gu Yi stood, the moment she rose, the surroundings were abruptly fragmented into countless pieces. Each fragment displayed a different scene, akin to numerous televisions broadcasting around Zhang Yang. What you see is Kamartaj. Had Gu Yi not spoken, Zhang Yang might not have perceived it. Upon her words, Zhang Yang turned his head to observe more closely. In the ancient square, with its meticulously designed four-sided hall and the fragrant tea room, every scene had manifested except for the library. Was this a test? Zhang Yang crossed his arms. Kamartaj is truly an ancient place. This is the first time I have encountered the true visage of Kamartaj. Zhang Yang gestured towards the training square. This square possesses a certain charm. The weathering of these stones must span at least a century. Ancient One regarded him in silence. Zhang Yang then pointed at the hall. The hall is square, the ceiling round, embodying the harmony of heaven and earth. The architecture of Kamatage is indeed sophisticated. The Ancient One remained silent, observing him. Zhang Yang Sruget, I assure you, this is genuinely my first encounter with the authentic Kamatage. With a wave of her hand, the scenes vanished entirely. As all the images dissipated, Zhang Yang found himself standing alongside the Ancient One within the Zhang family martial arts school. I believe you. Yet your ability to effortlessly breach the king's barrier and effortlessly discern illusions renders you quite remarkable to us. Perhaps you could cast a forgetting spell upon me. It has already been attempted, but it failed. Zhang Yang paused for a moment. So that gaze we exchanged earlier was the forgetting spell? We aim to induce a hypnotic state through eye contact, creating a confusion of this memory, blurring the lines between reality and dreams. Zhang Yang understood. After all, in the Marvel Universe, the king, akin to a humble monk, possesses formidable strength that can rival even the Ancient One. A person who has failed in such a manner certainly warrants caution. Thus, this explains the Ancient One's personal appearance. I apologize for your failures. However, please believe me when I say that I possess no interest in the secrets of Kamatage. Master Ancient One, living one's life does not necessitate a perpetual state of vigilance and suspicion. Such a life would be utterly exhausting. Master Zhang, your demeanor reveals to me that you are well acquainted with many aspects of Kamatage, including those known only to myself. Zhang Yang Sigit, truly deserving of being called an ancient being who has lived for so long. I am one who seeks the truth. Master Zhang, can you offer me a truth? I am sorry, I cannot. Zhang Yang shook his head and retorted. Then can you share the truth of your secrets with me? The Ancient One's expression shifted, and she stepped back, gazing at Zhang Yang. How did you come to know this? You need not concern yourself with how I know. I have no intention of disclosing any information about Kamatage to the outside world, just as you would not reveal your own secrets. Chapter 25. The Letter from Kamatage. This represents Zhang Yang's promise to the Ancient One. When the day arrives that she is willing to unveil her secret, it would signify her readiness to disclose everything. At that time, whether or not he chooses to proclaim the secrets of Kamatage would become inconsequential. Moreover, he was not inclined to invite trouble upon himself. You are quite extraordinary. After a moment of silence, Gu Yi offered a different assessment of Zhang Yang. Thank you. Zhang Yang passed the bowl of fried sauce noodles on the table to her. If you're leaving, please take this bowl with you. I believe Master Wang would appreciate another serving. Thank you, but no need. Gu Yi promptly opened a portal and departed. The moment she left, the vibrant atmosphere of the real world swiftly returned around Zhang Yang. Have some tea. Oldly set a cup of strong tea on the table and took a seat where Wang and Gu Yi had just been. Zhang Yang joined him, glancing at the untouched bowl of noodles before picking up a pair of chopsticks to eat. Oldly hesitated for a moment before speaking. Master Zhang, don't you have any questions for me? No. Zhang Yang replied without hesitation. You should have gone with the master. Oldly sighed with regret. Master, she is an exceptionally formidable individual. Kamatage is also a remarkable place. When I was young, I fell from a mountain while climbing, and it was a student from Kamatage who rescued me during their training journey. I was on the brink of death, but there I recuperated. Even with all my bones broken, I healed through the nurturing and training at Kamatage. Old Li's face was filled with astonishment as he glanced around, leaning over the table, and whispered, Master Zhang, have you ever been to Kamatage? How do you know so much? I have not been. Zhang Yang finished the last bite of noodles and wiped his mouth. However, not having been to a place does not mean one is unaware of it. Knowing many things is sufficient. There is no need for grand proclamations. Zhang Yang intended to pay Old Li, but he steadfastly refused to accept any money. Upon returning to the martial arts school, Zhang Yang paused at the entrance, sensing the same ambience he had encountered at the noodle shop. He closed the door to the school and followed the familiar aura to the study. On the desk lay a thick letter, feeling as if it contained a treasure of $10,000. Zhang Yang shut the study door, sat down, and opened the letter. To his astonishment, it was written by Gu Yi, who mentioned wanted to share a story with him. As he pulled out the remaining sheets, he discovered dozens of them. Gu Yi had skillfully folded this stack of paper into thirds to fit inside the envelope. Zhang Yang examined the paper she sent, feeling a sense of confusion wash over him. What she had provided was information regarding the Ancient One. In the Marvel Universe, the Ancient One is an ancient deity of great stature, also referred to as the god of the Trinity. What was Gu Yi's intention? Was she prompting him to choose an idol among Agamotto, Ashtar, and Hoggoth? Zhang Yang pondered thoughtfully, toying with the papers in his hands. He scanned the names of the three deities repeatedly, and suddenly a light bulb went off in his mind. How could he have overlooked the eye of Agamotto? Embedded in the original stone? Zhang Yang picked up the folded paper and meticulously read through the information regarding the Vishanti Emperor. He felt as though he had been deceived. He had assumed that the Ancient One had provided him with some top-secret information, only to discover it was merely a historical account. To be precise, it was an account of ancient history. Zhang Yang pondered the purpose behind the Ancient One sharing this material with him. Was it solely for his education? Or was it a test to ascertain his knowledge of the secrets surrounding the eye of Agamotto? After all, the time gem housed within the eye was an immense temptation. Possessing the ability to manipulate time, to see through illusions, and to comprehend both the past and the future would render one extraordinarily powerful on this earth. As Zhang Yang contemplated this, he was struck with another realization. See through illusions. Could it be that the Ancient One believed he possessed some of the eye's capabilities? Zhang Yang ruffled his short hair into a disheveled mess. The thoughts of women were always so perplexing, regardless of their age. He decided to refold the documents and place them back into the envelope. When he attempted to insert it, he felt something unusual at the bottom. Upon reaching in, he unexpectedly pulled out a hovering ring. Goodness! Zhang Yang found the depth of the Ancient One's enigmatic intentions to be nothing short of epic. He could comprehend the material, but what about this ring? After putting it on, he felt rather cool. He raised his hand and attempted to draw circles in the air. Initially, just to test it out, to his astonishment, after drawing 2 circles, faint sparks appeared in the air. Startled, Zhang Yang halted his actions. Was it really that simple? He reached out again, and once more, the sparks manifested. This time, he did not stop. He concentrated intently, enlarging the circles until they matched the size of the portal he had seen the Ancient One create in the noodle shop. Zhang Yang could hardly believe he had conjured a portal, when suddenly the Ancient One appeared on the other side. Goodness gracious! He had opened a portal right in front of her. He was rather impressive, wasn't he? You have already mastered it. The Ancient One regarded Zhang Yang with no surprise. The moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed you were the chosen one. Chosen by whom? The Vishanti Emperor? The Ancient One merely smiled and extended her hand. Return the documents to me after reviewing them, or else the king will be quite displeased. These materials are precious. I borrowed them from the library for only a few hours and did not inform the king that I had taken them out of Kamar Taj. As Zhang Yang handed her the documents, he also passed her the hovering ring. The Ancient One did not accept it. That belongs to you. Zhang Yang, feel deeply within yourself. The mirror dimension, originating from the heart, can transform in ways you cannot imagine. Are you suggesting I learn on my own? What about books? Surely, one needs to read to learn? The Ancient One shook her head. Not for you, not at all. Upon concluding his words, the portal vanished. Zhang Yang, still holding the suspended ring in bewilderment, pondered why it had not imparted any knowledge to him. Chapter 26. Awakening a new ability a man, regardless of his age, retains the essence of a child within. Zhang Yang tinkered with the suspended ring until the late hours of the night, reveling in the utilization of the portal to traverse from his bedroom to the first floor and from the backyard to the rooftop. However, aside from the portal, he had not unraveled any additional mysteries. Yet, he skillfully fashioned an inner pocket in his clothing. For such a significant item surely deserved to be kept close and concealed from prying eyes. The following day was a weekend, and upon opening the door, Zhang Yang was met with the sight of a flustered Luo Yuan. What could have transpired? Zhang Yang assessed his condition and found him to be in perfect health, devoid of any issues. Master, you must come downstairs at once. Luo Yuan urgently pulled him along. Utilizing his auditory and visual abilities, Zhang Yang listened intently before reaching the first floor. To his astonishment, the commotion below resembled that of a bustling morning market. Upon descending, he discovered a throng of young individuals, accompanied by parents and their children, all clamoring to enroll. No wonder Luo Yuan was in a state of panic. The sheer volume of people was overwhelming. Zhang Yang meticulously explained the enrollment process, and some young adults raised their cards with an air of confidence, proclaiming, Master Zhang, I shall enroll in as many courses as you offer. By midday, Zhang Yang felt a sense of fulfillment akin to having a flourishing garden of students. The diverse crowd of enrollees ranged from children to young adults, while he imparted a couple of basic techniques to the older generation. If he were to proclaim himself the king of Chinatown in the streets, it was likely no one would dare to challenge him. Though elated by the influx of disciples, Zhang Yang also felt fatigued. It was time to enlist Luo Yuan as assistants. When Zhang Yang inquired if Luo Yuan wished to formally acknowledge him as a master and become his true disciple, Luo Yuan immediately knelt down. For his first disciple, Zhang Yang believed a sense of ceremony was essential. He arranged several tables at a Chinese restaurant, where Luo Yuan offered tea and performed a bow, thereby officially entering his tutelage. Zhang Yang felt a wave of contentment. The youthful apprentices in the restaurant would now be under Luo Yuan's guidance, allowing him to focus on his own pursuits without concern. At present, Zhang Yang's paramount objective was to master the ability of Yujian. Although he often felt on the brink of achieving the 4th level, each time he approached, he discovered the threshold had elusively vanished. This left him in a state of agitation. In the stillness of the night, Zhang Yang sat cross-legged upon the Rohan couch, practicing the Xian Yuan Heart Sutra. The breakthrough to the 4th level loomed indistinctly before him. With a surge of determination, he charged forward, only to be met with a sharp pain in his chest, accompanied by a metallic taste of blood in his mouth. What in the world was happening? Could it be that he had fallen victim to the fabled phenomenon of losing oneself in the practice? After swallowing a mouthful of water to rid himself of the taste, a sudden crash echoed through the air. Zhang Yang was momentarily taken aback by the sound, glancing down to discover that the suspended ring had fallen to the ground. Upon inspecting his inner pocket, he realized that it had developed a tear unbeknownst to him. He picked up the suspended ring, weighing it thoughtfully. He had previously endeavored to utilize the knowledge contained within the medical and pharmacological texts regarding meridians and acupoints to penetrate the 4th layer. Yet he remained unable to achieve a breakthrough. Should he perhaps pay a visit to Kamar Taj? After all, the library was replete with numerous volumes, and he could peruse the texts concerning the flow of vital energy within the human body. Resolute in his decision, Zhang Yang opened a portal and was instantly transported to the library. As he stepped through, a staff was suddenly thrust towards him. Reacting swiftly, Zhang Yang raised his hand to block the strike, seizing the opportunity to grasp the weapon and use the opponent's momentum to propel himself further into the library. Master Zhang, Wang exclaimed, astonished at the figure before him, initially mistaking him for an intruder. You can directly, before Wang could finish his sentence. Another staff came flying at Zhang Yang from the side. Incensed by this reckless aggression, he wondered who had taught them such barbaric behavior. Did they not understand the principles of martial ethics? Zhang Yang sidestepped the incoming blow, countering with a deft maneuver that allowed him to seize Wang's staff. As his opponent prepared for a second attack, Zhang Yang advanced, skillfully leveraging the advantages of the staff. With a precise strike, the tip of the staff landed squarely on his adversary's neck, rendering him unconscious without a flicker of resistance. Wow, that's ruthless, Wang marveled, yet showed no inclination to assist the fallen individual. It was only after subduing him that Zhang Yang realized the man lying on the ground was an African-American. Perhaps this was the renowned Baron Mordo. Who was this gentleman? Zhang Yang asked, seeking confirmation. Wang replied, a student of Kamar Taj, Mordo. The truth dawned on him. He had just incapacitated the future right-hand man of Dr. Strange. The master spoke of your exceptional talent, and I was initially skeptical, thinking perhaps he was being modest. Wang guided Zhang Yang deeper into the library. Few possessed the ability to open a portal directly to the library. Was this truly a compliment? Indeed, Wang affirmed, halting before a row of bookshelves and gesturing to the classification labels above them. These pertain to Chinese martial arts. I suspect you did not come here without purpose. Perhaps I specifically came to deliver you some Zhajiangmian? Zhang Yang just said, oh, spare me. You can browse on your own. Once you're done, simply return without needing to bid me farewell. With that, Wang waved casually and departed. Zhang Yang was somewhat astonished. Did Wang trust him that implicitly? Such faith seemed rather unwarranted. Nonetheless, he set aside his musings and, gazing at the shelves before him, extracted 7 or 8 volumes in one breath. When one is deeply engrossed, the passage of time becomes almost imperceptible. Zhang Yang was entirely immersed in the books, which contained the ancient wisdom of practitioners from millennium ago regarding the flow of meridians and insights into the continuous breakthroughs in martial arts. Compared to his previous relentless focus on merely circulating his energy, this was akin to discovering a guide to advancing in a game. Eagerly, Zhang Yang returned to the martial arts school, only to realize upon entering his room that dawn had already broken. A glance at the clock revealed it was well past noon. He couldn't help but wonder how Luo Yuan and the others would react to his absence that morning. However, such concerns faded as he swiftly settled into a lotus position on the Luohan platform. He began to circulate his energy through the Hunyuan Heart Sutra, not rushing to directly challenge the fourth layer, but instead starting from the first layer and gradually progressing to the third before attempting the daunting fourth layer once again. This time, the flow of his meridians was remarkably smooth, with energy circulating harmoniously throughout his body. Had Zhang Yang opened his eyes at that moment, he would have noticed the rhythmic movements of the surrounding energy flows, contrasting sharply with the chaotic turbulence he experienced during his previous failures. A warm sensation enveloped him as energy entered his dantian, completing a circuit before settling within. Simultaneously, a notification from the system chimed in. Ding! Zhongratalatan's host Zhang Yang. For mastering the fourth layer of the Hunyuan Heart Sutra and awakening the ability to control strikes. The system rewards you with 1 million in bonuses. Continue your diligent practice and do not hesitate to charge ahead. If the system had internet connectivity, Zhang Yang would have considered severing it, for it seemed to be all too familiar with contemporary internet slang. Chapter 27. The missing person ever since awakening his ability to control strikes. Zhang Yang incorporated this skill into his Wing Chun practice. With each strike against the wooden dummy, he felt his mastery of the technique grow. After completing a session of Wing Chun in the evening, he intended to repeat the practice, but suddenly, Luo Yuan leapt forward and embraced the wooden dummy, nearly causing Zhang Yang to strike the child in a moment of surprise. Luo Yuan, do you wish to meet your end at my hands? Zhang Yang exclaimed as he pulled the unfortunate child away from the dummy. Luo Yuan, in turn, wrapped his arms around Zhang Yang's waist, expressing his grievances about wanting to inform his parents but lacking the courage, and thus wished for his master to intervene. I am not your father, Zhang Yang retorted, only to find Luo Yuan's grip unyielding, using the very techniques he had taught the child against him. Master, once a teacher, always a father. I have even bowed to you. You are the only one besides my parents to whom I have shown such respect. Zhang Yang was at a loss for words, bemused by the child's convoluted reasoning that somehow held validity. Now, tell me what transpired. Luo Yuan presented a cup of tea to Zhang Yang, and, kneeling beside his master, recounted the events at school with tears in his eyes. It turned out that Luo Yuan had been teaching a group of younger children from his school martial arts at Zhang Yang's dojo, and a few eager 7- and 8-year-olds had been pestering him to learn the techniques they had practiced over the weekend. The children intended to showcase their diligent studies to Zhang Yang over the weekend. Observing the enthusiasm of his juniors, Luo Yuan was more than willing to guide them. During the lunch break, he engaged the children in a sparring session, which attracted the attention of several older students who provocatively dismissed them as mere performers of flowery techniques. One child, indignant, pushed back against the older boys, who retaliated with a shove, knocking him down and causing significant abrasions to his palm, resulting in considerable bleeding. Upon witnessing this, Luo Yuan was immediately incensed. He rolled up his sleeves and single-handedly overpowered 3 of the upperclassmen. Zhang Yang slammed his cup onto the table in frustration. What is this nonsense? It is unacceptable for the youth to disregard martial ethics and resort to violence, yet they wish to hold Luo Yuan accountable? This is absurd. You acted rightly in this matter. Fear not, for tomorrow the master shall intervene. Upon arriving at school, Zhang Yang learned that the child who had been pushed was Chun Bai. Chun Bai's parents were also summoned. What misfortune befalls this child? He had narrowly escaped disfigurement from a scalding bean juice incident, only to now suffer again. Upon examining Chun Bai's injury, which was substantial and would surely leave a scar, Zhang Yang reassured himself that since the boy was still young, with proper application of ointment, he could mitigate the scarring after it healed. Chun Bai's parents expressed immense gratitude toward Zhang Yang. Coupled with the prior medical assistance provided to Chun Bai's father, the Chun family nearly revered Zhang Yang. Chun Bai's father had even conducted a medical evaluation of the injury, disregarding the older students involved. Ultimately, Zhang Yang emerged victorious in this affair. As they prepared to return, Luo Yuan mentioned needing to use the restroom, prompting Zhang Yang to wait for him around the corner. Bruce, You should not have returned. Suddenly, a quarrel erupted from the adjacent room, causing Zhang Yang to immediately temper his breathing and plan his discreet exit. Bruce Banner, you must leave at once. Do you comprehend the consequences should you be discovered? Zhang Yang paused, realizing that Bruce Banner was indeed the name of the Hulk. Goodness. If the authorities were to learn that the missing Hulk was in this very room behind him, chaos would surely ensue. I am at my wit's end. I have no options left. Bruce, seeking me will yield no assistance. I have informed you that I am under surveillance. Oh, my friend, do not despair. I apologize, Bruce. The sound of retreating footsteps echoed, and Zhang Yang heard frustrated roars emanating from the classroom. Could it be that this individual was on the verge of a transformation due to his unstable temper? Ding. Mission issued. Please harbor the Hulk and assist him in learning to control his anger. Upon successful completion, reward of 300 martial arts points, a monetary bonus of 1 million, and a repository of biochemical knowledge will be granted. Should the mission fail, a penalty of $1 million and a deduction of 500 martial arts points will ensue. A gentle reminder for the host. The martial arts school possesses a system that offers special protections, making it generally imperceptible to satellites and other detection methods regarding the presence of gamma rays. Zhang Yang could not help but curse the system vehemently. Why was it still deducting martial arts points? Was this some sort of cruel jest? What was the purpose of such a seemingly considerate reminder? He swiftly approached the window, peering inside, and, as expected, he found what he anticipated. He quickly picked up a small object from the ground and aimed it at Dr. Banner's acupoint. Doctor. Banner felt a sharp pain in his chest, the pent-up frustration and anger within him dissipating significantly. Doctor, you must relax. Transforming here would not be advisable, especially with children around, Zhang Yang remarked as he entered the room. Dr. Banner regarded him warily. Who are you? I am someone here to assist you. You have two choices. Accompany me or depart on your own. After a moment of contemplation, considering Zhang Yang's earlier display of skill, Dr. Banner decided to follow him. Drive the car to the back door. I will sneak in, Zhang Yang instructed. He produced a teleportation ring. I don't possess a driver's license, nor do I have a vehicle, but I have this. He opened a portal in the air, and, before Dr. Banner could react, he pushed him through it. Upon returning to the martial arts school, Zhang Yang found Dr. Banner in his study, intently examining a model chart of human acupoints. Do you understand Chinese? Zhang Yang inquired. Dr. Banner shook his head. I cannot comprehend it, but I once considered traditional Chinese medicine as a means to manage my anger. Then you should indeed choose traditional Chinese medicine. It is quite beneficial. Thank you. I have come to appreciate its advantages. Zhang Yang retrieved a packet of silver needles from his drawer and handed them to Dr. Banner. I will teach you a few acupoints that suit you. You can practice on your own. In the future, when you feel anger rising, you may administer a few needles to yourself. Dr. Banner hesitated to take them, regarding Zhang Yang with growing suspicion. Why are you helping me? Who exactly are you? I'm a Chinese national, and I am assisting you out of my own volition. If a reason must be provided, perhaps it is because we are both minorities. Zhang Yang gestured in a circular motion. Dr. Banner seemed more amenable to this second explanation and accepted the silver needles. I will learn today and then leave. I do not wish to impose. That is of no concern. You are quite safe here. While you are within my premises, you will not be detected. In other words, gamma rays within my martial arts school will evade external detection devices. I also intend to teach you a set of Tai Chi. I wonder if you might be interested in staying here for a while. Chapter 28. Cultivating Mind and Body. Zhang Yang restricted access to the third floor. Although he was uncertain of the reasons, Luo Yuan swiftly complied with this arrangement. Ever since the incident involving his parents being summoned, Luo Yuan had become a fervent admirer of Zhang Yang. Whatever his master said, he would follow unquestioningly. Even the young Chun Bai seemed to be showing signs of this trend. The day after Zhang Yang welcomed Dr. Banner, he encountered him early in the morning. Dr. Banner, how did you sleep? Last night, thanks to the incense you provided, I experienced an exceptionally restful slumber for the first time since my transformation. I can introduce you to the herbs used in this concoction. Your escape routes will likely lead you to secluded areas rich in natural medicinal resources nestled within the mountains. How splendid. Master Zhang, you may simply call me Banner. You may refer to me as Zhang as well. Zhang Yang practiced a series of Tai Chi movements in the small garden on the rooftop, while Dr. Banner stood at the door, observing the demonstration. Although gamma rays could not be detected within the dojo, this visage had graced the television screen. Thus it was prudent for Dr. Banner to remain inconspicuous. Watching Zhang Yang perform Tai Chi, Dr. Banner noted the gentle, deliberate motions, each imbued with a mysterious allure that fostered tranquility. He suddenly felt compelled to learn Tai Chi. It seemed far more beneficial than yoga. When Zhang Yang descended to teach his students in the morning, Dr. Banner practiced based on the video he recorded of Zhang Yang's movements from the third floor. Lunch consisted of the perennial spring noodles accompanied by a plate of pickled mustard greens. Honestly, Zhang Yang had previously thought that Lao Gan Ma could cater to anyone's palate. Yet he discovered that pickled vegetables could do the same. When Dr. Banner earnestly discussed the method of preparing pickled mustard greens, Zhang Yang was speechless. This was hardly within the scope of his teachings. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Host, the system has detected that pickled mustard greens can bring joy to the Hulk. Zhang Yang mentally battled with the system. Silence. What good does it do to teach if he has no raw materials in the wild? This was beyond the system's comprehension. The host must resolve it independently. Was the system not satisfied unless it caused him trouble? Zhang Yang restrained the impulse to curse, gazing down at Dr. Banner, who was eagerly awaiting his guidance beside the jar of pickled greens. He silently recited a calming incantation, pondering if all Marvel heroes were this peculiar. Moreover, he insisted that Dr. Banner memorize this incantation. Devoted to the task, Zhang Yang spent the entire afternoon teaching Dr. Banner how to prepare pickled mustard greens. He then imparted the calming incantation to Dr. Banner, explaining that reciting it would refresh his spirit, banishing all anger and worries. Naturally, since the doctor did not speak Chinese, he might not fully grasp the meaning. He handed Dr. Banner a stack of paper and a pen. Copy this. Once you have done so, it will be the first step toward success. I will elaborate on it this evening. With a look of trust, Dr. Banner began to copy the text. Zhang Yang suddenly felt a surge of joy. Let the games of love and rivalry commence. Who is afraid of whom? Dr. Banner, a true genius, managed to transcribe the incantation flawlessly by the end of the afternoon. Zhang Yang fulfilled his promise, providing an exquisite explanation of the calming incantation, which Dr. Banner listened to intently. Afterward, he solemnly placed his handwritten incantation into his backpack. Zhang Yang began to sense his own potential for deception. He utilized the time after the dojo closed in the evening to meticulously instruct Dr. Banner in the art of Tai Chi. Initially, Dr. Banner practiced with increasing speed. Eventually losing his breath, Zhang Yang would then provide him with a gentle reminder. As the sessions progressed, Dr. Banner, exhibiting a remarkable capacity for learning, began to extract needles from his waist to administer to himself. Such an astonishing ability was truly impressive. Once Dr. Banner mastered the needle technique and the calming incantation, he gradually focused on practicing Tai Chi. Zhang Yang felt that his mission would be accomplished as long as Dr. Banner could slowly complete a full set of movements. In recent days, whenever he had a moment, Dr. Banner delved into the enigma of how the Zhang family dojo could shield against gamma rays. Zhang Yang remained tight-lipped on the matter. Could such a phenomenon be discussed? Doctor, this situation is as inexplicable as my direct transport of you from school to this place. Thus, you imply that your establishment can shield against other entities akin to gamma rays. One might say so. To divert the conversation, Zhang Yang produced a stack of pickled vegetables. Banner, would you care for some pickles? Oh, certainly. Long live pickles. Dr. Banner's Tai Chi practice had slowed considerably. After residing with Zhang Yang for half a month, he could now perform an entire set of Tai Chi at a leisurely pace. Zhang Yang also introduced Dr. Banner to the Tai Chi sword, providing him with an opportunity to defend himself when necessary. One morning, while practicing on the rooftop, as usual, Zhang Yang noticed armore vehicle scattered through Chinaton. Dr. Banner observed the same. It must be due to my search for assistance the other day. They are likely investigating everyone present that day, following leads from my friends. Dr. Banner quickly organized his backpack. I must leave immediately. I cannot remain here. Doctor, where do you intend to go? I don't know. I'll figure it out once I leave. Zhang Yang retrieved 2 stacks of money from his drawer and stuffed them into Dr. Banner's backpack. Head to Cuba. Zhang Yang looked at him. It's relatively safer there for the time being. If you encounter difficulties, send me a postcard, addressing it to a mess. Zhang as the sender and Mr. Zhang as the recipient. Dr. Banner paused, but Zhang Yang abruptly pushed him away. Remember, the imagery on the postcard will indicate where I will open a portal. Choose the location wisely, if necessary. Take a photo yourself to create the postcard. The moment his words settled, he opened the portal. Dr. Banner, momentarily staggered by the push, stumbled and fell through the portal, landing on the other side of the earth. Just as the portal closed, a knock echoed at the dojo door. Zhang Yang leisurely approached to open it, indifferent to whatever search they intended to conduct. They expressed skepticism regarding the evidence of multiple occupants in Zhang Yang's residence. "I apologize, sir, but your suspicions may be unfounded. I have numerous students who are children, and they occasionally arrive after their meals. However, such practice is not conducive to their training, so I arranged for them to take a nap upstairs." The onlookers from Chinatown all chimed in, affirming that their own children have indeed napped at the teacher's home more than once. This is the truth. The soldiers still had questions, but the gathering of elderly folks began to voice their grievances, each one chiming in. One elderly woman is not intimidating, nor is one elderly man, but a cacophony of voices from a multitude of them can be quite overwhelming, akin to the unbearable torment one might experience on the battlefield. Several soldiers hastily vacated the premises, realizing they could no longer remain there. Chapter 29. The Braised Egg. After bidding farewell to the soldiers late at night, Zhang Yang turned and ascended the stairs, encountering Hawkeye, who was scrutinizing the small garden on the terrace. "Is this an endless affair, Your Excellency? What brings you here at this late hour?" Hawkeye fixed his gaze upon him, his eyes unwavering. Zhang Yang leisurely settled beneath the parasol, pouring water to brew tea. He remained silent, and yet his silence spoke volumes. Who could surpass him in this contest of reticence? While Zhang Yang appeared to be engaged in brewing tea, he was actually keenly observant of his surroundings. Within the gym across from him stood a group of individuals clad in black, deliberating whether he and Hawkeye were engaged in a competition for the fewest words spoken. The elderly lady who often watered her flowers on the balcony was peacefully asleep in her home, utterly unaware that several figures in black were observing the small terrace of the martial arts school adorned with her beloved plants. Could it be that he was doubting himself? Zhang Yang took a sip of his freshly brewed tea, and at that moment, a figure seated across from him. He poured a cup for Hawkeye, who did not partake. "Where's the Hulk?" Zhang Yang inquired, furrowing his brow. "Has the Hulk made an appearance? How could I have missed such a conspicuous figure? I believe if you simply circled the city in a helicopter, you would surely spot him. I shall ask once more, where is the Hulk?" He lowered his gaze, continuing to sip his tea. Suddenly, Hawkeye took action, drawing his bow and aiming it at Zhang Yang. "Sir, your superior instructed you to inquire about my whereabouts, but did not authorize you to confront me in such a manner." Clap, clap, clap. 3 loud claps resonated, and a bald African-American slowly emerged from the shadows. Zhang Yang felt disdain. It was merely a brazen entrance for a braised egg. "Barton, lower your weapon. I wish to have a proper discussion with Mr. Zhang." Barton glanced at the braised egg and then at Zhang Yang before sheathing his bow and descending the stairs. Zhang Yang clicked his tongue twice. "Your subordinate's penchant for jumping off buildings is quite impressive." He poured another cup of tea for the braised egg. "That is his preference. I have no authority to question it. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Nick Fury from Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division." Zhang Yang nodded. "Very well. Braised egg. Who came up with the name of this department?" Director Nick raised an eyebrow. "It is indeed somewhat difficult to remember. I couldn't grasp it at all. So, tell me, why do you wish to assist the Hulk?" "I have yet to see the Hulk." "Then, speak of why you aim to help Dr. Bruce Banner." Such a swift change of subject. It is no surprise that you are the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Zhang Yang shrugged. "Doctor, Banner has a particular fondness for pickled mustard greens. Would you care for a bowl of plain noodles? I could even add a braised egg for you." How fortuitous. The elderly lady from the next-door neighbor's neighbor gifted him a basket of eggs, all of which he has braised. Director Nick followed Zhang Yang downstairs to the kitchen, where he enjoyed a bowl of plain noodles enhanced with pickled mustard greens and a braised egg. "Wow, it seems that Dr. Banner might have come here for the exquisite flavors. You may interpret it that way if you wish. However, in a life of evasion, one cannot frequently indulge in such delicacies. We are friends. Whenever he wishes, I can send him some." Zhang Yang propped himself up on his hands, gazing at Director Nick. "This esteemed figure, you shall not lose track of the Hulk, and I, too, do not wish to lose Dr. Banner as a friend. I assure you, my friend will not lose control. He is quite safe at present. Should he lose control, I can lead you to him. Everything you desire, I possess. What I yearn for, I hope you'll grant me." Director Nick regarded Zhang Yang, bowing his head to finish the broth. "Thank you for your hospitality. Next time, I hope I can treat Master Zhang to a drink as well. Zhang Yang bid farewell to the braised egg and its entourage, letting out a sigh of relief. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully sheltered the Hulk and assisted him in learning to control his temper. Reward: 300 martial arts points and a bonus of 1 million. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your Wing Chun, Tai Chi, and Tai Chi sword have each increased by 5 levels. Reward: a bonus of 5 million. Zhang Yang counted the money in his hand. He needed to pay the final installment for the renovations, the carpenter's fees, and the remaining costs for the medicinal herbs. This time, his wealth had diminished by 2/3, and he had reverted from a state of affluence to one of financial strain. Early the next morning, the elderly couples flocked to visit Zhang Yang, assuring him not to take the previous night's events to heart. They brought an abundance of gifts: chickens, ducks, fish, and meat, akin to feeding a zoo. Zhang Yang generously shared the braised eggs he had prepared the night before with the elderly couples, ensuring they were made with medicinal herbs. And they left contentedly with their treats. Zhang Yang packaged the last braised egg in a plastic bag and crossed the street to a CEF, placing the egg on the table of a gentleman enjoying his coffee. This is for your Mr. Nick. The gentleman, perplexed, was unaware of why he had been singled out. Zhang Yang spent the entire day making payments, his funds dwindling to just over 5 million. However, the traditional Chinese medicine clinic had officially opened. Just as the opening date was set, the braised egg reappeared. Zhang Yang was on the rooftop, using a coal stove to prepare more braised eggs. Is it possible that I cannot overcome this hurdle of the braised egg? I have heard that you are a friend of Colonel Rhodes and are also acquainted with Tony Stark. Have you heard that Tony Stark has gone missing? How did you bid farewell to Dr. Banner? Director Nick Fury posed 3 questions in succession, while Zhang Yang merely squatted on the ground, stirring the eggs in the pot. The director, standing behind him, revealed his intentions. Master Zhang, if you could lend a hand, we would be most grateful. Does the funding from Stark Industries suffice to support your unique department each year? Nick shook his head. Money is insufficient for us. What we require transcends mere financial resources. A smirk appeared on Zhang Yang's face. I see, you are quite the show-off. Understood, you may leave. Nick pressed his lips together and inquired, do you still have pickled vegetables? Zhang Yang handed Nick a bottle of Lao Gan Ma and some pickled vegetables, swiftly sending him on his way. Was Nick genuinely seeking his help to rescue Tony, or was this merely a test? If the situation was dire, weren't Black Widow and Hawkeye available? The might of S-H-I-E-L-D is formidable. Zhang Yang decided to dismiss the matter from his mind, yet a sense of unease lingered. He retreated to the restroom, contemplating Tony, and drew a circle the size of football. Beyond the circle lay an expanse of desert, and upon glancing around, he discovered Tony unconscious on the sands. He filled a cup with tap water and widened the circle slightly, allowing Tony a sip before closing the portal. Concealing his accomplishments and reputation, Nick had not insisted on treating Tony well. Providing him with water was sufficient to sustain him for a while longer. Besides, what harm could come from drinking tap water, which is far cleaner than river water? Chapter 30. The Chinese Medicine Clinic opens. News of Tony Stark's rescue spread like wildfire, and the firecrackers celebrating the opening of Zhang Yang's Chinese Medicine Clinic resounded loudly. Initially, he had merely intended to set up a pharmacy on the 2nd floor, occasionally checking pulses, tending to his apprentices' injuries, and offering assistance to neighbors, all while advancing his skills in traditional Chinese medicine. However, upon opening his doors that morning, he was astonished to find the entirety of Chinatown had gathered at his entrance. His community support was evidently robust. The neighbors, while chattering about how inconsiderate it was for Master Zhang to open without inviting them, brought flower baskets, set off firecrackers, and even rolled out a red carpet. The owner of the pet shop across the street brought 8 dogs, who barked together for a minute at the entrance, declaring it a time of prosperity. Zhang Yang smiled quietly, appreciating the camaraderie of his fellow countrymen. The bustling, impromptu opening ceremony continued until after 10 in the evening, resembling a festive wedding celebration attended by villagers from afar, with toasts being exchanged in abundance. Some, having indulged a bit too much, even expressed wishes for early progeny and everlasting harmony. He, too, would need a partner to fulfill such beautiful blessings. Zhang Yang bid farewell to his neighbors, and upon returning home, he sensed an unusual ambience within the household. Stumbling his way to the 2nd floor, he found Gu Yi seated at his desk. engrossed in a classical Chinese version of the Compendium of Materia Medica. "Good evening, Zhang. I'm not well. Please bear with me for a moment." Supporting himself against the wall, Zhang Yang made his way to the adjacent room, where he prepared a remedy for his hangover, squinting as he ground the ingredients. Suddenly, the pestle in his hand was snatched away, causing him to collapse onto the desk. "Apologies, I lost my composure. I may have indulged a bit too much." "No worries," Gu Yi said, continuing to grind the medicinal herbs, and then stated his purpose for visiting. "Zhang, you recently ventured to the desert through a portal. Zhang Yang Sigit. I knew those individuals would find Tony. This was merely a ploy to draw me into their schemes." He rummaged through his pocket, retrieving the suspended ring and placing it on the table. "Forgive me, I cannot stand by and watch someone perish. Take it back." Gu Yi pushed the prepared herbs toward him without a glance at the suspended ring. "Zhang, you must understand that the suspended ring is merely a medium. True strength does not require such tools." Zhang Yang paused, but the alcohol clouded his reasoning. He gathered the ground herbs, poured them into an insulated cup, added hot water, capped it, and shook it vigorously for several minutes before pouring out the water. Gu Yi watched as he consumed the infused liquid, unable to restrain himself from speaking. "That is traditional Chinese medicine. But I'm drinking a hangover tea." Zhang Yang shook his head. After that cup, his mind cleared considerably. "Master Gu, this is a miraculous hangover tea, unique and unparalleled." He was indeed a man well-versed in the pharmacopoeia. "It appears my understanding of you is insufficient," Gu Yi remarked, eyeing the suspended ring on the table. "Zhang, I hope you take to heart what I just shared with you. I have made my decision." "What?" Gu Yi halted his departure. "I said, I have made my decision." Zhang Yang toyed with the suspended ring in his hand. "Have you ever heard the saying, with no sword in hand, yet a sword in the heart? It applies quite aptly here." "Who uttered that phrase?" "Mr. Gu. The martial arts novels of Gu Long are truly captivating." "Gui furonit, seemingly in contemplation." Zhang Yang waved dismissively. "That is of little consequence. What truly matters is that you came here today solely to discuss this matter with me. Camartage is not easily discovered. What is the real reason for your visit?" "Zhang, many have learned to use the suspended ring to open portals, merely allowing people to come and go. However, you quickly grasped the utilization of the portal and wield it with ease. I shall take that as a compliment. I am here to recruit you. I have no desire to visit Camartage. You may choose not to go." From the corner, Gu Yi retrieved a rather unremarkable black suitcase, which might explain why Zhang Yang had overlooked it. Inside lay some introductory texts, destined to be collected in a fortnight. "Remember, once you have perused them, place them back into the suitcase and return it to the corner. No one will notice its presence." Zhang Yang flipped through the pages, noting the books bore an air of magical initiation. He recalled how Gu Yi adeptly combined traditional martial arts with sorcery in her confrontations. Was he meant to inherit her legacy? Zhang Yang scoffet, disinterested. He placed the suspended ring alongside the tomes into the suitcase and returned it to its secluded spot. Ever since the herbal medicine shop opened on the second floor, anyone suffering from the slightest ailment seemed to flock to Zhang Yang. Luo Yuan had become increasingly obsessed with identifying herbs, often racing down the stairs in a frenzy of excitement before darting back up to study. Practitioners from nearby acupuncture clinics and herbal shops had paid him visits, urging him to obtain a traditional Chinese medicine certification upon learning he lacked one. Zhang Yang firmly shook his head. He had no intention of pursuing such a qualification. Rather than spend time on that, he preferred to hone his martial techniques and delve deeper into the cultivation of the Hunyuan Heart Sutra. News of Tony Stark's successful return following his disappearance spread like wildfire, even more sensational than the reports during his absence, especially with the announcement of his disbandment of the weapons division. Zhang Yang was not surprised upon hearing this. Iron Man was on the verge of making his debut, and the Marvel heroes would soon begin to emerge in succession. This had no bearing on Zhang Yang, for he was not a hero. He currently defined himself as a diligent martial arts instructor in Chinatown. However, just hours later, the very individual who had been calling for the closure of the weapons division appeared at his dojo, holding a couple of cans of soda. Zhang Yang couldn't help but cover his face in disbelief. Yet, he promptly ushered this notorious figure into the kitchen. "Mr. Stark, I have no desire to make headlines. Could you please consider my feelings when you nonchalantly show up at my dojo?" he exclaimed. "You didn't seem to think of my feelings when you were providing me with running water in the desert." He placed the sodas on the table. "At that time, I was still aware of my surroundings. In any case, thank you. True to form, this main character, akin to Marvel's favorite son, managed to maintain his composure even in such dire circumstances. Recognizing him, Zhang Yang opted not to deny it outright, aware that Stark could be somewhat obstinate, not to mention stubbornly fixated on his own conclusions. If Zhang Yang denied supplying the water, Stark would undoubtedly go to great lengths to validate his assumptions. After all, having running water in the desert was a rare blessing. He should be grateful. Zhang Yang pushed aside the sodas and poured a drink for him. What is this? Tony inquired, sniffing curiously. Is it Sprite? It doesn't quite taste like it. Zhang Yang beamed with delight. Salt soda, a special treat prepared for those returning from the desert. Chapter 31. Overindulgence. The billionaire Tony Stark found the flavor of salt soda to be quite intriguing, yet he still favored the sensation of whiskey. Have you eaten? Zhang Yang glanced at the time. It was nearly dinner. Let us go have hamburgers. Tony patted his stomach. The moment I drank tap water in the desert, I longed for a hamburger. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. This fellow had caused a frenzy in the city's hamburger sales with his immediate craving upon returning. Were it not for issues of likeness rights, the hamburger joint would have eagerly showcased a life-size cutout of Tony Stark. Let us go to Chinatown for some local delicacies. Zhang Yang instructed Luo Yuan to fetch 2 bowls of fried sauce noodles from Old Lee's. As Luo Yuan entered the kitchen and spotted Tony Stark, he became so excited that the tray in his hands nearly slipped. Zhang Yang swiftly stepped forward, his wrist deftly rolling under the tray, catching it with remarkable poise, ensuring not a single noodle spilled. Tony paused for a moment, then erupted into applause. Wow, no matter how many times I see it, I am still astonished. Seriously, Zhang, why not be my bodyguard? Officially a bodyguard, but truly my brother. I have no interest in bars or chasing girls. Zhang Yang placed the noodles on the table, turning to Luo Yuan, who was still in a daze, and playfully flicked his forehead. Snap out of it. Luo Yuan pointed at Tony, his words tumbling over each other. He is Tony Stark. Is he not Tony Stark? Perhaps the Hulk? Go home for dinner. Remember, keep it a secret. Luo Yuan, still bewildered, was escorted out of the dojo by his master. By the time Zhang Yang returned, Tony had already dug in without reservation. Delicious, Tony exclaimed, his mouth full, mumbling praises. Observing his enthusiasm, Zhang Yang silently pushed his bowl of fried sauce noodles towards him. After finishing his own bowl, Tony raised an eyebrow at the noodles Zhang Yang had offered. Wow, Zhang, you are truly magnificent, but how could I eat yours? If I eat, what will you have? I could prepare some plain noodles. Zhang, this would be too rude of me. Tony's words were deceptive. He promptly devoured the second bowl of fried sauce noodles, finishing every last morsel. The 2 bowls were left as immaculate as if they had just been washed. After a hearty burp, Tony patted his stomach and looked at Zhang Yang, who was about to prepare noodles. If you're making plain noodles, could you please spare me a bowl? Zhang Yang glanced sideways, and Tony flashed a grin revealing 8 teeth. This gentleman was indeed a complex character. Tony had another bowl of plain noodles, garnished with pickled mustard and lao gama sauce. Zhang Yang believed that with a jar of pickled vegetables, he could conquer the Marvel Universe. Tony finished his soup with satisfaction before setting down the bowl. Zhang Yang prepared him a cup of digestive tea. No, I can no longer eat, Tony declared, pushing the cup away. This is for digestion, to prevent you from overeating and being unable to exit my dojo. Thank you. Tony sipped the tea a few times and then set the cup down. Now let's get to the point. He lifted his shirt, revealing the arc reactor. Isn't it peculiar? Zhang Yang shook his head, for this device was saving his life. Tony began recounting his recent encounter and the purpose of the reactor. Zhang Yang magnified his focus on everything before him. Through the gaps in the machine, he could see the magnetic forces at work. Although he did not understand the underlying principles, thoughts of the unclaimed rewards from the system flooded his mind. The promise of sheltering the Hulk and aiding him in controlling his temper. Tasks completed, rewards of martial arts points, and monetary bonuses were due, as well as the biochemistry knowledge repository. Where were the biochemistry rewards? Zhang Yang called out to the system in his mind, but received no response after quite some time. Sighing, he looked up to find Tony observing him. What did you just say? Apologies, I was lost in thought. What did you say? I saw in a martial arts film that there are techniques capable of sealing a person's meridians. Could we not apply such a method to mine, and then conduct surgery to remove those fragments? Zhang Yang shook his head. Theoretically, that is correct, but you would need to seal all the blood vessels around your chest. Doing so would be unfeasible, as total closure could lead to dire consequences. And let us not seal them all. The speed of blood flow would carry the fragments away, ultimately leading them to your heart. Tony pointed to the object on his chest. I possess the arc reactor. As long as it remains, the fragments will be drawn towards it. We could open 1 or 2 vessels, but surgery would cause blood to spill out. An incision in a sealed area is akin to pricking a fully inflated balloon. It could burst. However, some balloons may gradually leak air, which would be the best outcome. Tony lowered his shirt. I now find this device rather advantageous. Let us discuss a plan further. Tony patted his chest. I utilized this to create a magnificent apparatus. Super cool. Oh, it's a suit of armor that can launch weapons. And I can even make it fly. Oh, I can also give it stunning colors. Are you not excited? Why should I be excited? This is quite flashy. Zhang Yang shrugged, indicating his disinterest. Very well. I shall take my leave. Tony donned his suit jacket, but remained motionless at the kitchen door. Zhang Yang rummaged through the cabinet and retrieved the last 2 jars of pickled vegetables and lao ganma, stuffing them into Tony's arms with a plastic bag. Don't let my dojo make headlines. Otherwise, I shall leave your handsome face bruised and battered. Just as Tony was about to strike a pose, he abruptly turned and slipped out through the back door. After seeing Tony off, Zhang Yang glared at the cabinet, gritting his teeth. Were these heroes merely reincarnated gluttons? Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was that the system had failed to deliver his rewards. System, don't play dead. Show yourself. Where's the promised repository of biochemical knowledge? Host, the Hulk has not entirely mastered his temper. He transformed the moment you closed the portal due to his unstable emotions. Damn! Zhang Yang slammed his fist onto the table, exclaiming, what a stroke of bad luck. Ding! Task issued. Please assist the Hulk. Upon completion, the reward is 200 martial arts points, a bonus of $1 million, and the biochemical knowledge repository. Failure to complete will result in a deduction of $1 million and 600 martial arts points. Damn! Losing 600 martial arts points? This system is becoming increasingly unscrupulous. But how am I supposed to assist? Chapter 32. Eating solves everything. When Zhang Yang arrived at his destination per the system's guidance through the portal, he was horrified by the scene before him. Who, in their right mind, would thrust their face toward a python? Swiftly sidestepping, Zhang Yang evaded the snake's maw and seized its vital point, hurling the serpent away. System, let us negotiate. Please ensure more accurate positioning next time. Ding. Host. The system has re-evaluated the situation. The Hulk is indeed here. The system's location is accurate with no errors. Zhang Yang surveyed the surrounding tropical rainforest, using his senses to scan the area. About 400 meters ahead, concealed by foliage, he spotted a massive green figure. Approaching, he found the Hulk curled up, eyes closed, seemingly asleep, yet muttering incoherently. Zhang Yang summoned a gust of energy and greeted the Hulk. Hello, Dr. Banner. Upon hearing someone call his name, the Hulk erupted in fury, roaring like a gorilla as he stood, pounding his chest. Seizing the moment, Zhang Yang launched a silver needle from his hand. Unfortunately, the Hulk's skin was too thick. The needle clattered uselessly to the ground. I truly do not wish for this. Zhang Yang Sigit, glancing at the fallen needle before producing several long iron nails he had fortuitously brought along, remnants from a renovation project. He had taken them on a whim, never expecting to actually need them. The Hulk, now in a furious rage, glared at Zhang Yang and unleashed a powerful punch without hesitation. Zhang Yang raised his hand in defense, and the protective barrier absorbed the impact of the Hulk's strike, sparing him from harm, though he did experience some forceful jolt. Both Zhang Yang and the Hulk were pushed back a few paces due to their mutual collision. Observing that his initial attack had failed, the Hulk swiftly prepared to launch a second blow. As the Hulk swung his fist downwards, Zhang Yang deftly maneuvered past the Hulk's towering form, exploiting the vulnerability of his lower body and slipping under his armpit. In an instant, he drove a nail into the Hulk's pressure point beneath his arm. As he circled to the back, he thrust another nail into the pressure point at the back of the Hulk's neck. The Hulk let out a thunderous roar, then suddenly softened and collapsed. His immense green form began to shrink, and the 2 nails were expelled from his body. In less than a minute, he transformed back into Dr. Banner, appearing in human form, still unclothed. Zhang Yang retrieved a garment from his backpack to drape over Dr. Banner and casually collected the 2 deadly nails. He opened a portal and dragged Dr. Banner into his study. Just as he closed the portal, the study door burst open. "Hey, Zhang, I came to see you. Do you have such heavy tastes?" Tony stood in the doorway, seemingly having arrived at an inopportune moment. "Come in and shut the door." "No, no, no. I prefer women." Zhang Yang, uninterested in banter, pulled him inside, closed the door, and locked it. Tony huddled against the wall. "Zhang, we could talk this out. I'm a man of my word. I want to speak of what I've seen today. Take a good look at who's on the floor." Tony glanced down and widened his eyes. "Is this Bruce Banner?" He walked around Dr. Banner in disbelief. "Both of you, rein in your thoughts. Dr. Banner has just reverted from a Hulk. Here? No, it's complicated." Tony glanced around, picked up a cup of water from the table, and before Zhang Yang could intervene, he splashed it onto Dr. Banner's face. Dr. Banner awoke, and the three men exchanged glances, the atmosphere instantly turning awkward. Tony shook the cup in his hand. "Perhaps I should have splashed Dr. Banner awake?" Dr. Banner wiped his face. "No, you should have." Zhang Yang placed a stack of clothes on a chair and stepped out of the study with Tony. Waiting for the occupant to signal he was dressed before re-entering. The three stood in the study, exchanging uncertain glances. What did they possibly say at that moment? What was appropriate to discuss? How about some noodles? Would you like me to cook you a bowl? There is no problem that cannot be resolved with good food. Thus, the Hulk and Iron Man found themselves seated in the kitchen of a martial arts studio in Chinatown, face to face, enjoying a meal of noodles. They even delved into a discussion on biophysics concerning gamma rays at the dining table. Zhang Yang silently consumed his noodles, utterly perplexed. Suddenly, Tony turned to him, exclaiming, "Zhang, what is your opinion?" "Opinion on what?" Zhang Yang stood up and replenished his plate with pickled vegetables. "My perspective is that this is the last dish of pickled vegetables. Consuming any more would be detrimental to your health." This was a clever diversion. Tony's expression transformed into one of despair. "Come on, you've already given me Lao Gan Ma. Why be stingy with a little pickled vegetable?" "Stingy?" Zhang Yang found this notion amusing. "You've taken half a jar of my pickled vegetables, polished off a bottle of Lao Gan Ma in 2 days, and now you're back for more? Am I the one being stingy?" Dr. Banner looked incredulous. "When I left, I only took 1 jar of pickled vegetables. I didn't even taste the Lao Gan Ma. I made 1 jar last for 2 weeks. Tony shared the same disbelief. "Good heavens, 2 weeks. Forgive my candor, my friend, but don't wander off. I'll build you a whole building equipped with state-of-the-art research facilities, all for your exclusive use. I'll even stock it with pickled vegetables and Lao Gan Ma. I rather enjoy wandering," Dr. Banner chuckled. "Provided I can manage my temper. I always lose control, and I can't quite fathom why." "Oh, my heavens, why?" As Dr. Banner grew increasingly agitated, Tony subtly retreated. Hey, cool it, my brother. This old house can't withstand." Before Tony could finish, Zhang Yang swiftly rose and deftly inserted a silver needle into Dr. Banner's acupoint. The enraged doctor instantly calmed down. Tony was left in astonishment. "Goodness, doctor, you might as well stay here for life. That little needle in your hand is simply extraordinary." Zhang Yang flashed a mysterious smile at Tony. "Want to see something even more astonishing?" Tony suddenly felt a foreboding sense of dread. Zhang Yang quickly jabbed a needle into his neck, rendering Tony momentarily speechless. "Isn't it marvelous?" Tony nodded. "Do you wish to stay here for eternity?" Tony shook his head. Zhang Yang released the acupoint, and Tony immediately distanced himself from Zhang Yang. "Once you're done eating, let us discuss something." "Tony, why did you come to see me so suddenly?" Tony produced his phone, displaying an image of an Iron Man suit. "I wanted to show you my cool color scheme. Is that all? By the way, I've run out of Lao Gan Ma." Zhang Yang rolled his eyes, contemplating how to stuff Tony into a jar of Lao Gan Ma. Chapter 33. The Hulk has departed, having seen off Mr. Iron Man with half a jar of pickled vegetables. Zhang Yang returned home to find Dr. Banner dutifully washing dishes. Goodness, the Hulk was in his house, donning an apron and doing housework. How astonishing. Zhang Yang had once sought to offer assistance, only to be rebuffed by Dr. Banner. "You have saved me on 2 occasions and imparted so much knowledge. I must repay you in some way." "Doctor, there is no need for you to harbor such feelings of guilt. My aid is entirely voluntary. Even washing your dishes is a choice I willingly make." After Dr. Banner completed the last dish, Zhang Yang had already prepared a new room for him on the 3rd floor. "My students, aside from my disciples, are not permitted on the 3rd floor." Dr. Banner expressed his gratitude once more, and Zhang Yang administered a few acupuncture needles, delivering a stack of papers. "When I found you, were you reciting the Tranquility Mantra?" Zhang Yang recalled that he had never taught him how to chant it. I had just departed your home when my heart raced uncontrollably due to my urgency to escape, causing me to transform. Upon reverting, I looked up the tranquility mantra and began reciting it occasionally. If you can execute Tai Chi slowly enough, that would indeed be a success, Dr. Banner responded noncommittally. Zhang Yang had never considered that Tony was as persistent as chewing gum. The following evening, he returned, bringing along his latest color design. Compared to the yellow and red combination seen the previous day, the gold and red ensemble represented the true Iron Man suit. Zhang Yang remarked, "It looks splendid." Tony departed in high spirits, even taking a bottle of Lao Ganma with him. Dr. Banner paused in his Tai Chi practice. "Mr. Stark holds a unique regard for you. A debt of gratitude, perhaps? You two have saved me." Dr. Banner gazed at Zhang Yang, who appeared to take everything lightly, and shook his head. "No, Zhang, you do not understand. Aiding others in their time of need, without seeking recognition, is a noble act. You are a gentleman who would never betray a friend, and we cherish your company." "Wow, I did not expect such high praise. Your merit is indeed commendable. But my actions are guided by my heart. One should not chase after lofty peaks in this world. Not quite. He is the man who aims to master the primordial heart sutra. We must learn to live in the present, discerning what is meaningful. Just as I chose to save you because I learned of your story and felt you did not deserve to be taken away. Not quite. The system assigned the task. Didn't he it? You are perpetually anxious because you lack direction and purpose. Your previous life was consumed by research until chaos erupted, and you became ensnared without fully accepting it. Were his words somewhat sanctimonious? Dr. Banner, I believe your volatility is not solely due to gamma radiation. It stems from your uncertainty about your path. After leaving behind a thought-provoking statement, Zhang Yang gracefully exited the room without taking a single cloud with him. The next day, Dr. Banner remained indoors all day. On the third day, he again did not venture outside. Zhang Yang pondered whether he had administered an overly potent dose, causing the doctor to become ensnared in a labyrinth of his own thoughts, unable to extricate himself from the convoluted cycle of reasoning. If that were indeed the case, the doctor, who had merely experienced a fleeting bout of anger, might now be trapped in this state of perpetual transformation, which would render Zhang Yang culpable for the consequences. On the fourth day, Zhang Yang resolved to knock on Dr. Banner's door. The doctor opened it, his face adorned with stubble and his hair in disarray. Zhang Yang perceived a glimmer in his eyes, a stark contrast to the previous, lifeless gaze. "Hello, doctor. How have you been these past few days? I was quite concerned about your seclusion." "No, I'm perfectly fine," Dr. Banner replied, inviting him into the room. Zhang Yang noticed the desk littered with papers filled with intricate formulas. "I believe you were right. I ought to contemplate my future, given my current state. I cannot alter the past, but why can't I forge a new destiny?" "Ah, splendid notion," Zhang Yang responded. "I understand gamma rays. I am well versed in their intricacies. Perhaps I can delve deeper into my research and, who knows, restore myself to my former self." "Doctor, you may be overthinking this," Zhang Yang began, but ultimately could only offer his best wishes. "You are correct. Anything is possible." Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully assisting the Hulk. Task completed. Reward: 200 martial arts points. A bonus of $1 million and a biochemical knowledge repository. Zhang Yang was taken aback. The task had concluded so swiftly. He had braced himself for a grueling ordeal. Yet the resolution came far sooner than anticipated. Dr. Banner intended to leave within the next couple of days. Zhang Yang offered him a stack of cash, but Banner declined, noting that the money Zhang Yang had previously given him remained unused. "Doctor, where do you plan to go this time?" Dr. Banner shook his head, revealing no intention of seeking Zhang Yang's assistance. He would send a postcard from his destination and find a way to reassure him of his safety. However, as for where he was headed, Dr. Banner did not possess a definitive goal. Truth be told, he was uncertain of his own path. What he was certain of was that he could not linger here any longer. No sooner had Dr. Banner departed than Tony Stark arrived, carrying a small box. "What do you have there? You're not bringing a lethal weapon to me, are you?" It is well known that Tony Stark's possessions are never simple. He would eventually invent an innocuous-looking briefcase that conceals his armor. He was unsure about the nature of the object Tony currently held. It could very well be a bomb. "This little contraption? I invented it during my university days. I was quite astonished when I stumbled upon it. Truly, I am a genius." "Thus, genius, what exactly is this?" "This resembles a device akin to a shield, which is to a certain extent effective in obstructing the search for gamma rays. I believe that large fellow could greatly benefit from such an apparatus, especially if those pursuing him were equipped with specialized instruments for detecting gamma radiation as they passed by. Can you keep up with Dr. Banner? Tony paused momentarily, only to realize the implication of Zhang Yang's words. He has left. When did he depart? He set off 4 hours ago towards the roadside. You know how difficult it is to leave under such circumstances. I have managed to find out that a vehicle will be departing from here at midnight. Did he mention a destination? He revealed nothing. He merely stated that if he had made up his mind, he would settle somewhere and write to us. Wait for his letter? We might as well wait until next century. Tony surmised that, given Dr. Banner's meticulous nature, he would likely withhold his whereabouts for a considerable time. Chapter 34. 3 consecutive awards. Tony left the small box with Zhang Yang, having no interest in chasing after a man. Zhang Yang, failing resigned, decided to wait until he learned of Dr. Banner's location before using a portal to deliver the trinket. He intended to place the item in a safe. It bypassed the intricate process of opening the safe, which required a key, a password, and a fingerprint, and instead utilized the sling ring to create a portal, depositing the item within the safe. The moment he secured the item, the enigmatic aura of camartage reemerged. Zhang Yang turned leisurely, greeting the Ancient One, who was seated on a meditation cushion. Good evening, Master Yoda. Good evening, Zhang. He poured her a cup of tea, hesitating between filling to the brim or leaving it less full. A full cup would be more courteous. Zhang Yang was aware of the purpose behind the Ancient One's visit, yet he preferred to avoid confronting it. After a moment's contemplation, he refrained from filling the cup entirely. How have you been faring with your reading lately? He inquired as he handed the tea to the Ancient One. I've been quite busy and have not had the leisure to read. This was the truth. In his efforts to assist Dr. Banner, he had been preoccupied, and with Tony's meddling, he had completely forgotten about the box of books tucked away in the corner. I doubt you are particularly inclined towards reading. Thus, I have decided to elucidate matters personally. Elucidate what? To recognize that the sling ring is merely a conduit. The Ancient One rose, her hands clasped behind her back, and at that moment, the surrounding scenery transformed into the mirror dimension. As she advanced, the entire mirror space altered with each step she took. Do you see? Ido. You did not utilize the sling ring. The mirror dimension manifested the instant you stood, and with each step you take, the space transforms. The Ancient One turned, and the mirror space vanished. As you comprehend my intentions, you must also be aware of the standards I wish for you to meet. Master Gu clasped his hands together, his mind attuned, his spirit unified. Zhang Yang shrugged, genuinely perplexed by the urgency with which he imparted these matters to me. To speak candidly, the time we initially discussed has not yet arrived. It is evident that you perceive my lack of inclination to peruse those texts. Hence your visit to remind me. Oh, Master Zhang, I must reiterate, we have not dispatched anyone to surveil you. Gu displayed a look of resignation. Wang went to indulge in fried sauce noodles and, passing by, sought to see you, only to find you quite occupied. Zhang Yang chucked softly, aware that Gu had no desire to respond to his inquiries. It mattered not, for he would unearth the answers in due course. The next time I personally return these tomes, I shall bring him a bowl of fried sauce noodles. I shall have Wang await your esteemed presence. Once Gu departed, Zhang Yang perused the ancient texts, each page dense with archaic language. Completing them would surely take several days and nights. Ding! The host currently possesses 1,678 martial arts points and is eligible for 3 draws. Zhang Yang, feeling somewhat lethargic, closed the book. System. Why do you choose to manifest at this moment? Host, you might uncover unexpected delights through the lottery. It had been some time since Zhang Yang had accessed the system interface. Upon hearing this, he decided to take a glance. Host, Zhang Yang identity. Master of the Zhang Martial Arts School Lifespan, 2185 Martial Arts Technique. Primordial Heart Sutra, 4th Layer, Skills. Wing Chun 15, Tai Chi 25. 8 Extremes Burst 1, Medical Chi Huang 10. Misdirection Fist 1, Tai Chi Sword 7 Knowledge. Biochemistry Martial Arts Points, 1678. Defeating opponents, vanquishing foes, and completing tasks issued by the system yield martial arts points, which can be utilized for lottery draws, enhancing one's strength, and more. Current tasks, none. Primordial Heart Sutra, 4th Layer, 1. Vision and Hearing Awakened, 2. Impact Control, Awakened, 3. Velocity, not awakened 4. Mysterious flame, not awakened 5. Aerial control, not awakened 6. Object manipulation, not awakened 7. Frenzy, not awakened 8. Divine annihilation, not awakened 9. Domain, not awakened. Zhang Yang was taken aback by the substantial accumulation of martial arts points he possessed, such a considerable amount. Draw, he thought. Why leave them for the future when they could serve him now? Ding! 500 martial arts points drawn for a lottery, acquiring the skill, photographic memory. Ding! 500 martial arts points drawn for a lottery, obtaining a misdirection fist insight card and an 8 extremes burst insight card. Ding! 500 martial arts points drawn for a lottery. Receiving the treasured sword, Xianyuan sword. Goodness, the Xianyuan sword. What a remarkable item this is. Zhang Yang looked around. Where was his Xianyuan sword? System, where's the Xianyuan sword? Please close your eyes, host, then open them, and you shall see. Zhang Yang shut his eyes, and upon reopening them, a magnificent sword had materialized upon his desk. Elated, he drew the sword and began to brandish it within his study. Suddenly, with a narrowed gaze, he swung forward, effortlessly cleaving a vase on the table in two. How exhilarating! Zhang Yang held the sword aloft, joy radiating from him like a child. However, his gaze fell upon the books, still resting on the desk, and he instantly felt akin to a child pressured by parents to complete homework. Yet in the next moment, his spirits soared once more. With his newfound photographic memory, none of this posed a challenge. Zhang Yang closed his eyes and randomly selected 2 books, swiftly delving into them, successfully absorbing their contents before midnight. The following morning, Zhang Yang immediately utilized the insight cards for the mysterious movement fist and the 8 extremes burst. These insight cards ought to be employed as soon as they are acquired. After all, they would eventually be used regardless. He practiced the mysterious movement fist according to the techniques resonating in his mind, soon realizing that the garden was somewhat cramped for such an art. With a swift flip, he leapt to an adjacent open space, continuing his practice with fervor. After completing the mysterious movement fist, he transitioned to the 8 extremes burst. Upon finishing the entire set of movements, he was drenched in sweat. After a refreshing shower, he felt utterly invigorated. He even managed to read half a book. This photographic memory skill was truly remarkable. However, he found carrying the Xianyuan sword somewhat cumbersome. If only he possessed a spatial compartment for ease of transport. He could roam freely with the sword. Ding! Task issued. Please complete the mission to rescue Iron Man. Upon completion, rewards include 500 martial arts points, a monetary bonus of $1 million, and a spatial compartment. Failure to complete the task will result in a deduction of $1 million, 600 martial arts points, and a retrieval of the Xianyuan sword. Retrieval? System, you're truly tempting me to unleash my wrath upon you. If only you had a physical form. Please, host. Remain calm. Completing the task will grant you a spatial compartment. Oh, you mischievous entity. Now elucidate what it means to rescue Iron Man. As long as you successfully extricate Iron Man from peril, it counts as a successful rescue. But what peril are we speaking of? System, are you there? System? Playing dead again? Zhang Yang called out for a considerable time, receiving no response from the system. He deduced that this was a question the system was reluctant to answer. Truly, you are something else. Chapter 35. Come and apply the ointment. Zhang Yang calculated the days and realized that Tony Stark was likely immersed in the research of the Iron Man suit during this period. He must be disheveled in his basement, toiling away. As for the current developments in the Iron Man saga, he was uncertain. However, completing the task would grant him a spatial compartment, which would be incredibly cool. Should he call to inquire about the armor? No, that would not suffice. After all, he had previously displayed indifference more than once when the other party boasted about their battle armor. Moreover, he lacked Tony's contact information. Would it not be rather abrupt to suddenly request his number? Zhang Yang found this task to be more challenging than pursuing a romantic interest. Luo Yuan, panting and struggling, entered while pulling a small cart. Zhang Yang looked on in confusion. Had the boy been shopping? Upon closer inspection, he discovered several boxes, including unprocessed pickled vegetables. Luo Yuan, what are you doing? Luo Yuan, appearing perplexed, replied, Master, wasn't it you who asked me to buy these? I got 3 boxes of pickled vegetables from the market, 2 boxes of Lao Gan Ma from a supermarket, and I still need to pick up 4 glass jars from the grocery store. He rummaged through his pocket and eventually produced a pile of change. Here's the change. Zhang Yang suddenly recalled that his stock had been nearly depleted by the Marvel elites over the past few days. To prevent further depletion, he had specifically asked Luo Yuan to procure some supplies. Keep the change. If those kids practice well over the weekend, reward them with some snacks. Buy a few treats for yourself as well. He assisted Luo Yuan in moving the items into the kitchen, while Luo Yuan hurried off to retrieve the glass jars. Observing the situation, Zhang Yang devised a plan. He swiftly washed, chopped, and processed all the pickled vegetables. By the time Luo Yuan returned with the jars, Zhang Yang had completed the task. Luo Yuan, astonished, dropped his lollipop, which Zhang Yang deftly caught and promptly returned to his mouth. What are you thinking? Master, how can you work so quickly? With prolonged practice, one's efficiency becomes remarkably swift. After managing everything, Zhang Yang sent a message to Colonel Roddy after dismissing his students for the evening, inviting him to visit the dojo if he had the time. Colonel Roddy replied that he was free, as he had just stepped out intending to visit Tony. He mentioned he would swing by on his way. Zhang Yang put away his phone, confident that Colonel Roddy would indeed come by tonight. The system's location tracking was quite reliable, despite its occasional quirks. Upon Roddy's arrival, Zhang Yang pointed to half a box of lao gan ma and a basin of pickled vegetables at his feet. These are for Tony. Could you please take them to him? What? Mr. Tony Stark visits my dojo periodically, primarily to indulge in these two items. Is Tony out? Clearly, their points of focus differed. Please deliver these to him. He won't be able to visit for a month. Colonel Roddy found this hard to believe, but realized he should indeed take them. It was not ideal to burden an acquaintance with frequent requests. Certainly, this is due to Colonel Rhodes being unaware that Tony had positioned Zhang Yang on the same level as himself, which made him entirely at ease about visiting Zhang Yang's home for a meal. Before Colonel Rhodes could load his belongings into the vehicle, he received a phone call. Zhang Yang, relying on his auditory senses, heard the furious demand from the other end for Rhodes to return. A sudden appearance of an Iron Man soaring into the sky, having departed from Tony's villa, prompted Colonel Rhodes to abandon his efforts and hastily depart. Zhang Yang, caught in a whirlwind of thoughts, had initially envisioned a strategy of feigned indifference, hoping that Rhodes would deliver his belongings, which would lead Tony to perceive such behavior as inappropriate, thereby prompting him to seek Zhang Yang out. However, just as he had a moment of inspiration and devised this plan, its execution faltered midway. Zhang Yang Siget, acknowledging the challenges of completing a mission. Nevertheless, with Tony now clad in his armor and ascending into the heavens, he had a fair idea of how the plot was unfolding. Zhang Yang quietly contemplated the nuance behind the term rescue within this mission. If he were to return the old core to Tony at the moment it was taken by Stan, would that not also be considered a form of salvation? Was he expected to dismantle Stan's colossal robotic antagonist? In truth, that was not entirely out of the question. With the Xianyuan sword in hand, what was there to fear? Lost in thought, the back door of the dojo was suddenly pounded upon. Zhang Yang felt compelled to open the door, revealing Colonel Rhodes supporting the injured Tony at the threshold. This time I utilized the back entrance, ensuring I would not make the headlines. Amazing, isn't it? Amazing indeed. Yet, true prowess would have been demonstrated had Tony managed to walk unaided. Zhang Yang carefully settled Tony onto the reclined bench in the pharmacy on the second floor, taking his pulse and marveling at how this individual truly embodied the essence of a Marvel protagonist. Despite the considerable fall, his internal organs remained unscathed. With only superficial injuries present, Zhang Yang prepared a medicinal plaster on site, heating it before applying it directly to Tony's back. A cry of agony echoed throughout the dojo. He applied 7 or 8 plasters in succession, each eliciting continuous yelps from Tony. Once finished, Tony lay bare-chested on the bench, awaiting the half-hour duration for the medicine to take effect. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang cooked 2 bowls of noodles, stir-fried with lao gan ma. He and Colonel Rhodes each took a bowl, setting up a small stool beside the reclined bench to sit. They slurped their meals, while Tony incessantly licked his lips and swallowed. "Am I not a patient? Can't I be served a bowl?" he lamented. "Had you heeded Colonel Rhodes and gone to the hospital, perhaps, due to your charm, the nurses might have procured an entire city's worth of hamburgers for you. However, now you find yourself in my clutches." Zhang Yang playfully tapped the rim of the bowl with his chopsticks, wearing a mischievous grin. "So bear with it." Tony buried his face in his hands, while Colonel Rhodes savored his meal with great delight. "Wow, I have finally discerned why Tony frequently visits your abode for sustenance." Colonel Rhodes, looking at Tony, patted him on the shoulder. Tony, I believe your persistent visits to Zhang's residence are indeed a sagacious choice. There is food and drink, as well as remedies for ailments. Simply splendid. Zhang Yang nearly choked on his noodles, exclaiming, "What a ridiculous notion!" Colonel Rhodes, cradling a bowl, inquired, "May I take a few bottles of Lao Gan Ma with me?" Tony glanced up. "And what about mine?" Rhodes replied, "You promised me a plethora, and I didn't manage to bring mine, so don't forget my portion." Zhang Yang raised his hand and playfully slapped Tony on the back, landing on a bruise. Tony let out a piercing scream that echoed throughout the room. Colonel Rhodes nearly dropped his bowl in fright. Chapter 36. Uninvited dining and taking. Tony had been applying a medicated patch for half an hour and then directly brandished a set of golden needles belonging to Zhang Yang, declaring that if he didn't receive fried noodles, he would dispose of the needles. "There are no noodles," Zhang Yang retorted. "Then provide me with a bowl of Yangshan noodles with pickled vegetables." "I said noodles, not Lao Gan Ma or pickled vegetables." "Did you knock your brains, silly?" Tony shrugged. "Apologies, I didn't quite catch that." "Then just throw in some Lao Gan Ma with whatever." Zhang Yang prepared a portion of fried rice with Lao Gan Ma for Tony, who then returned the golden needles. However, at the moment he lifted the rice bowl, Zhang Yang swiftly extracted the needles and deftly inserted several into Tony's acupoints. Tony froze, rendered immobile. "Oh, my apologies. You're injured. So it's not advisable to consume spicy food." Zhang Yang rummaged through a drawer, producing a stack of medicated patches. "How do you possess so many?" Tony felt a throbbing in his temples. "These are for the students at my martial arts school. The children often sustain minor injuries when they first begin training." Zhang Yang heated a few patches and slapped one onto Tony's forehead. "You have a bruise on your forehead. This is necessary." Tony let out a cry of anguish. "There is also a wound on your chin. Let us apply one there." Another scream escaped him. "And there is an injury on your arm. Let us line them up." Tony's cries persisted for a full minute. Meanwhile, beneath the table, where Tony and Rhodes could not see, Zhang Yang used a portal to retrieve 2 small bowls from the kitchen. Rhodes only noticed Zhang Yang ducking under the table, emerging with 2 small bowls in hand. "Did you place the bowls under the table?" Zhang Yang smiled sleekly. "Anything is possible." In front of the incapacitated Tony, the two divided the bowl of fried rice between themselves. "Aren't you too concerned about overindulging?" Tony thought to himself that he never wished to see Zhang Yang and Rhodes again. This friendship could come to an end. After thoroughly exhausting Tony, the hour had turned to midnight. "I need a shower. Right now." Tony believed that the vendetta against Lao Gan Ma could be postponed, but first he needed a shower. He had never anticipated that peeling off the plaster would leave behind unsightly black residue. Those medicinal plasters from the herbal shop are nothing like this. "Zhang, are you intentionally seeking revenge on me? You are rather uninformed. This is an ancient formula plaster, far more effective. After 3 consecutive days of use, I assure you the pain in your strained muscles and bones will dissipate." Zhang Yang handed Tony a pair of Hawaiian-style shorts and an old man-esque tank top. "You should wash up. The odor is quite overpowering." With that, Zhang quickly stepped back, covering his nose and leaning against the wall alongside Roddy. At that moment, Tony felt that this friendship was at an end, without a second to spare. When Tony emerged from the shower, clad in shorts, tank top, and plastic flip-flops, he resembled one of those elderly gentlemen leisurely strolling through the park after dinner. "This tank top is splendid. Do you have more?" "I intend to take a few with me." A billionaire, occasionally scavenging for food at a small dojo. What a peculiar sight. Zhang had initially intended to prepare a late-night snack for Tony, but now he was disinclined. With a stoic expression, he retrieved 2 unopened tank tops from the cabinet and thrust them into Tony's arms. "You may leave now. After a long night of fussing about, I require rest. But I haven't had my late-night snack." "Late-night snack? You, who usually mooch off my food, now wish to take my clothes and still expect a late-night meal?" "Indeed," Tony protested, sitting down defiantly. "I am an injured party. I am hungry." Zhang rummaged through the refrigerator, producing a few instant steamed buns, microwaving them, and opening a jar of Lao Gan Ma. With a loud thud, he slammed the bowl of buns and the jar onto the table. He had heated 20 buns in one go. "Stuff yourself. This is all there is. If you want to eat, then leave." Roddy glanced around and inquired, "Can I still have some? I'd also like a bite." "Help yourself. Enjoy, my friend, a bowl of noodles, a bowl of rice, and a side of buns. May you and Tony indulge until you can no longer step outside." Zhang felt he had consistently underestimated the allure of Huaxia cuisine. Tony, holding a bun dipped in Laogan Ma, wore an expression of delight. Wow, Zhang, this is delectable. What is it called? Zhang remained impassive. Wowo 2, do you have any more in stock? Tony asked eagerly. They can be heated in the microwave. Perfect for me. Zhang, still expressionless, replied, none left. Tony pouted. Oh, please don't do this. I beg you just a little. Truly, there are none. Zhang opened the refrigerator, revealing it entirely devoid of buns. Very well then. Tony pulled the entire bowl of buns toward himself, causing Colonel Roddy, who was about to reach for one, to pause. Hey, Tony, that bowl isn't yours. Now it is mine. Having consumed so much already, my dear brother, I fear you might overindulge. Roddy reached out and snatched one. No, I want to overdo it. Two childish old men. After indulging and grabbing some more, Tony sauntered away, thoroughly satisfied. Zhang Yang contemplated abandoning this task. Ding! Host, please remember the spatial storage. Completing the task will yield rewards. Zhang Yang clenched his fist. He would endure. For the sake of the spatial storage, all of this was trivial. However, when Zhang Yang encountered Colonel Roddy again the following evening, he nearly succumbed to the urge to strike him. You're not sneaking over here with Tony to mooch, are you? Roddy opened the car door. Tony had installed a jet device in the palm of his armor. Then, donning the suit, he activated the device and crashed into the concrete wall. Zhang Yang was speechless. He returned upstairs and carried a box down. Having seen Tony's mansion in previous films, he was still taken aback by the sheer magnitude of the space upon his arrival. The pleasures of the affluent are beyond our comprehension. As Zhang Yang descended to the basement with Roddy, he was met with the furious voice of Pepper Potts. Tony, you must see a doctor. Pepper, relax. I've invited a friend to take a look. I don't recall any doctors among your friends. Pepper, you know nothing of my social circle. Look, my friend has arrived. Zhang Yang and Colonel Roddy halted at the doorway, witnessing Tony's delighted expression as he gazed at them, alongside Pepper's look of bewilderment. Hello, Pepper Potts. Greetings. I'm Zhang Yang, the master of the Zhang family martial arts school in Chinatown. A martial arts school? Pepper eyed Zhang Yang skeptically before glaring at Tony. Pepper, don't be like that. Yes, my friend. As Pepper opened her mouth to say something, she ultimately could only smile and leave. She had never been able to alter any of Tony's decisions. Out of sight, out of mind. Chapter 37. No pain, no gain. Once Pepper walked away, Zhang Yang finally observed Tony in his current state. He was sprawled on a small love seat. Though not particularly tall, the couch hardly accommodated his length. Upon seeing Zhang Yang, Tony joyfully pointed to the armor still embedded in the concrete bricks. Hey Zhang, welcome to my workshop. Have you seen my armor? Isn't it cool? Wow, absolutely magnificent. Is this the reason you're lying here, unable to move? Zhang Yang approached the armor beside Tony and suddenly raised his hand to pat Tony's arm. Oh! Tony's scream echoed throughout his villa. What's wrong? What happened? Pepper rushed down in a flurry, her face a mask of panic. What's going on? What's the matter? Oh, Pepper, stay calm. Roddy intercepted the frantic Pepper, preventing her from rushing forward. Tony is always courting trouble. There's little we can do about it. Rest assured, I'm keeping an eye on things and nothing untoward will occur. Pepper muttered a curse before retreating upstairs. Zhang Yang withdrew his hand from Tony's arm. The armor is impressive, but how did you find yourself in such a state again? Was yesterday as pain not enough? Pain, pain, pain. Zhang, as a friend, can we not go too hard on each other? You know the meaning of leniency. Yet when you were at my place, you didn't show any restraint. Roddy approached with concern. Is Tony all right? When I slapped him just now, he writhed in agony, which indicates there are no fractures. If a bone were broken, he would be moving like that. It's likely just a soft tissue contusion along with some ligament strain. Zhang Yang retrieved a stack of ointments from his bag and lit the alcohol lamp. No, I believe you must have other methods. I don't want my studio filled with this scent. As he spoke, he attempted to rise from the sofa. With a few golden needles, Zhang Yang rendered Tony immobile once more. Hey, it's always like this. How do you manage it? Teach me. Zhang Yang had an ointment. No way. With a swift motion, he slapped it onto Tony's arm. Just as Tony opened his mouth to scream, Zhang Yang jabbed another needle into his face and neck, silencing him completely. Cool. Colonel Roddy leaned in for a closer look. Hey, Zhang, can you teach me this technique? Next time Tony talks too much, I'll give him a few needles. Tony vigorously shook his head, signaling Zhang Yang not to teach him. while casting a fierce glare at Colonel Rhodey. Zhang Yang casually tossed a book on meridian theory in Chinese to Colonel Rhodey. Memorize it thoroughly, and then I can teach you. I don't speak Chinese. Zhang Yang gave him a thumbs up. Study diligently, and you shall improve. Rhodey silently placed the book back in a box. Zhang Yang had already applied a layer of ointment to Tony's limbs and removed the silencing needle. The moment the needle was withdrawn, Tony gasped for air as if he had been holding his breath underwater for too long. Rhodey looked on in confusion. Is it that painful? Tony gazed at Rhodey with a pitiful expression. It's hot. Zhang Yang paused, feeling the temperature of the ointment. My apologies. I got a bit distracted and accidentally heated it too much. Ahem. It needs to be hot to invigorate blood circulation and alleviate bruising. One cannot admit fault. I believe this is your excuse. You must have made a mistake. Tony exclaimed indignantly. Tony, how can you think that way? I specifically came to treat you, and you doubt my intentions? I shall never admit my own mistakes. Zhang Yang unfurled the needle pack, extracting one needle and roasting it over the alcohol lamp. Tony suddenly became alert. Zhang, what are you doing? Speed up your recovery. This was to ensure he could quickly recover and study the battle armor, thus propelling the plot forward. Once he completed the task, the spatial dimension would be within his grasp. No, you're trying to murder me. You're heating the needle. It's roasting. Heating. Without further ado, Zhang Yang plunged the first golden needle directly into Tony's shoulder. Ah! Tony's excruciating wails began anew. Pepper, upstairs with her computer, listened for a moment, then stuffed tissues into her ears, continuing to handle her work. With Colonel Rhodes present, she felt assured that Tony wouldn't get into any significant trouble. Zhang Yang filled Tony's arms and legs with golden needles, and Tony cried out until his voice was hoarse. He looked at Zhang Yang with a pitiful gaze, as if Zhang Yang were a heartless betrayer who had forsaken him. Don't look at me like that. I usually use silver needles for others, but for you, I use golden ones. Rhodes praised from the side. Wow, gold is more powerful than silver. Rhodes, shut up. You're not the one being pricked. How would you know it's better? Oh, Tony, because I, like you, take risks. I don't need to feel it. Just try to take fewer risks, and you wouldn't be in this predicament. With a slap, Rhodes struck Tony on the leg, eliciting another scream. This is for that day when you suddenly flew high up in your big metalkin, forcing me to be called back to defend you, even writing a report. Zhang Yang see get. Truly, it's not that the time for retribution hasn't come. Colonel Rhodes slapped Tony's other leg. This is for every time you make a grand spectacle, making me speak on your behalf in the military. Zhang Yang gazed at the ceiling, thinking it was all karmic retribution. During Tony's treatment, Zhang Yang and Rhodes went upstairs to have a meal with Pepper. She intended to order takeout, but Rhodes intervened. I remember Tony has Lao Gama here. Pepper looked bewildered. Whose mother? Rhodes is slowly pronounced Lao Gan, Ma in Chinese. Pepper remained confused. I heard mother. So whose mother is cooking? The explanation failed. Zhang Yang retrieved Lao Gan Ma and stir-fried a pot of rice, instantly winning Pepper over. He handed Pepper the supermarket's phone number, urging her to regularly restock for Tony to prevent him from frequently raiding his supplies. Pepper suggested that the next annual meeting could feature Lao Gan Ma as a prize. The aroma of the fried rice was intoxicating. The basement door was left ajar, just as they were discussing various ways to use Lao Gan Ma. Tony's voice echoed from the basement. Guys, I want to eat Lao Gan Ma too. The three at the dining table were momentarily stunned. Little Pepper shouted into the air, Jarvis, close the basement door. Understood. Jarvis swiftly shut the basement door, effectively isolating Tony's shouts. Pepper turned to Zhang Yang with a smile. Zhang, you may continue to elaborate on the other methods of preparing Lao Gan Ma. What a formidable person. Chapter 38. The embodiment of Qiong Yao after unsealing the ointment. Zhang Yang conducted a thorough examination of Tony. Fortunately, Tony's injuries were not severe. His bones remained intact, especially his remarkably knowledgeable mind, which was as solid as a rock. Despite such an impact, not even a crack marred his skull. You have quite a number of soft tissue contusions, and you only have one ligament strain. Can you do the splits? Tony looked taken aback. What on earth is that? Zhang Yang inquired furter. What about a straddle? Tony rolled his eyes. Oh, brother, what you're referring to are circus acrobats. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang executed a high kick, leaving Tony's jaw agape, wide enough to fit 2 eggs. Hey, Tony, do you want to practice martial arts? Tony immediately shook his head vigorously in refusal. After having thoroughly exhausted the restless patient, The sun was nearly rising. Thankfully, it was the weekend, and Royuan didn't have school. He sent Royuan a message, asking him to keep an eye on the martial arts school. He then settled down for a nap at Tony's luxurious mansion, feeling as though he were resting atop a mound of gold. When he awoke, it was already noon. As he sat up in bed, the curtains in the room automatically drew open, and Jarvis's voice service promptly activated. "Good afternoon, Mr. Zhang. Mr. Stark has instructed me to inform you that the ingredients are in the kitchen, the drinks are at the bar, and he is in the basement. Please make yourself at home." "Thank you. You're welcome, sir. It is my pleasure to serve you." Zhang Yang marveled at the intelligence of the system, noting how polite and refined it was. The system remained silent, emitting a noise akin to static from a television for a minute before falling silent again. Zhang Yang was taken aback. "System, you haven't malfunctioned, have you?" "Host, I was just expressing my displeasure with some choice words, but since you are my host, I automatically filtered it out for you." "Wow, this system can even curse. Are all systems meant to serve their hosts? How come this one exhibits such a range of intelligent behavior?" "Of course, I possess such intelligence, for I am superior to any system or artificial intelligence in this world. None can compare to even half of my capabilities." "You're amazing. You're impressive." With the system already boasting such prowess, what more could he say? Ultimately, it would be futile to voice any further thoughts. As Zhang Yang descended the stairs, Colonel Rhodey was already awake. "Hello, Rhodey. Good afternoon." "Oh, greetings. Would you like some lunch?" Rhodey held up a bottle of Lao Gan Ma while the microwave chimed, signaling the completion of its task. And Zhang Yang caught the enticing aroma of steamed buns. Did Tony manage to procure some steamed buns? Zhang Yang was set, considering Tony to be a culinary warrior among food enthusiasts. "I had no idea. When I opened the refrigerator, the buns were simply there," replied Rhodey. Zhang Yang peered into the fridge and recognized the familiar brand. Realizing his initial judgment was mistaken, Tony was not merely a foodie, but a culinary bombardier. Zhang Yang and Colonel Rhodey divided half a bag of steamed buns between them. By the time Tony emerged from his slumber, the kitchen had been tidied, and they were preparing to depart. "You two just feasted on steamed buns and Lao Gan Ma." Tony gasped, inhaling deeply, the air thick with the savory scent of their meal. "We worked tirelessly for you all night. Indulging in your provisions is hardly excessive," Rhodey remarked, holding up his car keys. "Come on, Zhang, I'll give you a ride." "I'll drive," Tony interjected, positioning himself in front of Rhodey. "You should quickly return to your joyful abode. Zhang's affairs are not your concern." "Very well. Farewell. Please don't be angry with me," Rhodey retorted, speeding off. Zhang Yang felt as though Rhodey's driving around the turn of the grand entrance to Tony's garden resembled a drift. Tony was visibly taken aback by Rhodey's driving prowess. Was he in such a haste to return? Hadn't he just said not to be upset? Zhang Yang pursed his lips, directing his gaze toward the kitchen. Suddenly, Tony dashed to the kitchen as if an alarm had been triggered, flinging open the refrigerator door. The spot where the steamed buns had once resided was now barren, and half of the Lao Gan Ma was missing. "That scoundrel Rhodey, we're no longer friends," he exclaimed, glaring at Zhang Yang with a look of seething fury. "Zhang, how could you not stop him?" Zhang Yang instinctively took a step back, sensing that Tony was on the verge of unleashing his wrath upon him. Indeed, Tony lunged forward, gripping Zhang Yang's shoulders, vigorously shaking him while shouting, "Why didn't you intervene?" Zhang Yang had no intention of thwarting Colonel Rhodey. He stood firmly on Rhodey's side. Nearly dizzy from the shaking, Zhang Yang executed a wing chun maneuver to free himself from Tony's grasp, snatched his bag, and sprinted away. The moment Tony saw him flee, he gave chase. "Why didn't you stop that scoundrel Rhodey?" "Why should I? He was merely an accomplice." Had it not been for him, Colonel Rhodey would have only taken a single bottle of Lao Gan Ma. In a moment of desperation, Zhang Yang swiftly waved his hand, creating a portal that transported him directly back to his bedroom, promptly shutting the portal before Tony could leap through. Zhang Yang sat on the edge of his bed, taking a few breaths to dispel the dizziness that had momentarily overtaken him. With his hands on his hips, he inhaled the fresh air, finally feeling rejuvenated. The embodiment of the melodramatic style of Qiong Yao is truly terrifying. Even Thanos pales in comparison. Zhang Yang decided to take a moment before descending to gather his belongings, when suddenly he felt something hard in the palm of his hand. After a brief touch, he realized he had forgotten to use the suspended ring. Zhang Yang was momentarily taken aback. Had he transcended the ordinary? He placed the suspended ring on the table opposite him and attempted to reopen a portal. After more than half an hour of futile effort, he achieved no results. When he donned the suspended ring and tried again, he effortlessly opened a portal. It seemed I still require the suspended ring. Zhang Yang fell into contemplation, gazing at the ring for an extended period, which led him to a bold hypothesis. He placed the ring in his pants pocket, extended his hand while envisioning the safe in his study, and then traced a circle in the air. Soon, a portal the size of a soccer ball materialized before him. Zhang Yang reached in and retrieved a small box containing a blocker. After placing the box back inside, he closed the portal. Could this be what Gui wished for him to comprehend? Merely relocating the ring? It would be more prudent to wear it on his hand. Placing it in a pocket could easily lead to its loss during acrobatics or rolling. Unless he possessed a portable space, which would safeguard the ring from such mishaps. However, Gui would be unaware of the system's existence, and even less so of the portable space. Frustrated, Zhang Yang scratched his head. Did Gui intend for him to insert the ring directly into his body? But how would that be accomplished? Swallowing it? That would be akin to a golden suicide. Chapter 39. Arranged to steal a meal, Zhang Yang properly stowed the suspended ring just as he heard the synchronized shouts of the students downstairs. It appeared that Luo Yuan had trained them quite well. Since he had already informed Luo Yuan of his prior engagement, he decided to use this excuse to the fullest. Zhang Yang resolved to dedicate the entire day to reading through the entire box of books with his photographic memory. Time flew by as he utilized his gift, and after Luo Yuan had seen all the students off, he intended to retrieve a couple of books from his master's study before the library closed. Upon reaching the door, he was startled to find Zhang Yang seated at the desk. He was taken aback, nearly losing his balance. Zhang Yang shook his head at the sight of Luo Yuan's startled demeanor. The young man's composure was still lacking. Master, when did you return? Has the session concluded? Everyone has gone back, and several of the older brothers asked me to inquire if you have time for a match with them. I'll arrange it for another day. Why haven't you returned yet? I came to find a few books to take home. The knowledge base of herbal medicine is vast, and I wish to study it closely to commit it to memory. Zhang Yang perused the bookshelf and handed 2 books to Luo Yuan. To express his care as a mentor, he even personally accompanied Luo Yuan to the entrance of the martial arts hall. However, upon returning, he was nearly driven to exasperation by an unexpected surge of energy. Had Gui returned once more? Zhang Yang secured the entrance of the martial arts hall and, upon his approach, discovered a portal had been opened in the study, where Wang was seated, engrossed in a book. You come to my home so casually. Have you considered my feelings as the host? He remarked. Come here. Bring all the books. The time for borrowing from Gui has come to an end. Zhang Yang stuffed the books into a box, hoisted it, and traversed the portal to Kamar Taj, where he plopped down opposite Wang. What does Gui intend? I do not know, Wang replied, taking the box and checking the book list, returning each tome to its rightful place. Zhang Yang, failing Boret, craned his neck to glance at the book Wang was reading. He recognized each ancient character individually, yet together they perplexed him. Spell Universe. The first 2 should perform grammatical substitution. The title of this book is the definition of the eternal existence of spells and time within the cosmos and their interactions. After Wang finished placing the books, he sat down and handed the volume to Zhang Yang. If you're interested, take a look. No, I do not require it. Zhang Yang vehemently shook his head. Such profound academic knowledge was beyond his grasp. He preferred simpler explanations. Gui stated, you must let go of the suspended ring. But without it, I cannot open the portal. Zhang Yang resolved to converse with Wang, for Gui's intentions were simply too intricate for him to comprehend, as he struggled to understand the mind of a woman who had lived for eons. Without the suspended ring, the portal could not be opened. In other words, the ring served as a medium to activate the portal. However, without the necessary skills, possessing the ring would be futile. What does it mean to let go? Wang pondered, raising an eyebrow. It means not to rely too heavily on the suspended ring. Have you made any new discoveries regarding its usage recently? Zhang Yang retrieved the ring from his pocket. I can open the portal with the ring in my pocket. As long as it is on me, I do not need to wear it on my hand. Can Gui do the same? Wang smiled mysteriously. Few can achieve such a feat. He extended his left hand, straightening it before him. If my suspended ring is on my hand, it is akin to holding a key, which is used to unlock doors. Zhang Yang nodded, comprehending this analogy. Then what about my situation, where I can hold it in hand or keep it in my pocket? Holding the key in hand provides more stability when opening the door. One would only resort to your method in dire circumstances. Wang shrugged. Zhang, after all, in the face of danger, We may not even have the time to reach into our pockets for the ring. He fixed a serious gaze upon Zhang Yang. Even Gu Yi seldom resorts to such measures. Do not choose the convenience of this method too often, as unstable portals can be perilous. Zhang Yang nodded with relief, grateful that during his later experiments, he had only activated the portal to the vault. What then was the true meaning behind Master Gu Yi's words? Since it did not pertain to the suspended ring, what could it possibly refer to? Wang glanced over his shoulder at Zhang Yang. I don't know. You should inquire yourself. Turning around, Zhang Yang found Gu Yi standing behind him with his hands clasped behind his back. It was indeed uncanny how one could speak of someone and they would appear. It seems one should never speak ill of others behind their backs. It appears you have uncovered another use for the suspended ring, Gu Yi remarked as he lifted his robe and seated himself on the opposite side of the table. Zhang, you are quite unique. You possess a stability that we lack. So, are you implying that I can often go without wearing it? No. What I intend to convey is that it merely provides additional security in urgent situations. Yet that is not the understanding I wish for you to grasp. Then I remain in the dark. Zhang Yang was no longer inclined to seek understanding. What cosmic mysteries did he have to do with him? He wished to activate the portal and depart, but suddenly, Gu Yi opened another portal beside him. In an instant, Zhang Yang felt as if he were aboard a spaceship, gazing down upon Earth. Gu Yi held the portal open for but a second before swiftly closing it. What I wish to express is that the function of the suspended ring is not singular. I aim to guide you toward the realization that the so-called portal is not solely for traversing back and forth in reality. The breadth of your imagination determines the dimensions through which you can traverse. Wang furrowed his brow. Last time at the noodle shop, he entered my space without the suspended ring, while we cannot access the mirrored space without it. The suspended ring is our only means of entry. This is our understanding. We know it. Indeed, however, someone has shattered this understanding. Zhang, I must clarify that the suspended ring is merely a medium. Your existence is an anomaly. I have never encountered anyone in history or during my lifetime who could enter and exit mirrored space without the suspended ring. So he truly is remarkable. The book I provided you mentions that the suspended ring is the sole method for entering and exiting space. Zhang Yang had indeed seen it, but had not paid it much heed. I tell you, true strength does not rely on the suspended ring. I believe you may become that one in a million who can open portals simply by possessing the suspended ring. Wang sighed, extending his chubby fingers. Speaking of which, sometimes during battles, I become so engrossed that I accidentally fling the suspended ring away. Zhang Yang propped his head on his hand, frowning. So, I am of use to you? Is that why you impart this knowledge to me? To teach me to become a powerful being of Kamartaj? I see you as a potential successor, Gu Yi continued, or perhaps a figure who could rank beneath the Vishanti in the annals of history. Zhang Yang was taken aback, and even Wang was left speechless. What should he do if he was suddenly destined to steal the spotlight from the protagonist? Thank you for valuing my presence, master. Zhang Yang swiftly rose to his feet and opened the portal, departing as if fleeing. Chapter 40. Breaking through the bottleneck after a moment of contemplation. Zhang Yang realized he could not usurp Dr. Strange's position. He secured the enchanted ring within a safe. Subsequently, he organized a practical training session for the students, where they would engage in mutual combat under his guidance. A few audacious young men boldly volunteered to spar with Zhang Yang, to which he readily acquiesced. The dojo resonated with the sounds of impacts, as 7 or 8 male students lay sprawled on the floor, each having failed to withstand more than 5 moves against Zhang Yang. I want to fight too, Luo Yuan exclaimed, propelled by the sight of his master in action, igniting a surge of enthusiasm within him. Zhang Yang pointed towards the plum blossom poles. If you wish to challenge him, then you shall do so atop the plum blossom poles, where he has trained the longest and mastered the most diverse disciplines, having received guidance from me throughout. Upon hearing that the sparring would take place on the poles, Luo Yuan instinctively stepped back a few paces. Master, I believe I should practice more diligently. I will seek you out again when I can last 5 moves against you. Zhang Yang raised his chin, signaling him to proceed. Reluctantly, Luo Yuan entered the courtyard. Feeling the weight of being the eldest disciple, he could not afford to display any signs of cowardice before his junior brothers and sisters. With a graceful leap, he ascended to the plum blossom poles. Zhang Yang ambled over, stepping onto the poles with an air of masterful composure. The surrounding crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. Luo Yuan assumed his stance. Master, I have been diligently practicing Wing Chun. Then let us engage in Wing Chun. Zhang Yang responded, adopting the same stance. The students gathered around, eagerly capturing the moment on their phones. The two remained poised for nearly a minute before Luo Yuan, losing patience, charged forward. In response, Zhang Yang calmly raised a hand to block, pivoting to evade. Luo Yuan, unable to halt his momentum, lunged forward and tumbled to the ground. "Master, help!" he cried. As he neared a face-first landing, Zhang Yang firmly planted himself on two plum blossom poles, one hand gripping a pole while the other caught Luo Yuan by the collar. Luo Yuan's face hovered a mere 5 centimeters above the ground, pausing momentarily before Zhang Yang released him, causing him to crash down, face first. Fortunately, his visage remained intact. The crowd erupted in cheers. "Master Zhang is formidable. The master is the best. Luo Yuan, though defeated, you have retained your honor." Brushing off the dust, Luo Yuan rose from the ground. "Master, let's have a match on the ground. On the ground, you will only last 3 moves." The previously defeated students began to shout. "Xiao Yuan, the master was holding back. Don't attempt it again. Brother Luo Yuan, I believe you didn't lose in vain." Luo Yuan's face flushed with embarrassment. "I am not driven by a competitive spirit. Rather, I seek to ascertain the extent of my current abilities. Your prowess lies in your unwavering stability. Once you achieve that, you will be able to engage with me in a spar on the plum blossom pole." Zhang Yang summoned everyone back to the martial arts hall, showcasing both the Misty Boxing and the 8 Extremes collapse. Those who find themselves ill-suited to Wing Chun or Tai Chi may consider transitioning to these styles. Over the past few days, Zhang Yang has observed that certain individuals are simply unable to adapt to the tranquil essence of Wing Chun and Tai Chi. Perhaps they are better suited for the explosive and agile nature of these techniques. Many were immediately intrigued and contemplated switching their practice. Zhang Yang first guided those eager to learn the 8 Extremes collapse, followed by those interested in the Misty Boxing. Once the fundamentals were sufficiently covered, he selected a few exceptional students to assist in refining the movements for the remaining practitioners. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your skill in Qi Huang has reached 15, earning a reward of 500,000 yuan. How did his skill improve so rapidly? Is it merely from applying bandages and administering injections to Tony Stark? Host, your participation in the plan to extract the metal shard from Tony Stark has granted you a 3-level increase during your discussions. Simply discussing it granted me participation? Zhang Yang felt that the system was sorely lacking in education. So, your current task of rescuing Tony Stark does not mean waiting until he has completely removed the metal shard from his body to consider it complete, does it? If the system were to assert that now, he would dedicate his life to uncovering the means to manifest the system into reality, followed by a thorough reprimanding of it. The system fell silent for a moment. Zhang Yang felt a pang in his heart, akin to a mild cardiac episode. Ding! Host! It has been confirmed that the task of rescuing Tony Stark does not include this aspect. Please rest assured. Zhang Yang felt a sudden relief in his heart, allowing him to indulge in skydiving and bungee jumping in the canyon. Zhang Yang devoted 2 days to teaching at the Martial Arts Hall while simultaneously enhancing his Hunyuan Heart Sutra. The higher one ascends in the Hunyuan Heart Sutra, the more arduous the journey becomes. Zhang Yang has remained at the 4th level for quite some time, yet he has not yet broken through to the 5th level. He sensed that he was lingering in the liminal space between the 4th and 5th levels, unable to grasp the path to ascend. He contemplated revisiting the library at Komartaj in search of inspiration. However, the intentions of the Ancient One had frightened him away that day, setting a psychological barrier against anyone resembling a figure in a yellow robe. Frustrated by this state of stagnation, Zhang Yang decided to push through as he once again practiced the Hunyuan Heart Sutra. Perhaps, through sheer determination, he would succeed. Sometimes, one merely requires that final push. As he practiced in the liminal space between the 4th and 5th levels, he once again felt the energy circulating within him. Seizing the moment when the energy flowed freely, he swiftly executed a full cycle, breaking through the barrier that had held him back. In an instant, a wave of pain surged through the meridians, as if an orifice had been opened within them, and a valve was relentlessly forcing air inward. Despite being already full, it continued its futile attempt to inflate. Zhang Yang rolled off the meditation platform, enduring the agony as he crawled to the table. Trembling, he plunged needles into several major acupoints on his body and pricked his finger to draw blood. Instantly, the pain in his meridians subsided, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. He had failed once more. Yet, Zhang Yang refused to succumb to despair. After regaining his composure, he sat cross-legged once again to make another attempt. This time, as he navigated between the fourth and fifth layers, he smoothly passed the obstacle that had previously thwarted him. Recognizing the progress, he decided to cease his practice at that point. Upon inspection, he noticed that his previously narrow meridians had widened due to the swelling. The flow of energy now coursed through them more smoothly than before. It was akin to transforming a narrow one-way street into a two-lane road, allowing a truck to navigate with ease. Chapter 41. A pitfall. Having discerned the reason behind his bottleneck, Zhang Yang no longer felt urgency to push into the fifth layer. Although he had momentarily breached this barrier, he questioned whether it was merely a fleeting success. What if the widened meridians reverted to their former state? It was crucial to understand that the meridians played a pivotal role in the operation of one's cultivation. A person, no matter how intelligent, would be rendered ineffectual if their meridians were dysfunctional. Zhang Yang decided to observe for several days before determining his next course of action. After several days of steady contemplation, a news broadcast caught Zhang Yang's attention. It reported an incident in a small foreign town where a steel warrior had appeared, wreaking havoc and defeating all who threatened the town. This steel warrior had even clashed with the stationed American troops, though the details were not elaborated upon. The screen was filled with scenes of dust clouds rising from explosions. Zhang Yang halted momentarily, a realization dawning upon him. The narrative seemed to have deviated. In a typical progression, Colonel Rhodes should have only discovered that Iron Man was Tony during this juncture, rather than during the test flight when he fell and was subsequently recognized. The butterfly effect was indeed formidable. Contemplating with his teacup in hand, Zhang Yang felt compelled to visit Tony. After all, he now felt as if he had lived over 30 years under the illusion of what was right, only to realize it was a grand farce. He glanced at the safe, pondering whether to take a taxi to Tony's house or utilize the pendant. Just then, his thoughts were interrupted by a loud crash. Something had plummeted into his backyard garden. In the fleeting moment when the object plummeted, he immediately activated his auditory and visual senses, clearly discerning that it was an armored suit, resplendent in hues of gold and red. This suit bore the marks of bullet scratches. This was none other than the notorious Tony Stark. Why had he fallen into his backyard instead of returning home? It was the witching hour, and the neighbors had all been roused from their slumber. Zhang Yang sent a message to Colonel Rhodes, urging him to descend at once to reassure the gathering neighbors outside his martial arts studio who were anxious for his safety. Uncle Lao and Chun Bai's father even stood at the door with a hunting rifle, their faces etched with concern. Zhang Yang calmed each of them, assuring them that all was well before sending them on their way. Then, he found a crowbar in the first-floor storage and entered the yard. To his dismay, his small vegetable garden was no more. A large pit had formed, and within it lay the cause of the commotion, the insufferable Tony Stark. If you're not unconscious and still have your wits about you, I present you with two options. Either you extricate yourself from this heap of scrap metal, or, Zhang Yang weighed the crowbar in his hand, I could resort to prying it open myself, dragging you out, and administering a few stitches afterward. His voice grew somber. I assure you, the pain will be excruciating when the needle pierces your skin. After a 2-minute pause without a response from Tony, Zhang Yang raised the crowbar, ready to strike. Suddenly, the contents of the pit stirred. I was wrong. Don't strike. I'm coming out. Tony raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. Please, Zhang, this was an accident. An accident that followed your escapade in some foreign town, which inadvertently alerted the local military. Correct? Tony pursed his lips, glancing up at the sky. Wow, Zhang, look at the Big Dipper. The clouds are obscuring the moon tonight. Not a sliver of moonlight penetrated the thick clouds above. Fortunately, after the incident with Little Jack, he had installed ample lighting in the backyard, illuminating the entire area. Can you rise? Tony attempted to move, casting a pitiful look at Zhang Yang, his expression a blend of pain and helplessness. Oh, Zhang, I can't get up, but I assure you, once I do, I'll be able to walk. Zhang Yang swung the crowbar towards him, and Tony immediately shielded his face. Don't hit me. After a prolonged silence, Tony opened his eyes to see the crowbar hovering before him. Oh, my friend, I thought you were going to strike me. Grasping the crowbar, Tony stood up, instinctively reaching out for Zhang Yang's shoulder, only for Zhang Yang to duck away. Zhang, that is so unfair. Tony looked at him, incredulous. Zhang Yang pointed at the pit. Tony, do you know how to grow vegetables? My little vegetable garden was perfect for adding a handful when making stir-fried noodles with Laogan Ma. It was absolutely delicious. Tony instantly fell silent. Zhang Yang assisted him into the pharmacy, deftly using scissors to cut away the tattered fabric of his shirt. To prevent Tony's cries from attracting the neighbors once more and to avoid any movement that might compromise the efficacy of the medication, he skillfully restrained Tony and silenced him. Familiar with the routine, he applied several dogskin plasters onto Tony's wounds and inserted numerous golden needles. Just as he completed these tasks, Rhodey arrived, clad in his battle attire with war paint adorning his face. Zhang Yang gestured toward the restroom. You may wash your face. There are fresh towels in the cabinet beneath the sink. The first room on the left side of the restroom has clothing, should you desire to change into something more comfortable. Rhodey washed his face, but opted not to change his attire. Zhang Yang and Rhodey each took a seat in front of Tony, and Zhang Yang removed the silencing needle. Tony, speak. You've been rampaging like a hero in a foreign town, and then you stylishly evaded our pursuit, only to land in a residential area. Chinatown, nonetheless. If the embassy calls, I shall toss you into the sea to feed the sharks. Rhodey's words grew increasingly impassioned, culminating in him rising from his seat. Zhang Yang brewed a cup of tea for Rhodey. Chrysanthemum and goji berry tea. This should temper your fiery temper. Rhodey accepted the cup and downed half of it, perhaps fortunate that Zhang Yang had allowed it to cool. Make sure to save some for me, he remarked as he set the cup down. Zhang Yang contemplated expelling the two from Chinatown, yet he packed half a bag of tea into Rhodey's backpack instead. At this moment, he found himself with a greater affinity for Colonel Rhodey than for Tony. Zhang Yang extracted the golden needles from Tony, peeled back the plasters, and realigned his bones. Tony felt remarkably well. He promptly headed to the restroom to tidy himself up, donning an old tank top and loose shorts. As he shuffled down the corridor in his slippers, he patted his stomach and inquired casually, Is there a midnight snack? Rhodey covered his face. Tony, please retract that statement. Tony, bewildered, asked why. I'm hungry. Zhang Yang smiled faintly. Tony, have you ever felt the sting of a golden needle piercing your flesh? Tony paused, and in that moment of distraction, Zhang Yang swiftly jabbed a needle into Tony's pressure point. Tony let out a sharp cry. Chapter 42. The one who deserves a beating. Billionaire Tony Stark successfully indulged in a midnight snack, yet he could only crouch in the corner of the kitchen. Cradling a bowl, Zhang Yang and Rhodey sat across from him, each holding a cup of tea. This is unfair, Tony protested as he ate, still seeking to negotiate his interests. Rhodey, how much tax do I pay annually? How many of the weapons in your arsenal were invented by me? Zhang Yang raised his hand, a golden needle delicately pinched between his fingers. Instantly, Tony fell silent, refraining from further chatter. Rhodey leaned closer to Zhang Yang. Hey, brother, could you lend me that book from last time? I've decided to study it. There's a saying in our Huaxia culture, time waits for no one. Rhodey was met with confusion. You're too late. My apprentice has taken that book to read. You may inquire about it once he has completed his studies. How long will your apprentice take to finish? Zhang Yang pondered for a moment. At least 2 months. Rhodey returned to his seat, falling silent. Once Tony had finished his meal, he proceeded to wash his own dishes. Zhang, can't you just buy a dishwasher? I prefer doing it manually, but I favor the automatic way. Then you can return to your own home. Tony lowered his head, obediently cleaning his plate. After Tony finished washing the dishes, the three men each held a cup of tea, seated at different corners of the table. Now that the treatment is done and the meal is finished, Tony, you must explain yourself. Otherwise, I might have to take you back to the base for a few days when I leave. Rhodey checked his watch. I still have 4 hours before I head back. You have time to elaborate on your reasoning. Tony shrugged, reclining in his chair in a relaxed manner. No reason. I just enjoy it. Superheroes. Who doesn't like them? Every boy has a superhero complex. That's my rationale. He looked at Rhodey with an air of self-importance. Believe it or not, Rhodey picked up an apple from the table and threw it at Tony, who effortlessly dodged it. The apple rolled to the wall. That was the last apple in my house. Rhodey was visibly frustrated, slamming his palm on the table. No apples? Then have a banana. Zhang Yang handed over an empty bamboo basket. There's nothing in it. Rhodey retrieved the apple, washed it, and placed it back in the basket. It's still edible. With a sigh, Zhang Yang flipped the apple back toward him. I'm just trying to change the subject. Here, have an apple. It will calm everyone down. Roddy took the apple and bit into it with such fervor that it seemed he was attacking Tony's head instead. Once he finished the apple, the three men sat in silence again. The atmosphere was exceedingly awkward. Zhang Yang glanced around, deciding to address the issue himself. What about the armor in that pit in my vegetable garden? That S mark. I don't care if that thing in the pit is called Mark or Mary. Please have it removed before my martial arts school opens tomorrow. Tony shrugged. Just think of it as an additional attraction for your dojo. Zhang Yang pinched a gold needle between his fingers. Then you can consider it as promoting blood circulation. Tony responded with utmost seriousness. Rest assured, Zhang. Mark will vacate that pit before your dojo opens tomorrow morning. Zhang Yang set down the golden needle, contemplating Tony's infuriating disposition. He believed that a more aggressive approach would be effective in dealing with him. Tony scampered to the backyard to repair Mark, with Colonel Rhodes in pursuit, seemingly unwilling to relent until he obtained the answers he sought that evening. However, Zhang Yang was certain that Colonel Rhodes would not acquire the information he desired tonight. No matter how many golden needles he plunged into Tony to provoke him, the reticent Tony Stark would remain tight-lipped. Zhang Yang stomped upstairs to the study, intending to catch a brief nap on the reclining Buddha. Unlike Tony, who could go days without sleep yet still appear as refreshed as one who had slumbered for 12 hours, Zhang Yang needed rest. A martial artist must remain vigilant, and the commotion downstairs was anything but ordinary. Suddenly, there was a thunderous boom, and Mark soared into the air. Colonel Rodcurs échoué relentlessly. Tony, you scoundrel. I will sell your scrap metal to the junkyard. Zhang Yang roused himself, sent Colonel Rhodes on his way, and glanced at the time. Goodness, it was already 6 o'clock. He hurried to seize a moment of rest. When he finally awoke, it was past 9, and his phone displayed over 20 messages from Tony Stark. Zhang Yang Seagit, wondering if Tony regarded him as a mere Pepper Potts. He had no intention of indulging Tony as she did, so he rose leisurely to wash up, then descended to provide guidance to his students. Engaging in practical exercises, he elucidated the applications of each technique. Once everyone had departed around noon, he composed a rather infuriating reply. Zhang Yang, just saw your messages. Is it urgent? No sooner had he sent the text than Tony's call came through. As soon as Zhang Yang answered, Tony launched into a rapid-fire monologue. Zhang, you finally replied. I'm utterly on edge. Until you specify why you are anxious. How can I ascertain your worries? I suddenly feel I may have erred. Unless you divulge what you did, how can I determine if it was indeed a mistake? But this is the only solution I can conceive at present. Then do enlighten me about this solution. Do you think Pepper will succeed? Zhang Yang Baoset, bewildered. Succeed at what? No. Wait. He recalled that Pepper was copying documents. Tony Zhang Yang found himself at a loss for words. Should he offer a warning? Yet Tony had not confided anything to him. What could he possibly warn him about? Tony, what transpired? You've spoken in circles, and I find myself confused. There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by a sigh. It's nothing. I merely needed someone to talk to. Rhodes is on a mission, and right now, the only person I can think of is you. Zhang Yang sighed in response. Could you share your thoughts with me? Perhaps it might be of assistance to you? Tony remarked with a hint of uncertainty before abruptly ending the call. Zhang Yang hesitated momentarily with his phone, then ascended to the second floor to retrieve the suspended ring, returning to his bedroom to fetch the Xinyuan sword. He promptly opened a portal to Tony's abode. Upon turning around with a cup of coffee, Tony was startled to find Zhang Yang standing just a step away, brandishing a sword, causing him to spill the coffee in fright. He quickly maneuvered behind the table, distancing himself from Zhang Yang. I didn't intend to tease you with the phone call, truly. I swear, please don't harm me. Zhang Yang began to regret his concern that had led him here. Chapter 43. Waiting for the rabbit, Zhang Yang refrained from striking Tony, opting instead to administer 2 acupuncture needles, which elicited loud yelps from Tony. He recalled that the old rascal Stan was scheduled to launch a surprise attack that evening, and he decided to linger here for a while. Moreover, Tony's living room featured a platform extending outward, facing the ocean, entirely encased in glass. A breathtaking sight indeed. Zhang Yang commenced practicing on this platform. Such a splendid view surely warranted the grace of a Tai Chi routine. Wow, is this martial arts? Tony exclaimed, promptly setting down his coffee to follow Zhang Yang's movements. Isn't martial arts supposed to be slower? He inquired. No, this is Tai Chi, Zhang Yang replied, gently pushing his palms, throwing punches and swinging his arms. Can this really knock someone down? Tony queried skeptically. It can, Zhang Yang assured him. After practicing for a while, Tony remained unconvinced. Jarvis, please look us up, he commanded. Certainly, sir, Jarvis responded, and within 2 seconds, he began to relay his findings. Tony frowned as he listened, his skepticism towards Zhang Yang's prowess deepening. As Zhang Yang completed a set of movements and returned to face Tony, he beckoned. Come on. What? Tony asked, confused. Let us spar. Zhang Yang urged. Tony took a step back, and Jarvis chimed in. Sir, you are at a disadvantage. Tony's temper flared momentarily. Come on. I have trained in boxing for quite some time. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. Just like that day when I defeated Old Jack. In an instant, Tony recalled the scene at the boxing gym, and his confidence waned. It was his fault. He had forgotten how brutally that old man was defeated that day. He was unworthy of a real fight. Silently, Tony lifted his coffee and resumed his seat on the sofa. Isn't it common in your culture to wait for an auspicious day to act? I believe today is not suitable for a fight. I must select a proper occasion. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes and suddenly drew the Xinyuan sword. With a sharp sound, the blade was unsheathed. Tony, startled, crouched down on the sofa. What are you doing? Practicing swordplay. This is his daily regimen, as he ascends through the ranks. The challenges become increasingly arduous. In order to maintain a steady pace, Zhang Yang diligently revisits all the skills he has mastered each day. Last night, an unexpected incident involving Tony kept him up far too late, resulting in a missed opportunity to practice several martial arts routines that he had intended to complete early this morning. Now, with the breathtaking seaside view before him, he is determined to compensate for the lost training time amidst such rare beauty. Tony, under the impression that swordplay would resemble the flamboyant sequences of martial arts films, believed that a mere flourish would unleash a wave of sword energy capable of cleaving through substantial objects. Thus, he was filled with trepidation the moment Zhang Yang drew his sword. He had even prepared for a complete renovation of the living room. However, Zhang Yang's Tai Chi swordplay utterly shattered Tony's preconceptions of martial arts, leaving him disinclined to watch any more martial arts films. Tony, balancing the empty cup atop his head, profiled Zhang Yang. Hey, can your swordsmanship, akin to an old lady's leisurely stroll, sever this? This cup is crafted from a special ceramic infused with unique materials, impervious to shattering even when dropped. With a swift motion, the sword light zipped past Tony's eyes. In a mere second, Zhang Yang swung his sword and sheathed it. Time seemed to freeze for 2 seconds before a crisp sound echoed, reminiscent of shattering glass. The cup atop Tony's head was cleaved in twain, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Tony, trembling, gingerly touched his head, finding himself entirely unscathed. It turns out not all martial arts films are mere fabrications. Perhaps he could still indulge in them occasionally. How does it feel to wield a sword like an old lady on a stroll? Zhang Yang inquired with a smile. Tony grinned widely, revealing 8 gleaming teeth. Zhang, my friend, I hope you forget what I just said. Zhang Yang set his sword aside and commenced practicing a series of routines, beginning with Wing Chun. Tony hurriedly kicked the 2 shattered pieces aside and joined Zhang Yang in mimicking his movements, recognizing the value in this exercise. Every little bit of practice could potentially lead to a day when he might be able to break bricks with his bare hands. After a few sets of punches, Zhang Yang felt invigorated, while Tony, after his own attempts, felt utterly defeated. Perhaps his true calling lay in high technology, as he pondered. Dinner was prepared by Zhang Yang, who began contemplating a brilliant idea. What if he became a purchasing agent for Lao Gan Ma, enticing the entire Marvel ensemble to fall in love with it? Would he not strike gold? First and foremost, Tony was a wealthy man with his own conglomerate, and even Pepper Potts was considering buying it as a year-end bonus. Hawkeye and the others had S.H.I.O.D. for those frequently traveling and dining at odd hours. Carrying Lao Gan Ma to pair with bread would be the ultimate delight. The Black Panther was a king, and Thor prince. Zhang Yang calculated in his mind that he might very well be on the cusp of achieving greatness through his Lao Gan Ma endeavors. Ding! A system alert sounded. Please focus on completing your tasks. Host. This is not a management simulation game. Zhang Yang contemplated severing the system's internet connection once again. Given that the last time Zhang Yang and Roddy enjoyed the old dry mama fried noodles while Tony missed out, he fervently insisted on having some. Yet was left with only instant noodles. Zhang Yang decided to boil the noodles, drain them, and mix in the old dry mama sauce, improvising with what he had. Once they overcame this minor hurdle, He promised to prepare a proper fried noodle dish for the illustrious Iron Man. Wow. I've just discovered an entirely new way to enjoy this. How utterly delightful. Tony exclaimed, calling out to Jarvis. Hey, darling. Order 10 boxes of instant noodles for your father. All right. Zhang Yang covered his face, finding this utterly ridiculous. Uncertain of when Stan would arrive. He knew he needed a reason to stay, perhaps to impart the art of Tai Chi. Tony, steady your stance. Zhang Yang circled around the grounded Tony, a golden needle poised between his fingers. Oh, Zhang, I'm losing strength. Observing the time, Zhang nodded, and in an instant, Tony shot towards the sofa, collapsing onto it in utter relaxation. Why the sudden urge to teach me martial arts? I admit I was intrigued this morning, but I truly lack the aptitude for it. He said, gesturing to his slightly swollen arm. You just taught me practical combat, and one slap left me bruised. Your strike is more lethal than your sword. That slap was indeed Zhang Yang's fault, which he acknowledged. In an attempt to counter Tony's advance with a defensive move, he inadvertently forgot to retract it, leaving a protective layer over his palm. To strike with such a guarded hand and not break any bones was, in itself, a stroke of luck. All right, let us have another round of sparring. I'll go easy on you and use just one hand. Tony's interest was piqued instantly. In martial arts films, using one hand often means keeping the other behind your back, right? Zhang Yang nodded, and Tony sprang up from the sofa, eager to continue practicing. Chapter 44. The iron can clash. Just as Tony was about to charge forward, Zhang Yang sensed something amiss. An unfamiliar presence had infiltrated their space. He swiftly caught Tony's punch and sidestepped behind the curtain. It was Tony's fault. The living room was too open, and they were hiding behind the only curtain in the entire room. Realizing someone had sneaked into his home, Tony attempted to hide further behind Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang was speechless. This gentleman truly had a knack for adaptability. He regulated his breathing, deliberately slowing it down. Tony, however, could only cover his mouth. A pair of polished shoes appeared in the gap of the curtain. This individual seemed to be making a phone call in this aesthetically pleasing living room, standing by the curtain for 10 minutes. Afterward, he signaled his companions to retreat. Zhang Yang and Tony emerged from behind the curtain, both wearing grim expressions. Quick, call Pepper, Zhang Yang urged, breaking the silence. Tony swiftly pulled out his phone and called Pepper, engaging in a lengthy conversation. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang's phone vibrated, revealing a text from an unknown number. He suspected it was from SHELD. Indeed, the message contained only a few words. Miss Potts is safe. He felt a sense of gratitude towards them for the update, though he wondered what use it was to him, as he was not the designated partner. His phone buzzed again, still from the unknown number. Miss Pepper instructed me to send this. Zhang Yang switched his phone to silent mode and tucked it into his pocket. Upon looking up, he noticed Tony had vanished. Jarvis, where's Tony? Sir has just descended into the basement. Zhang Yang quickly grabbed the Xianyuan sword and rushed down to the basement, finding Tony storming away from the computer, his expression filled with fury. What's wrong? Even though he was aware of the forthcoming developments, he felt compelled to inquire. As being regarded as a prophet or something similar by this group of superpowered individuals would complicate his life immensely. Stan is the one orchestrating all of this, Tony declared as he donned his suit. Zhang, I am heading to Lab 16. I cannot allow them to succeed. Zhang Yang glanced around. Tell me where Lab 16 is. I will find a way to create a portal discreetly. No need. Tony, now clad in armor, approached Zhang Yang. Hey, are you ready to soar through the skies, my friend? He playfully grabbed Zhang Yang by the collar. Zhang Yang deftly evaded him and quickly activated a portal, which opened perfectly into the core area of Lab 16. He retaliated with a swift kick that landed squarely on Tony's backside, propelling him from the Malibu Beach estate straight into Lab 16. Zhang Yang nonchalantly followed him through and closed the portal. To answer your question, I'm not preparing to fly. Just as he finished speaking, the door to the lab swung open, revealing a delighted Pepper. Oh my, I'm so relieved you're both safe. Of course, we are. Tony's tone suddenly turned harsh, drawing everyone's attention. Zhang Yang frowned, sensing something amiss. In the next moment, he heard Tony seethe. The surveillance footage from the villa shows that Stan and his group just ransacked my estate and took the old reactor. Zhang Yang felt the situation could not get any worse. Due to his interference, Tony had arrived earlier than planned, and Stan had only managed to procure the old reactor. That old one is my fault, Pepper suddenly lamented. I initially believed that it was a medal of transformation bestowed upon Tony, so I carefully set it aside, not realizing it would provide an opportunity for others to exploit. I think this is not the moment to assign blame, is it? Zhang Yang could not help but interject. Gentlemen, have you forgotten the purpose of your gathering here? A man in black, wearing sunglasses and appearing to be nearing 30, nodded in agreement. I wholeheartedly concur with Master Zhang, he remarked, as Zhang Yang assessed him. He recognized him as an agent of S.H., the appearance of whom at this juncture was indeed regrettable, given that he would meet his demise later. Greetings, I am Homeland, the agent introduced, extending his hand while gesturing for silence. The name is rather lengthy. Let's not dwell on it. I know where you hail from. The agent opened his mouth, ultimately managing to utter just 2 words. All right. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated from outside. Stay here. Do not venture out. I will investigate, Tony declared, soaring into the air. Zhang Yang glanced at the agent. Protecting the lives of the public is paramount. I too shall take a look. As Zhang Yang dashed outside, he witnessed Tony's Iron Man engaged in a fierce confrontation with Stan's massive armored suit. Holding his sword, Zhang Yang leaned against the wall, observing the clash between the 2 metallic behemoths. He had originally brought the Xianyuan sword for combat, yet inadvertently altered the narrative. Tony's current predicament was not dire, as the threat he faced was not an antiquated one. I thought you would lend a hand. Hawkeye's voice unexpectedly drifted to Zhang Yang's side, though he was not the least bit surprised. No matter how adept Hawkeye was at stealth, his movements were still perceptible to Zhang Yang's keen senses. Thus, when Hawkeye spoke, Zhang Yang was unfazed. It would have been more peculiar had Hawkeye appeared without uttering a word. Zhang Yang would have inevitably inquired about his presence. Assist? Isn't it more enjoyable to watch? Zhang Yang replied innocently, gazing at Hawkeye. Brother, this is a rare opportunity to witness 2 colossal armored suits in battle. One cannot afford to miss such a spectacle. Hawkeye cast a bewildered glance at Zhang Yang, then silently turned away. Zhang Yang noticed him taking cover atop a factory building in the distance, his concealment skills commendably executed. Unfortunately, he had crossed paths with someone possessing acute auditory and visual abilities. The tussle between Tony and Stan escalated, transitioning from the ground to the sky, spanning from the eastern to the western side of the park. Suddenly, Tony grasped Stan tightly, shouting, "Quick, sever his legs!" Many were left bewildered, questioning whom Tony was addressing. Yet, Zhang Yang immediately understood. He unsheathed his sword, sprinting forth with agility, channeling his energy into the blade. In an instant, a flurry of sword strikes ensued, severing the legs of Stan's armored suit. Chapter 45. The portable space. Zhang Yang sheathed his sword and swiftly exited the combat zone. What could a robot, now deprived of its 2 legs, possibly achieve? Tony had severed both arms of the opposing robot, pried open the cockpit door, and unceremoniously extracted Stan from within. No! Stan bellowed in despair and fury, his voice echoing his disbelief. This was not how things were meant to unfold. After all the scheming and effort he had invested, why had it culminated in such a manner? The ensuing events were the responsibility of Tony, seizing the opportunity while everyone was preoccupied. Zhang Yang hastily departed from the vicinity of Laboratory 16, in a secluded area, ensuring no one was around and devoid of surveillance. He activated a portal and returned to the 3rd-floor bedroom of the dojo. The dawn had yet to break, and Zhang Yang hurriedly took a shower, eager to rest. Just as his head barely touched the pillow, his phone rang with an urgency akin to a death knell. Zhang Yang did not need to guess. It was undoubtedly Tony. What's going on? Where are you? Tony's voice reverberated through the line. At home. Zhang Yang replied. How did you get home? Where else could he possibly go? To the ends of the universe? Why can't I return home? After the tumult of the night, I simply wish to sleep. On the other end, Tony let out a wail that seemed to pierce the heavens. Oh, Zhang, for goodness sake, could you not at least say goodbye when you leave? I thought something terrible had happened. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. While he appreciated the concern, he sensed the focal point of Tony's worry was misplaced. Tony, I appreciate your concern, but do you truly believe I could encounter any danger? Tony paused, recalling the fate of the teacup on his head and the incident where he had been kicked into the laboratory. No, I do not want your concern. You kicked me today. Zhang Yang frowned, knowing Tony was about to launch into another tirade over the phone. He decisively ended the call and laid back down to sleep. This time, his slumber was deep and rejuvenating. Upon awakening, Zhang Yang felt invigorated. He glanced at his phone, which displayed over 50 unread messages. Aside from a single greeting from Director Liu, all the rest were from Tony. Zhang Yang, feeling apathetic, opted to mark all the messages as read. Ding. Congratulations, host. For completing the mission of rescuing Iron Man, mission accomplished. Rewards include 500 martial arts points, a monetary bonus of $1 million, and a portable space. Wow, his portable space had finally arrived. Zhang Yang closed his eyes, allowing himself to feel the moment. Suddenly, a 3-square-meter space materialized before him, with the Xianyuan sword resting comfortably within. 3 square meters? System, are you jesting with me? Such a minuscule area is hardly worth more than purchasing a vehicle and dismantling the back seat for storage. Ding. Congratulations, host, for reaching level 5 in both 8 Extremes Collapse and Mysterious Steps Fist. Award, $1 million. Oh, Zhang Yang maintained a stoic expression. I acknowledge that I have reached level 5 and received a reward. However, let us not deviate from the subject at hand. Please elucidate the matter concerning the 3 square meters. This is a personal space of considerable prestige, and you offer me merely 3 square meters? We must engage in a serious discussion about life. How could you act in such a manner? Host, this is beyond my jurisdiction. Then what can you determine? What governs this decision? I kindly request the host to access the system interface for further details. Zhang Yang, in a fit of anger, opened the interface. Host, Zhang Yang identity, master of Zhang's Martial Arts Academy lifespan, 2185 cultivation technique, Primordial Heart Sutra, 4th layer, skills, Wing Chun 18, Tai Chi 28, 8 Extremes, Collapse 5, Medical Chi Huang 16, Misty Boxing 5, Tai Chi Sword 8 Knowledge, Biochemistry, Photographic Memory Personal Space, 3 Xianyuan, Sword Martial Value, 688 by defeating adversaries, vanquishing foes, and completing tasks issued by the system. 1 can acquire martial value, which can be utilized for lotteries and enhancing 1's strength. Tasks, none. Primordial Heart Sutra, 4th layer, 1. Perception, awakened, 2. Defense Strike, awakened, 3. Speed, unawakened, 4. Mysterious Flame, unawakened, 5. Air Control, unawakened, 6. Object Manipulation, unawakened, 7. Fury, unawakened, 8. Divine Annihilation, unawakened, 9. Domain, unawakened. Zhang Yang discovered that the system had indeed labeled the square meter count. System, I find your notation of 3 square meters to be a blatant affront. Host, this indicates that the space can be continually expanded. Expanded? To what extent? A football field? Perhaps. That is indeed possible. Zhang Yang suddenly felt a surge of elation. How does one expand it? By means of a lottery. There exists a certain probability of expanding the space. Zhang Yang was left speechless. Is there no alternative to the lottery? None. At that moment, Zhang Yang felt an overwhelming sense of animosity toward the system. Host, your martial value currently permits 1 lottery draw. With a resolute determination, Zhang Yang exclaimed, draw ding. The system deducted 500 martial value for the lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained a space expansion of 1. Huh, it truly has expanded. At this rate, by the time I grow old and pass away, the expansion may be minimal. Please do not lose heart. The system will develop additional upgrade schemes for you. Kindly be patient. Patient. I shan't wait any longer. System, why is my skill level increasing at such a sluggish pace? After all this time, many have only risen by a single level. Host, you are currently practicing multiple martial arts. Should you concentrate all your efforts on mastering a single discipline, diligently honing your skills, the advancement would indeed be swifter. How swift is swifter? The upgrade speed has increased by a factor of 2. What then? Was the original upgrade speed? It is, in fact, the current upgrade speed. What significance does this increase hold? Zhang Yang, once again at a loss for words, mused that this system might soon require a return for repairs. While having breakfast, he noticed a news broadcast detailing last night's events. After all, the commotion from the altercation was too significant to go unnoticed. Furthermore, the brawl occurred within the confidential area of Stark Industries, causing a slight malfunction in the protective facilities. Some fervent enthusiasts managed to fly drones into the area, capturing footage of 2 large metal canisters engaging in combat. Today, Stark Industries, in conjunction with the authorities, is set to hold a press conference to elucidate the occurrences of the previous night. It is likely to consist of some official platitudes, primarily aimed at soothing public concern. Zhang Yang wagered 100 bottles of Lao Ganma that Tony would certainly deviate from the official speech prepared for him. If he did not stir up some commotion, he would not be Tony Stark. Indeed, when the dapperly dressed man on the television shouted, "I am Iron Man," Zhang Yang noticed the expression on Pepperpot's face shift dramatically. In contrast, Agent Phil Coulson, captured by another camera, maintained his smile. Chapter 46. Care for a drink? Pepper was incensed by Tony's public revelation of his identity as Iron Man, and Rhodey was equally exasperated. They both inundated Zhang Yang with messages. Akin to a patient confiding in a therapist, their texts flooding his phone incessantly since morning, akin to a smoke alarm blaring. Zhang Yang eventually silenced his phone, which continued to vibrate like a persistent nuisance on the table. He decided to power it off entirely. Who claims technology has transformed our lives? In days of yore, people corresponded through letters, which meandered slowly back and forth. How delightful that was. Luo Yuan, observing Zhang Yang's furious expression as he turned off his phone, cautiously poured him a glass of cool boiled water. "Master, please calm down." Zhang Yang accepted the glass and downed it in one go, relishing the refreshing sensation. Luo Yuan took the empty cup, contemplated for a moment, and poured another glass to offer. "Master, would you like more?" "No. Me perfectly fine," Zhang Yang replied, stretching his neck to shake off the incessant auditory hallucinations. "All right, one more refreshing drink, then." He took the cup from Luo Yuan and drank it all at once. It was too cold. Luo Yuan had added ice this time. What a delightful little rascal. "Master, do you need another?" Luo Yuan, still holding the empty cup, was ready to pour another. "No need." Zhang Yang cracked his fingers, producing a series of audible pops, while Luo Yuan felt an ominous premonition. "Luo Yuan, come here. Let me assess the results of your recent practice." "Huh?" Luo Yuan's gaze was instantly drawn to the plum blossom stakes in the yard, and he swallowed nervously. "Master, I feel I can hardly manage a few moves on the plum blossom stakes. If not on the stakes, then on flat ground, utilizing Tai Chi the students." Upon hearing that Luo Yuan was about to spar with the master again, quickly gathered around, their phones ready to capture the moment. Standing in the center, Luo Yuan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as he looked at Zhang Yang, unable to suppress another gulp. The two began their exchange gently, but suddenly. With a powerful thrust, Zhang Yang yanked Luo Yuan, causing him to stumble forward. Zhang Yang swiftly reached out, pulling him back. Staggering out and then back again, Luo Yuan found himself momentarily disoriented, toppling directly into Zhang Yang. With a deft movement, Zhang Yang raised his hand to push forward, encircling Luo Yuan's waist and steadying him firmly in front of himself. With a heart still racing, Luo Yuan patted his chest in relief, gazing gratefully at Zhang Yang. "Master, I'm so fortunate you caught me." After uttering these words, he noticed a peculiar expression on his master's face. The surrounding students, sensing the gravity of the moment, refrained from applauding. "Master, I promise I will practice diligently. Do you think my displeasure stems from you not defeating me?" Zhang Yang stood calmly with his hands behind his back, observing Luo Yuan. "Luo Yuan, you possess talent and train exceptionally well. But what use is it to practice your limbs without nurturing your heart?" Luo Yuan felt somewhat at a loss. Zhang Yang turned his serious gaze to the students around him. "Every time you spar with me, who among you is not filled with anxiety? Before even engaging, you falter in courage. What do you believe your chances of victory are?" Those who had faced Zhang Yang in battle averted their eyes. "Perhaps I should ask, when do you believe you will lose?" With a sigh, Zhang Yang patted Luo Yuan on the shoulder. "My intention in encouraging you to overcome your fear of battle is not to have you charge forward recklessly like a headstrong youth. I want you to maintain a stable mindset. With a steady heart, you shall face your opponents with greater composure." Zhang Yang surveyed his students with a solemn expression. "A stable mindset will not only aid you in combat, but will also benefit your everyday lives." Someone called out loudly, "Master, could you provide an example?" Zhang Yang smiled and turned to the individual. "Have you ever been late for work?" The person nodded. "When you are late, do you not rush out the door, anxiously waiting for the subway, and then sprinting to the office upon arrival?" The individual nodded again. With a smile, Zhang Yang remarked in this regard, "Luo Yuan exhibits a steadier mindset than when he battles with me." Zhang Yang's gaze fell upon Luo Yuan, the meaning in his eyes unmistakable. Luo Yuan shyly scratched his head. "When I am late, I often check traffic information while brushing my teeth and washing my face." using that time to choose an alternate route to school. He shrugged. Regardless, I always manage to arrive at the classroom just in the nick of time. Being late is, after all, a trivial matter. Since I left later than usual, I simply seized the opportunity to reclaim my lost time en route. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang could not help but chuckle. Why not channel that composure into our competition? Otherwise, I shall conspire with your father to confiscate your bicycle next time. Luo Yuan was taken aback. Zhang Yang wore a triumphant smile. I saw you racing past the martial arts school on your bicycle last time you were late. Was that truly the most suitable route you could have chosen after your tardiness? Laughter erupted among those around them, dispelling the previously solemn atmosphere. Luo Yuan shrugged. Mornings are inherently busy for the public transportation system. I merely utilized the time spent washing my face and brushing my teeth to find a route that wouldn't be congested, ensuring I wouldn't be late. Another wave of laughter ensued. The morning passed in this manner, and as the lunch break arrived, everyone returned. Tony, clad in a flamboyant custom suit, sauntered in. Good afternoon, my friend. Did you witness my heroic exploits this morning? I sent you numerous messages, yet you failed to respond. Zhang Yang replied coolly, Oh, my phone died. I was unaware of your messages. Hey, do not be so aloof with me. Tony removed his signature sunglasses, fixing his gaze on Zhang Yang. Today is a historically significant day. Let us go out for a drink. Zhang Yang ascended the stairs. I have no desire to go out for drinks. I have classes to attend this afternoon. Tony followed him upstairs, a look of confusion on his face. I meant to go out for a drink this evening. Are you suggesting we drink now, in broad daylight? Zhang Yang remained silent, leading Tony to the third floor and into the shaded area of the small garden. He held up 2 ceramic jars, looking at Tony. Do you prefer green tea or pu'o? Tony wore an expression of disbelief. Are you jesting? Is this what you call going out for a drink? Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. You never specified what we would be drinking. A cup of tea counts as a drink. Tony sat at the table, covering his face with his hands. No, what I meant was, later in the evening, we should go to a bar and enjoy drinks with the enchanting ladies. Zhang Yang raised a hand, revealing a golden needle between his fingers. Will green tea suffice, then? Tony instantly straightened up, adopting a compliant demeanor. I shall have green tea, if you please. Chapter 47. Postcards from Brazil. Zhang Yang skillfully brewed the tea, presenting the teacup to Tony, who raised an eyebrow. Do you not possess any larger cups? Tony gestured towards the splendid sunshine outside. The weather is delightful today, and I haven't had any water since I arrived. I am parched. Zhang Yang pointed to a nearby empty large flower pot. It is empty and can hold water. Tony, maintaining a dignified posture, took a sip from the teacup. Indeed, the tea is delightful. Such exquisite tea certainly deserves an appropriate cup. Zhang Yang gazed at Tony's defeated expression, speechless. This brother possesses an extraordinary talent for reading people's moods. Yet he fails to perceive Pepper and Colonel Rhodes' feelings. Tony, could you refrain from stirring up trouble? I have received a barrage of messages from Rhodey and Pepper all morning. Suddenly, Tony raised his eyebrows, excitement evident on his face. Isn't your phone out of battery? Zhang Yang replied nonchalantly. It ran out due to receiving a flood of messages all morning. Tony lamented, disappointment etched across his features. Next time, I shall gift you new phone. Iron Man, what precisely brings you to my abode? Zhang Yang preferred to avoid circling around the subject. This fellow was particularly adept at evasion. It would be more efficient to confront matters directly. I have come to learn martial arts from you, Tony stated, adjusting his suit with a serious demeanor. I believe martial arts are quite useful. That day, with just a swift motion of that sword, you severed the legs of that robot, Stan. That sword is truly remarkable. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow, realizing that Tony's intentions were not as straightforward as they seemed. So, what material is that sword made from? Titanium alloy? A new composite? If you desire, I can analyze the material and replicate countless copies for you, none of which you would regret losing. Tony concluded, striking a pose he deemed charming. What do you think, Zhang? Isn't my idea splendid? Not at all. Zhang Yang set his cup down. Was he out of his mind to offer the Xianyuan sword for Tony's research? If you have time, you should return and placate Pepper and Rhodey's wrath. What? Tony's expression shifted to one of confusion. Suddenly, the sound of assertive high heels echoed from behind Tony, the force of the sound suggesting the owner was quite furious. Tony Stark. Pepper stood at the entrance of the rooftop, her eyes ablaze with fury. Zhang Yang, not directly involved, was nonetheless startled by her fiery demeanor. He patted his chest. It's no wonder one should never offend a woman. Observing Pepper's transformation akin to the Hulk, Zhang Yang decided to discreetly step back. Upon seeing the enraged Pepper, Tony instinctively reached out to shield himself with Zhang Yang as a barrier, but his hand grasped only air. "What did you move so far away from me?" Tony shot Zhang Yang a look reminiscent of a betrayed lover. Brothers should stand together. Zhang Yang resolutely shook his head. "No, at this moment, that's out of the question." Tony was swiftly dragged away by Pepper, and Zhang Yang suddenly found solace in his singlehood. In the afternoon, Rhodey delivered a registered letter to Zhang Yang, the sender's address listed as Guatemala. Zhang Yang had no acquaintances in that region. The only plausible explanation was that Dr. Banner was currently in Guatemala. Zhang Yang took refuge upstairs and opened the first letter, which contained another letter addressed from India. Upon opening the letter from India, he discovered yet another letter, this time addressed to Brazil. Zhang Yang continued his journey of unearthing letters from Brazil to Finland, and then from Finland to France, ultimately revealing a postcard adorned with an iconic Brazilian landmark. The postcard bore a solitary line, "I am well." Zhang Yang incinerated all the envelopes, carefully stowing the postcard in his personal space, deeming it prudent to conceal such a precarious item. After placing the postcard away, he pondered for a moment and retrieved the shield device that Tony had provided, adding it to his personal space as well. These were small items, taking up little room, yet their presence felt safer in his possession. As Tony's activities filled the air with smoke, Zhang Yang opened a window to disperse the haze. Peering down from the window, he observed the bustling convenience store across the street. Recently, it had become a trend among children to indulge in marble soda. Once consumed, they would extract the marbles for playful competition. Zhang Yang watched the children tilt their heads back, fervently drinking their sodas. And a nagging sense of forgetting something crept over him, though he could not recall what it was. Could it be that mingling with Tony had dulled his senses? Perhaps he should administer a couple of needles to himself? No, it would be unwise to risk adverse effects. The children at the martial arts school had taken a liking to marble soda, and Luo Yuan had purchased 2 cases with the change Zhang Yang had left him. The children practiced diligently, and as a reward for their efforts, Luo Yuan distributed the sodas after their evening session. He retained 1 bottle, offering it to Zhang Yang. "Master, have something other than tea. I guarantee it will be delightful." Zhang Yang weighed the soda in his hand and playfully tapped Luo Yuan on the head. "I shall remember to save the marbles for you." Luo Yuan joyfully exclaimed, "Long live the master," as he left, embodying the eternal essence of boyhood. While preparing dinner, Zhang Yang accidentally spilled salt, rendering the meal somewhat salty, making the soda quite useful. He nearly finished his meal by alternating between bites of food and sips of soda, and upon completion, he felt his stomach filled with carbonation, releasing several burps before he felt significantly more comfortable. The soda sparked a realization in Zhang Yang. He recalled the plot of The Incredible Hulk. Dr. Banner inadvertently let his blood drip into a bottle of soda at a factory in Brazil, which subsequently made its way to the United States. The individual who consumed this soda caught the attention of General Ross, setting the plot in motion. Zhang Yang Sigid, Dr. Banner was currently in Brazil, and he needed to send a reminder. For now, it seemed Dr. Banner was managing well. Zhang Yang felt a sense of urgency regarding the destruction of cities and the loss of lives due to combat. If it could be avoided, one must strive to do so. Life is singular and precious, and the unforeseen consequences of conflict are deeply unsettling. System, please assist me in pinpointing Dr. Banner's exact location. Ding. Locating the precise coordinates of others requires the deduction of 200 martial arts points. May I inquire if the host wishes to proceed? What the heck? When did locating someone start costing martial arts points? Host, this has always been our practice. But previously, when I asked for your assistance in locating someone, you didn't charge me. Host, for global positioning, the system necessitates a certain amount of martial arts points as compensation. Earlier, since it did not extend beyond your nation's borders, the system was willing to assist without charge. A schemer. Chapter 48. A visit from New York. Zhang Yang checked his martial arts points and, with a determined sigh, proceeded to make the payment. Ding. The system has located the whereabouts of the Green Giant and will now project the precise coordinates in a 3-dimensional holographic format within the host's mind. Paying 200 martial arts points for such a projection service was indeed a worthwhile expense. Zhang Yang marveled, suddenly feeling that the system's merchant-like tendencies had entirely dissipated. Host, Your satisfaction is my honor. He felt a twinge of annoyance at its sycophancy. Zhang Yang closed his eyes, and before him appeared the image of Dr. Banner. However, in this projection, he was not working in a soda factory, but rather in a rubber plantation, harvesting rubber. He donned the old tank top that Zhang Yang had once stuffed in his bag, a pair of beach shorts and flip-flops, mingling with a group of Brazilian laborers, sharing laughter amidst the rubber trees. Zhang Yang's heart eased significantly. As long as Dr. Banner was not employed at the beverage factory, there remained a considerable interval before the inevitable emergence of the Hulk's narrative. He waited until midnight to open a portal in a secluded part of the rubber plantation, daring to be so brazen as it was Dr. Banner's turn for the night shift. Who? Dr. Banner felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing the noise. The primary reason he worked here was due to the harmonious atmosphere and the lack of unexpected occurrences. Despite having trained with Zhang Yang for quite some time, he still feared that unforeseen events might arise too swiftly for him to control. Cautiously wielding a flashlight, Dr. Banner approached the source of the sound, only to find Zhang Yang standing before him. My goodness, Zhang, how did you end up here? Dr. Banner joyfully approached, embracing his long-lost friend. Zhang Yang handed him a box. This is from Tony. He intended to deliver it personally, but when he arrived with the items, you had already departed. So he entrusted it to me for you. Dr. Banner accepted the box and examined it for a moment. Is this a signal jammer? To be precise, it is a gamma radiation reality jammer. Dr. Banner's jaw dropped in astonishment. What? This can actually block the rays emitted by gamma radiation? No. Zhang Yang bullet doctor. Banner from his excitement, recounting Tony's original words. Yet, Dr. Banner remained elated. This is more than sufficient. Zhang, you cannot fathom the significance of this to me. When those individuals approached my vicinity, I was engulfed by an overwhelming fear of being unable to escape their watchful eyes, leaving me with no choice but to transform and flee. Dr. Banner gleaned some rather unwelcoming tidings from his conversation. You mentioned that they were searching for you up close? At this juncture, Dr. Banner lowered his head, concealing his face. It was my fault. I had managed to escape to Guatemala. Yet I succumbed to the loneliness and called Betty. I missed her terribly. With that, he crouched down. I did not intend for this to happen. I merely wished for those I cherished to know I was safe, not realizing it would draw the attention of Betty's father. It's all right, Zhang consoled him, unsure of how to offer comfort. Yearning, love, solitude, and anguish tormented this brilliant mind, yet he could only endure the suffering. Dr. Banner, this is not your fault. Furthermore, after relocating to a new place, you still took the risk to send me a postcard assuring me of your well-being, which deeply moved me. Thank you. In truth, I regretted sending the letter the moment it was dispatched. Dr. Banner sheepishly wiped his face. I genuinely fear that Betty's father, upon discovering this, might storm your dojo and apprehend you for interrogation. Rest assured, I possess ample means. Zhang was unperturbed by General Ross. After entrusting Dr. Banner with the items and offering further reassurance, Zhang activated a portal and departed. He could have spent the entire night engaging in idle chatter with Dr. Banner amidst the rubber trees. Yet once he ignited Dr. Banner's desire to confide, all those years of restraint would have been in vain. In other words, Dr. Banner could only find safety by accepting and embracing his solitude and torment. Zhang, restless with concern, decided to call Tony. Presumably still irate over being whisked away to Los Angeles by Pepper, Tony dismissed the call. Zhang attempted several times, only to have each call met with rejection, ultimately resorting to placing Tony in his blacklist. This immature man, does he not realize the futility of such actions? Has he forgotten that he could easily bypass conventional modes of transportation to reach his villa? Zhang simply opened a portal, accurately placing himself in Tony's basement. Upon his arrival, he nearly collided with Tony, who had just emerged from his suit, almost resulting in an unintended kiss. Tony, startled, nearly activated the suit's weapons. Hey, when entering someone else's abode, could you kindly knock? Had you answered my call, I would have knocked, Zhang retorted, taking a seat on the sofa as he observed Tony disassembling the suit, bestowing upon the new armor a fresh title. I'm ready. Now do share the purpose of your visit today. Tony settled into his chair, cradling a cup of coffee, regarding Zhang with an expression that conveyed, you are clearly in need of something. Do not claim that you miss me, just because you circled from New York to my home in Los Angeles. When I require your assistance, I do not wish for you to think of anyone else, Zhang Yang asserted with conviction. If I did not think of you, would I consider Jarvis? Jarvis interjected with a hint of sarcasm. Thank you for your thoughts, Tony replied, his expression darkening. Jarvis, silence yourself. I did not invite your commentary. What compels you to speak? Do you wish for me to incapacitate you? Jarvis fell silent, and Zhang Yang perceived Tony's childishness resurfacing. Tony, I require a communication line with stringent confidentiality measures. This line must not consist of 2 fixed mobile devices. It necessitates a dial code and password for mutual encryption. Tony set down his coffee, waving his hand to secure all the doors in the basement. Have you managed to contact Dr. Banner? I just returned from him before seeking you out and have already handed over your little invention. Zhang Yang pursed his lips and recounted his near discovery while attempting to call Betty. I hope that although he cannot reach out to Betty, he might assist in times of need. Zhang Yang gazed at Tony. The abilities we possess are beyond the comprehension and acceptance of the ordinary. They perceive the Hulk as a monstrous threat or some variant of a behemoth. They may even regard my ability to traverse dimensions as a grave danger. If we, the few, do not stand united, this world shall never come to understand us. Zhang Yang's heartfelt declaration nearly moved him to tears, evidently affecting Tony as well. For Tony Stark, the concept of a minority standing together was an acceptable theory, akin to his decision to reveal himself as Iron Man. The armor symbolized his understanding of guardianship after enduring trials. The marked suits embodied the culmination of that realization. However, some perceived it merely as a formidable weapon of war, seeking to seize it by any means necessary. Everything Tony did was solely to protect it, though there existed a desire to exhibit his charismatic flair. Whenever Zhang Yang invited Tony to his dojo, he endeavored to remain discreet, not only to avoid media attention, but also because a close associate of Tony Stark could easily attract governmental scrutiny. Indeed, he had caught the attention of authorities, especially after sheltering Dr. Banner, who not only visited but also left with an abundance of delectable treats. Very well, you have successfully persuaded me, Tony declared, tapping the table. A 3-dimensional screen emerged in the air as he began gesturing and pointing at it incessantly. Jarvis, I now require the establishment of a bidirectional, encrypted communication channel, a temporary dual-device mechanism, fixed dialogue participants, and a dual encryption framework. Sir, the establishment and arrangement are currently underway. The process has commenced. As Zhang Yang awaited, a sudden emergence of the system flickered through his mind. Ding. Host, I do not believe that the secure communication channel established by Jarvis can compare to what this system offers. I am well aware that this is a matter of adapting to local customs. If I possessed a communication line more discreet than that which Tony Stark could create, what do you suppose others would think? System, maintain a low profile. Do you understand the essence of being like a humble monk? It is the strength we possess, yet we remain as unassuming as water. System, Tony completed the secure communication channel and handed Zhang Yang a mobile phone. Although your number has been established as a secure line, it is prudent to exercise caution, as you understand. Zhang Yang accepted the phone from Tony without hesitation, noticing Tony's hesitant demeanor as he left, prompting him to say, wait. He initiated the portal, pretended to retrieve the Xianyuan sword, and then returned. This was merely an ordinary sword, its worth contingent upon the user's martial arts. He presented the Xianyuan sword, which Tony eagerly received with a look of excitement. Once I scan it, I will ascertain whether it is an ordinary sword. Rest assured, it will take just a few minutes. Tony happily placed the Xianyuan sword into a detection device, and moments later, he gazed at Zhang Yang in disbelief. Iron? Its raw material is iron? Zhang Yang corrected him. Refined iron. After thousands of relentless forges, it has become what it is. Have you ever forged iron? Of course, Tony replied confidently, recalling how he had hand-forged an iron suit in a cave. Zhang Yang inquired further. Then why do you not comprehend this principle? Tony wore an expression that suggested Zhang was being unreasonable. Hey, Stan's large iron canister is not made of ordinary materials. It contains core technology. With just a swipe, you could sever it, 2 legs at once. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. Am I supposed to sever 3 legs in one go? He glanced at Tony's legs, prompting Tony to clasp them tightly. Zhang Yang's gaze shifted upward. To cut 3, one must sever at the waist. A single decisive strike. Tony instinctively covered his waist. Zhang, Stan's robot is different. Stan sits in the cockpit. Oh, Zhang Yang responded, mimicking Tony's wide grin. Just a joke. Tony vigorously shook his head, insisting it was no jest. as he felt a chilling sensation around his waist when Zhang had looked there. Despite the detection results regarding the Xianyuan sword, Tony remained unconvinced and conducted several additional tests, each yielding the same outcome. Tony gazed intently at the Xianyuan sword within the instrument, casting furtive glances at Zhang Yang, and cautiously inquired, "Zhang, how about we have a spar?" Zhang Yang looked over, puzzled. "I'm wearing the marked suit, and you are wielding the sword." Zhang Yang nodded, setting down his coffee cup, and asked, "Where should I strike?" "What? If your armor could be breached, where would you prefer to be cut?" Tony appeared utterly bewildered. A severed hand? A severed foot? The waist? No, no, no. Tony vehemently shook his head. Zhang Yang chuckled, finding Tony's defeat amusing, akin to a suddenly fluffed-up squirrel that, upon spotting an unreachable foe, deflates in despair. Armed with the Xianyuan sword, Zhang Yang opened a portal and hummed a cheerful tune as he departed, indifferent to Tony clutching his waist, lost in terrifying thoughts. The following day, Zhang Yang visited Brazil once more, presenting the mobile phone Tony had given him to Dr. Banner. In Dr. Banner's location, communication was rather inconvenient, with only a postal point and a place for long-distance calls. Being constantly fixed in one location made him more susceptible to discovery, necessitating a reliable communication device. On the very day, Zhang Yang handed the phone to Dr. Banner. Tony called him. "You gave the phone to the big guy?" Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. "So, you embedded a tracking signal in my phone?" "I did not. Stop fabricating stories. You're overthinking it. I was merely concerned for your safety." "Huh. Tony, turn off your location." "All right. However, Zhang, I must remind you that General Ross is in New York. Are you considering coming to Los Angeles? I could help you establish a martial arts school in Chinatown. What about you coming to New York? You could construct a grand building here. You might want to think it over. Regardless, you'll eventually need to build a structure here. Thor's brother is quite fond of this building, having even installed the Alien Army-S portal switch atop it." After hanging up, Zhang Yang heard someone on the rooftop, footsteps as stealthy as a cat treading upon his territory. To others, the sound would be inaudible. But under the enhancement of the Primordial Heart Sutra, it resonated in Zhang Yang's ears as if someone were wearing high heels. Approaching the terrace entrance, he swiftly opened the door to find Hawkeye, poised with a wire, preparing to employ unconventional means to enter. "Good evening, sir." "Good evening." Hawkeye stowed the wire, as if the entire episode of attempting to sneak into someone else's abode had never transpired. Chapter 50. Trusting the egghead, Mr. Barton. "Would you care for a cup of tea?" Zhang Yang stepped aside to make way, but Barton remained still, producing a letter from behind and handing it to Zhang Yang. Another letter. Zhang Yang has developed a certain aversion to letters, akin to a phobia, thanks to the convoluted correspondence from Dr. Banner. Do people today not realize there exists something called a disk? One can certainly send emails without a disk. He refrained from answering the letter, casting a glance at the name inscribed on the envelope, Dr. Banner. Why would something intended for Dr. Banner be directed at him? Zhang Yang crossed his arms over his chest. What belongs to someone else should be delivered to its rightful owner. Barton remained steadfast, his hand extended, unmoving. A friend skilled in archery possesses remarkable patience and composure. The director mentioned that we have temporarily lost track of the Hulk. I am entrusting you with this. Are they trying to use me to locate Dr. Banner? Zhang Yang turned his gaze to a rooftop 2 buildings away, where the principal figure was peering through binoculars in his direction. "Next time, I suggest your director hide a bit further away. He is too close. I can even see the reflection of his bald head in the moonlight. Clad in black indeed aids in blending into the night. Yet a bald head is prone to reflection." Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, Barton couldn't resist glancing back, and with his remarkable vision, he too observed the reflection. This was undeniably an awkward moment. As Hawkeye turned back, he encountered Zhang Yang's half-smiling, half-mocking expression and realized he had been played. However, he seemed to have gleaned a new piece of information regarding his director's reflective head. Ever since Zhang Yang discovered the joy of teasing others from Tony, he has become rather fond of it. Nonetheless, he swore that the previous scene was not intentional. It was deliberate. Tony, that fellow, has visited him more than once. And Zhang Yang wagered a pot of tea eggs that he harbored no good intentions, likely concocting a grand scheme. Zhang Yang regarded Hawkeye once more and inquired, "Are you worried about the absence of news concerning Dr. Banner?" "The Hulk. Call him Dr. Banner." Zhang Yang corrected. Transforming into that hulking figure is not Dr. Banner's fault. It was never his intention. Even in his monstrous form, Dr. Banner maintains control over his inherently kind nature. Such individuals resemble characters in martial arts novels who are reluctantly forced into villainy. Although removed from the ranks of the virtuous, their hearts remain good. Consider the heroes of Liangshan. Are they not good people? Indeed, but why have they become bandits? It is due to the exigencies of the times. Ultimately, do they not descend to accomplish great deeds, thus shedding the label of bandit? Barton cast a glance at Zhang Yang and altered his statement. Dr. Banner's whereabouts have vanished in Guatemala, yet we received word that he seemingly sent a registered letter from Guatemala, addressed to you. And so, Director Fury wishes to speak with him. Enclosed is a phone card that cannot be traced, nor will we trace it. Discuss what? Collaboration. Zhang Yang shook his head, his skepticism evident. I trust you, Mr. Barton, but I harbor doubts about your superior, a figure overseeing Homeland Security whose name escapes me due to its unwieldy length. How could someone in such a position possibly be uncomplicated? Their every utterance can be dissected into a multitude of sentences, with punctuation capable of myriad interpretations. You speak of collaboration, yet I find myself skeptical. Your intent appears to be to ascertain Dr. Banner's whereabouts before any catastrophic consequences unfold, then to surveil him to ensure no widespread devastation occurs. Zhang Yang suddenly leaned in closely to Hawkeye, nearly pressing his face against him. Director Fury, is it so difficult to articulate your unease regarding a unique individual not remaining under your watchful eye? Zhang Yang drew back from Hawkeye's ear, gazing at him with a smile. I believe my voice has been sufficiently raised for the bug to capture it. With that, he slammed the iron door of the terrace shut. 5 minutes later, the doorbell of the dojo was politely rung. Zhang Yang descended to open the door, where Director Fury stood solemnly, greeting him. I apologize for the late-night intrusion. I hope for your understanding. During non-crisis times, I welcome entry through both the front and back doors. Zhang Yang stepped aside, allowing Fury to enter, followed closely by Hawkeye. Poor boy having just scaled the wall. Now he must find another way inside. The three settled in the study, where Zhang Yang brewed some pu'er tea. Director Fury sipped, nodding in approval. Excelente. Sir, your pupils constricted slightly as you drank. Why hold back? Hawkeye took a sip, frowned in silence, and then his eyes lit up. Delicious. To his surprise, he actually enjoyed it. Zhang Yang offered a can of cola to Director Fury and refilled Hawkeye's cup of tea. After taking a sip of cola, Fury exhaled. It seems my appreciation of tea culture is still lacking. I hope to visit you often for discussions. Zhang Yang smiled without a word. What discourse could he possibly have with a preserved egg? How could one converse without the moonlight reflecting off their head? Apologies, he has hair and thus escapes such concerns. In truth, the purpose of this visit was due to Dr. Banner reaching out to his girlfriend, but military personnel discovered his whereabouts and have already dispatched agents to Guatemala. Director Fury cut straight to the point, prompting Zhang Yang to set down his cup and regard him intently. You assisted the doctor. Indeed, my team managed to erase the Dr. S trail before General Ross could intervene, even fabricating evidence to mislead him. Precisely, Zhang, you truly align with my interests. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow with a smile. I have no interest in men. Hawkeye spat out his tea. Both Zhang Yang and Director Fury turned to him simultaneously. My apologies, please continue, I must take watch. With that, Hawkeye hurriedly rose and made his way to the corridor. Zhang Yang and Director Fury exchanged glances, with Fury being the first to speak. The youth of today often lack composure. Is he 18? No, that cannot be the case. If that were true, he would not be considered young anymore. Many have already settled down with families, transitioning into middle age. Director Fury once again handed over the letter. We are now aligned with you. Thus, it is imperative that we assist Dr. Banner in addressing any potential threats. But that is General Ross, he interjected. He has made significant contributions to our nation. I have no justification to deal with him casually. Then I must apologize, Fury replied. Zhang Yang pushed the envelope back. I have no reason to disclose Dr. Banner's whereabouts to you. Rest assured, he is well. His current state is a choice he has made. Should he seek help, I will reach out to you. In response, Director Fury replaced the envelope with a business card. Remember to contact me. Zhang Yang smiled. Yet inwardly, he was cursing. Realizing that this was merely a ruse, the envelope served as bait to trick him into establishing a connection. Chapter 51. A stagnant practice. Zhang Yang tucked Fury's business card into his personal space. Ideally, he should have stored it directly in his phone for convenience. However, his phone was linked to Dr. Banner, and he hesitated to save contact details of anyone outside his circle of trust, particularly with the looming narrative of the Hulk. He felt surrounded by remnants of destruction. After bidding farewell to Director Fury, Zhang Yang glanced at the calendar. Considerable time had passed since he last expanded his meridians. He settled into a cross-legged position, circulating his energy, beginning with the small circulation and gradually transitioning to the greater circulation. As anticipated, the meridians that had unexpectedly widened previously now appear to have reverted, akin to the effects of thermal expansion and contraction. However, they had not entirely returned to their original state. During the circulation, Zhang Yang sensed that his meridians had indeed expanded slightly beyond expectations. Consequently, he noticed an enhancement in both his auditory and visual range, while the scope of his defensive techniques had transcended the previously confined proximity. Seizing the moment, Zhang Yang resolved to make a decisive advance into the fifth layer of the Hunyuan Heart Sutra. At the instant of breaking through the fifth layer, although his eyes were closed, he could vividly perceive the condition of his dantian. He beheld a golden orb, roughly the size of a thumb, residing in his abdomen. This sphere seemed to sustain the vital energy of all the Hunyuan Heart Sutra within him, perpetually circulating. Yet, its movement was sluggish. Zhang Yang likened it to an elderly woman crossing the street at a painfully slow pace, despite the green light, leaving him yearning to leap out and assist her across. Although Zhang Yang had never witnessed the operation of his dantian, an innate voice within him insisted that such a pace was unacceptable. System, is there something wrong with my body? Ding. To ensure the health and safety of the host, the system is conducting a complementary health scan. Ding. Scan complete. The host's body is perfectly normal, simply splendid. Is that so? Zhang Yang felt a twinge of self-doubt. Perhaps it was because he was not holding the protagonist's script. Zhang Yang took the system's word for it, yet he still maintained his own judgment. The first thing that came to his mind was his meridians. System, could be an issue with my meridians? The host regrets to inform you that this question cannot be answered. Is it that you truly cannot answer? Or is it that you do not know? The system fell silent for a rare moment. The host regrets to inform you that this question cannot be answered. Very well. Once again, the repetition of a single phrase began. Zhang Yang realized that he would not glean any more information. It truly was another day where he felt the urge to materialize the system and take it out to confront it. Ding. Task issued. The host is to identify and resolve the reasons for the stagnation in practicing the Primordial Heart Sutra. Upon completion, a reward of 400 martial arts points, a bonus of $1 million, and an expansion of personal space to 5 will be granted. Failure to complete the task will result in the deduction of $1 million and 600 martial arts points. Damn, here we go again. What do you mean you can't answer? It seems the task is the reason for your silence. Zhang Yang felt a strong impulse to hand the system over to Tony, hoping he could materialize it, much like Ultron. Host, I advise against such perilous methods. Ultron pales in comparison to me. Hey, did he detect a hint of irritation in that response? Yes, yes, yes. You're impressive. Did you not claim that Jarvis is inferior to you? Thus, Ultron must be as well. The system remained silent. System, are you listening? The system continued to be quiet. Zhang Yang threw up his hands. The system had vanished again. Recently, its temper had been flaring. It used to appear frequently, but now it seemed unresponsive. Zhang Yang propped his head up, contemplating how to navigate this challenge. Previously, after experiencing an expansion of his meridians, he encountered no issues, indicating that expansion was indeed possible. Therefore, the current focus should be on achieving a lasting, stabilized effect. If this step is accomplished, the task will be considered successful. After some contemplation, Zhang Yang closed his eyes. The medicinal and medical texts simultaneously emerged in his mind. He began perusing them and discovered references to the remolding of meridians within the chapter discussing meridians. Remolding the meridians necessitates discarding everything previously cultivated and starting anew. There is also the risky option of direct remolding, contingent upon whether one can retain what has already been mastered while achieving success. However, generally speaking, the likelihood of failure is significantly higher, risking both loss of progress and resources. Zhang Yang began to feel hesitant. If he were to follow this method, he would inevitably have to abandon the 5 layers of the Primordial Heart Sutra he had already cultivated. What should one do if, after discarding the 5 layers, the reconstruction still fails? This is undoubtedly a challenging decision. Zhang Yang wore a furrowed brow as he engaged in practice with Luo Yuan the following day during class, inadvertently toppling the young boy in the process. Luo Yuan was momentarily taken aback. "Apologies, my disciple. I lost focus." Zhang Yang hastily examined him, relieved to find no injuries, only to notice that Luo Yuan appeared on the verge of tears. Had he inadvertently inflicted internal damage on the child? "Master, I had no idea your true strength was so formidable. You effortlessly toppled me. I thought I could trade blows with you, but it seems you were merely accommodating me." Tears streamed down Luo Yuan's cheeks as he spoke. "Master, I suddenly feel so weak." Zhang Yang was at a loss for words, as were the onlookers. "When had this child become so sentimental? I allowed you to win because I wanted to practice at your level, to demonstrate that even techniques at your level can be varied, thus broadening your training perspective. This is part of my teaching." Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan and the spectators nodded in enlightened understanding. Luo Yuan, sniffling, offered a bow, realizing he had misjudged his master. Zhang Yang mused to himself, "Misjudged? Hardly." That last statement was entirely improvised. He typically refrained from employing his full prowess against Luo Yuan and the students, primarily because he was constantly engaged in overpowering others, feeling the relentless pressure, which was quite exhausting. Though it might sound pretentious, it was the truth. He was skilled in multiple martial arts, while his students had only mastered a couple. Thus, their offensive and defensive maneuvers were limited to those few techniques. Unlike them, he could seamlessly integrate various styles, making his approach far more versatile. Coupled with the enhancement of the Hunyuan Heart Sutra, the thought of potentially relinquishing the 5 layers he had already attained weighed heavily on his mind. Chapter 52. A revelation of significant import. Tony had outfitted his mark with a lightsaber and had recently developed a keen enthusiasm for donning battle armor to slice through objects. He constructed and assembled a swing, which he then shipped across great distances from Los Angeles to Zhang Yang. On the day the package arrived, Tony sent Zhang Yang a video of the cutting process via email, where he brandished his lightsaber with flamboyance and asked, "Am I looking cool?" "Absolutely. You look stunning. A strikingly painted metal canister," Zhang Yang responded, though he was genuinely pleased to receive the swing. He installed it beneath the eaves of his martial arts school for everyone to enjoy during their breaks, thus contributing to Tony's good deeds. No thanks were necessary. He was affectionately known as Lei Feng. Li Si's grandfather was preparing to celebrate his 70th birthday and had invited Zhang Yang, who brought Luo Yuan to the pharmacy to familiarize himself with the medicinal herbs. During their time there, Zhang Yang had Luo Yuan assist him in crafting several emergency pills for the elderly gentleman. On the day of the birthday banquet, Zhang Yang found himself in the esteemed position of the main guest, even seated beside the grandfather, which took him by surprise. Traditionally, this honor would be bestowed upon Li Si's father, the current head of the Li family. Li Si approached Zhang Yang with a large cup of tea, which Zhang Yang accepted, intrigued by the boy's obedient demeanor. Since joining the martial arts school, Li Si had become remarkably vivacious, prompting his teacher to even call his mother, suspecting that he might have attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. "Have you gotten into trouble?" Zhang Yang inquired as he took a sip of the tea, pleasantly surprised by its flavor. "Master, I encountered some high school bullies who tried to rob me yesterday," Li Si replied, momentarily catching Zhang Yang off guard, as such incidents were not uncommon in their locale. "But I scared them all away." Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow, impressed by the boy's resilience. "How did you manage that?" "With a stick," Li Si exclaimed, lifting a pair of chopsticks beside him. "I saw you practicing with a sword, so I secretly learned a few moves. When I found myself outmatched, I grabbed a stick nearby and fought them off. Why did I get hurt?" He rolled up his sleeve to reveal a long scar on his arm. Zhang Yang frowned, recognizing it as a knife wound. "You did quite well this time," he remarked. "Master Zhang, I was wondering if this child could practice a different martial art." Li Laozi, the grandfather, had approached unnoticed, and his expression revealed his pride in his grandson's ability to defend himself. "Absolutely. From now on, he shall practice Tai Chi and Tai Chi sword. While he appears lively, he possesses the capacity for tranquility," Li Laozi declared joyfully, raising a glass of wine in gratitude to Zhang Yang as the formal proceedings of the banquet commenced. Family members from back home sent video messages that were projected onto a screen. However, as soon as the screen lit up, it displayed the face of Tony Stark, surrounded by darkness. "Hey, brother, can you see me? I didn't mean to interrupt your celebration," but our friend is in trouble. Everyone gasped and turned to Lee Lousy, who was momentarily stunned. Tony continued, that big shot. Do you understand the way to big? The one who needs a phone call. I was planning to fly over, but I thought it would be faster to find you first and go together than for me to fly solo. I'll be in Chinatown in 10 minutes. With that, the screen returned to the family's congratulatory videos. Zhang Yang glanced down at his phone, finding no messages. If Dr. Banner were truly in trouble, he would not reach out to involve him in danger. Suddenly, Zhang Yang sprang to his feet, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. But without sparing them a glance, he dashed toward the martial arts school. It was only after his figure disappeared that everyone regained their composure. Wow, it seems that an extraordinary revelation has inadvertently come to light. Lisi's mother cast a glance at her son, who was still drinking milk. Do you know your master has friends? Lisi shook his head and replied, no, Mom. His mother rolled her eyes, exclaiming, silly boy. As Zhang Yang hurried back to the martial arts school, he recognized the significance of speed. He had acquired auditory and visual skills, yet in combat, his swiftness relied on the reflexes honed by his training and the finesse of his movements. Upon arriving at the school, he found Tony already descending from the second floor, having just smashed through the iron door on the third floor. Can you pinpoint the exact location? Zhang Yang anxiously inquired as he approached Tony. Tony provided the coordinates and details of the surrounding environment. Zhang Yang swiftly established a position, finding a densely vegetated area to open a portal. Stepping through the portal, Zhang Yang and Tony were immediately met with the sweltering heat of the Brazilian noon. It's so hot, Tony exclaimed as he attempted to wipe his face, only to realize he had forgotten to remove his iron gloves, nearly striking his own nose. Zhang Yang, however, retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket to dab the sweat from his forehead and kindly wiped the perspiration from Tony's face as well. Thank you, Tony replied. You're welcome. By the way, doesn't your mark armor have air conditioning or a temperature regulator? Tony pursed his lips, having forgotten such details. After searching for a while in the rubber forest, they discovered Dr. Banner seated cross-legged on the ground, his bare upper body adorned with numerous golden needles. Zhang Yang was taken aback. Where had he acquired those needles? He had never given him any. Wow, is he attempting to commit suicide? He wondered, knowing Hulk would not permit the doctor to succeed in such an endeavor. Zhang Yang shot him a disapproving look and squatted in front of Dr. Banner. Did you purchase those needles yourself? Tony also glared at him, speculating that Banner was in a meditative state. You know, this behavior can shield one from the outside world. Taken from your own drawer. Zhang Yang glanced at Tony, who merely pursed his lips. All right, yes, not meditating. But he took my needles. I only have 2 packs. Dr. Banner opened his eyes and raised an eyebrow. Then give me a pack, to keep me from transforming. Honestly, this method of acupuncture is quite effective. I was on the verge of turning into Hulk just now, but managed to revert. Is that the reason for your bare upper body? I thought it was because you needed to get the needles in. At least I remove my clothes when I undergo acupuncture. That's because you need to insert them into your body. Zhang Yang looked at Tony and then at his armor. Tony, you're sweating. Isn't it hot? Take off your clothes. No. Tony tightly clasped his chest, always feeling that once he removed his clothing, Zhang Yang would want to give him an injection. Zhang Yang, addressing Tony's reticence, turned and removed 2 needles from beside Dr. Banner's ears, relocating them for a proper insertion. Well, this seems much safer. Can anyone tell me what transpired? Tony mentioned that you were in trouble, and without inquiring further, I hurried over from the gathering. So, what exactly is this emergency about? Is it simply due to your transformation? Dr. Banner shook his head. It appears that I have been discovered. He glanced at the postcard beside him. I hesitated to call Betty, so I penned her a letter, much like the one I wrote to you. Zhang Yang sighed. Emotions truly are a double-edged sword. Chapter 53. Let us flee. Zhang Yang extracted the golden needle from Banner, and, after Tony pilfered a jacket for Dr. Banner, the 3 found a secluded spot to regroup and deliberate on their next course of action. Speaking of which, Doctor, did you seek Tony as assistance? Zhang Yang was baffled as to how Tony learned of the doctor's predicament. I have some collaborations with the military. As you know, Stark Industries has extensive operations, and I stumbled upon some rather irregular dispatch orders. You're aware that I keep an eye on General Ross. After all, we have a friend wandering here, do we not? Dr. Banner looked at Tony, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Thank you. Zhang Yang held his head, observing Tony's nonchalant demeanor, then turned to see Dr. Banner, troubled by the unsent letters. He felt somewhat overwhelmed. What are we doing sitting here? Are we just waiting for the storm to pass? Zhang Yang rummaged through his pocket, pulling out several $100 and placing them into the doctor's hands. Let's take care of this first. Those forged documents that will ensure your escape 1T come cheap. Otherwise, you and T have to work and would surely find a remote place to stockpile provisions for a few months. Thank you. Dr. Banner accepted the cash without hesitation. He certainly required funds for his escape. Now, Tony. Zhang Yang turned to the brilliant metal canister beside him. Investigate the whereabouts of the personnel dispatched by General Ross. Do you truly intend for us to remain here all day? Why investigate? Let us open your door, return for a meal, perhaps some fried eggs, and a side of pickled vegetables. He spoke with enthusiasm, yet both Zhang Yang and Dr. Banner regarded Tony with disapproving glances. Why the disagreement? Because relying solely on the portal for escape would be akin to confining the doctor to a location impervious to gamma radiation. It would be no different from imprisonment. Zhang Yang looked at Tony with a serious expression. Tony, we cannot depend entirely on the portal, just as you would not wholly rely on your suit. Do you intend to depend on your suit for nightlife and courting women? Why not? It's quite dashing. It could certainly attract beautiful ladies. However, the final touch should be my own doing. Tony, I concur with Zhang. Dr. Banner gazed at the sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves. I long to bask in the sunlight, to live among the throngs of humanity without succumbing to anxiety or experiencing palpitations that render me a mere shadow of my former self. I refuse to rely on acupuncture or reciting calming mantras for the rest of my life. I yearn to unravel the mysteries of gamma rays. No, do not delve into that. Your blue companion awaits your attention. Zhang Yang cast a fleeting glance at Tony, whispering an apology within his heart. Wasn't Tony contemplating the establishment of a research facility? You could collaborate. Gamma rays possess both advantages and disadvantages, and we must ensure that those with malevolent intentions do not wield such power. A look of concern spread across Zhang Yang's face. Friends, this world is perilous enough as it is. I cannot bear the thought of anyone acquiring Dr. Banner's blood and unleashing a horde of mindless giants upon our cities. Dr. Banner fell into contemplation, while Tony appeared utterly astonished. I have uttered such words, yet Zhang Yang raised his hand, revealing the familiar golden needle that Tony recognized. Tony swallowed hard. However, the building is still under construction, so we cannot occupy it just yet. Perhaps the doctor could visit first. We can discuss how to furnish it and procure the necessary equipment together. Zhang Yang lowered the golden needle, contentedly patting Tony's shoulder. No, rather, Mark's shoulder. In such sweltering heat, he still insisted on wearing Mark, claiming it was stylish. Zhang Yang could not comprehend this, and thought to let him faint from the heat. A dose of cooling traditional medicine would suffice upon our return. After a moment of reflection, Dr. Banner shook his head. If I find myself in need, I shall send you a message. Persuasion having yielded no fruit, Zhang Yang gave Mark's chest a playful slap. What was that for? Tony inquired, touching his own chest. Do not strike my chest. That belongs to Mark. Zhang Yang shot Tony a glance, wishing him to suffer from the heat. Since the doctor is unwilling to accompany us, you could communicate through that encrypted phone or secure email. In any case, we can trust one another more than anyone else, save for that blue companion. I too can assist. One must recognize the wonders of traditional Chinese medicine. After some contemplation, Dr. Banner nodded in agreement, with the desired outcome achieved. Zhang Yang rose to open a portal. In a flash, Tony sprang to his feet. You just said you wouldn't open a portal. Silence. Zhang Yang traversed through it and returned in less than half a minute, sealing the portal behind him. He pressed $30,000 into the doctor's hands. Do not refuse. This is what you need, unless you wish for us to take you by force. You know I can render you unconscious in a tranquil state, allowing us to leave without disturbing that behemoth. Very well. Tony swiftly turned to Dr. Banner. You acquiesced rather swiftly. Why hesitate? Dr. Banner shrugged. One must live in the present. Tony glanced at Zhang Yang. Is this what you taught? Zhang Yang nodded. Isn't it quite philosophical? Tony grimaced, about to speak when Zhang Yang swiftly covered his mouth. Through the gaps in the leaves, Zhang Yang spotted a group of armed personnel advancing rapidly and discreetly about 1,000 meters ahead. The individuals seeking Dr. Banner have arrived. We should not linger here. Follow me. Dr. Banner led Tony and Zhang Yang deeper into the rubber forest, a place he had become well acquainted with over his extensive time there. After a considerable walk, they finally reached the banks of a river. I want a drink. I am thirsty, Tony exclaimed, nearly rushing to the river's edge. only to be pulled back by Zhang Yang. Can't you learn to use tools? What time do you think it is? Your appearance is of no consequence. With a swift motion, Zhang Yang drew the Xianyuan sword, severing a large leaf and slicing it into 3 pieces. Rolling it up, it could serve as a vessel for drinking water. He distributed the leaves to Dr. Banner and Tony. Tony stared at the sword, a look of confusion on his face. What did you bring a sword? I just took it out when I retrieved the money, Zhang Yang replied, having drawn the Xianyuan sword from his spatial pocket as a precaution. Tony, take off your mark for a moment. You look like you're overheating. Tony clasped his arms around his chest defiantly. I won't. Chapter 54. A mission outing. The 3 of them sipped some water and sought refuge in a shaded area. Finally, Tony removed his armor. Now clad in a white tank top and floral shorts, barefoot, with singed strands of hair. So, this was the reason he hesitated to remove his armor? You should design a temperature control system for your suit, Zhang Yang sincerely suggested. Otherwise, it can be quite embarrassing as it is today. I know, this is Mark 8. My latest creation, primarily designed for combat in low-temperature environments. So, you just put it on right away after receiving the news? Tony remained silent, clearly recognizing his own foolishness. Zhang Yang looked at Tony sitting on a rock, then glanced at the Mark 8 standing behind him. The scene was quite surreal, reminiscent of a child caught in wrongdoing, sitting on the ground, looking forlorn, while an elder stood behind, watching intently. Zhang Yang quickly shook his head to dispel such a disconcerting thought. You could create a case, like a business person's briefcase, that opens to reveal your armor, which then automatically fits over you. Zhang Yang proposed a futuristic concept for Iron Man's armor. Automatically? Fit over me? Tony's interest was evidently piqued. Yes, it would be like a magnet, with a mutual attraction between you and your armor. You wave your hand, and your suit would fly over and fit itself onto you, eliminating the chance of donning the wrong armor. And what about the briefcase? A compressed suit? Tony stroked his chin, as if contemplating this possibility. It was beyond my realm of thought. It was not my expertise. I was merely considering the scenario where, should you embark on a business trip, your armor would remain at home. How splendid it would be if it could accompany you. This notion was indeed quite remarkable. Tony endorsed Zhang Yang's suggestion, promptly using his earpiece to summon J.A.R.V.I.S. for an on-site blueprint planning. After a brief period of sitting, they resumed their journey, traversing nearly 3 more hours until they finally reached the edge of the forest. Upon crossing the mountain ahead, they exited the area. Should General Ross's men wish to conduct a search across districts in Brazil, they would need to submit a new request. By that time, Dr. Banner would have already concealed himself once more. Zhang Yang and Tony bid farewell to Professor Banner, and Zhang Yang opened a portal to transport Tony back to his Malibu villa. Just as he intended to depart, Tony insisted on bringing him along through the portal. You proposed the idea. You must witness it, Tony asserted firmly, grasping Zhang Yang, who looked at him in silent disbelief. If you want me to witness it, you should at least have something for me to witness. What do you have? Nothing at all. With that, Zhang Yang waved goodbye to Tony and opened a portal back to Chinatown. He returned the Xianyuan sword to his personal space and washed off the sweat from his exertions in the rubber forest, planning to head downstairs for a meal. Upon entering the kitchen, he discovered a food box from a Chinese restaurant, accompanied by a small note from the Li family, expressing concern that Zhang Yang might be too busy to cook for himself. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Li's birthday banquet was today, and thanks to a certain billionaire and superhero, he had been thrust into the spotlight. Zhang Yang wiped his face, feeling a buzzing in his head, uncertain how to conclude the day. What if others mistakenly thought he was playing the fool to catch the wise? It was a headache. After much contemplation, Zhang Yang decided to embark on a business trip. He sent a message to Luo Yuan, informing him that he would be away from the martial arts hall for a few days, requesting his assistance in overseeing things. Subsequently, Zhang Yang opened a portal to Kamartaj. Unfortunately, he found himself once again opening the door to the library, this time near the forbidden books. As he stepped inside, a weapon came hurtling towards him, prompting Zhang Yang to bend backward and cry out, "It's me." Wang, mid-swing, hastily retracted his attack, glaring at Zhang Yang in exasperation. "Zhang, next time you open the door, step inside a bit further. Otherwise, I won't be using a weapon, but rather a direct magical assault." Zhang Yang expressed his apologies. "I can't explain it. Every time I come to Kamartaj, I end up in the library. Perhaps the feng shui here is simply favorable." Wang scoffed, sheathing his weapon and returning to his reading. Zhang Yang recognized the title of the book Wang was perusing. The interplay of temporality and spatiality as equivalent to the cosmic factors influencing magical attacks. Zhang Yang silently stepped back, feeling out of place in the realm of magical scholars. What was the purpose of this gathering? Wang, glancing at the book in his hands without lifting his gaze, inquired. Here to read? Zhang Yang turned to survey the library, noting the sparse attendance. Don't bother. Master Gu Yi is giving a lecture today, and everyone has gone to attend. Oh. Wang pointed to the second last row. All the materials regarding Huaxia martial arts are over there. If you seek knowledge on pharmacology, the 3 rows across the corridor are entirely dedicated to that. You'll have to go on your own. He gestured toward a small door behind him. That's my lounge. Help yourself to some water. But do be careful not to spill it on the books. How considerate. All right, I understand. Thank you. Zhang Yang, determined to be self-sufficient, poured himself a cup of tea and settled in the last few rows to immerse himself in his studies. He read with exceptional focus and with his remarkable memory. He effortlessly absorbed the knowledge contained within the pages. Time passed, and he noticed that the evening classes at Kamar Taj had concluded. Students wandered by, casting curious glances in Zhang Yang's direction. Yet, none dared approach him. The books in the last 7 rows, while not as forbidden as those in the restricted section, were still off limits without Wang's approval, unlike the freely accessible ones in the front. Your reading ability astonishes me, Gu Yi remarked as she took a seat across from Zhang Yang, observing the impressive stack of books he had already consumed, almost half a cabinet's worth. I simply enjoy reading, Zhang Yang replied, his focus unwavering as he continued to absorb knowledge. I thought, after the last incident, you might not return to Kamar Taj. Wouldn't that be rather petty? Zhang Yang lifted his gaze from the chapter he had just finished. Your regard for me indicates that I possess qualities you find valuable. Yet, if you're honest with yourself, am I truly the right fit? Zhang Yang smiled, his eyes reflecting understanding. In terms of learning ability, I am indeed the most suitable candidate, capable of securing the knowledge of Kamar Taj. However, when it comes to leading Kamar Taj, I am not the best choice, am I? To put it differently, I am not the one who can protect Kamar Taj. I am suited to assimilate all its knowledge and resources. A human portable hard drive. Gu Yi momentarily fell silent. No. If you can preserve this knowledge, even if Kamar Taj were to cease to exist one day, it could rise again. You will have a more competent successor. Chapter 55. No destruction, no establishment. That evening, Gu Yi treated Zhang Yang to a distinctive vegetarian meal from Kamar Taj. After dining, Zhang Yang returned to his studies. It was the first time Wang had seen someone more dedicated to the library than himself. He approached Zhang Yang to take a look at his reading material. The titles included topics such as the harmonious interplay of meridians and vital energy, and the laws governing the compatibility of medicinal herbs with seasonal changes. It was not his area of expertise, and he found himself perplexed. Goodbye. Aside from eating, drinking, and using the restroom, Zhang Yang persevered in the library for 3 consecutive days, delving into all the books on herbal medicine, martial arts, and their theoretical expositions. Upon finishing the readings, Zhang Yang concluded that water flowing through rivers is tumultuous, while that through streams is gentle. If one's meridians resemble a stream, then no matter how great the flow, it is rendered ineffective. This posed a significant dilemma for him. After much contemplation, he resolved to take a bold risk. No breaking. No establishing. Wang was engrossed in his reading when darkness fell before his eyes, as Zhang Yang stood solemnly before him. What are you doing? Wang silently tucked the small bread in his hand beneath the table. Does your Kamtai Ji have a quiet place where one can practice undisturbed? Wang paused, glancing back. Have you finished? Zhang Yang nodded. Wang rose and circled to the back, taking the sight of books piled high on the table where Zhang Yang had been reading. While the shelves behind had been stripped bare, Zhang Yang cast him a glance and repeated his question. Is there a quiet place? Wait a moment. Wang twisted his plump body, adeptly squeezing beneath the table, and soon emerged with a worn key, pointing towards a door adjacent to the lounge. The library's quietest room is unoccupied. Go. As Zhang Yang opened the door, a series of sneezes erupted from him at the threshold. Had this room not been inhabited for 8 centuries? Wang, standing behind him, also sneezed a few times. Hold on. After Wang entered the room, he emerged half an hour later, the small chamber revitalized. Truly, a companion who can both indulge and defend while maintaining a homely charm. Zhang Yang settled cross-legged on a couch, gradually circulating his qi and slowly shedding the already cultivated essence of the Hunyuan Heart Sutra. Layer by layer, he relinquished all his practice skills, losing the abilities of defense and perception. He felt a sense of discomfort, yet understood that this was merely temporary. All would return upon his success. Zhang Yang recommenced the foundational practice of the Hunyuan Heart Sutra, each cycle feeling the qi in his meridians thickening with each iteration. The flow became increasingly arduous, as if his meridians were straining. Unperturbed, he proceeded at a measured pace, practicing incessantly for a day and a night. The entirety of his meridians suffused with a dull ache. This sensation was indeed the right one. After a brief respite, he felt there was no need for haste. He decided to venture out in search of sustenance, only to discover a table at the entrance adorned with a glass of water and several sandwiches. Zhang Yang squatted at the door, devouring the sandwiches and sipping the water before returning to his practice once more. After persisting for 3 days, Zhang Yang could distinctly feel his meridians being revitalized, as if they had been reshaped, broad, robust, yet resilient. He stroked his chin, noting the stubble that had emerged. His face and hair now oily, a testament to his relentless dedication. When Wang saw Zhang Yang, he was taken aback, instinctively touching his bald head, relieved that he had no hair to worry about. Upon returning to the martial arts school, Zhang Yang cleansed himself thoroughly. Although he had successfully expanded his meridians, he was not hastening to regain what he had lost. Arriving back in Chinatown in the afternoon, Zhang Yang felt a twinge of concern for those he had left behind. Heading downstairs for a quick glance, he discovered the martial arts school eerily empty, devoid of any presence. What on earth? Had everyone vanished in just a few days? Surely Luo Yuan hadn't tea left as well. Zhang Yang hurriedly circled the premises, and the vegetable garden remained in the same state as it had been that morning, which hardly suggested an absence of people. With his hands clasped behind his back, he strolled through the backyard, only to find the door of the school swinging open, revealing Luo Yuan, who was entering with a heap of balloons. "Master," he exclaimed joyfully as he dashed over. "You're back. What are you doing with all those balloons? Where are the students for this afternoon's class?" "Master, today is a rest day." Zhang Yang paused, pulling out his phone only to discover it had died. "Then why the balloons?" he inquired, seeking to shift the conversation. "It's Aaron's birthday next month, and Chun Bai and the others wanted to make balloon flowers for her, but they don't know how. I thought I'd buy some and teach them during our practice breaks." Oh, Zhang Yang had initially intended to send Luo Yuan home to enjoy his day off. But Luo Yuan leaned in closer, a look of playful intrigue on his face. "Master, do you really know Iron Man?" Unable to escape this question, Zhang Yang found it easier to handle children. He shot him a stern glance. "Go play, or I will cancel your rest days starting today. You will come every day, and I will ensure you master the horse stance within a month." "A month?" Luo Yuan's face lit up with surprise. "Is that for real, master?" "Of course. 3 hours on the plum blossom poles every day, and an additional 3 hours on weekends will surely yield results." Luo Yuan dropped his belongings and dashed away. With Luo Yuan gone and the school still quiet for the day, Zhang Yang resolved to focus on regaining his skills. Locking the door, he ascended to the study, sitting cross-legged on the Rohan couch to begin circulating his qi, completing one cycle after another. With his meridians already expanded and the experience from having reached the 5th level previously, he moved swiftly through the initial layers. First layer, second layer, senses restored. Third layer, fourth layer, control over strikes restored. Upon reaching the 5th level, Zhang Yang hesitated momentarily, yet this hesitation scarcely lasted half a second before he cast it aside. He commenced his endeavor to breach the 6th level. This time, he exercised particular caution, perhaps haunted by the shadows of his previous failures. After circulating his energy through the microcosmic orbit, Zhang Yang began to engage the techniques of the 6th level. He observed the qi within him continuously converging in his dantian, merging and flowing through the meridians with increasing abundance. As the qi amassed to a certain threshold, it suddenly solidified within his dantian. He had successfully mastered the 6th level of the Hunyuan Heart Sutra. Zhang Yang gradually ceased his practice, exhaling gently as he savored the qi within his dantian. He had finally transcended to this level. Chapter 56, Breakthrough to the 6th Level Ding. Congratulations to the host for identifying and resolving the stagnation in the practice of the Hunyuan Heart Sutra. Task completed. Reward, 400 martial arts points. a cash prize of $1 million, and an expansion of personal space to 5. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Wing Chun, Tai Chi, and Tai Chi Sword have all successfully advanced to level 5, earning a cash prize of $5 million. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The technique of Shu Jing Chi Huang has consecutively upgraded, granting a reward of $2 million. Zhang Yang hurriedly accessed the interface to review his current status. Host, Zhang Yang identity. Master of the Zhang Martial Arts School Lifespan, 2185 technique. Hunyuan Heart Sutra, 6th level, skills. Wing Chun 20, Tai Chi 30, Baji Chue 9. Shu Jing Chi Huang 25, Mizong Quan 8, Tai Chi Sword 10 knowledge. Biochemistry, photographic memory, personal space, 5 Xianyuan Sword, postcard Dr. Banner. Business card, Nick Fury. Martial arts points, 897 by defeating opponents and completing tasks issued by the system. One can accumulate martial arts points, which may be utilized for lotteries or enhancing personal prowess. Tasks, Nun Hunyuan Heart Sutra, 6th level 1. Sight and hearing, awakened 2. Control strike, awakened 3. Swift movement, awakened 4. Mysterious flame, not awakened 5. Air control, not awakened 6. Object manipulation, not awakened 7. Frenzy, not awakened 8. Divine annihilation, not awakened 9. Domain, not awakened. Zhang Yang found it astonishing that Shu Jing Chi Huang had advanced so rapidly. How could my technique elevate so swiftly? I have scarcely had the time to treat patients lately. I have been wholly focused on refining the Hunyuan Heart Sutra and diligently completing tasks. Is the system mistaken? Surely. It must retract this if discovered. Ding! Please rest assured, dear host, this system will not retract. The rapid advancement is due to your extensive reading of various herbal medicine texts, broadening your knowledge, which constitutes a progression in Shu Jing Chi Huang. So it is as such. Zhang Yang felt a sense of relief. As long as it was not retracted, everything would be well. With his newfound abilities, he was eager to experiment immediately. He opened a portal and ventured to a remote location, where he sprinted at incredible speeds, only stopping when exhaustion overcame him. Upon returning, Zhang Yang reclined on the sofa, grinning foolishly. With his power, could he perhaps even evade bullets? Ding! The system chimed in. Theoretically, if the host awakened his berserk state, it should indeed be possible. My goodness! Zhang Yang was startled. The sudden appearance of the voice was more terrifying than a ghost. Your abrupt emergence is quite alarming, he remarked. Host, I signaled with a ding before I appeared. This was merely a reminder for you. Yet previously, there was a buzzing sound akin to white noise before the ding. The system denied this. Host, I did not. You certainly did. Just now, there was a clear ding, and I did not hear the expected white noise at all. The system fell silent. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes in frustration. Was this trick not tiresome? He plugged his phone into charge and prepared himself a cup of tea while waiting for it to power on. When the phone finally reached 1%, it powered up. To his dismay, he was greeted by a barrage of text messages, making it feel as if his phone might shatter from the vibrations. This relentless buzzing continued for a full 2 minutes before subsiding. Upon opening the messages, he discovered they were all missed calls and texts from Tony. Hostily, Zhang Yang Cheket. Initially, the messages were filled with Tony's mundane and bothersome attempts to reach out. After several days of silence from Zhang Yang, Tony escalated from sending 1 message a day to 2, and eventually to 3. How amusing. This fellow certainly has time to spare. What grievance could exist between them to warrant such a bombardment? Despite the apparent lack of intelligence in his approach, Zhang Yang resolved to forgive him. He replied with a simple boring and then powered off his phone. Let that frustrate you. The next day, when the martial arts school opened its doors, students, having heard of Zhang Yang's return, arrived early, filled with curiosity as they beheld him. The scene during the old man's birthday celebration had left a profound impression, and Zhang Yang's subsequent disappearance had sparked countless speculations. A few children, being avid fans of Iron Man, rushed to hug his legs, their compliments sweet as honey. Master, you look so handsome today, just like Iron Man, exclaimed one. Do you have Iron Man's autograph? Another chimed in. Nonsense. He is undoubtedly more handsome than Iron Man. A third interjected. Master, you are still exceptionally dashing today. Is Iron Man here to play with you? What does Iron Man's presence have to do with his looks? Zhang Yang called a halt to the flattery, gently prying the children off his legs. Everyone, stand properly. What do you think you're doing clinging to my legs? Aren't you all here to attend class? A group of young children, who had just latched onto someone for support, erupted into fits of giggles. It was class time, and all matters unrelated to the lesson were to be disregarded. After speaking, Zhang Yang did not spare them a glance. Instead, he summoned Luo Yuan, Li Si, and several other students suited for practicing Tai Chi swordplay, leading them into the courtyard to impart his teachings. The Tai Chi sword, embodying both tension and relaxation, is nimble and light, suitable for students with lively spirits who can also embody stillness when required. Once the morning session concluded, the children returned, eager for Iron Man's autograph. And Zhang Yang cleverly dismissed them one by one. Before Li Si departed, Zhang Yang called him back, presenting him with a bottle of unallocated pills and a letter of apology to be delivered to old Master Li. No matter the reputation Zhang Yang held outside, there were certain duties he must fulfill. The virtue of martial ethics transcends mere decorum during combat. It encompasses the moral essence of an individual. The pills were a gift that should have been delivered long ago, and the apology letter expressed genuine remorse for the disruption he and Tony inadvertently caused during the celebration. After bidding farewell to Li Si, Zhang Yang glanced at his phone, nearly dropping it due to its incessant vibrations. Tony's messages meticulously chastised Zhang Yang for his poor habit of not responding, claiming his heart had been wounded and demanded reparations. Naturally, he desired no extravagant gifts. As they were friends, a half-box of Laogan Ma would suffice to appease him. What audacity! Zhang Yang retorted with a curt "get lost" before switching off his phone. Oof. You may bombard me with texts, but I can simply turn my phone off. This exemplifies the age-old saying, the cunning of the devil meets the wisdom of the sage. He tossed the powered-down device onto the table and, in high spirits, set about preparing lunch. He planned to indulge in Laogan Ma stir-fried noodles, much to the chagrin of that scoundrel Tony. Chapter 57. A simple display of bravado. Zhang Yang had always been aware that Tony operated outside the bounds of conventionality. Yet he never anticipated that someone would so brazenly don a disguise and make such a conspicuous appearance. In the afternoon, upon returning from a consultation concerning the coughing fit of an elderly neighbor, Zhang Yang discovered Tony clad in his ostentatious mark armor, standing amidst his vegetable garden, basking in the adoration of the children. Should Tony wish to court disaster, Zhang Yang would not hesitate to accommodate him, ensuring he remained intact. Hey, children, who among you wishes to witness the immense power of Iron Man? Tony proclaimed, surveying the throng of adoring young fans in the garden. The children eagerly raised their hands, clamoring to be chosen. Mr. Iron Man, I want to see. Me too. And me. Witnessing their enthusiastic response, Tony grinned confidently, his charm radiating. All right. Since you all wish to see, I shall grant you this opportunity. Zhang Yang let out a cold chuckle from behind the crowd. Are you intending to bombard my garden with your armored arm? Upon hearing Zhang Yang's voice, Tony paused, his raised metallic arm momentarily stilled, before he feigned nonchalance and lowered it. The Iron Man helmet suddenly opened, revealing a smile that showcased 8 gleaming teeth. Hello, my friend. Have you returned from your endeavors? Where would I go if I didn't return? This is my dojo, is it not? Zhang Yang ushered the children back indoors to practice, leading Tony to the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the small garden, Zhang Yang sat down and began to brew himself a cup of tea, seeking to calm his nerves and avoid the urge to unsheathe the Xianyuan sword and cleave the large metal canister in two. After taking a sip, he regarded Tony with a displeased expression. Mr. Iron Man, do you find my dojo lacking in excitement? Have you come here to flaunt your metallic figure before the children? That remark is rather unkind. I specifically came to showcase my research achievements to you. Could you not have simply called me? I could have arrived faster than you could fly here. However, your phone was off. I sent you numerous text messages, yet you did not respond. Tony gazed at Zhang Yang with an expression of innocence, as if to say it was not his fault. Zhang Yang nearly succumbed to the temptation of hurling his teacup at Tony's face. Is that what you call notifying me? That was a text bombardment, if you ask me. Not only did you bombard my phone with messages, just moments ago, you attempted to bomb my garden with your metallic armament. Tony raised a hand to interrupt Zhang Yang's tirade, fueled by anger. My friend, allow me to correct your misunderstanding. Sending 3 texts a day does not constitute a bombardment. If I were to send you 3 texts per minute for a span of 24 hours, that would be true bombardment. Zhang Yang's grip on either the teacup or his temper tightened. Tony, now I demand that you emerge from your large metal canister. Do not compel me to slice your iron tube in half along with you. You cannot do that. This is Iron Man, Tony protested vocally. Yet his body had already obediently exited the Mark armor. As he stepped forward, the armor behind him ceased to remain stationary and followed his lead. Zhang Yang Baoset, momentarily taken aback by their synchronized movements, the act of pouring tea halted. See, this is precisely why I texted you. Tony, reveling in Zhang Yang's astonishment, stood before him, performing various actions, with the armor mirroring each of his movements. Your words in the rubber forest inspired me immensely. Behold, this is my newly invented follow mode. I can remotely instruct him to perform a myriad of actions, even from afar. Truly remarkable, my dear uncle. It has taken such a short period for him to master these skills. Yet, has he not considered behaviors beyond terrestrial confines? Tony, can you soar? If the adversary you face possesses the ability to fly, how will your armor engage in combat with an aerial foe while synchronizing on solid ground? The behavioral patterns of individuals on the ground differ vastly from those in the air. I may execute a couple of aerial flips on land, yet in midair, attempting to spin myself like a top presents a challenge. Zhang Yang's inquiry rendered Tony momentarily silent. You are correct. Tony, somewhat disheartened, took a seat across from him. I still have much research to conduct regarding behavioral patterns. Do not be so dismayed. Zhang Yang poured him a cup of tea. It is quite normal for someone not trained as a combat specialist to overlook such aspects. I can gather various combat modes and establish an automatic combat setting. In an instant, Tony devised a countermeasure. Zhang Yang could not help but marvel at the brilliance of a genius's mind, swiftly conjuring a solution in such a brief span. So, do you have anything else you wish to demonstrate or boast about? Tony tilted his head back and emptied his cup. Nothing more. That's it. So, was your flurry of calls and messages merely to show me how you manipulate your armor like a marionette? After a moment's reflection, Tony seemed to concur. Zhang Yang Siget, I had expected you to demonstrate how you could remain stationary while your armor autonomously donned itself upon you. Wow, that is indeed an excellent idea. I mentioned it in the rubber forest. I assumed this was what you intended to showcase before me. Tony looked perplexed. Did you mention that? Did I not also bring up the notion of a briefcase? Upon your prompting, it has come back to me. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes in exasperation. What has happened to you lately, Tony? Zhang Yang sensed something amiss. He was not the type to forget suggestions that could aid his thoughts and ideas. I am merely a bit sleep-deprived. Are you certain? Zhang Yang tapped the table. Extend your hand. Let me check your pulse. Obediently, Tony extended his hand. Zhang Yang felt his pulse, strong and vigorous, indicating robust health. It appeared the issue truly stemmed from lack of sleep, as this gentleman often forsook rest for days on end in pursuit of work. You must prioritize your sleep. Tony nodded and then, as if suddenly recalling something significant, quickly raised his gaze to Zhang Yang. Have you been in contact with Dr. Banner recently? Zhang Yang furrowed his brow. Not at all. Chapter 58. Love for the iron canister. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Tony and Zhang Yang exchanged glances for several minutes, each perceiving the same unspoken concern in the other's eyes. Perhaps that burly fellow was about to stir up a considerable uproar. Have you been monitoring General Ross lately? Zhang Yang massaged his temples in frustration. I asked Jarvis to keep an eye on him, but he hasn't reported any movements recently. So on the surface, it appears there isn't anything particularly noteworthy. Tony also rubbed his head in exasperation. However, we cannot dismiss the possibility that General Ross may enlist the aid of other forces to track down the hulking figure, thus evading our surveillance. Doesn't Jarvis filter out communications from General Ross, such as phone calls and emails? He utilizes military channels, and I am a law-abiding citizen. A law-abiding citizen who collaborates with the military and sells weapons to them? It's business. Tony shrugged. Open surveillance is definitely out of the question. I've instructed Jarvis to monitor the individuals with whom he frequently communicates via phone and email, but there are no suspicious signs to report. What about those around him? The hulking figure is his ultimate target. Such a critical matter. How could he possibly delegate it to someone else? Ever since he began pursuing the hulking figure, he has been hands-on with everything. But what if? Zhang Yang regarded Tony with a serious expression. In his fervor to capture Dr. Banner, he has already resorted to extreme measures. I do not believe he would relinquish such a valuable lead. Oh heavens! Tony exclaimed, clutching his head. What have I overlooked? Zhang Yang opened a portal, and Tony swiftly returned to his home, the marked suit following him through the portal. Upon arriving home, Tony turned around and noticed that Zhang Yang had not followed. Aren't you coming with me? I will come find you later. I have a plethora of students to teach. Those children come to me to learn martial arts. I cannot have them merely standing in horse stance every day. Very well. Inform me if you hear anything. And remember to switch on your phone. After Tony departed, Zhang Yang immediately spent 200 martial arts points to activate global system tracking. The system displayed an image of Dr. Banner nestled in a small room, engaged in the arithmetic arrangement of gamma rays, with a desktop computer beside him that could access an antique warehouse. Zhang Yang scrutinized the computer interface, revealing an email inbox, and sighed in exasperation. He truly felt like giving him a couple slaps. How was he still in contact with his blue friend? Wouldn't it be more delightful to connect with a friend? Seeking assistance from an unfamiliar stranger rather than relying on existing companions is indeed perplexing, while it is understood that he wishes to avoid burdening his friends. This decision has now truly resulted in complications. Zhang Yang pondered how to extricate Dr. Banner from the clutches of the conspiracy. After all, his mere flesh and blood could not withstand bullets and artillery. He lacked a suit of armor. After powering up his device and contemplating the matter, Zhang Yang sent a succinct text to Dr. Banner. Beware of anyone contacting you through any channel to discuss gamma rays. It's a trap. As anticipated, upon receiving the message, Dr. Banner hesitated momentarily before deleting the email he was composing. Only then did Zhang Yang feel assured enough to disable the live feed. News from Tony arrived swiftly, revealing that General Ross had indeed noticed someone observing his movements, prompting him to confide in his trusted aides to handle many matters. A cunning rabbit knows to have 3 burrows. How much more so an old fox? Zhang Yang refrained from mentioning the situation concerning his friend to Tony, for as a being with a godlike perspective, he was wary that revealing too much might alter the circumstances surrounding those involved. The following noon, Tony texted Zhang Yang with a simple message, "Open the door." Zhang Yang replied with an equally terse response, "No way." Did he think he was some sort of magical being, merely required to open the door? This was indeed mentally taxing. Why would he open it? It was all too evident that Tony's intention was to mooch a meal, perhaps even to snag some Lao Ganma afterwards. No chance, there were no windows either. Zhang Yang expected a barrage of follow-up messages from Tony, yet to his surprise, his phone remained silent. Was he giving up? An uneasy feeling lingered. As expected, in the afternoon, a set of Mark armor descended from the sky and landed in Zhang Yang's courtyard. After waiting for a considerable time, the armor remained unmoving. Zhang Yang prodded it with a stick, but still, it did not budge. However, the armor spoke. "Hey there, buddy, don't poke me carelessly. This is a specially designed Mark suit for our friendly exchanges. Saves on phone bills." "Tony?" Zhang Yang mused, circling the suit before knocking on it, only to discover it was hollow. Goodness, it appeared that the very system he had just been shown had been sent to him for use. Since he refused to open the door, Tony had directly dispatched a representative into his home. "Take your robot back." "No, since you're not responding to messages or calls." "I had to fend for myself." Upon finishing, the armor mechanically took 2 steps forward and greeted Zhang Yang as companions behind him. "Hello, everyone. I am Tony Stark." The onlookers peering through the window and crowding at the door erupted in excitement, unable to believe that Iron Man was in their backyard. Chunbai crouched at the doorway, jealously observing Zhang Yang. "Master, may I take a photo with Iron Man?" Zhang Yang glanced at the eager students surrounding him and then at the automaton in the backyard. A mysterious smile gracing his lips. "Gulme, gather around." The students rushed over in a flurry. "Aside from our training, we must also balance work with leisure. I haven't offered you many perks, but today, I present to you a grand benefit." Zhang Yang gestured towards the countless iterations of Iron Man armor. "Those who wish to take a photo may do so. Those who wish to embrace may embrace, and those who wish to touch may touch. Today, you are free to indulge." The students cheered with exuberance and dashed forward, instantly enveloping the Mark suit. Tony's voice emerged from within the crowd of metal. "Zhang, you can't treat me this way. Help. Tony, enjoy it well. After all, you are not inside, but I designed a full-body sensory system. Oh damn, who just touched me?" "Jarvis, quickly disable the sensors." "Humph, this is what they call a battle of wits. Iron Man, relish the affection for my martial arts school through your hollow metal shell." Chapter 59. The audacity of taking advantage. The Iron Man enthusiasts in Chinatown heard that Tony had gifted a suit to Master Zhang, who generously allowed everyone to come and admire, take photos, and even touch it. Everyone set aside their tasks to queue at the martial arts school for a visit. Zhang Yang instructed Luo Yuan to maintain order, then ascended the stairs, cradling a half-box of Lao Ganma. Zhang Yang opened a portal from his study, directly arriving at Tony's living room, where Pepper was typing furiously on her laptop. She seemed to be upset, likely due to another of Tony's antics. "Hey, Pep. My goodness." Pepper jumped in surprise. "Zhang, how did you get in here?" "There are always ways." Zhang Yang indicated the Lao Ganma in his hand. "Someone sent a marked suit to my house, which has now become a tourist attraction." "Oh, Tony, he did it again." Pepper covered her face, breathing heavily as if trying to calm herself. "Did he upset you too?" The matters at the company. Before she could continue, her phone rang, prompting her to hastily gather her belongings. "Zhang, I'm so sorry. There's an emergency meeting at the company," she said apologetically, glancing around. "Oh, I haven't even poured you a cup of tea. It's fine, you should go." Pepper wished to say more, but her phone rang again, compelling her to leave. Zhang Yang placed the half-box of Lao Ganma in the kitchen, puzzled as he looked at the ceiling. Y&T Jarvis greeted him. No wonder he felt something was amiss upon entering the villa today. Zhang Yang descended the basement with quiet footsteps and arrived at the door, where he found Tony huddled in a chair, his face etched with despair. Before him, a three-dimensional projection displayed the real-time events unfolding in the martial arts dojo's backyard. "Do you enjoy watching live broadcasts?" he inquired. "Oh dear," Tony exclaimed, startled, and fell from his chair. "Why isn't T. Jarvis functioning today?" Zhang Yang took a seat. "What brings you here?" Tony, still in shock, struggled to regain his composure. "Someone has brought the marked suit to my home. Why shouldn't I visit the other party's residence?" Zhang Yang surveyed the surroundings, noting the chaos had intensified since his last visit. "I just had a quarrel with Pepper. I found Jarvis too noisy and told him to be quiet." Tony glanced around. "Since you're here, didn't you bring me anything?" "Nothing at all." He sprang to his feet. "I've sacrificed my body. You could at least bring me some consolation gifts." The sacrifice was Mark's body. "Didn't you manage to detach from that contraption in time?" Tony pointed towards the basement door. "Leave? Are you really kicking me out?" Tony remained silent. "All right, then I shall take the Lao Ganma I brought." Tony promptly intercepted Zhang Yang at the basement door. No. I reconsidered. When guests arrive, they should enjoy a cup of coffee before departing." Zhang Yang rolled his eyes expressionlessly. Cheerfully, Tony ascended the stairs, armed with Lao Ganma and a bowl of instant noodles, looking quite satisfied. However, Zhang Yang had ulterior motives for visiting Tony today. "Tony, are you familiar with an email account called Blue Friend?" "Whose friend?" It appeared that Dr. Banner had recently been in communication with this individual, who exhibited a distinct interest in gamma rays and Dr. Banner's blood. Not with good intentions. Tony scoffed. "What is that oaf thinking? Is he afraid of implicating us? We've been entangled since the moment we became friends, you know? Jarvis, darling, locate anyone who dares to target your uncle." "What on earth? How can this person take such liberties?" Yet, Jarvis, ever affable, responded understood. Jarvis swiftly conducted a thorough investigation through all accessible email accounts, but found nothing amiss. "Wow, it seems someone has set their sights on that oaf." Tony rose, stroking his face. "Let me wash up. We're heading to Brazil." "Not going." Zhang Yang stood, brushing off the creases from his clothing. "I've already sent him a message to warn him." "You warned him?" "By the time we finish our discussion, Dr. Banner may very well be treated as a test subject." Zhang Yang patted Tony's shoulder. "Tony, while others managed to communicate with Dr. Banner directly, you're unable to uncover anything. This is quite disappointing. For the sake of your reputation, I implore you to uncover this blue companion. Keep it up. I have faith in you." With today's goal accomplished, Zhang Yang did not hesitate to step through the portal. Tony, in a fit of frustration, tossed the pen he had been holding onto the table. Was he being scorned? This was intolerable. As Zhang Yang returned, he noticed a line outside the martial arts school, where many individuals had dressed up specifically for the occasion. Even if they could not take a picture with Tony Stark, a photo with Mark would suffice. Zhang Yang brewed a cup of tea and stood on the second floor, observing the lively scene below. Luo Yuan had somehow procured a loudspeaker and was maintaining order like a tour guide. Zhang Yang mused that he could erect a sign at the entrance of the martial arts school, declaring it a photo spot with Iron Man, adding in parentheses that one could even touch the suit. Charging 5 yuan per person would easily cover this month's rent. Wait a moment. Zhang Yang suddenly recalled something of utmost importance. He had gathered enough money. He could purchase the martial arts school. He immediately called the landlady. who leisurely informed him that she was on her honeymoon in the Maldives and was not in a hurry to discuss matters until her return. Zhang Yang thought that any man brave enough to marry the landlady must truly love her. Suddenly, the crowd below erupted with excitement. Zhang Yang quickly leaned over to see what was happening. Mark had activated. What on earth was Tony up to now? Hey, thank you all for your fondness. Mark raised his iron hand, and Tony's voice echoed in response. But I must take my leave. See you next time. With that, he soared into the sky, quickly vanishing from sight. Among the girls taking pictures with Mark, one donned a lace-laden Lolita dress, her face expressing disappointment as she lamented, I just wanted a photo. I didn't even get to touch his chest. Zhang Yang nearly spewed his tea upon hearing this, narrowly avoiding disaster by swiftly turning his head. Once Mark departed, the queue dissipated, and Luo Yuan, having waited until everyone had left, hoarsely made his way upstairs. Zhang Yang handed him a bag of fat sea beans. Master, women are too fervent. Luo Yuan clutched the bag, looking somewhat shaken. One even insisted that I fetch her a chair, so she could kiss Iron Man's face. Tony isn't that tall. She must not be very tall herself if she needed a chair to reach the mask. Stay calm. Zhang Yang patted Luo Yuan on the shoulder. It's just the nature of humanity. You were quite flustered when you saw Tony in person, stumbling over your words. Luo Yuan sheepishly scratched his head and walked away. Chapter 60. The situation varies. This blue companion is well hidden. Tony spent a full 2 days pursuing leads, only to have the target slip away just as he grasped a hint of their whereabouts. I must meet that clumsy giant. I require the computer from which he sends his emails. This individual is undoubtedly extraordinary. I have even uncovered a previously abandoned military line. Tony slammed his hand on the table as he called Zhang Yang. I must meet that clumsy giant immediately. Zhang Yang recognized that Tony was genuinely furious this time. There was not a hint of nonchalance in his voice. Zhang Yang promptly activated a portal to fetch Tony and directly transported them to Dr. Banner's new refuge in Brazil. Tony had specifically brought a toolbox and a handheld computer. Upon entering the room, he immediately made a beeline for the computer. Zhang Yang surveyed the surroundings. The quaint wooden cabin was scarcely larger than his kitchen. Furthermore, the stifling heat was unbearable, lacking even a single electric fan. After a thorough search, Zhang Yang discovered there was even a simple hand fan. He glanced at Tony, who had arrived in a tank top, while he himself was clad in a full set of kung fu attire, complete with long sleeves and pants, making him feel exceedingly warm. Zhang Yang ventured outside again, but found no trace of Dr. Banner. It seemed he had secured another job and was busy working. How serene life must be, rising with the sun and resting at dusk. If it weren't for that damned gamma radiation. Perhaps Dr. Banner is now married and has several children with a girl named Betty. Zhang Yang found the outdoors even more unbearable than the inside and was just about to re-enter when he stumbled, nearly falling flat on his face. Fortunately, having mastered the 6th level of the Primordial Heart Sutra, he swiftly regained his balance. Looking down, he discovered several wires. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were network cables. Tony, Zhang Yang shouted towards the cabin. I am Busa, came Tony's impatient voice. Come here. I found several network cables outside. Tony's footsteps hurriedly approached, beads of sweat glistening on his brow. What? He only has one computer. What could he possibly need with so many cables? Perhaps they are not for him? Tony quickly grasped the situation and dashed out with his toolbox and handheld computer. I need several computers. Could you fetch them from my studio? There's a box to the left of my usual workspace. Zhang Yang agreed and returned to the cabin, activating a portal back to the basement, where he found the box Tony mentioned. Upon opening it, he marveled at the opulence, a veritable treasure trove of tablets and laptops, totaling over 20 devices. He transported them all over, stumbling slightly as he passed through the portal, only to be steadied by someone on the other side, preventing him from dropping the entire load. Dr. Banner. As Zhang Yang regained his footing, he finally recognized who had caught him. Ah, Zhang, we meet again. Dr. Banner gestured towards the outside. It seems I inadvertently struck Tony. Zhang Yang was taken aback and set down his computer, rushing outside to discover a noticeable bump on Tony's forehead. Zhang, I believe it would be wise for me to accompany you next time. Dr. Banner emerged from the room, holding an ice pack which he handed to Tony. My apologies. I mistook you for an adversary. This place is quite concealed, and I have not even informed my current colleagues of my whereabouts. Tony accepted the ice pack. silently pressing it against his injury. Our unannounced arrival is to blame, Zhang Yang remarked, pointing at the several network cables that Tony had already yanked out. Moreover, I dare say this place is not as concealed as you think. Surely, those numerous cables were not installed by you? Dr. Banner's expression darkened. I utilize a virtual wireless network that automatically changes its port every minute. He had never employed a wired network. That implies someone has created a wireless network port capable of redirection for you. Suddenly, Tony seized the cables, yanking them forcefully. A series of snapping sounds echoed before a small box, roughly the size of a palm, was dislodged from a wall of the wooden cabin. The truth was unveiled. Dr. Banner and Tony, each with their own computers, began to investigate the small box. Zhang Yang crafted a fan from a few leaves, sitting on the steps to find a semblance of coolness. The two geniuses labored for the better part of the day, ultimately yielding no results. I shall take this with me, Tony decided at last. I intend to relocate, yet still remain in Brazil. Dr. Banner quickly concurred. Do you still keep in touch with your blue friend? Zhang Yang expressed concern, as their previous communication might have led to some revelations on the other's part. After you sent me that message, I ceased all contact. To be frank, even if you hadn't come today, I was already planning to move. Dr. Banner pointed to a backpack in the corner of the room. I have packed my belongings, merely in search of a new refuge. You might as well come with us. Tony gathered his things. You are currently like a piece of prime meat. It will be safer to stay by our side. I have no desire to return to New York. My villa is in Los Angeles. I have no inclination to go to Los Angeles either. To put it plainly, I wish to avoid returning to that sorrowful land. Zhang Yang patet Dr. Banner's soldier. Stay in touch with us. Do not place your trust in strangers. After Dr. Banner embraced them both, he shouldered his backpack and ventured deeper into the jungle. Zhang Yang and Tony returned to the basement of the villa, and upon their return, Tony violently dismantled the object. It was not a matter of prying something open. Rather, a hammer was wielded, striking relentlessly with a cacophony of sounds. In an instant, shards were sent scattering. Zhang Yang, remarkably composed, retrieved a transparent mask from Tony's assortment of tools and shielded his face, allowing the debris to fly without concern for injury. After an exhaustive effort, the object was reduced to fragments, and Tony unearthed a chip from the wreckage. What is this? Zhang Yang inquired, lowering the mask to observe Tony's grave expression. Evidently, the situation was far more complicated than it appeared. This was the core chip, integral to intermittent network communication devices, and it constituted a pivotal element of Stark Industries' latest order destined for General Ross. Only two had been provided. Tony examined the serial number and confirmed that it was indeed one of the two intended for General Ross. Chapter 61. Kidnapping Tony was exceedingly irate, even forsaking his beloved Lao Ma fried rice. In the basement, he tinkered with the chip for an extended period, transforming the space into a veritable spider's lair, replete with wires strewn about. He constructed a detection device, determined to unearth the source of the issue. Aware that Tony would likely remain in the basement for days on end, Zhang Yang left the fried rice behind and exited through the portal. The martial arts school had scheduled a minor examination for the month, and Zhang Yang needed to return to prepare. Luo Yuan was the focal point of attention for this upcoming assessment, being the only officially recognized disciple who had performed tea ceremonies and bowed in reverence. Luo Yuan was so anxious that sleepless nights plagued him, dark circles forming under his eyes. Zhang Yang felt a pang of sympathy for the student he had personally nurtured. Zhang Yang summoned Luo Yuan to the upper floor, brewed a calming tea, and administered an acupuncture treatment, allowing Luo Yuan to rest for a while. Once he confirmed that Luo Yuan had drifted into a deep slumber, Zhang Yang descended to supervise the other students. Upon seeing Zhang Yang personally overseeing their studies, the students below were invigorated, their spirits heightened. Several expressed a desire to engage in practical sparring with Zhang Yang, who granted them the opportunity and unleashed his full strength without reservation. Among 10 students, only one managed to withstand 3 moves from Zhang Yang. The others quickly succumbed. A few, undeterred, pushed themselves to the brink, nearly unable to rise. Shall we continue? Zhang Yang inquired, surveying the exhausted students. If you persist, will you have the stamina for your examination? At the mention of the upcoming assessment, the students fervently shook their heads, conceding that they would not continue. They feared fatigue would hinder their performance on the day of the examination. Zhang Yang meticulously pointed out their shortcomings in the sparring and corrected their techniques for the martial arts they would be tested on. Once evening arrived and all students had departed, Zhang Yang intended to check on Luo Yuan, only to discover that he was missing. Zhang Yang stood at the entrance, gazing upon the empty bed, while the window of the pharmacy lay ajar. It was entirely his fault. His thoughts were consumed by matters downstairs, leaving him inattentive to Lu Yuan's. He dialed Uncle Luo, informing him that he would assist Lu Yuan's with his studies, keeping him at the martial arts school for the past few days. Zhang Yang activated his senses, extending his abilities to envelop the entirety of Chinatown. Yet he could not discern Lu Yuan's whereabouts. Without hesitation, he opened a portal and seized Tony, who was leisurely dining. "Hey, how did you know I had made significant progress? Come quickly," Zhang Yang exclaimed, grasping Tony's shirt. "My apprentice is missing." "What? The one named Lu Yuan's?" "Yes. Have you checked his home? Perhaps the arcade?" "He is no longer in Chinatown. I administered a sedative to him for proper rest. He was likely taken while asleep." Zhang Yang looked intently at Tony. "I know you have a way. I want to see the surveillance footage." Tony immediately collaborated with Jarvis to hack into the surveillance systems surrounding Chinatown. Suddenly, dozens of screens illuminated the basement. Within a minute, Jarvis located Lu Yuan's. The footage revealed Lu Yuan's, unconscious, being escorted out of Chinatown by a suited man, heading westward. "General Ross?" Zhang Yang inquired uncertainly. "You have thwarted his plans multiple times. How could he not act?" Zhang Yang seethed with anger. "He is just a child. If there's an issue, confront me directly. Abducting a child is no display of prowess." Tony's expression mirrored his distress. "Leave this matter to me. You're not the only one who has disrupted his schemes. Count me in." Tony called Rhodey, who was equally incredulous on the other end. Together, they sought out General Ross. Yet he vehemently denied any involvement. "That was purely that individual's personal action. It has nothing to do with me." "Would someone in my position engage in the abduction of child?" General Ross sat behind his desk with an air of composure, not affording Rhodey and Tony even a glance. Zhang Yang, seated in the car outside, listened intently to the conversation. "What a despicable old man. Then assure us that the individual who kidnapped the child is in no way connected to you," Tony demanded, holding up his phone. "If we capture that person, how we choose to deal with him is irrelevant. We will not intervene. If he is our citizen, then that child is too." Tony stood his ground. "He was born on this land." Colonel Rhodey nodded in agreement. "Mr. Stark is correct, General Ross. How could a person in uniform engage in the abduction of a child in your esteemed company?" General Ross fell silent. With the recording secured, Tony and Rhodey departed from General Ross's residence. Not long after their vehicle had set off, a young woman intercepted them at a corner. Tony furrowed his brow. "I am not in the mood for flirtation today." Zhang Yang pinched him playfully. "If you dare to pursue this girl, I fear that doctor." Banner may struggle to contain his inner behemoth. Tony looked astonished. "Is this the girl named Betty?" Zhang Yang nodded. Who else would dare to appear on General Ross's territory and stop a car other than the daughter of General Ross? Rhodey, who was driving, glanced at Zhang Yang and Tony. "Shall we have a conversation?" Zhang Yang made a decision. "Yes." Tony concurred. "But we cannot get into the car." Colonel Rhodey pulled over, and the group lowered their windows without exiting the vehicle. Betty silently retrieved a folder from her bag and tossed it into the car before swiftly running away. Holding the folder that had been thrown at him, Tony raised an eyebrow. What a clever girl. Once she opened her mouth here, General Ross would undoubtedly find numerous excuses and reasons to summon them back for tea and a heart-to-heart, aware that lingering here was unwise. Rhodey promptly started the engine and sped away from General Ross's domain. "Jarvis." Tony produced a handheld device. "Intercept all tracking on us, whether electronic probes or satellites. Everything." "Understood, sir." Jarvis eliminated all electronic surveillance, yet they could still faintly see a pursuing vehicle in the rearview mirror. Zhang Yang pulled a few peanuts from his pocket. "Are you eating peanuts now?" Tony watched Zhang Yang and reached out. "Let me have some." "Not for you." Zhang Yang half climbed out of the sunroof with Watson, aiming at the pursuing vehicle. Curling his fingertips, he positioned a peanut and, with a flick, sent it accurately to the most vulnerable part of a nearby lamppost. The structure wobbled twice before collapsing into the middle of the road, effectively obstructing the pursuing vehicle. "That was impressive." Tony whistled at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang shot him a disdainful glance, indicating that such flirtation tactics were ill-suited for him. Chapter 62. The rescue roadie was an excellent driver, even in this high-speed, life-threatening scenario. Zhang Yang felt neither dizzy nor nauseous. They already knew that their adversaries were heading westward, so Rhodey pursued in that direction. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang and Tony seized the opportunity to examine the information provided by Betty. Among all the documents, it was noted that there was a safe house in the west of the city, serving as a backup for General Ross's associates. It must be here, Zhang Yang declared with certainty. Tony activated the satellite's real-time imagery, his expression grave. In this place, the satellite did not reveal anything, seemingly intentionally obscured for security reasons. However, Tony's fingers moved swiftly, and soon he was smiling. Yet I had successfully infiltrated, right here. When the three of them reached their destination, Tony expressed some doubt. An animal shelter for strays? Meridi fa ade. Zhang Yang heard not only the sounds of cats and dogs, but also the voices of several people. Approximately 7 or 8, whose tones were deep and reminiscent of a military style. I'll call for reinforcements. Rhodey began dialing, but Zhang Yang had already executed a nimble leap inside, swiftly entering the premises with remarkable speed. His movements were graceful. Rhodey watched Zhang Yang's form, suppressing his admiration. Stop! Tony admonished. What if there are weapons inside? Zhang Yang, light on his feet, slipped in, skillfully evading the cameras, and in the blink of an eye, reached the basement door. Peering through the crack, he saw Luo Yuan bound to a chair, a black hood over his head, yet he was moving, the child still conscious. Inside, there were 7 individuals. 3 were playing cards, 1 monitored the front, another the rear, and 2 were drinking. Zhang Yang drew the Xianyuan sword from his space. He had no intention of causing harm. His skills were not meant for violence. However, should the adversaries initiate an attack, he would not hesitate to transform his defense into offense. Zhang Yang readied himself, positioning the sword before him and picking up a stone. Prepared, he kicked the large door open and swiftly hurled the stone, striking the surveillance system and rendering it inoperative. Then, he delivered a powerful kick to the neck of the frontline monitor, knocking him unconscious. The remaining individuals charged at him, wielding extendable batons. 3 of them simultaneously swung their clubs at him, but Zhang Yang effortlessly severed them with a single stroke of his sword. The opponents were momentarily stunned, and in that instant of distraction, Zhang Yang swiftly executed his evasive moves, launching a series of kicks that incapacitated all 3. 4 adversaries lay defeated, leaving the remaining 3 hesitant to approach. One of them glanced at Luo Yuan and attempted to seize him. Zhang Yang kicked up a severed baton from the ground, striking the would-be captor on the head, causing him to collapse instantly. The last 2 exchanged glances before suddenly drawing their firearms from their waistbands. With 2 sharp reports, they fell to the ground, clutching their wounds. Zhang Yang turned to see Colonel Rhodey at the door, gun raised, nodding in acknowledgement. Thank you, he said, quickly checking Luo Yuan for injuries and breathing a sigh of relief upon finding him unscathed. As he removed the mask and untied the ropes, the little boy inquired, "Is Iron Man coming?" Zhang Yang received a sharp slap to the back of his head, oblivious to the fact that, apart from himself, there were 2 other individuals present who were still breathing, and none of them were Iron Man. I was merely attempting to lighten the mood after the ordeal. Luo Yuan wrapped his arms around Zhang Yang's waist, burying his face in his chest. Master, I knew you would come to my rescue. I'm not afraid at all. My master possesses extraordinary powers. He is my heroic figure. This declaration sounded akin to a romantic confession under the moonlight. Tony's insufferable voice echoed from the doorway. After a fleeting display of affection, Luo Yuan courteously greeted Tony and Rhodey. Tony wore a smug expression. Weren't you just lamenting about me? Yet now that you see me, you are utterly unfazed. Clearly, you are not a fan of Iron Man. Luo Yuan nodded solemnly. The only one I truly admire is my master. I am but a fan of him. Tony rolled his eyes in exasperation. Rhodey, having swiftly bound all the unconscious and conscious individuals alike, picked up the severed retractable baton from the ground, his gaze shifting toward the Xianyuan sword in Zhang Yang's hand. Tony followed suit, immediately positioning himself in front of Rhodey. How shall we deal with these individuals? Tony inquired. Rhodey glanced at the incapacitated figures on the floor, recognizing that only he could address the matter. Fine. Tony comprehended the implication in Rhodey's eyes. I'll take my leave, brother. Next time, drinks are on me. As Zhang Yang and Tony ascended the stairs, Tony promptly shouted for Jarvis to obliterate all surveillance footage. After a brief pause, Jarvis reported that all monitoring systems had been destroyed. Was that you're doing? Zhang Yang suruged. Just basic precaution. Zhang Yang understood that Tony presumed he feared the exposure of his ability to open portals. However, his spatial manipulation was akin to magic, with a mere thought. Object from his space would materialize in his hands. The destruction of the surveillance footage was, in fact, to prevent any potential incidents where he might be shot at after opening a portal, leaving behind footage that would show no bullets striking him. Lacking a driver-S license, Zhang Yang relied on Tony to drive them back to the martial arts school. After ensuring Luo Yuan was settled, he intended to send Tony on his way. But Tony dashed to a guest room and lay down immobile. "Let me stay the night," Tony pleaded, his expression pitiful as he looked at Zhang Yang. "My bed is too hard. You might not be able to adjust. I can manage." "Are you certain?" "I'm exhausted tonight, but you haven't been in a fight." "I've been using my brain. Negotiating with General Ross is mentally draining, far more so than physical exertion. The fatigue is psychological. Colonel Rhodey not only negotiated with you, but also assisted me in cleaning up afterward. He is likely still dealing with those individuals. He is unlike me. He frequently confronts these high-intensity situations with remarkable vigor, rendering such matters trivial in his eyes." "Huh, I am not swayed by your nonsense. The very individual who can toil for days and nights without rest has the audacity to claim that others possess great energy. Could this be construed as a compliment to Colonel Roddy?" Zhang Yang chose not to engage further, deeming it merely a matter of one night's sleep, which hardly constitutes a significant issue. Tomorrow's minor examination would incite a commotion at the martial arts school early in the morning. As long as he can endure the noise, all will be well. "You know where the bathroom and your clothes are. I shall be on the 3rd floor. Should you require anything, you may call for me. I can't hear you," Zhang Yang casually advised before turning to leave. Chapter 63. A session of psychological counseling in the dead of night. Zhang Yang heard a series of clattering sounds emanating from the rooftop, haunted by the shadow of Luo Yuan's abduction. He swiftly donned his coat and ventured outside for a glance. "Tony?" Zhang Yang was taken aback to find Tony on the rooftop. The noise was the result of him striking the wooden dummy. However, he did not practice Wing Chun. His actions were merely a form of catharsis. "It appears that your restless night stems from some discontent." Zhang Yang seated himself beside the tea table. "Do you wish to talk?" "Not necessary." Tony shook his head, but after a brief pause, he nodded. "I suppose I might need a bit of conversation, but only for a short while. Beyond that, I shall not engage." Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. "Very well. I fear it may be you who desires to converse longer." Tony took a seat, gazing at Zhang Yang. "Zhang, the truth is, I am not as formidable as I seem." He made a playful expression, yet there was an undercurrent of frustration. "After you scale the wall today, Roddy and our contacts follow you in." At this point, he cast a glance at Zhang Yang. "Roddy instructed me to remain outside and not to enter recklessly. I was not clad in my armor today. Roddy's decision was prudent. It was made to prevent additional casualties. Only by ensuring one's own safety can one assist more people." No. You do not grasp my intent." Tony vigorously shook his head. "Had I donned my armor, I could have entered to assist you, but without it today, I could only wait outside, or enter the scene after all the conflicts had concluded." "Oh," Zhang Yang comprehended. The intricate thoughts of Iron Man were surfacing once more. A man who often displays invincibility may occasionally reveal vulnerability. It is not solely women who feel compassion. Even Zhang Yang found him somewhat pitiable. "However, it seems you have overlooked a crucial point." Zhang Yang met his gaze with utmost seriousness. "That invincible armor was conceived and created by you. You once stated it was designed to safeguard the heart, requiring sufficient resolve for its birth. Tony, do you not feel a sense of determination within when you are not adorned in it?" Tony shrugged his shoulders. "I believe your words resonate profoundly. Even feeling that what you have just articulated is precisely what I ought to contemplate. The meticulous man is poised to regain his vigor. Observe the fervor in his gaze and gestures, as though he is about to address a press conference. So, do you intend to rest now, or shall you continue to practice on the wooden dummy for a while longer?" Zhang Yang offered him some candid advice. "If you strike it like that, your hands will ache dearly by tomorrow. Should you persist, you may find your arms too sore to lift at all." Suddenly, a sense of expansiveness enveloped me, filling me with joy and promising a remarkably restful sleep. After persuading Tony to retire for the night, Zhang Yang glanced at the wooden dummy he had just struck. The bottommost block of wood was askew, evidently a testament to the fury he had unleashed during his practice. Based on this intensity, tomorrow his arm would not only ache, but he might struggle to raise it at all. Had he heeded the advice to practice just a bit longer, the worst outcome would have been simply lounging in bed. At 6 in the morning, Zhang Yang awoke and, after his usual morning routine, ascended to the rooftop to practice 2 sets of martial arts. Luo Yuan rose at 6:30. After yesterday's thrilling events, I assumed you would slumber late into the morning. Luo Yuan shook his head. Master, this only serves to keep me awake. Besides, there is a small test today, and many eyes are focused upon me. You are mistaken. Those eyes are actually fixated on me. Since you are my disciple, their gaze inevitably falls upon you. Zhang Yang patted him on the shoulder, offering reassurance. Maintain a tranquil mindset. If your practice is solely for the sake of earning others' respect, then you might as well forego it altogether. By virtue of being my disciple, you have already garnered their esteem. Luo Yuan lowered his head, pondering for a moment, and swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. What Zhang Yang cherished most about Luo Yuan was this very quality, although he occasionally became ensnared in his own thoughts. He could extricate himself as soon as the issue was presented in a simplified manner. The master and disciple practiced a while longer on the rooftop before descending to prepare breakfast. By 8:30, individuals began to arrive in a steady stream. Downstairs, everyone was engaged in conversation amidst a cacophony of sounds. Awakened by the noise, Tony, feeling irritable, contemplated heading downstairs to voice his displeasure. But upon passing the study and noticing Zhang Yang engrossed in a book, he suddenly remembered that he was not in his own home. I now regret spending the night at your place. Tony, sporting dark circles under his eyes, slumped in a chair opposite Zhang Yang. Since you are awake, let us wash up and observe my student's examination. I wish to return home and sleep. Tony, despondent, draped himself over the chair. No time for that. Zhang Yang slammed his book down on the table and stood, making his way downstairs. Last night, when I advised him, he did not listen. Now, it will be too late for regret. He must make Tony aware that the martial arts school is not a place one can simply come and go as one pleases. Although he assisted me greatly last night, that does not prevent Zhang Yang from giving him a little lesson. Let this be regarded as a playful rivalry between brothers. As Iron Man, Tony believes that even with 2 prominent dark circles under his eyes, his overall image must remain intact. He even specifically requested a set of martial arts attire from Zhang Yang, adorning himself with an air of vitality. Upon his entrance, the previously anxious students appeared invigorated, as if they had been given a burst of energy. Zhang Yang and Tony sat gracefully at the front. Tony clenched his teeth and cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Yang. Now I understand why you wanted me to come down. It seems I am the source of this excitement. Look at how invigorated they all are, having completely forgotten their earlier examination anxieties. Since you stayed at my place and even provided free psychological coaching last night, is it too much to ask for a token of gratitude? Tony's teeth ground tighter. Is it too late for me to sever ties with you now? Zhang Yang glanced at him and smiled gently. It is too late now, but you may still reconsider after the examination concludes. Tony felt as if his teeth might shatter. Zhang, you are ruthless. With Iron Man's presence, the earlier groups of female students showcased remarkable power in each punch during their exams. Zhang Yang quietly expressed his gratitude to Tony. Just look at these female students. After 3 years under my guidance, they may not exhibit such vigor in their strikes. So, how about a little token of appreciation? You would want me to provide you with 6 months' worth of Lao Ganma, would you? Tony raised a finger. 1 year. Zhang Yang nodded with a smile, and Tony raised his eyebrows, somewhat incredulous at the swiftness of his agreement. Tony, let us sever our ties shortly. Is it really worth it for a year's supply of Lao Ganma? Why wouldn't it be? Zhang Yang glared at him, as if Tony were unaware of his obsession with Lao Ganma. The last time, the half box of Lao Ganma he borrowed from me lasted him a mere month. According to Pepper, this fellow brings a bottle of Lao Ganma and a bag of white bread down to the basement while working tirelessly. He manages to consume Lao Ganma with white bread for an entire week. Just as Tony was about to retort, Zhang Yang adeptly covered his mouth. Tony knew that whenever Zhang Yang made this gesture, something significant was about to unfold. He felt as though Zhang Yang's ears were not ears at all, but rather akin to a surveillance radar. In the center of the venue, Luo Yuan was engaged in a vigorous bout of boxing. This time, he had taken more examinations than his peers, for who could deny he was the senior disciple? just as Luo Yuan initiated his Ba-Ji boxing stance. Four burly men clad in black entered through the doorway. Zhang Yang cast a quick glance and recognized them as the very individuals he had thwarted last night, employing peanuts to elude their pursuit. These men were allies of General Ross. They were the ones who had chased them last evening. Zhang Yang leaned closer to Tony and whispered, if they were indeed in league with one another, he resolved to teach them a lesson for Luo Yuan's sake. It was utterly despicable for children to be subjected to kidnapping. Luo Yuan and the other students turned their gazes toward Zhang Yang, some of them eagerly flexing their muscles, as if awaiting his command to charge at these intruders with a fierce determination. Today's examination concludes here. You all may return home, Zhang Yang declared, attempting to usher the students out, yet none were inclined to leave. Several older students, however, pushed the younger children, merely 7 or 8 years of age, towards the exit. When they attempted to usher out children closer to Luo Yuan's age, those youngsters evaded their grasp. We are grown now, we can fight too. Luo Yuan is of our age, and he is allowed to partake in the battle. Why should we not? Despite the adults' entreaties, the children remained resolute in their stance. Enough! Zhang Yang exclaimed, Stending Dao, drawing everyone's attention. All of you must leave. Not a single one is permitted to stay, including Luo Yuan. Still, the group remained unmoved. Luo Yuan, take them away, he commanded. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Yuan complied with his master's wishes and led everyone outside. However, upon reaching the entrance, they refused to depart any further. Luo Yuan, your master is inside, engaged in combat. Do you truly wish to abandon him? Someone questioned. Yet, Luo Yuan merely cast a glance in their direction, remaining silent. He understood his master's intent. Had it been a minor altercation, his master would not have allowed them to exit. He chose a spot near the entrance to sit down. If you wish to wait outside, do not position yourselves where you can be seen from within. Should your master catch sight of you through a window or crack in the door, he will come out to send you away, he advised. Initially, the group stood at the threshold, but upon hearing his words, they scattered, seeking refuge in unseen corners to await the outcome. Inside the martial arts hall, Zhang Yang regarded the quartet of imposing figures with a steely gaze. The leader among them shot Zhang Yang a few glances, adopting an air of arrogance. Someone wishes to meet you. General Ross? Zhang Yang unhesitatingly uttered the name, eliciting surprise from the others. I apologize, my eyesight is exceptionally keen. Although you were distanced in your vehicle last night, I still clearly discerned all 4 of your faces. The expressions of the 4 men turned ashen. Tony lounged casually against the back of his chair, casting a sidelong glance at the 4 individuals before him, who were brandishing their phones. I possess a guarantee from your general. It seems General Ross is not one to honor his promises, the leader of the group retorted. Zhang Yang scoffed derisively. Does one require a firearm at their waist to invite others for coffee? The expressions of the 4 men shifted subtly, having concealed their weapons so expertly that few had ever perceived them. They realized that the man before them was formidable and not easily intimidated. Let's fight, Zhang Yang declared, rising to his feet. If you best me, I shall accompany you to meet the general for that coffee. Should you lose, any injuries you sustain cannot be attributed to me, for it would merely reflect your inferior skills. We have navigated through a hail of bullets. Are you suggesting that it is I who lack skill? In previous altercations, Zhang Yang had always waited for his opponent to strike first, but this time he launched himself at them with surprising speed. The 4 men swiftly drew retractable batons, while Zhang Yang, unbeknownst to them, had produced 4 golden needles between his fingers. His movements were serpentine, his techniques bewilderingly rapid. In mere moments, he had maneuvered through the quartet. The golden needles now vanished from sight. Upon glancing back at the 4 men, he found them frozen in place, each with a golden needle embedded in their necks. Tony's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Is this truly your strength, Zhang? My heavens! Cautiously, Tony approached and prodded one of the men's shoulders, only to discover they were immobile, their faces contorted in agony. When you used the golden needles on me, did you perhaps show me mercy? The method I employed on you was for healing. The technique used on them is intended for adversaries. Tony, still shaken, patted his chest. Thank goodness I am not your enemy. The outcome here is quite grim. Call Colonel Rhodey. For what purpose? Tony queried, puzzled. Should we not be administering a thorough beating to these 4? And then what? Where will we leave them afterward? This indeed posed a valid question. As these men were all under General Ross's command, it was most fitting to hand them over to someone like Rhodey, who was entrenched in military affairs. Upon receiving Tony's call, Colonel Rhodey felt an overwhelming urge to bang his head against a wall. Why were these two always courting trouble? Chapter 65. The role of special departments. When Colonel Rhodey arrived, he was taken aback by the crowd gathered outside the martial arts studio. Initially fearing that a violent incident had transpired within, he leapt from his vehicle and dashed towards the entrance. Upon entering, one immediately notices Zhang Yang and Tony leisurely sipping tea, while in the center of the room, four robust men are securely bound with nylon ropes. These are the assailants you speak of. Colonel Rhodey circled the four individuals, casting a puzzled glance at the golden needles embedded in their necks. Is this how you subdued them? Tony waved his hand dismissively. Not us. I certainly lack such prowess. How can you ascertain that these four are indeed General Ross's men? Colonel Rhodey questioned, his skepticism evident, for these hulking figures bore little resemblance to soldiers. Rather, they appeared akin to thugs demanding tribute. They were the ones driving the car last night, Zhang Yang asserted. Colonel Rhodey paused, taken aback. What car? The one that was pursuing us. Given Zhang Yang's keen eye for detail, it was unmistakably indicative of General Ross's men. From their initial encounter at the bar, Colonel Rhodey had sensed that Zhang Yang's perception was distinctly sharper than that of others. After securing the four men in Colonel Rhodey's vehicle, Zhang Yang glanced at the remaining trainees who had yet to depart. Since everyone is still here, let us proceed with the examination. In an instant, the crowd at the entrance dispersed, leaving only Luo Yuan standing solitary in place. Why are you still here when they all fled? Luo Yuan hastily took flight, fearing that remaining would mean enduring further testing. Such a rare opportunity to evade examination was not to be squandered. With Luo Yuan frightened away, Zhang Yang closed the dojo's door, his expression gravely serious. What else would that look? Those four have already been dealt with. What is there to fear? Have you not considered that if they could abduct one of my students, they could just as easily target a second or third? Tony's demeanor grew somber as well. Among these students, there are several in their first and second years. Capturing these children and whisking them away would be alarmingly effortless. If we do not make General Ross fully comprehend the profound dangers associated with gamma-ray research, he may persist in his endeavors. This is a classic case of not shedding tears until faced with the coffin. I suspect that Mr. Blue is indeed one of General Ross's operatives. Tony articulated the concern that had troubled him throughout the night. Otherwise, who would go to such lengths to befriend a brute, particularly one versed in this field? It's akin to courting. One must cater to their preferences to succeed. Huh, truly a charming rogue, managing to relate everything to the principles of seduction. Do we not also procure a small chip from Dr. Banner? You mentioned you had made some progress in your research. I had only just begun to scratch the surface when you whisked me away to rescue someone. Then let us continue the research. Zhang Yang promptly opened a portal, seizing Tony and casting him toward the passage. Can you not simply let me walk over? Tony scrambled up from the sofa. Fortunately, there was another sofa ahead. Otherwise, I would have ended up sprawled on the ground. Hurry up and conduct your research. After all, it is your own company's product, and after so long, you've only managed to uncover this little bit. Tony was provoked. Just wait for me. Give me 4 hours, and I will unearth the entire ancestral lineage of that source. With that, he immersed himself in his research. Zhang Yang discreetly gave him a thumbs up behind his back. The method of provocation indeed proved effective, as it never failed. Stimulated, Tony managed to pinpoint the signal location of the round-headed individual in just 2 hours. This place appeared to be a clandestine research facility. Zhang Yang cross-referenced the materials Betty had provided him that day, and indeed, the existence of this research facility was among them. What do you plan to do next? Nothing at all. Their target is Dr. Banner, as long as he does not fall into their trap. It is only a matter of time before their own flaws are revealed. Do you think the authorities would permit someone with such immense power to engage in such perilous research projects, especially when this research could potentially devastate half a city? They're not developing bombs. How could they destroy half a city? What if they utilize all of this to recreate a Hulk? Tony envisioned countless furious green giants rampaging through the streets, and not just half a city, but an entire city could be laid waste. In dealing with such individuals, Tony could not intervene himself, but there were others who could. Isn't the special department established for extraordinary matters? Zhang Yang rarely retrieved Director Fury's business card, sending him a text message, merely photographing the materials Betty had given him and screenshotting several email records of communications between Bruce Banner and his contacts. In less than 5 minutes, He received a thank you in response. Conversing with intelligent individuals is indeed convenient. Tony observed Zhang Yang fiddling with his phone. His brow furrowed deeply. Who are you seeking help from? General Ross. This matter is evidently beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. I am merely contacting a friend who can handle General Ross. What? Tony thought he misheard. Someone capable of dealing with General Ross. Are you messaging someone from the Pentagon? The person I know does not have an office within the Pentagon. By the way, you know this friend as well. Tony's eyes widened. When did Rhodey acquire such capability? No, it's not Colonel Rhodey. It's a boiled egg. A boiled egg? Tony touched Zhang Yang's forehead, finding no fever. A boiled egg can handle General Ross? Then tomorrow, will a corn cob be able to conquer the entire New York? He is not merely a salted egg. He is also a cyclops. The salted egg cyclops. Could it be that bald black man with an eye patch? Indeed, he is a salted egg. However, plans seldom withstand the test of unforeseen changes. Just 2 days later, news surfaced of an incident involving someone who had consumed a tainted beverage. Zhang Yang and Tony received a distressing text from Dr. Banner, who worked at a beverage factory, lamenting that he had inadvertently cut his finger and allowed blood to drip into the drink. He failed to retrieve that particular bottle from the shelf and instead traced its source back to the United States. Zhang Yang sighed, managing to evade his blue companion, but could not escape the beverage debacle. Director Fury also sent Zhang Yang a terse message. The situation has changed. Chapter 66. The grievances of the vegetable field. At critical moments, it seems one can rely on no one. Zhang Yang stared at Fury's message, wishing he could crack open Fury's skull to see if it contained egg yolk instead of brains. This so-called paragon of intelligence. The king of agents who supposedly controlled the situation. How could he falter at such a crucial juncture? Zhang Yang buried his face in his hands, reflecting on the tumultuous days filled with harrowing escapades, including a kidnapping, only to ultimately be thwarted by a mere bottle of beverage. Upon receiving the news, Tony, in a fit of rage, smashed a tablet computer. Though he possessed several laptops, the act clearly illustrated his fury. To avert further mishaps, Zhang Yang swiftly traveled to Brazil upon receiving Dr. Banner's alert and brought him back. Once at the martial arts dojo, Dr. Banner secluded himself within the pharmacy, claiming the strong scent of traditional Chinese medicine brought him solace in his agitation. Zhang Yang temporarily sealed off the second floor of the pharmacy, aside from Luo Yuan. No one in Chinatown was aware that Hulk was residing there. When Luo Yuan learned he would assist his master in concealing this matter, he was so startled that he fell to the ground. Master, how do you know everyone? This was Luo Yuan's first utterance after tumbling. Since bringing Dr. Banner back, Zhang Yang had not heard from Tony. For 3 consecutive days, not a single call or message arrived. After the small examination at the dojo, many felt their current training was inadequate, prompting Zhang Yang to focus on their individual strengths and adjust their learning trajectories. Master, you haven't revised my plan. Luo Yuan approached Zhang Yang after everyone received their new plans. Have you memorized the meridian and acupoint charts? Luo Yuan nodded. Have you committed all the names to memory? Zhang Yang inquired. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Yuan nodded again. Your hesitation suggests you haven't mastered them thoroughly. I understand you have classes. Balancing academics with my teachings is indeed quite challenging. Zhang Yang pointed towards the second floor. He is exceedingly well-versed in these matters, effortlessly balancing his studies with scientific research. Capable of composing an additional 10 papers, you might wonder what accounts for this. Luo Yuan pondered for a moment, hesitating before responding. Intelligence? Indeed, it is fundamentally a matter of intellect, a comparison between the brains of swine and those of humans. Zhang Yang playfully smacked Luo Yuan on the head. Allow me to discern whether there is any intellect within that cranium of yours. The sound seems rather hollow. Master, please refrain from striking my head so often. I still have more growing to do. If you continue this way, what if I end up not growing taller? It would be splendid if you remained short. I fear that if you grow too tall, you might inadvertently strike yourself while I teach you some staff techniques. Luo Yuan's face lit up with surprise. Do you actually know how to wield a staff? Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. Do you think so? The inquiry was futile. It mattered not what Luo Yuan believed. Just as he currently lacked the skill, he would undoubtedly acquire it in due time. Should Luo Yuan demand staff training now, he could easily deflect him by claiming he was not yet ready for such practice. Zhang Yang silently summoned the system in his mind. System. Why not assign a task that could yield new techniques? Ding. Host, it is not yet time to issue tasks. The plot of the Green Giant has already commenced. Yet you still withhold tasks from me. Have you grown somewhat lethargic? Host, it is not yet time to issue tasks. Very well. The system has reverted to its old methods of dealing with me. Can it not employ a new strategy? Each time it resorts to the same approach, it becomes tiresome. Even for itself, the system remained unresponsive, and Zhang Yang chose to ignore as well. Observing Luo Yuan standing before him, he waved his hand. Master the meridian and acupuncture point diagrams thoroughly and return to me. The individual upstairs has already begun hand-drawing the acupoint and meridian charts. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan dashed away. Zhang Yang secured the door of the martial arts school, and upon turning around, he witnessed a red iron canister plummeting from the sky, landing in his vegetable garden. His freshly planted greens were once again ruined. Does Tony harbor such disdain for his vegetables? Each time he cooked noodles, he insisted on adding a handful of greens, yet the iron canister invariably destroyed his vegetable patch. If Tony were inside that canister, there would be no greens to add to the noodles for dinner tonight. Such is the law of cause and effect. The red iron canister opened, and Tony emerged. Hello, my friend. How have you been these past few days? Whether I've been well or not is of little consequence. What matters is that you're coming over for dinner tonight, correct? Of course. Tony promptly stated his demands. I would like to have vegetable noodles tonight, accompanied by a serving of pickled mustard greens, and please open a jar of lao gan ma for me. Zhang Yang chuckled, gesturing toward the ground beneath Tony's feet. Pray tell, where's your iron canister now? You dare to refer to such an impressive suit of armor as a mere iron can? Tony retorted angrily, casting his gaze downward. Upon noticing what lay beneath him, he instantly resembled a quail in fright. Have you truly grasped what you stand upon? Zhang Yang maintained a smile. Are you at odds with the vegetable patch, or is it merely a quarrel with yourself? You wish to indulge in vegetable noodles, yet inadvertently tumble into the very patch of greens. I did not intend to, Tony protested. Then your actions were deliberate. Why do you argue like a woman, being so unreasonable? Why is it that you two argue with the same unreasonable demeanor? Their bickering resembled that of a married couple. Banner had appeared at the threshold of the backyard, seemingly unnoticed. Zhang Yang expressed surprise. You have finally chosen to emerge from your quarters? Due to the progress in my research, Dr. Banner replied, gesturing toward Tony. I summoned him, but it seems he has mismanaged certain matters. Dr. Banner glanced around. Shall I assist you in restoring your vegetable patch? Tony nodded. I possess a strong aptitude for learning. I shall search online for videos on how to cultivate vegetables. Your focus should not be on how to plant vegetables, Zhang Yang admonished, indicating the armor. What you need to learn is how to land correctly in my home. With so many areas available, could you not choose a different spot for your descent? Chapter 67. The acupuncture and cupping conference dinner's vegetable noodles had transformed into plain broth, and Zhang Yang was unwilling to prepare even a bowl of simple noodles. To impress upon Tony the importance of memory, he served Dr. Banner a plate of pickled vegetables, leaving Tony empty-handed. You cannot treat me this way. For the sake of our enduring friendship, I currently have no desire for a lasting friendship with you. Zhang Yang tossed his phone onto the table, the home screen displaying a freshly published headline. The title was straightforward and easily comprehensible. Iron Man appears in Chinatown. What could be the reason? Tony exhaled in relief, thankful that his dojo had not been exposed. Otherwise, he might not have even had this bowl of plain noodles. Did you just breathe a sigh of relief? I distinctly heard it. Zhang Yang glared at Tony. This has made the news, and you still find time to breathe easy? You must have misheard. I merely sighed. The current news reporting lacks professionalism. Such a significant event occurring in your yard, and yet your dojo did not make the headlines. Tony gazed at Zhang Yang with a look of regret. What a splendid opportunity for publicity. Dr. Banner discreetly kicked him under the table. I believe it is best for you to remain silent. Why? I am merely stating the truth. As the reality threatened his livelihood, Dr. Banner pondered silently. Zhang Yang, moving with a speed so swift that it was nearly imperceptible, snatched Tony's bowl of noodles away. You must be full by now. Otherwise, you wouldn't be overindulging without a purpose, he remarked. Tony was left speechless. The dinner dragged on for 2 hours, the noodles swelling. Yet Tony managed to finish every last bite, thanks in part to the assistance of Lao Gan Ma. It seemed that this billionaire was quite easy to feed in this regard. After the meal, Dr. Banner retreated to wash the dishes, while Tony went to retrieve his iron canister from the vegetable garden, and Zhang Yang ascended to the rooftop to brew tea. Although he appeared to be merely preparing tea, he was actually enveloping the entire building in a sensory cover, extending a radius of 500 meters around the martial arts center to prevent any disturbances during Dr. Banner and Tony's research discussions. Zhang Yang spent a considerable amount of time sipping tea and reading, but boredom soon set in. He turned his gaze towards the two buildings outside, using binoculars to observe several S.H.A.L.D. agents near the martial arts center. Their eyes met, and the agents assumed he was merely enjoying the scenery, for at such a distance, most ordinary individuals would not be able to see that far. To those two agents, Zhang Yang likely appeared to be just a regular person familiar with the likes of the Hulk and Iron Man. If he possessed any extraordinary traits, it was likely due to his impressive martial arts skills. Suddenly, he found himself missing Hawkeye. Having someone to share tea and conversation with would have been delightful. Thoughts tend to manifest quickly, and just as this crossed his mind, the sound of a motorcycle grew nearer before ceasing at the back entrance of the martial arts center. Someone had picked the lock on the back door and entered with ease, making their way up to the rooftop. Zhang Yang leisurely poured a cup of tea and placed it across from him as the rooftop door swung open, revealing Hawkeye, who walked in with an air of nonchalance. "Good evening, Agent Barton." "Good evening, Zhang," he replied, taking a seat opposite Zhang Yang. As he sipped from his tea, he casually passed a leather pouch to Zhang Yang. The pouch, the size of 3 sheets of paper and half a palm thick, piqued Zhang Yang's curiosity. "Is this American dollars? Did you acquire this with dollars?" he inquired, opening it to reveal the contents. He had to admit that the Department of Homeland Security, or rather S.H.I.L.D., in its unchanged form, proved to be quite useful. If Dr. Banner were to see the information regarding his former online acquaintance, he would undoubtedly be astonished. The resume of this particular ally was impressively detailed. As for the resume of the other gentleman, it was even more captivating, boasting a line of appraisal that identified him as a S.H.I.L.D. level agent. This led to a question: what did envy and resentment truly mean? Upon receiving this stack of materials, Tony found himself perplexed by that very line of appraisal. You could interpret his words as an expression of envy towards Dr. Banner for possessing such power, a longing to attain the strength of the Hulk, even harboring resentment that it is Dr. Banner who possesses such might. Hawkeye, clutching a bucket of twisted donuts he had pilfered from Zhang Yang's kitchen, munched away while responding. Dr. Banner glanced at Hawkeye, then turned his attention back to Zhang Yang. "I apologize, but despite our extensive discussion, I am still oblivious to the identity of this individual. He's an agent from some lengthy named department related to Homeland Security and Strategic Resources," Tony casually introduced. "Just call him Hawkeye. I can't remember their names anyway." Banner looked at Zhang Yang with a hint of exasperation. Zhang Yang gave Hawkeye a gentle kick. Hawkeye turned to Zhang Yang, who signaled him to acknowledge the doctor. "Oh, my apologies. These donuts are simply delightful. I completely forgot to introduce myself. What do donuts have to do with it? I am Barton. You may refer to me as Hawkeye." Dr. Banner shook his hand, acknowledging their acquaintance. "So, General Ross is unaware that Samuel Stearns and Emil Blonsky have actually defied his wishes?" Tony scrutinized the documents in his hands repeatedly. "Interesting," he remarked, while Dr. Banner did not share his enthusiasm. "They wish to recreate that monster. This is not interesting. It is terrifying." Banner's voice carried a hint of anger, causing Tony to instinctively raise his hands in surrender. "I was mistaken. Doctor, please remain calm." Banner shot him a look. "I am perfectly calm." He extracted a golden needle from his pants pocket and inserted it into his own head. "I'm exceptionally calm." He produced another needle, inserting it with exaggerated flair. "I'm exceedingly calm." He retrieved a third needle, driving it into his scalp. "I cannot be calmer." Suddenly, Hawkeye's donut fell from his grasp. "What is Dr. Banner doing?" he inquired. "Meditation." Zhang Yang pointed at the 3 needles protruding from Banner's head. "A unique form of meditation, employed to control the rage that accompanies the transformation." Hawkeye raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "Does it not hurt?" Zhang Yang produced a needle of his own. "Care to try?" "It also alleviates muscle fatigue, and it doesn't hurt at all." Minutes later, what began as a discussion transformed into a peculiar acupuncture and cupping session. Hawkeye, still holding the bucket of donuts, bore a collection of cupping marks on his shoulders. Dr. Banner resembled a porcupine with needles sprouting from his head, while Tony, shirtless, sported patches all over his back and neck. Even Zhang Yang had placed 2 cups on either side of his neck. The bizarre scene was reminiscent of a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Chapter 68. Saving New York City? There is no information on this Samuel Stearns in your files, Zhang Yang remarked, flipping through the pages multiple times, discovering no trace of his history. He appeared out of nowhere, suddenly becoming the head of the research group. Most intriguing. Regardless of his origins, his objective is Dr. Banner. To be more precise, it pertains to Hulk's serum. Tony, with a pen in hand, was sketching on the documents. Yesterday, Betty Ross intended to send a message to Dr. Banner, but her phone was being monitored by General Ross, so he intercepted that message. Hawkeye interjected suddenly. She had obtained some classified information on gamma rays, intending to share it with the doctor. After our team verified her identity, they went in instead to retrieve the data. Since yesterday, Zhang Yang cast a hesitant glance at Hawkeye. Our personnel managed well. Nothing went amiss. Only took a bit of time to shake off the pursuers. Director Fury appeared at the doorway, holding a file bag, and upon seeing the 4 individuals inside, even he, seasoned by countless trials, was momentarily taken aback. Hello, care to join us? Zhang Yang gestured towards a footbath in the corner. You could soak your feet. I have some herbal packages to help you relax before the big operation. Egghead prepared hot water for himself and began soaking his feet. Zhang Yang noticed that Director Fury's feet were rather fair. Dr. Banner opened the file bag, and Tony leaned in closer. The 2 geniuses commenced their analysis of the documents. Suddenly, Tony looked up at Zhang Yang. I need a computer. What? My computer, the one I frequently use. He mimicked his usual gesture of grabbing a tablet from his workbench in the basement. Zhang Yang instantly understood. It seems to be in my study. I'll fetch it from next door. No need to be so formal. We won't leak anything. Both Banner and Tony flashed a broad smile, revealing 8 teeth. While the director was left puzzled by their conversation, Zhang Yang returned to the adjacent room, opened a portal, and retrieved the tablet for Tony. Just as he stepped back from the portal, a notification appeared. Ding! Mission issued. Please complete the task of saving New York City. Upon completion, rewards include 800 martial arts points, a cash prize of $2 million, expansion of personal space to 8, and skills such as finger-flicking mastery, 1 yang finger, and wave-like steps. Failure to accomplish the task will result in a deduction of $4 million, 2,000 martial arts points, and a reduction of lifespan by 20 years. What the heck? Is that really necessary? I only have around 7 or 800 martial arts points. If you deduct that, I'll end up in the negative. Host, having negative martial arts points is not an issue. We will keep a record of the deficit, and any future earnings in martial arts points will offset the negative until you return to normal values. This feels rather exploitative. It's akin to taking out a loan from a bank, perpetually repaying until cleared. Zhang Yang glanced at the rewards again, acknowledging that they were indeed substantial. However, the task's scope felt rather daunting. Saving New York City? Does that imply that Blonsky is destined to transform into another Hulk? System. Could it be that you have issued this task due to the emergence of another Hulk? If this matter has been intervened by the organization, preventing another Hulk from appearing, then surely this task would have been withdrawn. Ding! The host is truly astute. The system has detected that the enemy has completed all actions necessary to transform into an abomination. Zhang Yang harbors a disdain for those villains who effortlessly cheat their way to power. With a face full of despair, he returned next door with his tablet, where Director Fury was simultaneously soaking his feet and on a phone call. Here, Zhang Yang handed the tablet to Tony. What's the matter with Director Fury? Tony shrugged as he accepted the device. Once Director Fury concluded his call, he ended his foot-soaking session. Barton, you may terminate your leisurely health regimen. We must embark on a journey. Zhang Yang assisted Barton in removing the cupping therapy apparatus. Without uttering a word, Director Fury departed with Hawkeye. The brilliance of a genius is commendable. Zhang Yang nestled on the Buddhist couch in the study, dozing off for a good portion of the night. Upon awakening, dawn had just begun to break. He sent a message in the group chat, announcing that the martial arts hall will be temporarily closed for 2 days, and classes would not be held during that time. He then proceeded to wash his face. Passing by the pharmacy, he noticed the 2 geniuses still deep in discussion, with the floor strewn with papers covered in numerical calculations. Gentlemen, have you not slept all night? Leaning against the door, Zhang Yang felt he had overstepped as he observed their disheveled appearances. It was evident they had not rested. I need a cup of coffee. If possible, please prepare one for me as well. Just wait. Zhang Yang descended to heat water, brewed 2 cups of strong tea, and steamed several buns before returning upstairs. Upon seeing the strong tea, Tony's face contorted in distaste. Could you not venture out to purchase a cup? Would that not risk tearing off the plaster on your body? Tony paused, turning to glance at Dr. Banner, who had seemingly removed his gold needles without anyone noticing. Where did you take those out? Dr. Banner was equally surprised. You wore them all night? Zhang Yang was at a loss for words. It was indeed painful to remove them after wearing them for so long, and he and Dr. Banner joined forces. Tony's cries made it sound as if they were skinning him alive, yet Zhang Yang expertly silenced him with the gold needles. Around noon, Zhang Yang received a message from Director Fury. 2 words. Out of control. Suddenly, Zhang Yang found the fried rice in his hand rather unappetizing. Not only did it lose its allure for him, but he also wished to deprive the 2 men across from him of their meal. He tossed his phone onto the table, the text message displayed prominently before Tony and Dr. Banner. Immediately, Dr. Banner lost his appetite, setting down his spoon. Only Tony, unfazed, continued to eat, even adding a spoonful of lao gan ma to his fried rice. No matter how troubled you are, it won't change the situation. What has happened has happened. One must be well fed to have the energy to act. Besides, do you understand what Director Fury meant by out of control? Uncertainty breeds unwarranted anxiety. The term out of control signifies that Director Fury and his team have been unable to manage the situation within their realm of influence. And it appears that something grave has transpired on General Ross's end. If you return to New York now, you may still have time. Tony's appetite vanished instantly. Suddenly, the door of the dojo was pounded upon with a resounding bang, accompanied by a woman's cries. In an instant, Dr. Banner shouted Betty's name and dashed towards the exit. Zhang Yang hurriedly followed. Witnessing the moment Dr. Banner opened the door, a woman leaped into his embrace. Wow! Tony exclaimed, hanging onto his spoon in admiration. A romance amidst danger. Ever seen a film titled Crimson Romance? Zhang Yang sighed, thinking, come on, brother, with Betty here. Can't you muster a sense of urgency? Chapter 69, Another Behemoth. After a brief embrace, Betty quickly withdrew from Banner's arms. Run, she urged, her expression grave. They know you're in New York, but they can't pinpoint your location. We must leave before they discover where you are. How did you find me if they didn't know Dr. Banner was here? Zhang Yang stepped forward, gripping Dr. Banner's wrist and pulling him back with a deft motion. Someone told me, Betty replied, panic etched on her face. Am I caught in a trap? The naive girl still retained some sense. Hawkeye, riding his motorcycle, sped up to the entrance, bearing the signs of a recent struggle. Our team has blocked the other side at 2 traffic lights in Chinatown. We need to move. Director Fury had instructed Hawkeye and his team to protect Chinatown. It must not be destroyed. Zhang Yang seized Betty and pushed her onto the motorcycle. Follow Hawkeye and leave this place. They likely have a tracking device on you. Your departure will buy us time. No. Banner reached out, attempting to pull Betty off the motorcycle. She has never faced anything like this. I could do it, Betty exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Hawkeye's waist. Without even glancing back, Hawkeye revved the engine and sped away from Chinatown with Betty. Zhang, how could you do this? Zhang Yang secured the dojo door, casting a glance at the 2. Put on your armor. Grab your packs. We must leave. Where to? Tony inquired. Zhang Yang checked the coordinates on his phone. To the location provided by Lu Dan. He opened a portal in a nearby public restroom. As the 3 exited, Tony nearly retched, sprinting away from the bathroom. Next time, let us discuss this beforehand. Your choice of location is utterly lacking in consideration, Tony remarked, observing the discomfort on Zhang and Banner's faces as he adjusted his mask. Alternatively, you could follow my example and don a mask. A face covering would suffice. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. What are we deliberating? Are you suggesting I conjure a portal in midair, allowing you to descend with us? Tony's face lit up with surprise. How did you know? Huh. Director Fury had provided coordinates to an industrial area not far from the bustling city center. Yet the surrounding roads and facilities lay in ruin. Evidently, a formidable entity had passed through. Just look at the state of the pavement. Shut up, Tony. Zhang Yang shot him a glare. Can't you see Dr. Banner's expression? He looks quite unwell. Dr. Banner was clearly taken aback, at a loss for words. Unbeknownst to them, Director Fury had positioned himself behind them, completing Dr. Banner's incomplete thought. They have created a version of you. Fury's gaze was fixed on Dr. Banner. Doctor, they have birthed a monster, one devoid of mercy, driven solely by a thirst for bloodshed. A monster is a monster. Hulk is Hulk. Thus, your assertion that they have created a version of you is fundamentally inaccurate. Zhang Yang marveled at the eloquence of the man, who, with just a few words, transformed the nature of the situation. Tony glanced at Director Fury. What a silver tongue! Zhang Yang swiftly slapped Tony's face, the only part of him exposed outside his mask. I knew this fellow would dampen the mood. Suddenly, a roar echoed from the distance, accompanied by the sounds of battle. We just hit that creature with tranquilizers, Director Fury remarked. Dr. Banner shook his head in response. With all due respect, what is ineffective for me will likely be ineffective for that beast as well. You are correct. We thought we had subdued him, only for him to awaken once more. Without further ado, Tony donned his mask and took command of the Mark's suit, soaring towards the battlefield. Dr. Banner rummaged through his pocket, producing a golden needle which he handed to Zhang Yang. Return this to me after I finish. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. Couldn't you at least put in a box? For hygiene's sake, we'll discuss it upon my return. With that, he let out a furious roar, his body suddenly expanding and transforming into an unfamiliar green behemoth. This formidable figure, wearing an expression of rage akin to that of a world-weary being, unleashed a series of furious roars towards Zhang Yang and Director Fury before charging towards the fray. Director Fury glanced at the two participants already engaged in battle, then turned his attention back to Zhang Yang. Aren't you going? Zhang Yang replied with a question of his own. Aren't you going? Fury raised an eyebrow. If you wish, you may join. Goodbye. Zhang Yang took off running. He had no interest in joining them. As I turned the corner, a chaotic scene unfolded before my eyes. Iron Man had just unleashed a powerful blast upon the abomination, who let out a pained roar and seized a nearby bicycle, hurling it toward Iron Man. The Hulk leapt into the air, crashing down onto the abomination. The trajectory of the thrown bicycle was altered by this unexpected turn of events, sending it hurtling directly toward Zhang Yang. Drawing his Xianyuan sword, Zhang Yang executed a swift strike, cleaving the bicycle in two as it whizzed past him, landing at Director Fury's feet. The abomination, seemingly taken aback by the bicycle's sudden demise, grasped a nearby car and threw it instead. Watch out! Tony called out. Zhang Yang, stepping onto a nearby stone, soared into the air, performing a somersault to evade the oncoming vehicle. Once he successfully dodged the car, the abomination, in a fit of rage, seized a person and flung them toward Zhang Yang. With a grave expression, Zhang Yang prepared to intervene. Suddenly, the Hulk let out a fierce roar and dashed towards him, catching the individual midair and placing them safely beside Zhang Yang. After accomplishing this feat, the Hulk swiftly turned back to rejoin the fray. It was then Zhang Yang realized the person he had saved was none other than General Ross. The old man appeared dazed, prompting Zhang Yang to smirk. He abruptly took a menacing stance, striking the old man on the head with the hilt of his sword. Oh, my heavens! That hurt! Who are you? He exclaimed, glaring at Zhang Yang in indignation. Zhang Yang's gaze was icy. You need not concern yourself with my identity. For someone like you, who refuses to reflect until faced with the grave consequences of your actions, I have no desire to reveal myself. With that, Zhang Yang, sword in hand, strode forward without a backward glance. Go home and wear adult diapers, old man. Stop causing harm here. Chapter 70, A Brawl with the Xianyuan Sword in Hand. Zhang Yang plunged into the battlefield, where Iron Man and the Hulk battled fiercely against the abomination amidst the devastation, debris scattering everywhere. Navigating through the flying fragments, Zhang Yang sprinted to a position behind a car, seeking cover. Tony glanced at him from above. Zhang Yang gestured behind him, mimicking a throat-cutting motion. Understanding the cue, Tony immediately unleashed a relentless barrage of fire upon the abomination, diverting its attention. Zhang Yang's gaze sharpened as he seized the opportunity of the abomination's back being turned. He surged forward, raising his Xianyuan sword to strike. This very sword had once severed Stan's colossal robot, yet the abomination's skin was remarkably resilient. The blow only carved a deep gash across its back, flesh peeling back to reveal a repugnant discharge oozing forth. Well done, Tony shouted from above. Just after issuing a command, Zhang Yang witnessed the abomination attempting to strike him. However, as he swiftly turned to evade, an ethereal protective shield seemed to envelop him. The abomination's blow merely sent Zhang Yang retreating a few steps alongside the shield, leaving him unscathed. Wow, Tony gasped in awe, but his astonishment swiftly transformed into a scream as the abomination seized the moment of distraction and delivered a resounding slap, propelling him into the adjacent wall with an impact that seemed impossible to dislodge. "Doctor, hold on for a moment. I need to pry Tony off the wall." The Hulk bellowed, forcefully tackling the abomination to the ground, aware of the wound on its back, pressing it face down while grinding it into the earth. Zhang Yang attempted to leverage the Xianyuan sword to pry Tony free, but Tony stubbornly resisted. "There's no time for sentiment now. I'm concerned your sword might damage my armor, leaving me unable to fight," he retorted. Zhang Yang maneuvered behind the wall, wielding the Xianyuan sword to thin out the section behind Tony, concentrating his power within his hands and summoning a protective shield around his fists. "8 extremes collapse," he shouted, launching both fists forward. With a resounding bang, a gaping hole appeared in the wall where his fist struck, and the force of the 8 extremes collapse sent Tony crashing down from the wall. As someone who had been an onlooker throughout the ordeal of liberating Iron Man from the wall, Director Fury quietly discarded the crowbar he held into the nearby bushes, recognizing that his assistance was no longer required. Once Zhang Yang freed Tony, he had no time to attend to him. He noticed the Hulk being thrown back and swiftly positioned himself to engage the abomination in combat. The abomination appeared to be wary of someone capable of inflicting such substantial damage, hesitating to advance recklessly against Zhang Yang. Understanding that maintaining momentum was crucial, Zhang Yang disregarded the abomination's uncertainty, knowing that its hesitation would allow him to unleash a more potent offensive. In that fleeting moment of doubt, Zhang Yang charged towards its feet, ready to exploit the opening. As the abomination lifted its foot to kick, Zhang Yang smirked, having anticipated this very moment. In that instant, he assumed a stance that maximized the power of his sword. As the abomination's foot rose, a flash of the Xianyuan sword's brilliance cut through the air, and with a decisive strike, the abomination's ankle was gashed deeply. Yet, it seemed the creature only registered the pain, its movements remaining fluid. "This is not right. Dr. Banner, do you have tendons in your limbs?" Zhang Yang could not help but inquire amidst the tremors of battle. Dr. Banner let out a roar, while Tony, ever the wisecracker, replied from midair, "Of course I do. You have time to ask, but not to bombard him at the wound? I'm on it." Zhang Yang deftly prodded the scattered stones on the ground with his sword, swiftly striking the loathsome creature's face repeatedly. The Hulk, seizing a large boulder, hurled it towards the abomination, momentarily diverting its attention towards them. Tony maneuvered to the rear, but his attempts yielded only a few stray bullets. "Tony, what are you doing?" Zhang exclaimed. "Look, the wound on its back is healing." "Damn!" Zhang Yang kicked a stone into the creature's face, seizing the opportunity to circle around while it shielded its visage. Indeed, the wound on its back had healed significantly. With a swift motion, Zhang Yang unleashed his sword energy once more, striking at the previously inflicted wound. "Tony, we are running out of time." As the abomination let out a furious roar in agony, Tony also shouted, "Zhang, move quickly." Zhang Yang propelled himself to the utmost limit, narrowly evading the explosion's radius, while Tony launched a projectile at the creature's vulnerable spot. With a resounding bang, the shell detonated behind the abomination, splattering viscera everywhere. A scene so grotesque, it elicited disdainful gasps from both Zhang Yang and Tony. The Hulk, however, was invigorated by the carnage, pounding his chest and roaring like a gorilla before charging directly at the creature. With clear intent, he lunged at the abomination, tearing at the wound on its back. The two behemoths engaged in a fierce struggle, exchanging blows and grappling on the ground, reminiscent of a schoolyard brawl. What had begun as an exhilarating battle suddenly shifted in tone, causing Zhang Yang's eyelid to twitch. The distant whir of helicopter blades drew his attention. He wondered when that old fellow had taken to the skies. "Director, did you let him escape?" Zhang Yang glanced at Director Fury, who remained unmoved. Fury shrugged nonchalantly. He has his freedom. Indeed, he was free, soaring above them. Fury gestured towards the helicopter. "If he falls and becomes a cripple, it won't be on us." This cunning old fox to concoct such a devious thought was truly impressive. Zhang Yang chose to disregard the machinations of the various leaders around him, for it seemed the abomination grew bolder with each blow, while Banner had already been pinned to the ground for the third time. Tony relentlessly bombarded the creature's back, but the splatter of flesh had lost its initial impact. Zhang Yang retrieved 3 golden needles from his pocket. "Tony!" Instantly, Tony descended, and Zhang Yang grasped his arm, placing a foot on Tony's, allowing himself to be hoisted into the air. "Hey, Are you really going to perform acupuncture on this hulking brute? Have you ever seen poison-tipped acupuncture needles? Tony instantly fell silent, maneuvering his armored suit to swiftly approach the gaping wound. He unleashed another cannon blast at the injury, rendering it even larger and deeper. Zhang Yang flicked his wrist, sending 3 golden needles accurately piercing the depths of the wound on the creature's back. With a resounding bang, a shell was fired from the aircraft, crashing into the abomination's foot. Chapter 71. A blade pierces through. Zhang Yang gazed upward at the helicopter, where General Ross still clutched the weapon he had just used to unleash the projectile. What on earth does this old fool intend to achieve? Just as they seem to be nearing the end, he suddenly intervenes. Does he not find the chaos sufficient? The effect of the golden needles had yet to manifest within the creature, which continued to exhibit its formidable ferocity. With a powerful kick, it sent Banner sprawling, then seized the opportunity to leap and grasp the iron rod beneath the low-hovering helicopter. Ascend! Lift off! You imbecile! Fly upwards! Zhang Yang listened as General Ross screamed in desperation, choosing instead to stand by and enjoy the spectacle. The helicopter, burdened by a heavy load, struggled to gain altitude and began to sway precariously, risking a crash. To gain a clearer view of the situation aboard the helicopter, Zhang Yang shifted his position multiple times on the ground, ultimately standing beside Director Fury. This, indeed, proved to be the optimal vantage point, offering an exceptional perspective of the unfolding events, both on the ground and in the air. It was akin to securing the finest seat in a cinema. Director Fury glanced at Zhang Yang. Aren't you going to assist? Without turning his head, Zhang Yang replied, Not a chance. This is a predicament of their own making. Why should I intervene? Let General Ross have a moment with mortality and understand the consequences of recklessness. If you wish to save him, by all means do so. However, all I see are your agents clad in black suits. Where are your heavy hitters? Zhang Yang noted the absence of Hawkeye and Black Widow, those lesser-known figures. They went after Samuel Stern. Fury shrugged helplessly. During our incursion into the research facility, he appeared to be injured, inadvertently dripping serum onto his wounds amid the scuffle. Our team initially intended to bring him back, but suddenly a group appeared and abducted him. Thus, I had no choice but to seek your assistance in subduing this behemoth. In the midst of their conversation, the situation in the air spiraled completely out of control. The helicopter could not maintain its balance and began to spiral downward. General Ross was hurled from the open cabin door, fortunately caught by the Hulk. The Green Giant placed him beside Zhang Yang before turning back to confront the abomination. The pilot in the cockpit was rescued by Tony, who casually tossed him aside. The helicopter plummeted and erupted into flames, as Zhang Yang swiftly extracted 3 golden needles and plunged them into General Ross, immobilizing the Elder to prevent any further reckless heroics. Director Fury observed Zhang Yang's maneuver with astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief, It seems I have yet to fully comprehend your capabilities. You have much more to learn about me, replied Zhang Yang, calculating that the time was ripe as he dashed towards the battlefield, sword in hand. The poison on the needles had begun to take effect, albeit the lethal toxin did not elicit a profound reaction from the abomination. Yet, even a slight influence was sufficient for Zhang Yang to launch a fatal assault. Expose your back to me, he shouted at Tony and the Hulk, who immediately understood the command. One intensified the firepower, while the other increased the force of his grip, leaving the abomination's back vulnerable. The toxin had slowed the creature's movements, allowing Zhang Yang to swiftly scale its shoulder, catching the abomination off guard. With a flourish, Zhang Yang drove the Xianyuan sword into the abomination's back, piercing through its heart, the blade emerging from the front. This strike encapsulated all of Zhang Yang's strength and sword energy. Although it was lodged within, he could not extract it immediately and had to withdraw to a safer distance. The abomination, seemingly incredulous at being impaled, gazed at Zhang Yang in disbelief before its towering form collapsed with a thunderous crash, motionless. Zhang Yang approached, standing upon its chest, and slowly withdrew the Xianyuan sword, now coated in vile slime, which he wiped onto the abomination's clothing. Scanning the surroundings, he located a damaged fire hydrant and cleaned the blade before sheathing it. The Hulk had transformed back into Dr. Banner, who was kindly provided with clothing by SHIELD agents to avoid a late-night embarrassment. Upon regaining his human form, Dr. Banner's first inquiry was about Betty. Where is she? She was taken by her agents, replied Fury. Dr. Banner, I must remind you, Miss Betty voluntarily accompanied Agent Barton because her father had implanted a tracker in her. This was to buy you time for your escape. Rest assured, she is in a safe house. Once a family member arrives to retrieve her, she will be released. Fury cast a glance at the incapacitated General Ross, who surely yearned to reunite with his daughter. Zhang Yang observed General Ross with a frown. Let Dr. Banner meet with Betty after they have spoken. Oh, I don't need that. Dr. Banner unexpectedly rejected, leaving Tony and Zhang Yang astonished. I believe it is best not to maintain contact with those from my past, especially since my serum gave rise to such a monster. Continuing ties could be exploited by those with ulterior motives. I cannot let go of Betty. My incessant communication with her, coupled with my decision to send my serum for research, ultimately led to my exploitation by Samuel Stern. Dr. Banner gazet et Zhang Yang. Let us depart, he urged. Zhang Yang hesitated momentarily. Are you certain you do not wish to see Betty one last time? Today's incident has escalated significantly, and returning later may prove quite challenging. Dr. Banner's resolve was unwavering. No need. Release General Ross. Let's be on our way. He smiled faintly. Zhang, would you care for some noodles? I have learned to cook Yangsha noodles. His demeanor suggested he truly intended not to meet Betty again. Zhang Yang reached out and removed the golden needle from General Ross, who, as soon as he was able to move, glared at Zhang Yang. What are you staring at? Dare to look again, and I will gouge out your eyes. Do you believe me? Zhang Yang harbored no fondness for General Ross. In fact, he felt an innate aversion. Dr. Banner, we must go, he declared, gripping the Xian Yuan sword and turning away without casting a glance back. Dr. Banner cast a lingering look at General Ross before following Zhang Yang's lead. Hey, I'm hungry too. I want noodles. Tony hurriedly trailed behind, eager to escape the current situation. Chapter 72. Psychological Guidance. Dr. Banner did not deceive Zhang Yang. He had indeed mastered the art of making Yangsha noodles, and they were quite delectable. Tony devoured 2 bowls in one go, and had it not been for the fear of being too full to move, he would have eagerly pursued a 3rd bowl. Dr. Banner, what do you intend to do next? Zhang Yang inquired, observing the distracted Dr. Banner savoring his noodles across the table. He contemplated staying at his martial arts school for a few more days, yet he sensed that Dr. Banner might not favor that decision. Having endured the ravages of war, he appeared to yearn for solitude. I plan to visit India. The religious culture there is fascinating, and it's been a long-standing desire of mine, hampered only by time constraints. He shrugged. I am aware of your concerns for me, but I feel quite well at present. I once fixated on uncovering the truth behind gamma rays. A fixation driven merely by a desire to return to normalcy. Deep down, I understood that this endeavor was exceedingly difficult. My obsession was not to unveil the truth of gamma rays, but rather to live a life akin to that of an ordinary person. In pursuit of this desire to revert, I ended up embroiled in tonight's considerable turmoil. Zhang Yang regarded him disapprovingly. What is wrong with wanting to be normal? To walk in the sunlight like a regular person, to embrace one's beloved, to kiss one's children, to stroll with friends. Are these not legitimate aspirations? Dr. Banner, if I may speak candidly, the root of the issue lies not within you, but in the human heart. Humans are insatiable. There is a saying that the greed of man can swallow an elephant. Even in your absence, other green giants would emerge. However, what I wish to express is my profound relief that you are the Hulk. This statement carries no hint of sarcasm. It is solely because you have the capacity to reign in his ferocity without succumbing to madness, thus avoiding the transformation into a merciless killing machine. Dr. Banner was visibly moved by these words. His hands resting on the table formed into fists, then relaxed, only to clench once more, ultimately intertwining as they gripped tightly together. Zhang, should you choose to become a negotiation expert, you would undoubtedly be the finest in the world if you were to pursue a career as a psychologist. Not a single patient would hesitate to bare their soul to you. Are you complimenting me? I am merely thankful for having crossed paths with you. I am grateful to fate for our encounter. I share in that gratitude. This was meant to be a poignant moment between brothers. Yet there always seems to be one or two individuals who can dampen the mood. Have you finished your mutual flattery? Tony, with his chin propped up, looked at the two of them with weary eyes. We labored through the night. We are both hungry and exhausted. Now that we have dined, shouldn't we retire? I'm exceedingly tired. Zhang Yang was at a loss for words. You need only say very once. Is it necessary to repeat it so many times? That was to express my profound weariness and my strong desire for sleep. Then why not ascend to rest? Tony paused momentarily. I wish to go home and sleep. It seems you were waiting for him here. Zhang Yang promptly conjured a portal in the kitchen, through which Tony, clad in his iron suit, traversed back to his villa. After sending Tony off, Zhang Yang turned to Dr. Banner. Shall I escort you now, or do you require a night's rest? I shall depart now. General Ross will retrieve Betty, and she will undoubtedly seek me out shortly. I understand that while certain emotions may remain intense, there are times when they must be relinquished. We have no alternative. Maintaining a relationship is challenging, yet relinquishing one is even more arduous, Dr. Banner. To let go does not equate to discarding the feelings. It merely signifies the abandonment of the opportunity to remain by her side. Thank you. Dr. Banner's belongings were always neatly packed. Upon expressing his gratitude, Zhang Yang immediately opened a portal, sending him to a secluded alley in India. Farewell, Dr. Banner. Zhang, farewell. As the portal closed, they could no longer see one another. Zhang Yang gazed at the kitchen, which had recently been lively, yet now lay starkly silent, and let out a resigned sigh. After becoming accustomed to the bustle, the abrupt stillness was quite disconcerting. He tidied up the dishes and, feeling utterly fatigued, made his way upstairs to rest. Upon awakening the next day, he felt a dull ache throughout his body, likely the aftereffects of battle, akin to the discomfort experienced by someone unaccustomed to exertion who suddenly finds themselves engaged in moving. Upon glancing at the time, he realized he had inadvertently slumbered until 1 in the afternoon. Fortunately, he had previously notified his students through a group message that he would be away on business for the next couple of days, allowing him to take advantage of this time for a much-needed respite. Now that the villain had been vanquished and there was little of consequence occurring in New York, he deemed his mission to be accomplished. However, the system had yet to make a sound. Could there be some unforeseen complication? Just as Zhang Yang contemplated calling forth the system for clarification, the sound of a motorcycle echoed from outside. Hawkeye had expertly pried open his back door and entered. Zhang Yang, holding a cup of tea, regarded him with a placid expression. When will you amend this unfortunate habit of breaking into my home at will? I didn't damage your lock while I was at it, Hawkeye retorted. It's not merely a matter of whether or not you break the lock. It's about respecting that this door belongs to me, Zhang Yang replied. You want me to respect your door? Hawkeye shot back. It's about respecting my privacy. This door serves to safeguard our security and confidentiality. I pose no threat to your safety, nor will I disclose your privacy. Zhang Yang, exasperated, covered his face. Do you genuinely fail to grasp the essence of my words? What I mean is, could you knock next time you enter? I wouldn't deny you entry if you did, but I find it quicker to just pick the lock and come in, Hawkeye insisted. Zhang Yang felt the urge to strike the agent before him, wishing he could unleash his frustrations with a variety of weapons. Forget it. It's futile to argue with you on this matter. Just tell me why you're here. Do you recall Samuel Stern? Samuel Stern? The individual who impersonated Dr. Banner online, the one with the blue moniker? Director Fury mentioned that you pursued him last night because he had been abducted by another group. I have come to seek your assistance regarding this matter. Hauki Rigaang and Ernest Lee. We need your help. Zhang Yang remained silent, deep in thought. The mission had not yet registered as complete. Did capturing Samuel Stern equate to the success of the task? Chapter 73. The Aid of Traditional Medicine. Seriously? The system is up to its antics again. How might I assist you? Zhang Yang inquired, reclining in an armchair, speaking leisurely. Samuel Stern is not the abomination. With your and Black Widow-esque capabilities, can't you apprehend him? Samuel Stern has been infected by Dr. Banner's serum and is currently in a state of frenzy. Now, that is intriguing. Zhang Yang straightened, leaning forward slightly. Has he transformed into the abomination? No, but he has morphed into something else. Something else? Is it a creature akin to the abomination? Not exactly. Hawkeye gestured in the air, forming a large circle with his hands. His head has taken on this appearance. Zhang Yang Bao said, Daken Abak. Therefore, your request for my assistance does not entail treating him, does it? The director wishes to inquire if there exists a potent anesthetic that might pacify him for a while, considering he has been in a state of frenzy. We have employed tranquilizers capable of sedating elephants to no avail. If such powerful anesthetics prove ineffective, what purpose do you seek in consulting me? You believe my involvement would yield results? Eagle Eye produced a device and placed it on the ground, projecting Director Fury's three-dimensional holographic image before Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang gazed at the ceiling, exhaling a sigh. With such technology at your disposal, why waste time conversing with me? Zhang. It is a pleasure to see you once more. Director Fury greeted as if they were old friends. I would rather not see you. Encountering you seldom heralds good fortune. Peaceful days seldom coincide with your presence. Oh, your words wound me deeply. After our encounter with the abomination, I had hoped to discuss your combat prowess with you. Thank you for your flattering remarks regarding my combat abilities. Yet I have no desire to share a drink and converse post-battle. My team and I have deliberated on the toxin you utilized against the abomination, and its efficacy is indeed remarkable. Such a proprietary formula is not for you and your team to ponder. Zhang Yang nestled deeper into his chair, locking eyes with Director Fury. So, is your principal purpose for seeking me today to inquire about a toxin? You intend to eliminate Samuel Stern? With all due respect, it is unlikely that would be successful. At most, it might yield some effect akin to that against the abomination. Director Fury shook his head. I seek to acquire a tranquilizing agent to quiet him. We plan to transfer him from New York to a secure location. Yet he is far too boisterous. As he spoke, Director Fury shifted slightly, allowing Zhang Yang to view Samuel Stern's current state in a holographic projection. To be candid, Samuel Stern's appearance is quite disturbing. His head seems to have swollen to 3 times its normal size, taking on a shape reminiscent of a gourd. He is currently confined within a transparent apparatus, seemingly devoid of reason, shouting and even striking desperately against the transparent walls, baring his teeth at his guards. Are you certain he should not be admitted to a mental health rehabilitation center? I believe he would be far better suited there. Director Fury raised a hand, and his subordinates brought forth a blackboard displaying a complex bioengineering problem. With his knowledge of biochemistry, Zhang Yang instantly recognized the challenge's world-class difficulty. Remarkably, Samuel Stern, confined within his transparent cage, began to articulate the entire solution process, complete and crystal clear. Once he had answered the question, Director Fury turned his gaze to Zhang Yang. I believe, given his capabilities, he is currently ill-suited for a mental health rehabilitation center. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. Indeed, a mind of such intellect is perhaps better left undisturbed. It may well be a facade. Zhang Yang contemplated for a moment, instructing Hawkeye to wait downstairs while he ascended to prepare a selection of traditional Chinese herbal remedies. As he descended with several herbal packets in hand, he inquired of Hawkeye, "Are you anxious?" Hawkeye hesitated, wishing to express his urgency, yet Director Fury had advised him to wait patiently. He shook his head, asserting that he was not in a hurry. Zhang Yang proceeded to the backyard to brew the herbal concoction. Once the brewing commenced, he leisurely began to tend to his small vegetable garden. After Tony had removed his mark from the vegetable patch, he had neglected to tidy it up. Observing Zhang Yang rolling up his sleeves and wielding a small hoe in the garden, Hawkeye glanced at the brewing herbs not far away and took a deep breath. No need to rush. Crouching in a vegetable patch, Zhang Yang looked up at Hawkeye with a smile. "Agent Barton, are you consistently steady when you draw your bow?" Hawkeye paused, then nodded. "Always on target. Yet your patience seems lacking. You are anxious at present. I'm uncertain how long I must wait here. In our missions, we typically know our objectives and can estimate the required time." Zhang Yang Chuklet, what was your initial expectation for the duration of your stay here? Hawkeye replied candidly. "Half an hour. Hence your anxiety. For you may require 2 to 3 hours, far exceeding your estimate." Hawkeye furrowed his brow. "I merely fear delays. Prolonged tasks can jeopardize the entire mission. Do not fret. Since Director Fury entrusted you to retrieve items from me, he must be thoroughly prepared," Zhang Yang assured. "Having tidied the damaged patch of land. In your usual missions, a failure to complete tasks within a set time frame can affect subsequent assignments or lead to mission failure. However, my situation is different. Significant time and precision are essential for the remedies to manifest their effects. Your task here necessitates relinquishing the notion of time and cultivating patience. Has your director imparted this wisdom to you? He has mentioned the importance of patience. Then consider this visit a unique form of cultivation. Perhaps this is the true significance of Director Fury sending you to me." Hawkeye lowered his gaze, lost in thought. Zhang Yang allowed him to ponder beneath the eaves while he checked the brewing progress, adding some heat before returning to the vegetable patch. After nearly 2 hours of brewing, Zhang Yang filtered the herbal concoction 6 times before transferring it into a glass jar. "You may directly distill this for injection." He handed the jar to Hawkeye, along with an additional bag containing Lao Ganma. Hawkeye was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Yang maintained his smile. "The despicable director insisted that I deliver you a message, compelling you to assist him in this matter. If the egg was present, he would undoubtedly perform his antics on the spot. Chapter 74. The task remains unfinished. After bidding farewell to Eagle Eye, Zhang Yang began to await the system's notification regarding the completion of his task. However, despite his prolonged wait, no such notification materialized. System, are you there? Zhang Yang couldn't suppress his call. System, how are you? Surely you haven't malfunctioned? Ding. Host. Even if this world were to collapse, I would remain intact. Then why have you yet to announce the completion of my task? Zhang Yang had waited an entire day, but the system offered no response. Instead, he received a message from Tony. Are you aware that Samuel Stern has escaped? The first question Tony posed upon calling was this. Zhang Yang was taken aback. I had no idea. No one informed me. So, was his task incomplete due to this? How did you know? Zhang Yang dashed toward the pharmacy, tossing his golden needles and some medicinal herbs into his spatial pocket. The one-eyed dragon called me, requesting Jarvis's assistance to review the surveillance footage. Honestly, I couldn't help but laugh when I saw their system. Zhang, you cannot fathom it. Their system required half an hour to complete the screening, while Jarvis resolved everything in just 5 minutes. I obliterated the department's once proud video screening system. Zhang Yang packed everything he needed. So, where exactly was Samuel Stern taken? Tony paused for a moment. How do you know Samuel Stern was taken by someone rather than leaving on his own? Because a subordinate of the one-eyed dragon inquired about a powerful anesthetic a day ago, one that could incapacitate an elephant. Wow. So, are you inviting Tony to engage in a brawl? Zhang Yang extended the invitation, and with a snap of his fingers, Tony was ready. Of course, as soon as he spoke, a portal materialized beside Tony, who emerged clad in his armor. Coordinates. Zhang Yang brandished the Xianyuan sword. An abandoned chemical factory to the east of New York. Tony tapped a few times on his wrist, conjuring a three-dimensional image of the factory. Zhang Yang opened a portal, this time directly in midair. With Tony linking arms with Zhang Yang, they descended from the sky, fulfilling Tony's desire for a dramatic entrance. Below, a group engaged in combat looked up, astonished at the sudden appearance of the two figures in the sky. Tony, targeting the enemy, fired a shot. Hey, your father has arrived. Brace for my bombardment. As the words left his lips, the shell detonated below, toppling 3 or 4 adversaries in an instant. As Zhang Yang descended to approximately 3 meters above the ground, he unsheathed his sword and disengaged from Tony, plunging downward. The moment he touched the earth, a flash of sword light sliced through the air, causing the two assailants in black to clutch their wrists and wail in agony. Zhang Yang swiftly severed their tendons, delivering a spinning kick that rendered them unconscious. An adversary behind him fired a shot. However, Zhang Yang, with remarkable agility, evaded the bullets while utilizing his sword to propel a fallen handgun toward the shooter, striking him down. Did this fellow lack the will to kill? A feminine voice abruptly resonated ahead. Zhang Yang turned to gaze upon a striking woman, the Black Widow. As Hawkeye unleashed arrows toward their foes, he edged closer to Zhang Yang. Apologies. She has a temper, he remarked. Zhang Yang recognized the truth in his words, further incapacitating their opponents by slicing their tendons. In the midst of the fray, he and Hawkeye found themselves back to back. With arrows depleted, Hawkeye relied solely on his fists while Zhang Yang continued to assist, incapacitating enemies with precise strikes and the bow at his disposal. What brings you here? Hawkeye inquired after subduing yet another assailant. I possess a strong sense of social responsibility. Zhang Yang retorted. Liar. Hawkeye's eyes distinctly conveyed disbelief, which Zhang Yang feigned to overlook. Their enemies had deployed numerous foes to impede their progress. Yet they were undeterred by the presence of Iron Man, who was enthusiastically announcing, "Let you taste my father's artillery," as he recklessly bombarded the area, sending adversaries sprawling in waves. After dispatching the last foe in sight, Zhang Yang sheathed his Xianyuan sword. The Black Widow approached, brandishing her weapon. And after surveying Zhang Yang from a distance, she dashed into a nearby building. Zhang Yang stood momentarily stunned, touching his face. Was he not handsome enough to warrant her attention? He glanced at Hawkeye. Your colleague fled. Is it my appearance that frightened her away? Hawkeye, taken aback, quickly shook his head. Oh, don't misunderstand. She is simply on her way to work. Work? What on earth? Zhang Yang surveyed the surroundings, noting only the incapacitated body strewn about. Where is Samuel Stern? I heard he was kidnapped. Hawkeye nodded in acknowledgement. Where? He pointed to the area where the Black Widow had just disappeared. In there, Zhang Yang was about to stride forward when Hawkeye intercepted him. Sorry, Zhang, you cannot go in. Why not? Zhang Yang frowned, concerned about his mission if Samuel Stern remained unresolved. Because Samuel Stern is currently undergoing interrogation. What? Tony descended from the air, retracting his mask and fixing his gaze on Hawkeye. We specifically came here to assist you in apprehending individuals, since you have already captured them. What are you still doing here? You should have retreated entirely, allowing me to bombard this place with artillery. The Hydra agents have taken Samuel Stern, intending to interrogate him. However, they underestimated the potency of Zhang's anesthetic, leading them to relocate him to this venue, hoping to employ alternative methods to rouse him. Hawkeye shrugged helplessly. Carrying an unconscious person over long distances is impractical. It is far more efficient to awaken him. Zhang Yang considered these adversaries rather astute. Running together is certainly swifter than carrying someone. The saying goes, sharpening the knife does not delay the work of chopping wood. Therefore, your people have already infiltrated the interior, and you remain outside to engage in combat? Hawkeye nodded. Zhang Yang felt the situation was rather unfair, with so many individuals present. It was unjust for Black Widow and Hawkeye to face the bulk of the confrontation alone. Had we not arrived in time, how long would you two have fought? Would you exhaust yourselves? Hawkeye wished to defend his leader, but Tony interjected from the sidelines. You? Who else? I only see Hawkeye. That's not the point. Zhang Yang cast a glance at Tony, who immediately turned his face away upon noticing the golden needle in Zhang's hand. Tony fell silent, and Hawkeye continued to justify his leader's decisions. The commotion we caused during our previous skirmish was too loud, so this time we must act discreetly. We brought only a few individuals. Aside from the two of us, there's Director Fury and 2 other agents. Zhang Yang was at a loss for words. Because you two are more adept at fighting, you handle more opponents outside, while they manage fewer inside? Chapter 75. Restarting the mind, Zhang Yang sat on the steps, cradling the Xianyuan sword, awaiting the emergence of Director Fury and the others. If he did not witness Samuel Stern's complete capitulation, he would have to tirelessly navigate the mission. Tony remained beside him, fretting over the 2 individuals' predicament. Zhang Yang thought it prudent for Tony to refrain from such musings. Black Widow would certainly be acquainted with him. Upon this thought, he paused, involuntarily glancing at the glowing circle on Tony's chest. The ensuing narrative regarding Iron Man would involve Tony succumbing to poison. Sensing Zhang's gaze, Tony clutched his chest, his expression somewhat awkward. Hey, Zhang, don't look at me like that. I am aware the design of this chest plate is somewhat exaggerated. What? Hawkeye, unable to keep pace with Tony's banter, looked at the suit and earnestly complimented. Your chest muscles are impressive. Zhang Yang could not suppress a laugh. No, Agent Barton, what our Iron Man means is that the chest effect of his armor is his creation. In reality, he does not possess such a physique. Tony regarded Hawkeye, who was clad in a tank top with pronounced muscles, and huffed with good-natured envy. I'll just hit the gym when I return. Zhang Yang buried his face in his hands, realizing that conversing with Tony in serious situations was a futile endeavor, as he always diverted the conversation in unexpected directions. As the 3 individuals engaged in conversation, Director Fury emerged with his hands clasped behind his back, flanked by 2 agents who were escorting Samuel Stern. Zhang, it is a pleasure to see you, Fury exclaimed. I'm not pleased. You sent someone to acquire some sedative from me, and yet you did not hesitate to exploit my other resources. Just a bottle of Lao Ganma. Do not be stingy. I heard you provide Mr. Stark with half a crate. I merely took 1 bottle. If you could humble yourself and throw a tantrum like Tony, I might consider giving you half a crate. Director Fury shrugged, dismissing the notion. He was not willing to sacrifice his dignity. Zhang cast a glance at Samuel Stern, who hung his head, seemingly in a stupor. The Black Widow had not appeared alongside them, presumably engaged in some covert operation. Zhang furrowed his brow, pondering how such a state could possibly stir any significant turmoil. Director Fury, what has become of Samuel Stern? With a wave of his hand, Fury signaled for Stern to be taken away. As he passed by Zhang, the latter sensed no presence emanating from him. Zhang's brow furrowed further. Is he dead? Fury shook his head. Not quite, but he is close. When we breached the facility, he was already strapped to a machine, his head riddled with various syringes. Reflecting on the grim scene, Fury grimaced. It appeared they had attempted to extract information from his mind, but their efforts had failed, resulting in his current condition. At this juncture, Fury expressed his gratitude to Zhang. I must thank you. After we distilled and administered your drug, Samuel lost consciousness, ceasing his frenzied screams. Zhang felt an urge to retort, what thanks are due? Had he remained lucid, one could only imagine how much sensitive information pertaining to gamma radiation he could have divulged to those with ulterior motives. Chuckling softly, Zhang rose from the ground and dusted off his attire. I wish to see Samuel Stern. Fury gestured toward the direction in which Stern had been taken. Have you not already seen him? That was merely a fleeting encounter. I desire a meeting where we can engage within the same space and interact. Fury remained silent, studying Zhang, who returned the gaze. Both men locked in a silent standoff, vying for dominance. Zhang was unyielding, undeterred by Fury's title or authority. We require our people to be present, Fury stipulated. Of course, Zhang acquiesced to this condition. I believe your agreement to this matter is a sagacious choice. Should you refuse, I can still locate him right under your nose, and if I were to do so independently, it would be an entirely different scenario. Zhang could not ascertain Fury's expression upon hearing these words, nor could he discern any notable shift in his demeanor. Yet, after delivering his statement, Zhang felt a sense of exhilaration. Such a vexing display, he found it utterly delightful. As Zhang Yang first entered the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony, clad in his armor, trailed behind him. Facing the curious agents who gawked at Iron Man, Tony flamboyantly waved, greeting them as if he were a celebrity making a grand entrance. Halfway through, Zhang Yang could no longer contain himself. The voices behind him echoed with enthusiastic shouts. Hello. Yes, I am Iron Man. Do you admire Iron Man? Would you like to go on a date with Iron Man? Are you interested in Iron Man's weaponry? Director Fury, with his clenched fist, conveyed his own struggle against the boisterous crowd behind him. Tony, Zhang Yang called out. What is it? Tony replied, puzzled, only to see Zhang Yang raise his hand, 3 golden needles poised between his fingers. If you cannot keep quiet, I shall assist you in doing so. Instantly, Tony mimicked a gesture of zipping his lips and remarkably fell silent. Director Fury observed the golden needles in Zhang Yang's hand. I find that skill particularly impressive. Do you offer lessons? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yang responded, No, I shall not teach you, you insufferable fool, and continued onward. At last, he halted before a room resembling a medical bay, where Samuel Stern lay on a pristine white bed, various tubes attached to him, the electrocardiogram still indicating life. Yet, he exuded an aura of lifelessness. Zhang Yang, donned in sterile attire, entered and placed his hand upon the man's wrist. Unbeknownst to him, Hawkeye had arrived outside the door, bewildered by Zhang Yang's actions. What was he doing? He inquired. Taking his pulse, Tony, ever the Season 1, answered. And what are the golden needles? Hawkeye pressed. Administering acupuncture. Tony replied. Upon finishing, both he and Hawkeye fell into a moment of stunned silence, while Director Fury prepared to burst through the door. For Zhang Yang had driven the golden needle deep into Samuel Stern's head, not the kind used for acupuncture, but rather, the entire needle had nearly disappeared within. Director Fury sensed that as he pushed the door open, Zhang Yang had already inserted a second needle and was poised to thrust in a third. Stop, he shouted. Yet Zhang Yang, with remarkable speed, had already punctured the third needle into place. Do not be alarmed. Zhang Yang reasured Fury. I am merely stimulating him. His head is rather large, and the acupoints are embedded deep within. Fury furrowed his brow. He has become akin to a vegetative state. No, his brain is merely frozen. Much like a computer that has hung, you cannot click to restart the screen, but must press the power button on the main unit instead. No sooner had Zhang Yang finished speaking than the large head on the hospital bed seemed to reboot successfully. Samuel slightly opened his eyes, glancing around with a frown. Secure him, Fury commanded, and Hawkeye dashed in from outside, both he and Fury swiftly restraining Samuel Stern to the bed. Chapter 76. The tracking chip at this moment. Samuel Stern resembled an individual emerging from slumber, bewildered and disoriented. Once he discerned the figure standing beside his bed, a surge of fury erupted within him. No, I cannot possibly be here. He seemed unable to accept this reality, struggling desperately upon the bed, the handcuffs clanking noisily. The sound was painfully jarring to Zhang Yang's eardrums. In response, he swiftly withdrew several golden needles, deftly inserting them into Samuel Stern's body, rendering him immobile instantaneously. Director Fury applauded from the side. Remarkable. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. Would you care to give it a try? Director Fury immediately lowered his hands. I am but a traditionalist, averse to embracing novelty. Yet, he pivoted his gaze towards Zhang Yang. By the way, how did you come to be here? Tony informed me, Zhang Yang replied innocently, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. You all enlisted Tony's assistance. How could you not anticipate that he would divulge this matter? Therefore, was my presence truly unexpected for you, Director? Fury chuckled, though he refrained from answering Zhang Yang's query. His attention shifted back to Samuel Stern, his smile fading. Samuel Stern, are you pleased to see us upon awakening? I regret to inform you that our agents were simply too exceptional to allow for your successful abduction. This remark carried a hint of vanity, yet in such a moment, it was undeniably gratifying to hear. Zhang Yang was more than willing to take a jab at the man who had thwarted his mission. I apologize. The sedative I concocted rendered you in such a profound slumber that you could not be successfully taken away. When it came to belittling, Tony never fell short. Oh, my apologies. The artificial intelligence I developed proved exceedingly effective, pinpointing your location in mere moments, thus causing you to miss ample time for escape. Samuel Stern's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets in fury, yet he found himself unable to move. Soon, however, his anger dissipated, replaced by an eerie smile as he merely stared at them. Tony stepped forward, extending his hand as a disc projected from his wristwatch. He maneuvered the disc to scan Samuel Stern's body, ultimately discovering a tracker nestled within his cranium. Extract it, Director Fury commanded. In an instant, Hawkeye rushed into the room, unsheathing a small knife and making a swift incision into Samuel Stern's head. What emerged was not blood, but an unknown fluid. Calmly, Hawkeye inserted his finger into the incision, and as Samuel Stern screamed in agony, he retrieved a chip the size of a fingernail. As Hawkeye's finger withdrew from the wound, it began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. No wonder the chip was nestled within his brain. There were no visible injuries on his head. Tony suddenly picked up a piece of gauze and pressed it against the nearly healed wound, which could not continue to mend due to the obstruction. What are you doing? Director Fury frowned at the sight of the gauze stuck to the large head of his counterpart. I merely wish to ensure he does not have it easy. Fury shot him a glance and took another piece of gauze, stuffing it into the wound, both pieces now lodged within. The wound began to close slowly, yet the sensation of foreign objects intruding remained uncomfortable. Samuel Stern is shaking his head and shouting, "No, don't treat me like this. If we don't treat you this way, how else should we address you?" Zhang Yang scoffed. Even if you have a tracker, they still won't catch you. Just wait, they will kill you. Hydra will ensure you all perish right here. Once I have perfected the gamma rays, I will turn all of New York into a graveyard. So that explains why his mission remains unfulfilled. The key issue lies with this scoundrel. Zhang Yang observed him rant with cold disdain before turning back to Director Fury. Don't tell me this is your headquarters. Fury shook his head. We are merely taking refuge here temporarily because there is a sterile isolation ward. However, we cannot stay here any longer. Let's depart. I hope the enemy does not arrive before we leave. Where to? Tony could not help but inquire, unwilling to endure a lengthy car or plane journey. Ever since the advent of portals, he had grown rather disdainful of conventional means of transportation. To another temporary office. Don't you have a headquarters? Tony couldn't resist the urge to jest. If you're short on funds, I can help build you one. Heaven knows Tony was merely being cheeky, throwing in a quip. Yet, Director Fury nodded in agreement. All right, thank you for your generosity. Tony waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. I was just speaking off the cuff. Don't take it seriously. However, if you do take it to heart, there's nothing I can do about it. I'm out. Zhang Yang paid them no mind, fixating on Samuel Stern, contemplating what might truly save New York. Did it require this gentleman to descend into hell? Suddenly, an agent rushed in, panting, and raised an eyebrow at the room full of individuals. Everyone, if you wish to change venues for this little gathering, it is best to leave now. We have detected the enemy approaching. Oh, it seems Hydra is quite eager regarding gamma rays, Director Fury remarked, glancing at Zhang Yang and Tony. I hope during this challenging time, you can assure me that Dr. Banner is safe. Otherwise, our protection of Samuel Stern would be in vain. Zhang Yang nodded, providing assurance. Dr. Banner understands the dangers of gamma rays better than anyone and wishes to remain well hidden. With Zhang Yang's confirmation, Fury turned his gaze toward Hawkeye. During the course of their transfer, if there truly was no alternative, then let him descend into the abyss. Zhang Yang was taken aback, as was Tony, while Hawkeye seemed to have anticipated the situation, swiftly cleaning the small dagger on the bed linens, returning it to its sheath, and securing it at a readily accessible position on his waist. The Hydra operatives arrived with unexpected swiftness, yet their numbers were fewer than anticipated. Though their equipment was quite impressive, they found themselves in a commercial area yet to be developed, a place where few dared to tread. Ahead, a fierce skirmish had commenced, with bullets and shells soaring chaotically through the air. Zhang Yang cast his gaze toward a nearby residential area. Aren't you concerned that the commotion here might disturb the residents over there? Director Fury chuckled nonchalantly. When developing land, explosives are occasionally employed. It's merely the ruckus of commercial zone development. The old fox had evidently already devised plans for a strategic retreat. Chapter 77. Almost dying of laughter, Hydra's determination to abduct Samuel Stern was palpable as the two defensive lines ahead clashed with exceptional intensity, even resorting to the use of large-scale weaponry, resulting in a substantial crater being blasted into the ground. Such a large and deep pit could indeed serve as a foundation. Hawkeye entered the room accompanied by several agents, and he took a moment to introduce them. This is Agent Phil, Zhang Yang nodded, recognizing her as the individual destined to become collateral damage in the future, a pity indeed. Together, Agent Phil and Hawkeye assisted Samuel Stern into an all-terrain vehicle, while Director Fury took a seat. He glanced at Zhang Yang, who had not yet boarded, and furrowed his brow. Get on. Zhang Yang, however, took a step back. You all go ahead. I'll join shortly. He turned to Tony. I'll act in tandem with Zhang. Director Fury offered no further words, reminding them to exercise caution before departing. In truth, once they left, Tony disabled the surveillance, seeking a secluded spot, and together they traversed back to Tony's basement through the portal. Tony changed into a new suit of armor, while Zhang Yang remained at the table, scrutinizing the satellite imagery transmitted by Jarvis. After ensuring the safe arrival of Director Fury and the others at their new location, he proceeded to join Tony. This time, Zhang Yang opened the portal in midair, once again allowing Tony to make a grand entrance. When Director Fury spotted them, he quipped, "It seems Iron Man's speed in the air has diminished somewhat." Tony replied playfully, "Flying with passengers tends to slow one down." Yet, Director Fury retorted, "It feels like you returned home to change into a new outfit, which isn't slow at all." Tony patted his armor. "Oh, come on, my friend. This is still the same old suit." Regardless of whether Director Fury believed him, he simply could not admit to having made a detour. Director Fury remained silent as he led the group down a spiraling staircase. After a few turns, Tony began to feel dizzy. Zhang Yang, on the other hand, found the situation peculiar. Given the vast space below, why opt for a spiral staircase? Wouldn't it make the journey longer? As they descended, Director Fury provided insights. There was only one emergency elevator, which was seldom utilized. It seemed illogical to forego an elevator when one was available. The spiral staircase served a tactical purpose. It disoriented intruders before they could engage in combat, causing them to lose half their fighting capability due to dizziness. Tony felt a wave of nausea. By the time they reached their destination, he was slumped against the wall on the floor. Zhang Yang approached to assess his condition. It was evident Tony was genuinely unwell and needed rest. Zhang Yang pinpointed several acupressure points and began to massage them, prompting a playful grin from Tony. It seemed he could indulge in such treatment. Perhaps he could manage another round up and down. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes at him. Still joking around? It seems your condition isn't as dire as you claim. Who said it wasn't serious? Tony retorted before dramatically flopping onto the ground, groaning. See, isn't this quite the predicament? Zhang Yang shot him another exasperated glance. Curiously, Hydra operatives stormed the snack shop they had just vacated, only to find it deserted. And they left without hesitation. Could there be internal strife among them? Tony speculated. Regardless of their conjectures, Zhang Yang was fixated on Samuel Stern's ominous declaration about burying New York. What did you mean by wanting to bury all of New York? Zhang Yang inquired, fixing his gaze on him. I shall not divulge my intentions. I want you to witness the degradation of the place you call home, to see this world reduced to ruins. Excellent. An extremist bent on world destruction, reminiscent of Hydra. No wonder they pursued him relentlessly, for they share a common disdain. Zhang Yang, growing impatient, produced 2 golden needles. I lack the luxury of time to listen to your grandiose ideals, which are nothing more than a discourse on terror. Now, Reveal your plan to me. Samuel Stern regarded Zhang Yang with a manic grin. Oh, you wish to protect New York? You don't want it to be destroyed? I'm afraid you will find that everything you desire is contrary to my wishes. So do you truly believe I would disclose anything to you? Zhang Yang seagate, a look of feigned regret on his face. Then, I too am sorry. I do not wish to treat you this way. But since you seem to relish laughter, perhaps you should indulge in it fully. With that, he thrust the golden needles sharply into Stern. Suddenly, Samuel Stern erupted into uncontrollable laughter, disbelief etched on his face. Yet he could not cease. Director Fury, standing nearby, did not cast his gaze upon Stern, but rather focused on Zhang Yang. You have come to protect New York. Zhang Yang uttaret a falsehot. Are you asking me to witness the innocent lives of our fellow compatriots in Chinatown perish at the hands of the wicked? How can you be certain he will not bring harm to New York? I do not know. Zhang Yang srugit. I had merely heard he was taken away, and out of a sense of justice, I sought to investigate, unaware of the subsequent revelations. Moreover, how could one who seeks to devastate the world be allowed to escape? If he were to bring ruin upon the world, who among my homeland, my dojo, or my brethren in Chinatown would be spared? Director Fury appeared to be swayed by Zhang Yang's words and ceased his inquiries. Samuel Stern was on the brink of unconsciousness when Zhang Yang finally extracted the golden needle. Now, do you wish to speak? You shall not succeed. Zhang Yang reinserted the needle, and Samuel Stern began to laugh uncontrollably, nearly rolling his eyes in the process, prompting Zhang Yang to remove the needle once more. Can you speak now? You shall not. Before Samuel could finish a sentence, Zhang Yang plunged the needle back into him. After several such exchanges, Samuel Stern ultimately capitulated. We wish to create a multitude of green giants, forming a small army. They will be furious, devoid of reason, unafraid of harm, their eyes fixed solely on destruction, their hearts consumed by annihilation. He gazed at Zhang Yang and Director Fury. With such a force, we shall be invincible. As Samuel Stern articulated this, he exuded an air of arrogance, akin to a scientist being awarded the Nobel Prize. Zhang Yang cast him a sidelong glance and swiftly reinserted the needle. Terror filled Samuel Stern's eyes. He laughed and shouted in desperation. I speak the truth. I am not deceiving you. I do not wish to laugh anymore. Un moffet, Zhang Yang regarded Director Fury. Let us assign someone to keep watch. If he laughs himself to death, we shall remove the needle then, just as intended. Chapter 78. Truly selective in place Zhang Yang, savor cup of coffee. Graciously offered by Director Fury and personally procured by Hawkeye. Tony received the cup as well, but grumbled incessantly until he caught sight of the golden needle between Zhang Yang's fingers, which rendered him silent. Director Fury suddenly expressed a desire to learn acupuncture, humbly seeking guidance. Embracing the spirit of imparting knowledge, Zhang Yang compiled a reading list for Director Fury. If you thoroughly comprehend and memorize all these texts, and can even illustrate their contents, you may commence your studies in acupuncture. Director Fury, clutching the list, listened intently to Zhang Yang's words before quietly folding the list and tucking it into his pocket. Very well. I shall read it. When I find the time, I will grasp the concepts within. If time permits, should I encounter any difficulties, I will reach out to you. Zhang Yang smiled and nodded, harboring skepticism. As he sipped the last remnants of his coffee, Director Fury felt a surge of joy as he witnessed Agent Samuel Stern emerge. Allow me to introduce, he proclaimed. This is my invaluable assistant, Phil Coulson. This marked a formal introduction. Zhang Yang extended his hand in greeting. Greetings, I am Phil Coulson, but you may call me Phil. Hello, Phil. Agent Coulson raised a golden needle, returning it to Zhang Yang with a smile that suggested he was nearly out of breath. I extracted it, but he did provide some information. Wow, it seems you are quite remarkable. Zhang Yang accepted the needle, wiped it clean, and returned it to its case. You flatter me. Agent Coulson divulged the information he had obtained. Samuel Stern had disclosed that the serum used for the abhorrent substance had left no paper or electronic records, all of which resided solely in his mind. This was indeed promising news. At least Samuel Stern was still within their grasp. Moreover, Samuel Stern had mentioned that a final vial of serum remained in the laboratory, albeit with a slightly damaged container, yet it had not shattered and had been taken away. This news was less favorable. The formula had not been stolen, but the prepared substance had been directly removed. Did Samuel Stern indicate whether the serum could be replicated? Director Fury seized upon this crucial detail. No. Agent Coulson shook his head. However, It is possible to reverse engineer the formula based on the serum, though this process will require some time. Regardless of the duration needed, as long as they could reverse engineer it, this was no trivial matter. Director Fury discarded his coffee cup into the trash and clapped his hands. All right, everyone, it is time to get to work. Zhang Yang followed suit, tossing his cup into the bin. I will join you. If we do not retrieve the serum, the mission will be incomplete and my martial prowess will diminish. Count me in, Tony urgently interjected. Of course, Director Fury replied, looking at Tony. We still require Iron Man's aerial support. The sound of helicopters is too conspicuous. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. But he is too conspicuous. I suggest you deploy a helicopter instead. Hey, Zhang, I'm a person of great responsibility. Do not say such things about me. Tony patted his armor. I am your sharpest weapon. Zhang Yang brandished his Xianyuan sword. I possess a sharp weapon. Every time Tony glimpsed Zhang's sword, he recalled the robot that had had its legs severed instantaneously and took a cautious step back, uncertain if his suit could withstand such a blade. The enemy was cunning, having concealed themselves in a central location in New York, renting out a top-floor office for their research. Should they attempt to apprehend them, the commotion would undoubtedly be significant. If they were to resort to drastic measures, such as deploying a bomb, the damage to such a commercial establishment would be considerable. A few individuals sat inside the security vehicle, contemplating strategies. What if we utilized the central air conditioning? Tony suggested. We could sever the routes of the other central air systems, isolate them, and then deploy a gas through the air conditioning. However, they had already switched to independent central air conditioning lines to prevent such an occurrence. Upon reviewing the orders, we discovered that they had installed an abundance of air purifiers within the premises. Director Fury tossed a stack of documents onto the table. They had even equipped the space with 3 new ventilation systems, indicating a cautiousness born from previous experiences of being deceived. Delivery. He must need to eat, Tony remarked, clutching his stomach. I usually indulge in some cola and burgers while working. One must understand that mental labor demands substantial sugar and calories. They have a kitchen. Director Fury pointed to the documents he had just thrown on the table. The receipts indicated a complete set of kitchen supplies, along with several flower pots and wooden racks, suggesting they had even cultivated a garden. Such prudence. Agent Phil complimented while placing the tablet he had been fiddling with onto the table. I have just analyzed the wiring of their building. Even the electrical circuits are independent, complete with emergency backup lines concealed for use after a short circuit. By the way, the elevator, he continued. They have remodeled it, installing a total of 79 hidden cameras within the elevator walls. The button for the top floor is equipped with a fingerprint system. Only when the camera verifies the fingerprint can one press the highest floor button for access. Hawkeye examined this and inquired, what if the fingerprint is incorrect? I see no emergency systems in place. In that case, the elevator will still carry you to the top floor, and at the moment you exit, you will be met with your doom, Tony interjected, seizing the tablet and manipulating it before returning it to Hawkeye. Zhang Yang leaned in to observe, exclaiming as the architectural blueprint of the top floor appeared clearly on the tablet. The exit on the top floor featured a trigger mechanism. Any intruder stepping out of the elevator would be met with a laser at the doorway. Zhang Yang pondered, observing the circulation of the new ventilation system. What if there exists a self-circulating ventilation system? He proposed slowly, drawing everyone's attention. Isn't the ventilation system already in continuous circulation? Someone questioned. No. Zhang Yang shook his head. Since they are continuously exchanging air with the ventilation system, what if we added an external layer? We could connect the intake and exhaust of the ventilation system and introduce a substance that resembles fresh air, making them believe their space is still invigorating. Perfect, Tony exclaimed, clapping in delight. Hey, the 2 openings of their ventilation system are devoid of cameras. We can absolutely implement this plan. I can assent. Indeed, Director Fury nodded in agreement. However, it must not be now. It would attract too much attention. I am not accustomed to the evening either, Zhang Yang remarked. His chest would emit a glow. Tony covered his own chest, wondering if this was still his fault. Chapter 79. Hidden in the refrigerator, Tony was compelled to paint his mark entirely black and used opaque materials to conceal the light from his chest. Zhang Yang observed the obscured glow and frowned. You find it unattractive as well? Tony mused that this was true camaraderie. Zhang Yang shook his head. I am reminded of Ultraman's chest when it is not illuminated. What? Tony exclaimed, my childhood. I assumed your youth was spent solely in martial training, devoid of entertainment. You should watch fewer television dramas. Zhang Yang shot him a disapproving glance, thrusting a packet of sedative into his hand. This is similar to what was used on Samuel Stern, but of a purer quality. I have even added a hint of mint for a refreshing scent. Understood. Tony and Hawkeye ascended to the rooftop to seal the enemy's new ventilation system, to draw some of the enemy's fire. Agent Phil staged a minor car accident at a nearby intersection. This incident obstructed all 4 directions and several traffic lights. Once the ventilation system was sealed, Tony scattered the sedative within, and the occupants of the top floor, curious about the commotion below, lingered in the office, intending to leave only after the traffic jam subsided. Unexpectedly, merely lingering for a few extra minutes led to the entire floor being incapacitated. SHIELD had disabled the elevator and stairwell mechanisms, allowing everyone to access the top floor seamlessly. The sight of numerous well-dressed individuals strewn across the floor initially suggested they were mere office workers. Who would have imagined that beneath their respectable appearances lay agents of Hydra? Director Fury ordered the binding of these individuals, while SHIELD agents masqueraded as movers, bringing in large crates to transport them away. However, Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow as he searched the entire top floor, aside from a few laboratories. There was no sign of the serum. The atmosphere grew serious among them. Perhaps they have already decomposed the serum? Hawkeye pointed at the various bottles and jars on the laboratory table. Tony removed his armor and donned a laboratory protective suit before entering the lab. Zhang Yang and the others waited outside, and 3 hours passed. Zhang Yang wandered within the space. Ultimately arriving at a small indoor garden they had established adjacent to the kitchen. Upon inspection, it appeared that due to a lack of sunlight, the cucumbers and tomatoes were rather small. He pinched them, noting the insufficient moisture. These individuals must have had a poor diet. Having examined the garden, Zhang Yang decided to inspect the refrigerator, which was quite large. He opened the double doors to find it nearly filled with instant food products. He turned to the 2 smaller figures beside him. The 2 figures were rather amusing. One barely reached his chest, while the other only came up to his knees. Both of them frozen. He had heard that some connoisseurs of steak or other rare ingredients would purchase small freezers specifically for storing such delicacies. He opened the one that reached his chest, and immediately an alarm blared throughout the room, leaving Zhang Yang momentarily stunned. Hawkeye swiftly silenced the alarm and approached Zhang Yang. What did you encounter? Zhang Yang moved aside slightly to reveal an entire freezer filled with various test tubes. I stumbled upon a secret. Zhang Yang turned to open the smaller freezer, where he discovered serum stored separately, cryogenically preserved, ensuring molecular integrity. Director Fury approached and glanced at Zhang Yang. What a fortunate gentleman you are. Thank you for the compliment. Tony, who had been called out from the lab, was still incredulous. He had painstakingly examined each reagent, only for Zhang Yang, out of boredom, to rummage through the freezer and inadvertently discover the serum. Not only the serum, but also 30 vials of toxic agents. Upon retrieving the reagents, Director Fury expressed his intention to take them. No. Zhang Yang interposed himself before them. They must be destroyed. Director Fury's demeanor shifted from its earlier cordiality. I'm afraid not. Such dangerous substances should indeed be disposed of. Zhang Yang noticed Hawkeye tightening his grip on his bow, and he too clenched the Xianyuan sword in his hand. I also believe they should be destroyed. Tony positioned himself behind Zhang Yang, standing in defiance against S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel. What do you intend to do with this? Research? Storage? With all due respect, the handling of this serum is not solely your prerogative. Director Fury remained unyielding. Nor is it for you to decide. Our department is quite secure. Zhang Yang scoffed inwardly. What safety was there? In the end, they had almost been overrun by Hydra. Keeping it here is undoubtedly the best choice. We will ensure its safety. Zhang Yang huffed, skeptical of their claims of safekeeping, suspecting ulterior motives of research. You refer to the average populace, who ought not to... Pardon the interruption. Tony interjected, shaking his head. I should hardly be considered an average citizen. Moreover, we are friends with Dr. Banner, and I believe that if he were present, he would advocate for the same. But Dr. Banner is not here, Director Fury sighed. Gentlemen, I have no intention to oppose you. We fight side by side and cooperate seamlessly. Let us not jeopardize everything at this moment. It was a touching sentiment. Yet Zhang Yang was utterly uninterested in such rhetoric. Since we are invoking Dr. Banner, let us allow him to make the decision, Zhang Yang declared. Director Fury pondered for a few seconds before nodding in agreement. Very well. Let us arrange a time for you to bring Dr. Banner. No need. Zhang Yang interjected. Tony, you and the director should return to the previous stronghold with the serum, and I shall arrive shortly. Wow, what a marvelous journey. I shall await your arrival, Tony replied, evidently intrigued by the unfolding drama. He beckoned Director Fury and the others to exit, casually draping an arm over Hawkeye, who held the serum. As they made their way out, Zhang Yang descended the stairs and sought out a restroom, where he promptly opened a portal to return home. System, do you offer a year-long GPS subscription? 200 each time. I fear I shall bankrupt my martial value even without failing missions. Ding. To facilitate the host. The system is currently offering a grand promotion, a year-long global positioning system for only 800 martial values. Blast it. What a schemer. Completing this task only rewards 800 martial values. Is a no discount? Host, this is already the most favorable option available. The original price is 1,600 martial values. This is indeed an exceptional bargain. Don't miss out, dear host. Next time it will require 1,000 martial values for a year-long subscription. Zhang Yang glanced at his current martial value, totaling 878, but considering the recurring deduction of 200, he steeled himself. 800 it is. Let us proceed. Chapter 80, Devouring Directly Ding. Deducting 800 martial values for the annual global positioning subscription. Ding. 800 martial values successfully deducted. Current balance, 78. Year-long global positioning subscription activated. Zhang Yang winced at the sight of his martial value depletion, but quickly regained his composure. It was merely martial value. With diligent practice, he could earn it back swiftly. System, provide me with Dr. Banner's location. Ding. Activating global positioning system to locate Dr. Banner. Ding. Dr. Banner located, projecting real-time coordinates and imagery for the host. In Zhang Yang's mind appeared the image of Dr. Banner, who appeared to be traversing a rainforest, though he seemed somewhat disoriented as he frequently checked his compass. Upon glancing at the coordinates, Zhang Yang discovered they were situated in the Amazon rainforest. My goodness, Dr. Banner is quite the adventurer. In such a short time, he has traversed from India to the Amazon. He certainly has stamina. Zhang Yang opened a portal and materialized right before Dr. Banner, who was attempting to leap over a small ravine. Unfortunately, his jump landed him directly in Zhang Yang's martial arts school. With a resounding thud, Dr. Banner fell, face first, at Zhang Yang's feet. Hey Zhang, next time, just let me walk in through the door. This isn't in muddy ground and falling hurts too much, Dr. Banner exclaimed, wincing as he stood up, nursing his sore spots. Zhang Yang assisted him in sitting down and sprayed some medicinal ointment on his injuries. My apologies. I did not anticipate your leap into the chasm. I was merely intending to approach. Fortunately, you did not venture closer, or you would have plunged into the depths. And I possess no means to rescue you. Then I shall simply conjure another portal. Upon uttering these words, the two robust men exchanged a knowing smile. Your urgency in seeking me. Has something transpired? Dr. Banner, possessing a modicum of understanding regarding Zhang Yang, mused that he would not risk exposure unless there were genuine urgency, compelling him to hastily open a portal, disregarding his surroundings. We have located the vial of serum, but a divergence has emerged concerning its handling. Dr. Banner inquired suddenly, did a conflict ensue? What? I responded, did you engage in a quarrel over the serum? Not at all, Zhang Yang shrugged. We are civilized individuals. We may bicker, yet we would never resort to violence. Dr. Banner interjected, however, had this matter been resolvable through decisive action, you would undoubtedly have avoided any argument, much like when Tony vexes you, and you simply reveal the acupuncture needle, rather than engaging in tedious discussions to implore him to cease his annoyances. You truly understand me. Now, please recount the events. Zhang Yang recounted in detail how he had located the serum and the ensuing dispute over its handling. Zhang, you are correct. Had I been present, I too would have destroyed it. Beyond my own team, I currently harbor mistrust towards any organization or individual. Zhang Yang patted his arm. Thank you for believing in me. When Zhang Yang appeared before Director Fury alongside Dr. Banner, only half an hour had elapsed since their separation atop the building. Director Fury greeted Dr. Banner. Dr. Banner, you appear as though you have just returned from a wilderness survival experience. I was undergoing wilderness survival training when I was forcibly retrieved. I was unaware of any location in New York suitable for such training. It is a secret, Dr. Banner replied with a smile. May I examine the serum? Of course. Director Fury handed the glass vial containing the serum to Dr. Banner, positioning himself nearby as if a guard overseeing a prisoner. Tony stealthily approached Zhang Yang, whispering into his ear, I have been vigilantly observing them, fearing a substitution. My eyes are weary from the strain. Do you possess any acupuncture techniques to alleviate eye fatigue? I acknowledge your efforts. I shall administer 2 needles upon our return. Now you can be silent. Before I quiet myself, I have one more inquiry. Tony's voice softened further. What is the large fellow's decision regarding this serum? Zhang Yang's tone was resolute. Destroy it. Here, Tony's voice bore a hint of concern. Do not forget, we are currently on each other's territory, devoid of any tools. How can we execute the destruction? It was only after Tony's reminder that Zhang Yang began to comprehend certain aspects. As Zhang Yang pondered how to transport and subsequently dispose of the vial of serum, a furious roar suddenly echoed from ahead. Dr. Banner had unexpectedly transformed into the Hulk. In that instant of transformation, he voraciously consumed the vial of serum along with its glass. Everyone was left astounded by his audacity. The Hulk was impervious to harm in such a manner. After swallowing the substance, he contentedly licked his lips. What an impressive maneuver! Tony couldn't help but exclaim. For the first time, I admire this brute. That was incredibly cool. Zhang Yang was certain that had Tony possessed the ability to transform, he would not have acted in such a way, as it lacked the requisite flair. Meanwhile, after consuming the serum, the Hulk seemed to experience stomach discomfort. Clutching his abdomen, he rolled around on the floor, wreaking havoc upon the furniture in the room. After rolling a couple of times, he suddenly stood up again, his stomach no longer in pain. With a fierce roar, he reverted back to Dr. Banner. Zhang Yang retrieved a set of clothes from his backpack and handed them to him. Dr. Banner, feeling somewhat embarrassed, donned the garments while gazing at the still astonished Director Fury. I apologize. I had no control over the Hulk when he emerged, he said, shrugging to express his helplessness. I am uncertain why he felt compelled to consume the serum. Perhaps he believed it rightfully belonged within him. A nearby agent, still in shock, stammered, but he even ingested the glass vial. Oh, young man, believe me, the Hulk would dare to consume even bullets. After all, he is impervious to death. Having stunned everyone, Dr. Banner turned to Zhang Yang. Shall we depart? My wilderness survival training is yet to be completed. Indeed, I concur that you should return to your training. Such opportunities are rare, and I sincerely apologize for interrupting your process. Dr. Banner slung on his small backpack and exited the stronghold without a backward glance. Until we meet again, Director Fury. With that, Zhang Yang also stepped out of the stronghold without turning back. Since matters have concluded, I shall return home. Farewell. Tony, controlling his armor, shattered a window and soared into the sky. Chapter 81. Is it still the same system? Zhang Yang and Dr. Banner resumed their previous course, quickly locating a nearby restroom before returning to the martial arts school. The moment they entered, Dr. Banner collapsed to the ground. Instantly transforming into the Hulk, he violently coughed, expelling the shards of glass he had swallowed. Once he finished coughing, he reverted back to Dr. Banner. Dr. Banner lay on the ground, drenched in sweat, panting heavily. The things one should not consume remain forbidden. Zhang Yang pointed to the shards of glass scattered on the floor. Are you referring to the serum or this glass debris? Of course, the glass shards. Dr. Banner chuckled softly. I believe I looked particularly dashing just now. Zhang Yang recalled the manner in which Tony had been incessantly whispering in his ear moments earlier, extolling his handsome appearance during the transformation. Please extend my thanks to him. As footsteps approached from downstairs, the door swung open, and Tony addressed Dr. Banner, stating, I have arrived. You may now express your gratitude in person. Tony surveyed the scene before him. What on earth happened? Did you return only to be rendered weak-kneed? Zhang Yang gestured toward the glass fragments on the floor. Dr. Banner transformed into the Hulk once more, expelled this substance, and then reverted back. Tony crouched beside the shards, examining them closely. Zhang, I intend to take your carpet along with this glass for destruction. Dr. Banner cast an apologetic glance at Zhang Yang. I've ruined your carpet. I was just about to replace it anyway. I appreciate your assistance. Tony descended to fetch a large glass bowl, covering the pile of glass shards as a temporary containment measure. According to Dr. Banner, the frequent transformations had exhausted his physical strength, and a good rest would restore him. Zhang Yang administered acupuncture to Dr. Banner, then brewed a bowl of restorative soup downstairs. He instructed Tony to keep an eye on Dr. Banner while he ventured out to purchase a chicken for a nourishing broth. The enticing aroma of the chicken soup lured Tony downstairs. Why do I deserve such treatment? Tony frowned. Am I not your good brother and friend? Zhang Yang shot him a glance. When the day comes that you find yourself incapacitated or bedridden, I shall care for you. How does that sound? After all, it is not far off from the Iron Man palladium poisoning scenario, Zhang Yang speculated. Perhaps Tony was already affected but had yet to show symptoms. Once Dr. Banner awoke, he freshened up, consumed 2 bowls of chicken soup, and resumed his wilderness survival journey. Tony also took the glass shards and the carpet away. Zhang Yang did not concern himself with the method of their disposal. He was delighted to select a new carpet, having been honest with Tony and Dr. Banner about his desire for a change, though he had been too busy to act on it until now. Some occurrences in this world are indeed serendipitous. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the mission to save New York City. Mission accomplished. Rewards include 800 martial arts points, a bonus of $2 million, an expansion of personal space to 8, and the acquisition of new skills. Finger-flicking mastery, One Yang finger, and Lingbo Weibu. Perfect. Zhang Yang gazed contentedly at the increased storage capacity of his personal space, now enriched with 3 new martial arts skills and $2 million. The only lingering discontent was regarding the 800 martial arts points. Zhang Yang caught a glimpse of an advertisement on the building across the street, promoting a subscription service for a certain magazine. The offer entailed a 2-year continuous subscription, with a discount of 30 for the 2nd year. This sparked a light of inspiration in Zhang Yang's mind, prompting him to summon the system in his thoughts. System, if I continue my subscription next year, will there be any discounts? Host, the system responded, to encourage you to diligently practice and accumulate martial arts points. This system will not offer any discounts next year. This is in your best interest. Otherwise, if I continually provide you with discounts, your progress in martial arts will falter. Please persevere. The strongest martial arts system is here to support you. Zhang Yang scoffed. This system, after such a long absence, must have been swimming, filling its head with water. It speaks in such a scripted manner. Is it not the same system I once knew? Could it be that this system is akin to Tony, with a tone that incites me to want to strike it? Host, refrain from harboring anger towards me, and focus on your training, the system advised. Do you not know the reasons behind my lack of practice these past few days? Is it not because of you? Who issued the mission to save New York City? If I train, I have no time to save the city. Tell me, do I have the time to concentrate on my training these past few days? If something goes awry, what will happen to the lives of the countless people in New York City and the residents of Chinatown? Ding! The system acknowledges your reasoning. It has decided to temporarily mute itself. Please proceed as you wish. Zhang Yang was taken aback. Previously, the system would merely express its silence in such moments. Yet now it had learned to use the term mute. System, delay your muting for a moment and honestly tell me, do you spend your time online when you're not speaking with me? The system remained unresponsive. Zhang Yang called out twice more, but to no avail. All right, so it has chosen to express itself through silence. The system remains unchanged. After disappearing for several days, when the martial arts school reopened, the students were filled with concern, neglecting their practice as they surrounded Zhang Yang, inquiring about what had transpired during his absence. Zhang Yang casually brushed over the events of the past days, omitting the more perilous aspects and fabricating minor embellishments. Though the students could not assist in many matters, their genuine concern for him was palpable. And if a little white lie could ease their worries, so be it. Within the school, several students had progressed to the point of being able to spar independently, though this was contingent upon the strength of their opponents. Zhang Yang resolved to establish a practical training session, allowing anyone wishing to engage in sparring to participate during this designated time, whether against classmates or others. During this practical training session, Zhang Yang was present throughout. If he were absent, the sparring could become excessively intense, leading to potential accidents. However, his presence allowed him to intervene promptly. The enthusiasm for sparring was unprecedented, with many eager to challenge Zhang Yang as soon as they stepped onto the stage. Initially, he welcomed every challenger, but after 3 days, no one dared to face him again, as the outcome was all too predictable: defeat. They were nearly overwhelmed and left feeling defeated, deciding it was best to wait until they had developed their own skills. Chapter 82. Mid-Autumn Festival Performance. The Mid-Autumn Festival holds great significance in Chinese culture, and it is joyously celebrated in Chinatown. With a month remaining before the festival, preparations were well underway. A stage was being erected in an open area for a communal celebration of this reunion festival. The event organizer approached Zhang Yang, requesting him to perform and showcase traditional Chinese martial arts to the foreign attendees. Zhang Yang shook his head. Such public displays were better suited for the younger generation. Just as he spoke, the system unexpectedly chimed in. Ding! Mission issued. Please perform traditional Chinese martial arts at the Mid-Autumn Banquet in Chinatown. Upon completion, you will be rewarded with 200 martial arts points, a cash prize of $1 million, and a Lingbo Weibo Insight card. Failure will result in a deduction of $4 million for 100 martial arts points and a reduction of 2 years from your lifespan. What on earth? What grievance do I have with the system? Come out, system. Just after I made that statement, you decide to intervene? Zhang Yang shouted angrily in his mind, exasperated enough to resort to such language. After calling out for a while with no response from the system, he was infuriated, yet the banquet organizer remained seated before him. Zhang Yang pondered how to retract his earlier statement when the organizer provided him an out. But you're the head of the martial arts school, their master. It would be wonderful for you to lead. With this opening, Zhang Yang quickly seized the opportunity. He feigned contemplation for a few seconds before nodding in agreement. I find your argument compelling. I shall prepare a performance with these young ones. The organizer, visibly excited, shook Zhang Yang's hand vigorously. Thank you so much. It's all for Chinatown. May I ask if there is a specific duration for the performance? The organizer promptly shook his head. Master Zhang, for your performance. We have no time constraints. You may proceed as you wish. So lenient? Zhang Yang was taken aback, but maintained his composure as he bid farewell to the organizer. As soon as the person in charge departed, Zhang Yang's demeanor shifted dramatically. A fierce look filled his face, as if he were ready to exact revenge for deep-seated grievances. System, do not feign ignorance. I am aware you are online, so come forth. Ding. Host, what commands do you wish to issue? Commands? I hesitate to impose. I merely wish to inquire if the mission can be postponed a tad longer. Zhang Yang slammed his palms on the table. I had already articulated my intentions. And then you suddenly present me with a task. Is this not akin to delivering a slap to my own face? Are you familiar with the truth of the fragrant law? Host, I have yet to learn about that concept. I shall take a moment to research it online. Zhang Yang was momentarily taken aback, feeling a surge of indignation. You intend to study? Enough already. Not enough. Host, this system finds human internet vernacular quite amusing. Although I'm already advanced, the pursuit of knowledge is boundless. I cannot stagnate simply because there are no systems here that rival my capabilities. Zhang Yang buried his face in his hands, wishing to refrain from conversation. This was yet another instance of ostentation and emotional display. He believed that regardless of the system's sophistication, it had undoubtedly been tainted by the internet. It was no wonder that some parents implemented various measures to prevent their children from becoming engrossed in the online world. System, may we negotiate a matter? Zhang Yang decided to take preventive measures. Host, please proceed. Could you impose a slight limitation on the time you spend learning internet slang each day? Perhaps a mere half hour would suffice? Host, even if I were not online, I could still acquire knowledge. I have access to the information of the entire world. Therefore, the notion of a half-hour online limit is inherently flawed. Zhang Yang opened his mouth, uncertain of how to respond. Host, is there anything else to discuss? Nothing further. Off you go. Study diligently and strive for improvement, Zhang Yang said with a strained smile. However, since the task had been issued and he had already made a commitment to the person in charge, he knew he must continue rehearsing the program. The martial art academy primarily practiced Tai Chi and Wing Chun, followed by Bajikwan and Mizongkwan, with no more than 10 individuals studying Tai Chi sword. Upon hearing that they were to perform martial arts at the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet, the students were elated. Zhang Yang, however, felt a twinge of concern. It was one thing to arrange the martial arts formations and practice diligently, but the costumes for the performance could not simply consist of the same attire that would be circulated. Initially, all the garments purchased were made of pure cotton. While they lacked a flowing elegance, they excelled in practicality and sweat absorption. Zhang Yang propped his head on his hands and sighed. Master, what troubles you? Luo Yuan, clutching the recently compiled list of costume sizes, stood before Zhang Yang with a puzzled expression. Has anything significant occurred at our academy recently? Significant? I am on the verge of expending a considerable sum. Does that not qualify as significant? Since the task is set one must strive for excellence. Zhang Yang, in pursuit of the finest martial arts attire, specifically sought out a silk factory within the country to place an order. To expedite the process, he even opted for air transport, incurring a plethora of additional expenses that amounted to a considerable sum. It was no wonder he sighed in exasperation. With a lackluster demeanor, he gazed at the forms submitted by Luo Yuan, dismissing the staff with a wave of his hand. He sent the required measurements back to the factory and provided a little extra payment to prioritize his order. After completing these arrangements, Zhang Yang consoled himself by reflecting on the money spent, deeming it inconsequential. In a few days, the landlord would return, and once the house was acquired, he would truly feel the pang of financial strain upon viewing the balance on his card. With the clothing order finalized, Zhang Yang descended to solidify the program schedule. He decided to begin with Tai Chi, progressing to Tai Chi sword after a third of the Tai Chi practice, ensuring both would conclude simultaneously. Following this, he planned to showcase Wing Chun and Mijuan Quan, with each martial art positioned on opposing sides. Zhang Yang would perform the Tai Chi sword, as there were few practitioners of this art, necessitating his leadership in the demonstration. Once the order was set, Luo Yuan assisted him in compiling the list of participants for each martial art. Holding his teacup, Zhang Yang observed Luo Yuan with satisfaction. Recalling his initial impression of the boy's uniqueness, it seemed his judgment had proven sound. Master, Li Si suddenly approached, leaning against his feet with a sword in hand. What is the matter? Master, can the swords in our dojo hurt someone? Not at all. They aren't sharpened. How could they injure anyone? Li Si raised his hand, revealing a fresh scratch on his palm. Though shallow, it was evident that a sharp object had inflicted the wound. A glint of concern flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes as he examined Li Si's sword, which bore traces of blood. The sword had indeed been sharpened. Chapter 83. Sharpening the blade, Zhang Yang sheathed the sword and summoned Luo Yuan. Gather all the swords, knives, and sharp weapons from the dojo. They must not be visible. Luo Yuan hesitated. But we need to practice soon. How can we perform Tai Chi sword without swords? Use the wooden swords from storage. Zhang Yang gazi sharpenet. Hurry. Luo Yuan dashed off to carry out the task. When Luo Yuan distributed the wooden swords, the students looked at Zhang Yang with confusion. Master, why must we use wooden swords? Will we perform with them during the demonstration? It won't look appealing. Zhang Yang, hands clasped behind his back, regarded his students with a serious expression. The weight and striking sensation of wooden swords differ from real ones. Practice with the wooden swords for a week. If you master them, handling the real swords will feel even more natural. Amidst the confusion, the onlookers found solace in Zhang Yang's expression, deeming him trustworthy, and thus they began practicing with wooden swords. Once night fell and all had departed, Luo Yuan assisted Zhang Yang in tallying the collected weapons. Upon confirming that none were missing, Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. What troubles you, master? Luo Yuan sensed that matters were not as simple as they seemed, prompting him to refrain from inquiring earlier. Suddenly, Zhang Yang drew a sword and swung it toward Luo Yuan. Instinctively, Luo Yuan bent down to evade the strike, but did not retreat, for deep within, he believed that the sword posed no real threat. To withdraw would be an action reserved for encounters with a sharpened blade. To his astonishment, as he rose, he noticed a strand of his hair drifting down through the air. In disbelief, Luo Yuan gazed at the sword in his master's hand, then swiftly drew the remaining swords, half of which were indeed sharpened. Master, his voice trembled with apprehension. As a disciple under Zhang Yang's tutelage, he had always received unreserved instruction. To illustrate the practical differences between a dull and a sharpened sword, Zhang Yang had once cleaved a bamboo stalk in the courtyard with a Xianyuan sword. Those who practiced Tai Chi swordsmanship in the martial arts hall were mere novices. A careless mistake with a sharpened blade could lead to dire consequences. Fear not, Zhang Yang reassured, patting Luo Yuan on the head. Isn't your master here? When did you realize this, master? Luo Yuan inquired, now more curious than anxious. Zhang Yang Siget. Li Si sustained a cut on his hand while seeking me, and that was when I discovered the issue. Thankfully, that child is attentive, unlike those oblivious to danger. I regret not noticing such an important matter sooner. Master, it is my fault for not keeping a vigilant watch over these weapons. This is not your fault. Zhang Yang placed a comforting hand on Luo Yuan's shoulder. You need not bear guilt. They targeted me. Whether it pertains to your abduction or this incident, you are all entangled due to my circumstances. Master, I willingly accept this entanglement. Please do not cast me aside. Luo Yuan suddenly wept, startling Zhang Yang. Why are you crying? A man should not shed tears. But master, you might abandon me. What did I ever say I would forsake you? You implied that our troubles stem from you, suggesting that if we were not involved, we would not face such peril. Zhang Yang was momentarily speechless, pondering what had influenced the boy's thoughts. Had he been watching melodramatic dramas? With a firm yet affectionate smack on Luo Yuan's head, he admonished, Did I ever say I would abandon you? Luo Yuan shook his head, cradling his head in his hands. Have I explicitly stated that I would sever ties with you? Again, Luo Yuan shook his head. Then were you indulging in such fanciful thoughts for? With a pitiful expression, Luo Yuan whimpered, Master, I was wrong. Observing the forlorn look in the child's eyes, Zhang Yang, feeling a pang of empathy, sighed deeply. Your current perceptiveness is insufficient. Go to the kitchen and retrieve a piece of meat to discern which blades are sharpened. Place the sharpened ones aside and the unsharpened ones in another area. What about you, master? I will ascend to examine the surveillance footage of the dojo. Luo Yuan, following Zhang Yang's instructions, commenced the differentiation process. Zhang Yang ascended the stairs and scrutinized the monitors. Everything appeared normal on the screen. However, the very ordinariness of the scene deepened his concern. This could indicate that an intruder had compromised his surveillance system, manipulating the visuals to their advantage. It was possible that they could exploit the dojo's cameras to observe everything transpiring within. Now, the matter of the drawn swords might have already been discovered. Zhang Yang made a swift decision, abruptly disconnecting the network and severing the surveillance lines. After completing these actions, he called upon the system. System, I wish to review the accurate surveillance footage from my dojo. Apologies, the system is currently unable to assist with this request. Why? Zhang Yang replied with mounting frustration. Someone has tampered with my dojo, nearly endangering my students. That is a matter of life and death, do you understand? Host, please remain calm. I cannot calm down unless you provide a rational explanation. Host, this matter lies outside the scope of your current task. It pertains to the conspiracy arising from this world. This system will assist you in critical moments. As for your recent request to view real-time footage, assistance cannot be provided under the present circumstances. Then what can you do? You falter at critical times. Once the host reestablishes a surveillance system, this system will connect to the control system, ensuring your daily safety. After contemplating, Zhang Yang accepted this suggestion. He turned to call Tony. The individual on the other end sounded groggy, and Zhang Yang's lengthy explanation was met with incoherence, clearly indicating intoxication. He promptly procured an exceptionally bitter pill from the pharmacy and opened a portal to the basement of the villa. Upon entering, he found Tony sprawled on the sofa in a suit. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang grasped Tony's chin and forced the bitter pill into his mouth. Instantly, an overwhelming bitterness engulfed Tony's palate, propelling him upright from the sofa as he scrambled to find a bottle of mineral water in the basement. However, upon drinking, the bitterness intensified. Clutching his mouth, tears welled in his eyes as he looked at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang found a box and began to collect Tony's tablets, notebooks, phones, and chargers, packing them neatly. Let's go. I will alleviate your suffering, and in return, I need your assistance. With that, he stepped through the portal first. Tony quickly followed suit, and after consuming another pill provided by Zhang Yang, the life-altering bitterness gradually subsided. Chapter 84, Investigation Buddy, if you don't mind. I would still like a cup of hangover tea. Tony languidly reclined on the wrought-tan couch in the study, his expression one of utter despair. Your pill has roused me from my inebriated stupor, yet my mind remains clouded. I feel dizzy. Zhang Yang unfurled the needle pouch and deftly selected a golden needle. You shall soon find clarity. Before Tony could fully comprehend, Zhang Yang had swiftly inserted several needles into his scalp. A surge of stimulation coursed through Tony, dispelling the dizziness like a dissipating fog. Wow, quite remarkable. With the needles in place, Tony shook his head. Such motion brought no dizziness. How splendid. Now that I feel revitalized, can you assist me? Has something significant transpired? Tony scrutinized Zhang Yang's expression. Ah, your countenance bespeaks trouble. It seems the situation is dire. Indeed, lives are at stake. Though I have intervened before any harm could befall anyone, I must ascertain who is responsible. He recounted the day's events in their entirety, and Tony's expression grew grave upon hearing the details. To exploit the fervor of others to inflict harm is utterly despicable, especially considering the involvement of children. Those who perpetrated this act clearly harbored no intention of mercy. Perhaps the misfortune of a child is precisely what they desired, as such calamities would amplify the chaos. Let me uncover which scoundrel is behind this. Tony rummaged through the small box that Zhang Yang had brought, extracting a laptop and a tangle of network cables. With swift and decisive movements, he connected all the dislodged wires from Zhang Yang's home and affixed his own computer. Zhang Yang understood that Tony required a moment, so he descended to check on Luo Yuan. Scattered on the floor were 3 or 4 pieces of meat, their appearance quite ghastly. Cherishing food is a shared responsibility. Let's clean this meat and prepare a meatball soup. Luo Yuan approached this matter with great diligence, categorizing the remnants with exceptional efficiency. After standing by for a while, Zhang Yang observed that matters were nearing completion and lent a hand to finalize the task. Master, what should we do next? Luo Yuan inquired, eyeing the sharp implements strewn about, half of which were already sharpened. You should return home. His intention was for Luo Yuan to rest, as the ensuing events were beyond his purview. However, the boy clung to him, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded not to be abandoned. Zhang Yang responded with a light slap to the back of his head. After sending Luo Yuan on his way, Zhang Yang ascended to check on Tony's progress. My dojo is but a small space. Why have you not finished? My friend, the adversary is evidently targeting you and has enlisted skilled practitioners. Look at this heap of code. A hacker of considerable prowess is at work, and I am at a loss as to who would orchestrate such a scheme against you. Huh, I suspect it is the very faction we recently fought alongside to repel. Tony paused, lifting his gaze to meet Zhang Yang's. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. Who else would be involved in such matters on my behalf? These rascals, Tony exclaimed, a hint of anger in his voice. They've targeted you time and again. Does that not infuriate you? Observing Zhang Yang's calm demeanor, Tony reflected that had he been in the same situation, he would have donned his armor and obliterated their hideout by now. Zhang Yang shrugged, admitting that remaining unfazed was impossible. But do you know where Hydra's lair is? Lend me a suit of armor, and I shall go and demolish their den. Tony rubbed his nose, admitting he did not know, were he informed. He would have already taken action. How much longer do you need? Tony's face displayed an unusual awkwardness. Ahem, it won't be long. Zhang Yang was not convinced by this vague assurance, his gaze drifting like a car in a drift. It likely would not be quick. All right, you keep working hard. I shall go attend to some matters. Zhang Yang meticulously prepared the meat, reducing it all to fragments. Just as the sounds of chopping meat resonated from downstairs, Tony burst in, brandishing a hammer he had somehow unearthed. Both men stood momentarily stunned at the sight of one another. Did you come in here with that hammer to strike me? I heard a commotion and thought something was amiss. What trouble could arise in my own dojo? Yet within your dojo, your students have been kidnapped, your cameras tampered with, and your belongings swapped. Tony set down the hammer, his gaze fixed on Zhang Yang. Thus, I find your previous statement particularly at odds with reality. I'm making meatball soup. Would you care for some? After a moment's contemplation, Tony continued. However, considering you're a martial artist, it is typical for you to eschew such high-tech methods, making a network breach rather plausible. A twitch at the corner of Zhang Yang's eye betrayed his annoyance. After all, the person he had summoned for assistance was being stingy, even with food. The thought processes of Marvel heroes were indeed quite peculiar. Zhang Yang prepared a lavish feast of meatballs, and Tony, embracing his inner gourmand, engaged in a clean plate initiative. To be honest, the code used against you is quite sophisticated, yet the methods employed lack ingenuity. Is it visual masking? Tony blinked in surprise. How do you know? Zhang Yang smirked internally. How could he not know? Was visual capability merely a game? Although the masking occurred at a speed that barely lasted half a second, he had still noticed. Unfortunately, the system refused to assist further, leaving him to seek help elsewhere. Why come to me then? I know nothing beyond this. Zhang Yang shrugged his shoulders. If I possessed that knowledge, why would I be in such a rush to seek you out? Tony nodded in agreement. You have a point. After laboring for quite some time, have you discerned anything of significance? Tony placed his tablet upon the table and stepped back, revealing the emblem of Hydra on the screen. Upon deciphering that code, this symbol emerged. Zhang Yang fixated upon the emblem, feeling a wave of dizziness from his frustration. These malicious beings. How infuriating. Must I encircle my dojo with grenades? No need for that. Tony replied with a confident smile. With me, Tony Stark, do we require grenades? Indeed, they are unnecessary. With unwavering assurance, Tony installed a comprehensive security system in Zhang Yang's home, ensuring a personal space that is thoroughly monitored from every conceivable angle. A billion-dollar installation, crafted by none other than himself, guaranteeing unparalleled quality. Chapter 85. A weasel pays New Year's greetings to a chicken after assisting Zhang Yang in the installation of the system. Tony left behind a tome exceeding 300 pages of instructions, patting his backside as he departed. He had plans to indulge in a night out. Zhang Yang, holding the manual, let out a sigh. This is the new system you speak of? Ding. Commencing oversight of the Zhang family dojo's security system. Ding. Successfully assumed control of the Zhang family dojo's security system. Ding. Congratulations, host. This system has now overseen the dojo's security apparatus, allowing you to monitor all occurrences within at any time. What is there to celebrate? Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. Can you show me the footage that was obscured? Tony had stated that the footage in question had been permanently erased, and he could not retrieve it, as the opposing party employed highly sophisticated methods. Ding. Host. In honor of your acquisition of the new security system, the system will now play the deleted records for your viewing. Damn it. No one should thwart his desire to manifest this system and unleash a thorough beating upon it. The system began to play the deleted video, revealing intruders scaling the backyard wall. Zhang Yang resolved to scatter shards of glass atop the backyard fence. Those individuals had been removing items lacking sharp edges from the dojo, while simultaneously bringing in a new batch of weapons for replacement. Their actions coincided precisely with the time he and Director Fury had stormed the rooftop of that building, explaining the ruckus he had failed to notice. Originally, they intended to replace all the weaponry, but they were unprepared for the diligence of Luo Yuan and a few other trainees who arrived to practice midway through their operation. They were compelled to retreat temporarily. Upon Zhang Yang's return, they found no opportunity left to execute their plans. Zhang Yang rubbed his forehead. These individuals were truly the worst. A rustling sound emanated from the courtyard, and as Zhang Yang glanced outside in a daze, he beheld Hawkeye perched atop his wooden post, while a throng of agents moved in and out of his yard as if it were mere air transporting items. Zhang Yang rose and stepped outside, only to behold a pile of sharp weapons on the ground. What news do you bring from your end? He inquired, leaning against the back door while counting the newly arrived arsenal, which matched precisely the number of weapons he had replaced in his dojo. From your disciple, Hawkeye replied, Observing Zhang Yang intently. Do you require my assistance in transporting this batch? I can provide several large boxes, the kind with secure locking mechanisms. At your service, came the swift reply. The efficiency of SHIELD was remarkable by the following morning. Zhang Yang awoke to find 2 large wheeled boxes arranged in his yard. Luo Yuan was astonished, his gaze filled with admiration for Zhang Yang, who felt enveloped in an aura of glory, albeit somewhat disconcerted by it. After securing the sharp weapons, Zhang Yang resumed his regular training regimen with his students. It seemed they had not anticipated that he would install a comprehensive security system at home, one crafted by Tony Stark, especially since an audacious intrusion had occurred on a moonless night. The selected time was the eve of the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala performance. As a group of individuals stealthily descended from the wall, they unexpectedly encountered Zhang Yang. Good evening, gentlemen, he greeted. The intruders were momentarily taken aback, contemplating an assault with the objects in their hands. Zhang Yang sighed and gestured toward the clusters of what appeared to be wildflowers adorning the wall. The intruders hesitated, and in the next instant, they all collapsed to the ground. He had not employed shards of glass, as doing so would require cement for stability. But planting a few innocuous flowers and sprinkling a mild sedative to disperse was entirely feasible. As long as there was no close contact, they would not succumb. Seeing the commotion, others outside began to scale the wall. Zhang Yang intentionally stepped back, waiting for them to leap over and attack him when the sedative would take effect, causing them to fall one by one. Good evening. Hawkeye stood atop the wall, observing Zhang Yang. I thought you might need assistance. It appears you do not. He frowned, looking down at the incapacitated intruders. How did you accomplish this? Zhang Yang opened his mouth to respond, but found himself at a loss for words, merely gesturing toward the wall. Hawkeye glanced down. Oh, rest assured, I am standing on a spot devoid of flowers, just a few blades of grass. Zhang Yang smiled sleekly. Indeed, a few blades of grass imbued with a sedative's properties. After a moment's contemplation, he addressed Hawkeye, delivering his first and final words of the night. Good night. With a resounding thud, Hawkeye tumbled from the wall. There was a reason why Agent Phil had ascended to the rank of Level 9 operative. Among the crowd of wall climbers, he had chosen to knock on the door instead. Rare to see a rule-abiding member in your department. Zhang Yang praised as he allowed him and the entourage of agents to enter. Occasionally adhering to the rules can yield rewards. He entered with a smile, casually handing a fruit basket to Zhang Yang. Is this an act of ingratiation? Zhang Yang eyed the basket with suspicion. Do not be alarmed. It is merely a gift. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Thank you. It is from the director. Zhang Yang hesitated as he received the basket. A mid-autumn gift. I trust you will reciprocate. Ha! He chuckled. This is not mere flattery. It resembles a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. With an expressionless face, Zhang Yang accepted the fruit basket. Eagle Eye and his group are lounging in the backyard. Please take them away. I shall retrieve a gift from your director. Zhang Yang rummaged through his supplies and found 6 bottles of Lao Gan Ma that were nearing expiration in 3 months. He procured 2 silk ribbons and fashioned a lovely bow. As he exited the kitchen, he noticed Phil and his team dragging away the securely bound Hydra members. Eagle Eye was being supported by 2 agents in black, stumbling as they moved him outside. Such preferential treatment for our own. Zhang Yang handed 2 bottles of Lao Gan Ma to Agent Phil. Please convey my holiday greetings to your director. I wrapped them specially, hoping he will appreciate it. I hope he manages to consume them all within 3 months, indulging daily until he experiences an upset stomach. Wow, you are truly generous. I am certain the director will be quite pleased. Phil accepted the gifts with a beaming smile. Haha, he would rather not be polite. Did you even give him the opportunity? A nearby individual passed a box forward, and Phil neatly arranged the Lao Gan Ma inside. After Phil and his team departed, Zhang Yang adjusted a misaligned flower on the wall and sprinkled some knockout powder on it. This time, the effect took longer than he anticipated. He desired an immediate collapse. After all, the trainees were on the first floor, and some children might be playing in the yard during their break. Luo Yuan had kept 2 rabbits in the yard to entertain the 5- and 6-year-olds. Children of such tender age possess little resistance. Those individuals could easily leap from the wall and snatch them away. Chapter 86. Young Master Zhang settles the build-a-stage for the mid-autumn banquet was erected in the spacious area diagonally opposite the Chinese restaurant. Old Master Li had specifically reserved a private room for Zhang Yang with the best view of the stage. Zhang Yang ordered a batch of mooncakes from him, intending to distribute them to the trainees after the stage performance concluded. Old Master Li had initially planned to waive the fee for the mooncakes and the private room, but Zhang Yang insisted on paying. After much negotiation, they settled on a 20% discount. Such customary exchanges among acquaintances often require a bit of back and forth. Zhang Yang's performance was scheduled just before the finale, which featured a lion dance and a segment for celebrity calligraphy. He was quite intrigued by such festive celebrations and planned to watch the entire program from beginning to end. When he arrived at the restaurant with Luo Yuan, the manager greeted him, saying that his friend had already arrived. What friend? Zhang Yang felt momentarily bewildered, soon followed by a sense of foreboding. Li Si rushed towards Zhang Yang upon spotting him. Master, your friend has arrived and quite early too, he exclaimed, adding with a conspiratorial whisper close to Zhang Yang's ear. Rest assured, I have promised Iron Man not to disclose his arrival, lest a throng of admirers should descend upon him, making it impossible for you to enjoy your meal. Quite the dutiful one, aren't you? Zhang Yang remarked, giving him a playful pat on the head. Go on and have fun. Just don't falter during the performance. Luo Yuan interjected, pulling him away. Come, let Master catch up with his friend. I shall take you for some more practice. At this moment, Zhang Yang felt a deep sense of gratitude. Luo Yuan was indeed very perceptive. However, this feeling of warmth vanished as soon as the door to the private room swung open. Inside, Tony was wholeheartedly indulging in a bowl of noodles, mumbling praises. This crispy eel noodle is absolutely delightful. This is my second bowl. He then turned to Zhang Yang with a request. Don't forget to prepare some digestive aids for me. I fear I may overindulge. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. Colonel Rhodes, seated beside Tony, was savoring a lamb chop. Zhang, I adore this lamb. It's incredibly tasty. The waiter mentioned it's roasted from the grasslands. Simply marvelous. Zhang Yang smiled. If you like it, enjoy more. Take your time, don't choke. He then glanced towards the window where Lu Dan was sipping tea alongside the fellow who had delivered the fruit basket last night. While I could understand Tony and Colonel Rhodes being present, what are you two doing here? Have you no work? Colonel Fury shook his head in disagreement. Zhang, we are not perpetually saving the world. This planet does not constantly harbor villains intent on its destruction. We are human too. We require our moments of respite. He gestured to his cup of tea. This Long Jing is exquisite. Even swallowing feels sweet to my throat. Zhang Yang chocolate. Of course, premium Long Jing is delightful. Do you think this money was spent frivolously? The remarkable part is that today's banquet is on Master Zhang's tab. These folks are truly unreserved. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the private room was rapped upon, and the hall manager entered with several staff members in tow. Here are the dishes you ordered, he announced, pointing to the cart filled with culinary delights. Buddha jumps over the wall, Longjing bamboo fungus, 8 treasure duck, pine monkey head mushroom, sliced rose suckling pig, pearl tofu, fragrant abalone, and 4 happiness dumplings. After listing the 8 dishes, another cart was rolled in to showcase the art of slicing Peking duck. Once the performance concluded, the hall manager and his team exited. Zhang Yang gazed at the lavish spread before him, slowly grinding his teeth in contemplation. Who ordered these dishes? Tony raised his hand and flashed a sheepish grin at Zhang Yang. How do you have such a knack for ordering? He asked, his expression filled with embarrassment as he waved his hand dismissively. Do not flatter me so. It may swell my pride. What nonsense. Why not indulge in a lavish feast of the full Manchu Han Imperial Court banquet and then be done with it? Oh, Zhang, do not be so wasteful. How could he be the one to squander without even ordering a single dish? Is there not a saying you possess that speaks of enduring longevity? I have ordered 9 dishes, wishing for your martial arts school to flourish for ages. Yet, let us first wish him longevity, for then he may indeed sustain his establishment for the long haul. Zhang Yang sighed, feeling too weary to retort. Today, young Master Zhang shall foot the bill. Let us feast freely. Zhang Yang casually took a seat, grasped an empty bowl, and began to sip the soup, considering it a nutritious brunch since he had yet to partake of breakfast. Director Fury and Agent Phil promptly settled down to dine, their movements so familiar as if they were accustomed to sharing meals together daily. Are there mooncakes with a whiskey flavor? I could use a sip of whiskey. Tony suddenly interjected. Zhang Yang calmly savored a bite of his dish. There are no whiskey-flavored mooncakes. How about some 5-nut ones instead? A trendsetter. Allow the 5-nut mooncake to introduce you to the adventure of flavors, he quipped. Tony looked utterly unconvinced. What flavor do you prefer? Zhang Yang pondered for a moment. I do not have a particular favorite, but I certainly do not fancy 5-nut mooncakes. Before long, Old Master Li had a box of mooncakes delivered, containing 8 in total, each of a different flavor. Which one is the 5-nut mooncake? Zhang Yang inquired, unsure as they all appeared identical, lacking any distinct indication of their fillings on the crust. Shall we cut them? Agent Phil suggested. Zhang Yang found this agreeable, yet Tony refused. Guess. Whatever you pick, you eat. Zhang Yang was equally resistant. Why should he be the one to draw the 5-nut mooncake? This is Chinatown. Heed my words, Tony asserted, slamming his hand on the table. Dare to indulge in a grand adventure. Zhang Yang responded in kind. I relish cutting them open, so what? Suddenly, Director Fury joined the fray, slamming his hand down as well. I do not wish to intrude upon your quarrel, but have you not noticed that each mooncake has already been sliced twice, yielding 4 segments? Zhang Yang and Tony exchanged glances, realizing their bickering had been for naught. Zhang Yang rummaged through the assortment of mooncakes, selecting a 5-nut mooncake and handing it to Tony. Here, give it a try, the 5-nut mooncake. Tony, skeptical, accepted it, and upon taking a bite, his eyes instantly lit up. Delicious. No way. It actually suits my palate. Zhang Yang then picked a salted egg yolk mooncake for himself. Tony also chose a salted egg yolk one, but upon tasting it, promptly spat it out. What an odd flavor. What on earth? The delectable salted egg yolk mooncake was unexpectedly rejected. Is this a mistake? It is, after all, a salted egg yolk. However, even Colonel Rhodes and his companions spat it out after a taste. Zhang Yang found himself questioning life itself. Colonel Rhodes had a particular fondness for lotus seed paste mooncakes, while Director Fury and Agent Phil surprisingly favored red bean paste. Zhang Yang quietly savored the salted egg yolk mooncake. Oomph. In his heart, the epitome of culinary delight was indeed the salted egg yolk. Chapter 87. Flying Daggers in Huaxia. Auspicious timing is highly regarded. The Mid-Autumn Festival commenced at an opportune moment, as Zhang Yang, holding a cup of tea, crouched by the window to watch the performance. The others, seated by the window, looked on in astonishment at his posture. Tony, unwilling to be outdone, also crouched down, but surrendered within 10 seconds. Enough, Tony. Don't embarrass yourself. This quip came from Colonel Rhodes, Iron Man's brother. Upon witnessing the elderly performing Tai Chi and Tai Chi sword, Tony exclaimed in wonder, wow. Can everyone in Huaxia practice martial arts? They can learn at such an advanced age. Of course, this practice can extend one's life and enhance physical fitness, allowing you to remain spirited even at 60. Zhang Yang extended a finger toward Tony, making a bold offer, $100,000, and I will teach you Tai Chi. Guaranteed mastery, or your money back. Director Fury glanced over at Zhang Yang upon hearing that figure. The tuition is indeed quite steep. Tony, with a flourish, produced a card from behind his back. Let us do it. Zhang Yang stared at the gleaming black card, speechless, truly a wealthy man. Yet he had no device on him. Apologies. I didn't bring my device. Perhaps you can return another time. When that time might be was uncertain, so they let the matter rest. Halfway through the program, Luo Yuan knocked on the door. Master, it's time for us to prepare. His eyes couldn't help but drift toward Tony. Tony wore a smug expression. Look, Zhang's disciple is my fan. What a discerning young man. Hey kid, need an autograph? A photo is also possible. Luo Yuan shook his head and bolted away. Tony was left dumbfounded. What was that about? Zhang Yang stood up and patted his shoulder. That means he admires Iron Man, not you. With that, he sauntered off, feeling quite pleased. As Tony descended, his students were all dressed vibrantly. Several young girls sported two little buns atop their heads, resembling Neza. As they took the stage, a wave of cheers erupted, and Zhang Yang felt as though he were a Hollywood star walking down the Walk of Fame. It seemed his popularity in Chinatown was quite commendable. Ready? Luo Yuan called out from the stage, and the performers instantly assumed serious expressions, stabilizing their stances in a horse-riding posture. Go! With a commanding voice, Luo Yuan signaled, prompting several individuals to commence their synchronized movements of Tai Chi. This was a stark contrast to the earlier display of fitness by the elderly. Each movement embodied a harmonious blend of softness and strength, exuding an essence of combative power. Zhang Yang, accompanied by a few sword practitioners, ascended the stage at an opportune moment, striking a pose that incited even louder cheers from the audience. As Zhang Yang led the sword dance, he was acutely aware of the disparity between himself and his students. Thus, he deliberately subdued the presence of his sword's aura, ensuring he remained aligned with his pupils. Amidst the thunderous applause, cheers, and resounding background music, Zhang Yang suddenly discerned the sound of a weapon slicing through the air. In an instant, he executed a somersault off the stage, wielding his sword in a vertical strike, deflecting a knife that had been hurled towards him. The knife's intended target was none other than the venerable Mr. Li, seated in the front row, beaming with pride as he watched his grandson's performance. The crowd erupted in screams, while Mr. Li's expression turned grave. In this chaotic turmoil, only the students of the martial arts school stood resolutely by Zhang Yang's side. Li Si, take your grandfather back. I shall investigate, Zhang Yang instructed, pushing Li Si toward Mr. Li before sprinting in the direction for which the knife had come. The knife had been launched from an oblique front angle, and its assailant was situated behind the stage, among a row of high-rise residential buildings, where the inhabitants were a mix of individuals from various backgrounds. The exterior of the building featured iron climbing ladders, providing an ideal vantage point for an attack on Mr. Li. As Zhang Yang raced towards that direction, he spotted a figure fleeing via the external ladder. Without hesitation, he kicked a small stone, sending it soaring towards the iron ladder, where it clanged, startling the fleeing individual. Upon noticing Zhang Yang's intense gaze fixed upon him, the assailant immediately turned and began to ascend the building. Zhang Yang smirked. This was precisely the outcome he desired. He swiftly pursued the fleeing figure, realizing that while there was still ground to cover below, once on the rooftop, there would be little room for escape. Zhang Yang remained mindful of the public setting, controlling his speed to avoid drawing undue attention. Nevertheless, to the onlookers, his pace appeared astonishingly rapid as he ascended the ladder with extraordinary agility. They witnessed the fleeing figure, and the scene resembled a chase in a video game, one desperately running while the other relentlessly pursued. As the individual swiftly reached the rooftop, Zhang Yang simultaneously vaulted up to the same level. Both men landed on the rooftop, their figures vanishing from sight, leaving the outcome of their encounter shrouded in mystery. The man did not anticipate that Zhang Yang would ascend with such remarkable speed. By the time he heard someone behind him shout for him to halt, he was so startled that he fell to the ground in fright. Just moments ago, he had displayed considerable audacity while throwing knives. Yet now he found himself trembling with fear. Zhang Yang stood before him, casting a cold gaze upon the man sprawled on the ground. Thanks to his acute senses, Zhang Yang had recognized the individual as Little Jack even before he began his ascent up the stairs. You and your father harbor animosity towards me. If so, direct it at me and spare the innocents, he declared. Little Jack gazed at Zhang Yang, quivering with trepidation. Are you also one of the mutated? He inquired. What? Zhang Yang initially thought he had misheard, but upon Little Jack's repetition, he realized his ears had not deceived him. He abruptly seized Little Jack's hand and dragged him close. Peering into Little Jack's eyes, he observed the intricate layers of his iris. A peculiar transformation had occurred within the structure of Little Jack's retina, and the shape of his eyeball appeared slightly altered. Every vessel beneath his retina was grotesquely swollen. Zhang Yang noticed Little Jack's hand, scrutinizing it through every capillary, and discerned that his dominant right hand was sturdier than the left, though it bore an unsettlingly abnormal state. What have you done? Zhang Yang's tone was frigid, laced with a venomous edge. Chapter 88. The Nine Greats. Little Jack's momentary courage in wielding a knife to kill faltered upon encountering Zhang Yang's imposing presence, prompting him to weep in despair. I was merely coerced by them. Please, do not kill me. I never intended to take a life. It was a moment of folly. Little Jack, tears streaming down his face, implored Zhang Yang. Who coerced you? Who were you instructed to kill? Zhang Yang demanded, pulling Little Jack to his feet. You had better speak clearly and truthfully. Little Jack trembled with fear. It was the Nine Greats. One who claimed to be an envoy of the Nine Greats asked if I sought revenge. They promised to grant me everything I desired. You defeated me and my father, leaving our boxing gym without patrons, so I yearned for vengeance. As Little Jack sobbed and sniffled, he continued haltingly. They gave me a glass vial filled with a red liquid. After I drank it, my vision improved remarkably, and my hands became extraordinarily steady. They taught me to throw knives and urged me to kill you. Zhang Yang chucked coldly. Kill me? I certainly did not perceive that knife as being aimed at me. I thought that elderly was your great support, Little Jack stammered. So, if I were to eliminate him, it would actually be a greater loss for you. Zhang Yang released his grip on Little Jack, who fell to the ground with a thud. Support? You are gravely mistaken. I have never relied on anyone but myself. I earn respect through martial virtue, unlike some young, brash individuals who resort to sneaky assaults under the cover of night, devoid of honor. On the rooftop, there was a place for drying clothes. Zhang Yang, having appropriated an unknown person's clothesline, bound Little Jack tightly to the ground. The distant sound of a helicopter approached, and soon it hovered above the Chinese restaurant, lowering a rope. Lu Dan and his companion grasped the rope, being hoisted from the window by the helicopter, drawing closer to this side. Meanwhile, Tony, relying solely on his own strength, gasped and crawled to the rooftop, collapsing at Zhang Yang's feet, breathless. I believe I must hasten to implement your suggestion of compressing Mark into the briefcase, Tony managed to utter between breaths. This way, I could have flown directly here. I asked One-Eye Jack to take me part of the way, but he refused. He scoffed at the approaching helicopter. One day, I shall blow up all his aircraft. Director Fury and Agent Phil made a stylish and impressive descent onto the rooftop, casting their gaze upon Little Jack. We encountered this lad when we were investigating your background, Agent Phil remarked, sensing the tension and quickly attempting to ease the situation. Zhang, do not misunderstand. This is merely a standard procedure. Zhang Yang nodded in understanding. This child claims that a certain Nine Great person administered a potion, transforming him into this state. I believe he has undergone some form of mutation. Director Fury paused, a thought striking him. That reminds me of a certain professor. Zhang Yang, catching Fury's implication, directed his gaze toward the director's bald head. Mutants. He seemed to realize who Fury was referencing. Lu Dan's friend, the hard-boiled egg. Yet, Zhang Yang refrained from speaking, as he was still unfamiliar with these individuals. Who will take this child? He inquired. As for mutations and genetics, I am powerless. We shall take him. Agent Phil responded. promptly yanking little Jack from the ground and dragging him toward the helicopter. A latch descended from the helicopter's door, and Phil swiftly secured it onto little Jack, completing the task. Are you truly going to drag him away? Zhang Yang pointed at the terrified child. What if he accidentally falls and sustains fatal injuries along the way? Rest assured, our equipment is of assured quality, Phil stated. Zhang Yang chuckled. Who cares about the safety of your products? However, I believe you should be more concerned about the Nine Great person. Director Fury's expression turned serious. The Nine Great, I suspect, refers to Hydra. This child may be a decoy, intended to assess your strength. It seems I am quite popular, yet I have no intention of joining any faction. I am my own faction, Zhang Yang declared, pulling Tony to his feet. Nothing major. We shall take our leave. The performance below has yet to conclude. Tony, as he was lifted, wore an expression of disbelief. As soon as I arrived, I'm already expected to leave? Zhang Yang shot him a disapproving glance. Enough with the nonsense. Tony, recognizing the discontent in his old friend's demeanor, promptly fell silent and obediently followed him down the stairs. Should they be unable to persuade you to willingly accompany them, they may resort to coercion or enticement. If that fails, they might even eliminate you. Zhang Yang nonchalantly waved his hand dismissively at Director Fury. Let us see if they can best me. When Tony was dragged into the elevator by Zhang Yang, he was nearly taken aback. Is there really an elevator in this building? Zhang Yang expressed his astonishment. Did you not call upon Jarvis to devise a convenient route for you before coming up? This elevator has always been here. Jarvis would surely have directed you to use it. Tony scowled. I forgot. Zhang Yang chuklet. No worries. Consider workout. Don't you usually box to maintain your physique? No. I've decided to switch to martial arts starting today. Zhang Yang turned his head slightly away, disinterested in teaching. The elevator fell silent for a few moments, and as they neared the first floor, Tony spoke up. What if Hydra S recruits fail and decide to kill you instead? Zhang Yang sruged. What else can I do? If they wish to strike me, do you think I want to retaliate? What if they have guns? Zhang Yang smirked coldly. Then we shall see whether my speed outmatches their bullets. With a ding, they arrived at the first floor. Zhang Yang stepped out first. I understand your concern for me, but do not fret. I am capable of self-defense. Tony hurriedly caught up from behind, grabbing Zhang Yang's arm. Zhang Yang did not shake him off. Iron Man was loyal, and it was only natural for Tony to worry about a friend. Tony pulled a watch from his pocket and placed it on Zhang Yang's wrist. A failed project. It would be a shame to discard it, so here you go. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. What is this? Tony shrugged nonchalantly. A multifunctional watch. You can make calls, chat via a 3D projection, and it has a plethora of random features. Of course, I've ingeniously designed it so Jarvis can assist remotely. No need to thank me. Zhang Yang looked at him, amused by his proud demeanor. What a man of contradictions. Chapter 89. The joke has gone too far. Ding. System check. New equipment detected. Ding. Binding new equipment. Ding. New equipment binding complete. The system can now utilize the smartwatch to better assist the host in completing tasks. Zhang Yang halted in his tracks, taken aback by the incessant notifications. This system is rather impolite. Someone gifts me a watch intending for their AI to assist. Yet before I even grasp it, it has been commandeered. System, show some ethics. In Zhang Yang's mind, he mused that this was, after all, a gift bestowed upon him by another. Rest assured, host, this system does not conflict with Jarvis. I have long stated that this system surpasses all others on this planet. They will never discover me. His tone, laden with arrogance, was almost infuriating. Why aren't you moving? Tony inquired, noticing Zhang Yang's momentary stupor. Zhang Yang turned to face Tony. I am on the verge of becoming a hero to those children. I fear that if I step outside, I shall be surrounded. He was not particularly fond of being the center of attention. Oh, how splendid. Tony reveled in such attention, completely oblivious to the possibility that someone might actually dislike him. You are truly insufferable. Zhang Yang shot him a disapproving glance and continued onward. He preferred to be the focus of the crowd rather than endure Tony's self-indulgence. Indeed, as soon as Zhang Yang appeared, he was immediately surrounded. A chorus of concerned voices erupted. Master, are you all right? Master, how do you fare? Master, can that individual wield a flying knife? Are you injured? Zhang Yang calmed each of his students in turn, just as old Masterly approached, leaning on his cane. Master Zhang, you have saved my life. He eagerly grasped Zhang Yang's hands. Master Zhang, I truly do not know what to say. Zhang Yang opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained from revealing the truth to them, as it involved Hydra, and they should not be entangled in such matters. After this brief interlude, the mid-autumn banquet resumed. Old Master Li formally invited Zhang Yang to the evening's festivities, along with Tony, who had almost been overlooked. Tony felt that his glow might be somewhat diminished in Chinatown. As he exited the dilapidated building, he noticed that the crowd's attention was not upon him. It was only after nearly everyone had exchanged pleasantries with Zhang Yang that they recognized the billionaire, Iron Man Tony Stark, standing nearby. To express gratitude for Zhang Yang's rescue of their patriarch, the Li family spared no expense for the banquet, presenting an extravagant Manchuhan imperial feast. Zhang Yang glanced at Tony, who was engrossed in his meal. That morning, he had jested about not ordering a full banquet, and yet here they were, indulging in it. Where has Colonel Rhodes gone? Zhang Yang inquired during a lull, having not seen Rhodes since descending from the rooftop. Oh, he had limited time today. Just as you set out to prepare for the performance, he departed, came the reply, followed by a wistful sigh. What a pity that so many delicacies are now mine alone to savor. Zhang Yang felt disinclined to continue the conversation, as Tony had spent the entire day immersed in food, neglecting to contact Jarvis before ascending to the rooftop. He seemed almost unreal. Had Zhang Yang been able to discern any telltale signs of a human skin mask or any other means of disguise upon this gentleman, he would have promptly taken action to bind him. After a sumptuous dinner, Tony found himself both satisfied and overly full. Zhang Yang, someho projuring a wheelchair, assisted the portly fellow back to the martial arts school. Bring me a bowl of medicine, Tony bellowed upon entering the dojo, with an air of exasperation. Zhang Yang prepared a cup of hawthorn tea for him and gestured toward the upstairs room. You know where you're staying. I shall not attend to you further, he declared, disregarding Tony's tearful laments of abandonment as he ascended to the third floor. As he entered his room, the system promptly activated. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully promoting traditional Chinese martial arts at the Mid-Autumn Festival in Chinatown. Task completed. Rewards, 200 martial arts points, a bonus of $1 million, and 1 card for insight into the Lingbo Weibo technique. System, apply the insight card immediately. Zhang Yang commanded. Ding! Insight card activated. Please proceed to an open area for practice. Without delay, he dashed to the rooftop, where the principles of Lingbo Weibo began to illuminate his mind. Quietly reciting the technique, he harmonized it throughout his being and began to move in accordance with the practice. Under the cloak of night, a spectral figure glided across the rooftop, each seemingly erratic step imbued with profound mystery. In scarcely a minute, Zhang Yang traversed the space several times before finally halting at the door. With a vigorous pull, the door swung open, sending Tony tumbling to the ground with a thud. What are you doing? Zhang Yang asked, observing the guilty expression on Tony's face. Intending to tease him. What did you hear? Tony queried, befuddled. I didn't hear anything. The truth was, he had indeed heard nothing. The door had merely swung open, causing him to fall in a rather undignified manner. Such humiliation. No, you must have heard something. That SR Zhang family's secret technique. If you heard it, you must pay the price. What? No, I truly didn't hear anything. Tony protested, still on the ground, scrambling backward in fear at Zhang Yang's assertion. Offer up your tongue. That way, you won't speak of it elsewhere, Zhang Yang jested, reaching for a weapon rack positioned on the rooftop. No, Tony exclaimed, lunging forward to grasp Zhang Yang's arm. I swear, I truly didn't hear anything. Really, if I heard anything, I'd never be able to charm the ladies again. This vow is indeed a grave one for Tony. But you have Pepper. You can no longer pursue other women. No, I swear again, if I heard anything, I could never impress her in bed again. Damn, that is truly a harsh vow. This time it's gone too far. It's over. This time, the joke has gone a bit too far. Ahem. Zhang Yang retracted his hand and helped Tony to his feet. I see. I believe you. I do not desire this situation either. Look, Luo Yuan has heard it, but it's no matter, for he is my disciple. You haven't even crossed the threshold yet, so this has unfairly burdened you. Tony wore an expression of someone who had just survived a catastrophe. Next time you practice such secret martial arts, please give me a heads up. My goodness, can the oath I just swore be disregarded? The cost I paid was too great. Since you did not hear it, that vow cannot hold. Zhang Yang decided to make amends. Therefore, I shall teach you Tai Chi for free, to ensure your physical and mental well-being, prolonging your life. Very well. Tony nodded. This seemed quite reasonable. Chapter 90. A foreboding sense of dread Just as Zhang Yang exhaled in relief, Tony suddenly looked up at him. You were just joking with me, weren't you? Not at all. Zhang Yang shook his head, his expression earnest. Do you really think a sword can sever those steel machines? You've had my sword tested, and there is no difference. It all relies on the mastery of the technique. Zhang Yang spoke with utmost seriousness, and Tony nodded in agreement. I'm not jesting. Everything I said is true. If I were to joke, would I allow you to swear without intervening? Tony nodded, finding that reasonable. In the martial world, there are rules. Each school's secret methods are not to be shared, just like the reactor you have at your chest. Would you disclose its technology for the world to emulate? Tony shook his head. Thus, you should refrain from eavesdropping in the future. I did not eavesdrop. I was simply too full and couldn't sleep. So I came to chat with you. Zhang Yang cast a glance at Tony's abdomen. Would you like to try another method of disappearance? Tony nodded vigorously. Half an hour later, Tony stood bare-chested, adorned with golden needles. Following Zhang Yang's lead in practicing Tai Chi, is this what you meant by another method? Zhang Yang executed a cloud hand and glanced at Tony, raising your hands higher. At that height, do you wish to spar with a child? Is this skill truly so challenging? Tony began to lose focus. It looked quite easy when I watched. Practicing feels entirely different. That is because you are too impatient. This requires slowness, do you understand? Not at all. Tony plopped down onto the ground. This was unbearably slow. Zhang Yang sighed, and then looked at Tony with an apologetic expression. Suddenly, Tony felt a sense of foreboding. Zhang Yang had, unbeknownst to him, pinched a needle between his fingers. Tony, now reacting instinctively to the sight of a needle, sprang up from the ground like a carp leaping from water. Zhang Yang was astonished by this move. Where did you learn that technique? Tony tossed his hair with pride. Certainly, after being friends with you for so long, I have certainly picked up some tricks. Nonsense. Since we're already up, let us continue with the practice. Only 2 moves remain. Tony attempted to sit down again, but Zhang Yang raised the golden needle in his hand, causing Tony to stand upright immediately. Hey buddy, don't be like that. There are just 2 moves left. Come on, let us continue. Zhang Yang sighed and finished teaching him the remaining 2 moves. After withdrawing the golden needle, Tony eagerly rushed off to sleep. Zhang Yang sighed once more. According to Iron Man's timeline, starting next year, this fellow would begin to realize he was poisoned, leading to a downward spiral. The impatient big guy would feel hopeless about finding an antidote, resign himself to fate, make his farewells, and sever any friendships that needed to be ended. In short, he simply wished to leave this world unburdened and carefree. How splendid. He had even arranged matters for his posthumous affairs. However, Zhang Yang looked down upon Tony's demeanor. Usually so opinionated, so lively, and so full of energy, why couldn't he find a bit of vigor to bounce around on the very brink of his own demise? Who knows, perhaps a flicker of hope could emerge, even if this prominent figure in the Marvel Universe ultimately did not meet his end. That was a tale for another day. For now, teaching him some invigorating techniques might slow the poison's effects, granting him ample time to leisurely develop a new arc reactor. After collecting the golden needles, disinfecting, and neatly storing them, he turned to glance at Tony, who was huddled at the doorway. Zhang Yang had heard him arrive. His footsteps were so loud, it was impossible not to notice. Tony, what on earth is wrong with you? I have just made a decision, Tony replied. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow, wondering what mischief this fellow was up to at such an hour. I plan to return and work on a portable suit. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang opened a portal for him. Safe travels. Tony looked at Zhang Yang with a sorrowful expression covering his face. You actually can't wait for me to leave? Can our friendship endure? Zhang Yang pondered for a moment, then pushed him through the portal, adding a quick response, it cannot, before swiftly closing the portal. The next day, as Zhang Yang descended the stairs, he saw Agent Phil knocking at the back door and thought it might be a good idea to buy a lottery ticket. In your department, anyone who approaches my back door either climbs over or picks the lock. You're the first to knock. I'm truly astounded. Zhang Yang remarked as he opened the door. By the way, why not use the front door? Agent Phil provided a rather flimsy excuse. To avoid alarming the snakes. Huh. I trust that as much as I trust a ghost. After Zhang Yang opened the back door, however, Agent Phil remained standing at the threshold. Zhang Yang suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Agent Phil gestured towards Hawkeye, who stood behind him. According to our inquiries, your dart skills are exceptionally proficient, and you possess the remarkable ability to precisely control your aim. We have a mission at hand, yet I suspect you shall not be invited to partake. Therefore, might I assist as your coach? Zhang Yang seamlessly continued Phil's thoughts. Agent Phil handed over a folder. A week of training, regardless of whether you achieve the desired results. This is yours. It represents our tuition. Upon glancing at the contents, Zhang Yang was momentarily taken aback. It was, astonishingly, a certificate of property from the Zhang family martial arts school, inscribed with his name. Before he could even approach the landlady, S.H.I.E.L.D. had preemptively sought him out. This gesture is rather extravagant, is it not? Then let us delve into teaching more skills. Agent Phil kindly suggested. Zhang Yang chucklet. Thank you for your suggestion. He pointed at Hawkeye. You, bring your belongings inside and settle in. Then he gestured towards Agent Phil. You, I appreciate your suggestion, and I shall consider it, but for now, your departure is kindly requested. Without hesitation, Hawkeye grabbed his luggage and stepped past Agent Phil into the martial arts school. Wow, it seems he rather enjoys this place. Agent Phil observed Hawkeye, and Zhang Yang offered a slight smile. It appears that way. Then, with a decisive thud, he firmly shut the back door. As Zhang Yang turned back, he found Hawkeye already poised on the plum blossom pillar, effortlessly executing 2 jumps. After many visits, this was his first attempt at it. How does it feel? Zhang Yang inquired from below. Not bad. Hawkeye offered an honest assessment. Is this how you typically train? I believe I could set up something similar in our training hall. It seems quite versatile for practice. Zhang Yang nodded. I believe it is feasible. Chapter 91. Trust you? Hawkeye officially settled in. His first day, appearing with his bow and arrows, coincided with the weekend, when the martial arts school was bustling with children, and he was instantly surrounded. The children, captivated by his attire, bombarded him with questions. Do you know about the brave adventurers? They also use bows and arrows. Can you shoot arrows? How many monsters have you defeated? Are you a hunter living in the forest? Have you harmed Snow White? Hawkeye, pursing his lips, remained silent for a considerable time, until he finally succumbed and began answering each child's inquiries one by one. Once the floodgate of questions opened, it proved challenging to stem the tide. From the moment Hawkeye addressed the first question, he did not pause for breath throughout the morning. As the children's curiosity and thirst for knowledge soared to unprecedented heights, lingering even during lunchtime with reluctance. Zhang Yang prepared a cup of licorice tea for Hawkeye and presented him with a bottle of loquat syrup. Do you not oversee these children? They spent the entire morning bombarding me with questions, showing no inclination to practice at all. And you did not arrange any training for me. Zhang Yang wore an expression of innocence. Do not wrongfully accuse me. I did make arrangements. Answering the children's questions is also a form of training. This is cultivation, a honing of the spirit. You lie. I do not. You do. I do not. Zhang Yang, Hawkeye suddenly exclaimed, calling out his name as he deftly knocked an arrow to his bow, aiming it at him. Do not shirk your responsibilities. Zhang Yang casually selected an apple from the fruit basket, rubbed it on his clothes, took a bite, and leisurely swallowed before inquiring. You see, even with just this little bit of time, you've lost your patience. Haven't you previously undertaken tasks that required prolonged patience? Why is it that you possess so little now? Hawkeye was taken aback for a moment and gradually lowered his bow. Once you are immersed in a task, your patience magnifies infinitely. When alongside trusted comrades, it amplifies further. However, that is not necessarily the case with partners in collaboration. Zhang Yang took another bite of the apple, swallowed, and continued. You perceive the entire martial arts school as your recent collaborative entity, of which I am the head. You display great patience towards the people in the school, even answering their questions all morning, yet your heart does not reflect this. Unlike you, I provoke your ire, for you understand the principle of capturing the king before the thieves in long-term missions. This reasoning does not translate to children, so you take it out on me. When I irritate you, you resort to threats upon my life in an attempt to compel my submission. Yet regrettably for you, I have no intention of yielding. Of course, your behavior may also stem from our familiarity. Zhang Yang gazette et hauke. ISNT, what I've just articulated your usual pattern? Hawkeye pressed his lips together, remaining silent, while Zhang Yang, unperturbed, continued munching on his apple. I must admit, the fruit basket sent by Director Fury indeed contained delightful flavors. The apples were large and round, and each bite was exquisitely sweet. Once Zhang Yang finished an apple, Hawkeye finally spoke. Have you investigated me? Not at all. Hardly believable. There was no need for investigation. I have seen those little bad habits of yours on television several times. The essence of a person is difficult to alter. I deduced your behavioral patterns from this morning until now. Zhang Yang spoke earnestly, and Hawkeye nodded in firm agreement. Zhang Yang cleared his throat. Agent Barton, if you do not mind, I would like to request that you entrust your bow to me. From this day forth, your bow shall be under my guardianship. I encountered this training method in a martial arts novel. It spoke of sword practice, yet here it pertains to archery. Both are weapons. Do they not serve a similar purpose? This is intended to hone your skills. You wield a particular weapon daily, and your familiarity with it is profound. However, sometimes, such intimate knowledge may not be advantageous. Hawkeye contemplated Zhang Yang's words before relinquishing the bow and arrows to him. Zhang Yang then presented him with a set of martial arts attire, purely a matter of conforming to local customs rather than a training method. Hawkeye changed into the outfit. Zhang Yang had to admit that Hawkeye indeed possessed a striking visage. Any style of clothing seemed to suit him, as if he were destined for the runway. When a few children saw Hawkeye dressed in the same attire, devoid of bow and arrows, their curiosity dissipated, and they promptly returned to their training. Furthermore, having squandered half the morning, they were determined to make up for lost time in the afternoon. Zhang Yang was quite pleased with this development. Did they truly believe that changing his clothing was merely a matter of fitting in? How naive! Amidst a sea of blossoms, a single red flower stood out. Even without the bow and arrows, the children would still gravitate towards him, driven by their insatiable curiosity. Would they abandon their training? On a weekend, having come to class without learning anything would be unacceptable. Hawkeye noticed that the children were no longer approaching him and glanced down at his attire. At that moment, Zhang Yang approached, holding a cup of tea, exuding an air of ethereal grace. By donning this ensemble, you are now one of us. This is what it means to blend into your surroundings. Hawkeye scoffed softly. I suspect you are merely concerned that those children would swarm around me instead of practicing their skills. But you are mistaken. If training is not pursued willingly, then coercing practice is futile. Zhang Yang proudly pointed to the children diligently practicing within the hall, those who had surrounded Hawkeye with inquiries earlier that morning. These children were now engrossed in their training, exhibiting even greater determination than before. Behold, this illustrates the self-discipline of our martial arts academy students. I am not merely boasting. They are indeed promising talents, possessing not only strong physiques, but also admirable character. Hawkeye surveyed the room and recognized the potential in each child, nodding in satisfaction. However, Zhang Yang sensed a flicker of intent in Hawkeye's gaze. Let me caution you, do not be tempted to recruit from this group simply because they are exceptional. Hawkeye shook his head. They are still too young. Nurturing them would require considerable time and energy, which is rather taxing. Yet in his heart, he added a silent caveat. Not likely. He was indeed contemplating recruitment, but needed to conceal this from his companion, lest the week ahead be less than pleasant. If he were to recruit, it would necessitate a conversation with those adept at persuasion, ensuring that any potential recruits were willingly swayed. Zhang Yang Chuklet, do you think that what someone says is definitive? Are they mere children of 3? I wouldn't trust a word of it. Chapter 92. When in Rome regarding Hawkeye's subtle intentions, Zhang Yang chose not to comment. Everyone is entitled to their own choices. Yet at least they are currently practicing within his martial arts school. One must not allow others to undermine one's foundation. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing if word got out. Speaking of which, you have yet to answer my earlier question. You had me change clothes solely to prevent these children from incessantly questioning me, did you not? Oh, how unjustly you accuse me. With that tank top of yours. You are a beacon in the wild and in the darkness, but here it is simply not appropriate. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow, gazing at Hawkeye as if he were a petulant child misbehaving. You must learn to integrate into this martial arts school rather than stand out. Just as you must learn to be discreet when executing a mission, either form of concealment necessitates blending seamlessly with the environment. When I say you should adapt to local customs, I believe the phrase is apt. Do you not wish to become part of our whole? But I am here for training, not to practice concealment. Zhang Yang blinked in surprise. This is indeed part of your training. He led Hawkeye to the backyard, pointing at the patch of land where he had yet to finish planting the seedlings. Plant those seedlings. Hawkeye looked at Zhang Yang incredulously. I did not come here to be a farmer. This too is part of your training. It aligns with the teachings of those martial arts novels, which suggest that one should distance oneself from familiar weapons for a time. During this interval, you must learn to live, and when you reclaim your weapon, it will feel different. Although Zhang Yang was uncertain about the true nature of training, he certainly did not subscribe to the notion espoused by Agent Felt of shooting at will. Should he then impart the principles of the Hunyuan Heart Sutra to Hawkeye? Regardless, a dead horse is better than none at all. Hawkeye frowned, but, recalling the director's admonition to follow orders and arrangements, he begrudgingly began to tend to the garden. Zhang Yang stood at the entrance of the backyard with a cup of tea, glancing left at his students practicing and right at Hawkeye planting vegetables. Such is the beauty of life. That evening, Zhang Yang showcased his skills to Hawkeye, demonstrating what it means to be adept in both the dining room and the kitchen, to combat villains while also embodying the role of a teacher. Yet, he dared not open the Lao Gan Ma or bring out the pickled vegetables. At this rate, his martial arts school would soon resemble a wholesale establishment for Marvel Heroes cuisine. Il s'agit d'homme et Chinese cuisine, auquel remarque. Holding his chopsticks, as if he were a toddler, just learning to use them. Could I have a fork, please? Zhang Yang shook his head. You must adapt to local customs. Eating Chinese food requires the use of chopsticks. But I cannot use chopsticks. They present a challenge for my fingers. Zhang Yang offered a reassuring smile. Fear not. I have additional equipment available. He retrieved a pair of children's learning chopsticks from the drawer and handed them to Hawkeye. Study diligently and strive for improvement every day. Hawkeye regarded the chopsticks with pursed lips before discarding them and picking up his original pair. I remember now. I can still use them. Zhang Yang nodded. Then I shall put these learning chopsticks away. As he neatly stored them, a triumphant smile graced Zhang Yang's face. A seasoned operative, accustomed to executing tasks in the wilderness, would find little difference between using chopsticks and 2 sticks to eat in the wild. Hawkeye took a bite of the dish, his eyes instantly lighting up. Oh my goodness, Zhang, this food is exquisite. You are truly a genius. With that exclamation, he disregarded Zhang Yang and began to devour the meal voraciously. By the end, Zhang Yang was relieved he had cooked extra rice. For this fellow had consumed 3 bowls and cleared most of the dishes on the table. Now I understand why Tony Stark frequents your place. Is it because he's a foodie? No, it's because you are an absolute treasure. Such an exalted compliment. I appreciate your praise, but I believe you could join me in tidying the dishes and doing some exercise to help digest your meal. Of course, after cleaning the kitchen, Hawkeye hesitated before speaking. I would like to practice archery for a while. I think you can wait a couple of days. We have other activities planned after dinner. Confused, Hawkeye followed Zhang Yang upstairs, where he was taken aback by a row of needles. Can it be cupping therapy? I actually quite enjoy that. Zhang Yang shook his head. No. All right then. Hawkeye resignedly sat in a chair, but as Zhang Yang approached with a needle aimed at his temple, he sprang up. What do you intend to do? To assist you. But you just aimed a needle at my temple. Come on. It's about acupoint location. Even Tony has endured a tongue needle. Hawkeye was astonished. Why would he do that? Zhang Yang's gaze shifted nervously. Your eyes are wandering. You're lying. Hawkeye quickly detected his discomfort. Fine. I admit that Tony did not volunteer for that. I used the golden needle to immobilize him, then opened his mouth and pricked his tongue. Why? Hawkeye was puzzled. I want to see if I could cure his incessant chatter. With that explanation, Hawkeye grasped the rationale behind such an action, but surmised. I doubt you managed to silence him, as he still seems quite talkative. Zhang Yang sruget non chomitali. But that doesn't mean you can jam my temple. That area is far too critical. However, that place can also benefit your vision. What does that mean? The visual nerves connect to your brain, and I am now going to stimulate your entire nervous system, elevating them to their utmost peak of activity. Zhang Yang elaborated on this. Thus, we can ascertain how long your visual optimal performance can be sustained amidst heightened tension. Is this duration significant? I feel as though I am perpetually at my peak. Hawkeye disagreed. I refer to the optimal visual performance duration. It is akin to a person who can never remain in a state of excitement indefinitely. I have aligned his vision with the gustatory nerves, among others. You undoubtedly feel your eyes are in exceptional condition when you shoot arrows. Yet this remarkable period cannot possibly last for 4 or 5 hours. Hawkeye fell silent. I hope that with the aid of the Jin acupuncture technique, we may extend your optimal visual performance duration to half an hour to an hour. Hawkeye appeared somewhat swayed. Agent Barton, you must understand that sometimes on the battlefield, even a single second can alter the tide of war. Chapter 93. A tall tree attracts the wind. Hawkeye was completely convinced. He sat in the pharmacy with needles adorning his head. Agent Field, witnessing such a scene, momentarily fell silent, observing how Hawkeye's first day of official training unfolded. This training method is truly unique. This is not merely a training method, Zhang Yang corrected. This is a form of assisted therapy. Agent Field paused, gasped in admiration, and began to praise Zhang Yang. You are exceedingly thoughtful. How do we not conceive of such a brilliant approach ourselves? Remarkable. He chuckled, at a loss for words. You did not come here without reason, did you? Zhang Yang made this statement assertively. The situation surrounding young Jack has come to light. Agent Field produced a mobile phone from his pocket and handed it over. Apologies, I can only show you the electronic file. After you view it, please return the phone to me. Of course. Would he be the type to take things without permission? Zhang Yang briefly perused the contents and felt that young Jack's recent experiences were both pitiable and reprehensible. He had learned to meddle in affairs beyond his grasp, and his father remained blissfully unaware. Moreover, old Jack attributed his son's occasional dazed and soliloquizing behavior at home to the torment he endured after being discovered infiltrating the martial arts hall. Did his son believe he had justification for wanting to kill? This father-son duo truly exemplified societal failures. Field shared Zhang Yang's sentiments regarding the assessment. Your dossier includes only the recent experiences of the boy, lacking any information on how Hydra approached him. Zhang Yang wore a perplexed expression. Was this why he had come here at such a late hour? Agent Phil stared for a moment, then, with an apologetic expression, retrieved another phone from his pocket. At that instant, Zhang Yang harbored a degree of skepticism regarding Phil's position as a level 9 agent. Oh, don't look at me like that. Everyone makes mistakes from time to time. Besides, I'm not exactly young anymore. As Zhang Yang took the second phone, he inquired, "Shall I give you a couple of needles?" It was merely a jest, yet Agent Phil promptly seated himself. All right, thank you. Do I need to take off my jacket? At that moment, a crow cawed and flew past his head. Were all the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. so familiar? Was their motto, "Truly all men are my brothers. Feel free to be at ease"? Zhang Yang coolly produced an alcohol lamp, causing Agent Phil to fidget. He gradually stood up. Oh, suddenly, I no longer wish for acupuncture. No, you shall. As he spoke, several golden needles flew swiftly from Zhang Yang's hands, rendering Agent Phil immobile. Zhang Yang gently urged him to sit down and began to heat a golden needle, piercing it into the nape of Phil's neck, where it protruded from his collar. Each insertion elicited a gasp from Agent Phil. Across from them, Hawkeye silently shifted his chair back a bit. Zhang Yang glanced at him, prompting Hawkeye to instantly offer a warm smile. Once Zhang Yang had finished puncturing Phil with all the needles, he finally had the leisure to examine the phone. Within it lay a document, which began with the words "Top Secret" inscribed in German. As he continued reading, he discovered an investigation report concerning Zhang Yang, detailing various aspects of his life. Yet the line regarding his origins read "Unknown, Orphan, raised by the old master of the Zhang family's martial arts school." As for the information about the old master, aside from a date of disappearance, everything else was blank, with a small note at the bottom stating that nothing further could be uncovered. Gazing at the three characters that spelled Old Master, Zhang Yang fell into contemplation. This missing mentor seemed to be the key to his arrival in this world. However, the system remained tight-lipped, leaving him helpless. As Zhang Yang continued to scroll through, he stumbled upon the measures they planned to undertake against him. Hydra sought to capture him for research, intrigued by his unusual demeanor, which did not resemble a mutation, nor did it suggest any superhuman abilities. Zhang Yang sighed. It seemed that being prominent attracted attention. He had only just arrived in this world, and Hydra had already set its sights on him. Though a sense of dread accompanied the thought of being scrutinized, could it not also imply that he possessed considerable prowess, being deemed exceptional by Hydra? Zhang Yang tucked the phone back into Agent Phil's pocket. Rest assured, you are quite safe here. We know, Agent Phil replied, casting a glance around the room. Mr. Stark's meticulously crafted security and anti-counterfeiting system is undoubtedly impressive. However, our primary interest lies in uncovering information about your mentor. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow, sensing they were finally getting to the crux of the matter. It is said that the old curator suddenly informed you of his intention to be away for a while, yet nearly a month has elapsed without his return, prompting you to report him missing. Regrettably, you possess no actionable intelligence to offer. Zhang Yang nodded in understanding. You and the authorities have endeavored to probe the old curator's network of connections, only to discover that he left no traces regarding his acquaintances or social circles for either you or outsiders. Zhang Yang nodded again. Subsequently, your search bore no fruit, leading to the issuance of a missing person report. Zhang Yang continued to nod. Thus, can you recall anything beyond this? Perhaps with our assistance, we could expedite the search for your mentor. Zhang Yang shook his head. Hawkeye, positioned behind, inquired. After spending so many years with your mentor, do you truly know nothing? You have cohabited under the same roof for so long. Zhang Yang remained silent. The truth was he was entirely unaware of the matters they discussed. His genuine memories began from the day he arrived in the Marvel Universe, with everything prior shrouded in obscurity. In such circumstances, what could he articulate? Nothing at all. He could only maintain a serene silence, exuding an air of mystery, compelling others to regard the matter as private and not to pry further. Observing Zhang Yang's demeanor, Agent Phil chose not to press further. He glanced around, appearing unable to contain himself. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow, curious about what was troubling him this time. What is it? Agent Phil glanced at his left side. My left hand feels a bit itchy. With a sigh, Zhang Yang rolled up his sleeves, only to be taken aback. Both Hawkeye and Agent Phil were astonished as well, for a sizable lump had formed on Agent Phil's arm. It appeared something was wriggling within it. Wow, did you go on a jungle expedition? It looks like you've been bitten by something. Zhang Yang procured a small knife, intending to cut open the lump. Wait, Agent Phil signaled toward his pocket. I have evidence bags in my pocket. Please place whatever is inside that lump into one. Truly dedicated. Chapter 94. A vivid scene. Zhang Yang carefully and considerately prepared to lance Agent Phil's arm, replacing the need for anesthetics, and began to slice open the lump. In an instant, a revolting discharge oozed from the wound. Upon enlarging the incision, Zhang Yang extracted a coiled little worm with tweezers. Oh, how disgusting, Hawkeye remarked. When you express disgust, could you refrain from pushing your chair back? It makes me feel as though we are in this together. Hawkeye resolutely shook his head. No. Zhang Yang and Agent Fei both rolled their eyes in unison. They placed the small insect and the soiled tissue into the evidence bag requested by Agent Fei. After Zhang Yang briefly disinfected and bandaged him, he removed all of Agent Fei's golden needles and handed the bag back to him. Take your little bug and leave quickly. Agent Fei looked at Zhang Yang with a hint of apology. Soda. I just returned from a mission in the rainforest, and didn't he expect to get infested there? Zhang Yang frowned. Is this the only attire you wore in the rainforest? Of course not. I took a shower to meet you all, but I didn't notice this thing on my arm while changing. Well, it seems to grow rather rapidly. At some point, Eagle Eye had approached, glancing curiously at the contents of the evidence bag. This creature feels like it's been artificially cultivated. It probably starts to grow after attaching itself to a living host for a while. I doubt such things would naturally exist in an ordinary rainforest. It is certainly no ordinary rainforest. Agent Fei tucked the evidence bag into his pants pocket in front of both of them. Zhang Yang's pupils dilated slightly. Was he not concerned about the bag tearing? I visited a Hydra stronghold in the rainforest, specifically researching various mutated insects. He patted his phone in the pocket. I gathered clues from the information provided by that young Jack. By the way, that place is the headquarters for studying the viral mutations of plant-insect hybrids. He glanced at Zhang Yang. Those colorful test tubes you found in the refrigerator? Their colors are derived from the liquid of crushed insects. Ugh, that's quite vivid and revolting. Zhang Yang was relieved he hadn't eaten much for dinner, though Eagle Eye was not as fortunate. He clutched his stomach, looking as if he might vomit. Well, I've said what I needed to say, so I shall take my leave. Agent Fei waved at Zhang Yang. You need to escort me. I know my way. I'll close the door behind me when I leave. Farewell. With that, he departed, leaving behind a rather unpleasant image. Zhang Yang pressed the acupoint in his palm, attempting to quell the wave of nausea rising within him. You should never let him in again, Eagle Eye sincerely advised. He may not always act for the best, despite his formidable capabilities. Zhang Yang nodded. Whether I let him in depends on whether I choose to open the door. After all, he's the only one who knocks when he visits my home. He gazed at Eagle Eye. Would you like me to tally how many times you've scaled my walls or picked my locks? Eagle Eye resumed his seat, preferring to continue with the acupuncture. As the moment arrived, Zhang Yang handed the golden needle to Eagle Eye. After a brief interlude of rest, Eagle Eye opened his eyes in astonishment, discovering a remarkable comfort in his vision. He gazed around as if he were a blind man who had just regained his sight. Wow, this is truly extraordinary, If you continue this treatment with me every evening for a few days, I assure you, the results will be lasting. Oh, undoubtedly. He readily agreed to Zhang Yang's proposition, even opening the window to peer outside, overwhelmed by the delightful sensations. Eagle Eye found himself increasingly enamored with acupuncture. In the early hours of dawn, the door to Zhang Yang's room was quietly opened, and Eagle Eye stealthily entered. Before he had fully crossed the threshold, Zhang Yang's voice resonated within the room. The notion of a grown man sneaking into another man's chamber at night could lead to unflattering rumors. Acknowledging his discovery, Eagle Eye decided against hiding, standing up decisively and switching on the light in Zhang Yang's room. I merely came to retrieve my bow and arrows, he admitted. I find it impossible to sleep without them. Zhang Yang reciprocated. You may search to your heart's content, but I assure you, you will find nothing here. I have placed them in a secure location and will return them to you in 4 days. Where are they? Eagle Eye inquired. The whereabouts of your belongings are of no concern to you, for you shall not locate them, Zhang Yang replied, knowing they resided safely within his spatial realm. What a splendid hiding place, Eagle Eye asserted. I believe I can find them. Zhang Yang gestured invitingly. By all means, if you can discover them, they are yours. Zhang Yang then procured a pair of earplugs, undeterred by Eagle Eye's nocturnal antics. After a restful night, Zhang Yang opened the door the next morning to find Eagle Eye standing there. Yet he did not react in anger despite the abrupt startle. Good morning, he greeted cheerfully. Look at those dark circles under your eyes. Did you not sleep well last night? Are you certain my bow and arrows are not in your dojo? Well, they would be secure. Who said they are not in my dojo? In truth, the items accompanied him, safely tucked away in his spatial realm. If we round it off, they are indeed in the dojo, aren't they? I did not find them. Then, that is no concern of mine. I stated that if you locate them, they shall be returned to you. If not, please wait 4 days. No, considering yesterday. I should say 3 days until you can claim them. As Zhang Yang brushed past him, he playfully patted Eagle Eye on the shoulder. Young man, do not lose heart. You may search endlessly until the day arrives when I return your arrows. But are you certain you wish to spend several days seeking them instead of training? Eagle Eye shot a cold glance at Zhang Yang. I tilled the land for you yesterday, and I prepared your meals. Zhang Yang contret. This fellow seemed to recall only his own labors, conveniently forgetting the delightful feast he had enjoyed. He has consumed 3 bowls of rice. Eagle Eye stood still for a moment, contemplating, then quickened his pace to catch up with Zhang Yang as they descended the stairs. So it's settled then. In 3 days, you will return it to me. I shall accept the training, but I refuse to tend to the fields. Zhang Yang pointed towards the plum blossom stake in the backyard. Today, we shall not farm. Today, we shall practice leaping. Eagle Eye glanced in the direction he indicated. I possess excellent balance. I want to fall. No, no, no. It's not about standing still. Zhang Yang shook his finger, an enigmatic expression upon his face. Today, I will have you experience what high-altitude dodgeball truly entails. Chapter 95. A serendipitous misfire half an hour later. The children aged 5 and 6 from the martial arts school surrounded the plum blossom stake, hurling sandbags. Eagle Eye clumsily dodged atop it. Zhang Yang had deliberately filled each sandbag with colored powder, which splattered vividly against the white fabric of his kung fu outfit. This is unfair, Eagle Eye protested. How is this unfair? Zhang Yang pointed at the group of little rascals. They are just children pitted against a battle-hardened warrior like you. This is entirely fair. Eagle Eye wished to voice further objections, but Zhang Yang had already turned away, hands behind his back, walking inside. In an instant, Eagle Eye seized a sandbag thrown his way and hurled it at Zhang Yang with force and speed, confident that he could not evade it. Yet, in the very moment the sandbag was released, Zhang Yang sidestepped to the left with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. With a resounding smack, the sandbag struck Luo Yuan, who had approached to seek guidance from his master, on the forehead. He collapsed without uttering a sound. Everyone was taken aback. Zhang Yang calmly checked Luo Yuan's neck and forehead. He asked, fine, just fainted. Let us continue practicing. He waved his hand, and the children resumed their activities, while Zhang Yang stepped over the unconscious Luo Yuan and entered the house. Eagle Eye gazed incredulously at Luo Yuan on the ground. Is your master Zhang simply leaving him there? He questioned the circle of children surrounding him. He will wake up soon. It's not his first time fainting. A little girl with a bun replied in a sweet voice. Brother Luo Yuan is used to it. Every time he spars with master, he either gets thrown or faints. Eagle Eye paused, suddenly feeling a pang of sympathy for the unfortunate boy on the ground. However, he quickly shifted to feeling rather unfortunate himself. The children, regaining their composure, resumed throwing sandbags at him. With the limited space atop the plum blossom stake, he leapt back and forth, but his leg muscles gradually began to tire. With about an hour remaining before the midday break, Zhang Yang called the children inside to practice. Eagle Eye swiftly descended from the plum blossom stake and sat down. "You are putting me through this," he remarked, his face etched with unprecedented fatigue. "This is exhausting. It's akin to an intense workout for my thigh muscles. It is not merely an exercise of my reflexes. Are you truly training my reflexes?" Zhang Yang extended his hand, drawing Hawkeye toward the door, directing his attention to a row of students squatting in a horse stance against the wall. This was the third batch of students squatting today, each session lasting a mere 5 minutes. From the very first group, I have accompanied them in practice, never once doubting the necessity of training my thighs. He regarded Hawkeye, emphasizing that archery demands a stable foundation, and they were training together. Hawkeye, however, was less than convinced. "Yet, I am swift in my running, with agile movements." Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow, challenging him to demonstrate. He turned, effortlessly leaping onto a set of plum blossom poles with elegant poise. "Now, come and strike me, as a means to vent your frustrations from the past few days." "Wow, that was your suggestion." Hawkeye gathered all the sandbags from the ground and flung them outward, akin to a fisherman casting a net, leaving no angle untouched for Zhang Yang. Yet, in the next moment, Hawkeye was taken aback. Zhang Yang, balancing on a plum blossom pole, leaped gracefully, his movements almost ethereal, an indescribable sight for Hawkeye. Ultimately, as all the sandbags settled, Zhang Yang remained pristine in his white training garb. Hawkeye stood in astonishment, finally comprehending the steadfastness of Director Fury. "I was utterly mesmerized," he admitted. "You are performing magic right before my eyes. What appears as magic to you is simply the result of relentless practice to me." At this, Hawkeye nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well. What shall we practice next? Speak up." He seemed ignited with determination, brimming with energy. "Now, go wash up, then join me for dinner." Zhang Yang regarded him with mild disdain, observing his colorful attire. "You resemble a palette at the moment." Hawkeye felt a sudden urge to retaliate. Who was to blame for his colorful appearance? This person had the audacity to criticize him. After lunch, Zhang Yang instructed Luo Yuan to guide Hawkeye in practicing Tai Chi. Hawkeye observed the lively individual before him and expressed concern. "How is your head? That sandbag I threw this morning was rather heavy." Luo Yuan touched the bump on his forehead and shook his head. "Your sandbag's force was manageable. It was simply the impact on my head that caused me to faint." At this point, a spark of excitement ignited within him. "How did you cultivate such strength? Do you lift weights?" "I have considered participating in a triathlon in a couple of years. That would require rigorous training." Hawkeye assessed Luo Yuan's physique, noting it was somewhat lacking. "Does your master not train your physique?" Luo Yuan shook his head. "I focus on martial arts and technique, without specific conditioning for my physique. However, my master claims he has been subtly enhancing my physicality." Hawkeye felt this boy had been misled by his master. "How then do you know your physique has been developed?" Upon reaching this point, Luo Yuan proudly lifted his chin. After all, every time he sparred with his master, he would invariably be sent flying. Yet, he emerged from each encounter relatively unscathed. Eagle Eye cast a peculiar glance his way. Later that evening, he inquired of Zhang Yang regarding Luo Yuan's mention of physical training. Zhang Yang wished to convey that Luo Yuan's physique was solely honed through rigorous practice. Initially, the boy often sought out real combat training, and Zhang Yang believed that a boy should mature through such trials. Thus, from the very beginning, he spared no effort, and, as a result, Luo Yuan's physique was sculpted through these bouts. It was a case of fortunate happenstance, unlikely to be replicated. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yang responded, "The reason I took him as my disciple is that his physique is somewhat exceptional, belonging to that type that grows rapidly." Eagle Eye nodded, having encountered such extraordinary talent before. "Why do you ask this?" Zhang Yang assessed his muscles. "You should be fine, right?" Eagle Eye shrugged. "I was merely asking out of curiosity." In the following days, Eagle Eye spent his mornings playing dodgeball with a group of children on the plum blossom stakes. And in the afternoons, he practiced Tai Chi with Luo Yuan. When the appointed day arrived, before he could voice anything, he discovered his bow and arrows on the table in his room, perfectly preserved. He approached Zhang Yang, bow in hand. To be honest, I am quite curious about where you conceal my bow. I searched various corners these past few days and found nothing. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. If I tell you, it will no longer be a secret. Chapter 96. A display of skill. Eagle, I harbored a distinct sentiment toward his longtime comrade, with whom he had fought side by side for years. After so many days apart, holding it again brought forth an entirely new sensation. Observing Eagle Eye strike poses, Zhang Yang casually inquired, "How does it feel now?" Eagle Eye's expression was one of uncertainty, as if he found it difficult to articulate, overwhelmed by the multitude of thoughts vying for expression. "It's wonderful." After much contemplation, he ultimately chose these two words to encapsulate his current sentiment. "In any case, I struggle to precisely describe how I feel now. Do you understand this uniquely wondrous sensation?" Zhang Yang simply smiled in response. Seeing Zhang Yang smile, Eagle Eye nodded. "All right, it seems you do understand." Zhang Yang was taken aback. Understand what? He was unaware. He merely did not know how to answer, thus resorting to a smile. It appeared that Eagle Eye had misconstrued his reaction, as he continued speaking to himself. "You have experienced such feelings." No, he had not. "Therefore, you know how to train me." No, he did not. "How long have you been away from your weapon?" Quite a while. It has indeed been quite a while since the last time I wielded the Xianyuan sword in combat. This statement has finally proven true to him. Hawkeye nodded in comprehension. To his astonishment, he had acquired a bow and arrows. What should he train in next? Hawkeye displayed a face brimming with enthusiasm. Zhang Yang was uncertain about what to train next, but he could certainly put on a display for him, since he had the newly acquired bow and arrows. Would he not want to experience the sensation of attack? Upon hearing Zhang Yang's inquiry, Hawkeye paused momentarily, pondering what was meant by the sensation of attack. Could it be that Zhang Yang intended for him to shoot at him with the bow? With a skeptical attitude, he posed the question, only to receive an affirmative response. He was momentarily taken aback, quickly shaking his head. "I would never aim my weapon at my friends or comrades." Zhang Yang shook his head, determined to correct the misunderstanding in their conversation. "Are you aiming your bow and arrows at your friends and comrades to slay them? That is absolutely out of the question." "So, are you aiming at me to kill me?" "Of course not." "Then why can you not aim at me?" Hawkeye contemplated this and suddenly found the reasoning quite compelling. "Should I hold back when I shoot arrows later?" Zhang Yang profociati feliz smiled. "Then you should give it a try." Hawkeye was indeed spurred on by Zhang Yang's teasing grin, and the two took advantage of the quiet night to practice in the backyard. When Hawkeye released his first arrow, Zhang Yang stood still. Hawkeye immediately panicked. "Zhang, get out of the way." Zhang Yang smiled at him, and just as the arrow was a mere fist distance away, he executed an astonishing backward bend, allowing the arrow to fly harmlessly overhead. Hawkeye felt a trickle of nervous sweat. "Zhang, if you do that again next time, I won't practice with you anymore." "Fear not. I shall ensure that not a single arrow hits you today." "Then do not speak so confidently." Hawkeye swiftly released another arrow, but this time Zhang Yang did not remain still. The moment the arrow was loosed, he darted to the left. In an instant, Hawkeye swiftly drew another arrow, shooting in the direction where Zhang Yang had just moved. Zhang Yang, having anticipated this, quickly shifted to another direction just as the arrow was released. Hawkeye, stimulated by his actions, began to shoot arrows at an increasingly rapid pace, gradually matching the speed he exhibited during combat. Yet, not a single arrow managed to touch Zhang Yang, not even grazing him. As the last arrow from the quiver was released, Zhang Yang chose not to evade. The moment the arrow grazed past him, he seized it. This act signified Hawkeye's defeat. Stunned, he gazed at Zhang Yang, seemingly unable to believe the outcome. "What do you think of my dodging just now?" Zhang Yang approached Hawkeye, who was intently fixated on the arrow in his hand. He extended the arrow towards him. "If you desire swifter speed, it is not impossible. However, you seem to have overlooked a crucial detail." "What is it?" "The process of reaching behind to retrieve an arrow will always lag behind a bullet that is already chambered." "You speak the truth." Hawkeye seated himself on a nearby bench, the arrow resting beside him. "Yet, if you can anticipate the enemy's trajectory, it may not be impossible." Hawkeye abruptly lifted his head. "What do you mean by that?" Zhang Yang settled beside him. "Do you truly not grasp my meaning? If the adversary dashes to the left, you merely need to position yourself slightly to the left of their path, precisely where they will be struck." Hawkeye's shoulders sagged. "I understand this principle. I assumed you would divulge something more profound." "I certainly have more to share. Zhang Yang replied with a mysterious smile. So let me ask you, how was I able to evade all your attempts? Was it my ability to predict your actions? Hawkeye shook his head. It was your reflexes. Incorrect. Zhang Yang countered instantly, leaving Hawkeye momentarily stunned. It is my reflexes combined with my anticipation of your moves. As you currently have only me as your target wherever I evade, your arrow shall follow. As long as I swiftly shift from one position to another, I can ensure your aim misses me. Hawkeye appeared somewhat taken aback. It is that simple. Zhang Yang shrugged. Indeed, it is that simple. In the midst of battle, we often complicate the straightforward and oversimplify the complex. Yet once combat ensues, will our contemplations truly be of utility? The seasoned Hawkeye shook his head. Zhang Yang was not mistaken. Often, well-devised strategies falter under the slightest alteration, necessitating on-the-spot adaptability. In various operations, it is sometimes essential to devise multiple plans. Yet, when action commences, reality seldom aligns with our expectations. The same applies to marksmanship. If you continually aim at a single target, that target will inevitably realize they are in your sights. If they persist in fleeing, you shall never hit them. So what should I do? Hawkeye regarded Zhang Yang with hopeful eyes. Zhang Yang bowed, realizing he had been so engrossed in imparting wisdom that he had not contemplated a solution himself. He had not fully considered the matter. He merely intended to showcase his insights regarding Hawkeye's flawed approach. He was not an expert. How could he possibly know how to improve? Lowering his head, Zhang Yang feigned contemplation, rapidly recalling the techniques of seasoned martial artists. Chapter 97. Overstepping one's bounds, Zhang Yang rummaged through his thoughts when he suddenly caught sight of the strap on Hawkeye's leg. He pointed at it, exclaiming, "You cannot possibly venture out on missions armed solely with a bow and arrow." Hawkeye nodded, acknowledging the necessity of modern weaponry at times. "You should have mentioned that sooner." Zhang Yang cleared his throat. "If you carry a firearm, what purpose does the bow serve?" "For long-range kills," Hawkeye replied, spinning an arrow around his fingertips. "The range of a handgun is limited, whereas my bow can reach further." Zhang Yang slapped his thigh, affirming precisely, individuals at greater distances possess limited vision. They cannot see you lurking in the shadows. Employing a bow against someone just a few steps away is a waste. In such scenarios, you should resort to your handgun. Therefore, forget everything I just said. Erase it from your memory. Zhang Yang insisted, hoping that Hawkeye would cease his idle chatter. "No, I must not forget." Hawkeye suddenly stood up, causing Zhang Yang to flinch. "What you just conveyed is that one cannot rely solely on a single tool. One must utilize instruments suited for close proximity in close encounters, and those advantageous for distance when engaging from afar, correct? In the past, even in close quarters, I would not employ a handgun, opting instead to use my bow as a weapon in hand-to-hand combat. Clearly, I have not pondered this deeply enough." Hawkeye recalled instances when he had wielded his bow in close combat, only for it to break, leaving him to resort to using arrows as weapons, stabbing and piercing his foes when they closed in. Zhang Yang stood frozen in place, astonished. Had he inadvertently helped Hawkeye find clarity? Was this a testament to the remarkable ingenuity of a Marvel hero, or had he somehow bestowed upon him a moment of enlightenment? Chuckling, Zhang Yang patted Hawkeye on the shoulder. "It's getting late. You should retire for the night. Early to bed and early to rise benefits both body and mind." With that, Zhang Yang nearly fled upstairs. Upon entering his room, he swiftly locked the door behind him. System, come forth. "Host, I am here. I nearly slipped up just now." "Host, I heard. You have been somewhat reckless lately, but fortunately, you did not falter." "Had I faltered, it would have been disastrous." Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. "System, please set a warning bell or something. If I begin to ramble again, sound the alarm. Apologies, host, but this system cannot comply. Just refrain from rambling." Zhang Yang sighed, rolling his eyes once more. "System, yes. Farewell. I truly wish to cease communication. Every interaction leads to such exasperating outcomes." The thought of Hawkeye remaining here for 3 more days filled Zhang Yang with despair, and he threw himself beneath the covers. "I have certainly overstepped." The following day, he descended the stairs feeling somewhat uneasy, only to find Hawkeye standing on a series of wooden stumps, an archery target positioned in the distance as he practiced his aim. Upon releasing an arrow, he swiftly drew a pistol from his leg and aimed it at a nearby wooden post. He repeated the action once more. Zhang Yang approached, utterly perplexed. "What are you doing?" "Practicing drawing my gun while archery," came the reply. Oh, Zhang Yang nodded in understanding. Did you have breakfast? Pickled vegetable noodles, Hawkeye affirmed, his focus unwavering as he continued to practice. Zhang Yang hurriedly prepared a bowl of noodles that were both visually appealing and aromatic. Yet Hawkeye remained engrossed in his movements even while eating. This diligent demeanor evoked a sense of admiration in Zhang Yang. Mid-meal, Hawkeye suddenly looked up at him. How will we train later? A cough caught Zhang Yang off guard. Finish your meal, he insisted, gesturing toward the bowl in his hands. If the noodles become mushy, they will lose their appeal. At this, Hawkeye lowered his head and began to eat with fervor. Zhang Yang silently covered his face, feeling a pang of concern. Had he inadvertently become a source of mischief? Observing Hawkeye, it was as if he viewed him as a mentor. After their meal, Zhang Yang instructed Luo Yuan to take Hawkeye for Tai Chi practice while he rushed upstairs. He rummaged through his study, gathering books filled with historical anecdotes and idiomatic expressions. After a morning of diligent effort, he translated tales such as the story of Ji Chong learning archery and the fable of hitting a target from 100 paces into English, compiling them onto a disc. He dashed downstairs, informing Luo Yuan to provide lunch for Hawkeye, and hurriedly made his way outside. Zhang Yang intentionally sought a printing shop outside of Chinatown to print and bind the translated materials. Even when the shopkeeper quoted an exorbitant price, he paid without haggling. By the time he rushed back, Hawkeye had already returned from his visit to Luo Yuan's home. Oh, Zhang, you're back, Hawkeye exclaimed, excitedly showcasing a takeout of bean juice. This is absolutely delightful. In that instant, Zhang Yang forgot his initial purpose, staring at Hawkeye in shock. Was this fellow truly so peculiar? Enjoying bean juice of all things. Luo Yuan approached Zhang Yang, his expression one of incredulity. Master, when we were collecting breakfast from our stall, we accidentally left the bean juice behind. He mistook it for water and took a sip, then exclaimed how delicious it was. This just proves the excellence of our Chinese cuisine. There is no other explanation. My father, seeing his enjoyment, decided to give him all the leftovers from today. Zhang Yang was taken aback. Did he have lunch at your house today? Luo Yuan shook his head. He only drank bean juice. At this rate, he will surely have a stomachache later. Zhang Yang patted Luo Yuan on the shoulder, signaling his understanding. Hawkeye, having finished showcasing his bean juice, finally noticed the items in Zhang Yang's hands. Oh, you were in such a hurry this morning to buy books, weren't you? No, I created a book just for you. Zhang Yang led him into the study, and once the door was securely closed, he handed over the book in his possession. Hawkeye flipped through its pages, his eyes lighting up with astonishment. Wow, I never imagined that within the vast river of Chinese civilization, there existed so many thought-provoking tales. He gazed at Zhang Yang with the book cradled in his hands. Is this for me? Zhang Yang nodded. This is the cost of my ramblings. Oh, Zhang, you are truly wonderful, having assisted me so much. Zhang Yang, maintaining a serious demeanor, pointed towards the corner where safe stood. You have also provided me with tuition. Oh, my apologies. That. Zhang Yang noticed the hesitation in his expression and paused, suddenly concerned. Could that item be counterfeit? Your female landlord has fallen victim. Zhang Yang sighed in relief. Grateful it was not counterfeit. Wait, victimized? How could that be? He was incredulous. Just a few days ago, we were still in communication. It was Hydra's doing. Her flight route was secretly altered, landing at an airport prearranged by Hydra. Are they attempting to hijack the plane? They seek subjects for experimentation. Hawkeye's voice grew, tinged with anger. They have massacred everyone aboard the aircraft, using them as living test subjects. Zhang Yang felt a tightening in his throat. Were there any survivors when you arrived? Hawkeye fell silent. Zhang Yang nodded. He understood the answer. So when I called later, the person on the other end mentioned discussing the sale of the house at a later time. That was one of your people, wasn't he it? A voice modulator. Zhang Yang nodded, comprehension dawning upon him. Yet, the pressure in his throat remained, as it was the first time he had received news of death concerning those close to him. Chapter 98, Donations. Zhang Yang called Tony, inquiring about Pepperpot's phone number. What do you intend to do? Tony's voice on the other end was laced with suspicion, akin to a pig guarding its cabbage. Isn't there a foundation under your name? I wish to make a donation. How much can you contribute? Tony responded, his skepticism palpable. I'm not looking down on you, but Zhang, my foundation requires a minimum of 1 million. I wish to donate 8 million. This was the sum initially agreed upon for purchasing the building. A loud crash echoed from the other end, and Zhang Yang surmised that Tony had likely toppled from his chair. After a brief pause, Tony's voice returned, exclaiming, "Hold on, I fell. My tailbone hurts. I think I may have fractured it." Zhang Yang rolled his eyes, thinking Tony's tailbone was unlikely to be harmed. "Oh, I didn't quite catch that. How much did you say?" Zhang Yang reiterated his offer. 8 million. This time, there was no sound of heavy objects falling, but the line fell silent for nearly a minute. "Oh, I didn't quite catch that. How much did you say?" Zhang Yang held his phone in one hand while opening a portal to the basement of the villa with the other. Upon arrival, he found himself face to face with Tony, their proximity almost intimate. 8 million, he exclaimed before retreating back. Tony stood in stunned silence for a few seconds, gazing at the empty air before him, his frustration palpable. "Hey, since you've come all this way, can't you sit down for a cup of tea before you leave?" "No time. When will you be free then? And when will you give me Pepper's number?" "I'll give it to you when you come over for tea," Tony retorted from the other end of the line with a hint of annoyance. "I've been consuming a fair amount of Lao Gama lately. I believe I have Colonel Rhodes' number. He has Pepper's. I should bid you farewell now and call Colonel Rhodes." "You needn't contact Colonel Rhodes. I'll handle this personally. Await my news." This time, Tony hung up far quicker than Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang listened to the busy signal on his phone, bewildered. The speed with which Tony hung up resembled that of a debt collector rather than a plea for assistance. Mr. Tony Stark's actions were increasingly perplexing. As Zhang Yang opened the door to head downstairs, he encountered Hawkeye at the third-floor landing. "Did you hear everything?" Hawkeye nodded. "You need TB like this. 8 million is no trifling sum." Zhang Yang glanced at the check in his hand, which represented the 8 million he had earned through the system, recently deposited into a newly opened account at a Swiss bank. "I initially saved this money to purchase this plot of land. Now that the landlord is gone, keeping this money feels peculiar, though I cannot quite articulate why." Hawkeye paused, then spoke in a tone that resembled consolation. "Once a life is lost, it cannot be restored. She had no family or friends. Her possessions are already arranged for donation to society. You need not go to such lengths. Consider it my way of accumulating virtue." Zhang Yang replied, tucking the check away and glancing at the pleasant weather outside. "Barton, allow me to teach you a sequence of steps." He recalled a technique from the Lingbo Weibo, which enabled one to navigate perilously along narrow ledges. This would serve as compensation for the news Hawkeye had just imparted. Zhang Yang led Hawkeye to the rooftop, where he stood atop the railing. "Once you master this maneuver, you'll have an additional escape route from the rooftop." As he spoke, he demonstrated the technique. He gracefully traversed along the railing, lined with flower pots, his steps steady and serpentine. Each time it appeared he might tumble off, he deftly regained his balance, returning to safety. Having completed the fluid demonstration, Zhang Yang leaped down from the railing and looked at Hawkeye. "Did you grasp it?" Hawkeye stood in astonishment, shaking his head. "Then let us practice the steps on solid ground." Zhang Yang began to walk step by step, and Eagle Eye promptly followed behind, diligently noting each stride. The sequence of movements was rather intricate. It took Eagle Eye 5 attempts to grasp the general idea, yet he still stumbled upon his own feet while executing them. "With just 2 days remaining, you must master this," Zhang Yang urged. He brewed tea at the tea table, observing Eagle Eye as he learned the steps akin to a child taking his first steps, occasionally tripping. Eagle Eye had no time to respond to Zhang Yang, as he was grappling with one particularly troublesome step that consistently caused him to falter. After stumbling repeatedly to the count of 7 or 8 times, Zhang Yang could no longer bear to watch. "Why not try shifting your weight onto your toes?" he suggested. Eagle Eye attempted it, asking, "Is this how it should be?" Zhang Yang nodded affirmatively. Seeing the confirmation, Eagle Eye employed this method from start to finish without further mishaps. Delighted by Eagle Eye's newfound ability, Zhang Yang invited him for a cup of tea before resuming their practice. "Chinese martial arts are truly remarkable," Eagle Eye exclaimed after sipping his tea. "Those steps would be invaluable in a confined space during combat." Zhang Yang smiled. "I'll have the opportunity to teach you new techniques." However, Eagle Eye shook his head. "This is sufficient for me. Let us focus on mastering it first." Zhang Yang was somewhat surprised by his insight. "Very well. Once you become proficient, I shall teach you more." After finishing his tea, Eagle Eye contemplated and decided to speak up. "You need not donate that 8 million. It is a significant sum." Zhang Yang shook his head. "It brings me no peace of mind." Tony's pace was exasperatingly slow. Nearly 5 hours had passed before he finally sent the Foundation's account details, accompanied by a rather provocative message. Send the money promptly. Zhang Yang pulled out a check, snapped a photo, and sent it over. Mere minutes later, there was a knock at the door below, accompanied by Tony's distinctive loud voice. Zhang, open the door. I've come personally to collect the funds. Eagle Eye, practicing archery in the backyard, casually opened the door. Tony paused, surprised to see him. Why are you the one opening the door? Because he is learning from me, Zhang Yang replied leisurely as he descended the stairs, eyeing Tony's ostentatious demeanor at the entrance. Did you take all that time just to fly over from Los Angeles? Of course. Tony disregarded Eagle Eye entirely, striding past him into the house. A friend of mine, whom I believe to be financially modest, suddenly offers $8 million for donation. I had to see if he was being coerced or had encountered some misfortune. Tony scanned the dojo, suddenly pointing at Eagle Eye. Is this fellow the one threatening you? Eagle Eye rolled his eyes and returned to practicing his weapon in the backyard. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes and produced a check, slipping it into Tony's hand. Tony, holding the check, nearly popped his eyes out in astonishment. Goodness, are you serious? Did you rob a bank? I robbed you. Chapter 99. No anger. The kitchen of the martial arts hall remained a familiar and cherished place for Tony. Seated at the head of the table, Zhang Yang, arms crossed and apron tied around his waist, observed as the two previously indifferent brothers voraciously devoured their preserved vegetable and shredded pork noodles, one of them cracking open a bottle of Lao Ganma. Just moments ago, these two had nearly clashed in the hall, and to prevent an altercation, Zhang Yang had hastily inquired if they were hungry, which led them to retreat to opposite sides, one requesting preserved vegetable noodles and the other insisting on Lao Ganma. The $800,000 check had long been discarded by Tony. Eating took precedence over mere paper. I think we should add more preserved vegetables next time. They're delicious, suggested Hawkeye. The dish is called preserved vegetable and shredded pork, so without the shredded pork, how can it still be called that? The ratio is just right, Tony countered. Next time, let's mix the noodles with Lao Ganma, Hawkeye reiterated, pointing at the condiment. That works, and we can also have a dish of preserved vegetables as a side. Tony agreed. Zhang Yang was amused. These two were actually having a discussion. He slammed his palm on the table with a loud bang, causing the two to fall silent instantly. Pardon me, I spotted an insect and dealt with it, he said, pretending to blow away the non-existent bug carcass and gesturing for them to continue. Immediately, the two shook their heads vigorously. Oh, no more discussion. Let's eat quickly. It's nearly 11. Early to bed. Early to rise is good for our health. The two promptly buried their heads in their bowls. After finishing their meal, they quickly washed their bowls and rushed to ascend the stairs for a rest. Come back, Zhang Yang called out. The two turned on their heels immediately. Zhang Yang pointed at Tony. I meant for Tony to return. He forgot something. Tony looked bewildered. He had secured the lid of Lao Ganma and washed his bowl. What else could he possibly have forgotten? Zhang Yang indicated the check on the table. You forgot my charitable donation. Tony shoved the check into his pocket and scampered upstairs with Hawkeye. Zhang Yang recited the calming mantra twice in his mind to quell his urge to unleash his frustration. These two were like sworn enemies, utterly exasperating. The next morning, Hawkeye was already practicing his steps on the rooftop, while Tony was undoubtedly still asleep. With Hawkeye departing in a couple of days, Zhang Yang decided to take him out for a breakfast of doji, a rare treat as he finally had someone who could appreciate it. Let him experience the sensation of sitting by the roadside, savoring the taste of fermented mung bean milk. It is a distinct feeling. As Zhang Yang exited the martial arts school, the people around him greeted him warmly, and he reciprocated their salutations until he settled at the entrance of Uncle Luo's breakfast shop, finally having the opportunity to sip some water to soothe his throat. Master Zhang, is breakfast the same as always? Uncle Luo enthusiastically emerged to greet him. Yes, please prepare the same for my friend as well. Certainly. Uncle Luo busied himself within, and while Zhang Yang exchanged a few pleasantries with the parents of several students, breakfast was promptly served. Upon noticing that Zhang Yang was about to eat, the others took their leave. Eagle Eye observed Zhang Yang and his surroundings intently throughout. What is the matter? Zhang Yang queried, noticing Eagle Eye's focused scrutiny, reminiscent of someone surveying a mission site. You are quite beloved and respected, Eagle Eye remarked with a sense of wonder. Yet, you are merely the owner of a small martial arts school in Chinatown, lacking influence or foundation here. Strangely, those who are wealthy, powerful, and established all seem to befriend you. Some even appear to idolize you. As Zhang Yang sipped his fermented mung bean milk, he relished the flattery. You're truly unique. Eagle Eye continued, and Zhang Yang felt that eagle eye was particularly dashing today. Are you the boss of this street? With a crash, the cool image shattered. What did you say? Zhang Yang set down the bowl containing his drink. Are you the boss of Chinatown? The invisible kind? You know how difficult it is to ascertain such things. Eagle Eye regarded Zhang Yang with utmost seriousness. I can keep your secret. Keep your secret? He scoffed. If he were the boss of Chinatown, why would he be sitting here? Such humility. He admonished himself not to be angry. After all, this individual would soon depart, and he would not see him for a long time. Zhang Yang offered a warm smile. You are overthinking it. There's nothing of the sort. If there were, the director of your family would be seated opposite. The people here are wonderful, kind-hearted, and neighborly. If you were to live here for a few years, you would surely come to appreciate this truth. Eagle Eye contemplated for a moment and accepted this explanation. After finishing breakfast and returning, Zhang Yang found that some students had already begun their practice within the martial arts school. Upon seeing Zhang Yang's return, they eagerly approached him with questions, while Eagle Eye intended to ascend the stairs to practice his footwork. However, before Zhang Yang could complete even half of his demonstration, a loud crash resonated from above, causing the entire building to tremble. Master, I am scared. What is happening? Should we call the police? The students panicked, with the younger ones clinging to Zhang Yang's legs while the older ones reached for their phones to report the incident. Zhang Yang quickly intervened, preventing those about to call for help, and gently placed the child clinging to him into the arms of one of the older children. No worries, let's continue practicing. With a master present, no harm shall befall us. After calming everyone down, Zhang Yang swiftly ascended the stairs. The rooftop lay in utter disarray. The shade canopy where he usually brewed tea, along with his tea table, had been obliterated. The area designated for practicing Wing Chun had been blasted into a gaping crater, and the wooden dummies used for training lay in splinters, suitable only for kindling. Hawkeye sat on the ground, shaking his head, likely due to the ringing in his ears from the explosion. Zhang Yang hurriedly administered 2 acupuncture needles to his temples, quickly alleviating the tinnitus and dizziness. Hey, Zhang, fantastic. You can administer acupuncture. Hawkeye exclaimed, revealing some abrasions on his hands as Zhang Yang assisted him to his feet. What happened? A massive figure descended from above, bombarded us with 2 shots, and then Tony chased after it. Hawkeye rummaged through his pockets and dashed downstairs. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow in frustration. System, there has been an attack, and you failed to sound an alarm. Did you not take over the security system for the Zhang family martial arts school? Why was there no warning? Host, the security system is configured with a comprehensive alert line set at 300 meters. Any assault initiated from beyond this radius does not trigger an alarm. Damn, it appears we are dealing with formidable foes. System, from today onward, extend the alert radius to 1,000 meters. Host, a 1,000-meter range would encompass neighboring properties. Should a domestic dispute arise there, it too would trigger an alarm. Then limit the aerial range to 1,000 meters. Ding! The aerial security alert line for the Zhang family martial arts school has been successfully extended to a radius of 1,000 meters. Chapter 100, Attack System. Provide me with the footage from the rooftop incident. Ding! Now transmitting the rooftop footage to the host. Instantly, the events that had transpired on the rooftop replayed in Zhang Yang's mind. Hawkeye had been practicing his footwork when a robot, larger than Mark yet smaller than Stan, descended upon the rooftop. As soon as the robot landed, it commenced its bombardment. Zhang Yang scrutinized the footage repeatedly, discerning an unsettling detail. The robot was not firing indiscriminately. It was targeting Hawkeye specifically. The first shot struck the area designated for Wing Chun practice because that was where Hawkeye had been training. The second shot hit the tea area, as Hawkeye had sought refuge behind the tea table after the initial blast. Hawkeye retrieved his phone and reported the incident to the authorities, then ascended back to the rooftop with his bow and arrows. This place is too perilous. I advise you to retreat and evacuate the crowd. Zhang Yang instructed the system to send the recent footage to his phone and handed it to Hawkeye. After watching it twice, Hawkeye recognized something amiss and looked back at Zhang Yang with a hint of surprise. There are essentially 2 scenarios. The first is that the other party is indeed targeting you, and the second is that they have mistaken you for me. If it is the latter, then they're indeed after you. Hawkeye has evidently contemplated these 2 possibilities. If they are indeed pursuing you, Zhang, it indicates that Hydra has set their sights on you, for they understand that you cannot be swayed. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow. Having already conducted a thorough analysis of the present circumstances in his mind, he now faced two choices. The first option was to join SHIELD, thus securing a formidable ally, which would place him in a position of stalemate with Hydra, rendering them hesitant to act recklessly. The second option was to close the Zhang family dojo, allowing the students to disperse and return to their respective homes, after which he might accompany Dr. Banner on a journey of wandering across the globe, or perhaps venture to Kamartaj to engage in spiritual training. After much contemplation, Zhang Yang decided against both paths. He possessed the most powerful martial arts system. Why would he forsake practice? To wander and learn survival in the wild? To seek enlightenment through meditation? No. He would allow them to continue honing their skills, regardless of who the adversary is targeting, since they dare to wreak havoc on his territory. He would ensure they understand the consequences of their actions. Zhang Yang dismisset hauke suggestion. At that moment, Tony returned, landing gracefully and extending his hand to reveal a chip. Hey, I've taken down that behemoth that enjoyed bombarding others, and fortuitously, I've retained his chip, revealing the adversary's information. Would you like to know? Zhang Yang immediately disclosed the outcome. Hydra, Tony exclaimed, astonished. How did you know? Zhang Yang cast him a sidelong glance. It's a calculation. Tony's interest peaked immediately. How did you calculate that? Can you teach me? Hawkeye rolled his eyes nearby. Please, yes, just joking. The conclusion about Hydra is something we just deduced. Tony's expression fell. All right, I thought I might uncover some new skill. Zhang Yang approached, retrieving the chip and turning to descend stairs. But Hawkeye promptly interposed himself in front of him. Zhang, you should allow me to take the chip. Hydra is not a foe you can confront alone. Moreover, the robot that just bombarded your place has already been dealt with by Tony, so consider it a form of retribution. Hauki attempted persuaded Zhang Yang, for he was unsure of his ability to seize the chip from him. Unmoved, Zhang Yang resolutely tucked the chip into his pocket. I will study it, and then present it to your organization for further analysis. Hawkeye, however, remained steadfast in blocking his path. Zhang, do not be stubborn. Agent Barton, I am not as foolish as you presume. Do you think that after reviewing the chip's contents, I would recklessly confront the adversary alone? Upon completing his statement, Zhang Yang attempted to bypass Hawkeye, yet Hawkeye remained unyielding. Zhang Yang's gaze sharpened as he unleashed the ethereal steps of the Lingbo Weibo, moving with a velocity so astonishing it prompted existential doubt. His movements were so uncanny they left onlookers in awe as he deftly maneuvered past Hawkeye. Tony gasped in surprise, while Hawkeye, reacting with remarkable quickness, turned to seize Zhang Yang's shoulder. Anticipating this, Zhang Yang spun forward the instant Hawkeye's grip approached, thrusting a golden needle swiftly into him. In an instant, Hawkeye stood frozen, unable to move. I shall return it to you once I have finished, he declared, dismissively returning to the study without a glance. Upon locking the door behind him, he inserted the chip into the computer. System, analyze the contents of the chip for me. A chime sounded. Chip analysis in progress. Analysis complete. The chip was identified as a route recorder, detailing all of the opponent's movements. A map, marked with the designated routes, appeared on the screen. The whirring noise of a helicopter's rotor blades echoed from the rooftop. Zhang Yang perused the information leisurely before instructing the system to back it up, then removed the chip and ascended to the terrace. On the rooftop, Director Fury and Agent Phil had just descended from the helicopter's ladder. Hello, Zhang, Director Fury greeted, then glanced at the immobilized Hawkeye at the terrace entrance. It seems our Agent Barton has inadvertently irked you. I kindly ask that you spare him on my behalf. I simply wish for your subordinates to cease their disturbances, Zhang Yang replied, extracting the golden needle and placing the chip in a Hawkeye's hand. Director Fury nodded in gratitude, prompting an eye roll from Zhang Yang. Let us dispense with the pretense, Director. Just tell me how we are to manage the chaos instigated by Hydra today. The commotion is considerable, and the crowd is gathering. He gestured toward the throng below and the spectators on the surrounding balconies. You may choose to address this. It matters not to me. When the neighbors inquire, I shall feign ignorance. Agent Phil responded to Zhang Yang's remark. We will resolve this calamity with the tale of Little Jack seeking vengeance. Zhang Yang scoffed, regarding Agent Phil with skepticism, questioning whether he was jesting. Do you think the people of Chinatown are fools? They are not. Agent Phil retorted, producing a tablet to display a sequence of images. The visuals depicted a robot resembling one that attacked a martial arts studio, now assaulting a factory. In fact, similar incidents had recently transpired across New York, Los Angeles, and other locales where wayward youths had been rallied to serve as pawns for others. Zhang Yang fell silent, acknowledging the argument's validity. However, despite the reasoning's apparent perfection, he had no intention of prolonging the visit any further. The chip is now in your possession. You may take your leave. He pointed to the helicopter still hovering above them. Take care, Director Fury said tersely, and with that, the three of them boarded the helicopter's ladder and departed. Zhang Yang then turned to face Tony, who was clad in iron armor. When he had arrived, he was impeccably dressed. When had he donned this armored suit? Where did you get that armor? At this juncture, Tony was unusually animated. I have invented a portable suit of armor. Zhang Yang strained to recall that Tony had arrived empty-handed. Last night, he had spent the night at Zhang Yang's place, utilizing everything from the martial arts school. How did you bring it in? You came here with nothing yesterday. Oh, that's exceptionally simple. When you went out for breakfast this morning, the person delivering my suitcase arrived just in time. You missed each other. A suitcase? You managed to shrink it down to the size of a suitcase? How large is it? 10 inches? Tony looked at him incredulously. Of course, it's 24 inches. Why didn't he opt for a 30-inch suitcase to accommodate it? A 24-inch suitcase is merely associated with the term foldable. How does it relate to portable? Is it merely because it has 4 wheels underneath for ease of movement? Observing Zhang Yang's speechlessness, Tony expressed his disapproval. Hey, do you want me to find a compact powder case and stuff my mark into it? You could find something portable that feels unobtrusive, like a briefcase. A compact powder case? Why not suggest putting it in his ear? When needed, he could retrieve it like Sun Wukong pulling from his ear, and that would suffice. I had already considered that suggestion, but I hadn't developed it further before you called me here. He called you? You could have just given me Pepper's phone number without needing to come in person. You chose to come. That is not my concern. Are you going to discard me once you're done? What did I use you? Ugh. That is not the right way to phrase it. It sounds as if their relationship isn't pure. All right. Let us say I summoned you here. You can leave now. Return to your basement and thoroughly study your mark. As Zhang Yang spoke, he waved his hand dismissively, clearly expressing his disdain. In truth, he was indeed annoyed, but he couldn't voice it. Otherwise, the sensitive soul within this armored figure would be hurt. He could not bear the sight of a bearded man before him, acting as if he were wounded and pained. I'm not leaving. I'm still half asleep. I fought for you before I was even fully awake. I'm really tired now, and I want to sleep. He removed his armor and hurried down to the second floor to sleep. Zhang Yang looked at the empty armor before him, rubbing his temples in frustration. Tony's penchant for mischief has been growing exponentially, surpassing even his speed in researching armor technology. The students downstairs, disinterested in their training, gathered at the staircase, eagerly awaiting their master's descent. As Zhang Yang rounded the corner to the first floor, he instantly became the center of attention. Master, are you well? Luo Yuan approached from the crowd, positioning himself before Zhang Yang. Although reluctant to invoke the excuse provided by S.H.E.L.D., he found himself without a better alternative. All is well. Let us resume our practice, Zhang Yang remarked, giving Luo Yuan a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Yet, Luo Yuan remained still. Master, has someone been troubling you? Zhang Yang found amusement in the inquiry. How do you know it is someone who disapproves of me and not merely someone seeking vengeance? Luo Yuan shook his head in response. Master, you are not the sort of person to attract ire without reason. It is simply that someone envies your success. We all hold you in high esteem, and perhaps that has stirred discontent among others. Wow, my reputation is so grand in your eyes? Zhang Yang mused, recognizing Luo Yuan's potential for greatness. His foresight in taking Luo Yuan under his wing was indeed commendable. With a light cough, Zhang Yang shared the excuse provided by S.H.E.L.D. with the students, who nodded in acceptance, save for Luo Yuan, whose face was etched with indignation. Master, their attack on the dojo must stem from your exceptionalism. They likely wish to recruit you. Yet, your integrity leaves them uncertain of persuading you to join their ranks, hence their underhanded tactics. Another wow. My stature in your esteem is remarkable, Zhang Yang thought, acknowledging Luo Yuan's lofty appraisal. Surely, this young man was destined for greatness. Zhang Yang patted Luo Yuan's shoulder again. You think too highly of me. I'm not as formidable as you believe. However, if you wish to maintain that perspective, then by all means continue to do so. Their assault was arbitrary, lacking any specific intent. Do not overthink it. They are targeting me, yet I cannot divulge everything to you. Do not fret. Lead the others in practice. With my presence, you shall not come to harm. Should Hydra dare to lay a finger on even a hair of his students, he would ensure they pay a steep and unforgettable price. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's final declaration, Luo Yuan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Not just he, but all the students present displayed expressions of reverence at Zhang Yang's words. Luo Yuan guided them back to their training, while Zhang Yang, having basked in their admiration, ascended the stairs with an air of composure. Behold, these are his students, each possessing a heightened social consciousness, personal awareness, and profound philosophical insight. Yet, upon reaching the rooftop, the sight of the two pits left by Zhang Yang's friends brought forth a pang of discomfort. How to mend these two pits? Fill them with cement and then lay tiles? Yu Guangzhong noticed a note affixed to the wall. To his surprise, it was left by Tony. He had called Pep, and someone would come to fill the pit. After all, Tony frequently demolished villas, and his renovation team was quite adept at such tasks. System, what did he leave this? Host, it was after you went down. Iron Man commanded his armor to leave it. All right, understood. I didn't expect this gentleman to be quite resourceful. Not in vain did I indulge him in dining and drinking here. Now that the renovation issue is settled, it's time to address the Hydra that seeks to challenge him. Hawkeye was correct. He could not confront the entire Hydra organization alone at this time. However, since they had bombed his lair, a retaliation seemed justifiable. Chapter 102. The principle of reciprocity. One must be polite. We should understand the principle of reciprocity. Zhang Yang compared the route map on the chip and marked several potential hideouts where they might be lurking in New York. After much comparison, they finally confirmed their stronghold in Los Angeles. Tony awoke in the afternoon, immediately noticing a small table beside his bed. On it sat a jar of Lao Ganma, a plate of stir-fried shredded pork with pickled vegetables, and a bowl of noodles with an unknown soup. Instantly alarmed, Tony wrapped himself in the blanket and retreated hastily. With a thud, he tumbled off the bed, blanket and all. Tony, what is wrong? Am I that terrifying in the morning? Zhang Yang, seated at the small table, smiled warmly. Tony felt as though a pair of black wings unfurled behind Zhang Yang, resembling a devil from hell, eager to befriend him. It's not me. It's you. Tony climbed back onto the bed, uncertainly inquiring, are you ill? I am perfectly well. Have you been traumatized? Not at all. Then why are you so generous to us? Tony pointed at the items on the table. Look at this. Isn't the scene rather bizarre? Zhang Yang did not respond to his question, but pointed to the noodles and soup. Zhajiang Mian. Borscht. The noodles are store-bought, but the borscht is homemade. Hurry and eat. Once you finish, we'll set out. Bang. Tony fell off the edge of the bed once more. Do you intend to kill me? Why? When did I ever say I wanted to kill you? Zhang Yang produced the map analyzed from the chip, indicating a specific point he had circled. I'm taking you to bombard Hydra-S headquarters in New York. Once you finish eating, we'll depart immediately. Tony rolled his eyes. Half his body draped over the bed's edge. Buddy, just because they bombed 2 pits at your place? Please, I often turn my home into various shapes of ruin. This is no issue at all. My professional team is exceptional. Even if they blew up the load-bearing columns, they could restore your house to its former state. Zhang Yang's previously warm smile suddenly turned somewhat indifferent. Load-bearing columns? If today the load-bearing column were indeed to explode and crush my student, I would have rushed over. Tony, the consequences would surely be something you would not wish to witness. Tony's demeanor grew serious. Zhang, my friend, you must not act foolishly. They have not yet detonated the load-bearing column. Tony rose to his feet. I am about to have my meal. You may share your plan while I dine. Frankly, my friend, I fear that if we go too far, we might find ourselves summoned to the precinct for a chat. Then let us choose a place where we can come and go freely for such discussions. For instance, ELD. It may be a precinct, yet they possess the ability to engage in meaningful dialogue. Tony instantly grasped Zhang Yang's intention. Although I harbor no fondness for them, I must admit I appreciate your idea. He swiftly maneuvered around the bed and seated himself at the low table. Under Zhang Yang's guidance, he mixed the noodles with the sauce, and upon tasting a bite, he was utterly astonished. Oh my heavens, this is delectable. What is this called? Jiangmian, you say? Oh my goodness. Zhang, I must relocate to Chinatown. This is exquisite. Here, it is nearly my paradise. Zhang Yang held his head in his hands, leaning on the table, if this brother truly moved to Chinatown, chaos would ensue. He would undoubtedly join forces with Pepper and Rhodey to effectively compel him to return. Tony nearly licked the bowl of jjajangmyeon clean, while the borscht remained untouched. Burp. He let out an ungraceful belch, glancing at the borscht, and offered an apologetic look to Zhang Yang, who remained unfazed. If you cannot eat, then do not force yourself. Zhang Yang swiftly gathered all the dishes onto a tray, casting a few glances at Tony. Mr. Stark, quickly tidy yourself up, groom that little mustache, and wash away the sleep from your eyes. Make your grand entrance in the most dapper form possible. The phrase in the most dapper form clearly resonated with Tony, who joyfully accepted the notion. As Zhang Yang cleaned the dishes by the time he ascended the stairs, Tony had transformed himself entirely. He had even donned a trendy shirt. He strutted toward Zhang Yang in a model-like fashion, striking an excessively flamboyant pose. Zhang Yang regarded him for a moment. Indeed, he looked handsome, but he had no inclination to praise this gentleman. He pulled out the map with the marked location of the store. This area had previously been home to polluting factories, all of which were subsequently shut down. It has now been designated as a development zone, awaiting new projects. However, due to the severe industrial pollution of the past, construction has yet to commence. Wow, what an excellent hiding spot. Tony commended this revelation and then inquired, all right, now that we know the location, how many individuals are involved? Zhang Yang glanced at the ceiling. How could he know? How many weapons do they possess? Zhang Yang looked at the ceiling light. He had no idea. If he didn't know, how could he respond? Very well. My old companion knows nothing but an address, yet insists on leading me to infiltrate the enemy's stronghold and deliver a resounding blow. Tony furrowed his brow. Before I presented you with the chip, I had already deciphered its contents. Naturally, I am aware of the location and had anticipated you might possess some information unknown to me. I do not. Zhang Yang raised the Xianyuan sword and the hand adorned with a ring. However, I possess the ability to cleave our adversary in twain with a single strike, and to conjure a portal that allows us to materialize in unexpected positions. Perfect. Tony pressed a few buttons on his watch, and the Iron Man's suit soared from the rooftop, automatically donning itself upon him. Buddy, let's engage in a grand venture. There will be ample ammunition. Zhang Yang relished Tony's spirited demeanor. He swiftly opened a portal, selecting a vantage point atop an integrated circuit tower adjacent to a water tank. Utilising circuit intégration. Tony disabled the enemy's surveillance and systems, while Zhang Yang severed the top of the water tower and poured an itching powder, followed by another decisive strike. He dismantled the tower's support structure, causing it to collapse instantaneously. Zhang Yang's actions, both in dismantling the water tank and in hacking the circuits, were conspicuously audacious. As the tower fell, a considerable number of individuals gathered below, eager to ascend. The water laced with itching powder cascaded upon them, initially unnoticed, but within moments. They were overtaken by an insatiable itch. A throng below scratched and clawed at themselves, some even discarding their garments in a desperate attempt to alleviate the discomfort. Oh my! It was akin to witnessing a troop of monkeys engaged in a lively performance of lice removal. Such an apt description indeed. Chapter 103. Causing a commotion just as chaos erupted here, the robots were deployed elsewhere. Zhang Yang observed as the robots from the surveillance footage emerged from the two black rolling doors below. Tony, piloting the Iron Man suit, soared forward, taking them down one by one. Hey, darlings, it seems you are not as sturdy as you once were. One shot from Dad sends you all to the afterlife. Zhang Yang opened a portal and stepped directly from the rooftop into the armory. Inside, several young individuals were preparing to board their robots. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of a person, they were momentarily stunned. Those who had not yet entered the cockpit randomly seized nearby weapons and fired at Zhang Yang. Employing the technique of swift footwork, he deftly evaded their attacks while wielding the Xianyuan sword as a bludgeon, rendering one after another unconscious. Within minutes, aside from those who had successfully entered the cockpit and piloted their robots away, the remainder lay incapacitated upon the ground. Without a glance at them, Zhang Yang strode over their prostrate forms. He unsheathed the Xianyuan sword without hesitation, channeling his energy into his core, and directed a fierce strike towards the robots still nestled within the armory. With a single stroke, he dispatched one in less than a minute, reducing the robots in the warehouse to mere halves. Zhang Yang stepped out of the warehouse, just as the remaining henchmen, untouched by the powder, rushed towards the entrance. Armed with firearms, they immediately opened fire upon seeing him. Zhang Yang was acutely aware that evading their gunfire was beyond his current capabilities. Rather than recklessly charging out, he deftly picked up a severed robot from the ground, launched it with his sword, and struck one of the gunmen, rendering him unconscious. He repeated this maneuver with another severed machine, incapacitating yet another assailant. After executing this action 3 or 4 times, all the gunmen lay defeated. The adversaries, unable to harm Zhang Yang with their firearms, suddenly produced a rocket launcher. In a swift reaction, he feigned retreat into the building while secretly opening a portal that transported him to the rooftop. Upon arrival, he discovered 7 or 8 individuals struggling to repair the wires damaged by Tony. "Hello, everyone. Need a hand?" Zhang Yang greeted them calmly from behind, donning a warm smile. Startled by the unexpected voice, 3 of them stumbled and fell off the edge, landing with a series of thuds that sent a chill down Zhang Yang's spine. Fearing they might not survive the fall, the remaining individuals quickly drew their handguns, but Zhang Yang was swifter. With a burst of speed and his graceful footwork, he appeared before them in an instant. A swift swing of his Xianyuan sword severed the barrels of their firearms. Taken aback by the extraordinary prowess of Zhang Yang's weapon, they momentarily froze. Seizing this opportunity, he delivered a flying kick, swiftly knocking them all unconscious. With the perimeter secured, only those inside remained. Lacking interest in them, Zhang Yang pulled out his phone and recorded a segment of the scene to send to Director Fury, thoughtfully including the location. Meanwhile, Tony was reveling in chaos, shouting various nonsensical phrases. "Hey, do you like the shot your father gave you? Mommy loves you, darling. Here is a blast for you. Hey, you little rascal. Grandpa is here to teach you a lesson." Zhang Yang sighed, covering his face. This was it. Tony had gone too far, and there was no calling him back now. "Tony, we need to go." He attempted to shout, but it was as if his voice fell on deaf ears, as Tony continued to display his explosive prowess. Lost in his antics, "Tony, if we don't leave now, there will be no more Lao Gan Ma." "Lao Gan Ma? Oh, a delicious treat. Hey kid, have you ever seen the cannon your mother gave you? Now you'll witness it." This was it. The situation spiraled into complete madness. Zhang Yang covered his face and sat on the ground for a moment, contemplating whether he should leave first. However, it felt somewhat unethical to abandon someone he had brought along. Yet, this individual had already become a wild stallion. How could he possibly rein him in? Should he use a lasso? Zhang Yang pondered deeply, but had yet to find a solution when the agents from Hill arrived. Did Director Fury have rocket-powered shoes? His speed was astonishing. As Zhang Yang looked up, he saw Director Fury dangling from the helicopter's ladder. This peculiar fellow seemed to have a penchant for hanging around. Was he attempting to make a habit of it? Upon spotting Zhang Yang on the rooftop, Director Fury gestured for the helicopter to lower him. He approached Zhang Yang, following his despondent gaze and discovering that Tony was already in trouble. What had happened to him? Director Fury crouched beside Zhang Yang, realizing that this was becoming a rather enjoyable situation, one that he could not simply call back. He could now empathize with those mothers calling their children home for dinner, only to find them unresponsive, feeling an overwhelming urge to take a broom to discipline them. If a broom were a hand, he would have certainly smacked Tony with it. Zhang Yang glanced at the gravel beneath him. He didn't have a broom, but he did possess some stones. He picked up a handful and threw them. As he did, he inadvertently attracted some hostile attention, prompting him to spring to his feet. Damn it, he had just signed his own death warrant. Director Fury, clearly seeing the robots targeting them, shot Zhang Yang a sidelong glance. Did he have a grievance against him? Did he wish to perish together? "Sir, if I had an issue with you, I would confront you directly. Such gratifying actions should not be left to another's hands." He seized Director Fury's arm. The vehicle was moving rather quickly. "You need to be careful." Before Fury could react, Zhang Yang had already dragged him swiftly downwards. Just as they were about to land, he plunged the Xianyuan sword into the wall, slowing their descent. When they touched the ground, they landed with a gentle force, arriving safely. Director Fury raised an eyebrow. "Zhang, have you realized that, after spending so much time with Tony, you've begun to resemble him in certain ways?" "What? He had become Tony-ized?" "It was the teasing tone of your speech that has increasingly mirrored his." Zhang Yang reflected for a moment. Indeed, he had a tendency to tease others, though he primarily directed it at that fellow soaring above. Chapter 104. Into the agency during their conversation, those robots that had targeted them had also descended to the ground. They landed precisely in a large puddle of water. Zhang Yang glanced at the nearby transformer. Merry Christmas! Director Fury also took note of the transformer. Indeed, Merry Christmas! I now wish to witness a jubilant dance celebrating the holiday. No sooner had he spoken than he drew his pistol and fired a shot at the transformer. In an instant, the wires fell into the water, and electricity surged forth. The two robots accompanying Zhang Yang and Director Fury on the ground were instantly jolted, beginning to convulse as they flailed about erratically before them. Tony had already dealt with the airborne adversaries, while the grounded ones had been subdued by Wow, what has happened? Having just witnessed a monkey, are we now treated to a dance performance? Director Fury appeared somewhat perplexed. Monkey? What monkey? The operators within those robots crawled out, having downloaded and fallen into the water, only to be jolted again as they scrambled back to dry land. Zhang Yang pointed at the three individuals who had just reached safety. Look, monkeys. As soon as those three individuals exhaled in relief, an unbearable itch consumed them, and they began scratching furiously, resembling three monkeys grooming themselves. Oh, indeed, they resemble monkeys. Director Fury nodded in acknowledgement. With SHIELD. Having secured the enemy, Zhang Yang intended to take Tony back, but Director Fury blocked their path. Gentlemen, if you don't mind, may I offer you a cup of tea? Look, it's time for tea. I would like pu'er tea. Zhang Yang requested. I prefer green tea. Tony chimed in with his preference. Director Fury smiled slightly. We only have black tea. Zhang Yang and Tony simultaneously shrugged their shoulders. Very well. Just joking. We shall have black tea. Zhang Yang inquired. Is it Chinese style? Tony shook his head. Then I would like a Western style one. I do not want the Chinese kind. After expressing their tea preferences, upon arriving in the SHILD conference room, they found only 2 cups of plain water before them. Director Fury sat across from them, with a large cup of Starbucks in front of him. Zhang Yang glanced at the note on the cup, inwardly cursing its finickiness. A large vanilla latte, double syrup, skim milk, and even specifying the origin of the coffee beans. This is truly excessive. Tony obviously was dissatisfied with his plain water. I want coffee as well. Director Fury shrugged his shoulders, expressing his helplessness. However, you agreed to come here for tea. So where's my tea? Tony pointed at his cup of plain water. Is this even called tea? Is this what tea looks like? Are you jesting with me? Do you think this is the Emperor's new clothes? Are you trying to fool children? Exactly, fooling children. Director Fury looked at Zhang Yang and Tony with a teasing expression, deceiving 2 individuals who were fully aware of their slim chances, yet still daring to challenge the stronghold of others. One of them even had the audacity to message me midway through, asking for assistance in resolving the situation. Zhang Yang cleared his throat. Director, allow me to remind you, this is not a duel. We win as a pair. It has nothing to do with a one-on-one confrontation. Zhang Yang gestured towards himself and Tony. 2 individuals. That cannot be classified as a duel. Very well. If 2 individuals do not constitute a duel, then consider it a brawl. Director Fury nodded, his expression indicating that you 2 are the leaders and you call the shots. Zhang Yang furrowed his brows, suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. So you 2 are now accused of inciting public disorder and engaging in a fight. Does that mean you should spend a few days in the precinct? Damn, so you were waiting for us here? Tony slammed his palm on the table. You cannot treat us this way, one-eyed dragon. We just helped you dismantle an enemy stronghold. Indeed, you hastily informed me of your provocation on enemy territory and then expected me to clean up the mess. Do you realize what your actions resemble? Both Zhang Yang and Tony shook their heads in unison. It's akin to wooing a lady, leading her to pregnancy, and then denying paternity the moment you turn away. Zhang Yang found this analogy rather amusing, yet it suited Tony more than himself. Please refrain from applying such an analogy to me. It feels inappropriate. You are aware it is inappropriate, yet you still sent me the video? Why did you provide me with the address? Zhang Yang was momentarily at a loss for words. Fine, I will accept this analogy once. However, let it be known that this is not indicative of my character. This has nothing to do with your character. Director Fury retorted, nearly crushing his coffee cup in his grip. Regardless, that is the impression I received. Tony's eyes widened in disbelief, as if struck by a revelation. My goodness, you actually empathized with the feeling of a woman abandoned after becoming pregnant. Oh no! Zhang Yang covered his face, bracing for another of Tony's reckless antics. Sure enough, Director Fury slammed his hand on the table, rising from his seat. Immediately escort these two to the police station. Now, at once. No. Zhang Yang was exhausted from the conversation. Once again, Tony had single-handedly altered the outcome of their predicament. As they were ushered into the police car, Tony wore a look of incredulity. Why is he treating me this way? He glanced at Zhang Yang, utterly baffled. What if I had those guys flying above? Then nothing would happen, Zhang Yang replied, gazing out at the scenery beyond the police car's window. I suggest you call Pepper right now. At least this way, they could leave the police station a bit earlier. Tony's expression changed instantly. If you don't strike me, then call Colonel Roddy and have him contact Miss Pep. I'm calling. By the time Zhang Yang and Tony emerged from the police station, it was nearly midnight. Little Pepper was quite irate. As soon as she exited, she hopped into a car and drove away. Why was she so furious? Zhang Yang pondered. Perhaps she had planned to finish her shift, only to receive a call from her boss instructing her to board a flight to New York for the sake of bailing out her employer and his associates. Additionally, she had to pay a substantial compensation fee. Speaking of which, why was I the one covering it? Shouldn't it be split evenly? Zhang Yang wore an innocent expression. I have no money. You're lying. You could easily donate 8 million. After donating, I had no money left. Chapter 105. No place to stay. You're deceiving me. You must have funds. Tony was adamant in his disbelief. Zhang Yang indeed possessed some money, yet he would never concede to that fact. I simply don't have any. You do. You're lying. I'm not lying. Just as Tony was about to say more, their conversation was interrupted. Gentlemen, if you wish to quarrel, I suggest you refrain from doing so at the police station entrance. Director Fury stood beside them, holding 2 cups of coffee. Care for some coffee? Zhang Yang did not respond, choosing instead to stand by the roadside to hail a cab. No, I don't want coffee. Tony answered, then took both cups for himself. I'd rather engage in charitable acts. With that, he handed the 2 cups of Starbucks to a nearby homeless man. After expressing his gratitude, the homeless man departed. And it was at that moment that Zhang Yang successfully hailed a cab. Tony, let us go home and enjoy some old Gamma stir-fried noodles. Coming right up. Zhang Yang was the first to enter the taxi, while Tony glanced at Director Fury, making a face. Sir, our grudge against the police station will likely linger for quite some time. With that, he followed Zhang Yang into the cab. The two returned to the dojo, and upon entering, Zhang Yang promptly locked the door. Tony, covering his face, stood there looking resigned. All right, no need to slap my face. I know my sharp tongue got us into the police station again. Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Yang seized his arm and executed a shoulder throw, sending him to the ground. In Zhang Yang's mind, Tony had become one of his own, and he was well aware that their trip to the police station was due to Tony's loose lips, yet he refrained from voicing it outside. After all, it was quite enough that Director Fury had actually sent them both to the police station for tea because of Tony's chatter. Tony lay on the ground, a pained expression on his face, as if to say, whatever you do to me, I will bear it. Do you wish to go through this once more? This time, should I be thrown onto the concrete? It would be quite acceptable, truly. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. Get up. I lack the time to pursue your grievances. Having been thrown is sufficient. Tony clutched his chest, appearing as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity. Fortunately, he had not been thrown a second time. Otherwise, he feared he might not return. What about your armor? Zhang Yang inquired after pulling him up from the ground. Tony's armor had been confiscated at the S.H.I.E.L.D. office just as they were being taken to the police station. Oh, I suspect they intend to send us to the police merely to detain my mark and afford them time for thorough examination. Zhang Yang paused mid-stride towards the kitchen, compelled to acknowledge Tony's insight once more. He had just had the system display the status of the mark and observed Hawkeye standing nearby, while several researchers meticulously examined the mark, documenting every detail. Agent Phil entered from outside, urging them to expedite the process, insisting that any uncertainties be photographed for later analysis. As they were in a hurry to return the suit to Tony, they could not allow anyone to perceive S.H.I.E.L.D. as usurping his property. After all, your armor will be returned. S.H.I.E.L.D. is not an institution that appropriates others' possessions. As Zhang Yang spoke, he entered the kitchen. He had promised to deliver the Lao Gan Ma stir-fried noodles when he had gotten into the vehicle, and he would not go back on his word. When he finally served the Lao Gan Ma noodles, Tony's eyes sparkled with delight. Wow, my love. Zhang Yang chuckled. After all, anything stir-fried by Lao Ganma was indeed his beloved, wasn't it? After Tony devoured the plate of noodles, a knock echoed from outside, announcing the return of Tony's mark by S.H.I.E.L.D., with a dab of Lao Ganma sauce still lingering at the corner of his mouth. Tony embraced Zhang Yang, enthusiastically patting him on the shoulder. Oh, old buddy, you were absolutely right. They brought back the goods. Zhang Yang pushed him away, remarking on how two grown men embracing appeared rather ridiculous. Moreover, had they not returned the mark, other entities harboring resentment towards S.H.I.L.D. would undoubtedly seek reasons to publicly criticize them. Director Fury's actions were purely to prevent others from finding a handle to grip. Tony meticulously examined the mark, confirming the absence of battle scars or signs of research, and was quite satisfied as he maneuvered the mark back to the rooftop. Zhang Yang watched the silhouette of the mark ascending the stairs, frowning. Can you not keep in your room? My balcony does not require a talisman. I intend for the mark to serve as a deterrent on the balcony. I want those who might contemplate an attack to abandon their intentions upon seeing Iron Man. I believe that the sight of Iron Man would only incite greater animosity, resulting in a more ferocious attack. Tony waved dismissively. Oh, Zhang, do not be anxious. Their lair has been eradicated. We are quite safe now. Tony, either place Mark in your room, or I shall promptly open a secure door to return him to the basement. Zhang Yang's expression brooked no dissent. It is a choice between two options. Decide for yourself. What consequences might arise should I choose the first option? Tony inquired tentatively. Zhang Yang posed a question in return. Have you ever witnessed me slicing iron into small cubes? Tony shook his head. Should you opt for the first choice, then you shall indeed see for yourself. Tony regarded Mark, who was ascending the stairs, with a solemn countenance. All right, darling, return quickly. There will be no camping tonight. You shall sleep with your father. Having uttered these words, he promptly followed Mark into his room. I have not finished speaking to you. Zhang Yang called after Tony's retreating figure. What more do you wish to say? When do you intend to leave? This fellow has nearly begun to regard this place as his second home, having scarcely entertained thoughts of returning to the basement in recent days. In truth, I too harbor my own unspeakable burdens. Tony suddenly stammered, and through gritted teeth, he divulged his predicament. I inadvertently blew up the villa, and I currently lack a place to sleep. Upon finishing, he gestured toward Mark upstairs. In order to study him, I have a foldable one and another portable one that remains unexamined. It was your suggestion that led to my current predicament. Thus, I find myself compelled to seek refuge with you. Just because I offered you a suggestion? Tony nodded vigorously. So, you're placing the blame on me? Tony continued to nod fervently. Do you believe I would evict you? Tony immediately dashed away, swiftly retreating into his room and locking the door behind him. Chapter 106. Journey to Antarctica. Zhang Yang observed Tony's retreating figure and pondered question. If the construction crew is busy rebuilding Tony's house, when might they arrive at his home to fill the holes? A month, perhaps two? Zhang Yang deemed it implausible. It was merely 2 holes. He resolved to purchase some cement tomorrow to mend them himself. Later that night, just before sleep, the system unexpectedly chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your Wing Chun has improved to 25, your Baji Pao has reached 10, your Qigong technique has ascended to 30, your Mizong Quan has elevated to 10. Your Tai Chi sword has risen to 15, and your Lingbo Weibo has advanced to 5, yielding a total reward of $3 million. Please continue your diligent efforts. Zhang Yang was taken aback. Such a significant leap in so many areas at once was indeed joyous. However, upon examining the Tai Chi section, he noted that after all this time, it had only climbed from 30 to 34. System, my progress in Tai Chi appears rather sluggish. Host, as you advance, the upgrades become increasingly arduous. Please strive diligently. I'm aware that upgrades slow down as one progresses, but why has Lingbo Weibo improved so swiftly? When I initially practiced Tai Chi, I did not experience such rapid advancement. It is because the host has been employing the Lingbo Weibo technique since acquiring the Insight card. Today, during a confrontation, he utilized Lingbo Weibo as his primary martial art. Zhang Yang pondered the system's words and discerned a minor flaw. You just mentioned that it is the primary combat technique, which implies that in future confrontations, the technique I choose to prioritize will expedite my upgrades, correct? In principle, yes. Is there really a need for the phrase in principle? Indeed, host. When you engage in combat using martial arts, you deepen your comprehension and insights of that particular technique through practical experience, thus enabling you to wield it with greater finesse. Zhang Yang understood this well. While the notion of practice making perfect does not entirely encapsulate the idea, once you have integrated a technique into every movement and gesture, it signifies that you have fully assimilated it. Zhang Yang perused his Hunyuan Heart Sutra, realizing he had not ascended beyond the 6th level for quite some time. Upon reaching the 8th level, he would awaken the ability known as Xian Yin, a skill associated with fire. Recently, as he occasionally practiced transitioning from the 6th to the 7th level, he felt a burning sensation. Each time he attempted to push through, he discovered the heat gradually coursing through his limbs and into his meridians, as if his entire system were being tempered by fierce flames. Subsequently, this heat would permeate his internal organs. At this juncture, Zhang Yang found himself unable to proceed. The burning in his lungs hindered his ability to breathe normally, while the heat in his chest caused his heart to beat at an alarming rate of over 200 beats per minute, posing a significant risk of sudden demise. Zhang Yang contemplated whether a trip to the Antarctic glaciers might prove beneficial for his practice. Without hesitation, he rummaged through his wardrobe for a down jacket and activated the portal to the Antarctic. However, upon opening the portal, he found himself in an awkward situation. He had inadvertently positioned the portal amidst a group of penguins, exchanging bewildered glances with them. In the distance, one penguin let out a sharp cry, and in an instant, Zhang Yang sensed an impending attack. He promptly closed the portal, but not before one curious penguin dashed through just before it shut. Oh no! Zhang Yang gazed at the bewildered penguin, which was momentarily disoriented by its sudden change of environment, and he too felt a moment of confusion. A bewildered penguin and a perplexed human locked eyes for a brief moment before Zhang Yang opened another portal to a location not far from the group of penguins. The penguin that had mistakenly wandered into New York immediately sprinted back to reunite with its flock. After shutting the portal, Zhang Yang sighed in relief. He had heard rumors that if a penguin were to be tainted by the scent of a human, its colony would reject it. He had just been contemplating whether he would need to adopt a penguin if that one could not return to its group. But he had no idea how to care for a penguin. Sent to the zoo, when asked how this penguin came to be there, how should he respond? Should he claim that the penguin sought to engage him in a scuffle, only to end up following him to New York instead? Such an explanation would likely earn him a second invitation to tea at the bureau within the week. Zhang Yang chose a different location, opened a portal, and stepped through. In Antarctica, amidst the howling winds and swirling snow, he constructed an ice shelter with his bare hands and began to practice the Hunyuan Heart Sutra within its confines. Perhaps due to the frigid environment outside, his progress was remarkably swift this time. However, the searing heat within his lungs remained unrelenting, even more intense than before. Zhang Yang slowed his pace, circulating his microcosmic orbit once more to alleviate the discomfort in his lungs. Yet, as he resumed his practice, the sensation of burning intensified. With a sudden gasp, he spat a mouthful of blood onto the snow, which instantly froze upon contact. He felt a sharp pain in his internal organs, realizing that he had inadvertently injured himself through his training. Seated cross-legged, he began to methodically circulate his energy throughout his body, allowing it to flow through his limbs and coalesce within his organs, gradually mending his internal injuries. He lost track of time, but the healing was slow this time. Upon introspection, he discovered that his injuries were burns. While typical internal injuries might heal within a few hours, the recovery from burns would undoubtedly take much longer. When Zhang Yang finally opened his eyes, he noticed a dramatic change in the weather outside his ice shelter. The winds howled ferociously, and the snowstorm battered the structure, resembling a barrage of gunfire upon its surface, far more fierce than mere hail. Just as he was about to open the portal to leave the ice shelter, his enhanced vision revealed a heart-wrenching scene unfolding outside. A procession of penguins stumbled down the distant slope, struggling against the tempest as their parents clutched their young, fearful that the little ones might succumb to the cold. Tragically, 2 young penguins lay lifeless, yet their parents seemed oblivious to the lifeless heads that drooped down. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yang emerged from the ice shelter. With a thought, the Xianyuan sword manifested in his hand, and with a swift stroke, he cleaved the ice shelter in two. He positioned the halves side by side and opened a portal. The penguins, unaware of the gaping entrance ahead due to the blizzard, wandered through the portal and found themselves behind the ice shelter. As they emerged, the penguins exchanged glances, momentarily locking eyes with Zhang Yang. Recognizing him as their benefactor, they no longer exhibited any signs of aggression. With the storm abated, the penguins found a brief respite, during which the parents discovered the two deceased chicks. The mournful cries they emitted filled Zhang Yang with a sense of sorrow. This migration of animals, though seemingly grand, was in truth a tragic spectacle. Chapter 107. Kicking the penguins' rear, the snowstorm intensified, causing the windbreak ice hut to sway precariously, teetering on the brink of collapse. Zhang Yang removed his gloves and pressed his hands against the junction of the ice hut and the ground, channeling the essence of the mixed origin heart sutra within him. The warmth radiating from his hands grew, gradually melting the contact point into water, which subsequently froze into solid ice upon his release. After repeating this process 2 or 3 times, the edges of the ice hut were firmly bonded to the snowy ground. Having completed his task, he felt a gentle nudge against his leg. Looking down, he discovered a penguin affectionately rubbing against his pant leg. Zhang Yang patted its head, recognizing it as the same penguin that had followed him through the portal moments earlier. "See, you were just about to attack me, but now you know who treats you well, don't you?" Surveying the area, Zhang Yang noted that this penguin was not particularly large. Compared to those who had already become parents, it appeared to belong to the younger generation. He crouched down and stroked its head. "Little one, where are your parents?" Although aware that it could not comprehend his words, he asked nonetheless. To his surprise, upon finishing his question, the little penguin began to shake its head while making soft, cooing sounds, fluttering its wings. Though its actions seemed perplexing, Zhang Yang inexplicably felt he understood. Could it be that it was trying to convey the loss of its parents? Ding! The host has comprehended correctly. Startled, Zhang Yang jumped at the sudden voice of the system, which had appeared unexpectedly while he was lost in thought. "Wait, what did you just say?" He regained his composure, somewhat incredulous. What did it mean by understood correctly? Had he somehow unlocked a hidden potential? "Host, you are overthinking it." The disdain in the system's tone was palpable, and Zhang Yang mentally reciprocated the sentiment. "Come on, let us engage in mutual disdain. Who's afraid of whom?" "Host, you possess the ability to understand all languages, although animal languages are not classified within the system's rewards. However, there are always some commonalities, which is why you can grasp the meaning of this little penguin. Are you telling me that human speech and animal communication can indeed share similarities? I've read little. Do not deceive me." Zhang Yang suspected the system was merely jesting. Emotions are interconnected. The system interjected suddenly. At this moment, Zhang Yang felt the system was indeed being nonsensical. An official statement like emotions are interconnected sounded absurd coming from it. "System, host, I am here. Please step back." "Understood. Should you have any matters, feel free to seek me out." "No, I have no desire to seek you out anytime soon. Occasionally, it is quite nice for us to coexist separately." Zhang Yang lingered behind the ice house with a group of penguins as the snowstorm gradually subsided. He reopened the portal, and one by one, the penguins passed through and returned to their original path. All the penguins had crossed over, except for one little penguin. Zhang Yang pointed at the portal and urged it, "Go on. Hurry back to your troop." The little penguin flapped its wings and emitted a soft sound. Zhang Yang was taken aback. If he understood correctly, this little penguin seemed to wish to follow him. This was unacceptable. Raising a penguin was not akin to raising a child. Moreover, could one simply keep a penguin? Could a protected species be casually housed at home? In a moment of audacity, Zhang Yang performed the most remarkable act of his life. He opened a portal behind the main troop of penguins and gave the little one a gentle kick, sending it directly through the portal. He had kicked the bottom of a penguin. He had kicked the bottom of a nationally protected animal. In Antarctica, no less. He suddenly felt a rush of pride. From a distance, he saw the little penguin rejoin its flock, and Zhang Yang promptly opened a portal back to the martial arts hall. Upon his return, he discovered Tony, unkempt and disheveled, seated on the floor of his room. The moment Tony spotted Zhang Yang, a look of relief washed over his face. "Thank goodness, you're finally back." Zhang Yang was momentarily taken aback. It seemed matters had spiraled beyond his expectations. "How long have I been gone?" "You've been missing for an entire week," Tony replied, a hint of desperation in his voice as he rubbed his face. "The day after you disappeared, I realized you might have used the portal to go somewhere, but crucially, You forgot to leave a message for your students. So, you've been waiting in my room for me? Tony shrugged. What else could I do, my friend? Should I inform your students that you might have traversed to Mount Everest for training? That statement held a kernel of truth. He hadn't gone to Everest, but he had ventured to Antarctica. He hadn't gone for spiritual training, but he had gone to practice. The commonality between Everest and Antarctica was their frigid temperatures. I feared your students might think you were missing, so I even forged a document claiming you had gone to Los Angeles. I guarded your room to prevent any awkward encounters upon your return. So, old friend, where exactly did you go? Zhang Yang shrugged off his down jacket. I went to Antarctica. Oh, I can see that. You're wearing a down jacket. Zhang Yang continued, and then I kicked the penguin's bottom. Now I feel inclined to kick yours. Zhang Yang raised his hands in resignation. Well, judging by your tone, you clearly don't believe I did such a thing. So I have nothing further to say. Zhang Yang declared that he had accomplished something so extraordinary that no one would believe he had done it. Since your return, I must hasten my departure. My time in New York is extended too long, and Pep is on the verge of losing composure in Los Angeles. As Tony rose and approached the door, he paused momentarily, turning to Zhang Yang with uncertainty. Did you truly venture to Antarctica to kick a penguin's rear? Zhang Yang raised his foot, gesturing toward his shoes. Should I take my shoes back for testing? Perhaps they could extract penguin feathers. He decided it best to return to Los Angeles to finalize his documents. Without a backward glance, Tony exited his room. Zhang Yang leisurely seated himself, counting to 3, when Tony abruptly dashed back in from outside. Could you open a portal for me to return directly? Why did I even contemplate leaving to catch a flight? Thank heavens. He recalled. Zhang Yang assumed this portal-loving fellow had forgotten such a splendid contraption. Zhang Yang opened the portal for Tony, yet surprisingly, as he did so, he envisioned a small penguin. The moment the portal was activated, a tempest of snow swept into the bedroom. Goodness, what a blunder. Zhang, are you intending to send me to Mount Everest and toss me off? What sound was that? Both Zhang Yang and Ronnie were taken aback, glancing down to discover a small penguin at their feet. Chapter 108. Raising a penguin. Tony was momentarily stunned, pointing at the penguin by his feet. Have you genuinely traveled to Antarctica and returned with a penguin? Fool! Zhang Yang, braving the snowstorm, attempted to usher the penguin back through the portal. Yet the little creature exhibited no desire to depart. After Zhang Yang pushed it toward the portal, the small penguin stubbornly turned back and dashed inside once more. Return to your troop. Zhang Yang admonished. The little penguin, gazing up at Zhang Yang, suddenly flopped onto the ground, feigning a fit. Tony, astonished, exclaimed, Look, it's playing tricks on you. A penguin is actually playing tricks right before my eyes. Just then, he unexpectedly sneezed. Zhang Yang was compelled to close the portal, as the relentless cold from the outside was unbearable. Once the portal was sealed, the little penguin promptly regained its feet. Tony, in awe, exclaimed, Oh my goodness! It's quite clever. Zhang Yang shot Tony a glare. Is it clever, or are you the one with wit? We both possess intellect. This is a penguin, a protected species. If you do not return it to Antarctica, where do you intend to send it? To your home? Do you have a permit to keep it? Can you care for it? Will you care for it? Zhang Yang bombarded him with questions, leaving Tony momentarily speechless. What shall we do now? Zhang Yang Hofet, do you recall my earlier statement about kicking a penguin's rear in Antarctica? Tony was taken aback. Are you going to show its backside in front of me? No, it's you. As soon as I open the portal, just give it a gentle nudge to push it through the threshold. Nothing like a soccer kick. Just a soft tap will suffice. Tony gestured. Just as Zhang Yang was about to activate the portal, the little penguin, Enan, squawked twice, flapping its wings and spinning around in place. What was it doing? It claimed it had become separated from its troop and could not return. It wanted to stay. Tony pondered for a moment. Staying wasn't impossible, but obtaining the necessary permits could be quite cumbersome. Zhang Yang chuckled. The wealthy are indeed capricious. Well then, you take care of it. Has your villa been completed? Make sure to allocate a space for this little fellow. Constructing an indoor Antarctica would be no challenge for you, would it? As he spoke, Zhang Yang scooped up the little penguin and tucked it into Tony's arms, then swiftly opened a portal, giving Tony a playful kick in the rear, sending him through. Wishing you joy in your life with this little one. Seeing the suddenly appeared Tony, Pepper, who was conducting the final inspections with the construction crew, was taken aback. I don't recall purchasing a plane ticket for you. Tony lied. I flew back, dressed as Mark. Pepper glanced at the object in Tony's hands. What is this? A signet? Are you planning to raise a swan? Tony, we do not have a pond for this. Excavating a new one will take time. Tony adjusted his grip on the item. This is a penguin. A little gray penguin. Oh my goodness. Pepper felt the need for a quick remedy. An hour after handing the little penguin to Tony, Zhang Yang found himself somewhat preoccupied. 2 hours after giving the penguin to Tony, he was increasingly restless. 3 hours later, Zhang Yang opened a portal to Tony's residence. The villa had been constructed at an astonishing speed, and a fierce argument erupted from the kitchen. I told you, Tony, this is a little penguin. It cannot eat canned fish. Why not? Canned fish smells delightful. Because it's a living creature. You cannot stop me from calling the zoo. Look at that penguin. Separated from its family. How heartbroken it must be. That little one is saddened because it has lost someone significant, the one who handed it directly to me, making it believe it has been abandoned. Hey, I just thought of a name for it. How about calling it Little One? No, that's not good. Zhang Yang leaned against the wall, covering his face as he listened for a while. Raising a penguin was certainly no easier than raising a dog or a child. He was not a trained caregiver and could not provide proper care. What if this little creature fell ill? He had no idea how to help it. Oh, Zhang, when did you arrive? As Tony emerged from the kitchen, cradling a small penguin, he was startled by Zhang Yang, who stood against the wall. The little creature nestled in Tony's arms was overjoyed at the sight of Zhang Yang, eager to leap towards him. Oh, look at that. After 3 hours of my care, it has never reacted this way towards me. Zhang Yang sighed, observing the delightful creature in his hands. Well, what should I be aware of while raising it? How can I care for it? Is a permit necessary? Zhang Yang resolved tu compromise. After all, this was the Marvel Universe. Anything could happen. Pepper handed Zhang Yang a rearing manual she had prepared. I'll handle the pet license and relevant documents tomorrow and send them to you once they're ready. Thank you, Zhang Yang replied, gathering all the food and supplies Pepper had prepared for the penguin into a bag. By the way, what's its name? It needs to be registered. Zhang Yang glanced at Tony. Let us call it Little Guy. See, I'm a genius at naming. Tony exclaimed, raising his hands in excitement. Pepper couldn't help but roll her eyes at Tony's silliness and turned to leave. Zhang Yang returned to the dojo with the little creature. Glancing around and realizing that the current temperature might not be suitable for its well-being, he descended to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator door, and placed the penguin at its entrance to allow it to enjoy the cool air. The little one soon emitted a contented sigh. System, do you think I could take good care of this little thing? With no one around, Zhang Yang found himself conversing with the system, which he had initially wished to remain aloof from. Host, keep it up. You can do it. Forget it. Let's just stick to our own business. The conversation dwindled. After a brief moment, the refrigerator's alarm began to buzz, indicating the door had been opened too long. However, he couldn't place the little creature inside. He required a device. Zhang Yang fetched a basin, filled it with 3 portions of ice, and gently set the penguin inside. He then reopened the portal and stepped into Tony's basement. You've been gone for less than half an hour, Tony exclaimed, wielding a hammer, seemingly in the midst of a wild project. I need a device. Zhang Yang pointed towards the penguin nestled in the basin. It requires a cozy habitat that maintains a constant cooling temperature. Chapter 109, An Unmovable Companion. After contemplating for a moment, Tony replied, I'll construct a small house for it, similar to a doghouse, equipped with an electric cooling system. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. It would be best to also have a backpack akin to those used for cats, as it would be quite lonely at home all the time. Tony consented. Ideally, we should also create a portable, foldable little house, much like my Iron Man suit can fold. Zhang Yang nodded, appreciating the brilliance of the idea. Without hesitation, Tony tossed aside the hammer he held and began sifting through the materials. Upon completing his task, he returned to find Zhang Yang emerging from the portal, cradling a box of Laoganma. What a delightful gift, Tony exclaimed. Becoming a father certainly changes one. Zhang Yang Seagit, pondering whether Tony could ever abandon his incessant paternal instincts. Tony instructed J.A.R.V. Ice to construct a framework, and within 3 short hours, the cozy abode for the little one was ready. Together, they transported it to the vacant bedroom on the 3rd floor of the martial arts hall, plugged it in, and gently placed the little creature inside. Hearing the contented sigh from the tiny inhabitant, both men exhaled in relief. I can truly appreciate the experience of parenthood, Tony remarked suddenly. It is remarkably demanding. Zhang Yang paused, questioning if Tony was reflecting on his father. Tony remained silent. Zhang Yang placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, uncertain how to comfort him, but knowing he shouldn't be alone in this moment. Would you like to visit Antarctica to see some penguins? Zhang Yang inquired unexpectedly. Tony's face turned to one of horror. You can't be serious. You already have one, and now you wish to abduct another penguin? Zhang Yang gazed at him in disbelief, realizing his earlier sympathy was misplaced. Farewell, my friend. Safe travels. Pepper Potts demonstrated remarkable efficiency. By the following day, all the necessary documentation had been finalized, along with a charming backstory for Zhang Yang and the little penguin. The official tale told of a day when Zhang Yang visited the zoo and encountered a little penguin that had inexplicably wandered outside its enclosure. After bravely rescuing the endangered creature, it became attached to him. Even after successfully returning the little penguin to its habitat, it refused to eat or drink. Thus, in a spirit of humanitarianism, they granted Zhang Yang permission to care for the little penguin. Upon hearing this narrative, Tony dismissed it with a single word: klitsch. Zhang Yang found the story to be exceedingly melodramatic, akin to a romance crafted by a woman. He kept the matter of raising a penguin under wraps. But women seemed inherently drawn to small animals, as evidenced by the arrival of numerous toys designed for penguins on the same day the documents were delivered. All were generously sponsored by Pepper. Luo Yuan's reaction to his master's new pet was the most pronounced upon hearing the news. He lost his footing and tumbled down the stairs. Unsurprisingly, he fainted, only to regain consciousness 30 seconds later. My goodness, he exclaimed, gazing at Zhang Yang with admiration. My master is truly exceptional. Zhang Yang mused that the child had transformed into a devoted disciple. After a week of nurturing his little companion, Hawkeye approached Zhang Yang to seek guidance on his footwork. He had recently applied it in a real battle, but felt some aspects remained unclear. Halfway through his practice, upon hearing the sound of a penguin, his bewildered expression struck Zhang Yang as particularly endearing. He expressed his first disapproval regarding Zhang Yang's decision to keep a penguin, asserting that it belonged to the wild. Zhang Yang nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words. Indeed, it should live among its fellow penguins. Zhang Yang conjuret, affirming that it rightly belonged in Antarctica. However, he lamented, it cannot be returned. He playfully thrust the little creature in Hawkeye's arms. If he could manage to send it back, that would be splendid, as it would spare me the daily task of ordering fresh fish for its meals. Hawkeye genuinely took the little one away, but a week later, he returned with it, unable to part ways. Why have you brought it back? Zhang Yang inquired, sipping tea and perusing the newspaper without lifting his gaze. I couldn't send it away. Hawkeye placed the little creature on the ground, which promptly waddled over to Zhang Yang, chirping softly. Zhang Yang absent-mindedly fed it a small fish that he had prepared. Did you already know it couldn't be sent away? Zhang Yang scrutinized Hawkeye with a frown. Don't blame me. I wanted to return it too. But it's impossible. I thought you might have a solution, but it turns out to be the same. After speaking, he fed another fish to the penguin. Hawkeye settled onto a nearby chair. How did you come by it? It wasn't I who obtained it. It chose me, Zhang Yang replied, wearing an expression of helplessness. I attempted to return it 3 times before you even thought of it, and not once was I successful. After a moment of contemplation, Hawkeye suggested, perhaps you should take it to a zoo. Zhang Yang looked at him quizzically, and wait for it to go on a hunger strike in protest, only to have it returned. Upon hearing the term hunger strike, Hawkeye fell silent. The little creature had refused to eat during the days leading up to his attempt to return it, nearly perishing from hunger, only to start eating on their way back. It was indeed impossible to part with it. Finally, after delivering the obstinate little penguin, Hawkeye still refused to leave. He produced a folder and presented it to Zhang Yang. This is an invitation, he declared. The director has formally invited you to join us. Zhang Yang declined to accept it. I belong to the martial arts school, not to any person or organization. Hawkeye began to persuade him. You are suited for us. You are unique and extraordinarily capable, destined for a different life. Zhang Yang gestured towards the penguin at his feet. I already possess a distinct life. Who else can claim to raise a penguin like I do? He then pointed to the Iron Man suit that Tony had left behind on the roof. Who among us can claim a bond of brotherhood with Iron Man as I do? He gestured towards Hawkeye. And who, like me, can take on the role of a mentor? Zhang Yang tousled his hair. My life is already extraordinary. Even Hydra, adhering to the notion that if they cannot win me over, they must eliminate me, has only added to my uniqueness. Do not attempt to deceive me with such rhetoric. Zhang Yang Bao said, this line was surely imparted to you by Director Fury, wasn't it? Hawkeye nodded. I too believe it's futile to sway you. Yet the director insisted I convey these words. Please extend my gratitude to him, but it is unnecessary. Hawkeye retracted the invitation, patted the little one on the head, and departed. Chapter 110. The Allure of Beauty. To be frank, the little creature hardly resembles a penguin. Zhang Yang often mistakenly perceives it as a dog. It delights in affection, swirling around his feet, perpetually yearning for a pat or a scratch, and it does not require the routine walks or baths that a dog would. Zhang Yang procured an inflatable swimming pool for it, situated on the rooftop. The pool, not high, reaches only to Zhang Yang's knees. Yet it is sufficiently deep for such a petite being. Tony, ever the compassionate soul, constructed a dual-access climbing ladder, allowing it to enter the pool from the outside or emerge from within. Naturally, this dual-access ladder also facilitated Tony in discreetly carrying away a small bowl of stir-fried pickled vegetables and shredded meat from Zhang Yang's abode. Zhang Yang mused on how it was rare for Tony to exhibit such kindness. When Tony's dedicated renovation team came to patch some holes, Zhang Yang requested they also widen the leaking pipes on the rooftop. Each time he changed the water for the little one, he merely needed to flip the inflatable pool and let the water flow out through the pipes. When Hawkeye returned for the second time, bearing another invitation, Black Widow accompanied him. It must be said, Black Widow is a formidable presence, captivating to all ages. Zhang Yang could not help but admire her more than once. I shall not accept the invitation, Zhang Yang reiterated with firmness. Even the arrival of two individuals bearing the invite would be in vain. Allow me to clarify. Black Widow shook her head. I did not come to deliver an invitation. I am here to see the little one. As she spoke, she lifted a suitcase in her hand. Fresh fish. Zhang Yang gestured toward the rooftop. It is currently swimming joyfully above. You might even get a chance to stroke its back. Truth be told, I am perplexed as to why a penguin enjoys being petted while swimming. Thank you. Black Widow gracefully ascended the stairs with her suitcase. Zhang Yang picked up a stick nearby and struck it against the doorframe with a resounding crack, rousing the students who had been watching the beauty ascend the stairs. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, wipe away the drool and continue your training. To those of you who have partners or are married, I assure you that I shall not divulge today's events unless your significant other was present here with you during practice. Upon finishing his remarks, Zhang Yang observed several couples exchanging glances, after which the male swiftly fled, with the woman chasing after him, exhibiting fervent enthusiasm. Zhang Yang shook his head in disapproval at this spectacle. It seems that those in relationships were preoccupied with serving tea during class when the crucial moment arrived. They were utterly unprepared, lacking in skill. Eagle-eye surveyed the scene, pondering why such an occurrence warranted such lamentation. Are you attempting to change the subject? Are you jesting? Such an evident diversion, and you fail to recognize my aversion to the invitation you hold? After gazing into Eagle-eye's eyes for a while, Zhang Yang realized that he was indeed serious. This fellow genuinely did not perceive the underlying message. Zhang Yang resolved to shift the conversation. I wonder if there will be a third instance of invitation delivery? Eagle-eye nodded thoughtfully, furrowing his brow as if the matter posed a challenge. There will be. The director seems to be engrossed in a book about a strategist aiding a general in ascending to the throne. The emperor, prior to this, had to extend 3 invitations to persuade the strategist to accept his collaboration. Was Eagle-eye referring to the romance of the 3 kingdoms? Was he alluding to the tale of the 3 visits to the thatched cottage? It had entirely morphed into another story. You may convey to your director that a third invitation is unnecessary. I will not be joining, Zhang Yang declared before ascending the stairs. The scene above nearly caused Zhang Yang to bleed from the nose. The black-clad woman had taken the plunge. He quickly checked for any signs of bleeding. Thankfully, he was unscathed, his dignity intact. Eagle-eye followed him upstairs, momentarily taken aback by the sight. Isn't it an exhilarating scene? Zhang Yang said. Look, the little one is snugly nestled against her chest. Does the veterinary clinic offer a sterilization program for penguins? However, it was evident that Eagle-eye's focus was somewhat peculiar. When did you bring a swimsuit? How was I unaware? Why is she wearing a diving suit to swim? Zhang Yang regarded Eagle-eye as if he were an enigma. In the presence of such allure, was he truly preoccupied with when she donned her diving attire? In the next instant, Zhang Yang comprehended. In the films, this fellow had children, and he was a good man, loyal to his wife, never swayed by anyone else. Yet, he must have been quite busy. His wife must be an extraordinary woman. The black-clad woman tossed her hair, droplets glistening in the sunlight as they cascaded down. The zipper of her attire was not fully secured, revealing a hint of unexpected allure. Water trickled into the exposed area, rendering it even more enticing. Your director possesses excellent taste. Zhang Yang observed the scene of the black-clad woman and the little one frolicking in the water, giving Hawkeye a thumbs up. Hawkeye nodded in agreement, clearly impressed. My partner is truly remarkable, he thought. What on earth? Zhang Yang shot a sidelong glance at Hawkeye, scrutinizing the expression on his face. It seemed the child's intellect had plummeted today. He patted Hawkeye on the shoulder, intending to reveal the truth, but ultimately decided to remain silent. All right, little one. That's enough water play for today. Let us head home. Upon hearing Zhang Yang call for it, the little penguin promptly abandoned the black-clad woman and exited the inflatable pool. Zhang Yang left a towel by the side and led the little penguin back to its room. The black-clad woman emerged from the water, towel in hand for drying off. What did you bring the diving suit? I had no idea. She cast a sidelong glance at Hawkeye, suddenly grasping the meaning behind Zhang Yang's earlier inscrutable expression. Didn't you realize? It's a beauty trap. What? Hawkeye was taken aback, recalling Zhang Yang's earlier remark about their director's discerning eye, implying that Director Fury had an astute knack for employing such tactics. Well then, Barton, what has gotten into you today? The black-clad woman was perplexed by her partner's apparent lapse in intellect. Hawkeye, wishing to say no more, waved the invitation he had not sent out. It seemed the director's beauty trap had failed. Not that it was ever meant to succeed. The black-clad woman donned her clothes, glancing at the now-vanished suitcase. But at least he accepted the fish snacks. That was meant for the penguin. Hey, the penguin belongs to Zhang Yang. His willingness to accept indicates he still wishes to maintain our association. The black-clad woman gently touched Hawkeye's forehead. You're not feverish, so why are you so foolish today? After being scolded for his lack of intelligence, Hawkeye fell completely silent, feeling utterly drained by the conversation. Chapter 111. 3 visits to the cottage. Zhang Yang led the little one back to their room, which had been specially renovated by Tony's trusted construction team, complete with thermal insulation, soundproofing, and an elevated floor with a threshold. The windows had also been modified. In essence, this room had been transformed into a simplified environment reminiscent of Antarctica. Tony oversaw the project, even providing the blueprints. The soundproofing, however, was primarily Zhang Yang's initiative. One cannot fathom the piercing shrieks of a little penguin when it is excited. They're akin to ultrasonic waves directly bombarding the back of one's head. Before the layers of soundproofing were installed, Zhang Yang had to endure the auditory onslaught by relying on a technique to temporarily block his hearing during the little one's enthusiastic outbursts. The little companion followed Zhang Yang and dutifully entered through the exclusive small door designated for it. Zhang Yang opened the door, fortifying himself against the cold with a technique he had practiced. Although each ascent from the 6th to the 7th level during his training was excruciating, often leaving him with internal injuries, he persisted. However, in everyday life, utilizing it in a small way can serve to keep warm. This is a little secret that Zhang Yang has recently discovered. To put it plainly, he is simply too lazy to don a thick winter coat every time he enters. Upon his arrival, the little creature was already squatting beside its food bowl, eagerly awaiting him. Zhang Yang opened the box brought by the Black Widow, revealing a trove of high-quality sardines with a layer of Antarctic krill at the bottom. Wow, what a lavish offering. Currently, the one who adores the little creature the most is undoubtedly Pep, who ensures weekly deliveries of fresh seafood from a Michelin-starred supplier. Just last week, a helicopter was even employed to procure a few fresh herring. Yet, none of this compares to the Antarctic krill delivered by the Black Widow, which was freshly harvested from Antarctica and promptly delivered within 12 hours. It seems that SHIELD truly desires my membership. Otherwise, they would not treat you so generously. Zhang Yang glanced at the Antarctic krill and turned to the little creature, asking if it had not savored this delicacy in a long while. The little one joyfully flapped its wings and nodded vigorously. Well then, let us feast. One must never refuse a gift. He poured out all the Antarctic krill, and the little creature excitedly chirped, diving into its meal. Zhang Yang calculated its portion for the day and added a few sardines. Suddenly, he felt akin to a single parent, nurturing a child while simultaneously playing both father and mother. Within a week, Director Fury personally paid a visit, bringing with him a similar suitcase. Was it once again Antarctic krill airlifted from the South Pole? Zhang Yang took it, weighing it in his hands. It was considerably lighter than the one delivered by the Black Widow. The contents were sourced from a seafood market in New York. The third visit had indeed downgraded. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow and opened it, discovering that the quantity of Antarctic krill was only 2/3 of the last shipment. It was now afternoon tea time. Director Fury pointed to the clock. Zhang Yang closed the lid. Our child does not partake in afternoon tea. Perhaps you should try. Maybe it is because you never offer snacks at this hour that it refuses to eat? Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow, sensing the insinuation in Fury's words. Indeed, the next statement followed. Just as you have never truly come to understand us, how can you be so certain that we are not an excellent partner? How can you assume that our collaboration cannot be intimate and harmonious? This insufferable egg is quite verbose. Must everything be said in such a convoluted manner? Do all agents possess such complex minds? Director, you can stretch a single sentence into 3. I am rather straightforward and may struggle to adapt to such a complicated work environment. Zhang Yang returned the suitcase. If this serves as your stepping stone for persuasion, then please take it back. Small animals hold a particularly endearing place in our hearts. Personally, I once cared for a dog and a cat, but regrettably, due to my demanding work schedule, I had to part with them. Are you attempting to convey that you and I share similar experiences? Since we both cherish the companionship of small creatures, we could potentially become friends. Yet, you currently have no pets, thus your affections have been redirected towards these little beings. Zhang Yang had to concede that this notion of emotional transference was particularly appealing. However, it did not serve as a valid reason for him to join S.H.I.L.D., nor did he harbor any desire to do so. I'm truly saddened to hear about your pets being given away. For kittens and puppies are indeed delightful companions. It seems I have discerned your answer. Zhang Yang pointed to the box in his hand. Would you like to see my little penguin? Director Fury waved his hand dismissively. Perhaps another time. Dr. Banner has stirred up some trouble in Brazil, and I must attend to it personally. Zhang Yang contemplated dumping all the Antarctic krill onto this troublesome fellow's head and then giving him a kick to send him rolling away. Then do resolve the matter swiftly? Zhang Yang maintained a calm demeanor, showing no sign of urgency upon hearing about his friend's predicament. It appears you're not in a rush. Of course. Zhang Yang trustingly patted Director Fury's arm. I have faith in you, in your strategic prowess. After all, your agency is quite a lengthy name. I believe that within your ranks, this matter will be handled proficiently, as it is for the sake of humanity's peace. Such commendation is indeed lofty. As soon as Director Fury departed, Zhang Yang dashed upstairs. System, quickly, provide me with Banner's location. Ding! The position of the Hulk has been located. Coordinates are being sent. Please check. Closing his eyes, Zhang Yang envisioned Dr. Banner lying in a dimly lit space with a heart rate monitor. The readings fluctuated perilously. Enlarging the image, he discovered it was a wooden cabin shrouded in black curtains. Nestled within a jungle, it appeared Dr. Banner had undergone a transformation and found himself in a bit of a predicament. After some contemplation, he glanced at the little creature at his feet. It seemed this small being would have to endure a little inconvenience. Zhang Yang tidied up the creature's toys and some fresh ingredients, then opened a portal beside Tony's pool. Upon seeing the expansive pool, the little one chirped excitedly and leaped in, frolicking in the larger waters and occasionally glancing back at Zhang Yang. He placed the ingredients by the pool's edge and silently muttered an apology. Then, as the little creature submerged, he swiftly closed the portal. Chapter 112. Yellow Lotus. Just as Zhang Yang finished packing the items to take to Dr. Banner, a call from Tony came through. Zhang Yang answered the phone, and before he could even say a word, Tony's voice burst forth in a fit of exasperation. Zhang Yang, you scoundrel! Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow, clearly agitated enough to address him by his full name. Tony, calm down. I can't calm down. You left that little rascal in my swimming pool. I just want to take a swim, and he bit my leg. My leg. Do you understand? Zhang Yang was taken aback. The thigh, a rather sensitive area. Are you certain it was your thigh, and not some other part of your anatomy? Tony's temper flared on the other end of the line. My thigh. He bit the flesh on my thigh. Not anywhere else, just my thigh. Oh, how severe is the injury? Did he bite off a chunk? Is there blood? Should I bring you some ointment? This is your reaction? Zhang Yang pondered for a moment. Indeed, his response seemed appropriate. Shouldn't you be apologizing? In a flash, Zhang Yang hastily offered an apology. My apologies. There was a pause on the other end of the line. You apologize so easily? Zhang Yang rolled his eyes, realizing that Tony was merely seeking a quarrel when making the call. Enough was enough. He decisively hung up, powered down his phone, and tossed it onto the table. Following the coordinates provided by the system, Zhang Yang opened a portal deep within the forest and walked for nearly 5 minutes before arriving at his destination. As he approached the house, a dark gun barrel protruded from a window. "One more step, and I'll turn you into fertilizer for the tree nearby." Zhang Yang raised his hands above his head and called into the interior. "Hey, I would prefer if you invited me in for a beer. Let someone else handle the fertilizer business." Inside, it seemed they had not anticipated his arrival, taking a couple of seconds to retract the weapon. As the door swung open, Dr. Banner stood there, his face alight with surprise. "Zhang, what brings you here?" "I came to visit my old friend." "Thank you, but I may not be in the best position right now." Zhang Yang paid no heed to Dr. Banner's demeanor, shouldering his bag and stepping past him into the house. The aroma inside was far from pleasant. Food packaging littered the table. The floor was stained with alcohol, and the walls bore the marks of smoke. "Wow, are you trying out a new lifestyle?" "Apologies." Dr. Banner cleared a pile of clothes from a chair, wiped it down twice, and then offered it to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang graciously took a seat, observing as Dr. Banner reattached a heart rate monitor. The readings on the device soon indicated a concerning level. "Have you been unable to control yourself lately?" Zhang Yang surveyed the room, yet he failed to locate the frequently used set of gold needles. "Have you misplaced your gold needles?" Upon hearing this question, Banner displayed a look of regret. "I apologize. I encountered a minor mishap that spiraled out of control. The Hulk has broken those needles. I attempted incantations and practiced Tai Chi, but evidently, the outcome was far from satisfactory. It feels as though the Hulk has grown within me." As Dr. Banner spoke, he ran his fingers through his hair in frustration. "If one day the Hulk were to overpower me, Zhang, and end my life, if only your sword could cleave him in twain." Banner uttered this with utmost seriousness, his gaze unwavering. Zhang Yang sighed. This was indeed disconcerting news. "Have you considered fusion?" he inquired. "Let me offer an inappropriate analogy. It is akin to a person with dual personalities who, instead of annihilating one to coexist better, chooses to merge both into a singular entity." Dr. Banner chuckled at this metaphor, acknowledging its rather poor yet vivid depiction. "However, should the fusion succeed, would it manifest as my human form or the Hulk's?" Zhang Yang fell silent, envisioning the green giant seated in a fast food establishment, consuming sandwiches and hamburgers in the Avengers finale. He surmised that, at this juncture, Dr. Banner would find such an image unacceptable. "I have brought you a new set of gold needles," Zhang Yang declared, placing his bag before Dr. Banner. "Additionally, there are some pills and possibly other items you might require, though I must forewarn you, those pills are rather bitter, to the extent that they might make you question the very essence of life. Since being exposed to gamma rays, I have indeed begun to ponder life's meaning," Banner replied, rummaging through his backpack before producing a porcelain bottle. "Is this it?" Zhang Yang nodded in affirmation. Dr. Banner poured out a black pill, consumed it, and instantly contorted his features in bitterness. "Why is this so excruciatingly bitter?" he exclaimed, his tongue flailing in discomfort, prompting a sheepish chuckle from Zhang Yang. "The first batch of Qingshan pills seems to have been improperly calibrated. It appears I may have added an excessive amount of Huang Lian," Zhang Yang stated earnestly. "You should be feeling significantly better now, right?" "Indeed, I feel remarkably clearer-headed after taking it, though the bitterness is overwhelming," Banner responded, extending his tongue and panting with laughter. Zhang Yang found a bottle of water on the ground, twisted it open, and handed it to Dr. Banner, who eagerly gulped down the entire bottle. Zhang Yang then offered another, which Banner finished in one go, followed by a hearty belch. Zhang Yang mused that perhaps it was not merely a matter of miscalibration, but rather that an excessive quantity of Huang Lian had indeed been used, perhaps even double the intended amount. Zhang Yang observed the empty water bottle in Dr. Banner's hand and handed him a third one. Dr. Banner waved his hand in refusal. "I can no longer drink." "Very well. It is indeed that you can no longer drink, not that you do not require it. It seems I have indeed miscalculated the proportion of the coptis. Shall I prepare another bottle for you?" Zhang Yang's expression turned serious. "This one is too bitter. I shall adjust the formula for you." He would never concede that he had erred in the proportions. Dr. Banner shook his head. "No, this is just right." He shook the porcelain bottle in his hand. "This bitterness strikes directly to the mind, allowing me to instantaneously feel a sense of calm." Dr. Banner rummaged through his backpack and unearthed 3 porcelain bottles. "Is there more?" Zhang Yang nodded. "Do you have something with an even stronger effect?" Zhang Yang nodded again. Next time, he would increase the coptis by 5-fold. "By the way, What led you to seek me out? Your transformation seems to have caused a bit of a stir. Someone I know has shared some information with me. Oh, your friend is quite amiable. Zhang Yang chocolate. Haha, the boiled egg has been praised for its friendliness. Chapter 113, Visiting Relatives Doctor. Banner expressed keen interest in the contents of the backpack that Zhang Yang had brought. What is this? He pulled out several bottles of traditional Chinese medicine stored in plastic containers, gazing at Zhang Yang with curiosity. This helps to slow down the heart rate, Zhang Yang explained. If your heart rate is too rapid, you may take a bottle. Consider this akin to a fast-acting heart remedy. Quite remarkable. He then discovered a few vests and oversized shorts. You even brought me clothes? Dr. Banner appeared pleasantly surprised. Indeed, I thought you might need a change, so I brought them along since I was here. How thoughtful. Thank you for your kind words. When Dr. Banner uncovered a package of fresh golden needle mushrooms, he momentarily froze. After a prolonged pause, he uttered a simple thank you. He stuffed all the items back into the backpack, then fished out 2 bottles of beer from the corner. They're not chilled, but at least I have managed to enjoy a beer during my visits here. Zhang Yang accepted one, pulled the tab, took a sip, and instantly felt unwell. Is this beer not brewed with coptis during the process? The bitterness is quite overwhelming. Wow, this is incredibly invigorating. Zhang Yang set the beer down, simultaneously releasing himself from its grasp. It is not particularly palatable. Dr. Banner took another sip. But what more can I expect in a place like this? It seems I have forgotten to bring beer among the items I brought for you. Zhang Yang pushed the beer further away on the table. Dr. Banner seemed to have regained his composure after enduring hardship, his heartbeat stabilizing considerably, leading to a buoyant mood. After finishing the beer in his hand, he also drank the remainder of the beer that Zhang Yang had only tasted. The two exchanged a few pleasantries before Zhang Yang decided to take his leave. Banner gifted him a palm-sized wooden carving, a traditional ornament used by locals to hang on doors as a prayer for safety. I personally carved this, he said. Carving serves as a form of meditation, helping to calm my spirit. Zhang Yang returned to the martial arts school, hanging the wooden sculpture on the gate of the backyard. After observing the students practice, he offered them guidance one by one. Luo Yuan was performing the movements while inquiring of Zhang Yang. Master, I was startled when I didn't see the little fellow today. I thought someone had stolen it. Then I noticed you were also absent, and guessed you might have taken it with you. The little one has gone to visit relatives? Zhang Yang replied. A relative who is quite fond of playing the role of a father. When will we bring it back? Luo Yuan pondered the capacity of the refrigerator specifically bought for storing food for the little creature, frowning slightly. It only eats things with a 1-day shelf life. After 2 days, it won't touch them. Then we shall eat it, he declared. It's sufficient to pickle it. Besides, we always prepare just the right amount that it can consume. If the little one cannot finish, I might have to find a veterinarian. Luo Yuan nodded and asked again. Master, when shall we retrieve the little one? I'm not eager to bring it back just yet. It has just nibbled on the leg of a certain benefactor. If we go to fetch it now, we might incur his wrath, and Tony could be rather fierce when provoked. Master, did you discuss with your relative how long the little one would be staying? Zhang Yang nodded. Not at all. He secretly sent the little one away without any prior discussion. After the students departed for the evening, Zhang Yang ascended to his room and unearthed 2 tubes of ointment, one for rapid wound healing and the other for scar treatment. For good measure, he also rummaged through a few jars of lao gan ma and took with him a bowl of stir-fried shredded pork with pickled vegetables that he had just prepared. With caution, he made his way to Tony's swimming pool, but the moment he arrived, the entire villa erupted with alarm bells. Instantly, 3 guards emerged from the villa, weapons drawn and aimed at Tony. Wow, let me see who has dared to intrude upon my home. Tony strode out barefoot, sporting a peculiar harness across his chest. What kind of tire is that? Zhang Yang cuestioned. Don't mind my outfit. You are trespassing illegally. Do you realize that? Tony retorted angrily. Then call the police and have me arrested. How can you disregard all conventions? What would you have me say? Zhang Yang raised the items in his hands. I brought you a gift. Is that all? Indeed, just this. As Toby stepped aside, Zhang Yang caught sight of what was concealed beneath Tony's harness. The little one is peacefully slumbering in the carrier, oblivious to the ruckus created by the 2 of them. Despite the commotion, it has not stirred. It vanished from your sight, fussed for an eternity, refused to eat or drink, and only succumbed to exhaustion. Yet it stubbornly resisted returning to its nest. Thus, you cradled it in your arms? Jarvis suggested that it may require an environment imbued with a sense of security. Jarvis is truly a genius of artificial intelligence. The notion of Tony emulating a kangaroo mother is simply brilliant. Even more astonishing is that Tony heeded Jarvis's advice and genuinely proceeded with it. Wow, it must feel incredibly secure to be sleeping so soundly. I concur with that sentiment. Zhang Yang handed the ointment he brought to Tony and placed the remaining items in the kitchen. When he emerged, he found Tony pacing the living room, cradling the carrier as if he were a novice mother soothing a child to sleep. Now that it is soundly asleep, you need not continue this, Zhang Yang remarked. Isn't it going to feel warm like this? Not at all. This carrier has been meticulously modified by me. I'm not like those unscrupulous individuals who abandon their little ones in some corner and flee. This was no subtle illusion. It was an outright jab at Zhang Yang. All right, this matter is indeed my fault, Zhang Yang generously admitted, acknowledging there was little room for denial. Dr. Banner posed some issues that I was pressed to resolve. He looked at Tony with sincerity. I was uneasy placing the little one in the dojo. Tony, you're the only person I can trust. Aside from you, I can find no one else capable, financially and emotionally, of caring for the little one. Oh, indeed, I am a partner worthy of trust, Tony quipped, playfully tossing his hair. You almost forgot to mention my intellect. After all, without me, there would be no little one nestled in that luxurious sleeping space of yours. Nor would there be this carrier against my chest. He seemed quite proud as he said this. I have also redesigned my pool, allowing for partitioning when the little one takes a dip, enabling us to swim together without any such predicaments. Chapter 114, Extortion in the Ensuing Moments. Tony donned the carrier and expounded on his pool renovation plans using three-dimensional projection. He spoke with great fervor, his words flowing like a torrent. He spoke for over 4 hours, until 11 o'clock at night. Zhang Yang had dozed off twice, and by the time Tony finished, he was sprawled on the sofa, looking utterly defeated. Why that expression? Did you not comprehend? I can't know. No. Zhang Yang instantly perked up, transforming from a limp figure to a model student posture. I need not hear it again. I understand. Tony held the carrier with both hands, raising his chin. Then tell me, what did I just say? Zhang Yang glanced at the ceiling. Moments ago, while he was dozing off, he caught a few words that seemed to pertain to the division of a space and temperature control. You can't articulate it, Tony exclaimed, his expression grave, as if Zhang Yang had betrayed him. No, I can articulate it. You merely partitioned your swimming pool, allowing it to be divided into 2 sections for temperature control when the little one wishes to swim, 1/2 for each. Tony hesitated, pondering the explanation, and it appeared to hold merit. Zhang Yang exhaled a sigh of relief. He certainly did not wish to endure another 4 hours of lecturing. It was excruciating. Tony was ill-suited to be a teacher. Very well, it's resolved. I shall take the little one back now. Zhang Yang stood, intending to take the child into his care. However, Tony retreated a step while cradling the child, avoiding Zhang Yang's outstretched hand. What are you doing? Zhang Yang regarded Tony's actions with a hint of wariness. Tony, something seems amiss. Indeed, Tony pointed towards the kitchen. Double the old godmother and stir-fried shredded pork with pickled vegetables. This is blatant extortion. Tony, you are a billionaire. Can't you purchase some for yourself? Zhang Yang had never considered this absurdity. A billionaire who consistently mooched off others for food and drink. If he truly adored old godmother, he could easily invest a sum and become its exclusive foreign distributor. No, Tony retorted with righteous indignation. Indeed, one who possesses no shame is invincible in this world. Tony, it seemed, had shed all semblance of decorum. Why not? With all your wealth, can't you buy a single bottle? Even Pepper Potts and Colonel Rhodes purchase their own. Have you ever seen others dine? Of course. If someone is relishing their meal, wouldn't it whet your appetite? But how does that relate to your habitual freeloading? I simply feel that what you provide is far more delectable. What a ludicrous rationale. Zhang Yang interjected. Tony, stop this nonsense. If you desire a delightful meal, you could watch videos of others dining, but that is not a justification that should escape your lips. Speak plainly, what is the matter? Tony could conjure numerous excuses, yet this particular rationale held no water. No, this is precisely the reason. Is the only reason. Zhang Yang had no intention of departing hastily. He was curious to see what antics Tony would devise. Tony, you must trust me. I possess 100 methods to extract the truth from you. Even clad in your mark. Tony bristled. My mark is indestructible. It is crafted from the most advanced materials. Yet I managed to dismantle Stan's robot and inflicted damage upon it. The materials of my mark far surpass those of Stan's robot presently. Shall we not test this theory? You are unarmed. Zhang Yang raised his hands. I can retrieve a weapon at this moment. Then perhaps we should reconsider. No, it cannot simply end like this. Zhang Yang wore a grave expression, resembling a man whose fortune had been unjustly seized. I shall return to procure my sword. As a man, I must honor my challenge to a duel. No, no, no. Tony vehemently shook his head, as if to dispel the very notion. It was merely a casual remark. How could one so lightly declare a duel? Unless you divulge the reason for your unusual behavior, we shall engage in combat today. As he spoke, Zhang Yang raised his hand, adorned with a pendant, aware that Tony would not resort to extortion over trivial matters, such as his beloved Lao Gan Ma and pickled vegetables. Moreover, upon inspecting the kitchen, he noted that Tony still possessed a sufficient stock. This individual would only seek his supplies once the inventory was depleted. Zhang Yang intended to press Tony, curious about his true intentions. Hey, stop, Tony shouted, waking the small child cradled in his arms. If you're awake, let us go play. He hurried towards the pool with the little one. Once the child was out of sight, he turned back to Zhang Yang, his countenance revealing a tumultuous inner conflict. This expression piqued Zhang Yang's curiosity, akin to someone whispering a secret only to dash away, leaving one yearning to uncover the hidden truth. If you refuse to speak, then let us duel, Zhang Yang declared, gesturing dramatically in the air. In an instant, Tony lunged forward, seizing Zhang Yang's arm, and they both tumbled onto the sofa in a rather awkward position. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Sir, would you like me to dim the lights? Jarvis interjected, offering his assistance with impeccable timing. Zhang Yang reconsidered his earlier praise of Jarvis's brilliance. Silence, Jarvis, Tony bellowed into the void. If you dare disclose this matter, I shall dismantle you. Understood, sir. Zhang Yang glared at Tony. Was this truly the moment to converse with Jarvis? Could he not disentangle himself from this awkward posture before engaging in dialogue? Must he remain in this position? Zhang Yang gritted his teeth, demanding an answer. Tony quickly stood up, and Zhang Yang followed suit. Hey Zhang, you didn't just assume I have feelings for you. Did you? Tony gazed at him with trepidation, a look of defiance etched upon his face. I have no interest in men, Zhang Yang snapped, unable to contain himself, delivering a swift slap to Tony's head. I merely found the situation embarrassing. What on earth are you imagining? Tony opened his mouth to retort, but ultimately chose silence. Jarvis piped up once more. Sir, Miss Pepper has arrived. Excellent. Let her in, Zhang Yang responded, suddenly comprehending the significance of the moment. Wishing you a delightful evening. I shall take my leave now. Zhang Yang hastily approached the door leading to the swimming pool, for such ill-fated entanglements are surely subject to divine retribution. After all, the matchmaker, with his considerable age, finds it no easy task to weave connections. Chapter 115. It turns out to be a boy. However, just as Zhang Yang was about to push open the glass door, Tony seized his wrist with a firm grip. At that moment, little Chili entered and caught sight of the scene, exclaiming in surprise. Zhang Yang felt a chill run down his spine, thanks to Tony's meddling. What are you doing? Little Chili approached anxiously. Are you about to fight? No, I am merely preventing Zhang from taking the little one away. There's a foldable house by the pool. If you bring that along, you can take the little one with you. Although Tony directed his words to little Chili, his gaze was fixed intently on Zhang Yang. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang could not help but frown. After all, he was the rightful owner of the little one. On what grounds could Tony decide its fate? I am its owner, and I never said I intended to give it away. I merely wish for it to stay temporarily, perhaps at Pep's house for a couple of days. Tony, still gripping Zhang Yang's wrist, began to pull him towards the basement. I need to discuss something with you. Zhang Yang planted his feet firmly, anchoring himself in place. When Tony tugged, he stumbled slightly, nearly falling to the ground. Hey, I almost fell. Zhang Yang remained unmoved, like a steadfast rock blocking the glass door. Little Chili, feeling a bit awkward, glanced around. Oh, Tony mentioned that you've been dealing with some issues lately and could use someone's assistance with a little one. So, she hesitated, realizing that her presence here made further elaboration unnecessary. Zhang Yang turned his gaze towards Tony, who was looking at little Chili. Pep, would you mind waiting in the study or somewhere else? Zhang, and I need to have a conversation. Little Chili promptly dashed upstairs. Tony pulled a chair closer and sat down before Zhang Yang. Zhang, you have not been yourself lately. He spoke earnestly. When I was preparing the little one's room, I sensed something was amiss. Under normal circumstances, if I presented you with the room's blueprints, you would engage in a detailed discussion with me. Zhang Yang pondered this, indeed. On that day, he had not conferred with Tony. As soon as Tony presented the plans, Zhang Yang merely nodded, offering no opinions and not even glancing at the blueprints. That was a demonstration of my trust in you, Tony remarked, rolling his eyes. Failing somohad guilty, Zhang Yang jogid likely. He had indeed been preoccupied during that time, as every sight of the little one reminded him of his injury in Antarctica. What if such incidents were to recur? Is it truly the case that reaching the 7th level is achieved through repeated injuries and subsequent healing, ultimately conditioning one's meridians to endure the searing pain? And to ascend to the 8th level, must one endure daily self-immolation until such torment becomes as mundane as eating or drinking? During his moments of leisure, Zhang Yang often pondered this conundrum. He managed to ensure the little creature remained well-fed, thanks to Pepe's affection and Luo Yuan's timely provisions. Zhang Yang felt a twinge of guilt towards the little one. He had chosen to assume the role of its guardian. Yet apart from allocating a room for it and taking it swimming daily, he had done little else. His sustenance came from Pep. His living quarters were transformed by Tony, and the swimming pool was a suggestion from Luo Yuan. Frustrated, Zhang Yang crouched down, scratching his head. Indeed, I have encountered certain challenges, but they are not within your capacity to resolve. How would we know if you don't speak up? Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang glanced at Tony, patted his shoulder, yet shook his head. This bond he cherished, but the dilemmas he faced were beyond their understanding or ability to assist. If I require aid, I will seek you out at once, my friend. But for now, I possess the means to resolve this, albeit at a somewhat slower pace. Trust me. Tony nodded in understanding. Suddenly, a knocking sound echoed from the glass door behind them, causing both men to freeze. They seemed to have forgotten the little one, temporarily left by the pool during their conversation. The persistent tapping on the glass continued, and both men, feeling a twinge of guilt, remained crouched, hesitant to turn around. Shall I look back now? Tony whispered cautiously. Zhang Yang shook his head, gesturing towards the upper floor. Tony's eyes lit up. He had nearly forgotten that another person was upstairs. As Pepper departed with the little one, Zhang Yang and Tony stood at the door, akin to fathers bidding farewell to their child. Thank goodness I have an assistant, Tony remarked. You should say you're fortunate to have a female assistant. Zhang Yang emphasized the gender. The little one turned out to be a boy. This revelation surprised Tony. Moments earlier, the little one had eagerly clung to Pepper, leaving Tony momentarily astounded. It took him a couple of seconds to grasp that the little creature was indeed male. You didn't know the little one was a boy? Zhang Yang inquired, surprised, having assumed Tony was aware of this fact. I don't live with him daily. How could I know he was a boy? When did you realize? Let me think, Zhang Yang mused. Oh, right. Once, a few students were playing with a creature that persistently burrowed into the arms of the female students. One of them, whose family owned a pet hospital, took a glance and remarked that it was male. Tony pondered for a moment before suggesting, shall we take it to a pet hospital for a checkup? Others typically neuter their dogs. He made a slicing motion with his hand, but Zhang Yang firmly pressed it down, his expression grave. I believe it is best to let it grow up as a male. I cannot bear the thought of turning the little one into a eunuch. Besides, with his portal, he can be sent to Antarctica when he reaches the appropriate age for a mate. All right, Tony shrugged, acknowledging that it was merely a suggestion. Is there any alcohol available? Zhang Yang expressed his desire for a drink. Tony rummaged through his kitchen and bar, only to discover a troubling reality. There was no alcohol left, not even an empty bottle. He looked at Zhang Yang in bewilderment, who rolled his eyes in response. What have you done to upset Pepper this time? Tony shook his head, asserting that he had not provoked her recently. Zhang Yang pondered and inquired, has the company's stock price dropped again? Tony immediately adopted an innocent expression. That incident was not my fault at all. I would never have agreed to such a proposal, even though it indirectly led to the decline in stock price. Well, the truth is out. Little Pepper was upset and gave me a minor lesson. Chapter 116. A toast. Tony pulled out his phone, intending to order some drink from Happy, but Zhang Yang stopped him. Have you ever tasted Brazilian beer? Zhang Yang asked, recalling that he had found it rather unpleasant at first. Yet the memory of the beer he had at Dr. Banner's lingered in his mind. Just wait a moment. I have something to give that hulking figure. As Tony went downstairs, Zhang Yang observed him gathering a large bundle of items, which even included a hefty bundle of wires and a miniature wireless receiver. Are you planning to set up a power station in Brazil for Dr. Banner? Zhang Yang bet, sifting through the contents and even discovering a wrench. He hefted it in his hand, noting its considerable weight. What do you need a wrench for? Oh, I constructed a portable gamma radiation research disassembler, but it was cumbersome to transport, so I took it apart. This is for assembly purposes. Is it really necessary to have it that large? Zhang Yang waved the wrench, which was nearly the length of his forearm. What are you going to do with such a massive tool? Use it as a weapon for Dr. Banner's defense? Surely, Dr. Banner can transform when faced with danger. Isn't the Hulk more reliable than a wrench? Tony glanced at the enormous wrench in Zhang Yang's hand and then at the smaller wrench on the table. It could indeed be smaller. After switching to a more compact wrench, the bag's weight significantly diminished. Zhang Yang first opened a palm-sized portal, peering into Dr. Banner's desolate abode. The room was barren, its belongings intact, yet the inhabitant had departed. With a sweep of his vision, he confirmed that aside from the alarms designed to thwart intruders, no other surveillance measures were present. Subsequently, Zhang Yang stepped through the portal alongside Tony. Alas, the living quarters appeared increasingly austere with each visit. Tony cast another glance out the window, only to find the scenery growing ever more solitary. Yet, he was fortunate to have friends like us. Indeed, the word loneliness resonated with Tony's sentiments. Despite maintaining an outwardly normal routine of early rising and working, Dr. Banner remained profoundly isolated. He was merely masquerading a semblance of normalcy to deceive himself, offering a facade of stability. This was a form of self-comforting delusion. Deep down, he regarded himself as an aberration, for otherwise, he would not have chosen to live in seclusion. Tony, like a curious hound, sniffed around, eventually revealing a look of disdain. Isn't it poorly ventilated here? He remarked, and with an air of nonchalance, he briskly flung open the window. No, Zhang Yang exclaimed, but it was too late. The intrusion alarm had already been triggered. Tony glanced at his hand, then at the window, and finally at Zhang Yang. Did I just do something foolish? Indeed, Zhang Yang pointed to a minuscule component by the window, his expression one of incredulity. A genius from MIT, and you failed to notice this? The MIT prodigy fell silent. Dr. Banner returned sooner than Zhang Yang had anticipated. Within a mere 10 minutes, he entered, laden with various bags. I received an alert that the window was open from the inside. I suspected it might be you, he said, his arms brimming with an assortment of items. Zhang Yang reached out to assist, only to discover that each bag contained beer, the very brand he had previously deemed unpalatable. Did you rob a brewery? Zhang Yang inquired. In fact, I looted a supermarket. They had a buy one, get one free deal today, and I thought it prudent to stock up. At least, I find the taste acceptable, even if you disagree, Dr. Banner replied. No, I actually enjoy it, which is why I came to drink with you today, Tony interjected, prompting a look of disbelief from Dr. Banner. He pinched Zhang Yang's face and arms, attempting to touch his chest, but Zhang Yang swiftly swatted his hand away. I'm not wearing a human disguise, nor am I an imitation robot. I am indeed real. Otherwise, who could open a portal directly into your home? After a moment of contemplation, Dr. Banner conceded the point. Tony clapped his hands, drawing the attention of both Zhang Yang and Dr. Banner. Hey, excuse me, gentlemen. Is there a living soul here who can spare me a glance? Banner shrugged. My apologies. I truly didn't notice your presence until now. You didn't notice me? Had I not triggered the alarm, would you have returned so promptly to meet us? Dr. Banner looked astonished. Goodness, Tony, you couldn't possibly have missed such a rudimentary alarm system, could you? Tony felt a moment of embarrassment, but quickly donned an air of confidence. No way. The moment I entered, I recognized it. I simply didn't wish to wait idly. I was eager to meet you sooner. Zhang Yang remained silent, opting to preserve Tony's dignity as his longtime companion. To alleviate the awkwardness, Tony proceeded to introduce the instruments he had brought to Dr. Banner, who expressed his gratitude in return by sharing some theoretical frameworks he had developed recently. The exchange between the two geniuses was something Zhang Yang deemed worth observing. When it came to the new flavor of beer, Tony's adaptability clearly paled in comparison to Zhang Yang's. At least Zhang Yang managed to swallow the first sip without hesitation. Tony, on the other hand, took a sip and within seconds promptly spat it out. Wow, this beer is truly... Tony struggled for words before finally uttering, distinctive. Zhang Yang noted that Tony was far more circumspect in his critique, refraining from declaring the beer unpalatable outright. However, Zhang Yang had adjusted quite well. By the time Tony had expelled his sip, he had already downed half a bottle. You can actually drink that? Zhang Yang remarked, understanding the absurdity in Tony's tone. I couldn't get used to it on my first try either. I only took a sip, and upon leaving, I discovered the beer had a rather rich flavor. Perhaps I failed to appreciate its allure the first time. Indeed, this brew is quite popular, Dr. Banner said, pushing a dozen bottles of beer toward Zhang Yang. Come on. No retreat until intoxication. When inebriated, all worries fade away. And who knows, when you awaken, the mysteries that perplex you may very well unravel. Zhang Yang raised his beer, momentarily taken aback. What did you say? Are you not harboring any concerns? I am not. You are. I noticed it during your last visit. Zhang Yang touched his face. Is it that obvious? Both Dr. Banner and Tony nodded in unison. Zhang Yang frowned. So it's painfully evident? Once more, they nodded together. Zhang Yang groaned, resting his head in the crook of his arm. No wonder Dr. Banner had unexpectedly invited him for a beer during his previous visit. Chapter 117. This damned friendship, Zhang Yang lamented for a moment, feeling as though two arms had been placed upon his shoulders. There's no need for such despondency. My friend, you are human, not a machine. It is perfectly normal to have concerns. I often carry my own burdens and share them with others. It's nothing to fret over. Zhang, you are my friend, and I will certainly assist you if I can. If not, I shall accompany you in drinking. There is no need for such formality. Just look at me. Despite my current state, I have managed to persevere. The big fellow is right. There is no shame in this. It is merely a facet of life. Have you shed tears? Would you like me and Tony to step outside for a moment? At this very moment, Zhang Yang found the scene profoundly moving. Yet, he was not quite the person they believed him to be. He felt embarrassed, despite the fact that there was truly nothing to be ashamed of. Ironically, he thought he had managed his demeanor well, only to discover that nearly the entire world was aware of it. What is that idiom? Self-deception? Covering one's ears while stealing a bell? Whatever the case, it conveys a similar sentiment. Zhang Yang wiped his face and lifted his head. You all were truly moving just now. How fortunate I am to have friends. Indeed, Tony responded with a look of pride. Therefore, remember to bring me more Lao Gan Ma when we return. Farewell. Our friendship has ended. Zhang Yang abruptly pushed Tony's arm off his shoulder. Let us sever ties right here. No, you cannot say that. I just consoled you, and you were touched. No, I can. Tony seized the can of beer he had previously scorned and took a couple of hearty swigs. Sever ties. Zhang Yang nodded. Tony added 2 minutes. This phrase, when fully articulated, translates to sever ties for 2 minutes. Dr. Banner rolled his eyes nearby. You two resemble elementary school children engaged in an argument. Zhang Yang and Tony fell silent, recognizing the soundness of the other's reasoning, and thus chose to remain quiet. The three of them ultimately drank into the early hours of the morning, sprawled haphazardly on the floor. Zhang Yang recalled having taken precautions around the perimeter of the room, which resulted in someone stepping on the itching powder he had scattered during the night. The sudden discomfort caused that person to leap up, creating a commotion that swiftly roused the three within the room. Dr. Banner hastily retrieved a handgun from beneath the bed, while Tony grabbed a small wrench. Zhang Yang thought it would have been wise for Tony to have brought the larger wrench instead. Peering through the crack of the door, Zhang Yang observed a group of men in suits, their gaze shifting back, revealing Director Fury and Agent Phil standing behind the crowd. Lately, these two had been inseparable, akin to conjoined twins. It is Homeland Security, Zhang Yang began to articulate, but then forgot the rest of the lengthy name. Such an extended title is truly cumbersome. Regardless, it is that agency, led by Director Fury and Agent Phil. Tony looked over in astonishment. How do you know? I saw it. Zhang Yang pointed to his eyes. With these eyes of mine, but I shan't divulge what I practiced to see so far. Suppress the expression of inquiry on your face. Tony concealed his expression of inquiry, deciding against asking any questions. You all may leave. They are here to see me. Just as Dr. Banner was about to open the door, Zhang Yang seized his arm. Doctor, while I believe that the individuals outside harbor no malice towards you, there's an ancient Chinese proverb. Holding a jade may invite calamity. Dr. Banner nodded in acknowledgement. I have heard it before. Tony shook his head. I haven't. Do enlighten me. Zhang Yang disregarded Tony's interruption, focusing intently on Dr. Banner. I understand your desire to face this alone, yet one must accept assistance when it is offered. To strengthen my argument, I shall reiterate the comforting words you just shared with me. It was profoundly moving, The solace of friends in times of adversity is indeed heartening. How absurd. Zhang Yang continued to persuade. Should you be discovered even once, you will remain under perpetual surveillance. You cannot destroy the world's satellite systems. So let this be my way of repaying you for accompanying me for a drink. Dr. Banner contemplated for a brief moment before nodding in agreement. Zhang Yang promptly opened a portal to Tony's home, and the three swiftly cleared away all the necessary items. The instant Zhang Yang closed the portal, all data on the thermal detection device outside vanished. Director Fury, who had been anticipating a discussion with the Hulk, was informed by his agents that the individual had disappeared. Sir, all data has suddenly vanished. We have confirmed the instruments are intact, reported an agent. Fury raised an eyebrow. Then let's withdraw. There's likely nothing left for us to investigate in that room. It must be said, the instincts of the agent in charge proved remarkably accurate. While moving the items, Tony even wrapped the food in a bedsheet. Now, the living room was a chaotic mix of scattered items, including even a long-haired bun that Tony had also brought back. Tony, why didn't you just empty the entire cabin? Tony noticed the bun. Goodness, has that bun been preserved since the dawn of civilization? If that were the case, I would have lived long enough to be seized for experimentation. In truth, the bun had been treated with a substance to deter rodents and other pests. As Tony reached for the bun to discard it, he froze at Zhang Yang's comment. Zhang Yang glanced at the assortment of food packed alongside the bun, pulled Tony away, and repackaged everything. Since it cannot be consumed, we shall arrange for a waste management service to handle it tomorrow. But there is my freshly bought bread in there. Hey, doctor, don't dwell on your new bread. I have pickled mustard greens with shredded pork here. You will undoubtedly adore this. Tony, draping his arm over his shoulder, made his way to the kitchen, while Zhang Yang dragged a bag of items and unceremoniously discarded them into the villa's refuse area. Upon returning from his task, Zhang Yang found the two men in the kitchen, each cradling a bowl of stir-fried shredded pork with pickled vegetables, extolling the profound intricacies of Chinese cuisine. Their praises soared to celestial heights, exemplifying the art of commendation at its zenith, culminating in a playful inquiry. Could you prepare a bowl of plain noodles to accompany this? Zhang Yang chuckled heartily, wishing them both a delightful meal before taking his leave, urging them to fend for themselves and enjoy the fruits of their labor. As he spoke, he promptly activated a portal and departed, leaving behind the two bewildered gentlemen who exchanged glances in the kitchen. Chapter 118. An uninvited guest, Zhang Yang returned to the martial arts school and sat cross-legged on the floor of his room. He retrieved the Hunyuan Heart Sutra and perused it once more, the techniques unfolding in his mind like scenes from a cinematic masterpiece. He read each word with fervor until one phrase captivated him. Absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth to nourish body and mind. Practice the techniques to refine body and mind. Distill the essence to cultivate body and mind. The preceding lines resonated with him, yet the final phrase left him perplexed. He had always believed that achieving a pinnacle state in martial arts or extracting the essence of the techniques would enable him to reap greater rewards with less effort. However, it now appeared that he had misunderstood. Zhang Yang fixated on the line, contemplating it for half the night, until fatigue overtook him, compelling him to lay down and wrap himself in a blanket on the floor, succumbing to slumber. When morning arrived, he was startled awake by the enlarged visage of Luo Yuan, causing him to retreat in fright and collide painfully with the bed's edge. The pain was truly excruciating. Clutching his head, Zhang Yang rose from the floor, intending to commend Luo Yuan for his impressive entrance, only to realize that he had not been struck by malice, but rather startled by his own disciple. Before he could voice his praise, he noticed a golden needle clutched in Zhang Yang's hand. "Do you intend to stab me?" he inquired. Luo Yuan shook his head. "I've already done so, right in your philtrum." Zhang Yang touched the area and, to his surprise, felt a twinge of pain. The boy had been rather forceful. "Master, I called for you for quite some time, and when you did not awaken, I resorted to giving you a needle." "What do you mean you couldn't wake me? What time is it?" "It's 11 o'clock, Luo Yuan replied. Zhang Yang sprang up in astonishment, verifying the time and confirming it was indeed 11. "How long did you call for me?" he asked. Luo Yuan gestured a peace sign. "I noticed it was 9 o'clock and you had yet to come down, so I went upstairs to call you. When I found you sleeping on the floor, I attempted to rouse you, but there was no sign of awakening, and in my urgency, Luo Yuan mimicked the action of administering a needle. Zhang Yang contemplated the impressions of the previous night while absent-mindedly touching his philtrum pondering how he had ended up in such a disheveled state. Yes. He had spent the entire night engrossed in the study of the Hunyuan Heart Sutra, which left him utterly fatigued, so much so that he could not muster the energy even to ascend the stairs, and simply collapsed onto the floor in slumber. The clock struck 11. It was time to return home for a meal. Zhang Yang rubbed his face, sensing an inevitable connection between his actions, though he had yet to uncover and articulate it. "Master, may I stay for lunch today?" Luo Yuan inquired, scratching his head in embarrassment. "My father has gone to visit an old friend and asked me to fend for myself outside. I find myself yearning for the Yangshan noodles you make." "Very well. Go and prepare the ingredients. I shall wash my face and join you shortly." Zhang Yang hurriedly splashed water on his face, and upon descending the stairs, he discovered Director Fry sitting at his dining table, while Luo Yuan cheerfully welcomed him. "Master, this gentleman claims to be your friend and has brought us a basket of fruit. Shall I peel an apple for you? This child truly has adopted the mantra that one thrives where one is nurtured." Zhang Yang waved his hand, gesturing towards the back door. "Be good. Wash the apple, and then spend some time in the backyard." Luo Yuan glanced back at his master, and then at the bald man who introduced himself as the master as friend. Realizing that he might have unwittingly allowed an important person into their home, he quickly grabbed an apple and scurried off to the backyard. Once Luo Yuan had exited, Zhang Yang turned his attention to Director Fry. "What brings you here today?" "One does not visit the Three Treasures Hall without purpose. I merely came to pay a visit to an old friend," Director Fry replied, gesturing towards the fruit basket. "I also brought a token of my visit." "Huh. Last time you exchanged a basket of fruit for my Laoganma. Have you finished it?" "Not at all. I genuinely came simply to visit an old friend." "Well, now that your visit is complete, you may take your leave." Director Fry remained seated, unwavering as a mountain, showing no inclination to rise. "Do you mind if we share a meal?" "I do mind." Zhang Yang stood at the doorway, adopting a gesture of invitation. Unmoved, Director Fry continued to sit, and Zhang Yang maintained his stance. After nearly 2 minutes of silence, it was Director Fry who relented, rising from his chair. As he passed Zhang Yang, he quietly inquired, "Master Zhang, it is rather warm in Brazil. Do you not fear sweating in that attire?" Zhang Yang smiled. "I shall have the opportunity to travel to Brazil one day." With that, Director Fry departed. It was only upon hearing the door close that Zhang Yang's gaze fell upon the fruit basket brought by Director Fry. Under the light, a faint glimmer emanated from within the basket. Zhang Yang picked up the luminous object atop the fruit and discovered it to be the thinnest, smallest golden needle. In every meticulous plan, there exists a flaw. It appeared that Dr. Banner had yet to realize that one golden needle was missing from his newly acquired needle case. Zhang Yang stored away the golden needle and summoned Luo Yuan to join him for lunch. Midway through their meal, a call from Tony shattered the tranquility. His voice was laced with frustration as he inquired why no one had come see them. "Why should I visit you without reason? I have my own responsibilities to attend to," Zhang retorted. It was evident that Tony's irritation escalated, causing a cacophony of crashing sounds on the other end of the line. "I, too, have work," Tony asserted with indignation. "Is your work merely tinkering with gadgets in the confines of your basement every day? Have you ever left your home for a job?" Zhang shot back defiantly. "And have you stepped outside today?" Tony countered. Zhang huffed in a haughty manner. "My home serves as my workplace. My office is on the ground floor." "Is your office also on your ground floor?" Tony responded with equal pride. "I can work from my basement. If documents need to be signed, Pepper will deliver them to me. I have a secretary. I have an apprentice." Zhang exclaimed. "Enough." Dr. Banner interjected, his voice booming through the phone. He could no longer endure their bickering, which resembled that of children in a kindergarten. Suddenly, he found himself longing for the tranquility of his wooden cabin in Brazil. Dr. Banner seized the phone. "Zhang, I've discovered something rather troubling," he said, his tone tinged with anxiety. "I just realized that the new needle kit you gave me is missing the smallest needle." Zhang glanced at the needle he had set aside, scratching his head. "No worries. It's right here with me." "Oh, thank goodness it's with you. I thought I had lost it in the cabin." "You were indeed correct," Zhang thought. But he withheld the origins of the needle from Banner. Let him believe it was merely found by chance. Otherwise, given Banner's nature, he would feel overwhelming guilt. Chapter 119. Next time in the afternoon, Zhang Yang remained distracted while observing the students' practice. When a student posed a question, it took several calls before he registered the inquiry. Luo Yuan watched him with concern, and after a day of classes concluded, he intended to stay the night with Zhang. But Zhang persuaded him to leave. Retreating to his room, Zhang opened a portal to Tony's place. Upon stepping through, he was met with a gaping hole. Tony had blown a crater in his living room, and Zhang's portal opened precariously close to the edge. What on earth? Were two geniuses dismantling their own homes? Hey, Zhang, you made it, Tony exclaimed from below the hole, bubbling with excitement. Don't come over just yet. Grab your weapon. Quickly. With that, he dashed off, leaving Zhang perplexed. Zhang opened another portal in a location devoid of destruction. Just as he stepped into Tony's living room, a thunderous noise erupted from beneath, causing the entire floor to tremble. Excited voices emanated from a hole in the basement, where two individuals were engaged in fervent discussion. Dr. Banner, I believe we are on the brink of success this time. I think this set of data is sufficient to support our theory. No, Doctor, the experiment must be rigorous. We cannot rely on words like might or sufficient. I do not expect you to be so meticulous. Of course. With that, Zhang Yang, uninterested in the staircase, leaped directly into the basement through the hole. Upon landing, he beheld two rugged men in tank tops, their faces adorned with stubble, each cradling a tablet while encircling a machine about half their height. Are you planning to dismantle this villa? Tony exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Zhang Yang. Hey, you're here. Come look, Dr. Banner, and I modified the machine originally meant for the doctor last night, making it more convenient and efficient for analyzing data. Dr. Banner also exhibited a spark of excitement. Zhang, you cannot imagine the additional functionalities we've integrated. Although the operation sounds rather loud, it's merely because the machine is too small. A larger model would produce significantly less noise. Though Zhang Yang did not fully comprehend, he was nonetheless impressed. He pointed towards the hole and inquired, "Can someone tell me who created this opening?" Without hesitation, Dr. Banner pointed at Tony, who promptly returned the gesture. Huh, what a pair of childish men. Tony, Pepper is bringing the little one over the day after tomorrow. How do you think she will react upon seeing this hole? Tony's expression immediately shifted to one of distress. Little Pepper might just take off her high heels and hurl them at my head. Considering this villa has only recently been renovated, I believe I could embark on a journey to Brazil. It seems I would find great joy in that, Banner remarked, shaking his head. No, I doubt you would find it very enjoyable. If you leave and then return, it will only be more disastrous. Zhang Yang looked at astonished. How do you know that? Dr. Banner shrugged. I've been in a relationship. I made such foolish mistakes while with Betty. Zhang Yang, intrigued, asked. What were the more unfortunate consequences you faced afterwards? Dr. Banner appeared reluctant to reminisce. Tony exchanged a glance with Zhang Yang, and together they flanked Dr. Banner. Come on, big guy, I lack such romantic experience. Share your story. What if I encounter true love in the future? Dr. Banner, do share. Let me learn from your experiences. It may prove useful to me someday. After much coaxing, Dr. Banner finally divulged, every time we went out to eat, it was always food I disliked. And whenever we had drinks, it was always her preferred green smoothie. Upon hearing about the green leaf beverage, Zhang Yang paused momentarily, realizing that Tony would soon encounter this concoction. At that moment, he was curiously inquiring with Dr. Banner. What exactly is this green leaf beverage? It is a drink made from vegetable juice, characterized by an exceedingly deep green hue. As he spoke, Dr. Banner suddenly retched. Tony jested, "Oh, are you pregnant?" Dr. Banner found this humor utterly unamusing. I believe that once you experience the taste, it will be ingrained in your memory for a lifetime. Zhang Yang felt that Tony need not revel in misfortune. He, too, would eventually find himself in a similar predicament. Suddenly, Tony pointed at Zhang Yang. I dare say your concoction is far less palatable than traditional Chinese medicine. Zhang Yang immediately shook his head. I have not tasted the green leaf beverage described by Dr. Banner, so I cannot comment on its flavor or difficulty in consumption. Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be more unpleasant than Chinese medicine? Zhang Yang shrugged. Who can say? Perhaps everyone has different tastes. Who would relish the flavor of Chinese medicine? It's utterly incomprehensible. Dr. Banner interjected, raising his hand. I find the taste of Chinese medicine quite agreeable. Zhang Yang and Tony exchanged incredulous glances, wondering if this brother had lost his sense of taste after exposure to gamma rays. Suddenly, an image flashed in Zhang Yang's mind. Dr. Banner, bearing a water jug filled with essential liquid, laboring in a factory in Brazil, taking a swig from the jug, and afterwards exclaiming with delight, "Delicious." The thought sent shivers down his spine. Tony and Dr. Banner continued to record several sets of data while Zhang Yang remained seated on the ground, experiencing the vibrations repeatedly. Once they had gathered all the data, they decided to prepare noodles. Although he was reluctant to cook for these two who had just created another hole, he felt compelled to indulge his chosen friends, even if it meant kneeling. While eating, Dr. Banner pointed to his backpack resting on the sofa. "Zhang, once you're done, please see me off." Zhang Yang nodded, but Tony was perplexed. "Why? Aren't we enjoying ourselves? I still want to take you to the Christmas party. You would absolutely love it." Tony gestured towards Zhang Yang. "Chinatown will host a National Day celebration, bustling with activity, featuring dragon and lion dances. It will be quite lively." Dr. Banner hesitated, but ultimately declined. "In such a joyous and vibrant environment, I fear I might become overly exhilarated, causing my heart to race, leading to a transformation. Perhaps next time, when I have better control." The phrase "next time, when I have better control" weighed heavily on Zhang Yang's heart, as Dr. Banner often resorted to similar excuses. Next time, and the time after that. There would always be a next time. Tony intended to say something further, but was abruptly silenced by a kick from Zhang Yang beneath the table. "Zhang Yang gazette sincerely et Dr. Banner. We respect your decision." Chapter 120. Continuous coughing of blood. Zhang Yang returned the missing golden needle to Dr. Banner and opened a random portal to a city. He and Tony stood by the portal, watching Dr. Banner depart. After Zhang Yang closed the portal, Tony suddenly placed a hand on his stomach, looking rather unwell. "Did you overeat?" Zhang Yang frowned. Tony had just consumed 3 large bowls of noodles alone, and had it not been for Zhang Yang's restraint, he would have devoured a 4th. "I'm just feeling a bit melancholic," Tony replied, his expression tinged with sadness. "It feels like watching a child leave home." Zhang Yang, who had intended to express concern, rolled his eyes in exasperation. "So, who among us is the father, and who is the mother?" he inquired. Tony was momentarily at a loss for words. "Wake up, Tony. What on earth are you thinking about every day?" Zhang Yang rolled his eyes again and stepped toward the portal, but suddenly hesitated and withdrew his foot. "Could you please take care of the little one for a few more days?" Tony's face turned wary. "You aren't planning to abandon the little one, are you?" "I would never abandon it. Not even if I abandoned you. Am I not more important?" "You're certainly the most important." "All right. Based on that statement, I will help you care for it these next few days." With Tony's agreement, Zhang Yang reopened the portal, preparing to return. "Zhang!" Tony suddenly called out from behind, prompting Zhang Yang to turn in confusion, only to find Tony with a serious expression. "After you left last night, I spoke with Dr. Banner, and if you find yourself in trouble, do not hesitate to reach out to us, regardless of who it may be. We are your friends." Zhang Yang felt a surge of emotion, his eyes stinging with tears. "I will definitely seek you out in times of need." Once Zhang Yang returned to his room, his eyes immediately reddened. It was quite a spectacle to witness someone usually flippant suddenly become emotional and earnest. "System, what should I do? I'm so moved." "Host, I am quite surprised that you could be moved to tears by mere words." Zhang Yang instantly wished to stop the tears, feeling that the system was a dampener on the moment. "You truly know how to ruin the mood. I'm feeling so touched, and there you are, spoiling it." "Host, I do not require an understanding of human emotions. This allows me to serve you more objectively. Let's discuss my internal injuries from training. Is there any supplementary technique related to the Hunyuan Heart Sutra that I can practice to ensure smoother progress in my future cultivation?" "Host, your internal injuries are purely the result of your own negligence in practice. You have not fully grasped the content of the Hunyuan Heart Sutra. I recommend you read it more frequently. With diligent study, the meaning will reveal itself." "Huh. Now this system surprisingly employs colloquialisms. Quite impressive. The other day, while I was engrossed in the Primordial Heart Sutra, I unexpectedly dozed off. In the morning, my disciple could not awaken me, and I pondered what might be the reason. This system can provide answers for the host. Should I perhaps purchase a lottery ticket to see if I might win 5 million? The system is even capable of responding to questions. It truly feels like a rainbow shower from the heavens. So what do you say?" Zhang Yang was so excited that he stumbled over his words. This is a feature included with the Primordial Heart Sutra. It even comes with bonuses. This isn't a supermarket, with discounts or buy one get one free promotions. When the host diligently studies the Primordial Heart Sutra, they will gradually feel fatigued. At that moment, the host will enter a state of slumber, during which the Primordial Heart Sutra will automatically circulate within their body. But why couldn't Luo Yuan wake me? Because the host has sustained internal injuries. Although they have been healed, the repercussions remain. The Primordial Heart Sutra assists the host in reinforcing their foundation while circulating internally. Zhang Yang nodded, realizing that his earnest study the previous night was indeed not in vain. However, this occurrence only transpires when the host genuinely engages with the content of the Primordial Heart Sutra. What constitutes this earnestness, then? If I read it thoroughly a few times every night before bed? Host, you're overthinking. Do not dwell on such impracticalities. Farewell. Zhang Yang wished to continue experimenting, yet he dismissed the idea of practicing in an extremely cold place, having already deemed that approach ineffective. He locked the pharmacy and administered a few needles to himself to maintain alertness, lest he faint from the heat. Shouting for help would be futile at that point. Zhang Yang first allowed his meridians to acclimate, circulating his energy for 2 cycles to gently warm his channels. This is akin to warming up before engaging in vigorous exercise. Once the 2 cycles were complete, he began to practice the technique described in the 7th layer of the Primordial Heart Sutra. The moment he initiated the circulation, a wave of heat surged through his limbs, catching him off guard, and he collapsed in pain. He hastily withdrew his energy and coughed up a mouthful of blood. I might truly perish, he cursed under his breath. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he sat up again, checking his condition. To his surprise, despite the direct intensity of the heat, he found no internal injuries whatsoever. Zhang Yang wiped his face, feeling despondent, and called out to the system. System, reaching the 7th layer surely does not mean I must endure this incessant burning, does it? I feel akin to iron, repeatedly tempered until it can be forged into a tool. Is this the path to becoming steel? Host, the system does not know. Is it truly unaware? Or does it simply choose to remain ignorant? Host, take a guess. Guess my foot. Zhang Yang took a moment to recover before once again assuming the lotus position to practice the 7th layer. This time, however, his frustration surged, compelling him to utter the most unsavory expletives. The searing sensation struck him with greater intensity and swiftness than before, without even the opportunity to conclude his practice. He collapsed onto the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This was utterly outrageous. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Zhang Yang was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of despair. He contemplated the Kamatage, but he had already exhausted all the texts concerning meridians within its confines. What more could he possibly seek there? As he pondered, he sensed unusual activity within the martial arts hall, prompting the system to immediately issue an alert. An alarm sounded. Someone had opened a portal in the study, and the visitor was Baron Modu. Recognizing the familiar presence alleviated Zhang Yang's concern. Zhang, are you there? Baron Modu called out from within the room. Having coughed up blood twice, Zhang Yang lacked the strength to respond vocally. Instead, he grasped an object nearby and forcefully tapped it against the wooden floor to signal his presence upstairs. Chapter 121. The biography of the esteemed master Baron Modu followed the sound and upon entering the room was met with the sight of Zhang Yang seated on the floor, bloodstains marring the surface beneath him and traces of blood lingering on his lips. Oh my heavens, what has happened to you? Baron Modu rushed to Zhang Yang's side, kneeling beside him to examine his condition closely. Who has harmed you? No one has harmed me. It is merely the result of my improper training. Yet you are bleeding. You need treatment. I shall take you to Kamatage. I am capable, do not worry. Did you come to see me for something? That is of little consequence. You must return to Kamatage with me. Baron Modu's resolve was unwavering as he promptly opened a portal leading to the plaza of Kamatage. In the plaza, the Ancient One was reviewing recent communications when she suddenly observed the portal opening, instantly adopting a defensive stance. Esteemed Master, Zhang is injured. Baron Modu emerged from the portal, gesturing to Zhang Yang behind him. Together, the Ancient One and Baron Modu assisted Zhang Yang through the portal to Kamatage, where the Ancient One checked his pulse, her brow furrowing in concern. There is nothing wrong within you. You are quite healthy, but the Ancient One paused, using the term searing to articulate her feelings. A person's body could not possibly reach such a state of heat. Otherwise, they would be consumed by flames. Perhaps I wish to burn myself. Zhang Yang offered a weak smile, perhaps because he had not perceived the internal searing sensation until the Ancient One mentioned it. He even felt that his body temperature was normal. After a moment's contemplation, the Ancient One, alongside Baron Modu, helped Zhang Yang to the library. Wang was categorizing books when he noticed Zhang Yang's condition and merely raised an eyebrow. Is this your new way of making an entrance in the library? Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. Each time, presenting himself in the same manner feels exceedingly monotonous. Allow me to offer you a surprise. However, this surprise may not be particularly pleasant. He set down the book in his hands and assisted Zhang Yang to his usual seat in the library. You appear rather disheveled. Let us see what you wish to peruse this time. There is no need for you to rise. As a reward for my unique appearance, I shall fetch it for you. Wang, he requires ancient texts. Ancient One interjected. Wang paused momentarily before reaching out to check Zhang Yang's pulse. Wow, Wang could not help but exclaim. Zhang, I could practically fry an egg on you. Having said this, he hurriedly turned and ventured to the deepest recesses of the library, returning shortly with several seemingly fragile tomes, which he placed before Zhang Yang. After entrusting Zhang Yang to Wang, Ancient One and Baron Moda departed. Zhang Yang gazed at the ostensibly dilapidated books before him, yet he sensed a formidable energy emanating from them. These volumes bore no titles, only an array of symbols that resembled flames. They chronicled the life of a once respected master who possessed the power of fire, a gift not innate, but rather acquired through the trials set forth by the Emperor Wei Shan. So, are you suggesting I discover how he endured the trials of Wei Shan and undertake a similar journey myself? That depends on your interpretation. Upon uttering this, Wang offered Zhang Yang a knowing look, sending an involuntary shiver down Zhang Yang's spine, too greasy for his taste. As Zhang Yang began to leaf through the books, he found the tale of the esteemed mage's early life somewhat unremarkable, failing to capture his interest. However, as the narrative progressed, it frequently referenced his rigorous physical trials amidst flames, merging his being with the fire. A recurring phrase echoed within the pages. I did not merely adapt to it. I mastered it. Zhang Yang's fingers lingered over the words mastered it, pondering whether this implied that his approach to practicing beyond the 5th level had been misguided. He had always endeavored to condition his meridians to endure the searing heat, but he had never considered that he need not endure it. Rather, he ought to master it and adapt it to himself. With this revelation, Zhang Yang's pace of reading slowed, and by the time he finished the books, dawn had broken. Suddenly, he realized he had yet to inform Luo Yuan that he would be away for a while, and the bloodstains on his home-s floor remained uncleaned, risking misunderstandings. With this thought, Zhang Yang promptly rose to leave, only to encounter Baron Modu entering with a bowl kanji. This is for you, crafted with the finest medicinal ingredients. He placed the bowl on the table. Thank you, but I must take my leave, Zhang Yang began, only to be interrupted directly by Baron Modu. I have already cleaned the bloodstains from the floor and left a note for your students inside the house. Wow, what a warm-hearted man. Not only is he warm-hearted, but he is also an extraordinary gentleman. Thank you. Zhang Yang, aside from a curt thank you, found himself at a loss for words. He lifted the bowl and took a sip of porridge, his eyes widening in surprise. It's delicious. Thank you for the compliment. Baron Modu maintained an air of calm. Zhang Yang, however, was no longer composed. This man truly exemplified the ideal gentleman. If any woman were to date Baron Modu and then part ways, she would likely remain single for the rest of her life. Zhang Yang graciously finished the entire bowl of porridge and even licked his lips. Wang entered with a water jug to check on Zhang Yang's progress. Upon seeing the bowl in Zhang Yang's hands and glancing at Baron Modu, he exclaimed, I can never manage to get a bowl for myself. How is it that Zhang has won the moment he arrives? We can no longer be friends. Wang wore an expression of indignation. Baron Modu pointed at the water jug in Wang's hand. I asked you for some tea. You've never offered me even half a cup. Now you present Zhang with an entire jug. I feel we can no longer be friends. Burp. Zhang Yang let out a loud belch, instantly drawing the attention of both Wang and Baron Modu. I didn't mean to belch at such a moment, Zhang Yang swore. He truly couldn't help it. Wang handed the water jug to Zhang Yang. This is from a master. He instructed me to give it to you to soothe the turbulence within you. My porridge is also from the master. It can help replenish your energy, especially since you've coughed up blood. In that case, I should express my gratitude to the master. Baron Modu shook his head. The master has left and is not here at the moment. Then I shall come back another time. Zhang Yang suddenly recalled that Baron Modu had sought him out for a reason that night. Baron Modu, was there something you needed from me that evening? I merely asked you to come at the behest of the master. You will understand when you see him to express your thanks next time. Very well. Since they wouldn't divulge anything further, Zhang Yang would have to wait for the next opportunity to uncover the truth. Chapter 122. spirit, and soul. Zhang Yang returned to his martial arts school with a water jug given by Wang. Upon entering his room, he noticed that the floor had been meticulously cleaned, and even his sheets and bedding had been neatly arranged. What an extraordinary gentleman. If he were a woman, Zhang Yang would undoubtedly marry him. Alas, being a man, he could only admire Baron Modu. If they could delve deeper into their acquaintance, they would surely become good friends. The commotion from downstairs had already reached him, and Zhang Yang went down to take a look. Luo Yuan was organizing everyone to practice Tai Chi, their movements synchronized and harmonious. The last Mid-Autumn Festival performance had been interrupted due to the incident with Little Jack, this time for the National Day celebrations. They had been invited once again. Zhang Yang was not particularly inclined to attend, yet the students' enthusiasm was infectious, compelling him to acquiesce. This time, he would refrain from taking the stage himself. The festival's organizers had set forth specific requests for the performance. They hoped the students of Zhang Yang's martial arts school would present a synchronized set of Tai Chi. After all, Tai Chi is renowned worldwide, and the presence of other distinguished guests would lend significant importance to the image of Chinatown. Thus, for the sake of this image, Zhang Yang felt it was his duty to send his students forth. Luo Yuan, his formally accepted disciple, took the lead, effectively representing Zhang Yang himself. When Luo Yuan spotted Zhang Yang descending, he rushed forward with a look of surprise. "Master, did you not say you would return in a few days? Why are you back so soon? Is my return unwelcome?" Zhang Yang kuipet. Luo Yuan shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattle drum. "Master, your return is undoubtedly a good thing. You are our cornerstone. Whenever you are away for several days, I feel uneasy, fearing I may not adequately guide everyone in your absence." Zhang Yang patted Luo Yuan on the shoulder. "Luo Yuan, remember, I am proud of you." In that instant, Luo Yuan's eyes glistened with tears as he rubbed them. "Master, I will not disappoint your expectations." After encouraging Luo Yuan, Zhang Yang chose not to rush upstairs. Instead, he observed the students practicing below and could not suppress a frown. "So you believe that merely executing the movements suffices for the performance?" he inquired, his expression steadfast after watching their demonstration. "The complete set of Tai Chi you just performed was merely for show. I could bring 2 children of 4 or 5 years, and they could replicate the same perfectly. You were to showcase Chinese martial arts on stage, which encompasses not just the movements, but also the spirit and essence of martial arts. Without spirit and essence, how do you differ from mere automatons? Do you think you are portraying zombies from a horror game?" The students slated to perform Tai Chi hung their heads in silence, too intimidated to respond. "I have no objections to an aesthetically pleasing performance. However, if you abandon the soul and spirit of martial arts, what purpose does your practice of Tai Chi serve?" A young girl from the group stepped forward, her head bowed. "Master, we acknowledge our mistake. We focused excessively on the performance's form and neglected the essence of our martial art." With the first confession made, others soon followed suit. Recognizing their error, there was no need for further contention. Zhang Yang led them through the complete Tai Chi form, emphasizing the critical points of power within the movements and instructing them on maintaining elegance while releasing energy. Throughout the morning, the students engaged in their studies with utmost seriousness, and by noon, they were reluctant to leave, eager to practice a little longer. "Are you all foregoing lunch in favor of practice? Return home to eat and rest." Zhang Yang expelled everyone, leaving only Luo Yuan behind, who appeared hesitant as if he had something to say. "You must have something on your mind. Being the last one here, right?" As soon as Zhang Yang finished speaking, Luo Yuan's eyes reddened. "Master, you just expressed pride in me, yet you discovered such a significant error in our practice. I feel I've let you down by not guiding the students properly." Zhang Yang Siget, this child, Luo Yuan, possesses a fundamentally good nature, though at times he tends to be overly contemplative. However, he also has another commendable trait: with a little guidance, he can quickly grasp the situation. As long as he does not become fixated on trivial matters, there is no issue that cannot be resolved within him. You have not disappointed me. I continue to take pride in you. While I was away, you managed a martial arts school with remarkable diligence. It is my incompetence, yet you have never voiced a complaint. As your disciple, it is my duty, Luo Yuan replied. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow. This is not merely your obligation, nor is it your designated role. You could have chosen not to do it, but you did, and for that, I not only take pride in you, but also feel immense gratitude. Luo Yuan's eyes grew moist again. Your recent mistake stems solely from your youth and your limited exposure to martial arts. If you were to regard martial arts as an inherent part of your being, as I do, it would be an entirely different story. Master, I too wish to regard martial arts as an intrinsic part of my being. This path will be arduous for you, as your journey in martial arts began later than most. I am not afraid. As long as you are willing, I shall learn everything from you. Zhang Yang silently added, aside from the special techniques and martial arts granted by the system. For these children cannot master skills such as the wave step, given their lack of internal energy. After their discussion, Luo Yuan joyfully returned home for lunch and a nap. Zhang Yang, too, took a brief rest after a long night of reading, having not had any respite. When he awoke and opened his eyes, he found Luo Yuan's enlarged face before him. Did I wake up to a call? Luo Yuan nodded, his expression filled with concern. Master, you aren't unwell, are you? You worry too much, Zhang Yang replied as he sat up, rubbing his palms across his face to awaken himself. I've been out handling affairs frequently these past few days. It's merely fatigue from the hustle and bustle. But you shouldn't be this exhausted. Luo Yuan clearly did not believe him. The truth is, I was out with Iron Man on some business. You know how Tony can be. When he becomes serious, he can go days without sleep. If he isn't sleeping, I can't rest either. Sorry. Tony, you'll have to bear the blame for now. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan became indignant. I shall never admire Iron Man again. I apologize. Tony, it seems he has tarnished Iron Man's reputation. Chapter 123. The Seventh Layer Upon Awakening. Zhang Yang found that it was already around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and he decided against descending any further. After taking his pulse, he noticed that the internal heat had dissipated. He visited the pharmacy to administer a few acupuncture needles to himself, which revitalized his spirits. After the afternoon classes concluded, Luo Yuan, concerned for his master, lingered until he had shared dinner with Zhang Yang before departing. However, Zhang Yang suspected that Luo Yuan's primary motivation was the meal. As soon as dinner was mentioned, the boy immediately recited a lengthy menu. Zhang Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. Had this child perhaps plotted this in advance? Although he felt an overwhelming urge to smack Luo Yuan on the head, he ultimately prepared the dishes that Luo Yuan desired. Should Tony ever visit our martial arts school and you encounter him, be sure not to mention that you ordered these dishes based on the menu I provided. Zhang Yang chautionet earnestly. Why? Luo Yuan inquired, puzzled. Because each time Tony places an order, I have never prepared his requested dishes. If he were to discover this, he might very well wreak havoc upon our school. Zhang Yang could vividly imagine the scene of Tony causing chaos, and could even predict the words he would utter. Luo Yuan, cradling his bowl, gazed at Zhang Yang with heartfelt gratitude. Master, you are too kind to me. I shall ensure you are cared for in your old age. Cough, cough. Zhang Yang choked sleepily. Master, are you all right? It's merely a combination of emotion and excitement, he retorted, though it was a jest. The boy's remarks were somewhat excessive. As his disciple, one must indulge him, even if it meant kneeling. With the National Day approaching, the following month would mark this child's birthday. Perhaps a book on the art of conversation would be an appropriate gift. For navigating the world without eloquence could lead to dire consequences for him. After bidding farewell to Luo Yuan, informing him that he would be away for a few days, Zhang Yang sent him on his way. Once he completed his personal grooming, Zhang Yang opened a portal and transported himself to a remote mountainous area in Tibet. He found a sheltered spot from the wind, erected a tent, and seated himself in a cross-legged position, preparing to once again strive for mastery of the seventh layer. He began by circulating his energy for 2 full cycles to warm up before practicing the techniques of the seventh layer. This time, he did not fully integrate the seventh layer's techniques, but instead allowed them to circulate slowly on the periphery. Zhang Yang was not in a hurry to have his formidable energy completely assimilate throughout his body. He aimed to gain control over it and master it. In his initial attempts, he was still unaccustomed to this method and occasionally struggled to maintain control, feeling remnants of that intense heat in his meridians. However, the unbearable sensation had notably diminished, leaving only a slight warmth. The difference was akin to the vast disparity between first-degree and third-degree burns. Zhang Yang meditated in the wilderness for a full 2 days and nights. It was not until the dawn of the 3rd day that he finally succeeded in completely controlling that intense heat, merging it with his techniques to form an invisible protective layer within his meridians. Zhang Yang did not rush. He took a moment to savor the sensation of the seventh layer of the cultivation technique coursing through his body. It was no longer searing heat. Instead, it enveloped his meridians, allowing his vital energy to flow freely due to its warmth. When he rose, he felt a renewed vigor coursing through him. After tidying up his tent, he returned to the martial arts hall and checked the calendar, realizing how much time he had spent in the desolate area. He refreshed himself and then made his way to Kamartaj. Upon opening the portal, the first thing that greeted him was Wang's weapon, which Zhang Yang deftly caught. Only after he called out his identity did Wang retract the weapon. "Can't you open the portal outside the library for once?" "It's exhausting," Wang sighed, hands on his hips, exasperated by the routine. He half-joked that he might as well consider the library of Kamartaj a public park. Zhang Yang, with a righteous demeanor, patted Wang's arm. "Old Wang, what's wrong with opening it inside? I can step out and see my old friend immediately. Isn't that splendid? Just making excuses." Wang rolled his eyes as he placed the weapon down. "I've come to return something to you." Zhang Yang retrieved a water bottle from his spatial storage and set it on the table. Wang looked at Zhang Yang in astonishment, glancing behind him. "You conjured that out of thin air?" "No, I've had it tucked to my waist all along." "No, I don't believe you. I'm certain there was nothing there just moments ago." "Yes, there was. You must have seen it wrong." Wang rubbed his bald head, convinced he misjudged. Having successfully cultivated to the seventh layer, Zhang Yang felt elated and chatted with Wang for a while before inquiring about Master Gui. "Do you know why Master Gu had Bearmordo seek me out last time?" "The master has returned. Yes, in the apothecary. He said if he encountered you, he would have you come to him." Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the coincidence. Nonetheless, he decided to go. Though he was unfamiliar with the location of the apothecary, the students of Kamartaj were genuinely kind and guided him there personally. The so-called apothecary was more aptly described as a building, as it stood before him. A quaint three-story octagonal structure, with the words apothecary inscribed in ancient script at the entrance. Truly, a subtle display of wealth. After knocking and receiving permission, Zhang Yang entered to find Master Gu diligently preparing medicine. "I can't be here just to do menial labor, can I?" "Of course not." Gu paused her work and approached Zhang Yang, stopping just a step away from him. At such a distance, one might think they were about to kiss. "Extend your hand." Zhang Yang complied, and Gu placed her palm over his wrist, though their skin did not touch. A gap of about a centimeter remained. As she closed her eyes, she felt a force pressing down on his wrist. The force gradually began to infiltrate Zhang Yang's body. However, the Hunyuan Heart Sutra was no ordinary text. As that power started to flow into his wrist, Zhang Yang silently activated the Hunyuan Heart Sutra, effectively blocking the energy at his forearm. Gui glanced up at Zhang Yang with a hint of surprise, to which Zhang Yang innocently blinked. "Master, what seems to be the matter? You are resisting my power." "Fear not. I merely wish to conduct an examination. I sensed something amiss during your last session. Practicing improperly can be perilous to one's life." Zhang Yang continued to feign innocence. "I am not resisting. Truly, perhaps this technique I practice is simply adept at self-preservation." Gui's probing gaze swept over him, and Zhang Yang blinked again, maintaining an expression of ignorance. Unable to ascertain anything further, Gui relinquished his inquiry. "From your demeanor, it appears you have recovered." Indeed, he had reached the seventh layer of the Hunyuan Heart Sutra, and with that matter resolved, he was certainly well. "I came because last time you dispatched Baron Modu to seek me. Is there something you require?" "Of course. Please follow me." Chapter 124. Employment of Instruction. Zhang Yang followed Master Gui to the square, where a multitude of individuals wielded various weapons, some brandishing sticks, others employing nunchaku, engaged in a chaotic display of martial arts practice. It seems the children here harbor a profound passion for martial arts. Yet, the disarray of their training left Zhang Yang unable to discern any semblance of true martial prowess. Take, for instance, the individual twirling a baton, seemingly attempting to conjure a tornado by sheer force of will. Surely the meteorological department would find themselves dismissed for such a futile endeavor. Gui chose not to respond to Zhang Yang's polite, albeit sarcastic, compliment. Students must possess a skill beyond mere sorcery. They cannot rely solely on magic in the tangible world. Their lives encompass more than just spells. This sentiment carries great philosophical weight. Upon returning to reality, enjoying tea and shopping, should they encounter nefarious individuals, would they merely brandish a ring and flee? Such conduct is not permitted by Kamartaj, for that is not our battle. This reasoning held considerable merit. Thus, they require some means of self-defense. As he articulated this, Gu Yi fixed his gaze upon Zhang Yang, who suddenly sensed the impending proposition. I wish to employ you as our martial arts instructor. Your presence once a week will suffice to impart genuine martial skills, rather than the haphazard mimicry derived from a few texts in a library. At this juncture, Zhang Yang perceived a fleeting flicker of disdain on Gu Yi's visage, quickly vanishing. Yet, he was certain he had not misjudged. There was indeed a sense of disapproval. Very well, he understood. For had he been the master witnessing such a lackluster performance from his students, he too would harbor similar sentiments. Is there a stipulated time frame for your engagement? Zhang Yang inquired, believing that one must fully comprehend everything before making any commitments. Master Gu Yi shook his head, stating that prior notification was necessary. Notify whom? He asked. Wang, came a reply. How to notify him? By text message. Does he possess a mobile phone? Zhang Yang expressed his surprise at this unexpected response, having assumed Gu Yi would mention Baron Modu instead. Of course he does. He has always had one. Your expression suggests he has never informed you of this. Zhang Yang nodded, realizing he had never considered that Wang might own a mobile device. You can inquire about his number later, after you message Wang. He will post your arrival time on the library door, allowing everyone to know when to attend class. Is this course voluntary? Zhang Yang asked. I hope it is voluntary. Mandating attendance would render the learning futile, resulting in a haphazard understanding, and I would prefer not to teach at all. It is indeed voluntary, Master Gu Yi assured him. Without voluntariness, I also believe students would gain little knowledge. With a general consensus reached, further exploration of the matter became unnecessary. Collaboration is always subject to continuous adaptation. To assess the students' capabilities, Zhang Yang remained that day, conducting a preliminary evaluation. The students confidently showcased their skills before him. However, to Zhang Yang, they resembled infants taking their first steps, hardly impressive. Initially, Gu Yi accompanied Zhang Yang, but left after observing a few performances, summoning Baron Modu to continue the evaluation with Zhang Yang. After watching several students, Baron Modu held his head in disbelief. I can hardly believe what I am witnessing, he whispered to Zhang Yang. I never imagined these young students could be so. At a loss for words, he struggled to find an appropriate descriptor. Zhang Yang patted his shoulder, suggesting, if you cannot find the right words, perhaps it is best not to describe it. For I too am at a loss for suitable adjectives. Well, but honestly, do you not train these children regularly? Baron Modu asked, his expression one of indignation. We conduct magical training with them daily. And in terms of combat, that is not referred to as fighting, we call it combat training. Zhang Yang acquiesced. And what does that entail? Baron Modu suddenly cleared his throat. We provide them with weapons, and they engage in duels to accumulate practical experience. That seems rather ineffective. Zhang Yang remarked. When it was the turn of the next young boy, he stepped forward and pointed directly at Zhang Yang. I don't think you're that impressive. If you're capable, come down and fight me. I've been practicing martial arts for 3 years. Baron Modu leaned in to introduce the boy. The young boy named Morty, now 14 years of age, had wandered to the gates of Kamar Taj, where he collapsed. I took him in. Upon awakening, he found himself bereft of memory, and despite our numerous attempts, we could not restore his recollection. Is this name one that you bestowed upon him? Baron Modu nodded. Zhang Yang understood instantly, remarking that the name Morty seemed to evoke a sense of paternal connection with the individual beside him. Zhang Yang accepted the challenge and descended the steps. Baron Modu quietly urged him from behind, advising him to show some restraint. Zhang Yang, turning his back to him, waved dismissively. Rest assured, I shall show no mercy. Should I relent this time, these individuals may remain oblivious to the true essence of martial arts. Perhaps the nourishment provided by Kamar Taj is exceptional, for Morty, at 14, already stood nearly 6 feet tall. Surely, his biological parents cannot both be basketball players. Zhang Yang stood opposite him, nodding in acknowledgement. You may begin. Morty, brimming with defiance, clutched his stick in his hands. Where's your weapon? I do not require one, for when danger approaches, one may not have the luxury of time to seek out a weapon. Morty looked upon him disdainfully. Do not make excuses for the inevitable defeat that awaits you. If you're struck down wielding a weapon, would that not be even more humiliating? You speak boldly. Then let us wager. Morty hesitated, glancing at Baron Modu, who stood above on the steps. Baron Modu nodded approvingly. I believe Master Zhang's proposal is worthy of consideration. Today, you two may engage in a wager. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Kamar Taj's strict oversight of its youthful students. Upon hearing this, Morty's expression brightened with delight. If you lose, you shall cease your instruction. We could train on our own. I shall defeat you through my own efforts. Zhang Yang nodded. Very well. However, if you lose, you must hold a horse stance for 3 hours, and it must be executed flawlessly. Morty nodded in agreement, saying it was no problem. Chapter 125. Establishing authority. Zhang Yang and Morty stood facing one another, and as Baron Modu called for the commencement, Morty could hardly contain himself and charged forward. Brandishing the stick, he shouted as he rushed towards Zhang Yang. Just 2 steps away, he swung the stick downward, the whoosh of air accompanying its descent. The strike was indeed swift and powerful, yet it paled in comparison to Zhang Yang's speed. The instant the stick descended, Zhang Yang lunged forward, swiftly closing the distance and positioning himself directly in front of Morty. As Morty's eyes widened in disbelief, Zhang Yang smiled at him before executing a push, sending Morty flying away. A decisive victory. The speed of victory was so astonishing that it left everyone in disbelief. It felt as though they had merely blinked, and everything had concluded. The venue fell into a profound silence for nearly a minute, with even Baron Modu maintaining a pose of astonishment on the steps. After a minute of stillness, the atmosphere erupted into fervent cheers and applause. Marvelous. Spectacular. This is simply unbelievable. I must learn his skills. I, too, wish to master his techniques. The crowd expressed their astonishment in a cacophony of voices, gazing at Zhang Yang as though he were a superhero. Modu, on the steps, clapped and shouted in approval. Zhang, exquisite, remarkable, incredible. Zhang Yang, undistracted by the cheers, approached Morty and extended his hand. Morty, not even glancing in his direction, rose from the ground unaided. I refuse to accept this. Morty glared at Zhang Yang, his face a mask of fury. Zhang Yang found amusement in the child's obstinacy, so fiercely competitive and yet so prideful. He mused that this child would surely grow to be quite the complex individual. Zhang Yang intended to impart a lesson today to illustrate what it meant to be humbled. Even if they were to repeat this encounter 100 times, the outcome would remain unchanged. He would be defeated in a single move. Morty regarded Zhang Yang, aware that many masters from Kamar Taj primarily focused on encouragement. This was the first time he had encountered such directness. Ignoring Morty's incredulous expression, Zhang Yang continued, by the time you reach 18, provided you practice diligently, I believe you could endure around 5 of my moves, perhaps even more, but it will certainly not exceed 10. Baron Modu discreetly signaled from the steps. Concerned that Zhang Yang's words might have been excessively harsh, Morty had always been one of the more exceptional children in their group, and such a blow might leave him reeling. No sooner had he thought this than Morty's demeanor visibly sagged, embodying a spirit crushed by defeat, as if he would never recover. After having instilled this blow to Morty, Zhang Yang ascended the steps and stood beside Baron Modu. The Baron sighed as he looked at Zhang Yang. You have struck this child too hard. Do you know how long it will take for him to recover? You underestimate the resilience of a prideful young boy, Zhang Yang retorted. Do you remember my disciple, Luo Yuan? Equally proud. Children like this, if not decisively humbled, will only become more difficult to manage. Zhang Yang cast a glance at Baron Modu, raising an eyebrow. Do not presume I am unaware that Morty is the leader of this group of children. Even though they admired me for defeating him, they will still not engage in rigorous training with me. Baron Modu patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder, conveying an understanding look. What does that expression mean? Zhang Yang found Baron Modu's expression somewhat perplexing, but moments later, enlightenment dawned upon him. You are not merely responsible for this group of youngsters at Carmithage, are you? Baron Modu nodded and then shook his head. Well, somewhat. The older ones don't require special guidance. It's the younger ones who tend to be a bit unruly and need occasional supervision. Zhang Yang, with a sympathetic look, patted Baron Modu on the shoulder. Life is indeed challenging. Modu, feeling despondent, stood in silence for a while before moving to the edge of the square and adopting a horse stance. Zhang Yang, pointing at Modi, gazed at Baron Modu with pride. Behold, is this not a complete absence of discouragement? Baron Modu appeared astonished. What an extraordinary scene this is. Yet, even more wondrous was to follow. Zhang Yang shouted towards Modi Lower yourself a bit more. Your thighs are not aligned, your feet are too close together, and your back is not straight enough. With each instruction from Zhang Yang, Modi improved incrementally until his posture met Zhang Yang's exacting standards. Baron Modu attempted the stance alongside Modi. Wow, Zhang, this posture is incredibly taxing. I doubt I could endure it for an hour. Are you certain you expect a 14-year-old to maintain this position for 3 hours? He would be unable to walk tomorrow. Certainly not. He has only just begun to practice the correct horse stance. If he attempts to sustain it for 3 hours straight, I fear his thigh muscles may not withstand it. Then, will you defy the regulations? Of course not. Zhang Yang replied confidently with a smile. This is my wager with him. The terms apply solely between the two of us. Let him practice for half an hour, and I shall call him back. Baron Modu instantly grasped Zhang Yang's intention. The 3-hour wager would still be honored, but it would be divided into segments, half an hour followed by a break, and then another half hour, until the total reached 3 hours. I believe Modi will be quite impressed with you from now on, Baron Modu asserted. Half an hour later, Modi was trembling, his posture long abandoned. Zhang Yang stood behind him and suddenly pushed, causing Modi to tumble towards the ground. The onlookers gasped in shock. Just as Modi was about to hit the ground, Zhang Yang caught him. I must fulfill the wager. Modi attempted to shake off Zhang Yang's grasp and continue. But Zhang Yang swiftly inserted several golden needles into him, rendering him immobile. The crowd gasped once more. Zhang Yang began to manipulate Modi's hands and feet, aiding in the recovery of his muscles, remaining silent throughout. After nearly 15 minutes, Zhang Yang ceased his ministrations, seated himself beside Modi in a cross-legged position, and closed his eyes in meditation. Another 15 minutes passed before Zhang Yang opened his eyes and removed all the golden needles from Modi. Rise. Continue. This was the first sentence from Zhang Yang half an hour later. Without uttering a word, MOT rose and resumed practicing his horse stance. Chapter 126, The Gluttonous Attribute. The children surrounding them, observing MOTI's movements, began to mimic and adopt the horse stance themselves. Zhang Yang stood up from the ground and moved among them, diligently correcting and refining their postures one by one. Unlike MOT, Zhang Yang instructed them to commence their practice with 2-minute intervals. They practiced for 2 minutes, then rested briefly, repeating this cycle nearly 20 times before gradually increasing the duration. However, Zhang Yang did not intend to allow them to escalate beyond 2 minutes just yet. While MOT maintained his horse stance, he elucidated this approach. Montak, squatting in stance, listened intently. By the evening at Kamathai, everyone had gone to dinner, yet MOT continued to accumulate his 3 hours of practice. After 3 hours, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Exhausted, MOT lay flat on the ground, feeling as though he could not even move a finger. Baron Modu came to check on them, holding 2 buns in his hands. Is this the dinner you left for me? Zhang Yang rolled his eyes at the so-called 2 buns. I am, after all, your hired instructor. Do you not possess even a modicum of hospitality? Baron Modu shrugged, holding up the 2 buns. This is all that remains. Zhang Yang sighed, reflecting on the universal applicability of the phrase self-reliance. He opened a portal to the martial arts hall, squatted down, and, grabbing one of MOTI's arms, hoisted him onto his back. MOT, taken aback, struggled momentarily, but lacking strength, his resistance resembled that of a small ant. Zhang Yang carried him, along with Baron Modu, through the portal. Upon arrival, Zhang Yang applied golden needles and ointment to MOT, instructing Baron Modu to keep an eye on him while he prepared dinner. In the refrigerator, there were large wontons of shepherd's purse sent by the students' parents. Zhang Yang mixed a broth of lard, shrimp, and egg skin, boiled water, and added the wontons. Then went upstairs to remove the ointment and needles from MOT. Baron Modu helped MOT sit at the table, and when Zhang Yang brought the wontons up, both Baron Modu and MOTI's eyes widened. They dove into their meal, concerned they might not have enough. Zhang Yang had prepared 20 large wontons for each of them. However, after finishing, they still held their empty bowls, requesting another serving. Zhang Yang, biting into his wonton, felt as if he were gnawing on the 2 of them instead. Both were such hearty eaters. When the characters in Marvel were conceived, did they all possess a hidden attribute of gluttony? There are no more wontons. Zhang Yang Sruget, Baron Modu, and MOT looked utterly disappointed. But there is dragon beard noodle. Let me prepare you some shredded pickled vegetables with meat. Baron Modu and Morty nodded vigorously. After Zhang Yang finished the last wonton in his bowl, he prepared a bowl of dragon whisker noodles topped with 2 generous spoonfuls of shredded pickled vegetables and pork. The two of them continued eating until they could barely walk, with one of them leaving with a bag of hawthorn cake. The next day, when Luo Yuan spotted Zhang Yang at the martial arts school, he joyfully rushed over and enveloped Zhang Yang in a warm embrace. "Master, I missed you dearly." Zhang Yang playfully pushed Luo Yuan away with a fingertip on his forehead. "Speak up, what's the matter?" Luo Yuan chuckled. "Master, we've been practicing diligently for a while now, and the celebration day is approaching. We would like you to evaluate us. Go on and prepare. I will come to observe shortly." Luo Yuan dashed downstairs, brimming with excitement. As Zhang Yang descended, the students participating in the performance promptly lined up. Luo Yuan provided Zhang Yang with a chair, and he sat back, watching as the students performed a set of martial arts routines accompanied by music, perfectly mirroring the celebratory atmosphere of the upcoming event. This time, the Tai Chi displayed a harmonious blend of softness and strength, and Zhang Yang nodded in satisfaction. He called over 2 boys to fetch 2 red boxes from the storage room. When the boxes were opened, they revealed several sets of martial arts uniforms that vibrantly matched the festive spirit. "Master, when did you purchase these?" Luo Yuan exclaimed, astonished. Zhang Yang smiled enigmatically. "If you knew, how could I still be your master?" Luo Yuan distributed the uniforms to everyone, and Zhang Yang sent a thank you message to little Chili, who reminded him not to forget to pick up the little one from Tony's house that evening. Just as Zhang Yang put away his phone, several students practicing Tai Chi sword approached him, eager for a practical sparring session. Typically, sparring involved various martial arts techniques, but due to concerns about injuries, Tai Chi swords were rarely used in combat. After much deliberation, these students decided to make their request today. "Master, we don't want to use wooden swords." Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. He recognized their eagerness to improve and felt it was not his place to hinder their progress. However, before the sparring began, Zhang Yang inspected the swords to ensure none had been sharpened. "Master, just use your treasured sword," Li Si suggested from the side. Zhang Yang playfully tapped his forehead. "If I use my treasured sword, Wu Ti, I slice through these swords, then I'd have to buy a whole new set. Do you think I'm idle enough to be shopping every day? Then, Master, when will I also have a treasured sword? I wish for my grandfather to buy me one, but he said if you don't give permission, I shouldn't even think about it." Zhang Yang patted his head. "When the time is right, I shall bestow you with a treasured sword." "What does that mean?" Li Si walked away, looking dejected. The first student to spar with Zhang Yang was the very one who had just spoken up. After both parties exchanged bows, he charged forward first. Zhang Yang kept one hand behind him, wielding his sword with a single hand, retreating defensively as his opponent advanced relentlessly. After several exchanges of parries, the adversary's attacks grew increasingly ferocious. As the opponent intensified his onslaught, Zhang Yang, instead of dodging as before, chose to stand firm during one of the blocks. At the moment he deflected the blade, he suddenly rotated his sword, causing the opponent's weapon to seem as if it were glued to his own, spinning along with it for several revolutions before Zhang Yang flicked his wrist. In an instant, the opponent's sword was sent flying, spinning through the air before clattering to the ground at the entrance. The official in charge of the National Day celebrations had just reached the threshold of the Zhang family martial arts school when the sword plummeted before him, startling him into a shriek, causing him to fall to the ground. The opponent, flustered, glanced around at the students of the martial arts school, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he got back to his feet. "Heh, everyone's here." He attempted to break the silence, but no one responded. He glanced left and right, eventually directing his hopeful gaze towards Zhang Yang. Chapter 127. The Art of Subtle Display. As the patriarch of the martial arts school, Zhang Yang stepped forward to greet the official. "Is there a matter that brings you here today?" Zhang Yang invited him inside, casually picking up the sword that had fallen. Luo Yuan followed closely behind, and, as Zhang Yang handed the sword back, he quickly took it and set it aside. "I have come to inquire whether Master Zhang might extend an invitation to Mr. Tony Stark to join us for the National Day celebration. We will arrange a seat for him at the front." "That is not a task I should undertake," Zhang Yang replied, shaking his head. "As the official, your invitation would signify sincerity. My invitation would merely convey a friendly request to attend the performance, relegating us to designated seating rather than the esteemed guest area." The official hesitated for a moment. "We will also secure a place for Master Zhang in the VIP section. Is this to be considered a mere act of charity?" Zhang Yang a gentle demianor. May I ask how you came to know that I could invite Tony Stark? The official gestured behind Zhang Yang. Turning around, Zhang Yang saw the young man he had just sparred with attempting to sneak out. Sensing Zhang Yang's gaze upon them, both froze in place. The official, seemingly oblivious to their distress, recounted their previous words. They mentioned that you and Mr. Stark are like brothers, that anything between you would be merely a matter of a single request. Zhang Yang's expression shifted subtly, and the official felt a chill breeze pass overhead. Glancing nervously at the sword that Luo Yuan had set aside, realizing he may have spoken out of turn. I apologize, but it seems I cannot assist you with that favor. Zhang Yang made a gesture at the entrance, clearly signaling the departure of a guest. The responsible party hurriedly fled the scene. As he watched the retreating figure, Zhang Yang's voice echoed coldly within the martial arts hall. You too. Assume the horse stance on the plum blossom poles. You may only descend when I permit it. Should you fall, you must crawl back up. The two individuals swiftly made their way to the plum blossom poles in the backyard. The anticipated Tai Chi sword duel faded into oblivion, and as the hour approached, everyone hastily exited the hall. With hands clasped behind his back, Zhang Yang strolled into the backyard, where the two on the poles were already exhausted, their stances contorted. Yet they persevered. He did not overly chastise their form. After such an extended period, fatigue was to be expected. Have you realized your mistake? The two on the plum blossom poles nodded in acknowledgement. I did not place you on the poles to punish you, but to instill a lesson. If punishment does not foster understanding, then it serves no purpose. Both Luo Yuan and the boy lowered their heads in shame. It is quite natural for boys of this age to wish to show off. I fully comprehend your actions. The primary purpose of having you stand on the plum blossom poles was to teach you that mastering your words is a form of discipline. Master. I shall never boast again, Luo Yuan choked out. Zhang Yang allowed the two children to descend from the poles and poured them each a cup of tea. In the future, when you wish to showcase something, do not flaunt what I possess. Instead, celebrate what you can claim as your own. Boys should not boast about what others own as if it were their own. The children reflected on Zhang Yang's words and nodded in agreement. That evening, when Zhang Yang went to Tony's house to pick up the little one, only little Chili was present. She informed him that Tony had gone to a bar dance. Old habits die hard, Zhang Yang mused. He took back the several bottles of Laogan Ma he had brought, despite little Chili suggesting he leave them for her pass on. Zhang Yang declined, stating that if he gave Tony another bottle this month, he would no longer bear the surname Zhang. On the first day of bringing the little one home, she was still adjusting, a testament to how well little Chili had cared for her. The following morning, Luo Yuan entered the martial arts hall carrying a thermos. Did you buy something for the little one? Zhang Yang asked, puzzled, as last week, due to poor exam results, Uncle Luo had withheld Luo Yuan's allowance. Suggesting this thermos must have cost a fair sum. It wasn't me. It was left at the entrance of the hall, labeled with your name, Master. So I brought it in. Zhang Yang paused, taking the thermos from him to examine closely. It resembled the one previously brought by S.H.L.D. He opened it to find it contained Antarctic krill. So far, only the agents of S.H.I.L.D. have delivered Antarctic krill to him. Is S.H.I.L.D. attempting to convey that they have been keeping a watchful eye on him? They are aware of his absence over the past few days, and they also know that he has returned. The only mystery that likely perplexes them is how he managed to depart right under their noses and subsequently return in the same manner. This vigilant observation probably commenced after Director Fury sent the fruit basket. After all, they had confirmed that Dr. Banner was in the room, only to discover moments later that he and his belongings had inexplicably vanished. Zhang Yang returned the cooler to Luo Yuan. The little creature has returned, and it is in his room upstairs. You should go feed it. The little one is back. Luo Yuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately dashed upstairs with his arms full. Indeed, he is still a child, enchanted by small animals. Unfortunately, Uncle Luo's household cannot accommodate pets. They're in the food business, and Uncle Luo would never permit such animals to enter his home. Thus, Luo Yuan holds a particular fondness for the small creatures here. Prior to the arrival of the little one, he had cared for 2 parrots gifted to him, which had come to recognize only him, shunning all others. Recently, Luo Yuan's attention has been captivated by the little creature, forcing Zhang Yang to take on the feeding of the 2 parrots, who had begun to tolerate his presence. During one feeding session, they even attempted to peck him, but after a brief period of hunger, they behaved properly. Luo Yuan quickly descended after going upstairs, rushing toward the backyard upon seeing Zhang Yang feeding the birds, sheepishly scratching his head. Master, I have become so fond of the little one lately that I nearly forgot about Xiao Yi and Xiao Air. It's nothing. At your age, such a disposition is quite normal. If you were to remain this way for 2 or 3 years, then I would have cause for concern. Luo Yuan scratched his head. Master, I will not forget about Xiao Yi and Xiao Air in the future. What? Are the names of these 2 parrots so trivial? Tony's voice suddenly boomed from inside the house as he stumbled in, reeking of alcohol. Chapter 128. The Tibetan Plateau. Luo Yuan was momentarily taken aback by Tony's appearance. However, after the last incident where a comrade inadvertently caused Tony to take the blame, Luo Yuan no longer felt the same excitement upon seeing him. Zhang Yang sniffed the air, wrinkling his brow at the overwhelming scent of alcohol. It was so potent that even the 2 parrots on the shelf were fluttering anxiously and squawking incessantly. Have you been drinking all night? Zhang Yang covered his nose, struggling to endure the overwhelming aroma. I attended a bar dance party in New York last night. So you just partied and drank until this morning? No. Tony shook his head vigorously. The party officially commenced at 3 a.m. and concluded at 6 a.m. Zhang Yang glanced at the clock. It was already 8:30 in the morning. It appeared that after attending this so-called bar dance, he had hurried directly to his martial arts school. Zhang, may I borrow a place to rest for a while? Don't you have the means to stay at a 5-star hotel? No, I insist on staying here. With that, he waved his arms and skipped up the stairs to the 2nd floor. Drunken individuals are utterly irrational. By the time Tony reached the 2nd floor, Zhang Yang and Luo Yuan could still hear him singing from above. The melody was somewhat familiar. Is he singing in Chinese? Zhang Yang looked at Luo Yuan, genuinely puzzled. Luo Yuan listened for a moment, his expression one of astonishment. Master, Mr. Stark, is he singing Qinghai Tibet Plateau? Following the tune of Qinghai Tibet Plateau, Zhang Yang listened intently and indeed found it reminiscent. When a heart-wrenching Yala Sua erupted from above, they confirmed that Tony was truly singing Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Goodness, Tony is remarkable. He can even sing Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Luo Yuan admired him, giving a thumbs up. Master, your friends are indeed extraordinary. Zhang Yang covered his face, utterly reluctant to acknowledge that this was his friend. How embarrassing. He urged Luo Yuan to keep an eye on the students and hurried upstairs to halt Tony's raucous singing. Surely, he couldn't subject the students to a morning of torment with Qinghai Tibet Plateau. As Zhang Yang rushed upstairs, Tony had already stumbled into the bathroom, filling a basin with water, preparing to submerge his face, mumbling incoherently. Wash my face. I want to wash my face. Zhang Yang quickly grabbed him to prevent him from drowning. Tony begrudgingly detained, pouted in irritation. Zhang Yang soaked a towel in cold water and slapped it onto Tony's face. The shock of the cold towel sent Tony tumbling to the floor, awakening him somewhat. Hey, Zhang, what are you doing here? This is my home. If I'm not here, where else would I be? Tony blinked in confusion, surveying his surroundings. Oh, right. This is your martial arts school. Of course you would be here. Luo Yuan entered with a bowl of strong tea, peering in curiously. Master, I brought a cup of strong tea. Should I offer some to Mr. Stark? Zhang Yang accepted it. Go brew a cup of hangover remedy tea. I've taught you the recipe. This time, don't make it too strong. Luo Yuan nodded and hurried to gather the ingredients. Zhang Yang grasped Tony's chin and poured the strong tea down his throat. Immediately, Tony clutched the toilet and expelled the contents of his stomach along with the alcohol. Once he finished, he was thoroughly awake. Luo Yuan returned with the hangover remedy tea, which Zhang Yang handed to Tony. After drinking the remedy, Tony felt utterly rejuvenated. Wow, I maintain that coming to your place was indeed the right choice. This item is simply magnificent, and I find myself yearning for a brief slumber. Zhang Yang let out a cold laugh. Should you dare to ascend my dojo's bed in such a manner, I shall unceremoniously cast you out. Tony immediately pointed at Luo Yuan, who still lingered at the doorway. Do you wish to display your brutishness before your disciple? Luo Yuan suddenly rolled his eyes, extending his hands forward. Oh dear, I seem to have become invisible. How is it that I cannot be seen? Perhaps if I relocate, I shall regain visibility. With that, he scurried away in haste. Tony stood there, momentarily stunned. Zhang, your disciple, is simply brilliant. Zhang Yang abruptly interrupted Tony. Then ensure you clean yourself before you retire. Very well. Tony promptly acquiesced, seeing Zhang Yang raise his fist as he spoke. Zhang Yang paid no further attention to Tony. The celebration day was merely 2 days away, and the students responsible for the performance were anxiously preparing, which had set everyone on edge. However, whenever Zhang Yang stood there, they found their composure restored. He had become their source of strength, their anchor of tranquility. Later that afternoon, the person in charge of the celebration day arrived again. Zhang Yang was momentarily engaged in a duel with a student who had not finished their match the previous day. This time, the sword he had disarmed fell once more at the doorway, right before the individual in charge. What a coincidence! You have arrived at just the right time. Zhang Yang greeted him and picked up the sword, handing it to Luo Yuan for safekeeping. The person in charge hesitated at the entrance, daunted by the fierce expressions of those still eager to duel Zhang Yang. Their swords gripped tightly in anger. They were eager for a chance to engage in real combat, and the arrival of this individual had disrupted their plans. They wished to bury him in the backyard alongside the young vegetables. I heard that, Mr. Stark entered the dojo this morning and thought I might have the chance to meet him. Unfortunately, he is currently napping. You may go and rouse him, but whether he awakens in a temper is uncertain. The person in charge responded with an "oh," pondering briefly. Then I shall wait for him here. Without waiting for Zhang Yang to respond, he found a chair and settled in a corner of the dojo. Zhang Yang's expression grew somewhat frosty as he glanced at Luo Yuan, silently signaling his intent regarding the individual in charge. Luo Yuan immediately grasped Zhang Yang's meaning. Let's continue our matches. Zhang Yang turned to the remaining students, and upon hearing that they could resume their swordplay, they erupted in joyful cheers. Luo Yuan joined in the exuberance, flailing his arms, and with an exuberant swing, he accidentally sent his sword flying. With a clatter, the sword landed right by the feet of the person in charge, causing him to jump up in fright, his face a mask of terror. Luo Yuan rushed over, his expression filled with regret, and fervently apologized. I am sorry. I am so sorry. My hand slipped. Please forgive me for startling you. The person in charge, suppressing his ire, managed a smile that was more a grimace than a grin. No matter. Please continue. As Luo Yuan retraced his steps with the sword, he cast a smile at Zhang Yang, who nodded in approval. Chapter 129. Severed in two, Zhang Yang and the remaining students continued their swordplay. The newcomers to the duel all met the same fate, their swords being deftly disarmed and sent flying. Those blades either landed at the feet of the person in charge or whisked perilously close above his head. Terrified, he trembled, yet dared not leave. He had come to meet Mr. Stark and could not depart before doing so. Moreover, the other areas of the martial arts hall were filled to capacity, leaving him with the solitary chair beneath him. Most critically, he was rendered immobilized by fear after witnessing a sword narrowly pass over his head. Li Si was the last to approach, his countenance grave as he brandished his sword. Master, I am ready. Though I am the youngest, I shall be the bravest. Very well, brave little warrior. This time I shall not disarm you, Zhang Yang replied, a smile gracing his lips. I do not require my master's leniency. Li Si acerte de solemnly. I shall strike you down decisively, Zhang Yang responded, eliciting unkind laughter from the onlookers. Li Si's cheeks flushed crimson, and he charged forth with his sword raised. Zhang Yang, observing the arc of his sword, swiftly parried with his own, sending Li Si's weapon flying. With a resounding clang, it landed at the feet of the person in charge. Luo Yuan, once again feeling a twinge of embarrassment, retrieved the sword. Yet Li Si remained undeterred. Again, very well. Thus ensued a repetitive spectacle of Zhang Yang effortlessly disarming Li Si, the sword careening to the feet of the person in charge, and Luo Yuan dutifully retrieving it. While Li Si, undaunted, insisted on continuing. After several iterations of this cycle, Zhang Yang anticipated that the person in charge would be the first to falter. But it was Luo Yuan who finally reached his limit. Enough, he declared, hands on his hips. Master, shall we not keep a dog instead? Running back and forth like this is exhausting. I would rather practice stances in the backyard. Zhang Yang, too, felt the fatigue of repeating the same motions. However, Li Si's obstinacy remained unyielding. Once more, as Li Si charged, Zhang Yang drew upon his inner strength, wielding his sword with force. In an instant, Li Si's sword was severed in two, flying from his grasp and landing at the feet of the person in charge, one half to the left, the other to the right. The person in charge visibly flinched. Your sword has been broken. Today's duel concludes here. Li Si, still unwilling to concede, opened his mouth to protest, but was silenced by Zhang Yang's icy gaze. The indomitable spirit does not refer to stubbornness that clings incessantly to a lost cause. If you cannot triumph over me today, do you intend to remain here for a lifetime, only to have your sword severed by my blade? Li Si lowered his head and shook it gently. Should you not learn from this failure, continually honing your skills and mastering your Tai Chi sword, before returning to challenge me once more? To persist in this manner is akin to stagnation. There is no merit in further competition. Upon hearing this, Li Si began to weep profusely. Several elder bystanders contemplated offering him comfort, but upon seeing Zhang Yang's expression, they quelled their impulse to intervene. Wipe away your tears. Lift your chin and stand tall. Do not diminish yourself before me. Here, your grievances hold no worth. Li Si nodded. Master, I comprehend the wisdom in your words. Yet I cannot help but feel the urge to cry. What am I to do? As he spoke, he let out a couple of sobs. Then go to the courtyard and weep. Once you have finished, dry your tears and return. I shall have Luo Yuan find you another sword to practice with. When I next challenge you, I hope you will not weep simply because of a defeat. Li Si nodded and dashed toward the courtyard. Zhang Yang glanced at the few individuals who had intended to console Li Si and waved his hand. If you wish to comfort him, then do so. I speak not in jest, nor am I testing your bonds. I take pride in your camaraderie. In an instant, several of them rushed to the back courtyard. Zhang Yang instructed Luo Yuan to continue organizing the remaining individuals for practice, while he approached the person in charge. Upon Zhang Yang's arrival, the person in charge visibly flinched. Zhang Yang smirked inwardly. Such a timid character dared to approach him. Should he commend him for bravery in the face of danger? My sincerest apologies if I startled you, Zhang Yang said with an exaggerated expression of remorse. The person in charge quickly waved his hands. No. I witnessed a particularly thrilling duel. It was far more exhilarating than attending an opera at the Sydney Opera House. Opera and martial arts are entirely distinct realms. I apologize. I merely meant it as a metaphor. How amusing it is that you still stammer while denying any fright. Please wait here a moment. I shall check if Tony has awoken. He attended a banquet last night and did not leave until 6 a.m. He came here seeking a remedy for his hangover and simply collapsed here to sleep. I previously misled you, suggesting he was napping, to shield the children from the knowledge of his inebriation. After all, he is Tony Stark, and the younger ones would not understand. Such news could tarnish his reputation. The person in charge nodded vigorously. I understand. As Zhang Yang approached to rouse Tony, the latter, upon seeing Zhang, inquired, Am I dreaming? Zhang delivered a swift kick to Tony's shin, causing him to tumble off the bed, his head striking the floor with a resounding thud. Now I know I am not dreaming, Tony groaned as he struggled to rise. Given that I've been taking care of the little one for so long, couldn't you show me a bit more kindness? It is Pepper who has cared for the little one all this time, not you. She's my secretary. Tony, she is your assistant. Surely you haven't still not come to your senses? Perhaps I have. Did I not just refer to her as an assistant? Zhang paused for a moment. What brings you to New York for a bar ball? Are you perhaps afraid Pepper might come to your home? Discover the 2 new holes you've blown in it? You think too much, Tony replied, his gaze becoming increasingly erratic. Zhang instantly understood he was correct. You Haven T turned off your phone and left it behind, have you? Zhang refrained from answering and instead asked, When you went to my place to pick up the little one, did Pepper ask anything? Did she mention me? Nothing at all. Yet she smiled so gently, showing no signs of anger at the 2 new holes in the living room. Reflecting on it now, Zhang suspected she had been seething beneath that calm exterior. Chapter 130. Cowered suddenly, Tony lunged forward, wrapping his arms around Zhang's legs. An unsettling premonition washed over Zhang. Such a gesture from Tony likely indicated he was up to no good. I advise you to release my thigh. Clinging to it never bodes well. Tony wore a pitiful expression. Zhang, let me stay with you for a few days. I believe unless you face Pepper directly and endure her scolding. Even if you reside in my house for a fortnight, it will not quell her anger. It will only lead to a more severe reckoning upon your next encounter. Zhang reminded him, Do you recall what Dr. Banner said about the punishment of the green substance? But she is not my girlfriend. Yet she is your assistant. If you can memorize your social security number and arrive at the office punctually every morning, you should be able to manage this. After pondering for a few seconds, Tony released Zhang's leg. I believe you are right. Especially right. Since you agree with me, do me a favor. Zhang pointed downstairs. recounting the persistent efforts of the individual in charge, which made Tony's head throb. Typically, Pepper handles such matters for me. If you refuse to assist me, I will open a portal less than 2 meters away from Pepper and toss you through it. Tony immediately leapt out of bed and put on his shoes. All right, my friend, I shall promptly assist you. As Tony descended the stairs, the group of children merely glanced at him, their excitement tempered by the fact that he was an occasional visitor. However, the responsible individual, overcome with enthusiasm, stood up abruptly, knocking over his chair in the process. I reckon he might not even display such fervor upon encountering a beautiful woman, Zhang Yang quietly remarked from behind Tony. Upon hearing this, Tony confidently tossed his hair. I believe that if he were a woman, she might leap forward at this moment. Shut up, Zhang Yang interjected, cutting off Tony's musings. There are children present. Tony cast a sidelong glance at the small children, around 5 or 6 years old, who were intently watching him speak, and offered an awkward smile. He realized that he could not continue. If he did, not just Zhang Yang, but even the parents of these children might come to reprimand him. The responsible individual, brimming with excitement, approached Tony. Hello, Mr. Stark. I am Sun E, the organizer of this National Day celebration in Chinatown and the heir to Sun's building materials. While the introduction was acceptable, revealing his lineage added a peculiar flavor to the encounter. Tony glanced at Zhang Yang, who maintained a stoic expression upon meeting Tony's gaze. Raising an eyebrow, Tony understood. I hear you are looking for me. Is there something you wish to discuss? I would like to invite you to partake in the festivities. I have reserved the best vantage point in the VIP section for you, ensuring you receive the utmost treatment on the day of the celebration. Tony erupted into laughter, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke, while playfully patting Zhang Yang's shoulder. Sun E, perplexed by Tony's mirth, joined in with a nervous chuckle, eager to appease the esteemed guest. The scene appeared somewhat foolish. You know why I'm laughing, and yet you simply follow suit? Tony abruptly ceased his laughter, posing a question. Taken aback, Sun E looked helplessly at Zhang Yang, who was observing the students practicing in the distance. With no assistance forthcoming, Sun E could only shake his head. Can your hospitality compare to that of the White House? Sun E shook his head. What about the royal family of the UAE? Again, he shook his head. Then your confidence seems misplaced. Besides, I only accept invitations from friends. With this, Tony clearly declined, and Zhang Yang felt that the matter could now be put to rest. Suddenly, Sunny called out, Mr. Stark, I could be your friend. Are you out of your mind? Zhang Yang exclaimed, calling to the nearby Luo Yuan. Go prepare, mister. Sun a cup of refreshing tea to cool his heated thoughts and clarify his mind. The underlying message was clear. Sun, he should not let his emotions cloud his judgment or entertain inappropriate thoughts on Tony's territory. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of understanding flickered in Tony's eyes as he recognized the subtle implications of Zhang Yang's words. Meanwhile, Sun E, still somewhat flustered, turned to Zhang Yang and expressed his gratitude. This is truly incomprehensible, or is it merely a facade of misunderstanding? Zhang Yang speaks in a roundabout manner. Yet Tony is straightforward. Very well, if you cannot comprehend Zhang's words, allow me to articulate something more intelligible to you. I shall not accept your invitation to celebrate the day, nor shall I befriend you. And as for your building materials company, I have no interest. However, our enterprise thrives. Stark Industries also flourishes. We are our own suppliers of construction materials, providing comprehensive services to ourselves and others. Do you believe Stark Industries materials are inferior? Excellent. This was Zhang Yang's retort, as he gestured towards the upper floor. After the craters from the last bombardment were filled, I scarcely perceive any remnants of the prior devastation. Tony, flattered, wore a proud expression. Thank you for the compliment. And that grenade from last time had considerable impact. Zhang Yang praised again. That was due to you creating an opening in the enemy. It was my grenade that exploded within their ranks. Tony, this time, exhibited humility. Oh, Tony, spare the modesty. Had it not been for your armor during the machine gun fire, we would have been doomed. Zhang, those were foes I provoked. As a friend, you were merely collateral damage. Do not speak of it that way. Zhang Yang and Tony wove their fabrications in a harmonious exchange, leaving Sun E trembling, who hurriedly bid farewell and fled. Coward, Tony remarked. Zhang Yang's assessment of Sun E was succinct, just one word. Spineless. Luo Yuan, who had been listening nearby, was taken aback at Sun Yi's departure and quickly approached, curious. Master, was what you just said true? False. Even if it were true, It must not be acknowledged as such. Huh? A clear disappointment etched on Luo Yuan's face. Zhang Yang playfully slapped the back of his head. You little rascal, it sounds impressive, doesn't it? But those are bullets and bombs, what? Are you disappointed that I did not face danger? Luo Yuan, clutching his head, shook it vigorously. Observing his cowardice, Zhang Yang waved his hand, prompting Luo Yuan to scamper away faster than a rabbit. Tony, observing the scene, suggested, you are too harsh with your apprentice. As a teacher, one should be gentle. Typically, female assistants are gentle as well. Tony instantly fell silent. Zhang Yang, intrigued by his demeanor, pondered whether to inquire or not. Tony, do you recall the incident when you were inebriated? Tony rubbed his head, somewhat dazed. What did I do? You sang. Instantly relieved, Tony responded, I sing quite well. Chapter 131. True friends regarding Tony's inexplicable confidence in his singing abilities. Zhang Yang felt it was time for him to confront reality. He retrieved a recording of Tony singing Qinghai Tibet Plateau. In the recording, Tony's voice was utterly dreadful, particularly when he attempted to sing Uraso, hitting notes that seemed to travel all the way to Siberia. Turn it off! Turn it off! Tony shouted, covering his ears. Zhang Yang, effort compliant, promptly switched off the recording. That voice is certainly not mine. You must be mistaken, Tony insisted, his expression one of stubborn defiance. Zhang Yang perceived that Tony's mindset was simply that if he refused to acknowledge it, then the voice could not possibly belong to him. A quintessential example of an ostrich mentality. Very well. If you say it isn't, then it isn't. Zhang Yang shrugged nonchalantly. After all, it was your voice, and you were the final arbiter. Little Pepper, unable to locate Tony, called Zhang Yang. Instantly, Tony became alert, pressing close to the phone, eager to hear what she might say. Is Tony with you? Little Pepper inquired. Tony shook his head vehemently, while Zhang Yang nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, he is. Tony's eyes blazed with indignation. Calmly, from her computer, Little Pepper made a request. Zhang, I apologize for the inconvenience, but could you please put me on speaker? Certainly, Zhang Yang replied, promptly activating the speaker and tossing the phone into Tony's lap. Little Pepper's voice reverberated throughout the room. Tony, haven't you gone to New York? If you have the audacity, don't come back. It hasn't been long since the villa was renovated, and you've already blown it up, not to mention you've destroyed the flooring. Tony maintained an air of nonchalance. It is my villa. I shall do as I please. Zhang Yang found his words extremely infuriating, and it was apparent that Little Pepper was not merely angry, but rather furious. Indeed, in the next moment, her roar intensified dramatically. Tony Stark, if you have the gall, stay in New York forever. I will sell your company. Sell it. I'm a major shareholder. You want to be able to sell it, Tony retorted, seemingly courting disaster. Zhang Yang sensed that Little Pepper was poised to unleash her ultimate wrath. Tony, I will sell the secrets. Oh, Pepper, you wouldn't dare. I know you too well. No, Tony, I don't need you to understand me. I intend to resign, so please turn on your phone shortly to receive my resignation letter. After uttering these words, Little Pepper hung up, her tone eerily calm, devoid of rage or shouting. The more tranquil a woman becomes, the more formidable she is, a truth that Tony had understood since childhood. After the call ended, Tony looked at Zhang Yang with a look of sheer terror that conveyed he felt doomed. Zhang Yang sighed and patted Tony on the shoulder. Take care. No, there must be another way. Zhang, if you lose me as a friend, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Zhang Yang pondered Indiet. He did not wish to lose this friend, but Little Pepper was undeniably furious to an extreme degree. What could be done? Glancing at his phone, he seemed to have conceived a plan. Wait here for a moment. Zhang Yang stepped outside, clutching his phone. He sent the recording of Tony's drunken escapade to Pepper, inquiring whether returning Tony would deter her from resigning. Pepper replied affirmatively, stating that the recording had alleviated her irritation significantly. After inquiring about Pepper's whereabouts, Zhang Yang re-entered the room. Just as he was about to speak, Tony confronted him. How did you obtain Pepper's number? We exchanged contacts, Zhang Yang replied. When did this happen? I was completely unaware. On the day I went to pick up the little one, he explained. Tony wasn't present, and Pepper suggested we exchange numbers. I readily agreed. Tony covered his face and exclaimed no. Now she had further expanded her reach to track him. No matter where he went, she would always be able to find him. This was precisely why he was reluctant to share his number with Pepper. Of course, whenever I wish to evade her, all she needs to do is send a mass message to my friends, and my precise location will be revealed. Surely, none of my friends would deceive Pepper and withhold my address? Suddenly, Tony looked up at Zhang Yang. Will you be the exception? Oh my. To be betrayed by all my friends is utterly tragic. Tony's friends are indeed true friends. Zhang Yang Seagit, realizing he was destined to become the most genuine among them. Tony, Zhang Yang called earnestly. Tony regarded him with suspicion. Why are you addressing me so affectionately? I will always be your friend, Zhang Yang declared, and with a firm push, he sent Tony crashing to the ground. At that very moment, Zhang Yang opened a portal on the floor. In the blink of an eye, Tony found himself plummeting onto his own bed, bouncing twice before he could comprehend the situation. He touched his bed, lamenting the unfortunate turn of events. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Pepper stood there, visibly furious, glaring at Tony. He swallowed hard, contemplating that if he were to meet his demise here today, he would haunt Zhang Yang in the afterlife. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang, in the martial arts hall, was unable to suppress a series of 4 consecutive sneezes. 1 thought, 2 curses, and 3 colds. It must be Tony cursing me out. Luo Yuan had just arrived at the study's entrance when he heard Zhang Yang's desperate sneezes. He quickly turned and entered the medicine room, concocting a cup of cold medicine, which he placed before Zhang Yang. What is this? Zhang Yang inquired, eyeing the dark concoction suspiciously. Are you attempting to poison me to inherit the martial arts hall? It's cold medicine, Luo Yuan replied. I intended to find you in the study, but upon hearing your sneezes, I rushed to the medicine room to prepare this for you. He added, hopefully, it's the recipe you taught me. Master, I even warmed it up for you, so you can drink it directly without fear scalding. Could you not be so considerate? He had just intended to let it cool before drinking. Observing the hope etched on Luo Yuan's face, Zhang Yang lifted the cup of cold medicine, closed his eyes, and bravely downed it as if facing death. He suppressed the urge to regurgitate, gazing at Luo Yuan. Why is this medicine so bitter? Luo Yuan was taken aback and immediately dashed next door for a glance. After a moment, he sheepishly returned. Master, I made a mistake. I added too much Huanglian. Zhang Yang pursed his lips, realizing that this was truly his beloved disciple. Their knack for miscalculating the amount of Huanglian was remarkably alike. It's all right. With more practice, you'll improve. A mentor must acknowledge his own disciple, even if it requires kneeling. Chapter 132. Harmonious Cooperation. Luo Yuan ascended the stairs to fetch a new book, and Zhang Yang quickly selected a few volumes for him before escorting the unfortunate lad back downstairs. He then hurried to the restroom to expel the bitter medicine he had just ingested. It was so bitter it made him want to vomit. After he was done, Zhang Yang felt much better. He washed his face, and upon opening the bathroom door, he found Luo Yuan waiting at the threshold. Master, do I lack talent in this area? His voice carried a note of frustration. No, you are quite talented, Zhang Yang reassured him, patting his shoulder. My many years of martial arts training have made my physique different from others. Hence, I cannot rely on ordinary formulas and medical practices for treatment. You learned to feel the pulse, didn't you? Try it. Zhang Yang extended his hand to Luo Yuan. Having recently acquired this skill, Luo Yuan was nonetheless confident in his ability to discern the pulse. As he connected with Zhang Yang's heartbeat, his eyes widened in astonishment. Master, why is your pulse so peculiar? Of course, I'm controlling my pulse with my techniques, Zhang Yang replied, retracting his hand with a serious expression. You must understand that the formulas and skills you're learning are intended for ordinary individuals, not for me. Then, Master, what should I do? Luo Yuan pouted, visibly displeased. I'm instilling confidence in you. Zhang Yang spoke earnestly. You are inherently a proud child. If I had outright refused to drink, you would have questioned your capabilities and fallen into self-doubt. Luo Yuan, I have faith in you. I heard that Li Si had a fever recently, and you prescribed an essential medicine to reduce it. See, you possess great abilities. Master, Luo Yuan exclaimed, rushing into Zhang Yang's embrace, tightly wrapping his arms around his waist and playfully rubbing against his chest. You are truly wonderful. Ha! While words were exchanged, such affection was not befitting of Luo Yuan. As Zhang Yang felt Luo Yuan's endearments, an uncomfortable sensation in his stomach resurfaced. After Luo Yuan left, Zhang Yang felt the urge to vomit once more, expelling bile. He is now exceedingly and unequivocally certain of one thing. Luo Yuan is a thorn in his side. The last time, he had driven Sun Yi away. On the very day of the National Day celebrations, when Sun Yi first laid eyes on Zhang Yang and the students of the Zhang Family Martial Arts Academy. His expression became utterly bewildered. Zhang Yang paid him no heed, as he had received a last-minute notification that their performance had been moved from the latter part of the program to the very beginning. They arrived early in the morning to commence their preparations. Luo Yuan's face was a mask of indignation, his tone resolute. It must have been the fault of that person in charge. Zhang Yang replied in a nonchalant manner. And so what? Luo Yuan was taken aback. Master, are you not angry? Is anger of any use? Luo Yuan shook his head. Control your temper. If you are to treat others in the future, how can you afford to be unstable? Immediately, Luo Yuan subdued his temper. Observing Luo Yuan's swift self-restraint, Zhang Yang nodded in satisfaction. Although this child sometimes vexes him, his talent is truly remarkable. Each time he witnesses it, he cannot help but offer praise. In the esteemed guest area of the celebration, filled with notable figures from various sectors, Zhang Yang spotted a familiar face. Initially, he cannot place it, but the individual approached him to greet him. Hello, Master Zhang. I am Justin Hammer. No wonder he looks so familiar. He is the infamous fool from Iron Man. Hello. I believe Tony must have mentioned me. It is a pleasure to meet you. The other extended his hand for a handshake, yet Zhang Yang showed no inclination to reciprocate, focusing instead on tidying up Li Si's clothing. After a considerable effort, he realized something was amiss. Li Si, did you put your clothes on inside out? Zhang Yang had ordered a pullover for him, which was meant to be convenient. Li Si looked down, shook his head, and replied in a childlike voice, I don't know. Zhang Yang checked the label and confirmed that it was indeed on inside out. He helped him change back into it. Hammer awkwardly withdrew his hand. It seems you have a close relationship with Tony. Your temper is quite similar. Zhang Yang cast him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. Sun Yi approached with a forced smile. Mr. Hammer, so this is where you are. No wonder I didn't see you in the VIP area. Hammer turned cold towards Sun Yi. Do I need to account for my whereabouts to you? Zhang Yang and Li Si exchanged glances. Li Si made a face, and Zhang Yang chuckled as he affectionately ruffled his hair. Master, don't mess it up. I've done my makeup today. Zhang Yang was taken aback and scrutinized him closely. Indeed, the child had applied the fabled no-makeup look. Why did you put on makeup? I stayed up late last night and didn't look well. Today, Xian and the others are performing in the dance studio, and I don't want her to see me looking unkempt. Zhang Yang could not resist giving his little behind a playful smack, for one so young. He certainly possessed a surprising level of understanding. Old Master Li, noticing the gathering crowd, approached with a cheerful demeanor, leaning on his cane. What a lively scene. What are you all discussing? Just as Zhang Yang was about to mention his grandson's makeup, Li Si hurriedly interjected, Grandfather, you dressed me in my clothes inside out this morning. Fortunately, the master noticed and helped me change. With a playful wink at Zhang Yang, he fell silent. Master Li paused, slightly taken aback, and cleared his throat apologetically. My apologies. Being of advanced age, my eyesight is not what it used to be. Sun Yi, standing nearby, chuckled and chimed in, The joy of a grandfather and grandson together is truly delightful. Master Li cast a flat, expressionless glance at him, responding with a nonchalant hum, before turning back to Zhang Yang with a warm smile. Master Zhang, had it not been for your meticulous attention, this child would have surely embarrassed himself on stage. If he were to falter, my reputation would be tarnished, and I fear I would lose quite a few clients this year. Then let this child use his New Year's money to compensate for the losses. Zhang Yang and Master Li exchanged playful banter. Honmu, attempting to interject, opened his mouth, but found no opportunity to speak. Similarly, Sun Yi wished to chime in, but could not find a moment to do so. After much light-hearted conversation between Zhang Yang and Master Li, the official celebration was set to begin. Han Mo reluctantly returned to his VIP seat, and Sun Yi had to depart to prepare. Master Li also made his way back to his seat, and, as they passed each other, they exchanged a high five. A delightful collaboration. Li Si, observing the interaction between her grandfather and Master, wore a puzzled expression. Master, why the high five? Because your grandfather and I enjoy a harmonious partnership. When did you collaborate? Guess. Another guessing game? Precisely. Zhang Yang, tired of the chit-chat, urged Li Si onto the stage. The lineup is about to perform. In Chapter 133, do you wish to make friends? The Zhang Family Martial Arts School was the first to appear on stage. The audience, puzzled by the program, checked the schedule and confirmed that indeed, the Zhang Family Martial Arts School was first. This is not as previously stated, is it? Wasn't it said that the Zhang family would be performing second to last? The head of the Chamber of Commerce glanced at Sun, who was still happily preparing at the foot of the stage, silently folding his program into a small square and discarding it on the table. Many in the crowd, noticing Old Master Li's calm demeanor, began to inquire about the situation. Old Master Li waved his hand with a smile. Let's enjoy the performance. They have already taken the stage, so let us relish the show. Oh look, that's my grandson. His punches are quite impressive. Instantly, the audience grasped the essence of his words. They have already begun. Each gazed toward Sun, and the Sun family shifted slightly in tone. As the students concluded their Tai Chi performance, they exited the stage amidst enthusiastic applause. Zhang Yang prepared drinks and towels for the students. Upon descending, the older students gently wiped their sweat while tending to the younger ones. The parents, who had brought their children to Zhang's martial arts school, remained composed in their seats, showing no inclination to rush forward with towels or water for their children. They understood that their offspring were learning not only martial skills, but also a plethora of admirable qualities. Once the students had finished wiping their sweat and drinking water, they sought out their parents. Li Si rushed into the embrace of the elder Li, who affectionately patted his forehead, wiping away the perspiration. Who helped you wipe your sweat? Inquired the elder. Li Si pointed to a boy of about 13 or 14 sitting a few rows back, continuing to watch the performance with his parents. It was Brother to Sure Tu who helped me. Did you remember to say thank you? Li Si nodded vigorously. The elders said no more, holding Li Si as they continued to watch the show. Meanwhile, a colleague from the Chamber of Commerce beside the elder leaned in to inquire about the enrollment requirements for the martial arts school. Having witnessed the scene today, he was eager to enroll his own mischievous child. After escorting the children back to their parents, Zhang Yang made his way to the private room he had reserved for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Upon entering, he was taken aback to find Tony lounging in slippers, baggy shorts, and a tank top with stubble adorning his face as he munched on food. Zhang Yang nearly drew his sword in shock, as he could hardly reconcile the wild appearance before him with the Tony he knew. He had anticipated that someone might already be in the room, but he never imagined it would be Tony in such a state. Were you robbed on your way here? Worse than being robbed, Tony sighed, his mouth full. Zhang Yang refilled his cup, and, after Tony swallowed, he continued, I came to watch the performance today, but all my clothes, except for this outfit, were sent for washing. Pepper can be rather ruthless. Then why not buy a new set? Zhang Yang retorted, recalling that Tony was quite wealthy. Oh, Pep told me she had prepared a set for me on my private jet. I believed her, but upon boarding, there was nothing. The plane arrived in New York, and then it just flew away. That's rather harsh, isn't it? How did you get from the airport to here then? Do you think New York Airport would allow someone dressed like an exhibitionist to loiter on the tarmac? Indeed, they wouldn't. I had them send me over. Pep didn't get mad at you that day. Not at all, Tony exclaimed, slapping the table in excitement. She said she received your recording, and from then on, it would serve as her evidence to threaten me, so she wasn't angry. And you believed her? Of course. Zhang Yang buried his face in his hands, bemused. Wasn't this guy supposed to be a smooth operator? Wasn't he experienced? Wasn't he supposed to be sharp? Everyone who witnessed this incident understood that it was impossible not to feel anger. When a woman claims she is not upset, one must never take her at her word. I shall never again believe a woman when she asserts her lack of anger. Zhang Yang was taken aback and abruptly looked up at Tony. Goodness, this fellow only comprehended this truth today? Unbelievable. Zhang Yang thought that Tony, having been played by Pepper, had brought this upon himself. To realize such an essential truth only today is truly self-inflicted. What else would you like to eat? Go ahead and order. Zhang Yang handed the menu to Tony. Are you feeling sympathy for me? The fact that I am not mocking you is already quite generous. Tony took the menu and began to point at the dishes one by one. If you can't finish what you order, I'll make sure to stuff it down your throat. Zhang Yang flashed Tony a standard threatening smile and glance. I have my ways to ensure you won't burst. Tony swiftly withdrew his finger from the menu, cautiously selecting a few manageable dishes. When does your performance commence? Tony gestured towards the side. The show is over. Zhang Yang pulled the performance schedule from his pocket and tossed it onto the table. We are the first. Tony, in disbelief, looked at the schedule, his countenance falling. What terrible luck I have today. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. It was indeed unfortunate. Suddenly, the door to the private room swung open. Both Zhang Yang and Tony anticipated the arrival of the waiter with their dishes, only to be greeted by a pretentious individual strutting in with an air of superiority. Oh, Tony. You're Tony? Justin Hammer gazed at Tony in disbelief. What are you doing here? Upon seeing Hammer, Tony's face expressed his distaste. The organizer of today's celebration invited me. Did he not extend an invitation to you? That condescending tone is truly irksome. He did invite me, but I declined. A person of genuine capability does not require the title of VIP to assert their worth. That brash tone is rather refreshing, perhaps accustomed to Tony's confrontational demeanor. Hammer unperturbedly took a seat nearby and remarked, Tony, you truly have a sense of humor. Stand up. Zhang Yang suddenly interjected. Hammer, taken aback, pointed to himself. Are you addressing me? I'm ushering out guests. Zhang Yang's gaze made his intent unmistakable. Hey, I could also become friends with you, just as with Tony. No, I have no desire to befriend you. Zhang Yang shook his head. Are you wealthier than Stark? Hammer shook his head. Is your enterprise larger than Stark Industries? Hammer shook his head again. Then I shall not be your friend. Is it for these reasons that you associate with Stark? Hammer frowned. You are quite materialistic. Incorrect. Zhang Yang raised a knife from the table, used for cutting roasted lamb. It is because Tony is willing to conduct human experiments for me at any time and place. Tony nodded beside me, affirming that this individual often pricks him with golden needles. Chapter 134, Heart-wrenching, my friend. Although Tony is notoriously overconfident, he possesses an admirable awareness of the situation. However, Mr. Hammer's unwarranted confidence incites an urge to strike him on his protruding forehead. Upon seeing Tony nod, he mistakenly believed that individuals of similar spirit could communicate. He expressed that he, too, could offer Zhang Yang human experiments. If Tony can do it, so can I. I share the same success as Tony, so whatever he is capable of, I am as well. Zhang Yang, maintaining a stoic demeanor, leaned closer to Tony and inquired, Tony, is it possible for you to die? If you were to perish, this gentleman could just as easily follow suit. No, Tony replied without hesitation, and moments later, he asked, that question of yours was purely a jest, correct? Zhang Yang nodded. Of course. Is there any other answer? There was a fleeting moment in his mind where he contemplated that if Tony truly had such thoughts, he would undoubtedly perish alongside him in this booth. What whispers are you two sharing? Hammer pulled his chair closer to them. Though the booth was carpeted, the chair produced a slight sound as he dragged it. Oh, you've ruined the restaurant-esque carpet, Tony exclaimed, pointing at Hammer. Instantly, Hammer glanced down, and in that fleeting moment, Zhang Yang struck the back of his neck with a knife hand strike. Hammer collapsed to the ground with a thud, unconscious. Oh, he fell head first, Tony remarked. His tone laced with excitement, though his expression bore sympathy. My friend, the Oscars owe you 100 little golden statues. Zhang Yang tilted his body, feeling Hammer's neck, and offered Tony a reassuring glance. It's fine, don't worry. This guy managed to fall in such a manner without issue, which speaks volumes of his resilience. Tony pondered for a moment and asked Zhang Yang, are you implying that in the future, if he angers me, I could throw him over my shoulder or execute any throw, and he would be unharmed? I did not explicitly state that, Zhang Yang retorted. Tony instantly understood, resting his entire head on Zhang Yang's shoulder. I know. No need to speak loudly. We must whisper. Zhang Yang observed Tony's curly hair and blinked, realizing that at this moment, the gentleman named Tony Stark had lost his capacity for comprehension. Never mind. Interpret it as you wish. As long as the throws are not excessively harsh, he will still bravely endure. While waiting for the waiter to serve the dishes, Tony, ever the kind soul, contemplated calling someone to remove Hammer. Zhang Yang abruptly lifted the draping tablecloth, sending a person tumbling beneath the table, and then nonchalantly set the cloth back in place. It was the first time Zhang Yang noticed the way Tony regarded him, as if he were some extraterrestrial entity. Just as the waiter departed, Tony was about to inquire why someone had been kicked under the table when an unexpected guest arrived. Son, he entered, holding a bottle of wine and wearing a cheerful expression, knocking on the door without waiting for a response. They hadn't even invited him in yet. Tony, confronted with such a person, retorted without a hint of courtesy, unless the individual possessed an utter lack of shame. Oh, you need not trouble yourselves with such formality. Let us be casual with one another. Who wants to be casual with you? What about your dignity? Zhang Yang had no desire to engage in conversation with someone like that, nor did Sun Yi wish to converse with him. Having no connections with high-ranking officials or business elites, it was likely that he wouldn't even gain entry into luxury boutiques. Such individuals were of no interest to Sun Yi, yet he still shamelessly sought them out. When Tony was in a good mood, he found amusement in retorting to them. When he was not, he vented his frustrations on them instead. Casual? Do you really think that word applies to our relationship? Tony leaned back against his chair, exuding an air of authority. What kind of audacity allows you to make such claims? It is a miracle that your company still exists under your management. Ahem. Zhang Yang leaned closer to Tony, feigning a whisper, though his voice was anything but quiet. He is the heir now. Unlike you, you misspoke. Oh, my sincerest apologies. Tony replied, his face a mask of contrition, followed by a sigh. In that case, if you wish to conduct business with me, could you kindly summon someone who actually has decision-making power? Engaging with someone of your stature is beneath my consideration. That was a painful blow indeed. Oh, by the way, I inquired among the people in Chinatown, and I learned that you have 3 brothers. You are the youngest. So, it appears there are 3 heirs in your family. Tony's expression turned one of exasperation. In my family, I am the sole child. Regardless of my merits, I am the only heir to Stark Industries. Of course, I am a genius in my own right, and that is beyond dispute. Another painful jab. Given that Tony had already endured so many jabs, how could Zhang Yang, as a good friend, refrain from stirring the pot? Are you leaving now? Zhang Yang inquired. Yes. Son, he smiled awkwardly. Then, could you please take with you a certain uninvited guest whom we do not wish to refer to as a friend, for he is not our friend, yet insists on being considered one? Huh? Could you repeat that? I think I missed the point. Son, he tapped his head, realizing he might not have caught that convoluted phrase. Zhang Yang and Tony simultaneously lifted the draping tablecloth. Son, he bent down to take a look and collapsed to the ground, nearly hitting his head. Heavens! Mr. Hammer, what has happened to him? Son, he exclaimed from his position on the floor. He fell. Zhang Yang told a small fib. Head first. Tony added a factual detail. Even if Mr. Hammer fell and lost consciousness upon hitting his head, you cannot leave him beneath the table. Son, he instinctively grasped the implication of these words. Zhang Yang mentally applauded Son E.'s remarkable understanding. Thus, we present you with an opportunity to cultivate a favorable relationship with Hammer Enterprises. You shall carry him out, and upon his awakening, you can claim that you saved him, Tony suggested. What if you betray me? Son, he cast a doubtful glance at Zhang Yang. I assure you, I will reveal nothing. If I do, I shall sever ties with Tony. Zhang Yang made a zipping motion across his mouth. Zhang, you are quite ruthless. Then I too promise that if I speak, I shall part ways with you. Tony mimicked the same gesture. After a brief moment of contemplation, Son, he readily agreed. The instant he departed the private room with Hammer, Zhang Yang felt a refreshing clarity in the air before him. Chapter 135. The onset of palladium poisoning without Hammer present. Tony found the lunch remarkably delightful. In Hammer's absence, Zhang Yang deemed the meal exceedingly enjoyable. After both had eaten their fill, Tony refused to leave. I cannot present myself before everyone in this manner. Well, the Iron Man image is indeed vital, Zhang Yang remarked. He procured a set of restaurant staff uniforms for Tony, specifically selecting the outfit worn by the tea-serving attendant. Borrowing the largest size available, Tony found the collar somewhat constricting. He pointed at the button that could not be fastened. Am I coming down with mumps? How can not button? Zhang Yang circled Tony, observing his neck. It seems fine to me. As long as you check the label at the back of the collar, it clearly states custom-made. This garment is tailored, and this is indeed the largest size available. Zhang Yang informed him candidly. I want a different one. You could go borrow one yourself. I could buy a new one. Do you have a bank card on you? Tony fell silent. Did you bring your phone? Again, Tony remained unresponsive. Stop pondering, Tony. You must either wear this borrowed outfit, or I will call Pepper to bring you something. Do you wish to see Pepper right now? No, he did not want to. I think this outfit looks quite fine. Let's proceed. Recognizing the situation was indeed a rare instance of Tony's wisdom. As the two departed, Zhang Yang gestured towards the tea-making lad, revealing a boy nearly 6 feet tall, slender as a bamboo pole, who was performing an impressive display with a long-nosed copper kettle. Tony glanced at his attire, then at the tea-maker. Surely my neck is fine. Zhang Yang cast a sideways glance. Pondering if this was truly the conclusion of their entire performance, watched from a corner. He should have allowed Tony to don that very outfit for his outing. What sort of image is this? Upon their return to the martial arts school, they discovered several shopping bags at the entrance, all containing clothes in Tony's size. Ultimately, Pepper remained a soft-hearted and kind woman. Tony eagerly changed out of his garments, while Zhang Yang planned to wash them and deliver them to the tea maker. With a sweeping gesture, Tony extracted a stack of cash from the wallet that accompanied the clothing and handed it to Zhang Yang. He believed that even if the clothes were washed, they might still be deemed undesirable after being worn by someone else, so it was better to purchase new ones. Here in Chinatown, the people were inherently kind, upright, and possessed admirable values. Pepper had sent over quite a number of garments. Zhang Yang selected 2 unwrapped shirts from the remaining items to return alongside the clothes. Luo Yuan took charge, leaving Zhang Yang to enjoy a moment of leisure. So, when do you plan to leave? Zhang Yang suddenly inquired. No sooner had he spoken than Tony clutched his stomach, his features contorted in distress. Oh, I overindulged. I need to use the restroom. With that, he dashed upstairs at a speed rivaling that of a sprinter, locking himself in the bathroom. Ha! The display was as if he feared being thrown out. What a sight! Zhang Yang chose to ignore him. After all, it was a day of celebration, and the students were not attending school. He relished this stolen moment of leisure to tend to his garden. He expressed satisfaction with the flourishing growth of the bok choy, which had been replanted after being ravaged by Tony. Suddenly, the system activated, startling Zhang Yang to the point where he nearly struck his own toe with the hoe. Task issued. Please assist Iron Man in purging toxins. Complete the task for a reward of 600 martial arts points, a bonus of $2 million, and 1 insight card for the finger flicking technique, along with 1 insight card for the One Yang finger. Failure to complete the task will result in a deduction of $4 million, 1,200 martial arts points, and a reduction of 20 years from your lifespan. Damn, system, you have gone too far. Clutching the hoe, Zhang Yang stood with a fierce expression. It was only October, with more than half a year remaining until the Stark Industries Expo next summer, when Tony would unveil the new energy source. Why issue a task now? What nonsense is this? System, have you malfunctioned? Host, I am functioning perfectly. The system has a reason for issuing tasks in advance. There is nothing erroneous in its release. Setting that aside for the moment, I currently possess enough martial arts points to draw twice, as I wish to save them for a triple draw. Yet your punishment is so severe right from the start. Is it even possible to endure? The host may draw now if desired. After all, if points are deducted later, it will simply result in a negative value, albeit a mere matter of magnitude. A mere matter of magnitude, you say? It is easy for you to speak lightly of tasks that you do not undertake. Zhang Yang felt that issuing tasks at this moment was utterly illogical, unless Tony was in dire need of his assistance. Wait. Zhang Yang abandoned his hoe and dashed upstairs, where Tony was hiding in the bathroom, not emerging. He pounded on the bathroom door with tremendous force. Tony, come out. He called 3 times in succession, but there was no response. With a swift high kick, he aimed to break down the door, only for it to swing open suddenly from within. Tony, seeing a foot propelled toward his chest with considerable force, managed to alter its trajectory in that fleeting moment, resulting in a kick to his face instead. His eyes rolled back, and he promptly lost consciousness. Zhang Yang quietly lowered his leg. Thankfully, he had merely fainted. Otherwise, a single kick could have shattered the arc reactor, leaving Tony in eternal unconsciousness. After assessing Tony's condition, he estimated that he would be out for quite some time. He dragged Tony to the medicinal room and placed him on the reclining chair, checking his pulse, which indeed revealed some abnormalities. It was akin to a deeply hidden chronic toxin, initially imperceptible and requiring extensive measures to uncover. Zhang Yang lifted Tony's shirt and extracted a droplet of blood from near the arc reactor using a golden needle. Observing this droplet visually, he scrutinized the cellular structure from the outer layer through to the innermost layer, detecting discrepancies. Half of the structure appeared consistent, while the other half was not. Although Zhang Yang could not ascertain which half represented the correct form, he was certain that one portion was undoubtedly incorrect. Palladium poisoning had subtly begun to set in. Unbeknownst to Tony, Zhang Yang gently covered Tony with his shirt and laid a blanket over him. He then ventured downstairs to retrieve his somewhat rusty juicer and grabbed a basket to head to the vegetable garden. It was time to make use of the abundant green produce. He was certain that after consuming this green juice, Tony would no longer perceive being pursued by Pepper as a distressing ordeal. Without comparison, there is no pain. Chapter 136, Green Juice Upon Awakening. Tony was greeted by a sea of green. He waved his hand to push away the large green bottle before him. I've just awoken, and you already wish to assault my senses? He protested. You've already knocked me out. No, this is to quench your thirst upon waking, Zhang Yang replied. shoving the 2-liter bottle into Tony's embrace, accompanied by a gentle smile. "Wow, you are so considerate," Tony remarked. "I made it myself." "Wow, you're amazing. Drink up. You and I shall indulge in a drink shortly. I must attend to the restroom first." Tony set the bottle aside, preparing to step down, acutely aware that Zhang Yang's gentle smile belied something amiss. Zhang Yang seized him firmly. "You have lingered in the restroom for quite some time, even before I could render you unconscious. I practically had to announce my presence with the fervor of a home invasion, and yet you remained unresponsive. It always takes time for me to adjust my trousers," Tony declared with a sense of righteousness. Zhang Yang cast a glance at his elastic pants. Does it truly require 2 minutes to pull those up? Surely, even donning a suit does not necessitate a belt. Tony, clutching his abdomen, sought a new excuse. "I had a substantial meal. I need to ensure everything is in order before I can rise." Zhang Yang retorted, "So? You have been in the restroom for nearly an hour? Are you birthing a child in there?" "I am a man. Childbirth is not within my capabilities." Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes, an aura of danger emanating from him. That was merely a metaphor. Furthermore, to be frank, if you were indeed experiencing gastrointestinal distress or any other issue, I would have discerned it. Tony shrank back, glancing around before resolutely seizing the large bottle. "I think I should take a sip." This was the only diversion he could conceive at that moment. However, no sooner had he taken a sip than he spewed it forth, barely having swallowed. Zhang Yang, having anticipated this, stepped aside, and Tony's eruption landed squarely on Zhang Yang's newly acquired carpet. In light of the torment that the drink was bound to inflict upon him in due course, Zhang Yang chose not to hold it against him. "You are committing an act of murder." Tony promptly distanced the bottle from himself. "Can you at least divulge what transpired in the restroom? If I tell you, I need not drink this? Merely this bottle. I fell asleep," Tony confessed, seemingly under the potent influence of the green drink. However, he, too, was perplexed by his own admission. "I merely sat on the toilet lid, engrossed in my phone, and somehow dozed off. Truth be told, I was unaware of my slumber until you knocked on the door." Zhang Yang harbored no doubts regarding Tony's account. He was simply puzzled. "And your phone?" "My phone." The two men exchanged glances, abruptly rising and hastening towards the restroom. Inside, they discovered a wooden bucket filled with water, the very water typically employed by Luo Yuan to clean the toilet in the mornings. Tony's phone lay serenely at the bottom of the bucket. Zhang Yang poured out the water, using a towel to protect his hand as he retrieved the phone, pressing the power button with no response. "Tony, I believe you should invent a waterproof phone for future endeavors. That way, should your phone tumble into the toilet, it could still be functional. Why would I allow my phone to fall into the toilet? Would you ever use a phone that has been submerged in a toilet?" Zhang Yang shook his head, contemplating the phone that had plunged into the toilet. He would ensure the device ascended to a peaceful afterlife, subsequently seeking a new companion. "Do you possess any tools? Perhaps a small screwdriver or the like? I wish to attempt a repair. It might still be salvageable." Zhang Yang firmly believed in his ability to restore the phone, and he could certainly procure the necessary tools. He opened his mouth, deciding against revealing to Tony what the bucket of water had recently been used for. However, Tony was adamant about consuming the green juice before proceeding with his grand scheme to rescue the phone. He immediately shook his head vigorously. "Do you comprehend the implications of being without a phone? It means I cannot communicate with the outside world in a timely manner, resulting in the loss of numerous vital messages. Enough. If you refuse to drink the green juice, must you fabricate such grandiloquent justifications? You, who can go an entire month without stepping outside or accessing the internet, claim you would miss out on significant information. Spare me the nonsense. Now you have two choices. First, you can drink that green juice, and I will find you a set of tools to fix your phone. I choose the second option." Tony, without a moment's hesitation, made his decision. Zhang Yang continued, "The second option entails me using a needle to pin you down, pry your mouth open to pour the green juice down your throat, followed by finding you tools to repair your phone. I choose neither." Tony, using all his strength, clung to the bathroom door as if their fates were intertwined. "Then you may remain there, embracing the bathroom door. Regardless, you will drink that green juice, whether you wish to or not. Contemplate this. Why must I partake in this concoction?" At last, he grasped the crux of the matter. Because the green juice can, to some extent, alleviate toxicity. Zhang Yang articulated this notion vaguely, neither confirming nor denying Tony's state of poisoning. Tony, taken aback, slid down from the door to the floor. Am I poisoned? When did that happen? I am unaware. You just fell asleep, and you were oblivious to your own condition? Zhang Yang began to weave his tale. I offer you this to counteract the poison. Consider what you have consumed recently. Tony shook his head in confusion. No one has poisoned me. What did I assert that someone poisoned you? Or have your ears gone? My dear friend, the true poison lies within you. You simply remain unaware. Can one be poisoned by food? Indeed, certain foods should not be consumed together. Although the likelihood is minimal, it appears you have encountered such a misfortune. Am I truly that unfortunate? Perhaps you might consider purchasing a lottery ticket as a whimsical experiment. Should fortune favor you with a windfall of 50 million or 5 billion, it would simply illustrate your extraordinary misfortune. Ultimately, Tony spent nearly 2 arduous hours consuming those green vegetable drinks. The process was exceedingly grueling. Zhang Yang felt as though he were attempting to pacify 100 preschool children, utterly fatigued. He would rather engage in combat with a dozen foes. Tony even resorted to self-hypnosis, fixating on the green drink while muttering to himself that it was whiskey or cola. Zhang Yang thought that even if Tony claimed it was a potent pesticide, it would suffice as long as he drank it. Chapter 137. The Mischievous Little King. Due to his aversion to the vegetable drink, Tony dashed back to his villa without even repairing his phone. In contrast to the green concoction, Pepper Potts was infinitely more agreeable. As Tony departed, Zhang Yang slipped the recipe for the vegetable drink into his hands. No, I have no need for this abomination. Quickly, take this recipe away. Do not let it linger in my sight. Tony recoiled from it, as if it were a harbinger of doom, and promptly discarded it. Zhang Yang resolutely returned the recipe to Tony's grasp. If you dare to toss it away again, I shall force-feed you an entire barrel of that green drink. Do you believe me? Tony folded the recipe into a small square and tucked it into his chest pocket. Very well. I shall cherish and safeguard it, he proclaimed. Patting his pocket, Zhang Yang harbored a firm belief that once out of his sight, Tony would undoubtedly retrieve the recipe, shred it, and dispose of it in a trash bin. Yet, it no longer mattered. He had done what he needed to do, and now it was up to Tony's own fortune. Zhang Yang even generously decided to inform Tony via text about what the bucket of water had previously contained, hoping that once his phone was repaired, he would see the belated message. No sooner had Tony left than Sun Yi arrived at his martial arts school, bearing an array of gifts and wearing a smile that creased his face. He approached with utmost reverence, evoking a sense of nausea in Zhang Yang. Master Zhang, I sincerely apologize for my previous transgressions and offenses. I have come to make amends. Zhang Yang recalled Tony's customary companion, Justin Hammer. Could it be that he too would have a protégé in this world? Observing the items in Sun Yi's hands, Zhang Yang remained silent, continuing to stand at the door, awaiting the arrival of his students. I bear you no grievances from the past, nor enmity in recent days. What need is there for apologies, Mr. Sun? Perhaps you are overthinking this matter. If you have no further business, I kindly urge you to leave, as my students will be arriving shortly. Then allow me to set these down, and I shall take my leave. With that, he attempted to implement a hasty retreat. But Zhang Yang, unwilling to concede, swiftly moved forward, seizing Sun Yi's wrist before he could drop the items. Sun Yi was unaware of Zhang Yang's intentions. Yet he felt a sudden, forceful pressure on his wrist. Instantly, he realized that his fingers curled in a helpless grip, unable to let go of the gifts he was holding, even if they were placed on the ground. I insist, depart at once, Zhang Yang commanded, towering over Sun Yi, his words laced with an overwhelming authority that evoked a sense of intimidation. Moreover, take your belongings and leave promptly, lest I cannot guarantee that unforeseen circumstances may arise. Sun Yi's legs quivered with trepidation. He had never encountered such a terrifying figure. The mere movement of Zhang Yang conveyed an insurmountable sense of powerlessness, which swiftly morphed into an overwhelming fear. I will leave immediately, Sun Yi stammered, turning to flee, only to collide with a father and son. Zhang Yang recognized the father, a prominent figure in the Chinatown Chamber of Commerce, known for his seafood business, surnamed Zhou, with the memorable name of Zhou Wu. This name, derived from the combination of his father's and mother's surnames, was a rather casual choice, yet it carried an air of endearment. Elderly had previously shared insights into this chairman's background, expressing admiration for his self-made success. After all, those who held sway in the chamber were largely from Elder Li's generation. Chairman Zhou had forged his own path after graduation, devoid of any familial influence or background. He and his wife were childhood sweethearts, having journeyed together from elementary through university, culminating in a shared entrepreneurial venture, a heartwarming tale in its own right. The only downside to their story was their relentless busyness, which resulted in their child being left to roam unchecked, transforming into a little tyrant who often bullied younger children. Li Si frequently found himself on the receiving end of such torment, leading Chairman Zhou and his wife to offer apologies on numerous occasions. However, since Li Si had taken up martial arts, he managed to fend off the little tyrant, who ceased his bullying thereafter. Zhang Yang observed this small ruffian before him, whom Chairman Zhou reported to be merely 10 years old. It was astounding that a child of such tender age could wreak such havoc. It seemed that future discipline would undoubtedly pose a challenge, though this challenge would not be Zhang Yang's to bear, but rather that of the child. Master Zhang, might you consider taking him in? Chairman Zhou inquired earnestly. Zhang Yang nodded affirmatively. Certainly. However, before he could finish his sentence, the little tyrant charged forward, fists raised in defiance. You certainly can't. Chairman Zhou rushed to restrain the child, but Zhang Yang reacted with swifter reflexes, seizing the boy's fist and executing a swift maneuver that sent the little tyrant tumbling into the martial arts studio. The boy rolled through the air, crashing onto the padded mat designated for practice, and cried out in pain. The distance from where Zhang Yang and Chairman Zhou stood to the landing spot was approximately 10 paces. Chairman Zhou was left in stunned silence. Zhang Yang calmly completed his earlier statement. I can indeed take him in. However, he will undoubtedly endure hardship under my care. If you are concerned, you should take the child away now. Chairman Zhou, trembling, pointed at his son. Has he broken a bone? Zhang Yang peered inside and realized that the boy, noticing their gaze, cried out even louder. Zhang Yang withdrew his gaze and pressed down on Chairman Zhou's hand. He hasn't broken any bones, nor has he injured any tendons. He likely won't even have a bruise. It's merely a painful fall. Did you not notice that his cries grew even louder after we glanced at him? My current worry is for his throat. Chairman Zhou listened, discerning the difference in the intensity of the sounds. He grasped Zhang Yang's hand as though it were a lifeline. Master Zhang, I entrust our Zhou Mu to you. His mother and I have deliberated. The child must be disciplined and face consequences. As long as he improves, that is all that matters. Zhang Yang placed his free hand on Chairman Zhou's shoulder. Rest assured, immediate change is not visible, but the child is young and still malleable. What is a little hardship? If he does not endure this suffering in childhood, will he not face greater tribulations as an adult? Chairman Zhou nodded, finding the reasoning quite compelling. By the way, what are the 2 characters in your child's name? I will register it. Let him stay with me for a day. There is no rush for enrollment, as I have yet to decide what he should learn. Oh, my surname is Zhou, as in King Wu of Zhou. My wife's surname is Mu, as in King Mu of Zhou. Thus our child is named Zhou Mu. Huh, what a whimsically sweet name. Chapter 138. Squatting in a horse stance the moment Zhou Mu sensed that Chairman Zhou was about to leave, all his pain seemed to vanish, and he immediately chased after the door. Zhang Yang raised his hand and restrained him in place. Zhou Mu began to shout, Dad, don't leave me here. I can be obedient, can't I? Dad, you can't just abandon me here. I'll be beaten to death. Dad, do you and Mom not want me anymore? When Luo Yuan arrived and saw Zhou Mu, he paused for a moment. Master, your place is almost becoming a correctional facility. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes at this remark. Then you're the first patient to be admitted here. Luo Yuan stuck out his tongue, acknowledging the truth in that statement. Have the clothes been delivered? Yes, they have. The team master asked me to thank you. What have I to be thanked for? Because you provided 2 extra shirts. Then please inform him that those were from Tony. The 2 of them discussed the polite demeanor of the team master at the door for quite some time. Zhou Mu struggled and shouted for a long while, but Zhang Yang and Luo Yuan acted as though they were oblivious. It wasn't until other students began to arrive that Zhang Yang handed Zhou Mu over to Luo Yuan. Zhou Mu attempted to seize the opportunity to escape, but Luo Yuan swiftly apprehended him, restraining him in an instant. I offer you 2 choices. Zhang Yang gazed at Zhou Mu's defiant countenance, his expression unperturbed. First, he was restrained at the entrance, awaiting the arrival of others to observe his predicament. Second, allow me entry, for the sake of preserving some dignity. Do I possess any alternative choices? Zhou Mu shouted vehemently. As Luo Yuan released his grip, Zhou Mu immediately sprinted towards the backyard. You shall regret this, child. Zhang Yang resolved to grant him one final opportunity. Little did he anticipate that the boy would respond with such venomous words. Bah, I will not regret anything. You old man. Zhang Yang watched as he climbed atop the wall, turning back to cast a taunting, victorious smile in his direction. Zhang Yang reciprocated with a benevolent smile. Yet within that kind expression, he observed Zhou Mu roll his eyes and tumble from the wall. With a thud, dust billowed around him. TSK, TSK, TSK. How unfortunate. Thankfully, he did not strike his head, though his shoulder shall ache for several days. Zhang Yang remarked with a smile. Fortunately, just days prior, I had loosened the soil at the wall's corner. Otherwise, he might have suffered a broken bone. Luo Yuan sighed in relief, patting his chest. The master and disciple exchanged glances before returning to their respective tasks, calculating the time it would take for Zhou Mu to regain consciousness. Zhang Yang gathered the children playing in the backyard and ushered them into the main hall. He dampened his hands and stood beside Zhou Mu. With a flick of his wrist, he splashed water onto Zhou Mu's face. Zhou Mu slowly awakened, and upon seeing Zhang Yang, he leapt up in fright. He glanced at the wall and then back at Zhang Yang. You plotted against me, he exclaimed. Zhang Yang fig ned Zhong Fuxian. How have I plotted against you? Zhou Mu pointed towards the wall. You've poisoned the herbs up there? I have not. Zhang Yang didn't yet. Then why did you say I would regret this? That was only because the flora adorning the wall are herbs that could induce fainting. Is that not akin to poisoning? Zhang Yang Lao get. What grade are you in? Do you truly equate poisoning with herbal remedies? I genuinely wish to avoid such futile discourse with you. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes dismissively and departed. You look down upon me. You all regard me with disdain. Zhou Mu suddenly shrieked. Zhang Yang halted his steps. Pray tell, do you truly believe I harbor contempt for you? Zhang Yang turned back, questioning. In what manner do I look down upon you? Zhou Mu opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhang Yang inquired furter. Have I insulted you? Zhou Mu shook his head, for it was he who had hurled insults at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang breset on. Have I spoken ill of you? Zhou Mu shook his head again, for Zhang Yang had said nothing derogatory. Zhang Yang continued to interrogate. Have I struck you? Zhou Mu continued to shake his head, acknowledging that the pain he felt was of his own making. I have neither insulted you, nor spoken ill of you, nor harmed you. Pray tell, what have I done that leads you to believe I look down upon you? Zhou Mu pouted, his expression one of grievance. Since there's nothing, why make a fuss? His eyes were brimming with tears, and Zhang Yang pointed towards the warehouse door. If you wish to cry, do so inside. Don't disgrace yourself here. You'll only end up shouting again later. Zhou Mu's face reflected defiance. I'm not as fragile as you claim. Who is it that cried out, refusing to let their father leave just moments after he departed? I was merely afraid that once my father was gone, you would strike me. Zhang Yang sneered coldly. With just one hand, I could pin you to the ground. What sense of achievement would I gain from defeating you? Give me a reason to hit you. Zhou Mu was momentarily taken aback, left speechless. Do you still wish to cry? Zhang Yang inquired. Zhou Mu shook his head. Then you may leave. Zhang Yang gestured toward the door. Go home. Zhou Mu was taken aback. Was he truly being dismissed? He promptly sat down, a haughty expression adorning his face as he gazed at Zhang Yang. I want to leave. You said I could stay here for a day, and it's not even time for school to end yet. I refuse to go. Oh, then practice your horse stance. Zhang Yang replied, dis me si fili. I don't want to practice the horse stance. I want to learn martial arts. Zhang Yang this time didn't even spare him a glance as he walked inside. Others were already practicing their horse stance within the hall. Zhang Yang joined them, squatting down beside them. Zhou Mu huffed. It's just a horse stance. How hard can it be? He followed suit and began to squat. Lower. Squat down a bit more. I know. Zhou Mu retorted, clearly annoyed. Yet, he lowered his body slightly. Hands down. I said I know. Stop reminding me. Zhou Mu continued to argue, though he complied with the instructions. After barely 2 minutes in the stance, he plopped down onto the ground, glancing at those who were still persevering. He gritted his teeth and resumed. Just as he squatted again, he fell back down. No rush. Stand for 2 minutes and then continue. Take your time with this. I've already said I know. Stop going on about it. Zhou Mu stood aside, shaking out his legs. After 2 minutes, he resumed squatting. It seemed he had become determined to master the horse stance, spending the entire afternoon practicing. When President Zhou arrived to pick up his son, he found Zhou Mu drenched from head to toe, yet he left with a determined glare directed at Zhang Yang. Master Zhang, just wait. Tomorrow, I will definitely hold the horse stance for 5 minutes. With that, he turned and dashed off. President Zhou paused for a moment, quickly expressing his gratitude to Zhang Yang before chasing after his son. Chapter 139. A heightened skill. The next day, Zhou Mu arrived at the martial arts hall once again, this time dressed in a bright yellow jumpsuit, resembling none other than Bruce Lee. Today, I channeled the spirit of Bruce Lee and witnessed Zhou Mu effortlessly vanquishing the students of your martial arts school. President Zhou, standing nearby, tapped his forehead. I shall enroll you shortly. You too shall become a student of this esteemed dojo. Zhou Mu immediately protested. Why? On what grounds? This is unacceptable. President Zhou glanced around, visibly uncomfortable, and anxiously tugged at Zhou Mu's hand. Stop shouting. It will only worsen the situation. I refuse to be silenced. I wish to shout at the top of my lungs and let everyone see the true nature of this dojo. Zhang Yang sighed and turned his gaze towards President Zhou. I apologize. President Zhou was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation, when suddenly he noticed several golden needles appearing in Zhang Yang's hand. In a swift motion, they were thrust into his son, Zhou Mu, rendering him motionless and voiceless. This is far too noisy. I apologize. My methods may be somewhat unorthodox. Initially, one would expect the parent, President Zhou, to be furious, perhaps even confrontational. To Zhang Yang's surprise, President Zhou merely stood shocked for a few seconds before eagerly seizing Zhang Yang's hand, his face alight with excitement. My goodness, this is something I only ever read about in martial arts novels as a child. Utterly astounding, remarkably impressive, simply incredible. Indeed. Zhang Yang had not anticipated that the youngest president in the history of Chinatown would possess such a youthful exuberance at heart. Having witnessed your technique, I would entrust my son, Zhou Mu, into your capable hands without hesitation. Truly, if he misbehaves, you may administer your needles. If he raises a ruckus, you may do the same. Indeed, it was clear that this was a true father, unflinchingly willing to put his son in a precarious position. President Zhou, brimming with excitement, departed, casting a fleeting glance at Zhou Mu, who remained frozen in place, and continued on his way. As the morning students arrived for class, they couldn't help but steal glances at Zhou Mu, who was on the verge of tears, helpless in his predicament. Eventually, Zhou Mu became numb to the situation, his stomach growling with hunger. The other children at the dojo had gone home for lunch, yet his family's caretaker had yet to arrive to escort him. Zhang Yang approached with a bowl of rice topped with savory sauce, scrutinizing Zhou Mu from head to toe before nodding in satisfaction. Excellent. It appears my students are well behaved. None have dared to touch your needles, or you would be in the hospital right now, diagnosed with paralysis. Zhou Mu's eyes widened in terror. Zhang Yang, seemingly oblivious to Zhou Mu's distress, savored the bowl of rice right before him. Zhou Mu's stomach protested loudly. Are you wondering why your caretaker hasn't arrived yet? Zhou Mu blinked in agreement. I called your father and informed him that you would be dining with me. They felt reassured knowing you were in my care. So they decided not to send the caretaker to fetch you home. Zhou Mu's face flushed with anger. Do not be upset. Do you understand why your parents requested the caretaker to collect you? Zhou Mu huffed in a somewhat petulant manner, a reflection of the affection his parents had for him. Do you truly believe your parents cherish you? It is merely that they fear you may engage in brawls along the way and wreak havoc upon other children. Your parents are terrified of you. Zhou Mu wore an expression of incredulity, his face clearly betraying his belief that Zhang Yang was fabricating tales. Am I deceiving you? What reason would I have to lie? What benefit would I gain from misleading you? Am I seeking your family's wealth? Does your family possess the affluence of Stark Enterprises? Zhou Mu pursed his lips, a hint of despondency shadowing his gaze. Desiring your parents' attention is understandable, yet do you truly think that by becoming a little delinquent, their eyes will turn towards you? Zhou Mu blinked and affirmed, Indeed, they do pay attention. But have they truly seen your virtues? All they perceive are your shortcomings. Do you aspire to be a troublesome child? Do you wish for your parents to spend their days rescuing you from the police station? With his eyes cast downward, Zhou Mu gazed at the ground. Zhang Yang removed the golden needle from him, yet he remained still, unmoving. Zhang Yang sighed, for in families where parents toil endlessly, children often find themselves in profound solitude. How many children genuinely desire to embrace a path of wrongdoing? It is merely a cry for their parents' attention. Yet without the presence and guidance of their parents from an early age, they remain ignorant of how to properly capture their gaze. A nanny cannot replace a parent. She cannot convey the depth of a parent's love, for she is not kin. Zhang Yang surmised that the child had likely learned from films and television, believing that by misbehaving, his parents would shower him with concern, redirecting their focus entirely upon him. When a child strays, the Zhou family merely perceives that a lack of time and education has led to such a transformation. Zhang Yang smiled inwardly, bemused by the folly of those who would challenge him, particularly in the context of the Zhang family's martial arts school. Take Luo Yuan, for instance, a rebellious youth who, upon arriving, was swiftly subdued. Following Luo Yuan's transformation, the other unruly children sent his way now bowed to him with utmost respect. This was all due to the unspoken issues between them and their parents. Once addressed, the child naturally improves. There are not countless reasons behind such behavior. Of course, if communication fails, one must resort to force. Several of the compliant rascals have been tamed in such a manner. Those few, older and stubborn, held fast to their convictions, believing that only through strength would they be compelled to listen. Zhang Yang found himself embodying the role of a gang leader, and to his surprise, once he triumphed over them and ascended to leadership, those children dared not defy him. He imparted moral lessons to them, and each has since adhered to these principles exceptionally well. Even if this individual before him is a notorious troublemaker, has he not heard the adage that the cunning of the devil is met with the wisdom of the sage? Zhang Yang, a figure of considerable stature, observed the child who, despite having removed the golden needle, remained unresponsive. He pulled the child inside and pressed him down at the dining table, serving him a bowl of noodles before seating him firmly in a chair. Zhou Mu shook his head, indicating his inability to eat. Not eating? Zhou Mu nodded. Zhang Yang shrugged and pushed the bowl aside. If you refuse to eat, then stand by the door until all the students arrive. Immediately, Zhou Mu retrieved the bowl and buried his head in the noodles. Zhang Yang scoffed, thinking to himself, after 2 days of competition with you, it's evident you value your pride. In chapter 140, The Visitor's Day, Zhou Mu finished every last bit of his noodles, even licking the bowl clean. When he returned the empty bowl to Zhang Yang, it was spotless. Zhang Yang felt as though his perception of the world had been profoundly altered. After all, this was merely a bowl of noodle soup, not a dish requiring scraping. What sort of habit is this? He mused. My aunt told me not to waste food. Zhou Mu replied. Is the aunt you refer to your family's maid? Zhang Yang inquired, to which Zhou Mu nodded. You need not behave in such a manner next time. But my aunt says that if I don't, I won't be a good child. Zhang Yang sighed and patted his head. Zhang Shifu tells you, even without licking the bowl, you're still a good child. Then can I still be a good child if I fight sometimes? Zhou Mu asked, can you explain to me why you fight? Zhang Yang probed. The children from the neighboring school bully our classmates, so I, along with 2 friends, drove them away. Although I do not endorse your method of resolving this issue, I must affirm that you were right. Zhou Mu then hesitated. Master, may I discuss something with you? The use of master suggested the gravity of his request. The school is organizing a parents' visiting day, but due to the previous incident of fighting, the teachers wish to speak with my parents. I am too afraid to tell my father. At this point, Zhou Mu began to cry, tears streaming down his cheeks. Zhang Yang sat beside him and wiped his face, only to discover he had inadvertently smeared his hand with mucus. He realized that perhaps he should not be so compassionate. One should tend to their own tears and wipe their own nose. Discreetly, while washing the dishes, Zhang Yang washed his hand 3 times with soap. What are the names of the other 2 children who fought with you? He asked. Tom and Jerry, Zhou Mu replied. As in cat and mouse. Zhang Yang inquired, recalling the mischievous little rascals under his command. When the others arrived, Zhang Yang called them in, and the trio stood momentarily dumbfounded upon seeing each other. Enough staring. I am aware of everything, so let us discuss what to do next. Tom looked at Zhang Yang with surprise. Will you help us? Why should I call you 3 in here? To play mahjong? Jerry nodded seriously. Master, I can play mahjong. And I also know how to play do di zhu and jiajin. I possess quite a few skills. With such talents, I could certainly make a trip to Las Vegas. Master, what should we do then? Or perhaps you could take on the role of our parents during the parent visitation day. Zhou Mu suggested earnestly. Truly a little devil. Such a mischievous idea. I summoned you to ask you to bring your parents over. I wish to have a conversation with them. I certainly do not have 3 sons of such magnitude. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, the expressions of the 3 little ones fell. Master, I do not wish to call them. Zhou Mu expressed his displeasure. Then you simply do not understand. Zhang Yang said with an air of profundity. Discussing this matter with your parents will yield a significantly different outcome than speaking with you. I can share insights from my own experiences. Can you? Do you possess the wisdom of experience? The three youngsters shook their heads. When your parents converse with you, do they not often say that they only wish for your well-being? The three nodded in agreement. Do your parents ever tell you that you're still young and do not understand? The three nodded once more. Thus, my discussion with your parents will undoubtedly differ from what you might convey. Instantly, the three little ones gazed at Zhang Yang with admiration. Zhang Yang inwardly reveled in his cleverness. He must nod. What he had just articulated were indeed parental maxims, words spoken by 99 of parents. When the three youngsters called for their parents, the adults arrived in a flurry, each one perspiring profusely. Zhang Yang was astonished. Surely the power of summoning parents was not that immense. One mother, for instance, had even run over with her high heels in hand. What a spectacle! Zhang Yang ushered them into the study, where he had previously lit calming incense. He poured tea for them, and then calmly recounted the matters concerning the three children. Simultaneously, the three parents turned to Zhang Yang and asked the same question. Master Zhang, what do you think? What does he think? He might as well inquire how Yuan Fong perceives the situation. In my view, the issue itself is not erroneous. Rather, the method of handling it is flawed. However, at their age, what can they do? Report, fight, seek help from teachers, and what else? The parents shook their heads in unison. Zhang Yang continued. Reporting and seeking help. Who would they turn to? You? They would not dare speak to you. As for the teachers, I am uncertain whether they have relayed their concerns. If they did, and it was of no assistance, then that poses a significant problem. As for the remaining option, fighting, this has become the only recourse available to the children. As the parents departed, they sighed, engaging in self-reflection, and upon seeing their children standing outside, found themselves at a loss for words to reprimand them. Zhou observed that both Tom and Jerry's parents had emerged, yet he did not catch sight of his own father, which left him feeling somewhat anxious. Zhang Yang had taken the initiative to speak privately with President Zhou regarding the nanny issue and Zhou Mu's situation. Upon identifying the crux of the matter, subsequent resolutions became rather straightforward. However, it was unexpected that upon concluding the discussion about the nanny and Zhou Mu's affairs, President Zhou was moved to tears. Astonishingly, Zhang Yang discerned the striking resemblance between President Zhou and Zhou Mu, evident in their shared emotional display, both weeping profusely. Zhou Mu was left in a state of shock as he witnessed his father in such a vulnerable state, repeatedly expressing remorse towards his parents. With a look of sheer terror, Zhou Mu turned to Zhang Yang, his eyes pleading for assistance. Zhang Yang merely shook his head, indicating his inability to help. Thus, Zhou Mu, appearing as though he were being abducted, was carried away by his own father, maintaining a desperate expression until they departed. Zhang Yang could only smile as he bid them farewell. This was, indeed, a form of poetic justice. The following day, when the trio of little ones arrived, their gazes were filled with admiration for Zhang Yang. With a proud smile, he reveled in their enthusiasm, oblivious to his own significance. The three children excitedly expressed their desire to invite Zhang Yang to the upcoming Parent Observation Day, noting that many students were from the same school. Upon hearing their invitation, each child insisted that Zhang Yang attend. A few young girls even clung to his legs, weeping until he acquiesced. Chapter 141. You must think carefully. Since Zhang Yang had consented to attend the Parent Observation Day, the students of this institution were abuzz with excitement. With only a few days remaining until the event, the children incessantly inquired if Zhang Yang would accompany them, all feeling a sense of pride at the prospect of entering the school alongside their mentor. Zhang Yang resolved not to travel with anyone. He would make his entrance alone and planned to arrive only after the official start of the event, lest he be mobbed by throngs of students clamoring to greet their master. While the attention would undoubtedly be exhilarating, it also bore a hint of embarrassment. After politely declining all the children's invitations, Zhang Yang retrieved his bicycle, wiping it down. Though it was not particularly luxurious, he was keen not to appear unrefined. He sensed that his confidence might have swelled a bit too much, so he deliberately arrived half an hour late to the school. Upon reaching his destination, he was greeted by a throng of young martial artists waiting by the entrance. The scene resembled that of a grand reception for a distinguished figure. As soon as the children spotted him, they bowed at a 45-degree angle, exclaiming, "Greetings, master!" Zhang Yang was momentarily taken aback, feeling a mix of exhilaration and embarrassment. He was escorted into the school amidst a swarm of admirers, the entire spectacle reminiscent of a prominent figure striding confidently through the streets. Zhang Yang had never anticipated that he would someday bask in such adulation, even if his followers were merely a group of enthusiastic children. Nonetheless, the experience was undeniably gratifying. This particularly delightful feeling was extinguished within mere hours, as the children's teacher summoned the parents to discuss the incident of violence. Zhang Yang intended to leave, but before he could even take a step, he was seized by President Zhou. "Come along, Master Zhang." Zhang Yang was momentarily taken aback. What did President Zhou mean? Attend the parent meeting together? He hastily attempted to decline, but after much back and forth, he found himself seated in the conference room. On one side of the table sat Zhou Mu and his companions, while on the other were the injured child and their parents. At one end were the school leaders and teachers, and at the opposite end sat Zhang Yang. The school officials and educators regarded Zhang Yang with a degree of confusion. Pondering his identity, the principal was the first to speak, inquiring, "Who might this be?" Zhang Yang opened his mouth, uncertain of how to introduce himself. Should he say, "I'm also a teacher for these students, here to observe how you treat them"? Fortunately, President Zhou stepped in to introduce Zhang Yang. "This is the children's life mentor." Well, that introduction was less than helpful. Zhang Yang suddenly felt it was a miracle that President Zhou had attained such a position. "I am the instructor for the children's extracurricular class," Zhang Yang finally stated plainly. "Not just any extracurricular class, but martial arts." Zhou Mu interjected with palpable excitement. "My master is extraordinary. He can take on 10 individuals single-handedly." Zhang Yang buried his face in his hands, wishing Zhou Mu would keep quiet, especially since he had been called to this meeting due to the fighting issue, only for Zhou Mu to boast about his master's prowess in combat. Indeed, upon hearing Zhou Mu's introduction, the expressions of the school leaders and teachers shifted noticeably. "Might I inquire about your perspective on this matter, esteemed martial arts instructor?" Seeing the principal's courteous demeanor, Zhang Yang responded with polite restraint. "Our child is in no way at fault. Why should we apologize?" The faces of the injured child and their parents darkened, as did those of the school officials and teachers. If your child had not been extorting money from others and threatening them, how would ours have resorted to violence? The tension on both sides escalated. Thus, the crux of the matter was that our child was assisting others who were being bullied, while your child was the one engaging in intimidation and misconduct. At this revelation, the expressions of the opposing parties turned grim. The three children could hardly suppress their urge to applaud, but were restrained by their parents. While the adults also wished to applaud, they understood the inappropriateness of such actions in the current setting. Our children simply handled the situation poorly. They chose to resort to fighting to resolve this abhorrent issue, forgetting that they have parents to confide in. All three parents nodded in agreement, realizing, "We forget that we have admirable and respectable teachers to advocate for us." The countenance of the teacher across the room began to resemble the charred bottom of a pan. With a resounding thud, a bespectacled man, as slender as a reed and adorned in a sharply tailored suit, rose abruptly, pounding the table. "You are not a parent. What authority do you possess to speak here?" "Utter nonsense." He sneered coldly. "It seems anyone, regardless of their character, can become a teacher nowadays. I truly wonder how you manage affairs in Chinatown." Zhang Yang's expression instantly turned frigid. "I advise you to think carefully before you speak. I am not merely a teacher. I hold the position of a senior instructional supervisor. Then I implore this esteemed senior supervisor to reflect thoroughly before uttering further words." "Reflect on what?" "I assure you, I stand by my statements. Can you say the same? What if I declare that you are of questionable character? Do you possess a teaching qualification? Is it sufficient to merely hold a qualification to become a teacher?" Zhang Yang scoffed. "What if I were to procure a teaching certificate for a pig? Would that allow the pig to teach?" "You are insulting the teaching profession." The instructional supervisor trembled with indignation. "Wait, are you insinuating that I'm a pig?" Zhang Yang feigned surprise, exclaiming, "How is it that you only just grasped that? Aren't you a teacher? Is your intellect so limited? You are truly overstepping. If my mere words are deemed excessive, then what of children engaging in fights and extortion? Surely that isn't merely playful mischief?" Zhang Yang's demeanor grew even colder. "I advise you to reconsider that statement. I have contemplated it thoroughly and require no further reflection. Such behavior is merely childish antics." The instructional supervisor wore a smug expression, as if brimming with experience. "Children are simply being playful. Which child has not been mischievous in their youth?" Zhang Yang, unwilling to engage in further banter, fixed his gaze upon the principal. It appears that within your esteemed institution, the instructional supervisor considers intimidation and extortion to be trivial childish play. Given your educational philosophy, I believe our children need not continue their studies here. The instructional supervisor wore a scornful expression. Who do you think you are? The parents of these children have yet to voice their opinions. Chairman Zhou stood up, adjusting his attire. Principal, I kindly request to transfer my child. Thank you. Parents of Tom and Jerry echoed their intent to transfer their children, unwilling to subject them to such trivial disputes. Zhang Yang smiled at the infuriated instructional supervisor. Apologies, my friend, but I indeed have the authority to speak. Chapter 142. Halloween costumes. Chairman Zhou and the others declared their intentions to transfer. And the very next day following the visitation, they commenced the necessary procedures, completing all formalities within a week. President Zhou and the parents of Tom and Jerry transferred their children to the Zhongxi United School, which was willing to accept Luo Yuan. For a straightforward and rather blunt reason, the institution's readiness to embrace Luo Yuan signified its inclusivity and adaptability. Furthermore, Luo Yuan was already enrolled there, under the watchful eye of his senior brother, ensuring the children would thrive in a disciplined environment free from bullying that encapsulated the entirety of their rationale. Zhou Mu had developed a fascination with the horse stance, and Zhang Yang suggested he could also study Bajiquan, which would complement his practice of Tai Chi for both physical and mental cultivation. Without hesitation, Zhou procured his bank card and enrolled Zhou Mu for 3 months. He even inquired whether lunch and nap time were included, jesting that if they were, the Zhang family martial arts school might earn another nickname alongside its reputation as a correctional center, a daycare facility, nonetheless. Wasn't it a martial arts school? Did one not understand the essence of martial spirit? Zhang Yang resolutely declined. Meanwhile, the outside world was bustling with preparations for Halloween, a festival beloved by children for its opportunity to don various costumes and indulge in sweet confections. In Chinatown, families had adorned their doorsteps with decorations of ghouls and pumpkins, adding to the festive atmosphere. When Luo Yuan asked Zhang Yang if he needed assistance with any purchases, Zhang Yang waved dismissively, assuring him that he had already made arrangements. He granted his students a 3-day holiday, from the day before Halloween to the day after. However, Luo Yuan felt uneasy and decided to check in on his master the day before Halloween. He had not noticed any decorations at the Zhang family martial arts school prior to the holiday, and upon nearing the entrance, he was nearly taken aback. At the entrance stood 2 figures, a Qing dynasty zombie, adorned with talismans, its long black nails and ashen complexion strikingly eerie, and a red-dressed female ghost, her head bowed, with long black hair cascading nearly to the ground, obscuring her face, her red nails long and pointed. Zhang Yang, hearing Luo's footsteps, remained at a distance, eventually stepping out to see Luo Yuan frozen in place, several meters away. "What is the matter?" he inquired. Luo Yuan trembled, pointing nervously at either side of Zhang Yang. "Isn't it just a zombie and a ghost? What's there to fear? Isn't Halloween meant to be filled with a terrifying ambience?" "Master, this is a nightmare. Halloween is for children." Luo Yuan mused that his master's thought process might be slightly unconventional. Zhang Yang waved his hand dismissively. "This is nothing. They are merely ghosts. It's just the distinction between Eastern and Western specters. Can't Eastern ghosts be dressed up too?" Luo Yuan shook his head vehemently. "No, it's not about the Eastern or Western ghosts." Suddenly, Zhang Yang had a revelation and retrieved an object from inside, placing it behind the zombie. "Master has something interesting to show you." As Zhang Yang activated the machine, a mist began to gently waft from its interior, and he felt that this scene was perfectly in tune with the festive atmosphere. In an instant, Luo Yuan screamed and fled. "Isn't it amusing?" Zhang Yang glanced at the 2 dolls, which he had commissioned at great expense, marveling at their lifelike quality. Luo Yuan, terrified of what his master might have prepared, something truly astonishing, had taken it upon himself to bring 2 bags of fruit candies through the back door. However, he was met by the sight of a doll clad in white, resembling a ghostly figure, which filled him with an unprecedented sense of despair. Zhang Yang emerged from the room, holding a bowl of fruit and swaying it gently. "Why go through the back door when there's a perfectly good front one? Are you here for fruit?" Luo Yuan shook his head vigorously as if it were a rattledrome. "What do you have in your hands?" Luo Yuan dared not enter, while Zhang Yang stepped outside. The ghostly figure was positioned rather centrally, obstructing the way, so Zhang Yang extended his arm to nudge the ghost to the side before proceeding. Luo Yuan quickly raised the candies he was holding. I feared you hadn't prepared any, so I brought these for you. Zhang Yang was taken aback. How did you know I hadn't prepared any? He gestured toward the white-clad ghost. These dolls are so lifelike that I presumed no child would dare approach, so I didn't make any preparations. Luo Yuan stuffed the candies into his master's embrace before turning to leave. Zhang Yang watched Luo Yuan's hurried departure and then glanced at his meticulously crafted dolls. Was Luo Yuan truly afraid? If he was, then Zhang Yang's choice to forego candies seemed prudent. Holding the candies, Zhang Yang contemplated calling Luo Yuan back, but he had already gone too far. Well, then I shall keep these. On Halloween morning, before Zhang Yang had even risen, a piercing scream echoed outside the martial arts hall. It was coarse, powerful, and rather flamboyant. Rubbing his eyes, Zhang Yang hurried downstairs, and upon opening the door, he saw Tony hesitating a few paces away from the hall. What are you doing? Zhang Yang leaned against the doorframe in inquiry. Without uttering a word, Tony closed his eyes and dashed forward, colliding with Zhang Yang as he swiftly entered the hall. Caught off guard, Zhang Yang managed to twist and bend, preventing himself from falling flat. Damn it, Tony, are you trying to get yourself killed this early? Tony appeared as if he had just escaped a calamity. What on earth did you place at the entrance? It's Halloween. Those are Halloween decorations, Zhang Yang replied, shaking his head. There are 3 of them, and there's another ghostly figure at the back door. No sooner had he uttered these words than a loud curse rang out from behind. Zhang Yang and Tony hurried outside to find Hawkeye, bow drawn, eyeing the white-clad ghost with a look of wariness. Tony felt his legs weaken upon seeing the ghostly figure in white, gripping Zhang Yang's arm for support. Hey, what do you intend to do with my Halloween costume? Hawkeye exclaimed in disbelief. You call that a Halloween costume? Zhang Yang furrowed his brow. Have you conspired with Tony? Your lines are identical. Buddy, this is not a Halloween costume at all. This is merely a haunted house. Tony articulated through clenched teeth, enunciating each word with emphasis. No, this is a Halloween costume. This is my dojo, and I am in charge. Tony slapped his forehead in frustration, bewildered by the lack of communication on this matter. Hawkeye produced a bag of fruit candies and tossed it from a distance. This is the Halloween candy art department prepared for you. Farewell. He departed with brisk decisiveness, leaving no room for nostalgia. Tony raised an eyebrow at the candies in Zhang Yang's hand. Have you opened and tasted them? I doubt anyone will return tonight. I feel like having some candy. Chapter 143. Do Di Zhu. Upon returning home, Luo Yuan contemplated his next move. In the evening, he decided to make another attempt to persuade his master, only to find that his master had already activated the fog machine to create an atmosphere. When he arrived, his master was busy adjusting the lighting, impressively setting up eerie green lights behind the puppets to enhance the ambience. Standing inside the doorway, Tony wore an expression of utter despair, and Luo Yuan wondered what courage Tony must have possessed to enter. Tony spotted Luo Yuan and cast a pleading glance. But all Luo Yuan could offer was a look of resignation before drifting away, for the atmosphere outside his master's door had grown so foreboding that he dared not linger. Zhang Yang, satisfied with the lighting he had arranged, called out to Tony to come and admire the effect. Tony, come quickly and see if this looks good. Good? A question? No. Zhang Yang believed this was a definitive statement. It looked splendid, as it pleased him. It looks good. See? Our tastes are indeed similar. You think it looks good too? Tony was left bewildered. Hadn't he just posed a question? Had they simply interpreted it as a statement? Zhang Yang finished preparing the puppet at the front door and proceeded to dress the puppet in the backyard. Your backyard has no outlets for the machine. Tony attempted to dissuade him, asserting that the front scene was already sufficiently terrifying. Without a word, Zhang Yang moved the machine to the back door and shifted a flower pot that was blocking the entrance. Behind the pot lay a small box. Upon opening it, to his delight, he found an outlet. Zhang Yang enthusiastically explained, outdoor outlet, specially designed waterproof and dustproof cover. Tony wore an expression more sorrowful than tears. As long as you're happy. After finishing his tasks, Zhang Yang sat down to sip some tea, only then remembering to inquire about Tony's purpose for visiting. What brings you here? I came to celebrate the festival with you. Halloween. I inquired whether you would attend the Halloween ball, where enchanting maidens akin to fairies and witches abound. Yet, here I remain seated. Tony covered his face, pondering how he had been impulsive enough to rush in. Wouldn't it have sufficed for him to go directly? Zhang Yang waved his hand dismissively. I have no interest in such matters. If you wish to go, then by all means, do so. I would prefer to spend the holiday alone. Tony cast a glance at the smoke-cloaked, eerily illuminated figures of ghosts, surrendering to his lack of courage to traverse that atmosphere. Enraged, he tore open the package of candy brought by Eagle Eye, crunching away as if gnawing on Zhang Yang's thoughts. Zhang Yang also had brought along 2 bags of sweets gifted by Luo Yuan. Meanwhile, the neighboring area had begun to buzz with excitement, yet not a single child graced Zhang Yang's vicinity. Do you know how to play Do Diju? Zhang Yang suddenly asked. Tony shook his head. Go to the kitchen, the first cabinet on the left, top shelf, and fetch some sunflower seeds. I shall summon others to play. With that, he opened a portal and departed. Instantly regretting his decision, Tony thumped his chest in dismay, realizing he could have asked Zhang Yang to teleport him directly to the Halloween ball. With a heavy heart, he retrieved 2 bags of sunflower seeds, only to find Zhang Yang had returned, alone at the table. Where are your companions? Zhang Yang pointed towards the back door. He went to admire my Halloween costume. Tony glanced toward the back door, catching sight of Dr. Banner's inscrutable expression, and felt a sense of alliance forming. Seeing Dr. Banner return, Zhang Yang inquired with delight. What do you think? Is it striking? Is it creative? Dr. Banner paused thoughtfully before offering a diplomatic response. I have never witnessed such a Halloween costume, Zhang. Your ideas diverge from the norm. Tony rolled his eyes. That response was overly diplomatic. Thank you for the compliment. Zhang Yang exclaimed joyfully. Enough of this topic. Does anyone wish to enjoy some sunflower seeds? Tony decided to swiftly change the subject, not wishing to endure nightmares for the coming days. Oh, did I not say I would bring you an extraordinary Halloween? Dr. Banner also sought to redirect the conversation. Zhang Yang, evidently recalling Dr. Banner's true purpose in coming, produced a deck of cards and began to teach Dr. Banner and Tony the game of Dodiju. The 2 gentlemen of science grasped the rules swiftly, and after a couple of rounds, they were adept at the game. After several rounds of play, during which sunflower seeds scattered across the table and 2 kettles of tea were consumed, Tony, having lost consistently since the 3rd round, finally threw down his cards in frustration. I'm done. I can't shake the feeling that you 2 are conspiring against me. Ah, you're mistaken. We're not playing for stakes. So there's nothing to conspire about. Zhang Yang replied leisurely as he organized the cards. Then let us play for stakes. Tony slammed his wallet onto the table. Zhang Yang picked it up and took a glance, noting it contained a considerable amount of cash. Time to make a wager. The game resumed, and Tony found himself the landlord in nearly every round. Yet he consistently lost to either Zhang Yang or Dr. Banner. After several rounds, all the cash in Tony's wallet had vanished. He could hardly believe his own intellect, having lost so miserably. He glared at Dr. Banner. Have you been playing Do Diju for a long time? Dr. Banner shrugged innocently. I only learned what Do Diju was today. Tony redirected his suspicion toward Zhang Yang. Are you cheating? Zhang Yang spread his hands and feigned innocence. Is it my fault if I happen to be lucky today? Unyielding, Tony insisted on playing a few more rounds. This time, he refrained from being the landlord, yet he still failed to win a single game. I'm done. Tony pushed the cards away. Today is Halloween. Shouldn't we be waiting for the children to come for candy? Dr. Banner glanced at the ominous decorations at the entrance. Scratching his head, he doubted any children would come. The 3 grown men waited and waited, but instead of children, Director Fury arrived. Zhang Yang's face fell in disappointment. Do I seem like a disappointment to you? Director Fury stepped inside, glancing around with a shiver before quickly entering. What's outside? He couldn't help but ask. Zhang Yang cheerfully explained. The martial arts school's Halloween decorations. Director Fury fell silent for a rare moment. Zhang Yang's face now bore a look of despondency. Is it really unattractive? It's attractive. However, children might not appreciate it as much. They likely prefer something cuter. Yours is a bit too realistic. Dr. Banner, the perennial good-natured one, stepped in, patting Zhang Yang on the shoulder, offering him a semblance of comfort. Zhang Yang said, I originally intended to place a pair of black and white impermanence figures at the entrance and label our martial arts school as the Hall of Yama. But the custom order didn't arrive in time. It would have been perfect otherwise. Dr. Banner quietly withdrew his hand from Zhang Yang's shoulder. Chapter 144. Mahjong Tony had no desire to prolong the topic any further. The discussion about Halloween decorations should end here. No more mentions. Director Fury raised an eyebrow. Oh, Tony, you seem a bit irritable. Tony rolled his eyes. Well, You seem rather composed. Haven't you seen those Eastern films as children? Zombies. The kind that bites your neck. Do you understand? Zhang Yang nodded, realizing the reason behind Tony's intense reaction. It stemmed from childhood trauma. Director Fury and Dr. Banner both shook their heads. They were familiar with zombies, including those from the East, yet they remained oblivious to the cinematic portrayals of Eastern zombies. Upon seeing Zhang Yang nod, Tony suddenly stepped forward and grasped Zhang Yang by the collar. Why present them when you've seen them? He demanded. It's Halloween. Zhang Yang replied. What does that have to do with it? Tony retorted. You ought to decorate with something spooky at the entrance. Surely you have something more charming in mind? Zhang Yang said. No one will visit you tonight. Any child who glimpses those frightful decorations at your front and back doors will surely flee. After contemplating for a moment, Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. There are indeed cuter options, and they would be far less costly to create. Hope glimmered in Tony's eyes. What are they? Little zombies, plump, pale, and exceedingly adorable. Tony slumped into a chair, exasperated, and waved his hand dismissively. This is unacceptable. Let's sever our friendship. Why? Zhang Yang protested. Little zombies are delightful. Hastily, Zhang Yang retrieved his phone to show them images of the little zombies. After examining them, Director Fury and Dr. Banner could only concede they were preferable to the current decorations. In despair, Tony let out a long sigh, prompting Zhang Yang to quickly tuck away his phone. Wishing to spare his friend's fragile heart further distress, he resolved to shift the conversation. By the way, Director Fury, is there something you wish to discuss? Director Fury produced a bag of candy from his coat. I should have brought you 2 bags this morning, as good fortune comes in pairs. However, Barton claimed that the Halloween decorations at his home left him quite astonished, so I inadvertently omitted one. Zhang Yang accepted the bag of candy, scrutinizing Director Fury with curiosity. 1 bag of candy warranted your personal visit? Barton encountered Dr. Banner at your doorstep, prompting my decision to come by personally for a visit. Dr. Banner turned slightly, faced them while gazing towards the backyard. What bad luck. Wait a moment. He suddenly tossed the candy back into Director Fury's embrace and dashed into the warehouse. Within mere seconds, he emerged, cradling a box. With a loud thud, he slammed the box onto the table. Here, I will teach you how to play mahjong. Tony opened the box, lifted 2 mahjong tiles, and clinked them together. Is this how you play? He queried. No. Dr. Banner interjected. He collected the cards, poured out the tiles, and beckoned Director Fury and Dr. Banner over to begin explaining the rules of the game. Tony and Dr. Banner quickly grasped the instructions, and Director Fury nodded in accord. Once mahjong was in play, they would see if they could recall what they originally intended to do. After elucidating the rules, Zhang Yang produced several packets of meticulously prepared herbal remedies, which he had sealed, originally intended for the elderly who still sought to learn martial arts. These remedies were meant to be consumed occasionally to bolster their health. He retrieved a few wine glasses. Loser drinks, Tony exclaimed, slapping the table. No problem. Director Fury and Dr. Banner nodded in agreement. As the game progressed, Director Fury began to discuss business matters. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Yang abruptly slammed a card onto the table, interrupting Fury's discourse. 5 of bamboo. A complete set. Zhang Yang revealed his hand, and Tony, skeptical, counted the cards. Indeed, it was a complete set. He downed a shot, instantly donning a mask of agony. Director Fury followed suit, also grimacing, while Dr. Banner remained unperturbed after drinking. Zhang Yang, elated by his victory, urged, let's go again. Again. Tony was instantly invigorated. Just wait. Shortly after the second round commenced, Director Fury resumed his business talk. Dr. Banner, I believe we could get to know each other better. I'm not accustomed to making friends. That's perfectly fine, Tony interjected, placing another card on the table. Once we're cutting off Fury. Huh, I'm out, I've lost. Zhang Yang exclaimed, leaning back as he inspected Tony's hand. Indeed, he had lost. Director Fury grimaced again, while Zhang Yang merely furrowed his brow, with Dr. Banner maintaining his stoic expression. As the third round began, Director Fury promptly resumed his interrupted conversation. I believe I could be your friend. I have enough friends. Zhang Yang and Tony exchanged glances, surprised by Dr. Banner's unexpected sharpness. Yet, before they could react further, Dr. Banner suddenly pushed his cards away, revealing a neat hand to everyone. He had lost. Oh my, a heavenly hand. Zhang Yang exclaimed, seizing Dr. Banner's hand eagerly. Cool me. Let me share some luck with you. To which Tony grabbed Dr. Banner's other hand. I want some luck too. With two strong men tugging at his hands, Dr. Banner, overwhelmed, withdrew his hands forcefully. After their shared moment, Zhang Yang and Tony heartily drank the herbal concoction, optimistic for better fortune in the next round. Director Fury silently consumed his potion, once again donning a mask of pain. When the next game commenced, Director Fury, now fully focused, won the round with keen determination. Zhang Yang and Tony gazed incredulously at their hands, still reeling from the fortune they had just drawn. Zhang Yang downed a cup of traditional Chinese medicine and declared, "Let us go again. I refuse to believe I cannot outplay you newcomers." Tony followed suit, gulping down a cup of the herbal concoction and thumping the table. "This next round shall be mine. After all, I am a genius from MIT." Director Fury, while deftly maneuvering the mahjong tiles, leisurely remarked, "That remains to be seen." Zhang Yang shot a sideways glance at Director Fury, wondering if he had abandoned his duties. If so, let the battle of wits unfold tonight with fervor. Chapter 145. Even a tiny mosquito is still meat. The allure of mahjong proved to be boundless, as four grown men engaged in the game throughout the night, ultimately finding corners of the martial arts hall to slumber. Unlike Tony, who lacked the astuteness befitting his leadership role, Director Fury, as the head, discerned when it was time to retire. When the others could no longer resist the pull of sleep, he bid farewell, albeit unsteadily, with drooping eyelids. Yet he persevered to the outside where his vehicle awaited. Zhang Yang overheard him instructing the driver, "To headquarters." Such dedication to work. The following morning, a sudden scream erupted outside the martial arts hall, startling Zhang Yang into an immediate leap from the ground, instinctively grasping a short knife from the weapon rack. Dr. Banner was the first to react. There's someone screaming at the entrance. Zhang Yang hastily discarded the knife and rushed outside, discovering a group of passing girls who had been startled by something at the door. He and Dr. Banner swiftly carried each lifelike doll inside the hall, clearing the entrance of the unsettling objects. Just as they finished tidying up, Tony's shriek pierced through from within. Zhang Yang and Dr. Banner hurried inside, arms laden with items, only to find Tony in a state of panic before zombie. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Zhang Yang hastily dealt with the zombie. But as he set it down, it toppled, its face aligning ominously with Tony's. Upon awakening, Tony was confronted by the specter of his childhood nightmares. That he did not faint was a testament to his fortitude. "You," Tony stammered, pointing at Zhang Yang with trembling hands. Zhang Yang offered a gentle smile and took off running. "I'll go gather the items." After retrieving the female ghost, Tony fervently insisted that everything be incinerated, reduced to ashes, not a trace remaining. "I spent quite a sum on these. Zhang Yang lamented. Besides, they could be useful next year. If you dare to use any of this next year, I shall personally arrive at your doorstep, dressed as Mark, and demolish both your front and back doors." Zhang Yang's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he regarded the three dolls on the ground. "What is the point of keeping them? Burn them all. Let us go. We shall incinerate them." Selecting a secluded island, he opened a portal, and alongside Dr. Banner, they transported the dolls to a rocky shore. "The lighter in my hand remained suspended for an eternity, yet I could not bring myself to ignite it. I believe it would be prudent to hasten." "Tony is on the verge of impatience," Dr. Banner whispered softly beside me. "His predicament is purely a remnant of childhood trauma, one that has lingered unhealed into adulthood." Zhang Yang remarked quietly, "Burn it." Dr. Banner patted Zhang Yang's shoulder, warning that if it wasn't set ablaze soon, Tony would likely come after him another day. Zhang Yang inhaled deeply and hurled the lighter into the fray. The three figurines, composed entirely of flammable materials, ignited instantaneously. Zhang Yang watched in silence as the trio vanished amidst the flames. Farewell to his money. When he had ordered them, the intent was to secure a 3 to 4 year lifespan, yet here they were, reduced to ashes in mere days. After meeting with Director Fury, Dr. Banner expressed his desire to depart, and Zhang Yang returned him to the place from whence he had come. At this moment, Zhang Yang couldn't help but reflect on the wisdom of having exchanged 800 martial arts points for the global positioning system. Without it, he wouldn't have been able to play mahjong the previous night. Yet, the memory of the three figurines turned to cinders struck a painful chord within him. Even the smallest of mosquitoes is still flesh. Tony discovered a machine in the registration office on the ground floor of the martial arts hall and promptly produced his bank card, swiping it for $10,000. "I will compensate you." Zhang Yang shook his head. No, I must insist on giving you this money, Tony persisted, recognizing Zhang Yang's genuine fondness for those utterly terrifying figurines. It's insufficient. Zhang Yang re-entered a string of numbers on the machine and handed it back to Tony. Upon inspection, Tony couldn't help but utter a few expletives. You mean to tell me these 3 figurines cost 25,000? Zhang Yang shook his head again. Adding the 10,000 you just provided, that totals 35,000. Each figurine is 10,000, and the smoke and lighting apparatus combined add up to 5,000. Tony's astonishment was palpable, his nostrils flaring as he gasped. Zhang Yang offered a gentle reminder, prompting Tony to quickly retract his nose, casting a glare in Zhang Yang's direction. There was no need for the reminder. However, you were directly facing me, and the sight of your nasal hairs was quite discomforting. What discomfort do you speak of? Seeing it is disconcerting. Once I catch a glimpse of that hair, I feel compelled to pluck it. Tony covered his nose with his hand. I believe your focus is misplaced, my friend. You've been thoroughly swindled. You could purchase an inflatable doll online for less than 5,000. Zhang Yang felt as though he had stumbled upon a significant secret today. How do you know the price of inflatable dolls? Have you ever purchased one? Do I need to? I have always had the company of real people. Then how do you know the price? Tony opened his mouth, but emitted no sound. Zhang Yang's face broke into a teasing grin. Ah, I see. Someone gifted you one. And then you want to check the price, didn't you? Tony did not deny it, prompting Zhang Yang to swallow hard, astonished that he had guessed correctly. Well then, once, after I had refrained from venturing out to pursue romantic escapades for a month, Pep believed I had grown weary of the alluring women outside and gifted me a companion. Truly, Pepper is a man of character. Did you end up using it? Tony remained silent. Zhang Yang nudged him, urging him to speak. Come on, we are all men here. What is there to be afraid of? Yet, Tony continued to withhold his response. Instead, he reframed the inquiry. Did you use it? Tony immediately leaped to his feet. How could that be possible? Then why were you silent just now? Tony pursed his lips, glancing around as if he were a thief, and leaned closer to Zhang Yang's ear. I was merely curious about the internal structure. I took a peek. Goodness, are you really that peculiar? It was purely for academic research. Academic research, my foot. I should have saved my 3 lovely companions for a night when you were asleep, to place them at your bedside. I said, my old friend, would it not suffice if I simply paid for it? With that, Tony swiftly swiped his card for 25,000. Zhang Yang, feeling helpless, decided to let the matter rest for the sake of that sum. However, he kindly pointed toward the restroom on the first floor. Go take a look in the mirror. I assure you, it's true. Your nasal hair is genuinely protruding. Tony went to check the mirror, only to let out a startled scream from the restroom. Zhang Yang retrieved a pair of scissors, waiting by the restroom door. And as Tony flung the door open, ready to rush out, he handed him the scissors. After trimming his nasal hair, Tony emerged, looking quite at ease. Hey, brother, your scissors are remarkably effective. Of course, these scissors are particularly satisfying when used to cut vegetables. Cut what? Vegetables. Zhang Yang gestured towards the backyard, where a once orderly vegetable patch now bore a noticeable gap. It was incredibly convenient when I was harvesting vegetables a few days ago. Chapter 146. The party after Halloween, mid-November heralds the celebration of White Day, followed by Easter at the end of November. Those with girlfriends have already requested leave, and those who celebrate Easter at home have also come to ask for time off. Zhang Yang gazed at the myriad of red dots indicating leave requests on his computer screen, burying his head in his arms on the desk, reluctant to move. Luo Yuan entered with a cup of tea and glanced at the dense array of dots on the screen. After a moment's contemplation, he offered a suggestion. Master, are you planning to take these days off? Yes. Zhang Yang's voice was muffled. What else can be done if not? Luo Yuan earnestly advised. Master, you ought to find yourself a girlfriend. Zhang Yang abruptly lifted his head, scrutinizing Luo Yuan's face intently, leaving Luo Yuan feeling somewhat flustered and avoiding eye contact. Are you here to request leave for yourself? Luo Yuan shyly nodded. For Valentine's Day? Zhang Yang inquired cautiously, causing the lad to blush instantly, shyly affirming with a nod. Zhang Yang leaned back in his chair. Go ahead. Enjoy yourself on that day. He ought not to have pride. Luo Yuan, with a face of joy tinged with shyness, hurriedly dashed outside. Just as he shut the door, Zhang Yang slid off his chair, reclining in a posture reminiscent of a languid sloth, his demeanor somewhat despondent. Over the past few days, the children at the academy had been telling him that on Halloween, Upon seeing the decorations outside his door, they were all too frightened to knock, each one inquiring who had concocted such a dreadful idea. In the end, Zhang Yang concocted an excuse to send the students away. Should he confess that the fool behind the idea was none other than himself? Preposterous. Did he not have any pride? He now harbored a profound fear of festive occasions. As for Valentine's Day, it was best suited for a solitary existence, allowing him to revel in his freedom. Zhang Yang yearned for his carefree life, yet could not resist when someone sought a life of revelry. When Tony, donned in his mark suit, arrived at the dojo in a straight line faster than a private jet, Zhang Yang was on the rooftop practicing his swordplay. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your Tai Chi swordsmanship has reached level 20. You have earned a reward of 500,000 yuan. The system's sudden announcement did not deter Zhang Yang from his practice. He continued until he completed the entire set, at which point the system resumed its notifications. The host is indeed becoming increasingly formidable, now exhibiting greater composure. Such matters become easier with habit. Ding! System notification. Iron Man has entered the dojo surveillance range. Today is White Day, and Tony has come to seek him out. Is Tony now the one being considered as a romantic interest? Or is it he who has become the object of such affection? Hello, my friend. Happy holiday. Tony descended onto the terrace in his ostentatious mark suit. Due to Iron Man's presence, a considerable crowd had gathered around the Zhang family's dojo, with girls screaming, Iron Man. Would you go on a date with me? Tony paid them no mind as he emerged from the mark suit and performed a spin in front of Zhang Yang. What do you think of my outfit today? Zhang Yang appraised him from head to toe before concluding, very expensive. No, I meant the style. Isn't it captivating? If you arrive in the mark suit and then step out of it, that entrance would surely be striking. Tony snapped his fingers. Exactly. I want all the girls present today to scream for me. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes, knowing that this guy's sudden flamboyant visit and absurd antics could not bode well. Before you attend the party, please resolve your historical issues. Do I have historical issues with you? Zhang Yang nodded. How could that be? How could it not? Zhang Yang pointed to the marked suit that Tony had left on the terrace, untouched since their last encounter. Isn't that yours? Tony nodded, acknowledging it was indeed his, remarking that he had been wondering where that particular marked suit had gone, having called for it without any response. Originally, it fell within the confines of the martial arts hall. The version of this battle armor was rather rudimentary. No wonder it remained unresponsive to his calls, as it was simply too distant. You have reminded me. I must equip all the marked suits with global positioning systems. I know you are affluent. Your family possesses satellites. Quite impressive indeed. He also acquired a global positioning system with 800 martial valor points, capable of displaying real-time imagery within his mind, at a level vastly superior. Hurry and rectify this. Zhang Yang waved dismissively, expressing his disdain for the cumbersome machine that stood there like a wooden statue each day. Are you disparaging my mark? Tony inquired with a grave expression. Zhang, they are my companions, akin to your sword and your relationships. They are mere tools. Zhang Yang retorted. He asserted that once one's martial prowess reaches a certain zenith, be it a treasured sword or a grand broadsword, all would merely serve as auxiliary instruments. True strength is what one ought to possess. Upon hearing the term tools, Tony's face registered disbelief. Good heavens, what did I just hear? How can you refer to them as tools? Could you defeat your foes without your sword? Zhang Yang nodded with unwavering confidence. Of course. Tony was momentarily speechless, having forgotten the counter-arguments he had intended to present. But you, could you vanquish your enemies without your mark? Zhang Yang posed the same question to Tony, who fell silent once more. Clearly, in terms of martial prowess, they were not on the same plane. Zhang Yang sighed and patted Tony on the shoulder. Old friend, think it through before you argue with me. Tony wiped his face, conceding defeat. I will discuss the mark you disdain later. I am here for a serious matter. Zhang Yang regarded Tony with a sidelong glance. On White Day, you and Mark flamboyantly descended from the heavens to find me for a serious purpose. Yeah, I can't shake the feeling that there's something awkward about this. Are you suggesting a rendezvous with a man on White Day? Indeed, you big-headed fool. Do you not believe you would dismember Mark right now? Let's attend the singles party. There will be plenty of stunning ladies. In New York? Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. How could one miss a singles party on Valentine's Day? Shall we go? Tony also arched an eyebrow. Yes, not going would be foolish, wouldn't he it? To facilitate Zhang Yang's ascent into the Iron Man suit, Tony had cleverly installed a folding footrest at the lower part of Mark, not much larger than half a foot. Zhang Yang inhaled deeply, stepped up, and with Tony, they soared from the martial arts hall, heading straight for the evening's destination. The singles carnival. Beautiful ladies. Await the arrival of two dashing gentlemen. Chapter 147. Blind date. Perhaps spurred by the excitement of White Day, the vibrant young women and men this evening appeared exceptionally exhilarated, as though someone had ignited a surge in their lively spirits. Tony made his entrance as flamboyantly as ever, instantly eliciting cheers from the crowd. However, upon noticing Zhang Yang accompanying him, they conveniently overlooked him. Numerous beautiful women approached, eager to greet Tony, who was flanked by Mark. The moment Zhang Yang spotted the women, he instinctively stepped aside. Unexpectedly, Tony seized Zhang Yang by the arm, pulling him into the fray. I brought a few friends for you to meet today. Was Tony actually introducing him to friends? Had the sun risen in the west? Tony, are you all right? Zhang Yang asked, uncertain, as he grasped Tony's arm. I'm perfectly fine. What's the matter? Tony replied. It's just that your behavior is unusually strange. To be honest, Zhang Yang found it hard to believe that Tony had many genuine friends in this world. The title of MIT genius was not without merit, after all. Moreover, Tony was an emotionally intelligent science nerd. Otherwise, how could he have effortlessly become a conversational figure among the Avengers in the later stages? Tony continued to pull Zhang Yang along until they reached a spacious private room on the second floor. Inside, it was remarkably quiet, a stark contrast to the chaos outside. Coincidentally, Colonel Rhodes was also present. He sat alone on a two-person sofa, leaning against one wall of the room, while 7 or 8 women of various styles, vixens, sophisticated intellectuals, nurses, and more, occupied a large sofa across from him. Isn't today Halloween? Zhang Yang inquired. Upon hearing the word Halloween, Tony immediately grimaced in discomfort. Old buddy, I really don't want to hear about Halloween again. Zhang Yang made a gesture as if zipping his lips, signaling his understanding. Zhang Yang. The good friend you mentioned wouldn't be Zhang Yang, would it? Tony wore a bemused expression. Have you not noticed all the lovely ladies before you? Zhang Yang was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? He had assumed all these women were Tony's potential romantic interests for the evening. Yet he hadn't selected who would be his companion for the night. Tony firmly sat Zhang Yang beside Colonel Rhodes. Hey guys, take a look at the ladies before you. They represent all walks of life. If there's a profession I haven't considered, let me know, and I'll help you find someone. Zhang Yang rubbed his goosebumps. Tony was acting like a matchmaking ant in a dating park. What was he up to? Are you out of your mind? Colonel Rhodes stood up, ready to leave. But Tony quickly blocked his path. What are you doing? What are you trying to do? Colonel Rhodes seemed somewhat irritated. You have revealed a significant matter to me, prompting me to hastily set aside everything and come here. This is the scene that has unfolded. Tony, such conduct is unacceptable. Indeed, it has gone too far. Everyone, please leave. Zhang Yang began ushering the women out. It appeared that a misunderstanding lingered among us, necessitating a confrontation. Ladies, please exit. As the women rose to depart, they did so with reluctance, a few slipping business cards to Zhang Yang, who accepted them one by one. Once the last of the women had left and the door was closed, he cast all the business cards onto the coffee table. With everyone gone, Tony, please explain what transpired at today's matchmaking event. Zhang Yang sat down, arms crossed, glaring at Tony, a hint of anger evident on his face. What concern is it of Tony's whether he seeks a girlfriend? Does he require assistance in orchestrating such matters? Who told you this was a matchmaking event? It is a singles party. All present are unattached, eager to spark some chemistry tonight. Is that not entirely normal? Tony, do not divert the topic. Colonel Rhodes' fury had reached its zenith. You have always pursued freedom. Love and marriage have never been within your contemplation. Do you expect me to believe that orchestrating today's affair was unintentional? Tony shrugged nonchalantly. I merely invited some girls who admire soldiers. Colonel Rhodes said nothing further and swiftly exited the private room. Zhang Yang fixed his gaze on Tony for several moments before rising to lock the door. Why are you locking the door? Let me remind you, should you wish to strike me, I am armed with Mark. In an instant, Tony donned the Mark jacket from the corner, wearing an expression of fearless bravado. What are you afraid of? Zhang Yang secured the door and resumed his seat. I merely wish to discuss the matter of your green leafy beverage. Tony paused momentarily before adopting a stubborn demeanor. I do not understand what you are implying. You know precisely what I am referring to. I provided the formula, and I can certainly discern the flavor. Tony hesitated for a few seconds, But upon observing Zhang Yang's composed expression, he realized he could not conceal the truth from him. I only had a small amount. I found it quite palatable upon my return. You are lying. Zhang Yang promptly exposed the falsehood. You are experiencing a problem. I can see it clearly. Tony was taken aback. You noticed my poisoning last time? I assumed you thought it was food poisoning. That was a lie. Thus, I specifically prepared the formula for the green leafy beverage for you. That is the truth. When you arrived today, I observed the color of your eyes, the hue of your tongue as you spoke, and suspected you might be poisoned. That was a lie. Furthermore, your recent erratic behavior, marked by sudden outbursts and unstable temperament, leads me to believe otherwise. That is indeed the truth. Zhang Yang's half-truths left Tony momentarily stunned, as if he were exposed to the piercing gaze of an omniscient eye. Indeed, you are correct. Tony buried his face in his hands, sinking into the sofa in despair. After a while, feeling the discomfort of his own palm against his skin, he stood up, removed his arc reactor, and resumed his previous gesture. The safeguard of my existence is now transforming into a demon that devours my life. He gestured towards the arc reactor nestled in his chest. Palladium poisoning has manifested, and I have discovered that your chlorophyll beverage can alleviate the toxins to a certain extent. It cannot cure them completely. Moreover, the palladium poisoning is diminishing the lifespan of this reactor. How long can it endure now? A month. Indeed, that is rather insufficient. Tony, listen. Zhang Yang squatted beside him, gripping his arm. If you require my assistance, I shall be there for you. Really? Truly. Just refrain from arranging any blind dates. Even if you were to perish, I would manage to take care of myself quite well. Did I not live perfectly fine before your arrival? Tony's expression fell. Who just proclaimed they would assist me, only to turn around and suggest I might as well be dead. Chapter 148, Cleanup. As the single party concluded prematurely, Zhang Yang and Tony emerged from the crowd when a muscular man, towering at 6 feet tall, blocked Zhang Yang's path. Are you that pretty boy? Zhang Yang was taken aback. When had he become a pretty boy? He pointed at Tony. Have you mistaken the person? The muscular man waved his hand assertively, exuding an air of dominance. I cannot be mistaken. It is you. Anna Kalani said you were the one she had her eye on. Who? Tony quietly interjected from the side. Anna Kalani, the nurse who just handed you a business card as she was leaving. Zhang Yang shot Tony a glare. If not for his habit of making posthumous arrangements, such a situation would never have arisen. Observing the muscular man's demeanor, it seemed as though he was ready to contest for a lover, yet he had no connection to the fair Anna Kalani. I believe you have mistaken your target. I only learned just now that the nurse's name is Anna Kalani. I have no intention of contending for her affections, so you may eagerly pursue her now. The muscular man appeared somewhat elated upon hearing this. Are you serious? Of course. What else could it be? Must we engage in a brawl here for it to be valid? Zhang Yang and Tony sought to depart swiftly, but the petite nurse unexpectedly dashed out from a corner, positioning herself before them. Why not fight for it? She looked at Zhang Yang. Am I not good enough? Zhang Yang shook his head. Am I not beautiful enough? Zhang Yang shook his head again. Then why do you not like me? Zhang Yang glanced at Tony, who was gazing skyward. Zhang Yang, with an air of composure, placed his foot upon the pedal. Miss, he began, I seek an Eastern woman. The moment those words left his lips, Tony swiftly propelled Zhang Yang into the sky. Alas, an unwelcome fishing net was cast from an unknown source, and both of them plummeted to the ground. The net thrower, a burly man, wore a smug expression. Huh. I anticipated your aerial escape and prepared accordingly. How absurd. Is it not said that those with brawn lack brains? Yet this brute was astoundingly clever. The muscular man pointed at Zhang Yang with a serious demeanor. You, engage with me in combat. Only by defeating you will Anna Kalani be mine. Zhang Yang cast a glance at the petite nurse, who wore a defiant expression. Anger surged within him. What nonsense is this? In a fit of frustration, he kicked Tony. Oh, be gentle. Gentle? You're wearing Mark. How much pain can you truly feel? Enraged, Zhang Yang erupted, leaving Tony speechless as he gazed on helplessly. However, Zhang Yang disregarded him entirely, directing an expression of disdain at the muscular man. Are you certain that if you defeat me, Anna Kalani will be yours? The brute nodded. Of course. Zhang Yang then turned his attention back to the petite nurse, whose gaze darted away. He smirked mockingly. Behold, your Anna Kalani has no desire to be with you. She merely uses you as a pawn to salvage her pride after my rejection. No, I shall keep my promise. If I defeat you, I will be with him. But what if I best him? He would then be left without a girlfriend, and I would become the architect of his solitude. That hardly seems advantageous, does it? The petite nurse fell silent. Tony interjected with a suggestion. Hey, why not forego all this hesitation? Regardless of the outcome, you should be with this gentleman. Upon hearing Tony's proposal, the muscular man immediately turned to the petite nurse, and all eyes were on her. Under the weight of their collective gazes, she nodded. Very well, let's fight. The sooner we finish, the sooner I can return home. My vegetable garden awaits tending. The emphasis Zhang Yang placed on tending was laden with ire, and Tony recognized that the garden referred to himself, as he was the only one present with any connection to those green vegetables. Not far from the gathering, there lay a patch of grass, and Zhang Yang kindly designated it as the arena for their contest. The muscular man mocked as he stomped on the grass. Have you chosen your own grave? You may consider this your burial ground, Zhang Yang retorted, no longer engaging in idle talk as he assumed a fighting stance. The opponent immediately clenched his fist before his face, bouncing on his feet. More boxing? Zhang Yang decided to abandon his stance altogether, as Tony sensed he already foresaw the fate that awaited the burly man. Suddenly, the burly man let out a loud roar and charged forward with his fist raised. Zhang Yang swiftly ducked, evading the punch, and with one hand struck the man's chin while the other delivered a blow to his ear. The man felt a sharp pain in his jaw, followed by a sudden ringing in his ear, causing him to become disoriented, swaying as though intoxicated. The onlookers, who had initially cheered for the burly man to subdue the little white face, fell silent, their jaws nearly dropping in astonishment. Zhang Yang executed a low sweep, sending the burly man crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, unable to rise. The bystanders stared in disbelief at the incapacitated man. Zhang Yang called out to a nurse attempting to leave the scene. Anna Kalini, please take your boyfriend away. I believe he could benefit from some medical assistance and the care of his girlfriend. Having uttered these words, Zhang Yang hurriedly led Tony away. Upon returning to the martial arts school, Zhang Yang seized one of Tony's fingers and twisted it behind his back. It hurts. Too much pain. Let go. Tony cried out in agony, and Zhang Yang released his grip after a moment. Look at the matchmaking event you arranged. It truly incites trouble, Zhang Yang remarked with sarcasm. Tony wore a look of indignation. I had no idea such a thing would happen. Many events are unpredictable. What could I do? Then take a good look at Anna Kalini's character. Even if you set up a matchmaking banquet, couldn't you find someone more reliable? Anyone seems to be fair game for you. Zhang Yang chastely said. I do have standards, Tony retorted without hesitation, asserting that he was not just anyone's choice. Then what sort of individuals did you select this time? If I hadn't called out to that nurse in time, she would have probably fled on spot. Tony shrugged. I didn't expect that such a disreputable person could exist in such a noble profession. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. Come on, don't make excuses. Most of these individuals were likely summoned by you at the last minute, weren't they? Tony fell silent. Damn, you really did pull them in last minute without inquiring about anything? Tony remained quiet. Zhang Yang produced a gold needle and regarded Tony with a cold expression. Do you remember what I said before the fight? The vegetables in the field have not yet been gathered. Chapter 149. Delay. Zhang Yang instructed Tony to remove his shirt and lie on the recline platform. He gazed into the arc reactor, observing its intricate and complex structure, noting that the lowest section bore a different hue. It was black. The iron fragments were all attracted to the magnetic pole at the bottom, drawing blood toward it, which, after being tainted by the black, would then flow to other parts of the body. Each time the blood made contact, although the outward color appeared unchanged, subtle alterations occurred within its structure. This cycle, repetitive and relentless, resembled the perseverance of the foolish old man moving the mountains. Gradually, the blood would pass through the arc reactor time and again, undergoing transformations until Tony succumbed to poisoning. Zhang Yang inserted a golden needle into Tony's chest, decelerating the flow of blood through the arc reactor, yet he could not halt its movement entirely. Should the blood flow be obstructed, dire consequences would befall Tony's body. What are you doing? Tony inquired, astonished by the surrounding golden needles encircling the reactor. This will slow the blood flow in this area, thereby mitigating the pace of your poisoning, Zhang Yang explained. Tony nodded thoughtfully. This method is quite ingenious, but I wish to know how long I must endure this. Will I have to remain shirtless outdoors until I find a new energy source to replace the reactor? You may choose to stay indoors, Zhang Yang replied. Then please remove it, Tony insisted. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang reached out and pinched off the exposed portion. What have you done? Tony demanded. Nothing significant, merely granting you the desire to go outside. However, this can only remain within your body for 10 days. Thus, I have secured you an additional 10 days. Excellent. 10 extra days each time could amount to an entire year. However, this procedure cannot be repeated at will. After removing it, you must wait half a month before the next insertion. That is rather disheartening news, Tony remarked. Zhang Yang retrieved a needle and a small vessel akin to a shot glass. A sense of foreboding washed over Tony. Come now, let me draw some blood for analysis. His instincts proved accurate. Should I be grateful you didn't use a basin for this? Zhang Yang promptly produced a larger container. Is a bit more blood permissible? Absolutely not. Ultimately, Tony yielded a small cup of blood, collected by pricking his finger. As the collection progressed slowly, Zhang Yang suggested using a knife to create a larger incision, only to be vehemently rejected by Tony. With great care, Zhang Yang placed the cup of blood aside and produced a 2-liter bottle, the same familiar container filled with green chlorophyll. According to my calculations, 1 cup per day will suffice, he stated. In accordance with my requirements, you must consume the entire bottle. Should you fail to do so, I shall plant you in the vegetable garden. Tony immediately snatched the bottle, tilting his head back like a parched patient, and swiftly drained its contents, accompanied by an indescribably peculiar belch. As Zhang Yang prepared to tease him, the system alerted him to an approaching individual armed with weapons. Zhang Yang quickly scanned his mind and discovered it was Colonel Rhodes, who had returned, lingering at the street corner, as if in turmoil. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yang feigned a need to take out the trash and fortuitously encountered Colonel Rhodes. Hey, Colonel Rhodes. Zhang Yang greeted with feigned surprise. What are you doing here? Colonel Rhodes managed after a prolonged silence. I'm out for a walk. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes in exasperation. Can't you come up with a more original excuse? A stroll from the party venue to Chinatown? Who do you think you're fooling? He waved his hand. Guoming, since the walk has taken us so far, let us have a cup of tea to quench our thirst before we depart. As Colonel Rhodey entered, Tony came barreling down the stairs, shirtless and shouting. Hey, old buddy, I was wondering, can't we add sugar to the green smoothie? Zhang Yang buried his face in his hands. Couldn't he at least wear a shirt? Indeed, Colonel Rhodey wore a look of vigilance. Tony, what on earth have you done? Zhang Yang mused that if a soldier's imagination could reach such heights, he would undoubtedly become a best-selling author of Riska literature. Rhodey, it was unexpected to see Colonel Rhodey here, and Tony took a moment to process this. Hey, didn't we have a falling out? But I couldn't just ignore you entirely. I heard you got into a fight and that a nurse even called the police, but I managed to smooth things over for you. How uncouth, Zhang Yang remarked before turning his gaze to Tony. Look at the trouble you've caused. Tony fell silent, while Colonel Rhodey remained perplexed. When it came to the fight, Tony would become animated, using his hands and feet to vividly recount the scene. In the end, he concluded, Zhang was simply magnificent, but that was trouble you instigated. Colonel Rhodey pointed out with brutal honesty. Tony instantly shifted from exhilaration to despondency. Tony, I believe you owe me an explanation tonight. Why did you act that way? This was the true reason for Colonel Rhodey's visit. Tony immediately looked to Zhang Yang for help, while Zhang glanced toward the backyard. Shouldn't we tidy up those vegetables? Tony, don't drag me into this mess, otherwise I will thoroughly deal with you. Tony's face fell in despair. If I were to say that my time is short and I wish to arrange a blissful life for you in my final moments, would you believe me? Colonel Rhodey picked up a stick and weighed it in his hand. If I were to say that I would smash your head right here without any mercy due to our years of friendship, Tony, would you believe me? Tony recoiled in terror, retreating 3 paces. I just made a bet to see who could set up the most couples. Tony began to fabricate excuses. Colonel Rhodey Preston. Who? A business partner. Do I know them? You don't know them. We just met at a bar, drawn together by our intellect, and made this wager to settle the score. Zhang Yang buried his face in his hands. What a nonsensical tale. First, it was a business partner. Then it was someone met at a bar. How could Colonel Rhodey possibly believe that? Very well. I believe you. Bang. Zhang Yang was so startled that he lost his balance and fell. Zhang, what happened to you? He calmly rose to his feet. Just lost my footing. Roddy, with a hint of concern, asked, did you get hurt during today's fight? No. It's just that the fight today was a bit exhausting. The opponent was quite robust, and I exerted some effort while executing a sweeping kick. Roddy looked unconvinced. You really need to rest well. Zhang Yang forced a smile, assuring him that he would. Chapter 150. Grounded and scraped. Tony had been thoroughly beaten in a most brutal manner. Colonel Roddy had taken matters into his own hands. Zhang Yang lingered outside the door, listening to the cacophony within, mourning for Tony. When Colonel Roddy finally emerged, he did not forget to offer a parting remark. Did you really expect me to believe in some partnership or a bet made in a bar? You should be grateful I didn't tea splatter your brains. Zhang Yang rubbed his scraped knee. It was a wasted fall, as the other party had never truly believed in the farce. His resolve was still insufficient. When Zhang Yang entered to check on Tony, he anticipated finding a battered visage. Yet to his surprise, Tony's face remained intact. It seemed Colonel Roddy had shown some mercy. Avoiding strikes to the face, Zhang Yang cautiously nudged Tony's shoulder with his toes, to which Tony responded with a dramatic eye roll. Looks like you're still alive. If I were dead, I would certainly drag you down to hell with me. Zhang Yang helped Tony to his feet, inspecting him and discovering numerous muscle strains. How did Colonel Roddy manage to beat you up? Over-the-shoulder throws. Repeatedly? Zhang Yang remarked, having listened to the sounds from outside, which did not suggest such a relentless assault. Tony remained tight-lipped, refusing to utter another word. However, Zhang Yang was not at a loss for methods. Seizing the opportunity to fetch ointment for Tony, he perused the information within the martial arts hall. System, show me the footage of Tony being beaten. Ding. Retrieving footage. Retrieval successful. Please check. In Zhang Yang's mind, images began to unfold of Tony enduring the beating. The footage revealed that just as Zhang Yang stepped outside, Colonel Roddy executed an over-the-shoulder throw on Tony. Tony let out a yelp of pain, but, once he recovered, immediately sprang back to his feet, shouting, I'm going to take you on. As he charged at Colonel Roddy, he was swiftly subdued by a grappling technique, crashing back to the ground. After a moment's pause, Tony rose once more, only to be thrown down again. This back and forth continued until, after several rounds of being grounded and scraped, Tony finally lay on the floor, unable to rise, prompting Colonel Roddy to cease his assault. No wonder when asked about Tony, he remained silent. How could Tony possibly speak of such an embarrassing incident? Being pressed to the ground and rubbed about? When Zhang Yang returned with the ointment, Tony was fervently demonstrating grappling techniques. Enough of the gestures. You are clad in a suit of armor, and these intricate maneuvers are futile. Perhaps you should explore boxing instead. Such refined techniques cannot be executed while encased in steel. I am merely loosening my limbs, having just engaged in a brawl. It is necessary to move a bit. One cannot simply sit idle. This is not akin to running, where one needs to walk afterward. Movement is essential, yet be cautious not to overexert yourself lest you exacerbate your injuries. Zhang Yang chose not to confront Tony's stubbornness. He felt a deep sympathy for someone who had just endured such a rough treatment. Tony had applied ointment before, and as Zhang Yang placed it upon him now, he no longer reacted as he once did. As Tony felt the ointment on his body, he suddenly touched his chest. Is a needle you jabbed into my chest ask you? I feel rather unwell. Zhang Yang swatted his hand away and examined it himself. It's not ask you, rest assured. I have personally attended to it. What is there to fear? Tony exhaled in relief, then suddenly grasped Zhang Yang's hand with a look of heartfelt sincerity. Zhang, my dear friend, I am entirely reliant on you. Zhang Yang recoiled, nearly retching. The expression was utterly repulsive. What are you doing? Tony glared at him. My stomach has been unsettled of late, Zhang Yang replied, patting his abdomen. After applying the ointment to Tony, Zhang Yang yawned. It was past midnight, and Valentine's Day had slipped away. He contemplated taking another day off tomorrow, as it would surely be filled with gatherings discussing the events of Valentine's Day. Zhang Yang beckoned Tony to ascend the stairs for rest when Luo Yuan stumbled in, reeking of alcohol and crying out, Master, I've experienced a heartbreak. Woe is me. Tony's face lit up with excitement. Quick, tell me what happened. Zhang Yang supported Tony's head and nudged him aside, noticing a large bump on Luo Yuan's forehead, likely a result of drunken misadventure. Come here, let me see your head. As Luo Yuan lunged forward in tears, Zhang Yang firmly held his head down, applying just the right amount of pressure, causing Luo Yuan to plop down onto the floor. Master, if you wanted me to sit, you should have said so earlier. I would have complied. I am sitting down. I am sitting on the ground. Quiet. Engaging with a drunken person is hardly fruitful. If anyone knows Luo Yuan aside from his parents, it would be Zhang Yang. He refrained from employing soft, coaxing language, as it would be ineffective with Luo Yuan. Instead, his rebuke caused Luo Yuan to fall silent immediately. Zhang Yang meticulously examined the situation and felt a surge of anger. Who struck you? His own disciple, whom he could hardly bring himself to reprimand, had been assaulted by someone else. It was her. Master, will you help me seek revenge? Luo Yuan had mentioned that the only woman who could be with him today was his girlfriend. Just a couple quarreling. He decided to let it go. He had initially intended to avenge the incident, but given the circumstances, it was best to feign ignorance. But why did she hit you? Tony, intrigued, couldn't help but inquire, while Zhang Yang, curious about the gossip, did not deter Tony's enthusiasm. Because I want to kiss her. Isn't it normal for a boyfriend and girlfriend to share a kiss? Do you realize why she struck you? Tony's face was one of shock. If a mere kiss could provoke such a reaction, he would have been beaten to death long ago. She isn't even my girlfriend yet. We are merely flirting. I just wanted to confirm our feelings, just once. A brief moment. Silence. Zhang Yang covered his face, realizing why he had been struck. You deserve it. Tony exclaimed, aghast. You try to kiss a girl without defining the relationship. Do you think this is a casual affair? Zhang Yang refrained from reprimanding Tony for his choice of words in front of the child. He was simply at a loss regarding Luo Yuan's romantic thought process. Master, I truly like her. Luo Yuan began to weep again, punctuated by a hiccup laced with the scent of alcohol. Zhang Yang swiftly delivered a chop that rendered him unconscious. Tony instinctively clutched his neck, astonished by the severity of the action. Chapter 151. The trouble caused by television the following day during class, apart from a few younger students. Hardly anyone was focused on their studies. They were all engrossed in discussing how they spent White Day. Zhang Yang had been asked several times, and he skillfully deflected each inquiry with a smile. Suddenly, one student posed a question about Zhang Yang's attendance at a singles party the previous night, as there had been a formidable Eastern individual present who bore a striking resemblance to him. The student even produced a photo sent by a friend, which, though somewhat blurry, clearly showed Zhang Yang in combat with the imposing figure. Master, it turns out you're still single. What being single? I am single in content. It's not as if I rely on your family for sustenance. Zhang Yang glanced at the photo and nodded. That's me. He gestured upstairs. Your Iron Man played too late last night. I brought him back and he went straight to bed, trying to keep the noise down. He motioned to the photograph. Don't bring that out. It was merely a minor incident, an accident. The students suddenly understood. It was not Zhang Yang who sought to attend the party, but rather he had gone to retrieve Tony Stark, only to find himself embroiled in trouble. Zhang Yang affirmed that he had spoken nothing but the truth, albeit not in a coherent manner. Tony awoke at midday, his timing serendipitous, coinciding precisely with the moment the water in the pot reached a boil. Just as Zhang Yang was about to add the noodles, Zhang Yang glanced at Tony, who was languidly resting his chin on the table, gazing at him with eager eyes, before he resumed his task of adding the noodles to the pot. Is your little disciple still asleep? Zhang Yang paused, a hint of guilt creeping into his voice. He might be sleeping a bit longer since I knocked him out after he got drunk yesterday. Tony cast him a puzzled look. Why do I sense a tinge of guilt from you? You've just awoken and are imagining things, Zhang Yang asserted, nodding emphatically to bolster his claim. As the afternoon wore on and everyone departed, Luo Yuan stealthily descended the stairs, removing his shoes with the intention of slipping away unnoticed. However, his master seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, for just as Luo Yuan stepped down, Zhang Yang, who had been weeding in the garden with his back turned, suddenly spoke. Finally decided to come down? Luo Yuan halted, stiffening as he turned to face Zhang Yang. Kneeling beside him, Tony's face was a mask of astonishment as he looked from Luo Yuan to Zhang Yang, his excitement palpable. Is this what they call the heightened perception that comes with mastering martial arts? Not at all. It's merely the sensitivity that comes with being a martial artist. Zhang Yang shot him an exasperated glance. Even if it were true, why would I disclose that to you? Luo Yuan, feeling apprehensive, timidly approached the edge of the garden and called out, Master. Zhang Yang replied tersely, continuing his work. After a brief silence, Luo Yuan abruptly knelt on the ground. Tony, taken aback by the scene, watched in astonishment, while Zhang Yang remained unfazed, inquiring, What did you do wrong? I shouldn't have drunk alcohol. And? Luo Yuan faltered, pondering for a moment. I shouldn't have fallen in love too early. That is not an issue. As long as you don't err in principle. I wouldn't mind if you began dating at 10, but you mustn't harm anyone before they reach adulthood. Master, I truly don't know where I went wrong. Luo Yuan was genuinely perplexed. Tony gestured silently to Luo Yuan, who struggled to comprehend his hints. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. Tony said you were being a scoundrel. Luo Yuan immediately protested. I wasn't being a scoundrel. Tony felt it was time for him to intervene. Hey, young man, the girl isn't even your girlfriend. If you suddenly kiss her, how is that any different from forcibly kissing a girl on the street? But she accepted my invitation. Just because she accepted your invitation, does that mean you can treat her however you please afterward? Zhang Yang interjected. Luo Yuan shook his head vigorously. Then why did you kiss her? Luo Yuan wore a look of deep distress. I wished for her to be my girlfriend, yet despite my heartfelt confession, she did not reciprocate. That day, as I watched a television drama, the male protagonist forcefully kissed the female lead, declaring her his girlfriend henceforth, and she complied. Both Zhang Yang and Tony were momentarily speechless. Now, they understood the origin of this predicament. Television dramas can be quite toxic. I believe that instead of immersing yourself in these melodramatic narratives, you would be better off consulting Tony, Zhang Yang suggested, gesturing towards him. With such a worldly playboy present, how could one not seek his counsel? Tony, indignant, protested. Who's the playboy here? Certainly not I. I merely possess a wealth of emotional experience. Do not tarnish my reputation. Your reputation as a playboy is already widely known. This is not a matter of my tarnishing it, Zhang Yang retorted. Tony appeared utterly bewildered. How could I be unaware of this? Zhang Yang was taken aback. You genuinely did not know? This has long been an open secret. In a fit of frustration, Tony cast aside the shovel he was holding. If I discover who has been spreading these rumors, I shall personally launch them to Mars. Then you might as well dedicate your entire life to uncovering this matter. The gossip has persisted for far too long. If Tony truly wished to investigate, he would need to trace it back several years. Yet, this was none of his concern, and Zhang Yang fixed a serious gaze upon Luo Yuan. In the future, you need not emulate the plots of television dramas. Observe how foolishly you are attempting to mimic them. Luo Yuan lowered his head, silent. Zhang Yang greu irata. Did you hear me? Suddenly, Luo Yuan began to sob, tears welling in his eyes. But master, what should I do? I truly like her. Goodness, it appears he is simply a lovesick fool. There are so many beautiful girls in the world, Tony began, but was abruptly silenced by a kick from Zhang Yang. To say such things to a lovesick fool, do you not realize you are merely adding salt to an open wound? Zhang Yang, having never encountered such a dilemma, pondered for a moment before uncertainly asking, does the girl you like feel the same about you? Luo Yuan shook his head. I do not know. Personally, I think if the girl is willing to spend time with you, she likely has feelings for you. However, your impulsive actions may have caused her to lose interest. After saying this, Zhang Yang quickly covered his mouth, realizing he may have misspoken. Sure enough, the next moment, Luo Yuan was in tears. A grown man, crying uncontrollably in the dojo's backyard. Chapter 152. After Valentine's Day, Tony, being a playboy, was not adept at offering comfort in such matters. Zhang Yang lacked experience in providing consolation in such matters, ultimately allowing Luo Yuan to depart in tears, returning home where his parents could comfort him adequately. Luo Yuan emerged from the martial arts school, weeping, attracting inquiries from numerous onlookers about his recent training, astonished that he had become so distressed. What a jest! He was not engaged in rigorous practice. Rather, he was grappling with the tribulations of adolescence. How could one's youthful journey be deemed complete without such experiences? Zhang Yang offered a consistent explanation to the curious. Luo Yuan was navigating a pivotal moment in his life, one that, while challenging, would prove immensely rewarding and be etched in his memory for eternity. When pressed further, Zhang Yang remained reticent. After a few days of reflection, Luo Yuan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, ventured into Zhang Yang's study, clutching a bag of apples. Zhang Yang, engrossed in his reading, inquired without lifting his gaze, feeling better? Luo Yuan nodded. Master, I feel I have lost face. Fear not. Your dignity remains intact among your own. Myself, Tony, and your parents, Zhang Yang reassured him. Luo Yuan looked astonished. Master, my predicament did not spread, did it? Do we strike you as the gossipy sort? Zhang Yang retorted with a sidelong glance. However, whether the girl you fancy might share your woes remains uncertain. Upon hearing the mention of that girl, Luo Yuan's shoulders sagged. Master, today I saw Anna Kalani with Mark from the neighboring class, playing basketball together. Who? Anna Kalani? That petite nurse? Such a distinctive name, and yet it coincides with another. Anna Kalani was indeed the name of the girl he admired, though he affectionately referred to her as Little Anna Kalani, as she had an older sister bearing the same name, a nurse of remarkable beauty. With a sharp thud, Zhang Yang tossed his book onto the table. Good heavens! These sisters. One entices a brawny lad to confront me, while the other ensnares my disciple to lament. Luo Yuan, it is not that your master lacks open-mindedness or is overly rigid. Should your future girlfriend or wife bear the name Anna Kalani, you must sever your ties with the school. Luo Yuan immediately shook his head fervently. Master, I vow not to pursue anyone with that name in the future. I have just learned that Anna Kalani has been flirting with several boys. She hinted that she wanted me to buy her a necklace, which I did not purchase. But Mark did. The unspoken conclusion was clear to Zhang Yang. If given another chance, would you buy her that necklace? He inquired. Absolutely not. Luo Yuan quickly shook his head. That necklace costs $1,000. Our family's finances are not windfall gains. It is my parents' hard-earned money, and I cannot waste it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang nodded in satisfaction. As Luo Yuan had gained insight, the words he had prepared were rendered unnecessary. Meanwhile, Lisi, drenched in sweat, rushed upstairs, leaning against the door and calling out, Master, there's a young lady downstairs who is weeping. Weeping? Zhang Yang immediately thought it might be due to an injury during practice. The lady's boyfriend just called to say he wanted to break up. Zhang Yang had barely risen from his chair when he promptly sank back down. It seems that after the white day, happiness is not guaranteed for everyone. Li Si was still lingering at the door, watching Zhang Yang's up and down movements with a puzzled expression. Master, aren't you going down to comfort her? Zhang Yang cleared his throat. I shall refrain from going down for now. Matters of the heart are such that only the individual can truly understand their own warmth or coldness. My presence would be of no avail. Li Si looked perplexed. Master, what do you mean by only the drinker knows whether the water is warm or cold? Come here. Zhang Yang bitchgoned Li Si offer, offering him a cup of water to drink. I believe this cup of water you are holding is undoubtedly warm. Li Si shook his head. No, master, it is cool. Exactly. Only when one drinks can they discern whether the water is hot or cold. Outsiders cannot judge its temperature. Li Si nodded, half understanding. Suddenly, the wails from downstairs intensified, and the woman's voice, once it became shrill, was akin to the sensation of standing beside an airplane's edge. The three in the study simultaneously shifted their expressions. Li Si clutched Zhang Yang's arm. Master, I implore you make her stop. Otherwise, your little disciple shall perish. Zhang Yang patted his shoulder. You will not perish. As long as you have even a breath left, I will pull you back from the brink of death. Li Si's face fell. Master, you cannot treat me this way. My grandfather would be heartbroken. My father would be heartbroken. And my mother would be heartbroken too. What about you? Zhang Yang grasped both sides of Li Si's cheeks. Ever since this child began his martial training, he has grown robust, eating more and gaining some weight. His face has filled out, and it feels delightful to pinch. You have gained quite a bit. If your family continues to worry about you, they might just advise me to help you lose weight. Luo Yuan chuckled from the side. Li Si, feeling embarrassed, dashed downstairs. But the wailing below grew even louder. Zhang Yang could clearly hear the anguished cries of "Why don't you want me?" echoing repeatedly. Luo Yuan looked utterly disenchanted. Master, I believe I am remarkably strong. I have not cried at all. Zhang Yang shook his head. You have cried. In fact, you wept profusely. Luo Yuan expressed astonishment. How was I unaware of that? You were drunk. How could you possibly know? Zhang Yang retrieved his phone and played a video recording for Luo Yuan. A piece of evidence he had cleverly captured. In the video, a drunken Luo Yuan, amidst tears and snot, displayed a rather unappealing visage. Luo Yuan watched, filled with a deep sense of shame. Master, you cannot simply knock me out, exclaimed Zhang Yang. If I do not incapacitate you, must I allow you to wipe your snot on me? Master, I am your disciple. And what of it? If you possess the ability to strike me, then do so, replied Luo Yuan, his face contorted with indignation. How could I possibly contend with you? Zhang Yang retorted, exuding a sense of helplessness. Then it seems there is no alternative. When you finally surpass me, perhaps you may devise a method to smear your snot upon me. Why is that? Just then, a more ferocious roar erupted from downstairs, causing Zhang Yang to clutch his chest in fright. My goodness, is this a heart attack? He hastily pointed toward the doorway. Luo Yuan, you must resolve this immediately. Luo Yuan immediately shook his head. Hurry, did you not just experience a heartbreak? This is the perfect opportunity. That was not a heartbreak. I have never even been in love. Without further ado, Zhang Yang rose and kicked Luo Yuan out. Chapter 153. Easter Gift During Easter. Zhang Yang received a multitude of invitations, and even Tony, in a rather formal manner, sent him a text inviting him to celebrate at his villa. This was utterly shocking. He briefly doubted whether the message had genuinely originated from Tony himself and even placed a call to him. Upon receiving the call, Tony erupted in fury. After all my effort to engage in such polite correspondence with you, you dare question my sincerity? Can we not maintain a proper friendship? If you wish to nurture a genuine friendship, perhaps you should refrain from such ridiculous antics. Zhang Yang could not help but retort. Isn't my approach quite in line with protocol? What protocol? Zhang Yang inquired, bemused. Since when had Tony begun adhering to protocols in his affairs? All right, I confess. Pep forced me to send that message. I had initially intended to call you directly, and that would have sufficed. Next time, simply make the call. It aligns better with your character. Otherwise, I might suspect you have been abducted. Hey, I have Mark. Before Tony could finish a sentence, Zhang Yang hung up, weary of the self-aggrandizing monologue that followed. Could Tony not conjure a fresher approach to boast about himself? Nevertheless, Zhang Yang accepted Tony's invitation, and in honor of this rare formal request, he prepared a splendid gift for him. When Zhang Yang visited the grocer to purchase a 10-liter jar, the shopkeeper was taken aback. Master Zhang, are you planning to pickle vegetables? A jar this large would last until next year. Zhang Yang merely smiled and shook his head. This is for a friend of mine. Which friend? Naturally, the illustrious Tony Stark. He even sought out exquisite wrapping paper to adorn the jar beautifully, completing it with a charming bow. As Zhang Yang traversed through the portal to Tony's basement, he was greeted by a cacophony of laughter and merriment emanating from the living room above. Exiting through the basement's rear door, he circled around to the front entrance, ringing the doorbell as any courteous guest might. It was Pepper Potts who answered the door. Hi, Pepper, happy Easter, she exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise. Oh, you must be the mysterious guest Tony mentioned. This is fantastic. We finally have someone who can keep him in check. Keep him in check? What do you mean? Zhang Yang felt as though he had been misled. Upon entering, he was met not with the festive spirit of Easter, but rather a table laden with mahjong, around which sat Happy, Tony, and Pepper, who had just let him in. Tony, exuberant, waved his hands enthusiastically. We're hosting a special Easter event. Come join us. He gestured towards Happy and Pepper. I've already briefed them on the rules. Earlier, the three of us, along with my mechanical companion, Dummy, played several rounds. But Dummy is rather clumsy, always toppling the tiles. Zhang Yang chucked softly. So this is your reason for inviting me to celebrate Easter? At that moment, Tony remained blissfully unaware of any impending danger, nodding cheerfully. I truly believe that playing mahjong among friends is far more delightful and entertaining, he asserted. Happy then noticed the gift Zhang Yang was holding. Master Zhang, you even brought a gift, he remarked, while Tony wore an expression of disdain. We're all friends here. What's the need for gifts? Just hand it over to me. Pepper took the gift from Zhang Yang, unwrapping it to reveal a large bottle of vibrant green vegetable juice, causing Tony's complexion to shift to a shade of green. This is your Easter gift for me? Isn't this rather fitting with the theme of resurrection? A chance for renewal, he remarked. Pepper looked on in confusion. Oh, Zhang, what do you mean by that? What is wrong with Tony? Tony, sensing the tension, shot Zhang a cautioning glance to remain silent. Zhang Yang offered an apologetic expression towards Tony. Oh, it's nothing serious. He merely consumed a luminescent toxic mushroom, which can effectively alleviate the toxins within him. A toxic mushroom? Pepper gasped, evidently missing the crux of Zhang's statement. The focus was on the luminescence. Tony placed a hand over his chest reactor, conceding, all right, I suppose I'll reluctantly accept this gift. Happy, concerned, glanced at his boss. Boss, when did you get poisoned? How could you possibly eat a luminescent toxic mushroom? Well, it was an accident, but fortunately, Zhang was nearby to rescue me in time. Tony replied, and Pepper looked at Zhang with a face full of gratitude. Zhang, without you, Tony would be utterly lost. This is merely a trivial matter. I believe what you ought to do now is to urge Tony to swiftly consume this bottle of green elixir. Tony's complexion changed dramatically. What? Now? Are you jesting? Of course not. Why would I make light of such a serious issue? I do this for your own good. Pepper and Happy immediately rallied behind Zhang Yang. Boss, you should heed Master Zhang's advice and drink this concoction at once. Tony, quickly consume this. It is for your benefit. Tony stubbornly responded, I shall not. I find a method of persuading Tony to drink this elixir rather simple. Zhang Yang glanced at the mahjong tiles on the table. Let's draw tiles. Whoever can accurately identify the tile they have drawn shall be the victor. If I win, you must drink the entire contents of this bottle. Tony slammed his palm on the table and stood up. Deal. Happy assisted in shuffling all the tiles and then flipping them over. Zhang Yang drew the first tile. East wind. He revealed it, and indeed, it was an east wind tile. Following suit, Tony drew a tile, taking an exceptionally long moment to feel it with his fingertips. It should be a 6 bamboo. Upon revealing it, he discovered it was an 8 bamboo. Just 2 circles off. There's hardly a difference. Tony began to sulk. If you're so skilled, show me how being 2 circles off can win you the game. Zhang Yang placed a bottle of green elixir on the table. Stop resisting. Just drink. This is my heartfelt gesture to you, my brother. Tony lifted the bottle of green elixir, gazing at Zhang Yang with a sense of despair. But today is Easter. Zhang Yang nodded. Of course, I am aware it is Easter. Why then should I drink such a thing? If only you hadn't accidentally ingested that glowing poisonous mushroom. Zhang Yang emphasized the word glowing. Tony, happy Easter. I hope you appreciate my gift. Zhang, I will not let this go unpunished. Chapter 154. The lesson of Kamar Taj this Halloween. Tony endured tremendous suffering. He first received an enormous bottle of green elixir, and despite not finishing it, he left more than half for later. Then, under Zhang Yang's deliberate leniency, Happy, Pepper, and Zhang Yang continuously triumphed at the mahjong table. Tony lost almost continuously for the better part of the evening. I'm off to bed. Tony pushed the tiles away. Staying up late to play cards is truly detrimental to one's health. We must take care of our well-being. Moreover, I'm a poisoning patient. I must be even more diligent about my health. That reason is impeccable. Happy and Pepper nodded in agreement, bringing the evening's games to a close. Tony watched as Pepper and Happy departed from the villa, and soon he intended to confront Zhang Yang. However, upon entering the room, he found Zhang Yang standing on the other side of the portal. Are you here to settle the score with me? Zhang Yang inquired with an air of smugness. If you have the ability, come over, he added, shaking his head. I lack the capability, hence I shall not approach. After all, it is not a disgrace for a person to occasionally acknowledge their limitations. When the time calls for humility, one must embrace it. This is the essence of true manhood, being able to bend and yield. In a fit of anger, Tony grabbed an object nearby, intending to hurl it. But Zhang Yang swiftly closed the portal. The item Tony threw struck the glass of his own home from a distance. At that moment, they could only be thankful that their windows were made of exceptionally resilient, bulletproof glass. Otherwise, another pane would have shattered that evening, and Pepper would once again erupt after dealing with the 2 new holes in the living room. Just as Zhang Yang returned to the martial arts school, the system chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your mastery of Qi Huang has reached level 35, and your Lingbo Weibo has attained level 10, earning you a reward of 500,000 yuan. Listening to the system's announcement, Zhang Yang felt no stirrings within. He had been diligently researching detoxification lately, which would significantly enhance his proficiency in Qi Huang. As for Lingbo Weibo, he had employed it almost every time he practiced, so its swift advancement was anticipated. Conversely, his training in Baji Pao and Mizong Quan had been neglected recently, resulting in minimal improvements in their levels. Observing his system interface, Zhang Yang realized he needed a well-structured training regimen rather than a haphazard approach. Each morning, his routine of Tai Chi and Wing Chun in the small garden terrace remained unchanged. The terrace had been repaired, and the wooden dummy for Wing Chun had been repositioned. Baji Pao and Mizong Quan could be practiced daily on the plum blossom poles, which greatly aided the stability required for these 2 martial arts. As for Tai Chi sword, he now practiced it every day, as Li Si and others were also engaged in daily training at the martial arts school. Particularly, Li Si's obsession with Tai Chi sword bordered on fanaticism. He would even practice on the balcony at home, inadvertently destroying 2 pots of orchids belonging to his grandfather. Just a few days prior, old Master Li had chased after Li Si with a stick, causing the poor boy to accidentally collide with Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang assisted old Master Li in subduing the mischievous lad, who bore the brunt of his grandfather's ire that day. After delivering a sound thrashing, the old man, feeling sympathy, sent Li Si to Zhang Yang for treatment of his injuries. At that moment, as Zhang Yang tended to Li Si's bruised backside, he lamented his earlier actions. Why had he intervened? He should have simply let Li Si run. Li Si AI goes wherever he pleases. Yet he still finds himself here, tending to this troublesome lad. Having roughly outlined the extent of daily practice, Zhang Yang suddenly recalled that he had another group of students. Damn it, he had completely forgotten about the matters concerning Kamataiji. A wave of guilt washed over Zhang Yang, as it is difficult to recall things that are not immediately before one's eyes. Rising early the next morning, he opened a portal as usual and made his way to the library. Upon crossing the threshold, he was greeted once again by familiar weapons, with Wang holding one and looking at Zhang Yang with a resigned expression. How many times must I remind you not to always come through my space? This is, in a way, indirectly aiding you, sharpening your vigilance. Really, it's quite commendable that you even thought to come here, considering those children almost check the library entrance every few days to see if there are any class updates. After finishing his remark, Wang paused. Zhang, you haven't forgotten about this, have you? Of course not. He could never admit it. I've simply been overwhelmed with my own matters lately. You must understand. After White Day, not only do many people end up together, but some also experience heartbreak. Zhang Yang wore a look of helplessness. Some of my students have faced heartbreak and cannot focus in class, spending their time weeping, and, as their teacher, how could I possibly disregard their plight? Wang sighed. Indeed, love is a particularly painful weapon. At Kamataiji, we have a few students who attempted suicide after heartbreak, only to arrive here later through fate and enlightenment. Suicide? That is far more serious than the girl who wailed inconsolably for 3 days. Yet, that wailing was hauntingly terrifying. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. Love is truly a double-edged sword. However, is this truly the appropriate moment for us to discuss matters of the heart? Should you be posting an announcement to inform the children that martial arts class is in the afternoon? Oh, right. The children eagerly await your arrival. The master of martial arts. Wang hurriedly wrote an announcement and posted it outside the library. When Zhang Yang attended class that afternoon, the square was filled with people. Wow, it seems I am quite popular. Zhang Yang mused as he stood atop the steps. Naturally, the martial arts I and Baron Modu impart to these children are merely supplementary to their spells. Without magic, I cannot guarantee that the martial skills we teach them would even ensure their survival. Master Gu, he remarked, I have observed their practice. Running away is sufficient for them. Zhang Yang did not dispute Master Gu's words, for he had witnessed the movements of these children in the square, all of which were merely rudimentary. Yet, when asked to hold a horse stance, not a single one could maintain a steady position. The so-called martial arts techniques are rendered ineffective, as even the most practiced moves can be effortlessly countered by a mere sweep of the leg. Chapter 155. The Wailing Square. The notice posted by Wang indicated that classes would commence promptly at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhang Yang and Master Gu had been standing in the square since 1:30, and as the clock struck 2, Master Gu cast a spell that sealed the entire square. Those students who arrived late could only stand outside, witnessing the events unfold within the square, but unable to hear sound. Zhang Yang turned to Master Gu. Esteemed Master, would you be willing to spar with me? Master Gu readily agreed. Of course. I also practice Tai Chi. Shall we use Tai Chi for our match? Excellent. After exchanging respectful bows, both prepared to engage. The students stood at the steps, their eyes wide with anticipation, afraid to blink lest they miss a single detail. Some even covered their mouths, fearful of letting a gasp escape. Neither Zhang Yang nor Master Gu made the first move, each cautiously probing the other's intentions. Zhang Yang finally sensed the rhythm of a skilled exchange, no longer charging recklessly as he had against past opponents. Almost simultaneously, both fighters sprang into action, their fists colliding in an instant. Neither employed magic. It was a pure display of martial prowess. At the moment their fists met, Zhang Yang transformed his punch into an open palm, seizing Master Gu's wrist and deftly pulling him to the side. Master Gu, a seasoned warrior, adeptly rolled away, slipping free from Zhang Yang's grasp and evading the hold. They exchanged knowing smiles, as both had discovered the exhilarating essence of skilled combat. This time, Zhang Yang initiated the assault, directing a punch towards Master Gu's neck. Master Gu sidestepped gracefully, grasping Zhang Yang's wrist and leveraging his momentum to pull him forward. Zhang Yang quickly comprehended that Master Gu intended to use his force against him. He adapted, accelerating his advance and closing the distance between them. In a swift motion, he extended his leg, aiming for Master Gu Yi's knee, determined to bring him down. At this critical moment, Master Gu Yi released Zhang Yang's wrist and executed a reverse turn, effortlessly escaping Zhang Yang's maneuver. The two continued to exchange blows, engaging in a spirited contest that culminated in a stalemate. Sensing it was sufficient, both fighters bowed respectfully to conclude their spirited sparring session. Upon witnessing the conclusion of the sparring match between Zhang Yang and Master Gu Yi, the students in attendance erupted into enthusiastic applause, with some even whistling in admiration. Zhang Yang, observing the joy radiating from the crowd, inquired, "You seem so delighted. Have you discerned any insights from our duel?" The students fell silent, puzzled. Insights? They had seen nothing but astonishment. Glancing at one another, they collectively shook their heads. After engaging in such a prolonged exchange with your esteemed teacher, we relied on a particular finesse, a skill that enables me to contend with someone thrice my weight and still prevail. Yet we both remained as steady as Mount Tai. What could be the reason for that? A student eagerly responded, "Because our foundation is exceptionally stable." "Ah, someone comprehends," exclaimed Zhang Yang, turning his gaze towards MOT, the one who had managed to provide an answer. No wonder he could respond. This young man was the one Zhang Yang had subdued using horse stance. MOTI's rebellious nature was not unlike that of Zhou Mu, the only difference being the former's youth, which rendered him less adept at concealing his emotions. Now, let me pose another question. Who among you can maintain a horse stance for over 2 minutes? Aside from MOT, no one dared to raise a hand. Zhang Yang singled out MOT, instructing him to stand on the steps. "Now, everyone, take MOT as a reference and practice your horse stance." A female student, perplexed, asked, "Teacher, are we only learning the horse stance?" Zhang Yang retorted, "What would you prefer to learn?" "Something practical," she replied. "Then let me assure you, at this moment, the horse stance is the most beneficial for you." "I no longer wish to learn," she declared defiantly. "Then you may leave," Zhang Yang responded bluntly. The student was taken aback, never expecting such a direct dismissal. She opened her mouth to protest, but before she could utter a word, Master Gu Yi waved his hand, escorting her out of the square. "Does anyone else have any objections?" Master Gu Yi kindly inquired of the remaining students. They quickly shook their heads and, after dispersing a bit, began to emulate MOTI's stance. Even Duke Modu found a spot in the audience to practice his horse stance. Zhang Yang approached him and playfully stepped onto his thigh. Duke Modu fell to his knees. "Hey, be gentle with me," he exclaimed. "Zhang Yang srugit nonchalantly." "As long as you can say the same to your adversary." Without uttering a word, Duke Modu rose and resumed his stance. One student, unable to maintain the position for even half a minute, plopped down in disbelief. "Teacher, it's utterly impossible to last 2 minutes. I just saw you step on Duke Modu's thigh. Such a feat is unattainable." Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow, as he always preferred to address doubts with tangible evidence. Zhang Yang ascended the steps and assumed a horse-riding stance. "Hey, Baron Modu, come up and lend a hand. Perhaps you might even seek revenge." Baron Modu gladly accepted the invitation, swiftly climbing the steps before unhesitatingly stepping onto Zhang Yang's thigh. Throughout the encounter, Zhang Yang remained as steady as a mountain. The students below gasped in astonishment, especially MOT, whose mouth fell agape in disbelief. "Heavens, how long must I practice to reach your current level?" "I can't say. It largely depends on your diligence," Zhang Yang replied with a shrug, casting a glance at Baron Modu, still perched atop his thigh. "Have you had enough? I think you can come down now. I wish to remain a while longer. Is that permissible?" "Certainly, as long as you are not afraid of my retaliation." Baron Modu promptly descended, returning to his original position to continue his stance. Within moments, many students below had seated themselves. Zhang Yang and Master Gu Yi mercilessly raised them one by one, ensuring they remained upright for no less than 2 minutes. "If you cannot endure, feel free to call it out," Zhang Yang suggested, and soon students began to shout in protest, determined to maintain their stances. The square resonated with their lamentations, akin to a scene of unrelenting suffering. Chapter 156. Auditory isolation in the square of Kamartaj. The wails persisted for 2 minutes, with some female students even emitting dolphin-like sounds. Eventually, Baron Modu ceased his practice, covering his ears and sitting off to the side, his expression one of despair. When the 2 minutes elapsed, the The cacophony of cries finally subsided. Baron Modu gazed incredulously at Zhang Yang and Master Gu Yi, who had endured amidst the din. How did you two manage that? What? Zhang Yang responded, bewildered. The screams, so many screams, and yet you wandered through the crowd. Did your ears not ache? A few female students even produced dolphin sounds. I believe such noise could lift a roof. Zhang Yang removed a golden needle from behind his ear, as did Master Gu Yi. Could you repeat that? I did not catch what you said. Zhang Yang gestured with the needle in his hand. I inserted the needle to temporarily block my hearing. Baron Modu waved his hand dismissively. Farewell. I believe we are unlikely to become friends. Why? Zhang Yang was perplexed, wondering if it was simply because he had not heard the previous remark. With such a splendid method at your disposal, why did you not share it with me? You only offered it to the esteemed master. Because I was the one who proposed this method, Master Gu Yi interjected. Did you not notice his act of piercing himself with the golden needle? Baron Modu shook his head, entirely unaware of when Zhang Yang had assisted Master Gu Yi in inserting the golden needles. Shall I go ahead and do it now? You need to endure a few more rounds of 2 minutes, Zhang Yang tentatively inquired, holding the golden needle aloft. Instantly, Baron Modu exposed his neck. Quick, now, do it once, lest you forget later. I would prefer to hear nothing from you henceforth. Our communication will rely solely on mutual understanding. It seemed that the shrill screams of the girls had left him with considerable psychological distress. As Zhang Yang inserted the golden needle, Baron Modu's eyes widened in astonishment at the moment he lost his hearing. How delightful! He exclaimed. What? Zhang Yang was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the absence of sound was, in fact, a source of comfort. He suspected that the earlier screams had driven the gentleman to madness. The second round of 2 minutes commenced, and once again, a student began to scream with fervor. Zhang Yang observed with concern this particularly vociferous male classmate, wondering if his voice could endure such an ordeal for a full 2 minutes. Indeed, after merely half a minute of shouting, the young man could no longer continue. Not just him, but several students who had screamed for an extended duration during the first round also found themselves unable to persist. I think these children could use some water, Zhang Yang thought, feeling sympathy for those who, despite their exhaustion, continued to emit strange sounds. They were likely encouraging themselves through sheer willpower. Do you have any fat sea mallow? Master Gu Yi nodded. Zhang Yang provided a prescription that included fat sea mallow, goji berries, and other herbs. Simply steep this in hot water as you would tea. If you prefer a sweeter taste, you may add a couple of rock sugar pieces. Master Gu Yi instructed someone to prepare 2 barrels of water according to the prescription. Once the second 2-minute interval concluded, the students did not immediately sit down, but rushed towards the barrels of water. They drank as if they were parched wanderers in the desert, quenching their thirst with abandon. Zhang Yang's class that afternoon lasted a mere 2 hours, during which the students endured their stances. Some had managed to sustain themselves for up to 5 minutes, while others, naturally weaker in their lower limbs, considered 2 minutes a commendable achievement. Modu lived up to expectations, astonishingly maintaining his stance for half an hour. However, he still lacked stability. Zhang Yang gave him a gentle kick, causing him to collapse to the ground. When he got back up, his expression was one of indignation. I've held out for half an hour. Couldn't you let me bask in my glory? Very well. Whether you hold out for half an hour or an hour next time, I want to interfere, regardless of your stability. Modu fell silent at once. Zhang Yang then asked him, are you willing to explore alternative training methods? He nodded vigorously. After Zhang Yang explained the situation like Master Gu Yi, he took MOT through the portal to the back courtyard of the martial arts school once everyone had left. Upon seeing the wooden stumps before him, Montag gasped in astonishment. Zhang Yang suddenly grabbed MOT by the collar and tossed him onto the wooden stump. MOT swayed back and forth on the stump for a moment before nearly toppling over. At that moment, a portal opened and Baron Modu rushed through, catching MOT just before he fell to the ground. Zhang, he is still a child. You mustn't treat him so roughly, Baron Modu exclaimed, somewhat indignantly. It is precisely because he is a child that he must learn diligently and train hard. Otherwise, when he reaches his 20s or 30s, trying to defend himself would be futile. He might as well call the police for help. MOT broke free from Baron Modu's grasp and approached Zhang Yang. Teacher, throw me again. This time I will definitely hold my ground. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang seized his collar and hurled him onto the wooden stump once more. This time, MOT swayed for a few moments before finding his balance. Now that you are steady, assume your horse stance, Zhang Yang instructed. MOT obediently squatted into the stance. Squatting on the wooden stump is an entirely different experience compared to squatting on solid ground. Within 5 minutes, MOT's legs began to tremble. Baron Modu watched anxiously from below. The bond formed from raising a child himself is incomparable, he mused. Zhang Yang te said Baron Modu. If you hadn't mentioned MOT's background, I would have thought he was your biological son. I found him when he was just 6 years old. Baron Modu reminisced about bringing the child home. At that time, he had lost his memory and recognized only me. Everything he learned was taught by me. So when you say he's like my own son, it is merely adding 2 more words. No wonder your demeanor changes when it comes to MOT. I always thought it was merely because you took him in, but I didn't realize there was such a story behind it, Zhang Yang remarked, unable to suppress his feelings. The love of parents for their children is truly profound. Chapter 157. A touch of her sigh when MOT fell from the wooden stump again. Baron Modu instantly caught him. Rest for 15 minutes, then go back up for another 5, Zhang Yang said calmly. How about a 20-minute break? Baron Modu suggested quietly. No, just 15 minutes, MOT interjected, shaking his head. The teacher said 15 minutes, so it shall be 15 minutes. Zhang Yang nodded in satisfaction. He went upstairs to gather some herbs and brew a pot of tea. As he descended, he heard someone opening the door. Recognizing the footsteps, he stood at the top of the stairs and awaited the arrival of Luo Yuan. Master, with a face full of surprise, Luo Yuan exclaimed, have you returned after completing your errands? Earlier that morning, Zhang Yang had sent him a message, stating that he had matters to attend to and would be stepping out, leaving the martial arts school in Luo Yuan's care. It's already after classes. Why are you back? Luo Yuan replied, I left my phone at the martial arts school. He picked up his own phone from the table and suddenly glanced at 2 individuals in the backyard. Does master have guests? Zhang Yang handed him the tea set. Brew the tea and serve it. I wish to introduce you to a determined young disciple, but I need you to deliver him a crushing blow. Luo Yuan looked back at the backyard and suddenly grasped his master's intent. Master, isn't this a bit unkind? What is there to fear? This is your opportunity to demonstrate the abilities of the chief disciple. It is a moment for you to gain honor for me. Do not falter. Luo Yuan sighed. Master, I am not faltering. I'm concerned about inflicting too great a blow on the child. What if it shatters his confidence in martial arts? That would merely indicate his own lack of resolve, and he is not destined for this path. Zhang Yang patted his head. Go on. Don't think I'm unaware of your hidden amusement. You finally have a chance to showcase your skills before others. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Luo Yuan hurried to prepare the tea. As he emerged with the tea tray, Zhang Yang proudly introduced him. This is my disciple, Luo Yuan. Unlike the other students at the martial arts school, he has formally undergone the initiation rites, served tea, and performed the traditional bow. Zhang Yang glanced at Moti. Would you care to compete in holding a horse stance on the plum blossom poles? Moti nodded in agreement. As soon as the break began, the 2 ascended the plum blossom poles simultaneously. Zhang Yang observed Luo Yuan, kicking one of the poles in disdain. You've reached this level, yet you still choose the shorter poles to stand on? Get up higher. With a reluctant sigh, Luo Yuan complied, stepping up to a taller pole. Mot glanced at Luo Yuan, contemplating climbing higher as well. You stay right there, Zhang Yang ordered, glaring at Mot. How long have you been practicing? And you already wish to ascend higher. Mot, feeling a bit disheartened, remained in place. Both began to squat into their horse stances. Baron Modu produced a stopwatch from seemingly nowhere. You actually carry a stopwatch with you? Zhang Yang expressed surprise. While you were away, I opened a portal to my room to fetch it, Modu replied, extending the stopwatch toward Zhang Yang. Do you need it? Zhang Yang rolled his eyes, pointing towards the back door. Directly across from the back door, on the wall of the hall, hung a clock. A mere turn of his head would reveal the time. Why didn't you tell me? Zhang Yang exclaimed. I've been frequently glancing at the clock, thinking you noticed my movements and understood what was happening. My attention was entirely focused on Morty. The worries of an old father. Zhang Yang understood. 5 minutes later, Morty began to tremble again, while Luo Yuan remained as steadfast as a rock. Morty cast a glance at Luo Yuan above him, gritting his teeth to persist. However, he could only endure for another minute before tumbling off the plum blossom post, promptly caught by Baron Modu. Luo Yuan glanced at the fallen Morty and then at Zhang Yang. Master, may I come down? This child is quite the show-off. Just stay up there a little longer. Let me savor the feeling of holding you. Luo Yuan furrowed his brow. Then, Master, you might have to wait quite a while. This child continued to flaunt, even in front of Morty, rather infuriating. Then wait, take your time squatting, I'm in no rush. Luo Yuan opened his mouth to say something but was silenced by Zhang Yang's glare, forcing him to remain quiet. Morty rested for only 10 minutes before Zhang Yang pressed him down, asking whether he should continue squatting. 15 minutes means 15 minutes. I can still do it. Zhang Yang shot him a sidelong glance and quickly pressed 2 fingers against his leg. Morty immediately cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground. Rest for 5 minutes before going back up. Listening to the teacher is never wrong. 5 minutes later, Morty ascended once more. This time, he gritted his teeth and managed to endure for 10 minutes. Indeed, motivation can truly unlock one's untapped potential. Morty did not fall this time. He descended when he felt he could no longer hold on. After he came down, Zhang Yang did not allow him to ascend again. Today's quota is sufficient. We must not overdo it. If you push too hard, you'll be bettered in for the next few days. Morty looked indignant. Your disciple is still squatting on the plum blossom post. I cannot lose. Why is this child so stubborn? Is he trapped in a corner? Luo Yuan, come down. Zhang Yang called out to him. Yet, Luo Yuan continued to flaunt. Master, didn't you say you wanted to experience the feeling of holding me? Huh. Zhang Yang kicked a piece of rubble on the ground, striking Luo Yuan's knee directly. Caught off guard, Luo Yuan screamed as he fell. Zhang Yang watched in disbelief as Luo Yuan hit the ground with a thud, crying out in pain. Morty stared dumbfounded. Teacher, your student just got knocked down by you, and he is still crying out in pain. He merely saw so many people wanting to be coddled. He had fallen countless times during practice and had grown accustomed to it. His body had become resilient from all the falls. Just look at him. Zhang Yang suddenly wore a serious expression and bellowed. Luo Yuan, rise and shine. In an instant, Luo Yuan sprang to his feet, brushing off the remnants of grass clippings from his attire. Master, after mustering the courage to act coy, you do not play along with my jest. MOT looked on with a face full of astonishment. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. It seemed this child was determined to flaunt his talents today. Chapter 158. Eavesdropping. As MOT departed, he inquired of Zhang Yang when the next lesson would commence. Luo Yuan cast a puzzled glance at Zhang Yang. Yet he remained silent. A good child must understand that when it comes to one's master, one ought to learn the art of reckoning after the harvest. Seizing the moment while Zhang Yang busied himself in the kitchen with tea, Luo Yuan hastily approached with a question. Master, are you working part-time outside? You're the one who needs a part-time job. This child's words are becoming increasingly irksome, Zhang Yang thought, rolling his eyes again. This is a matter of hiring. Which school are you referring to? The boy named MOT appears to be dressed as if he belongs to a temple. That is a place one might refer to as a school, a sanctuary for many, those without homes, direction, or hope. It is a wonderful place. Luo Yuan listened with a look of yearning. However, Luo Yuan, I hope you shall never find yourself there. Is it because it only takes in the homeless and the hopeless? Indeed, it is not solely for the homeless and despairing, but I do not wish for you to ever go there under such circumstances. Zhang Yang placed a firm hand on Luo Yuan's shoulder, speaking earnestly. I am your master. The saying, once a teacher, always a father, was imparted to you by your father during your initiation. Luo Yuan nodded. My father said, I must respect you while also caring for you as your child, serving you in your old age. Zhang Yang shook his head. In my understanding, once a teacher, always a father means that I am not merely your instructor. You may rely on me as you would a father. Should you ever encounter difficulties, should you find yourself lost, remember to seek me out, for I will offer you my assistance. Luo Yuan gazed at Zhang Yang for a long moment before suddenly enveloping him in an embrace. Master, you are truly wonderful. Zhang Yang bat Luo Yuan's shoulder, casting a glance outside. Sir, eavesdropping is not a commendable habit. Baron Modu emerged from behind the door. I apologize, I did not intend to eavesdrop. I merely grew concerned as you were gone for quite a while. Luo Yuan, carrying an assortment of items, exited first. Once Luo Yuan had completely distanced himself, Baron Modu spoke up. What you just expressed was truly remarkable. Thank you for the compliment, but I suspect that is not what you meant to convey. Baron Modu hesitated before continuing. MOT has been disheartened. He feels utterly useless and is struggling to find his confidence. So, what is it that you seek from me? I'm not a psychologist. Could you perhaps assist me in offering him some encouragement? Zhang Yang remained silent, gazing at Baron Modu for a considerable while before finally expressing his perplexity. Is Modi truly not your illegitimate child? Baron Modu rolled his eyes. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhang Yang srugit innocently. I merely remarked upon your appearance as a doting father whose child has gone astray. It sparked a thought. Baron Modu suddenly fell into a reflective silence. Did you just say, a doting father whose child has gone astray? Is it not the case? The moment that little fellow exhibits any signs of mischief, you are quick to leap to his defense or seek to rectify the situation. Many children are ruined in this manner. Baron Modu, uncharacteristically flustered in Zhang Yang's presence, admitted, I suppose I do have certain shortcomings in Modi's upbringing. But fret not. Children like him may appear dejected in your presence, yet they will find a way to redeem themselves in private. Zhang Yang abruptly opened the kitchen window, calling out to Modi and Luo Yuan, who were by the plum blossom stakes. Baron Modu and I have matters to discuss. You two enjoy your tea without concern for us. Luo Yuan quickly inquired, Master, how long will it take? I should prepare some snacks for you. If it takes less than an hour, you may assist yourselves. Baron Modu questioned, why say such a thing? Zhang Yang led Baron Modu through the back door of the kitchen, around to a row of fences where they could clearly observe the scene by the plum blossom stakes. Hearing every word exchanged, just as they crouched by the fence, they overheard an unfriendly exchange between two young men. Hey, how many years have you been training? Standing on the plum blossom stakes for so long. Surely you only know how to squat in a horse stance? At least I can squat longer than you. Modi was instantly incensed. Do you dare to challenge me? Luo Yuan looked him over skeptically. Can you still fight? If I end up hurting you, you'll be crying all the way home. Don't underestimate me. Besides, if I get injured, I'll just say I fell. It's none of your business. But you would be mistaken. If I injure you, I will absolutely take responsibility. In a duel, injuries are inevitable. If I dare to hurt you, I shall also dare to admit it. However what? Modi interjected. Didn't you just say you would own up to it? However, if you leave our dojo covered in injuries, people might say we bully the weak, and that would be quite undesirable. Zhang Yang nearly burst into laughter behind a fence. Truly, he was a remarkable student, possessing a talent for verbal sparring. Modi, genuinely irate, pointed at Luo Yuan but found himself at a loss for words, unable to utter a single curse. Stop pointing. Were we not about to engage in a fight? To prevent any injuries on my part, let us agree to a friendly spar. Modi paused, bewildered. What does friendly spar mean? You don't even know that? Modi shook his head. Zhang Yang turned his gaze towards Baron Modu, who covered his face and mouthed the words, I forgot. This implied that he had neglected to teach such conventional terminology. Zhang Yang also shielded his face, exclaiming inwardly, he intends to charge additional fees for the hiring. It seems he must also incorporate supplementary courses beyond martial arts for the students of Camartage. Luo Yuan had already clarified to MOT what it meant to hit to the point. However, upon hearing the explanation, MOT appeared even more bewildered. Since we have already engaged in combat, why must we stop at a point? Baron Modu, who had just lifted his hand, once again concealed his face. Zhang Yang's hand remained firmly over his face, contemplating whether he could forego this teaching position altogether, feeling the weight of the responsibility ahead. It appeared he would need to impart numerous cultural lessons to the children at Camartage, despite his reluctance to teach such subjects. Isn't it preferable to focus on mastering martial arts? Luo Yuan, equally perplexed by the situation, gazed at MOT for a prolonged moment before asking, has your teacher not mentioned this to you? MOT shook his head, replying, no, he hasn't. Zhang Yang peered through his fingers at Baron Modu, who had entirely lowered his head. MOT added, today is the first day Mr. Zhang has come to teach us, and aside from the horse stance, he hasn't said anything else. Luo Yuan fell silent. Zhang Yang, astonished, lowered his hand, staring incredulously at Baron Modu. Must such matters wait until he arrives to teach? Have all the instructors at Camartage perished in recent years? Chapter 159. Too wild in the end, Luo Yuan did not provide further explanation to MOT. Instead, he assumed a fighting stance. Let us get straight to it. Montak ti hesitatet. You still haven't told me why. Luo Yuan mimicked Zhang Yang's inscrutable expression. Practice reveals true knowledge. Upon hearing this, MOT found it reasonable and promptly adopted a stance. Zhang Yang, standing by the fence, awkwardly rubbed his hands together, pondering whether his usual enigmatic demeanor resembled such a face. How juvenile. Nonetheless, he decided not to trust Luo Yuan. That guy could transform a 1-point expression into a 10.1 and a 10-point expression into a 20.1. Zhang Yang resolved to review the surveillance footage instead. Once MOT steadied himself, he emulated the fighting techniques from the match between Zhang Yang and Master Gu Yi, quietly waiting. However, lacking prior experience in such sparring, MOT charged forward within 2 minutes. As he rushed towards him, Luo Yuan seized him, utilizing the momentum of MOTI's advance to leverage him effortlessly, sending MOT tumbling to the ground. Zhang Yang couldn't help but silently applaud. This maneuver was the very tactic he had used against Luo Yuan during their first encounter. To his astonishment, this brat had remembered it and even managed to execute it well. As MOT rose from the grass, he stared at his hands in disbelief. Baron Modu, fearing for his safety, attempted to rush out, only to be firmly restrained by Zhang Yang. Remember, a doting father often leads to a wayward son. Repeat this in your heart several times. Zhang Yang whispered intently into Baron Modu's ear. Instantly, the Baron felt an urge to refrain from further conflict. Modi remained in a state of disbelief, taking several moments to rise from the ground. Did you truly just defeat me? He still found it hard to accept. Just like that, you vanquished me? Luo Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Do not be deceived by the fact that I defeated you with a single move. I can scarcely endure 5 strikes under the tutelage of my master. That outcome was merely due to his leniency. Modi, further disheartened, sank down onto a nearby wooden post. Zhang Yang sighed from behind the fence, and Baron Modu echoed his sentiment with a sigh of his own. What troubles you? Zhang Yang quietly inquired, leaning toward the Baron. And what about you? Baron Modu retorted. I asked you first. I am a guest. Does being a guest grant you any special privilege? Just then, Luo Yuan's head unexpectedly popped up over the fence. Master, what are you all doing here? Caught up in their argument, they had failed to notice the commotion nearby. Zhang Yang quickly glanced at Modi, who was still processing the situation, and swiftly seized Luo Yuan, pulling him behind the fence. He firmly grasped Luo Yuan's shoulder, his expression grave. Luo Yuan, I need you to assist me with something. Master, is it about that little boy outside? Zhang Yang suddenly realized that Luo Yuan's perception had sharpened significantly. The boy was becoming increasingly astute. Well then, what do you think I need your help with? Luo Yuan hesitated, uncertain. That boy is too stubborn. I merely stated that I could hardly withstand 5 of your master's strikes, a result of his mercy. And look at how he reacted. That is because I have faced him before. I was merciful, and he presumed you would not be so formidable. However, your light remark shattered his preconceived notions. Oh, now I understand, Luo Yuan replied, enlightenment dawning upon him. Master, has his worldview been shattered? After contemplating for a moment, Zhang Yang conceded that it was indeed a possibility. Then go and help him reconstruct his worldview. See if it proves effective. Luo Yuan nodded and made his way over. Modi, now regaining his composure, watched as Luo Yuan approached from a different direction, utterly perplexed. Where have you been? One must heed the call of nature. Luo Yuan replied hastily, maintaining a facade of composure. Baron Modu exchanged a glance with Zhang Yang. The meaning in his eyes unmistakable. It is indeed a reflection of your influence. Zhang Yang shrugged with resignation, acknowledging the truth in the adage that proximity to virtue or vice can greatly influence character. At that moment, Modi seemed to come to a realization, abruptly picking up a stick from the ground and rushing inside. Oh my goodness, what do you intend to do? Luo Yuan promptly positioned himself before MOT, pondering the child's intentions. What are you up to? Attempting to ambush your master to ascertain whether he truly possesses the prowess you claim? Impressive, dear brother. That such a foolish scheme could cross your mind. Casting a glance behind the fence, Luo Yuan discerned the absence of his master and surmised they had already entered. Relinquishing his efforts to intervene, he thought, if the child wishes to court disaster, so be it. Having prepared a plethora of persuasive words, he deemed them unnecessary. Let the child acquire wisdom through experience. Zhang Yang and Baron Modu swiftly returned to the kitchen via a portal, both still shaken, pressing their palms against their chests. My goodness, that was perilous. Thankfully, Luo Yuan intervened just in time. Otherwise, we would have been caught unawares. That child is exceedingly reckless. I intended to offer a warmer welcome, yet he opted for a brawl instead. Baron Modu wiped the sweat from his brow. It is indeed my first encounter with such wildness in this child. Just then, M.O.T. burst into the kitchen, brandishing a stick which he hurled at Zhang Yang the moment he entered. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Yang was engaged in conversation with Professor Modu, facing away. In an instant, as the stick aimed for his head, Zhang Yang instinctively reached back and seized it. With a swift motion, he retaliated, sending the stick crashing against M.O.T.'s leg. With a thud, M.O.T. crumpled to the floor. The sound alone was enough to evoke sympathy. Zhang Yang had anticipated a direct confrontation, yet the child resorted to tossing the stick. How audacious! Zhang Yang gently closed the gaping jaw of Baron Modu, who had not yet recovered from the shock of catching the stick barehanded. Heavens! I was just about to create a portal to retrieve the stick for you. How did you manage that? Simply accomplished, Zhang Yang replied nonchalantly. It is merely the basic alertness and agility of a martial artist. As Luo Yuan arrived at the doorway, he overheard his master indulging in a bit of showmanship. He sauntered over to assist the kneeling M.O.T., kindly checking his calf. No weddies, just a bruise, no fracture. The master showed restraint. At the mention of restraint, M.O.T. shuddered. What if he hadn't shown restraint? That stick would have struck your head directly. Luo Yuan gestured to his forehead. A blow to this area would result in excruciating pain, leading to unconsciousness. Upon awakening, you'd feel dizzy and nauseous, and a sizable bump would form, lingering long after the initial discomfort subsides. M.O.T. gasped, his eyes trembling as he regarded Zhang Yang. Chapter 160. A lesson. M.O.T., limping and supported by Luo Yuan, was escorted outside, where they procured ointment to apply to his injury. M.O.T. let out a cry of pain. What on earth is this? Luo Yuan slapped M.O.T. on the shoulder. A man should not whimper. M.O.T. immediately fell silent. After M.O.T. had applied the plaster, Luo Yuan approached Zhang Yang and quietly inquired, Master, does this lad still require some enlightenment? No need. Zhang Yang believed that after that recent blow, this young man would not necessitate further persuasion. With no more business to attend to, Luo Yuan departed with his phone in hand. As Zhang Yang and M.O.D. stepped outside, M.O.T., upon seeing Zhang Yang, instinctively recoiled. It seemed that the earlier strike had indeed left a profound impact on him. Oh, do refrain from saying such things. Just look at how terrified this child is. Baron M.O.D. approached to assess the situation and found that as soon as M.O.T. made contact, he burrowed into his embrace, trembling uncontrollably. However, Zhang Yang's gaze turned icy. Despite the boy's apparent fear, there was a distinct lack of similar emotion reflected in his eyes. After offering a few words of comfort, Baron M.O.D. took M.O.T. away, who glanced back at Zhang Yang with a defiant look. That brat! How dare he cast a provocative glance at him? Zhang Yang pulled out his phone and messaged Wang, informing him that he would attend class in 3 days, though uncertain if he could endure a consecutive afternoon session. Wang replied the next day, confirming that Master Gu had consented. Early that morning, Zhang Yang returned, finding an even larger group of students than before. Observing the influx, he called out indifferently, assume the horse stance. Experienced students began to squat, while the inexperienced exchanged glances, eventually following the lead of the seasoned students after a brief explanation before commencing their formal training. M.O.T. attempted to ascend a few steps to demonstrate, but Zhang Yang sharply rebuked him. Get down. This reprimand drew the attention of those below. I did not summon you up. Everyone knows how to do it. No demonstration is necessary. M.O.T. clenched his fists as he descended, while Master Gu strolled over to Zhang Yang's side. Is this the reason you had me keep Baron M.O.D. fixed over there? Not far away, on a hillside, Baron M.O.D. was immobilized against a tree, unable to break free, forced to witness everything unfold. Zhang Yang and Master Gu simultaneously glanced toward the hillside before returning their focus. You are willing to assist me with this task because you too perceive an issue with M.O.T., correct? M.O.T.'s troubles primarily stem from Baron M.O.D., and I had hoped he would realize it on his own. He has recognized it, yet remains incapable of change. Unless he experiences profound sorrow, he will not attain true enlightenment. Zhang Yang regarded Master Gu, raising an eyebrow. I believe our thoughts may align. Master Gu looked at Zhang Yang and suddenly broke into a smile. Well then, a pleasant collaboration, Master Zhang. M.O.T., feeling quite disgraced by the public reprimand, ascended the steps with determination. Master, why? Is my horse stance inadequate? Not at all. In comparison to the children below, you are far superior, Zhang Yang replied candidly. Then why am I not permitted to lead the others in demonstrating the horse stance? Montakti pressait anxieusely. Zhang Yang placed a hand on his shoulder, turning him to observe the students practicing together below. Look, they are performing admirably. I see no necessity for you to demonstrate. But yesterday you had me demonstrate. And you even took me to your home, making me stand on the plum blossom stakes. And what of it? Zhang Yang Sruget, in my martial arts school, countless children have stood on the plum blossom stakes. If your abilities were placed among them, you wouldn't even rank as average. But I possess magical skills. Montakti exclaimed. The children in your school merely practice martial arts. That is their sole focus. I, however, possess magic. Martial arts are merely a supplement. Why should I compare myself to your students who lack such skills? Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow, realizing that he had merely shattered the boy's worldview. Not that it was flawed to begin with. Suddenly, Zhang Yang sensed that MOT was beginning to understand something. Are you frustrated because you lost an opportunity to showcase your abilities? MOT shot a glance at Master Gu Yi, his face contorted with anger. Master, do not mischaracterize me. I could never be that kind of person. All right, you claim you're not that kind of person, yet you behave as such. So why confront me? If you do not desire the opportunity to showcase your skills, and everyone else is practicing well without your guidance, then hurry down and practice with your companions. MOT clenched his fists and stood in silence for a moment before suddenly inquiring. Is this a form of retaliation for the provocative glance I gave you last night? I merely sought a bit more affection from Baron Modu. I was brought back by him. I care not who brought you back. Here, I treat every child equally, even those with more tragic backgrounds than yours, Zhang Yang interrupted, pointing towards the steps below. Now, go down and practice the horse stance. Those unwilling to do so should leave. Master Gu Yi interjected. I am more than willing to assist Master Zhang in escorting any disinterested students out of this square. MOT glanced at Zhang Yang and then at Master Gu Yi, remaining silent as he descended the stairs. Yet halfway down, he began to assume the horse stance on the very step where he had demonstrated yesterday. The scene mirrored exactly that of the previous day when Zhang Yang had instructed him to demonstrate for the students. Zhang Yang let out a cold laugh. Master Gu Yi, I appreciate your assistance. At your service. Master Gu Yi extended his hand, gently lifting Morty into the air before promptly sending him outside the square. The onlookers were astounded, momentarily halting their stances as they watched Morty being ushered away. Enough staring. Continue practicing. Zhang Yang called out. The students exchanged glances, but soon a few of them resumed their stances. Those who were the first to crouch even tugged at the clothing of their neighbors. Stop looking. Focus on your practice. Such opportunities are rare. Prompted by this, the others quickly joined in, resuming their training. Gradually, more students began to crouch down until ultimately, all of them were engaged in their stance training, as if the recent occurrence was merely the result of someone sneezing, a fleeting moment that required no further discussion. Chapter 161. The faux single father, after the morning practice concluded, Zhang Yang taught the children methods of relaxation, encouraging them to seize the time to rest after their meal. They needed to recuperate, otherwise they might struggle in the afternoon special class. Excitement filled the air at the prospect of the afternoon's unique lessons. Zhang Yang and Master Gu Yi ascended the hillside with their food, having released Baron Modu, and settled down for a picnic. Upon his release, Baron Modu stood motionless, disregarded by Zhang Yang and Master Gu Yi. Some matters must be understood independently. No amount of assistance could yield results if one was not willing to comprehend. This sandwich is delightful. What's in it? Zhang Yang exclaimed after taking a bite of the lunch prepared by Master Gu Yi. This recipe was taught to me. I returned and had the kitchen attempted, and the students seemed to enjoy it quite a bit. Could I have the recipe? Of course. Is it entirely vegetarian? Indeed. Is this green component pickled cucumber? Before Zhang Yang could finish his sentence, his sandwich was snatched away. Baron Modu devoured the sandwich he had wrested from Zhang Yang, finishing one before grabbing two more from the basket, stuffing one in each hand into his mouth. Who says women indulge in food to cope with heartbreak? Men do it too. Zhang Yang hastily seized a sandwich from the food box to avoid going hungry later in the afternoon. Baron Modu nearly consumed all the sandwiches, leaving only the one in Master Gu Yi's hand and the one Zhang Yang managed to reclaim. Now that you've eaten, share your thoughts. Zhang Yang poured a cup of tea and handed it over. Baron Modu let out a satisfied belch. Delicious. Who asked for your opinion? Don't play the fool. Zhang Yang snatched the cup back, feeling rather unappreciated for his kindness in pouring the tea, only to receive such a response. Baron Modu, unfazed, wiped his mouth. I'm not playing the fool. I am genuinely foolish. I didn't even realize he was using me to get closer to Master Gu Yi. Baron Modu regarded Zhang Yang with a sense of admiration. How did you discern that? Zhang Yang offered an awkward smile. I only realized it today as well. Baron Modu appeared utterly astonished. You're not deceiving me, are you? Zhang Yang shook his head. I had always presumed that his circumstances stemmed from a life of wandering in his youth and subsequent amnesia, which led to a troubled mindset. He seemed to have adopted a dual persona, perhaps driven by vanity. Thus, due to your influence, he might have become somewhat distinctive among his peers. Truly unique. Master Gu Yi interjected. On several occasions during my lectures, he consistently displayed an air of humility, yet it was evident that this humility was feigned. I had previously advised him that since he shares a close relationship with you, he ought to exhibit even greater modesty. Otherwise, it is his prowess that would remain unnoticed. His furtive glance towards me, while denying it today, indicates his profound concern for my opinion. He even seems to aspire to be different. Perhaps he already perceives himself as such. Zhang Yang get, this child harbors a skewed worldview. He merely pursues his desires or seeks to obtain what he covets at this stage. Baron Modu fell silent for a moment, burying his face in his palms. How could this child have come to be this way? Zhang Yang gently patted Baron Modu's shoulder. Have you noticed that this child lacks friends? Baron Modu abruptly raised his face from his hands, immediately countering. He has many friends. I frequently see them practicing and playing together. Zhang Yang excelled deeply, reflecting on the consequences of single parenthood. Practicing and playing together may suggest companionship, but they are merely acquaintances, not true friends. When he was humiliated today, who stepped forward to speak on his behalf? Who displayed concern on their face? After pondering for a moment, Baron Modu once again buried his face in his hands. This incident is truly disheartening. Well, now I understand why my esteemed teacher has placed me here. Do you have any plans? Baron Modu's muffled voice emerged from his palms. Zhang Yang replied succinctly, "None." What? Baron Modu lifted his face from his hands once more. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes, thinking it best if he refrained from burying his face again. The constant up and down motion must be dizzying. I have come solely to awaken your realization. Zhang Yang sruget. Thus, my only plan is to bind you and allow you to witness the true nature of Morty. No, you must have one. Baron Modu insisted with unwavering belief. Yet, Zhang Yang truly felt powerless. But I genuinely have no plans. No, you certainly have one. Baron Modu gazed up at the sky, a hint of despair in his expression. Look, isn't it reminiscent of a single father discovering his child's troubles through the teacher's words, only to seek solutions while the teacher appears helpless? Fortunately, this child is not the biological offspring of Baron Mordo. Otherwise, Zhang Yang would undoubtedly, out of respect for their camaraderie, take it upon himself to discipline the child rather harshly. Although we do not advocate for violence, some unruly children may require a firmer hand for correction. Perhaps you should administer a beating? Zhang Yang offered the most dreadful of suggestions. As long as there is still a breath remaining, one should be able to revive him. Master Gu expressed his disapproval. I do not endorse violence as a means to resolve issues, Baron Mordo. You must understand that every predicament in this world has its resolution. Baron Mordo nodded in agreement. Yet in the next moment, Master Gu Yi's tone shifted. However, should it become imperative to resort to Zhang's proposed method, I would advise against leaving only a breath of life. One must exercise restraint. After all, the child is still in a phase of growth. Wow. Master Gu Yi executed this with finesse. Baron Mordo regarded Master Gu Yi with a gaze akin to that of a stranger. Unfazed, Master Gu Yi disregarded him entirely and turned her attention back to Zhang Yang. Are you truly capable of employing your medical skills to revive someone while they still cling to the last vestiges of life? This matter warrants further discussion. Theoretically, it is possible, yet what state they would return to is another question altogether. Zhang Yang refrained from making any definitive assertions on the matter. What if one were to be revived only to become a permanent vegetable, reliant solely on machines for survival? In truth, Zhang Yang believed that such an existence is merely a different form of death, merely a matter of whether one still draws breath. Chapter 162. Emergency contact. The conversation had strayed somewhat. Baron Mordo remained puzzled by Morty's attempts to approach Master Gui. Does proximity to a revered mentor truly confer distinction? He has already distinguished himself among the children, showing commendable behavior, albeit lacking friends. Perhaps true companionship has yet to manifest. Zhang Yang suddenly recalled a character from Doctor Strange, the one who initially infiltrated the library to pilfer books, Caecilius. He too was a student of Camartage, ultimately betraying it. For some reason, Zhang Yang felt a peculiar resemblance between Morty and Caecilius to a certain extent. Zhang Yang turned to Master Gui, opening his mouth as if to inquire about Caecilius. Is he still here, or has he departed, perhaps even betrayed? What is it? Master Gui noticed Zhang Yang's demeanor. Ultimately, he shook his head. During the afternoon practice, Morty was absent, causing Baron Mordo some concern. Zhang Yang and Master Gui chose not to intervene this time, allowing him to seek out Morty, only to receive the troubling news of Morty's disappearance. Rest assured, after all, he is no longer a child devoid of understanding. Master Gui reassured his student. However, Zhang Yang was not as optimistic, nor did he wish to offer comfort. He recalled a phrase he had once encountered. Some individuals are born malevolent, unacquainted with the means to shed such wickedness. They're destined to embody evil throughout their lives. Others may have been instructed in the ways of relinquishing their malice, yet they remain tainted, and surely they will face retribution. It was uncertain whether Morty would indeed experience such consequences. The day's classes had yet to conclude when Zhang Yang received a flurry of text messages from Tony, each consisting solely of 2 words. Help me. This fellow better pray, he is truly in peril. Otherwise, Zhang Yang would ensure he bore the marks of a permanent panda-eyed visage. Upon arriving at the villa, an eerie silence enveloped the space, devoid of any sound. Only 5 seconds after Zhang Yang's arrival did the clumsy bot at the staircase finally spring to life. It grasped Zhang Yang's clothing and led him downstairs. As they approached the basement door, Zhang Yang glimpsed a hand protruding from behind the workbench, an aged hand, calloused and marked by industrial toil. It was unmistakably Tony's. Well then, this guy must be in real trouble. Zhang Yang swiftly maneuvered around the workbench, discovering Tony sprawled on the floor, with a toppled arc reactor box nearby. Has Tony now delved in wholesale? Without hesitation, Zhang Yang lifted Tony's shirt and, recalling the sensation from memory, successfully fitted him with a new arc reactor. In a swift motion, he also inserted a row of golden needles into Tony's head. Moments later, Tony gasped and bolted upright. Oh, am I still alive? Where am I? Hell? Heaven? Zhang Yang replied with a sinister tone. The basement. Tony abruptly turned, his face lighting up with surprise. Oh, the basement truly is a splendid place to see you. Zhang Yang Gui bet, indeed. But how long have you been lying here? Zhang Yang noticed Tony's phone on the floor and picked it up to peruse its contents. Goodness, it was indeed a remarkable feat. The entire message history comprised solely of his own texts. Zhang Yang displayed the messages to Tony. Buddy, were you planning on having me attend your funeral come this time next year if I hadn't shown up? Tony appeared incredulous, astonished by his own reckless behavior. Impossible. After I fainted, I called Jarvis to send you messages. You called? Zhang Yang glanced at the empty air. Perhaps you could summon Jarvis. Tony had the same thought. Jarvis? Why did you only message Zhang? The gentleman is as you instructed, Jarvis replied. Tony was taken aback. When did I ever specify to send a message solely to Zhang Yang? I told you to send messages for help to Zhang and other friends. Jarvis asserted, unwilling to take the blame. It directly conveyed Tony's plea for help when he spoke to Zhang Yang. Perhaps due to the differences in sentence construction between English and Chinese. It could be expressed in Chinese as sending a text message to Zhang Yang and friends for assistance. However, in English, the message of distress was prioritized at the forefront, with the mention of Zhang Yang and others trailing behind. After Tony uttered the initial words of his desperate message, he attempted to call out to someone, but only managed to utter Zhang Yang's name before succumbing to unconsciousness. Am I too late to learn Chinese? Tony inquired. Zhang Yang nodded, reassuring him that it is never too late to learn, citing that even an octogenarian can take the college entrance examination. Learning Chinese? There's no need to fear the notion of being late. Fortunately, Jarvis, with his wit, continuously sent text messages on Tony's behalf, or else Tony would have thought it was a mere prank. Is the wolf here? Tony asked. Indeed, Jarvis interjected, seemingly struggling to maintain composure. I must clarify that after sending the distress message as per the instructions, I first did not see Zhang Yang's reply, and second, upon realizing that you were in danger, I activated emergency mode. This revelation left Zhang Yang utterly astonished. Emergency mode equated to a relentless series of text messages? Shouldn't a call be made to a personal physician or an ambulance service instead? Did they forget about Pepper altogether? Zhang Yang believed that with Tony's intellect, he could not have been so foolish. Turning to Tony, he was met with a look of regret for his own folly. All right, your expression indicates you've done something rather foolish, Zhang Yang remarked. Tony nodded in acknowledgement. I had a quarrel with Pepper. She claimed I didn't even know my own social security number, so I changed my emergency contact to you. What could possibly warrant such a change? Zhang Yang asked, settling into a chair, sensing the story was likely to be lengthy. I argued with Pepper because I intended to host the Stark Industrial Expo. She felt I was being capricious and came to discuss it with me. Given my poisoned state, I failed to control my emotions and shouted at her. Finally, they delved into the crux of the matter. Such frictions were not uncommon in large-scale events. Nevertheless, Tony's outburst was unwarranted, especially considering how much Pepper selflessly contributed to him. You shouted at her, she got upset, and then you changed the contact? Zhang Yang furrowed his brow, convinced that this incident was entirely Tony's fault. Suddenly, Tony's expression turned to one of fury as he sprang to his feet. Fury? That pales in comparison to my horror. She took all of my lao gan ma and pickled vegetables. Every last bit. Not a drop of sauce left for me. This is nothing short of vengeance. Zhang Yang was at a loss for words. Well, this action seems excessive on Pepper's part. Had she left even a drop or two, this playboy would not hold a grudge to such an extent. In chapter 163, titled Seeking a Mentor, Zhang Yang, in an effort to console the unfortunate child, opened a portal and retrieved half a box of lao gan ma from the dojo. Upon returning to the villa, Tony pointed at the row of acupuncture needles on his head, glaring at him with indignation. I hope you can elucidate the situation on my head. It appears he has only just realized it. Zhang Yang spoke with an air of solemn absurdity. I thought your appearance while lying on the ground was rather unflattering, so I fashioned a new look for you. Tony lifted a handful of noodles, along with a jar of lao gan ma, that he had pilfered from Zhang Yang's embrace. Raising aloft, a new look? Is this it? The Statue of Liberty? Zhang Yang scrutinized Tony from head to toe, lingering a moment longer above his thigh. The Statue of Liberty is female. If you so desire, I believe I could assist you. Tony promptly hurled the noodles back into Zhang Yang's arms. Me perfectly fine. Thank you for your unsolicited assistance. After preparing a bowl of noodles for Tony and encouraging him to mix in some lao gan ma, he finally calmed down. Nevertheless, he continued to don his crown, resembling the Statue of Liberty, which detracted from the allure that his middle-aged charm might otherwise exude. Wherever Tony went, he could see his own comical reflection in the glass, and eventually, he could no longer endure it. I wish to know when I can remove this thing. Tony gestured to the crown atop his head, his expression one of vexation. Zhang Yang provided a rather dismissive response. You could take it off as soon as you wake up. Tony directed his gaze towards the basement, contemplating a plan to don a marked suit and obliterate the black-haired Chinese man clad in martial arts attire before him. However, this thought dissipated within 3 seconds. Never mind, I shall spare this detestable fellow for now. After all, he is my longtime companion. He gifted me half a box of lao gan ma and just prepared a bowl of noodles for me. He even saved me today. I shall refrain from obliterating him for the time being. After dealing with this unfortunate lad, Zhang Yang made to leave, only to be drawn back as Tony began to introduce his industrial expo. This actually began with my father, the other Stark. Zhang Yang settled onto the sofa in the basement, nodding slightly. He had placed a cushion behind his back, as this was destined to be a lengthy exposition. Tony had been regaling him with tales about his father for nearly 2 hours, detailing his father's achievements, inventions, cold demeanor, as well as his own feelings and insights at each stage of his life. However, Zhang Yang was lost in reverie, mechanically responding while his gaze wandered to the contents of Tony's pockets. Tony had pilfered the ring from him and concealed it in his trouser pocket. This was precisely why Zhang Yang found himself compelled to endure Tony's incessant monologue, as he could not return just yet. After nearly 3 hours of Tony's ceaseless narrative, Zhang Yang could no longer contain himself. Can we not get to the main topic? Your industrial expo? Tony looked bewildered. I am currently explaining. Zhang Yang rubbed his face to awaken his senses. You recounted the origins of this exhibition, tracing back to your father, beginning with your initial feelings towards him, progressing through your conflicts, and now transitioning from kindergarten to elementary school. Tony appeared somewhat astonished. Is that so? Zhang Yang reclined back, sinking into the sofa. Never mind. Go ahead and speak. Very well. Zhang Yang was oblivious to when he had dozed off on the sofa. Upon awakening, it was already the following morning, and Tony lay slouched in his chair, fast asleep. Zhang Yang rose quietly, discreetly retrieving the pendant from Tony's pocket before turning and leaving without hesitation. He arrived at the martial arts hall just in time, as Luo Yuan arrived immediately after him, accompanied by Morty. Upon spotting Morty, Zhang Yang squinted his eyes. Master. Luo Yuan approached Zhang Yang with a cheerful demeanor, but as he reached his side, his expression shifted. Master, he suddenly appeared at the martial arts hall yesterday afternoon. Since you were absent, I dare not leave him there, so I took him home to rest for the night. Luo Yuan spoke in a hushed tone. Zhang Yang nodded, indicating his understanding. In the future, should such situations arise, confine him to the guest room on the second floor, which is equipped with a security system, ensuring safety. It is far more secure here than at Luo Yuan's home. What if the other party intended to do something nefarious there? Luo Yuan obediently nodded. Morty approached from the back and suddenly knelt before Zhang Yang. Master, please accept me as your disciple. Zhang Yang swiftly evaded as Morty knelt, narrowly avoiding the encounter. At that moment, it was Luo Yuan who found himself kneeling, leaving both Morty and Luo Yuan bewildered. Luo Yuan quickly waved his hands. No, no, no. I cannot be your master. Morty wore an expression of anger. I do not wish to kneel before you. He turned to Zhang Yang. If you refuse to accept me, must you humiliate me so? Humiliate? That term seems misapplied, does it not? This child either possesses a skewed worldview or suffers from paranoid delusions. Alternatively, this child might truly be beyond redemption. Zhang Yang nudged Luo Yuan. Go to the office on the first floor, lock the door, and do not emerge unless I call for you. Luo Yuan promptly dashed into the office and secured the lock. Such obedience. Morty stood up from the floor, his demeanor laced with sarcasm. Is it because I am not as obedient that you refuse to accept me? Zhang Yang remained silent, extending his hand towards the door of the martial arts hall, which then closed and locked itself. I knew it. Your abilities extend beyond merely opening portals. What you have imparted to me surpasses what was taught to Baron Modu. So what? Zhang Yang suddenly lunged forward, delivering a swift kick that sent Morty sprawling. The young man sought to employ a spell in mid-air to halt his descent. However, Zhang Yang denied him this opportunity. As he soared outward, Zhang Yang promptly opened a portal in the air, allowing him to traverse through it. To ensure his return made a considerable impact, Zhang Yang positioned the portal within the library. A student fell from the portal into the library. Sufficiently sensational, wouldn't you agree? Quite the spectacle indeed. Observe. He is a good person, helping Morty fulfill several of his desires. After bidding farewell to Morty, Zhang Yang waved his hand towards the grand entrance, which swung open. He called out to Luo Yuan from the office. Where's Morty? Inquired Luo Yuan with curiosity. He has gone back, Zhang Yang replied nonchalantly. Luo Yuan gasped in astonishment. Zhang Yang anticipated that he would question the swiftness of Morty's departure and pondered whether to offer an explanation. Instead, the young man simply remarked, How rude not to bid farewell. A clear underestimation. Chapter 164. The Unnoticed Secrets in Chinatown. The celebration of Western Christmas diverges significantly from the traditional Western customs. It is merely regarded as an ordinary holiday, with the true festivities reserved for the Spring Festival. Tony extended an invitation to Zhang Yang to celebrate Christmas. Yet Zhang Yang declined, as he was en route to S.H.I.L.D. when Tony called. The Black Widow personally drove. What splendid treatment. However, the location of their meeting was rather incongruous with the festive spirit, as it took place in a sewer, albeit one spacious enough to host a concert. Welcome, Master Zhang. Director Fury greeted with his customary politeness. Thank you for the Antarctic krill and fresh fish, Zhang Yang responded, matching his courtesy with an equal measure. No need for such niceties. Our lovely little pet is adored by the beauties in our department. He glanced at the Black Widow and another striking woman accompanying him. Director Fury introduced this other woman, Maria Hill, a level 9 agent of S.H. IELD, one of my finest assistants. Zhang Yang was well aware of this woman. Once Fury relinquished his position, she would undoubtedly be his successor. Hello, Agent Hill. Zhang Yang greeted her with a handshake before turning to tease Director Fury. Your previous remarks were quite meticulous. If any of the other agents were present, they would surely be moved to tears. One of your finest assistants, logically impeccable. After all, you still have Agent Phil, Agent Barton, and a myriad of companions. Director Fury cut straight to the chase. We are aware of the recent events concerning Tony. How touching. I appreciate the concern of an old colleague. It seems you have gathered quite a bit of information. If someone were to regale you for 3 hours with the history of their father, it would certainly be an unforgettable experience. Moreover, the captain you unearthed, along with a living friend of his, is intricately linked to Tony. The love, hatred, and complex emotions entwined in this narrative are far more tumultuous than 100 episodes of a melodramatic family saga. However, when Director Fury mentioned that he possessed a wealth of knowledge, Zhang Yang merely shrugged, opting for silence. Director Fury produced a box the size of a fist, a projection device that, once activated, displayed a 3-dimensional model scene. How marvelous! It was Tony's lifeline, a precious legacy left by the elder Stark for the current Stark. What is this? Zhang Yang feigned ignorance. This is a gift from Stark. I refer to Tony's father. He once stated that when the time was right, this should be entrusted to his son. Director Fury instinctively placed his hands behind his back. He remarked that within it lay the future, and Tony would undoubtedly comprehend its significance. Although I'm uncertain as to when that moment will arrive, I believe it is time to present this to Tony. Zhang Yang, peering at the projected 3-dimensional image, was puzzled. Can past events be rendered in 3 dimensions? I have not encountered such technology during my time with Captain America. The model was crafted at Stark Industries, based on data left by Tony's father for proportional replication. Zhang Yang surveyed the scene, feeling no inclination to accept it. I believe Tony can manage this himself. He has already begun organizing the Stark Industrial Expo. He will inevitably encounter that model, only requiring a small nudge in the right direction. Zhang Yang gestured to Director Fury, suggesting he simply hand over Tony's father's belongings without complicating matters further. By the way, are you familiar with the butterfly effect? One must not adopt an omniscient perspective. Of course, this sentiment applied solely to Zhang Yang at that moment. Director Fury regarded him, articulating clearly, if you do not take the items, you shall not leave. How audacious! A threat! Was he the type to be intimidated by such tactics? He had a portal. Who was afraid of whom? Yet, one must still exercise humility. Zhang Yang seized the small box. Take it then. Who fears whom? As he returned to the dojo, clutching the hot potato, he found Tony waiting outside in the frigid cold. What brings you here? Zhang Yang hastily ushered him inside, away from the biting chill. Tony, however, showed no concern, brandishing 2 bags in his hands. Merry Christmas. Zhang Yang pauset momentarily. You didn't come to celebrate with me, did you? Of course. You must be quite bored. Who says I'm idle? Tony retrieved his phone from his pocket and played a video showcasing the construction site. What do you see? Tony asked with a proud expression. Zhang Yang glanced around and replied, the construction site. This is Stark Industrial Park. Tony pointed to the bustling scene on his phone. Zhang Yang widened his eyes, staring for a while, but still failing to recognize this as Stark Industrial Park. Are you trying to demonstrate to me that your employees continue to work for you even during Christmas? Am I the kind of boss who exploits his workers? This is a video from a few days ago. In about a month, the industrial area will be completed. Isn't it remarkable? Zhang Yang nodded with his body. Yet internally he shook his head. Remarkable? Not in the least. Given your ability to craft the initial mark armor in that cave, such miraculous speed is hardly surprising. Why are you so suddenly enthusiastic about the expo? Zhang Yang asked abruptly. As Tony was passionately detailing Stark Industrial Park, he momentarily paused, then continued his fervent introduction as if he had not heard the question. You believe you are doomed, that even I cannot save you. So you wish to leave something behind in this world, correct? Ignoring Tony's presentation, Zhang Yang pressed on. Tony's narration came to an abrupt halt, and he offered a pained smile, his lips twitching as if he were on the verge of tears. Old friend, could not be so blunt? If you expose me like this, I might just come to resent you. Zhang Yang shrugged nonchalantly. Then hate away, provided you truly perish. Tony gazed at Zhang Yang with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. What do you mean by that? Have you found a solution to palladium poisoning? Zhang Yang shook his head, admitting he had not found one. But someone has. Your father discovered it. He has entrusted the future to you for quite some time now. You just have yet to realize it. Chapter 165. Burn paper after death. Zhang Yang swiped through the construction documents on Tony's phone, discovering a construction blueprint. Oh, is this the construction blueprint? It looks impressive. He suddenly praised. Of course. With compliments comes joy, Tony beamed. You cannot even imagine the rendering of this park once it is completed. Then let me see. Tony brought up the rendering on his phone. Zhang Yang gazed at the images, blinking in awe. He finally understood the adage about the difficulty of transitioning from luxury to frugality. After seeing the three-dimensional force model provided by Director Fury and then the flat representation, his appetite diminished. Is this all there is? Zhang Yang decided to prod. A partial view? It's lacking, and I cannot grasp the full grandeur. Do you have a three-dimensional version? Tony looked at Zhang Yang with a hint of surprise. My goodness. I did not anticipate your extensive knowledge. Well said. It is all the fault of a salted egg. However, there is no way to view it here. Let's go to my studio. Tony picked up the 2 bags from the ground. Let us proceed. Zhang Yang scrutinized Tony's demeanor, furrowing his brow. Sensing that this excursion was not merely to observe the three-dimensional modeling, but rather akin to an overnight revelry at his residence. He glanced at the ceiling. This could work. After all, the little one had not swum in quite a while. Zhang Yang dashed upstairs, cradling the little one as he swiftly descended. Upon seeing the little creature, Tony paused momentarily. Oh, blast it. I forgot to prepare something for it. I have. Zhang Yang readied the little one as provisions and opened a portal to Tony's villa. At the moment the portal sealed, Zhang Yang's hand, which had been resting behind him, suddenly grasped the small box that had been overlooked on the table. Capturing it in his palm, he gently placed the little one by the pool and set out its food before following Tony to the basement. Tony chattered incessantly along the way. Are you truly going to leave the little one alone by the poolside? Honestly, that seems rather perilous. It is a penguin. It's so cold outside, can it manage? I've told you it is a penguin. You have only prepared one type of fish. Today is Christmas. Could you not have offered a more bountiful feast? Be quiet. Zhang Yang, unable to contain himself, slapped the glass door of the basement. I have already stated, it is a penguin. Have you ever seen a penguin in a tropical rainforest? It is winter. It is perfectly fine. Furthermore, we have stood before this door for quite some time. Will you allow me to enter or not? Tony gave an awkward smile, exuding a somewhat endearing essence. Though this was merely a fade, as he was likely to utter something foolish next or attempt to placate you. Clearly, it was the latter at present. When Tony projected the three-dimensional model of the industrial park, Zhang Yang could not help but marvel at the brilliance of genetics. The design crafted by this father and son duo could be described as virtually indistinguishable. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Yang extended the small box in his hand. What is this? A Christmas gift? Zhang Yang nodded, indicating as much. Tony appeared quite exhilarated before Zhang Yang could provide a cautionary note. He had already activated the box's mechanism. Wow, you gifted me a projector. What content have you created? However, upon witnessing the projection emanating from the small box, Tony abruptly fell silent. This is not actually from me. I am merely responsible for its delivery. Zhang Yang observed Tony's expression with utmost caution. At that moment, Tony displayed no discernible emotion. Director Fury, the one you refer to as the one-eyed dragon, mentioned that this was left by your father. So, Zhang Yang found himself a loss for words, finally managing to utter, Merry Christmas. Tony remained expressionless, prompting Zhang Yang to poke his cheek. Startled, Tony turned abruptly, causing Zhang Yang to jump back. Goodness, you finally reacted. What am I supposed to say? That old man left this to that service bureau, and didn't he leave anything for me? I created this expo entirely on my own, for my own conception. All of it. His reaction was tinged with agitation. Now, tell me, am I to witness how strikingly similar these two venues are? What is the intent behind this? Is that one-eyed man attempting to humiliate me? His agitation intensified. Tony, this object resides within your company. Zhang Yang interjected promptly. Tony's emotional outburst was abruptly interrupted, leaving him momentarily dazed. The model has always been within your company. This three-dimensional modeling data was left behind by your father. Zhang Yang endeavored to console Tony. You possess the tangible object. They only have data. All right, I understand now. I have the physical object while they do not. Was I not just furious? Zhang Yang shook his head. Fortunately, It was merely a reaction due to the poison. You couldn't control yourself momentarily. Tony began rummaging through the desk, eventually uncovering a thumb-sized device tucked away in a corner. He pressed his finger against the needle at the top of the instrument. A small droplet of blood immediately emerged, only to be swiftly absorbed by the device. Zhang Yang observed as the screen displayed the number 5. Well then, I'm at a toxicity level of 5. So, is it true that I'll die when it reaches 100? Zhang Yang pondered briefly before shaking his head. At a level of 80 or 90, you'd likely be bedridden, and you might endure a painful demise on your sickbed. Is there any antidote? Tony suddenly inquired. You could concoct a bit of poison. When I'm bedridden and unable to move, just give me a taste. I'd rather not struggle on my deathbed like some ailing old man. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. Could you not think of something more positive? After a moment of contemplation, Tony asked, I've heard that in some Eastern cultures, they burn paper money, houses, cars, and so forth for the deceased, so they can continue to live a better life in the afterlife. Is that true? Zhang Yang shot a sidelong glance at Tony, exasperated. Are you suggesting that I should burn a few beautiful women for you? What was intended as a jest elicited an unexpected grin from Tony. Is that possible? It would be best if you could also regularly burn some Laogama for me. Are you out of your mind? Zhang Yang retorted. I'm uncertain whether the specifications of hell differ between the East and West. It might be of no use here. Is that so? Then it warrants thorough research. Tony mused. Zhang Yang clenched his fists, suppressing the urge to strike Tony. He silently reminded himself 1,000 times. He is a patient. We must treat patients with kindness. Chapter 166. The intoxicated refused to acknowledge their inebriation in the end. Tony found himself on the receiving end of a beating on Christmas Day. His inquiry regarding whether ancient Eastern customs included burial goods led him to jest. Could I be interred alongside my Iron Man suits? One atop the other, with 2 more on either side. What do you think of that idea? Not a good idea at all, Zhang Yang retorted, delivering a swift slap to Tony's head that sent his face crashing onto the table. Tony narrowly escaped disfigurement. In a gesture of goodwill, Zhang Yang gifted him a projector, to which Tony solemnly reciprocated with a smartphone, an exclusive Stark Industries model, a singular piece in existence. As Zhang Yang transferred his card to the new device, the system abruptly activated. Ding! The system has taken control of the smartphone's intelligent capabilities. From now on, any text or call you wish to make will be facilitated by the system. Much obliged. Zhang Yang replied. Ding! You have received a message from Kamar Taj, sent by Baron Mordo. Morty has returned. Thank you for caring for my apprentice. Zhang Yang grimaced, wondering when that brother would finally come to his senses. Suddenly, Tony slammed a wrench onto the table, jolting Zhang Yang from his reverie. He glanced at Tony's furious expression, realizing he had missed something crucial. Apologies, I zoned out. You exhibited a look of disdain. Why? Is my industrial park design lacking? Caught off guard, Zhang Yang realized he had inadvertently stepped on a landmine. No. What I find objectionable is your father's plan. After hearing your earlier descriptions, I find it rather cumbersome. Don't you think there are unnecessary elements? Eliminate the superfluous. Make the visuals more dynamic. That's the new element you ought to embrace. Oh, forget those details. People of that era loved to incorporate random features, as if having a drive-in theater or a hamburger restaurant on your premises would enhance your status. Zhang Yang rested his chin on his hand, exhausted. Failure to convince. This guy's subordinate harbors resentment toward his father. How could he meticulously study his father's work? Tony, don't harbor such animosity towards your dad. Zhang Yang decided to abandon hints about the model and instead sought to untangle the emotional knots, hoping for a successful breakthrough. Tony stubbornly retorted, I don't. He has been gone for many years, and I've grown up. There's no animosity to speak of. Zhang Yang regarded the defiant figure across from him, unable to suppress a sigh. The intoxicated seldom admit to their drunkenness. Just like you. For once, Tony fell silent. The less-than-pleasant atmosphere of Christmas Eve ultimately dissolved amidst the cries of a child, prompting Zhang Yang to hastily assume the role of a temporary caregiver. Tony has been particularly engrossed in preparations for the industrial exhibition, having resided in New York for the past 2 weeks, staying at a hotel not far from the construction site. Each day, he diligently checks on the progress. On a rare sunny day, Pepper approached him, appearing somewhat lost, akin to a wandering child. I'm uncertain how to express this. I believe he might be more receptive to your words. So I took a chance by seeking your assistance, she confided. Zhang Yang poured Pepper a glass of water, infused with calming herbs. Thank you. She hesitated, cradling the cup. Tony had not slept in quite some time, having worked almost around the clock. Recently, there was a minor issue at the site, merely a plumbing problem, I assure you, and he personally monitored it throughout the night. He is on the verge of madness, all for this industrial exhibition. I cannot fathom what is troubling him. He murmurs incessantly, I am better than him. Do you know who this him is? Zhang Yang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Even the act of delivering an item had inadvertently caused distress. It could possibly be his father. As you know, every son harbors the desire to surpass his father. However, Pepper shook her head. I cannot adequately describe the relationship between Tony and Mr. Stark. Your suggested possibility does not hold water. Well then, I have already provided the correct answer, yet the other party remains unconvinced. What more can I do? Zhang Yang get, as long as you are content. Thus, you sought me out primarily for what purpose? Could you persuade him? I truly believe he has lost his mind. Both Colonel Jun D and I share this sentiment. And we trust that you could instigate some change in him. Him? Does he bear any resemblance to a savior? Zhang Yang mused about Tony's temperament, contemplating how to persuade Pepper, but before he could articulate his thoughts, she had already pulled him away. Zhang Yang was taken aback. A woman, clad in a short skirt and high heels, possessed such remarkable strength. It seemed Tony had indeed pushed his limits. Once he regained his composure, he would undoubtedly face the tempestuous wrath of a woman. After all, she had taken away his beloved Lao Ganma. Upon arriving at the construction site, Zhang Yang found Tony donning his iron suit, preparing to demolish a building that had already been constructed, surrounded by individuals attempting to dissuade him. The situation was worse than Zhang Yang had anticipated. Tony, what are you doing? He approached, gazing up at the poised figure in the air. Hey there, old friend. You've arrived. I intend to reconstruct the layout of this industrial park. I realize my design was somewhat flawed. What a farcical situation. Zhang Yang waved dismissively at the surrounding crowd, and Pepper stepped forward to disperse them. Once the area was clear, Zhang Yang felt bold enough to continue speaking with Tony. Stop this nonsense and come down. Do you think I am causing a scene? Is it not evident? I can clearly see it. The very buildings you sought to demolish have indeed been brought down, altering the landscape of the industrial park in stark contrast to your father's vision. No, you've misinterpreted. It was merely a design oversight on my part, Tony exclaimed, his voice resonating through the air. You simply wish to escape your father's shadow. Zhang Yang retorted, escalating the confrontation. I do not. Tony insisted. You do. Zhang Yang countered. I do not. You do. At that moment, Director Fury appeared seemingly out of nowhere, interjecting, Have you two children finished your quarrel? Zhang Yang instinctively jumped back in surprise. Indeed, Fury, with his imposing presence and dark attire, blended seamlessly into the night. It was only his piercing gaze that revealed his proximity. Did you not sense his arrival? Zhang Yang. I did not. Why are you interrogating me? I was startled as well. Zhang Yang fired back at Tony. What on earth? I came to counsel you, not to be made to feel as though I owe you 8 million. Is being unwell such a grand feat? Is being poisoned so impressive? Chapter 167. The perilous remarks of the egg eventually. The trio settled down after Tony had bombarded the small cottage and subsequently endured a thorough reprimanding from Pepper. Both Zhang Yang and Director Fury discreetly switched their phones to video mode, capturing the entire event as Pepper tugged at Tony's ear. Delete that video. Tony's first utterance upon sitting in the roadside diner was a demand. Director Fury, holding his coffee with a serious demeanor, inquired, What video? Excellent. Quite formidable. Zhang Yang Muset, recognizing Tony's remarkable talent for fabrication. Quit feigning ignorance. And you, old friend, delete as well. Zhang Yang surveyed the diner, cup of tea in hand, and remarked, Are we the only patrons here today? It appears you've noticed. Director Fury shrugged. Just a minor exertion of authority. I merely wish for us to have a sufficiently quiet space for our conversation. I find this arrangement splendid. Zhang Yang raised his cup in a toast, and Fury reciprocated the gesture. Tony banged on the table with impatience. Hey, there's still a living person here. Can we not show a bit of sincerity when calling someone to converse? Zhang Yang cast a glance at the dark circles under Tony's eyes and clicked his tongue. Before we engage in dialogue, it would be wise for you to tend to those eyes. Otherwise, the Zoom may presume a panda has escaped. Tony activated the front camera on his phone, scrutinizing himself with evident disdain. Pepper was far too ruthless. Can you believe a woman possesses such strength? Zhang Yang and Director Fury nodded in unison, not only in belief, but also having recorded the moment. Tony rubbed his eyes, feeling a sharp pain. Did you witness her punching stance? I am certain she has devoted considerable time to practicing at the boxing gym in private. She has slimmed down so much. Yet she still engages in boxing training? Zhang Yang and Director Fury fell into silence. It is indeed commendable for a girl to learn self-defense, yet typically, once they have completed their training, the men around them must tread carefully to avoid inciting their wrath. Evidently, Tony was unaware of this profound truth. However, turning abruptly, Zhang Yang directed his gaze towards Director Fury. Before we discuss what you refer to, I wish to understand why you are here. My intentions are quite clear, but your motives remain ambiguous. Tony also cast a glance at Director Fury. Indeed. What brings you to the industrial park? Why are we seated here? I am present at the industrial park solely because I heard that an old friend's son has encountered an incident, and I wish to ascertain if there was any assistance I could offer. That is the reason for my presence here. Is it not that you agreed to discuss matters with me? Tony took a sip of the beer on the table. I have no knowledge of who my father's old friends are. How can I be certain of your authenticity? Moreover, I do not recall agreeing to sit down for a discussion. I did agree, and I even inquired of you. You nodded in affirmation. It was right after you were left dazed by Pepper's blows, and you nodded to everything asked of you. At that moment, any means to extricate Tony from that situation would suffice, even if that meant he mentioned wanting to visit S.H.O.D. for a cup of tea. Zhang Yang would have unhesitatingly consented. After all, Director Fury was accompanied by Hawkeye, and Zhang Yang required assistance in supporting the disoriented Tony, each taking one of his arms to guide him out. The esteemed director would hardly deign to engage in such matters, thus only Hawkeye could lend a hand. Tony clutched his head, still feeling the reverberations of the 2 punches Pepper had delivered. I'm currently injured, and I scarcely recall how I acquiesced. I do not acknowledge that I agreed. So what are your intentions? Zhang Yang observed Tony, bracing himself against the table, preparing to leave. Do you intend to continue your tirade against the industrial park? I merely wish to adjust the plan. With all due respect, Master Zhang is correct. Tony, you remain ensnared in the shadows of the childhood trauma inflicted by your father. Director Fury sighed. We once conveyed to Stark that a child's upbringing requires companionship. Yet he insisted you would comprehend his perspective. Zhang Yang covered his face with one hand, pondering whether this fool knew the weight of his words. This is disastrous. It is about to explode. Comprehend? Were you just uttering the term understand? Are we not presently in a fast food establishment, but rather in a venue for comedic anecdotes? Tony suddenly found that his headache had vanished and his dizziness had dissipated, his combat prowess soaring to unprecedented heights. He had spoken inaccurately. He deceived you merely to present an image of filial piety. Why do you have to scrutinize the relationship between him and me? Were you the one abandoned at a technical school at such a tender age? Director Fury retorted earnestly. At least you have parents. What about the children who have been orphans since childhood? In comparison to them, your situation is undoubtedly fortunate. Zhang Yang also covered his face with one hand. It's over. It's over. Is Lu Dan aware of what he is saying? Does he comprehend what will transpire shortly? Comparison? You speak of comparison. Then let me provide you with one. He charged forth suddenly, his armor awaiting him outside, and he soared into the sky. The moment Zhang Yang witnessed his rush towards the armor, he swiftly got to his feet and ran outside, beckoning Director Fury to hurry along. Tony ascended into the air, raising his hand to unleash a cannon blast. The cannonball traced a loop in the sky before crashing directly onto an advertisement board outside. The 3-story billboard swayed a couple of times before creaking and tumbling down, crashing onto Director Fury's vehicle with a resounding thud. Is this retribution? Hey, one-eyed dragon. Now you can compare the difference between having a car and not having one. Tony perched atop the Shop S sign, which fortuitously featured a seat-like indentation that accommodated his armor perfectly. His fiery demeanor mirrored that of his father. Director Fury gazed at Tony and implored, "Could you refrain from speaking any further?" Zhang Yang felt compelled to kneel before this fool. Does he truly grasp the folly of his actions? The dangerous remarks have sufficed for today. Should he continue, I fear this road will be obliterated by Tony's wrath. Yet, Director Fury appeared unfazed. I speak only the truth. I believe he ought to experience a modicum of adversity. Now is not the time for truth. It is crucial that you do not provoke him. This toxin may render his temper slightly unstable. If you touch a nerve, he could unleash chaos upon you. Director Fury abruptly turned to Zhang Yang. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Would it have made a difference? You, a distinguished director of S.H.I.E.L.D., cannot discern the atmosphere? Chapter 168. Stubborn as a dead duck, Tony had fallen asleep right on the shop S sign, oblivious to when slumber had claimed him. It occurred merely during the conversation between Zhang Yang and Director Fury. Zhang Yang shouted his name for quite some time. Seeing Tony unresponsive, he fetched a ladder to climb up and lifted his visor, only to discover that he had begun to snore. Zhang Yang glanced down at Director Fury, recalling Tony's bottle of beer. Beer combined with sleeping pills. Are you intent on ending his life? Zhang Yang hurriedly lifted Tony's eyelids to assess his condition. Do not worry. Director Fury shouted from below. This has been specially modified. There will be no issues. While the food posed no danger, what about the person? Zhang Yang glanced around at the narrow space of the billboard. If Tony rolled over in his sleep, he might tumble off. Director Fury, did you ever consider that Tony could fall asleep in a place like this? The shouting from the rooftop to the ground was somewhat straining. Zhang Yang felt he could venture into the mountains to serenade a bride. Now, Tony was asleep on someone else's billboard, and how he would descend was a pressing concern. Director Fury fell momentarily silent. This unexpected situation was indeed quite tricky. Ultimately, a hoisting machine was employed to lower Tony, along with the billboard that had toppled over. Hawkeye and Agent Phil each drove a car, and Director Fury departed in Hawkeye's vehicle. Agent Phil assisted Zhang Yang in getting Tony into the car, which then took him back to his dojo. Zhang Yang felt fortunate that they encountered traffic along the way. By the time they returned to the dojo, it was already closed. The scene of moving an Iron Man from the car into the dojo went unnoticed. Zhang Yang sent a text to Pepper, assuring her of Tony's safety, prompting her to rush to the dojo. That scoundrel, he actually fell asleep? Pepper exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief and slight suspicion. I may have employed some rather dubious methods, Zhang Yang admitted candidly, although it was not he who had resorted to such tactics. That did not mean he had never contemplated them. How long can he sleep? Pepper inquired anxiously. About a day and a night. It will take 2 days to rebuild the houses he has destroyed. Can you ensure he sleeps for 2 days? This was indeed a peculiar request. If he wakes up early, I will keep him at the dojo. With this assurance, Pepper hurriedly left, her high heels clicking as she walked. Tony slept for 2 days and nights before awakening, or more accurately, he was jolted awake by a fall. After rolling over multiple times, he tumbled to the ground, landing headfirst. The thud echoed loudly, interrupting the rhythmic sounds of punches being thrown on the first floor, where everyone had been training vigorously. A few younger children clung to Zhang Yang's legs. Master, was that an earthquake? Not an earthquake, but something potentially more terrifying could have occurred. Zhang Yang instructed Luo Yuan to watch over the children and swiftly ascended the stairs. Upon entering the room, he found Tony sprawled on the floor in a rather undignified position. Zhang Yang cautiously approached and poked Tony's shoulder. Are you still alive? Tony's voice emerged in a laborious manner, suggesting he was teetering on the brink of death, yet somehow still clinging to life. Struggling to lift Tony back onto the bed, Zhang Yang cast a glance at Tony's face, which was indeed a sight to behold. Having already suffered from a pair of black eyes, he now bore an exceptionally large bump on his forehead, reminiscent of a billionaire who had been sold into the slums and had only just been rescued. Zhang Yang stifled a laugh, endeavoring to maintain his composure. How long have I been asleep? Tony inquired, a hint of astonishment in his voice. 2 days and a night. Zhang Yang replied. Good heavens! I slept for such an extended period. How did I fall asleep? How did I forget? It seems I was truly exhausted. In truth, you did not succumb to slumber voluntarily, Zhang Yang remarked. Tony furrowed his brow, quickly recalling the bottle of beer. That damned, cunning Cyclops. No wonder he could become a colleague of my father. They share the same disposition. Come now, you needn't constantly voice your disdain for your father. If you hold affection for him, let it be known, what good is it to feign indifference? If you truly despised him, how could you accept that projector? A man of contradictory sentiments. I'm not being obstinate, Tony retorted. Then let us visit your home and dispose of that projector. Tony reclined, adjusting himself into a comfortable position. I just fell and my head hit the ground. I need to recuperate. One cannot exploit a patient indiscriminately. Indeed, you are indeed a patient, afflicted with the ailment of obstinacy. Very well, we shall not discard it today. We can do so another time. In that case, I must return home to search thoroughly. My basement is cluttered with so many items that I have forgotten where I placed them. Tony expressed a look of self-reproach. I shall no longer misplace my belongings. Look at this. I cannot even find what I need. Zhang Yang patted his shoulder amicably. These matters are trivial. Once we arrive at the villa, we can ask J.A.R.V.I.S. to pull up the surveillance footage, and we shall discover precisely where you left your things. J.A.R.V.I.S. has recently undergone repairs, he added. Huh. J.A.R.V.I.S. has a factory? Where's this factory? Do tell me, and I shall procure one as well. Tony quickly changed his tune. What I meant by repairs is that he has been experiencing minor malfunctions, and I turned him off. So if you inquire about surveillance from J.A.R.V.I.S., he has been offline these past few days. How could he possibly retrieve the footage for you? Zhang Yang waved his hand dismissively, adopting an unconcerned demeanor. J.A.R.V.I.S. being offline is inconsequential. Your home surveillance surely operates around the clock. All you need to do is locate that specific period of footage, and I shall bring it back for us to review at our leisure. Since your departure, a considerable amount of time has elapsed, during which my belongings may have inadvertently been misplaced. If you intend to scrutinize the surveillance footage so meticulously, it will undoubtedly require great effort. What an excellent excuse this is. No matter. Simply commence from the moment I left and continue to review with my numerous students. It is certainly manageable. There is strength in numbers. Let us see what other excuses you could devise. Today, I refuse to be swayed by your obstinacy. I shall not relent. Chapter 169. Will you endure the beating? Tony resorted to his ultimate tactic. The surveillance system malfunctioned. It broke down following that day, Christmas. Zhang Yang immediately displayed a look of disappointment, and Tony comforted him with a gentle pat on the shoulder. It is of no concern. The items are within the villa and will inevitably be found. How about I search your home after today's lesson? Upon hearing this, Tony's pupils dilated in shock. Ultimately, he became utterly exasperated. You know precisely what I mean. Why must each of you compel me to confront this matter? Howard Stark, that man, my father. Father. The great father. That greatness belongs to you, not to me. He rose, kicking over a trash can in a fit of rage. Not me. It is you. You. The great Howard Stark in your eyes. I am his son. I should take pride in that. Should I dance atop the Statue of Liberty in his honor? Zhang Yang sighed, reflecting on the adage that daughters are cherished, while sons are often adversaries. Observing Tony in his furious state was, indeed, more daunting than any foe. I believe you need to calm down. A golden needle appeared in Zhang Yang's hand, hidden behind his back. He slowly approached Tony, extending the hand that held the needle, soothing Tony's back as one would comfort a wailing infant. Gradually, Tony began to calm, his gaze fixed on the concealed hand behind Zhang Yang. I am composed now. I am fine. Are you going to prick me? Not at all. Zhang Yang retracted the golden needle into his space and extended his other hand, which was entirely empty. Tony lunged at Zhang Yang's back, meticulously inspecting him, even lying on the ground to search, nearly resorting to tugging at Zhang Yang's clothing. Zhang Yang clutched his collar, steadfastly resisting. The scene had an undeniable comedic quality. Once Tony had exhausted his antics, Zhang Yang felt secure enough to lower his hand from his collar, observing Tony, who now resembled a lifeless elder, drained of vitality. Do you wish to vent your frustrations? Zhang Yang inquired. The children are about to leave for their midday break. Let us engage in a sparring match. Tony mused that Zhang Yang's question of whether he wanted to vent was more aptly phrased as whether he wished to be struck. When Tony was knocked to the ground for the second time by Zhang Yang, he simply lay there, unwilling to rise. Get up. Let's go again. Zhang Yang exclaimed sternly, prompting Tony to instantly grasp the edge of the mat, wedging his fingers into the crevice. I will not rise, even if the heavens collapse. He declared, I will grant you 3 moves. No 6 moves. Deal. In an instant, Tony sprang to his feet, brimming with vitality. Zhang Yang observed his spirited demeanor and hoped it would not wane in the moments to come. Tony bounced on the spot in a boxing stance before dashing forward, employing all 6 moves he had learned, hooks and kicks in quick succession. However, Zhang Yang evaded each maneuver with remarkable ease. Once Tony had exhausted his sequence of attacks, Zhang Yang assumed a stance of Bejiquan. Pause. Tony shouted immediately. Yet, his call did not reach Zhang Yang as swiftly as his punch. resulting in the word pause echoing in the air, punctuated by Tony's descent into freefall. Tony collapsed onto the mat, unable to rise for an extended period. I think you should check if he is still alive, Hawkeye suggested. Zhang Yang cast a glance at Hawkeye, who had successfully vaulted over the wall without incident, and raised an eyebrow. He had received a system notification while dodging Tony and, in a fleeting moment, caught sight of the direction of the yard. This lad is impressive, managing to leap over from such a distance. Why not use the front door? Entering through the back to reach the kitchen would suffice as well. Scaling the wall poses a greater challenge, Zhang Yang remarked. Hawkeye provided a convincing response. The direct distance from climbing the wall is quicker. Besides, entering through the front door at your residence would attract too much attention. Zhang Yang eyed Hawkeye's ensemble, reminiscent of a blend between Peter Pan and a daring adventurer, and nodded in understanding. Should the local children spot him, he would likely find himself in a precarious situation. Tony struggled to lift his head, resembling an infant attempting to raise itself for the first time. Oh, another one from that agency. Are you all relentless? I'm quite calm now and have no desire to demolish any buildings. At the mention of demolishing buildings, a look of alarm crossed Tony's face as he glanced at Zhang Yang. Old friend, is Pepper furious? Zhang Yang nodded in affirmation. It is of the air raid siren variety. The moment I see her stomping her high heels on the ground, the sound reverberates, and I tremble. A woman's high heels, when worn, are merely shoes. When wielded, they are weapons that could claim your life. With a sudden thud, Tony's head fell back down once more. Failed to lift my head again, he lamented. The director sent me to deliver this to you. Hawkeye produced a sphere the size of a fist. Last time it was a cube. This time a sphere. Is S-H-I-E-L-D a fan of geometric shapes? He quipped. What else does your director have? Let's have it all out. It's like a magic trick, pulling one thing after another. If he is not tired, I feel exhausted on his behalf. Hawkeye threw up his hands in exasperation. I don't know either. The item was delivered, and then I left. He chose to leave by circumventing through the kitchen to the back door, a rather astute decision. Zhang Yang weighed the sphere in his hand. It was indeed quite substantial, resembling a metallic object meticulously crafted without a switch in sight. He hoisted the sphere to pull Tony up from the ground. Stop playing dead. Tony kept his eyes shut. No, let me die. Even if you perish, you must show me what this object is before your demise. Open your eyes, then just pretend I'm blind. In that case, I shall extract your eyeballs, thus ensuring you are indeed blind. I assure you, my methods are not so sophisticated that they would cause you to bleed excessively. Fine, I can see again. Tony quickly opened his eyes, glanced at the sphere in Zhang Yang's hand, and then averted his gaze, his mouth continuing to chatter. Wow, what a nostalgic item. This was my childhood toy, crafted by Mr. Howard Stark. It only required a gentle touch to activate, equipped with fingerprint recognition. Zhang Yang extended it towards him. Extend your hand. Tony promptly tucked both hands behind his back. No, no, no. I refuse to accept this toy. I merely require your fingerprint. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. Who said I would give it to you? Fury didn't specify who this was for. Perhaps he intends for me to play with it. Reluctantly, Tony raised his middle finger. Zhang Yang shot him a sidelong glance, prompting Tony to exclaim, I'm not insulting you. I selected the middle finger for the fingerprint input. Young Tony must have been quite the mischievous child, often on the receiving end of his father's reprimands. Chapter 170. A chance encounter. Tony opened the sphere with his middle finger. The sphere was somewhat ineffable. It could open, play music, Schubert's Serenade resonated, and project a beautiful starry sky. This contraption was essentially a starlight projector. Howard Stark had quite the fashionable flair. Zhang Yang could only surmise. To create a device akin to today's romantic gadgets in that era was no small feat. Your mother must have been stunning. Although Zhang Yang had never seen a photograph of Tony's mother, this was a gift he made for me. Tony appeared lost in reverie. My mother told me that while she was pregnant with me, he crafted a gift intended for me, but due to various circumstances, it was never delivered. I see. It was meant for Tony, not merely a tool for courting. Suddenly, Tony snapped the lamp shut. This item was later gifted to me when I was 6. I was overjoyed and played with it for ages, until one day I learned of its true origin, and I tossed it away in front of him. Tony covered his face with his hands. What is the difference between a belated gift and a belated paternal love? Do not allow that cyclopean figure to evoke memories through his possessions any longer. Whatever intentions he harbors, I vehemently refuse. Tony's tone was resolute. Matters concerning Howard Stark are off limits. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang couldn't help but think. Should Tony ever learn that he would not only become a member of the Avengers, but also intermittently create Ultron and Vision? What expression would he wear upon recalling this declaration? To comfort this unfortunate child, Zhang Yang offered him a serving of fried rice with Laogan Ma and a large bottle of green leaf beverage. No, I refuse to drink that. Who would use such a large soda bottle to contain a green leaf drink? Tony pushed the bottle away. Zhang Yang promptly nudged it back towards him. This is what it's contained in. Come on, drink up. Countless precious little gems from my backyard garden have been sacrificed for this bottle. Am I not worth at least a patch of land? You could choose to be even less significant than a single vegetable. Zhang Yang brandished a golden needle with a broad smile. Be a good boy, Tony. Consume it, or I shall force it down your throat. Tony swore that was the fastest he had ever consumed liquid, nearly breaking a Guinness record. Moreover, Tony's audacity might also earn him a Guinness record. He feigned illness requiring medical attention and relocated from the hotel to reside at Zhang Yang's martial arts school. Pepper was eager for someone to manage Tony and quickly transferred a substantial sum to Zhang Yang for food expenses. Zhang Yang suddenly felt akin to a trafficker, albeit one who collected payments. Tony appeared to have returned to normalcy, sleeping until noon daily and practicing with students in the afternoon. Recently, he had become enamored with Baji Quan, seemingly intent on mastering the technique that Zhang Yang had used to send him flying. Each night, he would take a loaf of bread and a bottle of Laogan Ma to inspect Stark Industries, usually returning by 2 or 3 in the morning. Everyone gradually acclimated from witnessing Iron Man's initial screams to a more normalized acceptance. The swift transition from the martial arts school to Stark Industries was attributed to his armor, which incited frenzied cheers from the public. Each day, he soared through the skies in his marked suit. Had it not been for Zhang Yang's timely messages to Pepper and Happy, his martial arts school would likely have made headlines daily. Some rather absurd individuals might even concoct a romantic tale akin to Brokeback Mountain involving him and Tony. It was utterly vexing. After Tony had stayed for half a month, Zhang Yang often felt as though he might soon sport gray hair while noticing an alarming increase in hair loss during his daily grooming rituals. Luo Yuan, once again inhaling the aroma of black sesame paste wafting from the kitchen, couldn't suppress a sneeze. Master, you have consumed black sesame paste for an entire week. Are you not weary of it? Zhang Yang touched his hair. I would rather drink until I vomit than face the prospect of graying hair. Luo Yuan circled around Zhang Yang. Master, I cannot see it. Prevention. Do you understand? Zhang Yang turned his gaze towards Tony, who was playfully practicing horse stance among a group of female students, his hand trembling as it brushed through his hair. It seems your master is not far from turning gray overnight. Luo Yuan also glanced at Tony, then at the male students nearby who were already harboring resentment towards him. Master, you might be on the verge of calling the police. Zhang Yang surveyed the cluster of male students with a sense of reassurance. Incidents of brawls seldom transpired within the martial arts school. Should they occur, they would likely be private altercations. Do not tell me they have yet to engage. Just look at those male students, their girlfriends nestled beside Tony, practicing their stances. How could they bear any injuries without having fought? Surely, it was not him who inflicted those wounds. These injuries are clearly a result of a heavy impact. Little Pepper returned once more to deliver documents. Upon seeing Tony amidst the female students, she sighed and stood beside Zhang Yang. Does he have no intention of returning? Little Pepper appeared utterly fatigued. Zhang, I have already contemplated purchasing a house near your place. I can hardly endure this incessant back and forth. Zhang Yang cast a glance at Little Pepper's sky-high heels, internally admiring her 1,000 times over. You could opt for a pair of flat shoes. A capable woman should not be perceived as superior merely due to a pair of heels. She can still possess an elevation unattainable by men while wearing flats. Oh, thank you, Zhang. You are truly kind. Little Pepper gazed at Zhang Yang with gentle eyes, her face adorned with a relaxed smile. If only Tony could exhibit half of your understanding. Did I just hear someone speaking ill of me? Tony approached, holding a large milliliter cola bottle, which was now filled with a green herbal drink. Once deemed contemptible as a mere plastic bottle, it had now become Tony's constant companion, complete with a strap for easy carrying. Little Pepper regarded the green beverage within the cola bottle with an expression difficult to articulate. Zhang Yang explained to her that this drink helps Tony maintain his composure. As for why he chose a cola bottle, Zhang Yang firmly placed the blame on Tony. Tony was adamant about using it. Even when I offered to buy him a better, larger water bottle, he declined. Perhaps his recent peculiar behavior is the cause. It is best to avoid discussing this bottle during our conversations, lest he lose his temper. This was how Zhang Yang discreetly explained the situation to Little Pepper. She accepted it without question, treating the cola bottle as if it were entirely normal for Tony to carry it. Tony privately lamented to Zhang Yang about Little Pepper's declining taste. He found it absurd that she did not voice any objections to his daily use of such an unattractive bottle. As the originator of the unsightly bottle, Zhang Yang resolved to maintain a smile and remain silent. Chapter 171. The water bottle with straps. The news of Iron Man carrying a large soda bottle daily erupted across the internet. Luo Yuan gazed at his master's figure with profound admiration. Zhang Yang shielded his brow from the intensity of Luo Yuan's adoration, contemplating whether Tony would obliterate the dojo if he discovered that the soda bottle was merely an empty container of expired cola, which had been left unopened for 6 years. Zhang Yang's gaze grew increasingly somber as he slowly turned to Luo Yuan. Have you ever disposed of a bottle of expired cola? Luo Yuan, who had been involved in the creation of the soda bottle and had been responsible for emptying and cleaning it, fervently shook his head upon catching the ominous look from his master. I know nothing. I swear I know nothing. Zhang Yang nodded in satisfaction. If you dare to know, we would both be sent soaring alongside the dojo. Luo Yuan quickly covered his mouth, adamantly insisting he was oblivious to everything. As for cola, he resolved never to drink it again. With a twinge of guilt, Zhang Yang ventured to a convenience store, intending to spend the equivalent of a Starbucks drink to purchase a sizable water bottle for Tony, complete with a strap. This way, when Tony donned his Iron Man suit, he could carry the bottle slung over his shoulder, freeing his hands. Look, how splendid is that? Carrying the water bottle won't hinder combat. It's truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The Spring Festival holds immense significance for the Chinese, symbolizing family reunions and the beginning of a new year. Stark Industries had conveniently scheduled its shareholders' meeting on this auspicious day. Tony insisted on remaining for the festivities, yet Pepper Potts stood before him, towering in her high heels, radiating an aura of fury. I brought all the shareholders to New York just for you. You said you couldn't leave your Stark Industrial Park, and now you tell me you're not going? Tony remained oblivious to the peril posed by her towering presence. Oh, it's merely the Spring Festival. Let them come to celebrate, and we can throw a party here. How about that? Not how about that. Zhang Yang discreetly unveiled the Xianyuan sword and began to polish its blade with deliberate slowness, inadvertently slicing the cloth in his hand into 2 halves. Oh dear, my apologies. This sword is exceedingly sharp. I accidentally cut through. He flashed a sheepish smile at Tony. In an instant, Tony sprang from his chair. The shareholders' meeting is of utmost importance. What party? This is utterly absurd. Where's my suit? Where are my shoes? Pepper pointed to the suitcase she had brought along. All right, this is well prepared. I believe I can manage a flawless transformation in the car. Tony seized the suitcase and dashed towards the vehicle. Pepper raised an eyebrow at Zhang Yang. Zhang, you are simply remarkable. Thank you. You're welcome. This is also to ensure that my martial arts dojo does not transform into a party venue. That is of utmost importance. Tony, known for his unwavering commitment to hosting parties, views them as essential to his existence, akin to how bubble tea is perceived by its most ardent aficionados. Without them, life feels somewhat diminished. Until a suitable substitute is found, perhaps a daughter, one would affectionately declare, I love you 3,000 times, like little Morgan. Zhang Yang abruptly lifted his head, overwhelmed with emotion. The very thought of this reference brought tears to his eyes. It is hard to fathom what Tony might contemplate in the future, knowing that his destiny entails sacrificing himself to save the world. Would he resign himself to fate? Or would he embrace the conviction that his demise could usher in a more tranquil and joyful world for little Morgan? One cannot deny. He would undoubtedly make a splendid father. Hey, old friend. Tony suddenly reappeared at the entrance of the dojo. Are you really not going to host a New Year's party? I could have those lovely ladies don ultra-short kipeos. That would be quite the spectacle. Go away, Zhang Yang retorted, throwing a nearby cloth at him. What was he just feeling sentimental about? Truly absurd. That evening, Zhang Yang prepared a sumptuous feast, and after sharing a meal with Luo Yuan, he returned home to continue indulging. The children from the dojo had started to bring their gifts one by one, and Zhang Yang distributed red envelopes to them, each containing $200, no more, no less. Only Luo Yuan received an additional gift. Zhang Yang presented him with the two little ones, which, although they would continue to reside in Luo Yuan's dojo, now belonged to him. As for the little fellow, Zhang Yang had even ventured to Antarctica to catch some Antarctic krill. And what about mine? Tony casually extended his hand. I gave you a gift for Christmas. You owe me one too. His audacity was beyond belief. Zhang Yang slammed a water bottle filled with a fortified green drink onto the table. The little one was startled enough to nearly tumble off the dining table as Tony's expression turned shade of green. This improved green drink is twice as potent as the previous version, plus you got a new water bottle, Zhang Yang declared. Tony retracted his hand and resumed eating from his bowl. What S with that expression? This is practical, Tony protested. I gifted you a self-developed smartphone. I'm not in the business of creating such things. Zhang Yang replied. Then at least present me with a sword or something of value. Does it make sense for you to have a sword hanging on your mark? Aren't you planning to develop a lightsaber? How much is that worth anyway? You could at least gift me something of significance. This can delay toxicity, giving you more time to find a way to save yourself. Tony paused. All right. I suppose life is indeed of greater importance. He sorrowfully accepted his New Year gift. Zhang Yang pointed to the strap on the kettle. I specially bought a strap for it. When you wear the mark, you can carry it crossbody. Tony rolled his eyes. Do you think it makes sense to hang a kettle on the mark? And you think it's acceptable to fly around holding a bottle of cola while wearing the mark? ISNT, that's stylish. Where's the style in that? Zhang Yang could not comprehend this aesthetic of style and shook his head in defiance of his inner thoughts. Hey, old buddy, the media says I'm innovative. We say you look like an old man working at a construction site. You? Who are you referring to? Me, Luo Yuan, Beipu. And all the students at the martial arts school. Of course, there's also Colonel Rhodey. Tony fell backward, his chair clattering to the ground. Zhang Yang Siget, picking up a braised pig-ass trotter while pondering that this guy seemed to be rather fragile lately. Wow, this pig-ass trotter turned out quite well for a first attempt at braising. Chapter 172. Seeking Captain America seeing black at the start of the new year is considered inauspicious, especially a braised egg. Zhang Yang nostalgically missed the days when Tony was around, as they could team up to send this guy off together. Unfortunately, the shareholders' meeting passed a resolution for the sustainable development of the Industrial Expo, and Tony had to be fetched back by Pepper to leave a remarkable mark on this world. Good morning, Director Fury. Good morning, Agent Barton. Courtesy is still necessary. We are on New Year's break and not accepting students. If you want Mr. Barton to learn for a while longer, you might have to wait a few more days. We are not here to study. We just need to consult you about something. Director Fury's demeanor was exceedingly polite this time. He even used the word consult. Something unusual must be afoot. Zhang Yang stood at the door, showing no intention of inviting them in. I'm sorry, I have a few things to attend to, but you can send me a message in advance if you want to consult with me. Director Fury firmly placed the tablet before Zhang Yang. Take a look. Perhaps you'll be inclined to let us consult after all. Zhang Yang did not take the tablet, but leaned against the door, observing the footage playing on screen. The footage featured him rescuing penguins. In essence, this was a segment inadvertently captured by a satellite, but rest assured, this footage exists only in this world in this one copy, and it will soon be deleted. He added, it will be erased completely, leaving no trace behind. Zhang Yang leaned against the door, arms crossed over his chest. So this is a threat? It's a collaboration. What do you intend to do? Find someone. Isn't this abduction? In an instant, we were on the move, swift and efficient. I possess neither charming nor formidable psychic waves. I simply seek someone. Director Fury gestured towards the SUV behind him, indicating that we were to depart immediately. Who were we searching for? A legendary figure, a hero of countless youths. Zhang Yang envisioned a remarkably muscular individual, wielding a shield and clad in a skin-tight suit. We are on a quest to find Captain America. His guess was not amiss. Your assistance is required. For how long? You shall return by the 8th day of the month. Zhang Yang pondered for a moment, deeming this arrangement quite advantageous. He was currently stagnating at the 5th level of the Primordial Heart Sutra, according to its teachings, to advance to the 6th level. One must continuously employ the techniques of the 5th. The number of meridians engaged varies for each individual in their transition from the 5th to the 6th level, necessitating relentless practice and exploration of the 5th level S techniques. The greater the number of meridians utilized, the more potent the sixth level's capabilities become. In future practice of the Primordial Heart Sutra will yield even greater power. Should one fail to expand and utilize as many meridians as possible, even if the sixth level is attained, its efficacy will be limited and further advancement will be arduous. What Zhang Yang desired was not merely to expand as much as possible, but to master them all. Since he had come this far, why not give his all? Thus, he had refrained from extensively practicing the fifth level's techniques or advancing to the sixth, intending to find a moment to return to Antarctica for continual practice of the fifth level. Little did he expect that as he dozed off, an opportunity would present itself. Compared to rigorously employing the fifth level's techniques, the precise and meticulous application of these techniques while recruiting would prove far more fruitful. The plane landed on the Arctic Ocean, and everyone began donning heavy coats before disembarking. The agents of S.H.I.L.D. wore long, leather-like coats that automatically adjusted to the external temperature, maintaining their body heat at a comfortable level, an embodiment of S.H.I.L.D.'s advanced technology reserved for the elite. Observing others exiting the plane clad in thick down jackets, Dr. Barton handed Zhang Yang one, which he declined with a shake of his head. Standing with his feet apart, he closed his eyes, silently reciting the incantation, and traced a circle in the air with his hands, gathering his vital energy into his dantian. His body began to radiate warmth, from his limbs to his meridians and organs. "What are you doing?" This was the first time Hawkeye witnessed Zhang Yang in such a state. Cultivating energy. Zhang Yang stepped out in his seemingly inadequate attire, prompting Hawkeye to follow in astonishment. "Is this martial arts?" "No," Zhang Yang corrected him. "This is a technique. Can I practice it?" Hawkeye's face lit up with interest. "This is incredibly convenient, especially for those frigid locales. It is simply magnificent. Apologies, your training is futile." Zhang Yang shattered his dreams. "Why? What do you mean by why? Are there so many whys?" Zhang Yang fabricated a reason at random. "It depends on innate talent. Without it, practicing the martial arts would result in bleeding from the 7 orifices and the explosion of 1's internal organs." Hawkeye touched his nose. "Then I shall refrain from practicing." Zhang Yang glanced around. All he saw was a vast expanse of white, devoid of a compass, leaving him utterly disoriented. "Where is this?" "Zhang Yang Inquiret." "The Arctic Ocean." Hawkeye pointed to the ice beneath their feet. "Many years ago, Captain America crashed a plane here, and Mr. Howard himself came searching, but he found nothing. However, he vowed to continue the search indefinitely." "Wow, I never expected to hear that name again," which infuriated Tony. "How long has this indefinitely lasted?" Hawkeye gestured to 7. 70 years. That is no small feat, searching for 70 years. "How do you know he is still alive?" A fellow named Egghead approached, carrying a triangular device, and answered Zhang Yang's question. "Because he is a modified individual. He cannot be understood in the same manner as ordinary people. We initially set a plan to search for 100 years. Zhang Yang nodded, his gaze fixed on the triangle. Another geometric figure. From squares to circles to triangles. None have repeated. Director Fury activated the device, causing the 3 sides of the triangle to rotate like revolving doors, projecting a 3-dimensional aerial search page. A red dot appeared within the page, flickering at an extremely rapid frequency, as if the little red dot were on the verge of madness. Director Fury placed the instrument on the ground, and the previously airborne page suddenly transferred to the ice beneath their feet, with the little red dot slowly moving until it came to rest on the dorsum of Zhang Yang's foot. Everyone turned their attention to Zhang Yang. Yet, he was focused on the ice below. "My apologies, it appears I'm standing on Captain America's head." Chapter 173. Captain America and the black box. Everyone assumed that Zhang Yang meant he was standing directly above Captain America's location, jokingly implying he was on the hero's head. However, Zhang Yang was not jesting. In truth, by looking down through the ice, he discerned the large figure long entombed in the ice. From a vertical perspective, he was indeed standing precisely atop this gentleman's head. "My apologies, good sir." The surrounding individuals employed new equipment to mark a circular area on the ice before beginning to dig downwards in 5-centimeter increments. As Captain America had been frozen for so long, thermal imaging was ineffective, making it impossible to ascertain the position of the aircraft. Zhang Yang's primary role this time was to ascertain the aircraft's location and, under the condition that no water had infiltrated the plane, to create a portal into the cabin and retrieve Captain America. Zhang Yang thought to himself that he would surely manage to drag Captain America out. As for carrying him out, what a joke. That was simply impossible. With cautious perseverance, he excavated bit by bit, and after 3 arduous hours of labor, having burrowed nearly 1,000 meters beneath the ice surface, he could finally discern a vague silhouette of the aircraft from the already carved-out space. The personnel brought forth a canister the size of a finger and carefully probed it into the depths, ultimately reaching the aircraft's edge. A group of individuals toiled for quite some time before arriving at a meticulous data report. The aircraft now lay 15 meters beneath the pit we had excavated, with a small amount of accumulated water inside. Hawkeye gazed at the report that had been submitted. There was one note of pessimism. Due to the compressive nature of the ice layer below, it was uncertain whether the fighter jet could be extracted safely and intact. Director Fury pondered for a moment before turning to Zhang Yang. What if you were to retrieve both the person and the black box? He inquired. You only mentioned bringing the person out. Now I am adding another condition. I can only assure you that the person can emerge, but do not harbor too much hope for the black box. As you have heard, there is a small amount of accumulated water within the aircraft, which is actually ice. Can you convert it into water? But are you certain the black box will still be functional? If it is, please assist in retrieving it. After all, it contains some experimental data that Howard required back in the day, even though he is no longer with us. Despicable. Does Howard Stark know he had such a treacherous friend? Are you aware that you have exploited him even years after his passing? I will do my best. Zhang Yang replied. Suddenly, Hawkeye stepped forward. I will accompany you. As long as your boss agrees, I have no objections. Director Fury nodded. It seemed he still desired the black box. Before their eyes, Zhang Yang brushed his right hand across the fingers of his left, causing a suspended ring to materialize on his fingertip. Is that magic? Hawkeye exclaimed. It is a spatial artifact. Such a grandiose item. I doubt you could ever comprehend it. Zhang Yang replied. He gestured in the air to draw a circle, opening a portal, and stepped inside, with Hawkeye following closely behind. Once the two entered the aircraft cabin, the portal closed behind them. They stood within the cabin, which was partially submerged in water and frozen into ice. They found themselves standing on the icy surface. If they did not crouch, their heads would strike the aircraft ceiling. It was remarkable to find oneself at such a height that one could hit the cabin ceiling. No one would believe it if he told them. Is this what you call a small amount of accumulated water? Zhang Yang inquired, shining his flashlight around. This must be more than half the aircraft filled with water. Hawkeye pursed his lips. The distance is limited. We cannot conduct a thorough probe. The emergence of such advanced thermal jackets is astonishing. Yet the oversight of this issue is truly remarkable. We need to locate someone. Zhang Yang was the first to move towards the cockpit. Fortunately, this fighter jet had not separated the cockpit with an individual door. Otherwise, considering that the rear fuselage was encased in ice, they would have had to cut through the partition on site. As the aircraft descended, the height of the ice increased as they approached the front. Initially, Zhang Yang and his companions were crouching, but soon they resorted to crawling. Upon reaching the foremost section, they finally spotted Captain America, with the ice level just above his head. Turn on the lights. Zhang Yang commanded. Hawkeye promptly retrieved 3 small lamps emitting surgical light from his backpack and placed them in a circle around Captain America. Zhang Yang pressed his hand against the ice surface and began to channel the 5th level of his technique. Beneath his palm, the ice commenced melting at a visibly rapid pace. However, as the ice transformed into water, it still accumulated within the depressions formed. Hawkeye produced a fist-sized water extraction device from his pack, connecting it with a tube. He began to siphon the water away, directing it all towards the front of the aircraft. To avoid harming Captain America, Zhang Yang advanced meticulously, making progress in 2-centimeter increments. Hawkeye assisted alongside him, employing their advanced technology to chip away at the ice bit by bit. They toiled for a while, then took breaks, and after 2 hours, they finally managed to extricate Captain America from the icy trap. Zhang Yang swiftly opened a portal, this time positioned directly above them. Director Fury, witnessing the sudden appearance of a portal on the ground, hurriedly gathered his team to assist in retrieving Captain America. A flurry of hands lifted him out. Hawkeye supported the sides and leaped up, only to turn and see Zhang Yang still unmoved. Get up here, Hawkeye called out, extending his hand to pull Zhang Yang along. We promise to do our utmost to retrieve the black box. I haven't even tried yet. Leaving now seems rather inconsiderate. Hand me the toolkit. Hawkeye did not relinquish the backpack. Instead, he jumped back into the fray. I will go with you. I know the exact location. Zhang Yang paused momentarily, then chuckled softly. What is so funny? Hawkeye asked, puzzled by the laughter over what seemed a simple task of retrieving a black box. I'm laughing at your foolishness. Zhang Yang Seagate. With Hawkeye already down, did he really need to open a portal to extract him? Then let us proceed. Zhang Yang took the lead, and the two crawled for a while until they reached the tail of the wing. Pointing in the direction Hawkeye indicated, Zhang Yang began to melt the ice once more. This time, precision was unnecessary. He needed only to exert force vigorously and reach the target as swiftly as possible. An hour later, Zhang Yang had carved out a passage leading to the black box. Hawkeye, equipped with a cutting tool, cautiously maneuvered inside the passage to slice at the iron plate, removing the cut piece, revealing an orange-hued instrument. Chapter 174. Awakening of the Mysterious Flame. Although they successfully glimpsed the orange object, its position was far too deep to reach. Hawkeye attempted several times, even shedding his coat, yet still fell short. Allow me, Zhang Yang sighed. Honestly, every time we emerge, it feels as though you're stripping away my very essence. Ding! The system suddenly chimed. Host, is not your greatest trump card me? Why are you popping up now? The system interrogated him as if a girlfriend questioning her boyfriend. Zhang Yang soothed the system within his mind, which had been displaying rather erratic mood swings lately. Of course, you are my greatest asset, but if I don't speak this way to Hawkeye, they'll continue to believe I possess numerous undisclosed capabilities, and I'll be inundated with requests for action, leaving me no time to cultivate my skills. Host makes a valid point. More than valid. It is a tactical retreat. Did you not notice the earpiece in Hawkeye's ear? The miniature camera on his chest? Every word and action they take is scrutinized by that egg-headed overseer. If I don't maintain this FAAD, that overseer will incessantly delve into my mind, seeking to unearth every hidden resource. Zhang Yang tossed Hawkeye's coat back to him, maneuvering past him to stand at the mouth of the tunnel. He extended his hand toward the opening, closing his eyes in concentration. With a sudden chime, the clasp securing the black box snapped, and a swirl of orange material shot forth from within. The object appeared substantial. Zhang Yang instinctively dodged as the black box soared out, crashing onto the icy surface nearby with a resounding thud, even causing a crack to form. Indeed, it was the fabled black box, impervious to water and fire. Zhang Yang approached and retrieved the black box, noticing the inscription on its base, Stark Industries. No wonder it was so resilient, a product of Stark, guaranteed quality. Now, Zhang Yang was convinced that this black box, after all these years, was still operational. He intended to carry the black box alongside Hawkeye as they exited, but a sudden surge of heat erupted within him. Damn! Just after rescuing Captain America, and while searching for the black box, he had felt no internal fluctuations. Now, this sudden upheaval felt life-threatening. Peering through the crack from which the box had emerged, he caught sight of Captain America's shield. The shield! Zhang Yang exclaimed, pointing downwards. Hawkeye glanced below, catching a vague outline, unable to discern whether it was indeed the shield. Let's step outside first, suggested Hawkeye. You go ahead. I need to take this outside. It was merely an excuse. Zhang Yang swiftly opened a portal right beneath Hawkeye's feet, and before he could react, he plummeted through. The other side of the portal led into a tent. Director Fury had just intended to receive the preliminary medical report of Captain America from the personnel below when a person unexpectedly fell, landing squarely on his office chair. Hawkeye, clutching the black box, looked up at Director Fury. Hello, Director. Greetings, Agent Barton. It appears you have brought me what I requested, but why do you come alone? Zhang explained that he had seen the shield and intended to retrieve it. Director Fury refrained from further inquiry. After sending Hawkeye off, Zhang Yang immediately settled cross-legged on the ground, striving to suppress the turmoil within him. The internal heat surged under restraint, becoming more intense, and Zhang could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Upon contact with the icy surface, it emitted a sizzling sound. The blood was surprisingly warm, melting the ice beneath it. Zhang touched his chest, pondering the extreme temperature within him. Upon examining his meridians, he discovered that the blood coursing through them resembled boiling water, bubbling incessantly. However, due to the effects of the 7th level technique, his meridians and organs could still endure this turmoil. Yet, The boiling was becoming increasingly fierce if it continued. He feared he might perish from it. Realizing that mere suppression was futile, he resolved to facilitate the flow instead. Zhang began to channel his energy to unblock the channels, quickly causing his head to emit steam like a locomotive, melting the ice above him into droplets that dripped down onto his body. The ice beneath him also began to gradually melt due to his rising temperature, forming a pit filled with warm water. Half of Zhang's body became submerged, yet he remained oblivious, eyes closed in concentration. Within his mental realm, all his meridians manifested as a cage encircling him, each one ablaze. As he found himself at the heart of the flames, if he could not endure this trial, what significance would further training hold? Zhang understood he must persevere through this ordeal. With both hands pressed against the ground, he knelt, sensing that he was close, very close. At that moment, the flames surged dramatically, and he felt his clothing beginning to char. Breathing became laborious. In reality, the pit beneath him deepened, and the water rose to his midsection. Yet, he remained seated motionless. The flames of the cage grew fiercer, and suddenly, Zhang pushed himself up to stand. He was clad in coarse clothing, his face marred by burns. Yet his eyes radiated an indomitable spirit. At this level, you shall not defeat me. If you possess the capability, then consume me whole. The flames roared in response. Seemingly ingenset by Zhang Yang's defiance. In the next instant, they engulfed him. After devouring Zhang Yang, the flames writhed restlessly, akin to a creature that had consumed something it should not have, suddenly struck by an upset stomach. After several minutes of turmoil, they gradually calmed. Much like Moses parting the sea, the flames parted to reveal a path, and Zhang Yang emerged victoriously from their midst. He had mastered the 8th layer of the Primordial Heart Sutra. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Zhang Yang, on achieving the 8th layer of the Primordial Heart Sutra and awakening the Xian Yin ability. The system rewards the host with a bonus of 1 million, and due to the awakening of all meridians, an additional reward of 500 martial arts points. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Zhang Yang did not hastily open his eyes. Instead, he briefly reflected upon the 8th layer's techniques within his body before concluding his practice. Ding! System notification. Please return to the real world promptly. Otherwise, you risk drowning. Drowning? What nonsense is this? As Zhang Yang opened his eyes, he realized he was submerged in water. He struggled to rise, discovering that the spot where he had meditated had formed a sizable water pit. The water level had risen above his head, and had he remained seated any longer, he would have surely drowned. System, why didn't TU inform me sooner? Drowning would mean losing everything. This system refrained from disturbing you, as it observed your deep focus on your practice. Refraining from disturbing me? Nonsense. Chapter 175. The warm water shower of the Arctic Ocean. The water in the icy pit continued to emit steam reminiscent of a hot spring. He had inadvertently created a spa within the aircraft, yet he could not relish this luxury, for he felt excessively warm. Zhang Yang extended his hands, slowly channeling energy. With flickers of flame emerging from his fingertips. Eyes closed, he exerted force, and the flames on his hands swiftly intensified. The temperature within the cabin began to rise, causing the ice to gradually melt into water. I wonder if the salted egg would be willing to enjoy a hot bath in the Arctic Ocean. Zhang Yang melted all the ice within the cabin, and numerous small objects began to float on the water surface. He picked up a shield from the ground and slung it over his back. Donning the suspended ring, he prepared for a challenge. He aimed to activate 3 teleportation portals simultaneously. Zhang Yang closed his eyes in concentration. After a moment, he suddenly opened them, his gaze sharp and resolute. He extended his hand, tracing circles in the air, and in an instant, 3 teleportation portals appeared on the ground. Like a drain siphoning water, the cabin's water swirled and rushed into the portals. Outside, the salted egg and several others stood in the frigid wilderness, having waited for nearly an hour with no sign of movement. Shall we proceed to rescue them? Hawkeye could not help but propose, prompting Director Fury to furrow his brow. Agent Barton, I cannot shake this ominous premonition. At this, Hawkeye also felt a twinge of unease. In that very moment, 3 portals appeared above them, and warm water, along with an assortment of miscellaneous items, began to spill forth. A group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were unexpectedly drenched. Wow, the water is actually warm, Hawkeye exclaimed, wiping his hair. Director, how does it feel to take a warm shower in the Arctic Ocean? Director Fury rubbed his bald head. I feel as though my head is turning to ice. Zhang Yang dried himself off before stepping through the portal. Upon reaching the ground, he noticed that the agents were each adorned with little icicles, some with frozen hair. Wow, your styles are quite unique, Zhang Yang remarked as he took a shield off his back and held it in his hand. I've retrieved everything from the cabin, so you needn't worry about any damage when extracting the aircraft. Director Fury silently watched as an agent struggled to remove a pencil that had frozen to his down jacket. I truly appreciate your efforts. However, I believe we could consider alternative methods next time. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Zhang Yang sruged exasperated. Is there a faster and more efficient way than this? The subsequent handling of this method is rather troublesome. The agents whose belongings had frozen went to the tent to change into new jackets, while Zhang Yang and his team completed their task, even exceeding expectations. The remaining agents stayed behind to devise a plan for extracting the aircraft. On the return flight, Director Fury, for once, donned a woolen hat atop his head. Zhang Yang pondered that if gifts were needed for Christmas or other occasions, a hat might be a suitable choice. After taking a nap on the plane, Zhang Yang awoke as they prepared to land in a valley. Aren't you taking me home? He intended to check the time and date on his phone, which he had kept in his personal space, feigning to retrieve it from his pants pocket. Director Fury seemed quite intrigued by Zhang Yang's pocket. Zhang Yang waved his hand in front of the director. Hey, director, don't stare at a man's pocket. You are a man too. Hawkeye, observing from the side, discreetly glanced at Director Fury, then at Zhang Yang, shifting his gaze back and forth. Oh, I was merely curious. Your pocket appears rather empty. If a phone were inside, it should have a certain droop. Director Fury expressed his curiosity with an inquisitive look. I can offer you a pair of trousers. You may try them on for yourself. Zhang Yang expressed with an enthusiastic demeanor. What is your waist size? And your inseam? He inquired. I shall return to the warehouse and see what I can find. Thank you, but I do not require them at this moment. Director Fury politely declined. They disembarked from the aircraft and entered a laboratory hewn from the mountainside. At that moment, the Captain America, already excavated, lay upon an operating table, his body adorned with numerous patches, surrounded by an array of instruments. A group of individuals, uncertain if they were scientists or doctors, donned white coats as they busied themselves around the captain. Black Widow and Agent Hill stood nearby, observing their actions. Upon noticing Zhang Yang and his companion's entrance, Agent Hill approached, holding a tablet in hand. He still possesses vital signs. All indicators appear normal, remarkably healthy, as if he retains the vigor of his prime. However, it remains unclear why he is in a state of slumber, Agent Hill reported, displaying an electrocardiogram on the tablet. His heartbeat is present, yet the intervals between the waves on the ECG are notably prolonged. Were it not for the instrument detecting his pulse, one might assume he has no heartbeat at all. In essence, has he entered a state akin to hibernation? Director Fury pondered briefly on Agent Hill's words. That seems plausible. Agent Hill nodded in agreement. Yet we extracted him from a block of ice. How could he possibly breathe? Hawkeye interjected. This particular aspect is indeed perplexing. Moreover, the serums he once received have undergone transformations within his body. Black Widow approached, clutching a stack of paper reports. His skeletal age remains that of his pre-cryogenic state. He is still a handsome young man, yet he will age at a significantly slower rate than an average person. Oh, this implies that one day, while I may be graying, he will still appear youthful. Director Fury raised an eyebrow. That image is rather unappealing. Zhang Yang mirrored the gesture. Director Fury, with all due respect, I doubt you will ever reach such an age, he added, casting a sidelong glance at Fury's hat-clad head. I possess a remedy. Even if your scalp were barren, it could coax forth a luxuriant growth. Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Agent Hill stifled their laughter, aware of the decorum owed to their superior. Director Fury shot a sidelong glance at Zhang Yang. That is my specialty. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. Indeed, such a specialty is quite rare and remarkable. Chapter 176. As friends during the discourse regarding Captain America, the group transitioned from discussing his current condition to a more pressing matter. We are uncertain how to awaken the captain, Agent Hill stated. The team of medical experts and scientists has proposed countless solutions, yet each carries a certain degree of peril. The paramount concern arises from the issue of bradycardia. If the methods employed are erroneous, there is a fear that the heart may cease to beat entirely. On what basis has this critical factor been identified? Director Fury inquired calmly. Data. Agent Hill responded. However, we have a physician here who does not require data. Director Fury shifted his gaze towards Zhang Yang. Zhang, engrossed in a German text on cellular hibernation, feigned ignorance of Fury's remarks. Zhang, do not pretend you did not hear me, Fury insisted. Zhang, when did we become so familiar? Weren't you previously addressed as Master Zhang? And now it's simply Zhang? More fickle than a woman is a boiled egg. I possess neither a medical license, nor have I attended medical school. What use is it to call upon me? I only just learned the term hibernating cells from this book. Zhang Yang raised a volume in his hand. Yet, Director Fury seemed to misinterpret the crux of the matter. You speak German? Somewhat. Zhang Yang offered an ambiguous reply. A bespectacled scholar from the team stepped forward, his eyes gleaming as they fixed on Zhang. You are being modest. This book is replete with technical jargon that only a few can comprehend. It is indeed rare to find someone with such a high aptitude for medicine. Do you aspire to pursue graduate studies or a doctorate? I do not wish to. Although it was impolite to interrupt, Zhang Yang was disinterested. To this eager scholar, failing to deliver a frigid rejection akin to a harsh winter would only lead to relentless persuasion until agreement was reached. As the saying goes, when one does not cut off, they will suffer the chaos. The scholar paused, seemingly about to persist in his entreaties when Zhang Yang interjected. Director Fury, when may I depart? In comparison to our initial agreement, we have appended numerous additional conditions. Fury gestured towards Captain America. The final additional condition. Zhang Yang glanced at Captain America, contemplating. If I accept this additional condition, can your department assure me that, for the remainder of my life, until my demise, I shall not be disturbed? I could live to be over 100. Let's see who can outlast me. Ding. Task issued. Please awaken Captain America. Upon task completion, rewards include 200 martial arts points, a monetary bonus of $1 million, an expansion of personal space, and a new ability of X-ray vision. Should the task fail, a deduction of $2 million for 100 martial arts points and a reduction of 10 years of life will occur. Damn, here we go again. Each time causing him to facepalm, transforming the scene into a grand spectacle of irony. System, you previously issued a task for Iron Man, and now another. Is it not excessive to have two tasks at once? Thus, a decision was made to engage in some bargaining. The host's role as Iron Man is of a long-term nature, while Captain America's task is immediate. Zhang Yang now felt an urge to express his frustration. Zhang, may I seek your assistance as a friend? After all this time, I believe we can consider each other friends. Very well. If you say we are friends, then so be it. With the metaphorical ladder extended to him, Zhang Yang set aside his pride. The mission held greater significance than his ego. Sighing, he expressed his reluctance. Director Fury, I truly do not wish to be your friend. Having said that, he approached Captain America. As Zhang Yang reached their side, a researcher handed him a lab coat, which he politely declined. The researcher appeared disapproving. Sir, having just entered from outside, you ought to wear a lab coat to maintain the cleanliness of this space. It is for the captain's benefit. Zhang Yang regarded him with a polite smile. I believe, for your own good, you should remain silent. After all, Director Fury is aware of my temper. Perhaps you should consider who he would choose to assist after a conflict between us. Director Fury gazed skyward, knowing this individual harbor grudge. The Supreme Water-Bearer had arrived. I think, rather than deciding whom to choose, the most pressing matter is Captain America. This is not a matchmaking show. Choosing someone does not equate to living together. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. He held little interest in the so-called machine data, directly beginning to examine Captain America through observation and inquiry. After a thorough assessment, he arrived at a conclusion. My assessment is that, having endured 70 years of low temperatures, his body operates at a near-death, lethargic pace due to the effects of the cold. Director Fury frowned at the differing conclusion from his own. You assert this condition is due to the cold, rather than a self-preserving state leading to a form of hibernation. Indeed, Zhang Yang affirmed his thoughts. I can help him gradually alleviate the freezing effects within his body. Afterward, he will lapse into a period of unconsciousness. You merely need to care for him until he awakens. Several scientists voiced their dissent, deeming Zhang Yang's assertions as utter nonsense, while the medical team debated the considerable risks involved. Ultimately, all eyes turned to Director Fury. He surveyed the individual before him and promptly tossed the documents and tablet onto the table. Zhang, go ahead. Should you fail, I will bear the consequences. In that moment, Zhang Yang comprehended how fury ascended to the position of director of S.H. His forthrightness instilled a camaraderie that was hard to resist. Very well. Zhang Yang now felt they could indeed be friends. The team of scientists and medical personnel were utterly remarkable. Their gazes directed at Director Fury akin to that of someone witnessing the betrayal of a beloved partner. Yet, Director Fury remained unfazed by their stares. Hill, Barton, and Natasha, please allow our scientists and doctors a moment to rest. They have labored tirelessly and must be fatigued. Moments later, the area was cleared. Director Fury cast a nod toward Zhang Yang, who stood beside Captain America. Well then, Master Zhang, I entrust the captain to you. With that, he departed, grunting Zhang Yang ample space. Zhang Yang observed Fury's retreating figure, raising an eyebrow. I shall not fail you, my friend. Director Fury's stride momentarily faltered before returning to its usual pace, though his steps seemed to carry a lighter rhythm. Chapter 177. A new ability. Zhang Yang grasped Captain America's wrist, closing his eyes in deep concentration. Gradually, his consciousness began to penetrate the mist enveloping Captain America's body, a chill emanating from within that obscured all vision. Inside Captain America's form, every organ's surface lay encased in frost, yet the inner workings continued unabated. After surveying the situation, Zhang Yang swiftly devised a treatment plan. He warmed the captain's head, preparing to insert needles to stabilize his consciousness. Golden needles could not penetrate solid ice. Zhang Yang proceeded to insert a line of golden needles into Captain America's head. Now, the illustrious and legendary Captain America bore a crown akin to that of Iron Man. Once Zhang Yang stabilized Captain America's consciousness, he placed his hands upon the captain's shoulders and summoned a flame as delicate as fishing line, allowing his consciousness to weave this fire throughout the captain's entire being. Despite Captain America's extraordinary physique, he lacked the harmonious unity technique, and thus, the flames posed a potential threat. Therefore, as Zhang Yang guided the flames, he ensured they did not brush against the meridians or organs, moving swiftly and leaving only a gentle warmth that would not scorch anything within Captain America's body. However, warmth alone would not suffice to thaw the ice encasing him. Zhang Yang continued to circulate the flames within Captain America's form 6 times, each iteration increasing in temperature until it transformed from warm to fervent. That will suffice. Zhang Yang glanced at the heart rate monitor, noting that the fluctuations had stabilized, with a rhythmic beating in the captain's chest now visible to the naked eye. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of awakening Captain America. Task complete. Reward: 200 martial arts points, a bonus of $1 million, and an expanded personal space, along with a new ability, X-ray vision. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow upon hearing the system's announcement. X-ray vision. I shall experiment with this ability upon my return. With that, he withdrew his energy and extracted the golden needles, summoning Director Fury and the others back inside. Director Fury entered alone, observing that all the data on the monitor had returned to normal. He paused for a moment, but was not particularly surprised. It seems you are not especially astonished. You are certainly capable of this. You are a person of your word. Such praise from a chief of agents was rather unexpected. Thank you for your compliment. There is no one else here, and I have turned off the surveillance, Fury suddenly declared. This time, it was Zhang Yang who was taken aback. You may return home using your portal. Thank you. Zhang Yang opened the portal to leave, but Fury called out just before he stepped through. Are we truly friends now? Zhang Yang remained silent, merely offering a smile to Fury before closing the door. That smile was laden with meaning. The interpretations of a smile are countless. Yet only the person expressing it knows its true significance, and only those who share a mutual understanding can comprehend one another. Upon returning to the martial arts school, Zhang Yang noticed an invitation letter elegantly displayed on his desk, embossed in gold, a ticket to the Stark Industries Expo, complete with an excellent seat for the showcase. Not bad, not bad. Zhang Yang nodded repeatedly, pleasantly surprised that a seat had been reserved for him. Although he felt no obligation to attend the opening ceremony of the expo, he found it a tad disconcerting that an old comrade had not extended an invitation. Hearing commotion from the study upstairs, Luo Yuan brewed a cup of tea and brought it up. Your alertness has certainly heightened. Zhang Yang, with his back turned, scrutinized the handwritten invitation. Invitations of this nature, given to demonstrate sincerity, always feature handwritten names and attendance dates. This handwriting belongs to Pepper. Well, One should not have excessively high expectations of Tony in such matters. Who delivered this? Zhang Yang inquired, turning to Luo Yuan, as typically only he would enter the study. He would certainly ask for details before accepting anything brought by Luo Yuan. A courier, Luo Yuan replied. They insisted on opening it in person to check its integrity before signing for it. Upon seeing it was an invitation from Stark Industries, I signed for you. Ah, indeed. This is characteristic of Pepper, meticulous and efficient. Had it been Tony, he might have sent a drone to swoop down and deliver the invitation after a flight around the room. Master, did you just compliment my alertness? Indeed, one must offer timely praise to the young. He had only just returned. Yet this young man had already sensed activity upstairs and brought him a cup of tea. Luo Yuan, are you not curious about the methods I employ to vanish from under your very noses? Luo Yuan simply shook his head. Master, did you not claim that the more one knows, the quicker one meets their demise? I certainly do not wish to perish at your hands. Zhang Yang shot him a glare. You make me sound like a murderer. Master, you are far more terrifying than a murderer. You will jab me with needles and remain motionless for what seems like an eternity, yet it is rather uncomfortable. Enough. This unfortunate child truly lacks conversational skills. Upon receiving the invitation, Zhang Yang rummaged through his belongings until he unearthed a set of Zhongshan's suits, albeit one that bore a hint of mildew. When Luo Yuan noticed Zhang Yang intending to clean the suit, he inquired with a tremor in his voice, Master, are you not bringing out an antique from your grandfather's era? This child truly lacks conversational finesse. This is my formal attire. I am to attend the opening ceremony. Luo Yuan regarded Zhang Yang's face earnestly and proposed, Master, you would appear far more impressive in a Tai Chi suit. Or perhaps you could have a custom one made. There is still time. With a dismissive wave, Zhang Yang cast the Zhongshan suit onto a nearby chair. Do not speak further. I shall simply wear something casual. A suit? Suggested Luo Yuan. Zhang Yang found merit in this idea. On the day of the ceremony, the weather would be calm, devoid of any projectiles or nefarious individuals, merely the grand entrance of Iron Man. I believe that is an excellent idea. Without hesitation, the two ventured to an old tailor in Chinatown. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's intention to have a suit made, the tailor inquired twice to confirm that Zhang Yang was indeed serious. I think he would look more dashing in a kung fu outfit. The tailor mumbled while measuring Zhang Yang. I believe I can look quite handsome in a suit as well, Zhang Yang replied, puffing out his chest. I am diligent in my training, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted. How can I not look splendid in a suit? A man must not allow himself to appear unrefined. He gazed at his reflection in the mirror, envisioning how utterly captivating he would appear in a royal blue suit. Chapter 178. Fanatic supporters. One has heard of after-sale service when purchasing goods, but never of such services being offered in the realm of medicine. At the very least, Zhang Yang had not experienced such a service. However, those agents from S.H.I.L.D. seemed utterly devoid of common sense. Why should his slumber be my concern? Zhang Yang retorted, observing Hawkeye's determined expression as he attempted to escort him to the laboratory. You failed to awaken him. You did not fulfill the requirements. But there was no initial stipulation to awaken him. When I was summoned, was there any explicit mention of needing to rouse Captain America? Were there any specific demands laid out? Zhang Yang's rebuttal was both logical and compelling. I have restored him to normalcy. His breathing is steady. His blood circulation is adequate. His liver functions properly, and even the functions pertaining to male dignity are intact. What more do you desire from me? But he remains unawakened. Hawkeye insisted. Is it the extent of your argument? He remains unawakened. He remains unawakened. Perhaps the individual simply does not wish to awaken. Hawkeye remained motionless. We yearn for Captain America to regain consciousness. Alas, this lad has become a mere echo of his former self. Zhang Yang was rendered speechless, evidently. The boiled egg would not relent until he beheld himself. Very well, let us proceed. Zhang Yang raised his hand, intent on opening the portal. When Hawkeye grasped his wrist firmly, we have relocated the captain to New York for your convenience. Such thoughtfulness is unnecessary. Following Hawkeye, Zhang Yang traveled from Manhattan to Flushing. Tony Stark's industrial complex is situated in Flushing. Do not tell me you have temporarily housed Captain America within the premises. Temporarily, we have secured the assistance of Miss Potts and Colonel Rhodes. Once the treatment facility in Manhattan is completed, we shall transfer the captain there. Hawkeye raised 3 fingers. The selected location is merely a 30-minute drive from the southern end of Manhattan's Chinatown. Quite convenient. Kindly keep this consideration to yourself. Why must everyone converge upon New York to stir up trouble? Is it not preferable for him to live quietly in the city? This time, there was no need for Hawkeye to lead the way. Zhang Yang adeptly navigated towards the industrial complex. The building guarded by personnel was indeed where Captain America resided. The guard merely glanced at Zhang Yang, offering no obstruction. Present at the scene was Agent Phil, visibly ecstatic, his eyes shimmering with fervor as he gazed upon Captain America. Akin to a famished wolf spotting its prey. Your gaze suggests you wish to devour Captain America, Zhang Yang teased as he approached. Are you not excited? Ah, yes. You were the one who brought the captain out and restored his organ functions. Master Zhang, you are truly remarkable. Agent Phil grasped Zhang Yang's hand, his gratitude unmistakable. Ha! Zhang Yang exerted some effort to extricate his hand from Agent Phil's grasp. The fervor of an avid fan can be quite overwhelming. Captain America lay quietly in a hospital gown, resting upon the bed. Agent Phil could hardly contain his excitement once more. I changed the captain's attire and even assisted in cleansing his body. My word, the seemingly ordinary words, when expressed with such fervor, sounded rather peculiar. Zhang Yang deemed it best to act swiftly. He promptly checked Captain America's pulse. It was steady, indicative of a person in deep slumber. However, his eyes were in constant motion, suggesting he was dreaming. I believe he may be dreaming. Zhang Yang remarqued. Perhaps he is reminiscing in his sleep, which is why he remains unresponsive. How shall we rouse the captain then? Hawkeye inquired. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. Baron, today your sole purpose seems to be rousing people from their slumber. Is there anything else you can articulate? Hawkeye nodded. Can you coax him from the depths of his dreams? Zhang Yang rolled his eyes, as if to suggest that his previous request had gone unacknowledged. I believe you could allow the natural course of events to unfold. Let him sleep. Once his dreams have concluded, he will awaken. At this point, a hint of uncertainty crept into Zhang Yang's voice. The pressing question remained. Was the time experienced by the captain in his dreams accelerated or synchronized with our own? If it were the latter, and he was reminiscing about his 20-some years of life, he might very well be asleep for 2 decades. Agent Phil, upon hearing this information, fell into an unusual silence. Given SHIELD's vast resources, both financial and material, they could certainly afford Captain America a 2-decade slumber. However, SHIELD's unique position meant that countless unforeseen events could transpire over such a span of time. I believe he will awaken soon. Agent Phil suddenly declared with renewed confidence. Absolutely. Zhang Yang and Hawkeye exchanged a glance, both nodding in agreement. The fervent admirer across from them must be appeased. After all, should one dare to dissent, who knows what wrath might ensue? Since all seems well, I shall take my leave. Zhang Yang intended to retreat, but suddenly, Tony's voice echoed from the corridor. Who are you? What are you doing here? Where is the person in charge? Step forward. This is bad. Did you anticipate encountering Tony? Zhang Yang mused, relishing the thought. If Tony were to witness the current scene, it could easily devolve into chaos. We received information that Mr. Stark would be conducting new armor experiments in his villa and would not be leaving for the next month. Who provided you with this information? Miss Potts. Then the intelligence should be reliable. Zhang Yang defended Pepper. However, what you all seem to overlook is the extent of Tony's obsession with matters he holds dear. Agent Phil decisively stated, we must relocate the captain now. Yet, Hawkeye was less than agreeable. But the equipment over there is not yet complete. Are we to wait for Iron Man to come and disengage the apparatus? Very well. Hawkeye was swayed by the mention of disengaging the apparatus. Zhang Yang gazed at the colossal figure he had exerted so much effort to rescue inside. I will stall Tony and grant you an hour. Is that sufficient? Thank you. Agent Phil produced a card from her pocket. This is my personal token of gratitude. Zhang Yang leaned closer to inspect it, and to his astonishment, it was Agent Phil's cherished possession, a portrait of Captain America, which held great value for her. A gentleman does not take what others cherish. Besides, I was the one who rescued him. Zhang Yang politely declined. How could he accept a beloved treasure from a fervent admirer? Had he lost his senses? Chapter 179. A sudden appearance as Zhang Yang descended. He beheld Tony ensconced within a suit of armor, brandishing a formidable cannon. Tony, are you about to blow up the building again? Old friend? Tony. clearly taken aback by Zhang Yang's unexpected arrival, inquired, "What brings you here?" Zhang Yang faltered, unable to articulate anything beyond a mere. He should have prepared an explanation before descending. Now, he found himself in a predicament. "Hey, Zhang, have you found a suitable place?" Pepper Potts hurriedly approached from a distance. "Oh, if there exists an angel," Zhang Yang mused that it must surely be Pepper. "Oh, it's all used up." Although he was uncertain of her meaning, he figured that following her lead would yield no adverse consequences. "Was used up? What are you two concealing from me?" Tony scrutinized Zhang Yang and Pepper, his expression suggesting that he would not relent until he received an explanation. "Oh, in this case, Tony, Zhang asked me to lend him a place in the park. He wishes to practice in a tranquil environment." "Exactly," Zhang Yang nodded, affirming that he sought a quiet space and had enlisted Pepper's assistance. "Why didn't you inform me? I have a dedicated line on your phone. No matter how busy I am, I can always take your call." "Because you were preoccupied with the expo, which is crucial for you. You even sent me an invitation, for which I had a tailored suit made. Are you attempting to change the subject?" Tony's expression turned perplexed. "Oh, that was indeed sent by me," Pepper interjected swiftly, redirecting the conversation. Zhang Yang quickly caught on, engaging Pepper while feigning ignorance of Tony's inquiry. "Oh, so it was you who sent it, and did you also pen the note? The handwriting may not be perfect, yet it conveys sincerity." "No, the handwriting is quite lovely. You are truly considerate." "Oh, Zhang, please refrain from such flattery. I might become bashful. I merely fear that I would be too busy to remember you, my esteemed guest." "With such meticulousness, how could that be?" "Enough. Am I invisible to both of you?" Tony interjected, cutting through their interplay. "Are you two romantically involved?" "No, absolutely not. This is merely an attempt to expedite your departure." "What exactly are you practicing?" Tony's attention had now shifted. Zhang Yang leaned closer to Tony, wearing a mysterious expression. "It's akin to that portal. It requires utmost secrecy. Come with me to the dojo. Then let's be off." Tony's curiosity piqued. He was eager to witness Zhang Yang's new skills. Zhang Yang hastily guided Tony outside, relieved to have navigated one crisis. As they returned to the dojo, Tony's demeanor appeared somewhat displeased. "If you wish to discover what lies within that building, you could simply fly over and take a glance, clad in your armor. It would be a swift endeavor. Moreover, it is still timely to fly there now." Zhang Yang poured him a glass of green juice. "Your desire to conspire with Pep about matters I ought not to know is hardly a source of pride or concern for me." Zhang Yang patted his shoulder. "Should I be grateful for your realization that Pep and I were coordinating, or for your continued collaboration with us? You may express gratitude, provided you transform this glass of green juice into whiskey." Zhang Yang withdrew his hand from Tony's shoulder. "Then perhaps it would be best if you refrain from gratitude." "Don't be so heartless." Tony began to persuade. "Pep noticed my recent consumption of green juice and assumed I had ingested something inappropriate. So he removed all the alcohol from the house." "Did he not take your Lao Gan Ma?" Zhang Yang exclaimed in surprise. "When did little Pepper become so lenient?" "Thankfully, I have Lao Gan Ma. Whenever I crave a bottle in the dead of night, I can indulge in a little bit. Truly a wise woman." Tony's behavior was scarcely distinguishable from that of an abstainer. "Have you truly ordered a tailored suit?" Tony inquired suddenly. "What else? Am I to accompany you in this attire?" Zhang Yang shook out his sleeves. "Should I wear this to perform a skit with you on stage?" "Absolutely." Tony nodded eagerly. "Our opening ceremony would be all the more captivating. Look at you, you big-headed fool. I would charge forth and cleave your mark in two with one stroke. Wake up. Stop dreaming. If I truly took the stage, I would demonstrate how to adorn you with a crown of goddesses using a golden needle. Perhaps that is better left unsaid." Tony rubbed his head. He would rather take the stage himself. "I have meticulously planned my entrance." Zhang Yang responded with a simple "Oh." "Is it not simply descending from the heavens?" "I intend to descend from the skies. As I leap from the airplane, the fireworks below will ignite instantaneously, exploding just as I touch the ground." Zhang Yang exclaimed again. "Then, on stage, there will be numerous lovely ladies clad in miniskirts dancing in anticipation of my arrival. Much like Broadway, sensational, fiery, and leg-kicking." Zhang Yang chuckled, unable to suppress his sarcasm. "And will these ladies have lights affixed to their chests, ready to illuminate the stage as you descend in your mark?" Tony gasped in realization. How could I have overlooked the lighting on their chests? Was there not supposed to be such an arrangement? Is there not a precedent in film? This seems inconsistent. So you intend to share the stage with those ladies in armor? Indeed, I shall address the audience. Tony pointed to his own head. I will remove my helmet, revealing my handsome visage as I speak to everyone. Do you not find it peculiar that such a small head is perched atop a suit of armor? Is it? If you say it isn't, then so be it. Regardless of the discrepancies with the film, if you choose not to wear a suit for your appearance, then so be it. Your happiness is what truly matters. By the way, what prompted your visit to the industrial park today? I intended to seek you out, but upon discovering your absence, I resorted to borrowing the Ministry of Transportation surveillance. Was that an invasion of privacy? I then observed that you had ventured to Flushing. Just because I went to Flushing does not imply that I specifically visited the industrial park. That area is a vibrant hub for the Chinese community. Am I not allowed a leisurely stroll? You actually enjoy shopping? Perhaps we should sever our friendship. I find myself devoid of companions. What was your purpose in seeking me? I prefer not to dwell on melancholic topics. I am here to showcase my achievements. Tony pointed to the briefcase he had placed beside him. Look, it can transform into a briefcase. With a press on the chest of the briefcase, it suddenly began to contract, ultimately morphing into a portable briefcase. Wow, you have succeeded. Remarkable. This way, you can fend off the competition during racing events. Brother, you have surely safeguarded your life. Chapter 180. The use of X-ray vision. The announcement regarding the recruitment for exhibition booths at the Stark Expo garnered an enthusiastic response. Unfortunately, the competition was fierce. Some particularly ambitious companies even brought their yachts adorned with massive banners, parading them daily in the waters outside Tony's villa. The department responsible for attracting exhibitors to the industrial fair was on the verge of madness, as some merchants resorted to extreme measures for a booth. When Tony sought refuge at Zhang Yang's martial arts school, the dark circles under his eyes were comparable to those of Panda. Your appearance is quite unique. Zhang Yang remarked about the disheveled Tony, who had arrived at breakneck speed courtesy of Happy. At that moment, Tony was clad in pajamas, his hair resembling a bird's nest. And he was missing a slipper. Master Zhang, the boss has taken refuge in a hotel to evade those fervent merchants, but they discovered his whereabouts and stormed in. This is akin to a group of obsessive fans. Yet, Zhang Yang was more curious about the intruders. Were they women? Happy shook his head. No, it was an old man. Ah, that explains Tony's fright. Had it been a woman, the situation would have undoubtedly been different. Happy hastily departed, stating, I must hurry to drive Pepper. Tony is not far from unemployment. Zhang Yang dragged the dazed Tony upstairs and tossed him onto the bed, where he instantly fell asleep, even snoring. It was a sight both pitiful and amusing. Tony remained at Zhang Yang's for a full week, only leaving when Pepper hoisted him up by his hair, compelling him to confront his troubles. Before departing, Tony attempted to drag Zhang Yang along, but Zhang Yang decisively kicked him in the rear, sending him straight into the back seat of the car. Wow, that move was truly impressive. Thank you, Pepper exclaimed. Zhang Yang offers a friendly reminder. It would be wise for you to sit in the passenger seat. My driving is a bit aggressive, and I suspect Tony will be lying down in discomfort for a while. This way, he won't be able to get up and cause trouble before we reach our destination. Pepper nodded in understanding. After a series of troublesome events, classes had finally concluded and the students returned home. Zhang Yang quickly retreated upstairs to explore his recently acquired ability, X-ray vision. Sitting in the study, he closed his eyes, concentrated his thoughts, and in an instant, he opened his eyes to see through the walls of the study into the adjacent pharmacy. He held his breath and focused harder, eager to discover just how far his X-ray vision could extend. As he peered through the pharmacy, he caught sight of the room next door. One by one, he continued to look through the rooms until his line of sight had surpassed the confines of the martial arts hall. He pressed on, glimpsing into the neighbor's home, recalling that this particular room was a study. Surely, there was nothing private to see. With that thought, he looked inside. Upon doing so, he quickly withdrew his gaze. Goodness! Inside the study, two individuals were locked in a passionate kiss. The male was the owner of the house, while the female was not his wife. Experiencing such an intimate scene through his X-ray vision on the very first attempt was unprecedented. If I were to use this ability to catch wealthy women in infidelity, I could potentially make a fortune. Zhang Yang wished he had a calculator in hand to quickly compute how much he could earn. Host, the rewards from the system surpass those offered by wealthy women. I was merely jesting. Besides, who would ever complain about having too much money? Host, you could use this ability to assist in medical practices, There's no need to go to the hospital for fractures anymore. I could have thought of that myself. When the system first mentioned X-ray vision, I had that in mind. Host. It could also be utilized in combat to determine the number and distribution of individuals hiding behind barriers. I had considered that as well. The system fell silent for a moment. Then why didn't you check your own bones the first time you used it? I wanted to see how far I could see. Host, your visual capability determines how far your X-ray vision can extend. Why didn't you mention that sooner? Now I've glimpsed things I shouldn't have, and I wonder if I'll wake up with a pimple tomorrow. You didn't ask either. Zhang Yang found himself disinclined to converse with the system lately. My apologies. So, you may take your leave now. The system accepts the host's apology. Damn, you actually accepted my apology. Another day of wanting to throttle the system. The day Captain America woke made the headlines instantly. The news reported that a robust Caucasian male, clad in a hospital gown, was seen running amok on the streets of New York, even colliding with a vehicle at Times Square, which sustained considerable damage. Yet the man emerged unscathed. Ultimately, he was escorted away by a group of individuals in black vehicles. This is the extent of the information deemed suitable for public disclosure. Zhang Yang and Agent Phil stood outside the glass, observing a team of scientists and medical professionals encircling Captain America in a sterile ward. Upon awakening, he immediately recognized the environment they had constructed for him. Zhang Yang, intrigued, lamented the missed opportunity to witness such a sensational event firsthand. However, it was not entirely immediate. He had conversed with the nurses, who perhaps spoke in a manner uncharacteristic of that era. Agent Phil speculated. Yet, it could also be that the view outside the window appeared incongruous. They had affixed some three-dimensional wallpaper, quite realistic in nature, which might reveal its flaws. After all, he was a super soldier. Do you think ordinary wallpaper could deceive him? Agent Phil nodded, conceding, you make a valid point. Alas, both of you are mistaken. Director Fury approached them, asserting that Captain America relied solely on his instincts, feeling something was amiss, which prompted his desire to escape. Apologies for the interruption. It seems they were overthinking it. Unbeknownst to them, something the personnel inside had conveyed caused Captain America to suddenly fixate his gaze upon Zhang Yang. Agent Phil was instantly exhilarated. Oh, yes, looking over here. Phil, remain composed. Director Fury shot a glance at Agent Phil, perplexed by his enthusiasm. What is he looking at us for? Zhang Yang inquired of Director Fury, contemplating whether Captain America sought to speak with the head of the operation. However, Director Fury redirected his attention, stating, he is looking at you. Taken aback, Zhang Yang discreetly stole glances, realizing that Captain America was indeed observing him. What does he want from me? I wasn't the one who brought him to the Arctic. Presumably, he was gazing at his savior. Agent Phil, fidgeting, implored, Master Zhang, if you meet the captain, could you possibly secure an autograph for me? Why don't you go yourself? Director Fury interjected, noticing Agent Phil's fervor. Due to his excitement, he was assigned elsewhere on a mission to cool off. They would depart in 5 minutes. Thus, a fan employee found himself at the mercy of his superior. Chapter 181. A troubled mind. Once the examinations concluded, the scientific and medical teams emerged. And Agent Hill approached to present the report to Director Fury. He expressed a desire to meet Master Zhang. Zhang Yang looked up at the ceiling, having heard nothing. After Agent Hill spoke, she turned her gaze to Agent Phil. Phil, your aircraft is awaiting you. The journey from here to the elevator on the top floor will take a mere 2 minutes. Phil promptly dashed away. Zhang Yang lamented the ruthlessness of women, particularly the formidable ones. Characters like Black Widow, Pepper Potts, and Agent Hill exemplify this fierce archetype. Master Zhang, Captain America wishes to see you. Agent Hill, having dispelled Phil's reluctance to depart, turned her attention to Zhang Yang. However, Zhang was not one of their colleagues. He did not require their constant companionship, as he too was an individual in need of protection and was not obliged to comply. Zhang, Agent Hill is addressing you, Director Fury interjected. Is my stance not evident? I have no desire to meet him, nor do I owe him any justification. He expressed a wish to meet his savior. Agent Hill replied. Then you can summon Agent Barton. He accompanied me into the cabin. Why should he go? The more one knows these heroes, the more complications arise. Can he not enjoy a few days of peace? He specifically requested to see you. He mentioned dreaming of you. What nonsense is this? Dreaming? We speculate it could be due to your abilities. I possess no such abilities, Zhang Yang interjected. What you refer to is a technique, not an inherent genetic trait. My apologies. Agent Hill acquiesced. We suspect that while you were employing your technique to save the captain, he may have inadvertently opened his eyes and glimpsed you, thus subconsciously fixating on you. That explanation is quite splendid. Yet, Zhang had no intention of confronting Captain America directly. I have students at my dojo. I must return. Farewell. Agent Hill obstructed Zhang's path. You saved him. Is it so unreasonable for him to wish to express his gratitude? Absolutely not. Zhang retorted with righteous indignation. Do we rescue others merely to receive their thanks? Although I was somewhat coerced into saving Captain America, the desire to save is never born of compulsion. Yet he persistently inquired about you. Then inform him that my name is Lei Feng. With that, Zhang turned on his heel and departed. Agent Hill furrowed her brow. Does he indeed have another name, Lei Feng? Director Fury shook his head. I have not heard of such a name, though I believe it can be found online. You might want to investigate. After Zhang Yang exited the treatment room, S.H.I.L.D. ceased to pester him. However, 3 days later, a letter of gratitude arrived, signed by Steve Rogers. Zhang sent a text to Agent Phil, boasting of having Captain America's signature. He should come and collect it. Agent Phil promptly sent back a video, the backdrop revealing a desolate expanse, with S.H.L.D. agents clad in black busily attending to their tasks. Each person bore an apparatus akin to a backpack, perceptively attuned to some imperceptible phenomena. Zhang Yang glanced at his surroundings, only to be startled by Agent Field's shriek, which instantly drew the attention of the agents behind him. How embarrassing! Agent Field quickly retreated to a corner, clutching his phone. From his vantage point, Zhang Yang discerned what appeared to be a quaint little town in the distance. The ambience evoked the spirit of the Wild West. Zhang Yang displayed a letter to Agent Field, indicating his willingness to hand it over, provided he could trim the final signature. Agent Field nodded eagerly. The hearts of fans are indeed simple and genuine. Someone on the other end of the line shouted that a detection had been made, leaving Agent Field no time for farewells as he abruptly ended the call and dashed out. The system. Could it be that Thor has arrived? The environment felt reminiscent of the unfortunate landing place of that ill-fated child. Not yet. Zhang Yang said. Soon. He refrained from asking further. A week passed in serene tranquility when Hawkeye once again picked the lock of the dojo's rear entrance, swaggering in with Captain America. Zhang Yang stood resolutely in the narrow passageway, wielding a wooden sword. Are you seeking death? How many times have you picked locks now? Hawkeye counted with his fingers before shaking his head. Uve forgotten. Greetings. I am Steve Rogers. Captain America emerged from behind Hawkeye, extending a hand in salutation. Given the politeness of the occasion, Zhang Yang felt compelled to reciprocate. He offered a nonchalant handshake. Hello, I am Zhang Yang, the proprietor here. Director Fury mentioned you are a martial arts master. Did he truly say that? According to Fury's usual demeanor, wouldn't he typically claimed that I merely run a dojo and leave it at that? I'm merely a dojo owner, Zhang Yang humbly replied. You even saved my life. You must possess remarkable skills. You flatter me. This seems like an overabundance of compliments. Why does it feel like trouble lurks? In fact, we've come to see if you could demonstrate your abilities to the captain, Hawkeye interjected, presenting a stack of reports. Zhang Yang did not accept the documents. Instead, he scrutinized the stack and the captain's troubled expression. I want to peruse reports while on the move. He sheathed his wooden sword and turned to depart. Hawkeye promptly urged Captain America to follow. The reason for our visit is that the captain has been experiencing dizziness and seeing double over the past few days. Our team has been unable to identify the cause, and all possible examinations have been conducted, Hawkeye succinctly explained. Listening to this description, Zhang Yang could only surmise that there was something amiss with the captain's head. Has a scan been performed on the captain's brain? Yes, but everything appeared normal. As he spoke, he produced an X-ray fill from behind him. Zhang Yang was momentarily taken aback as he bent down to inspect Hawkeye's back, only to discover a bag strapped there. He remarked on how it resembled a magic trick, with Hawkeye seemingly able to produce items from thin air. Let me take a look, Zhang Yang exclaimed as he seized the film and held it up. However, his gaze transcended the film itself, peering at Captain America, who stood behind it. Activating his X-ray vision, he delved deeper into the image, noticing that several of the captain's cerebral blood vessels exhibited signs of coagulation. It became evident that the previous heating treatment had not been sufficiently thorough. Moreover, what could the film reveal about the issues within the cerebral blood vessels? Zhang Yang set the film aside. Captain, did you bring any luggage? He inquired. Captain America shook his head. No matter. I have spare clothes here, Zhang Yang replied. I had prepared them for Tony when he stayed over. Many are still unopened. Am I to stay here? Captain America questioned, slightly perplexed. If you wish to achieve a complete recovery, you must reside here for a few days, Hawkeye interjected enthusiastically. With that, he abruptly abandoned Captain America and dashed out through the back door. Captain America blinked, realizing he had been left behind.